In a small frontier town of the North Kingdom, I shall serve as the Lord, quietly amassing an army within the sanctuary. Fear not, Arya. Do not be foolish, Sansa. And Mother of Dragons, cast aside your pride. Await my arrival. Winter is approaching. The White Walkers are at the gates. Night King, let the dragonkin submit. The North shall be safeguarded by my hand. I shall reign over the continent of Westeros. The three-eyed raven shall not seize dominion over the world. Chapter 1. The Family Legacy. Lyn traverses into the realm of Game of Thrones, becoming a minor lord of a small port village near White Harbor. Following the imprisonment of Ned Stark, the Northern Guardian, the curtain rises on the conflict between House Stark of the North and House Lannister. At Harrenhal, in a military operations conference hall, Tywin Lannister summoned a serving girl and inquired, "Are you hailing from the North?" "Indeed, from the ruins of the Barrow." Arya Stark, with a steady heart and unblushing countenance, uttered a lie, as that region belonged to the noble houses of the North, which she knew well. Tywin nodded. "What is the Northern perspective on Robb Stark?" This was a question she could answer. Arya replied, "They say Robb is the indomitable young wolf, charging into battle upon his dire wolf, able to transform at will." "Do you believe such tales?" Arya recalled her father, the former Northern Guardian Ned Stark, and with a composed gaze upon Tywin, she stated, "All mortals must face death." Just then, a raven landed upon the gray stone windowsill, spreading its beak to emit a sharp cry. Lyn retrieved the missive beneath the raven's feet and unfolded it for inspection. Yet again, it implored this minor lord to provide reinforcements for Robb's southern campaign, this time with an unmistakable tone of threat, indicating that Robb's forces required greater numbers of northern soldiers. As a time traveler, Lyn understood that Robb's southern expedition would yield little advantage. He might even lose his stronghold of Winterfell. However, soon he would be hailed as the king in the north by his vassals, and should he rashly refuse the summons, it would be an affront to the will of the North, rendering his position untenable. Yet, if he dispatched his scant dozen subordinates, how would he maintain his standing in the territory, especially with brigands potentially descending upon them? Without retainers, not only would the territory be ravaged, but his very life could be at stake. "I would rather sacrifice my entire fortune, 30 gold dragons, 110 silver stags, 886 copper stars, and 3 copper coins, than relinquish those who ensure my safety to Robb's reckless whims." Lyn furrowed his brow, silently lamenting. "Ding! Congratulations, Master! The army recruitment system is now initializing. Please hold on." The melodious voice startled Lyn, causing him to shudder. Lyn was momentarily stunned, nearly shedding tears of grievance in his fervor. Finally, the system has arrived. In this world of Game of Thrones, he had lived in constant fear and sleepless nights, perpetually pressured by Robb to supply troops, his hair turning gray with worry. After approximately 2 minutes, the voice rang out once more. "Initialization complete. Please consult the panel, explore autonomously, and strive to fulfill your tasks." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have been selected by the Army Recruitment System. As an Army Recruitment System, investing is paramount. Current system level, Level 1. Initial activation investment, 30 gold dragons, 110 silver stags, 886 copper stars, and 3 copper coins, achieving the first recharge reward. Current upgrade experience, 30.1/100. Points, 300. Note 1. Each consumption of 2 experience points allows the recruitment of 2 level 1 infantry, 2 level 1 spearmen, or 1 level 1 cavalry, or 1 level 1 archer. Note 2. Each consumption of 3 experience points allows for the procurement of 3 padded armors, 2 chainmail armors, or 1 fine steel armor. Note 3. Due to achieving the first recharge reward of 1 gold dragon, you have received a small gift pack for the first recharge, which includes a points draw card. Note 4. Due to achieving the first recharge reward of 10 gold dragons, you have received a large gift pack for the first recharge, which randomly grants one of the following: Ranger, Traveler, Steward, Assassin, or Gladiatorial Swordsman. This army recruitment system. Lyn listened intently to the system's notifications, dazed for a moment, repeatedly confirming it was not an illusion, his face gradually reddening. A howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig reverberated through the Lord's castle in the fishing village. "By the gods, I have invested all my wealth." Lyn lamented over the fleeting decision that led him to invest his entire fortune into the system, feeling a pang of regret. Fortunately, his elder in this world, the Viscount Rothschild, had already departed, where he might have been driven to fury, jumping about and slapping himself in frustration. The pain did not end there. The large gift pack required only 10 gold dragons, yet he had overinvested by 20 gold dragons, 110 silver stags, 886 copper stars, and 3 copper coins. Fortunately, the landlord's estate has reserves, Otherwise, he would have to lead his people out to face the harsh winds of the northwest come tomorrow. In the realm of Game of Thrones, a single silver coin could procure a maiden, while one gold dragon equated to several tens of thousands of soft currency. Lin In gasped in anguish, his gaze fixated on the card for point extraction and the card for special profession extraction swirling in his mind. His brother had wagered their entire fortune on this. Whether he could ascend to become the most illustrious lord of the Northern Lands and reach the pinnacle of his life depended on their success. Contemplating the card draw, Lin In pondered whether he should bathe and change his attire, and perhaps offer a prayer to the ancient deities revered in his northern kingdom. Just then, he heard a mournful horn sound from outside the castle. 1 blast signified caution, 2 indicated a minor enemy incursion, and 3 a significant assault. By the heavens, it must be pirates. Indeed, the skies are rarely devoid of misfortune. Lin In felt tears welling in his eyes as confusion began to cloud his mind. The extent of Lin In's territory was roughly comparable to that of a small town, with the Lord's Castle known as Fisherman's Port City, nestled on the southern coast of the Northern Lands. The inhabitants primarily resided within the fortified village, subsisting through fishing. The greatest threat to survival stemmed from the pirates inhabiting the sister islands within the Biting Bay, situated between the Northern Lands and the valley. These ruffians would periodically choose to raid small fortified villages along the shore. Lin In wore a tense expression. It was said that these pirates numbered in the hundreds, lurking on their islands, and even the grand lords of the northern lands and valleys found them difficult to contend with. To arms, close the castle gates. Lin In hastily commanded. By the Lord's decree, shut the gates and prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. As Lin In's words echoed, the inhabitants of the castle sprang into action. Despite their initial panic, they quickly rallied. The most battle-ready of his subordinates consisted of a dozen guards, clad in rough leather armor or chainmail, wielding an array of weapons. At this moment, the wooden gates stood firmly shut. In truth, Fisherman's Port Castle was less a castle and more a large village encircled by wooden palisades. Fortunately, the tops of the palisades were sharpened, reaching over 3 meters in height, making it quite challenging for ordinary thieves to breach. A few watchtowers were strategically placed, allowing 5 or 6 archers to rain arrows upon any intruders, thus providing a basic level of defense. The residents of the territory sustained themselves through fishing along the coast, their sun-kissed skin darkened but robust. At this moment, they were incited by Lin In's men, nervously brandishing their harpoons against the tightly shut gates. Lin In ascended to the watchtower atop the wooden walls. He beheld in the distance at the dock a ragged band of pirates, brandishing various knives, axes, and spears, disembarking from their pirate ship. Observing the disheveled formation of those wielding weapons, Lin In bit his tongue, nearly doubting his own vision. Was this truly the iron-fisted band of pirates from the Sister Islands? Just this? Lin In tilted his head to glance at the elderly scholar, Hill, who stood beside him. He was the second most educated individual within the fortress of Fisherman's Port. Are these truly pirates? Lin In found it hard to believe. The old scholar Hill, momentarily taken aback by the enemy's numbers, gazed at Lin In with a look of reverence and said, "My lord, it is indeed the banner of the Sister Islands. They are the most ferocious pirates of the Sister Islands of Biting Bay." Lin In stood momentarily stunned. It was then that he noticed a tall, muscular man among the pirates raising a flag high. The banner depicted a skeletal bird outlined in fishing net threads, though the flag was tattered and decayed from years of exposure to the sea, flapping desolately in the wind amidst the crowd on the beach outside the castle. Yet, irrespective of how Lin In regarded these pirates, he did not perceive them as a significant threat. With his educational background, he recalled a phrase, a rabble. Gradually, he calmed himself, casting aside the panic that had gripped his heart. Chapter 2. The Explosive Army. Within the Red Keep, in the throne room, the once cherished tapestries of King Robert have been unceremoniously torn down and haphazardly piled in a corner, leaving the walls desolate and bare. Sansa Stark received an invitation to Queen Cersei's audience chamber, where, through the words of Grand Maester Pycelle, she learned of her father Ned's accusation of treason. She could hardly believe the veracity of such claims. Cersei declared, "I know you are innocent, yet regardless, you are the daughter of a traitor, and I shall not permit you to wed my son Joffrey." Sansa, having dreamt of marrying the king and ascending to the role of queen, found herself in a state of distress. At this juncture, Peter Baelish stepped forward, suggesting that Sansa be afforded an opportunity to demonstrate her loyalty. Thus, Cersei produced a prepared sheet of parchment and quill, insisting that Sansa write to her mother and brother, summoning them to King's Landing to pledge fealty to her son, King Joffrey. Observing their back-and-forth exchange, Sansa, albeit not entirely naive, recognized the detrimental implications for her family and expressed a desire to see her father first. Cersei, with disappointment, remarked, "Your former hand's father is indeed a traitor." Sansa faltered, merely wishing to ascertain her father's condition and his fate. Cersei handed her the quill, stating, "That will depend on what your brother chooses to do, and of course on you." Soon, Sansa's letter reached her brother Robb. But Maester Luwin discerned at once that it bore Cersei's influence. Robb unfolded the letter, proclaiming, "If they wish for me to come to King's Landing, then I shall go. But I do not intend to go alone. Summon the bannermen of the North, for they have all sworn allegiance to House Stark. We shall march forth." Outside the fishing village of Port Castle, a throng of pirates gathered, standing just beyond the range of the defenders' arrows, craning their necks to observe the reactions of the guards atop the walls. A few pirates who attempted to approach the gates were swiftly dispatched by the bowmen under the command of Lyn, causing the remaining pirates to halt their advance. Now, patiently assembling on the sandy beach, seemingly awaiting something, Lyn squinted against the horizon, soon noticing a group of pirates beginning to transport large wooden frameworks from their ships. From their shape, they resembled diminutive siege engines. Lyn called over the vigilant captain of the guards, Hood, who approached with a rugged demeanor, adorned in leather and cotton armor, exuding a fierce countenance yet displaying deference. "My lord, you summon me," he inquired. Lyn scrutinized Hood closely, noting the absence of fear in his expression despite the overwhelming number of pirates outside. Rather, there was a glimmer of excitement in his fierce countenance. Fearless in the face of battle, regardless of his combat prowess, such mental fortitude was commendable. Lyn nodded inwardly. "Hood, prepare to clear the road at the gate. Ensure the residents of the territory do not linger at the entrance, but rather take to the walls to aid in defense," Lyn commanded. Hood hesitated at this, "My lord. If we bring everyone up onto the walls, what shall we do if the pirates breach our defenses?" "Hold the walls. Our reinforcements shall arrive shortly," Lyn replied coolly. Hood's lips trembled slightly, momentarily taken aback, but ultimately he refrained from voicing further objections. With a reluctant nod, he acquiesced, "As you wish, my lord." As Lyn observed Hood carry out his defensive preparations, he contemplated the explosive army system while making his way to his residence. Upon reaching the courtyard of the Lord's Manor, he found the training grounds, typically bustling with guards, now deserted, as most had been dispatched to guard the main gate. At that moment, a notification chimed. "Welcome to the explosive army system." Lyn quickly accessed the system, clicking on a gift box interface, his gaze falling upon a radiant extraction card. Without hesitation, he activated it. In a flash of light, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, you have extracted 99 points. These points can be exchanged for any items, but will not contribute to experience." Lyn breathed a sigh of relief. 99 points were neither fortuitous nor catastrophic. He glanced at the panel. Current upgrade experience, 301, 100. Current points, 400. Estimating the explosive army points, cavalry and archers required 2 points each, while infantry and spearmen required 1 point each. With 400 points at his disposal, Lyn inhaled deeply and decisively chose to exchange for 100 level 1 archers and 200 level 1 infantry. Without further deliberation, he expended all 400 points. Though tempted by the cavalry, he recognized that their full potential could only be realized with complete armor, thus resolutely set that option aside. Purchase successful. A disturbance rippled in the air 2 meters away from Lyn, and figures emanating white light gradually materialized. Soldiers of various complexions, both dark and fair, emerged from the luminous columns. Given Lyn's 16 years and 173 meters height, he noted that these soldiers all exceeded 175 meters, with most possessing fair skin, high cheekbones, and striking blue eyes. Clad solely in thin trousers, their muscular forms were not overtly defined, yet they appeared robust, an archetype of the common Westerosi soldier. "Master, the explosive army reports for duty." As the soldiers filled the training ground, Lyn, despite any preparations, found himself profoundly awed by the spectacle. These were the fruits of his investment, an explosive army he had painstakingly summoned. At last, Lyn took a significant step as the most illustrious lord of the North. He pointed to the nearest stout infantryman with a darker complexion, asking, "What is your name?" "Rodart, my master." Nodding, Lyn gestured toward tall, lean archer standing at nearly 2 meters. "And you?" "Call me Harry Kane, master." "Excellent. You two shall lead the infantry and archers henceforth." "At your command, master." Lyn nodded in satisfaction, observing the 300-strong assembly before him, suddenly struck by the realization that their lack of armor would place them at a distinct disadvantage in battle. With 0 armor, casualties in close-quarters combat would undoubtedly be alarmingly high. Regret washed over him for having expended all his points on summoning the army. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning the explosive army, activating the Game of Thrones World Quest system. The system's voice echoed unexpectedly, startling Lynn, who leaned in attentively. Novice Quest 1. Establish an alliance with other lords. Reward. 1 points exchange card. Novice Task 2. Conquer the territories of other lords. Reward. 1 point exchange card. Novice Task 3. Successfully capture spies in the city. Reward. 1 point exchange card. After a moment of contemplation, it seems that among the 3 novice tasks, only Task 3 holds a feasible promise of completion. A task to apprehend spies? Could it be that there are spies lurking within our city? No wonder those pirates brazenly assault our territory. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lynn issued his first command. Rodart, assemble a small team, don the servant's attire from the manor, and disperse throughout the city to covertly apprehend any suspicious individuals. Ensure their immediate detention. Lynn pondered for a moment. The defense of the city would soon commence, and he must hastily locate the spies. Otherwise, not only would he have to lead his troops in a battle unarmored, but he would also need to guard against potential treachery from behind. Yes, the infantry leader Rodart complied without hesitation, fully obedient to Lynn's orders. With a single command, Rodart led a dozen men, donning coarse garments from the manor, and they marched out with an air of determination. At that moment, a long horn sounded at the city gates. Was this a warning signal? Had reinforcements arrived? Lynn grappled with whether to send the 100 archers to the battlements to assist in the defense. Even in their short trousers, it would be better to take cover behind the wooden palisade and unleash a volley of arrows than to stand idly by. As he hesitated, an elderly man clad in a grayish-white robe entered the training ground with small, shuffling steps. It was none other than the old scholar Hill. He stood at the entrance, astonished by the sight of the assembled infantry, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Lynn approached him. Old Hill, what brings you here? My lord, what are these? The old scholar inquired, pointing toward the soldiers in the training ground, bewilderment etched across his features. Lynn smiled lightly, choosing not to explain. Some matters were beyond elucidation, and the more one spoke, the more vulnerabilities emerged. Reinforcements, he casually remarked, then inquired, what is it you seek from me? Chapter 3. The OB Contender. In the dungeon beneath the Red Keep, the former protector of the North, ex-Prime Minister Ned Stark, sat despondently on the ground. His feet were shackled by iron chains, rendering him powerless to do anything but curse each of his captors. Littlefinger, Queen Cersei, the Kingslayer Jaime, and Maester Pycelle. He recalled Cersei's mocking words. In the Game of Thrones, if you do not emerge victorious, you face only death. He began to berate himself. Fool! He shouted into the darkness, you damned fool. Yet, when he thought of his 2 daughters, all he wished was to weep, though tears refused to flow. Even in this dire state, he remained the Stark of Winterfell, his sorrow and fury frozen within him. Damn it! Hilda Scholar withdrew his gaze. Addressing Lynn in a hushed tone, my lord, men from White Harbor have appeared outside the castle. Lynn was momentarily taken aback. The forces of Waymond Manderly? The old scholar nodded. Indeed, Sir Waymond Manderly has recently been elevated to the rank of Earl and is stationed at White Harbor. Dozens of riders from White Harbor are observing from the northern hillside. White Harbor, a superior city to the fishing village harbor, served as a vassal of House Stark. Most of Sir Manderly's troops from the city should have joined Robb's northern army at the crag, marching southward. What do they want? To assist me in vanquishing the pirates? Lynn found himself at a loss. I suspect they may be here to collect military service and taxes, the old scholar Hill awkwardly suggested. So they come to demand payment. How shameless. Lynn cursed under his breath. There are no taxes to collect, as I have just declared bankruptcy. Do they not intend to assist in battle? If the pirates seize this place, where will they collect military service and taxes? Lynn queried, perplexed. Hill cast a sidelong glance at Lynn, resignedly replying, my lord, they plan to reclaim the fishing village castle from the pirates and assign other lords to oversee it. Damn! How practical. Lynn felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Nevertheless, White Harbor, located at the mouth of the White Knife River, is the largest settlement north of the Neck and one of the 5 major cities of Westeros. It is also a principal trade port of the north. Its power not to be underestimated. For the time being, Lynn found himself at a loss against these OB contenders. After all, the Lord of White Harbor was an earl and one of the North's vassals, while he was merely a small lord from the countryside, inconsequential in the eyes of others. Setting aside thoughts of impotent rage, Lynn turned to Hill and asked, are there any recent updates regarding the Northern Army and the Lannisters? He sought to grasp the present situation thoroughly. Why would White Harbor hastily send envoys to demand military service and taxes? Was the battle at the front proving unfavorable? Following the imprisonment of former Protector of the North Ned Stark on charges of treason, Robb swiftly summoned his vassals and marched south to rescue his father. The North, vast and sparsely populated, required Robb to act with urgency. Thus, he summoned only 18,000 men for the southern campaign. However, before he could truly enter the Riverlands, Tywin Lannister led 20,000 elite soldiers, accompanied by Jaime Lannister's 15,000, northward. Now, only the castles of Riverrun, Twins, and Seaguard remained in the hands of the North. With nearly all others having fallen, Tywin, Old Scholar Hill appeared momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why the Lord was concerned with the conflict between House Stark and House Lannister. This was hardly a matter for a small lord to fret over, especially with a formidable enemy on the horizon. Hill scrutinized his youthful lord, who possessed a fair and handsome visage, with eyes gleaming with sharpness and wisdom, albeit a slightly slender build. Suddenly, Hill felt he had previously underestimated the ambition concealed within this young lord. He gazed at Lyn and slowly spoke, "My lord. The latest news is that several days ago, young Wolf Robb was wed to a member of House Frye the Twins." Lyn failed to notice the unusual glint in Hill's eyes. Nodding in response, he acknowledged, "House Frye is a vassal of the old Lord Tully, Robb's maternal grandfather, though they are not particularly obedient." The phrase, "who rose to prominence by charging tolls at their bridge," bore the sigil of a blue bridge on a silver background. Following the siege of Riverrun by Jaime, Robb, under his mother Catelyn Tully's guidance, established an alliance with House Frye through a political marriage to divide and conquer Jaime in a bid to rescue Riverrun. However, this also foreshadowed the grim fate awaiting both young Wolf Robb and his mother Catelyn at the Twins. But those were matters for another time. As Lyn reflected on this, he suddenly found himself perplexed regarding the intentions of those from White Harbor approaching the city. Logically, with Robb's northern vassal army currently allied with House Frye, they had little reason to come to his territory to demand trivial military service and taxes unrelated to the larger conflict. He dismissed the Old Scholar Hill and personally led a group to inspect the city walls. Indeed, on the northern hillside outside the city, several squads of cavalry were brandishing the banners of the Mandrell family, unmistakably the knights of the esteemed Eel family. Lyn shifted his gaze to the front lines, where pirates were continuously transporting components of a catapult from their ships, and at that moment, they were assembling the first one. Lyn's fishing village port lacked even a proper crossbow, yet the enemy was deploying catapults without hesitation. Damn it. It appeared they had no intention of leaving him a way out. Estimating the time it would take for the enemy to fully assemble all 3 catapults, Lyn observed his subjects laboriously hauling large logs and stones up the walls. He encouraged the guards and fishermen with a few words before retreating to his residence. He was now fervently eager to capture the spy and redeem a batch of equipment materials with a point from his novice task. Lyn changed his mind. He did not wish to cower within the confines of the city. Allowing the enemy to unleash a volley from their catapults could very well lead to the collapse of his walls, and Lyn had no funds available for repairs. The infantry commander Rodard acted swiftly, showcasing the execution capabilities of the explosive unit. Suspected individuals were swiftly sent to a small prison adjacent to the Lord's Manor. Lyn arrived at the prison and ordered the release of all suspected spies held inside. Soon, dozens stood crowded in the arena outside the prison. Upon seeing Lyn, these individuals hastily knelt, pleading with the Lord for a reason for their apprehension. "There is a spy among you, and with a formidable enemy at hand. You know how I shall deal with you," Lyn proclaimed, without hesitation, dropping a heavy bombshell. A few timid fishermen and women immediately broke into tears, crying out their innocence. Collaborating with the enemy could lead to execution. None dared to accept such a grave accusation. "My lord, we are not spies. My family has been good people in the fishing village for generations. The heavens bear witness. Damn it, if you ask me, who should I ask? Oh, my lord, I'm also innocent. My lord, I swear loyalty to you. I would never act as a spy." Lyn, of course, did not believe such nonsense. The residents who felt a sense of belonging to the fishing village port had all been mobilized by his retainers to assist at the city gates. Those now present were merely idlers wandering within the city, and Rodard had bundled them all away into secrecy. "Enough. Silence." Lyn raised his hand, interrupting the chaotic scene. "You now have an opportunity to prove your loyalty. Help this lord identify the unfamiliar faces among you. All who are not local residents, step to the left." Lyn reasoned that since the task was to uncover a spy rather than identify traitors, it was likely that the individual was not from the area. This reflected the skills of an experienced gamer, possessing the necessary reading ability to navigate rigid game tasks. Soon, the scene devolved into chaos once more. The fishing village port was already small, with fewer than 300 inhabitants, and outsiders were even rarer. The local residents generally fished in groups and mostly knew each other. After a short while, only 5 or 6 remained after the 30-plus apprehended were filtered out. Upon witnessing this, Lin felt a flicker of hope, realizing there was potential for success. Chapter 4. Achievement activated. The three-eyed raven of the Sacredwood Forest seemed to witness a brilliant comet streaking across the sky, as if a wound had appeared on the purplish-red canopy, bleeding in the endless night that symbolized the continent of Westeros. Lin had several suspicious outsiders escorted, their mouths bound with black cloth. They traversed the streets and arrived at the city walls. The captain of the guards, Hood, was anxiously orchestrating the city's defenses. Observing his lord's peculiar actions, he approached with a retainer. There are pirates infiltrating the fortress. One of these individuals must be among them. I believe you may have a method to discern which one it is, Lin quietly explained, gesturing toward the 5 gagged men nearby. Hood initially paused, then confidently replied, "Of course, my lord." A malicious grin suddenly crept across Hood's lips as he leaned closer to Lin's ear. "My lord, I can identify the pirate spy, though I wonder, do you wish for him alive or dead?" "Alive. I wish to interrogate him personally," Lin decisively responded. The system's task required capture. Killing him would jeopardize his ability to earn points. Understood, Hood acknowledged, leading the suspects toward the watchtower, where he instructed several fishermen to fetch ropes. Hood, his face a mask of ferocity, removed the black cloth from each man's mouth, then brutally kicked each one in the rear, sending them sprawling to the ground. He produced the ropes, approaching the first fallen man, roughly binding his hands together. The dark-skinned man widened his eyes in confusion, as if he wished to speak, but was silenced by Hood's fierce glare. As Hood bound him, he lamented, "The Earl of White Harbor has sent reinforcements. The pirate lord of Biting Bay seeks to negotiate with my lord, but we must first surrender their spy. Yet we have no idea which of you is their pirate brother. So, I will hang you at the city gate. If the Biting Bay pirates are sincere, they will come to identify you. If it is a ruse, you shall await your fate at the watchtower." Hood's weathered face, cracked and scarred from sun and wind, was a sight that evoked dread. At that moment, his half-truths effectively intimidated the men. The individuals sprawled on the city wall, awaiting their bindings, instinctively raised their heads, peering through the crenellations toward the outside. They indeed spotted the pirates standing at a distance, seemingly devoid of any immediate plans to assault the city. On the opposite hillside, knights clad in armor wielding the banner of White Harbor stood in a line, vigilant. This sight lent some credence to Hood's words. 2 men, anxious about the prospect of being strung up at the city wall or becoming living targets for the pirates, wore expressions of distress. Yet, intimidated by Hood's fierce demeanor, they remained silent. The remaining 3 buried their heads in the ground, their expressions obscured, seemingly resigned to their fate. As Hood prepared to bind the last individual, a relatively fair-skinned, portly man with a greasy appearance, that man struggled fiercely, deflecting Hood's hand as he reached for the rope. "Let me go. I am the uncle of King Sid of Biting Bay. Release me, or you shall never negotiate." Witnessing this scene, Lin raised an eyebrow. He had not anticipated that the most unlikely-looking individual would turn out to be a relative of a pirate. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Lin turned on his heel, hands clasped behind his back, leaving with a buoyant demeanor as he declared, "Break their legs and imprison them." He added, "Hood, instruct the residents below to cease their labors. Reinforcements have arrived. Prepare your retinue for an offensive at Fisherman's Port." Observing the young lord's light-hearted departure, Hood's expression darkened. He had assumed that the reinforcements Lin mentioned were cavalry from White Harbor, having only recently departed from the White Harbor Guards to arrive at Fisherman's Port. Hood felt compelled to counsel Lin that the White Harbor folk were not to be trusted. Yet, as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he hesitated, uncertain how to broach the subject. By the time Lin's figure vanished into the distance beyond the city walls, Hood let out a sigh, realizing he had failed to voice his concerns. After all, White Harbor was ostensibly the superior city to Fisherman's Port, and he feared that his unsolicited advice might provoke the Lord's ire. Lin's reinforcements were, of course, not from White Harbor. He was in high spirits, having successfully completed the task of capturing the corpulent middle-aged man, which earned him a delightful reward from the system, a point redemption card. Upon returning to the Lord's estate, Lin eagerly activated the system. Ding. "Welcome, host, to the explosive troop system." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have drawn 161 points, surpassing the level 1 system's maximum point redemption limit of 160 points. Achievement unlocked, Epic Luck." Ding. "Achievement unlocked, Epic Luck, reward, a Valyrian steel dagger." Lin was elated. Not only had he exceeded the point limit, but he had also achieved epic luck. However, he pondered why it was merely epic luck and not epic emperor. He had no time for such musings, as the system's reward left him in awe. A Valyrian steel dagger. What a splendid item. Valyrian steel, forged during the era of the freehold of Valyria, was a potent metal, if shaped into a sword. Its blade could forever retain its sharpness, possessing a strength far superior to that of ordinary iron swords while being remarkably lightweight. In terms of the real world, this material closely resembled Damascus steel, yet was a fantastical creation imbued with magical elements. Thus, Valyrian steel was one of the few substances, aside from dragonglass, capable of slaying White Walkers, although this knowledge was not common among the populace. The few Valyrian steel swords crafted were predominantly owned by the illustrious families of Westeros, passed down through generations. In a flash of brilliance, Carlos suddenly felt a weight at his waist. A sheathed dagger had materialized, hanging at his side. Lyn did not immediately inspect the Valyrian steel blade, for nearly 300 members of the explosive troop awaited their attire on the training grounds. Observing their current state, clad in shorts and showcasing their muscles, Lyn, whose physique was somewhat slender, felt a surge of frustration. In this world of formidable men, being slight of build could easily lead to a sense of inferiority. The esteemed Lannister family had a certain diminutive imp who suffered greatly from this very predicament. With 161 points at his disposal, Lyn could redeem 161 pieces of padded armor. He did not hesitate nor covet chainmail or plate armor. Pragmatically, he converted all his points into padded armor, prioritizing the foot soldiers' equipment. Before long, the sight of 161 muscular men simultaneously donning their attire on the training grounds was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Lyn stood on the central platform, brimming with confidence. Chapter 5. Overwhelming Force. The Lannister encampment was nestled between the river and King S Road, stretching for miles. As night descended, it draped all banners in darkness. Tyrion, the imp, after a day of marching, felt the ache throughout his body and finally liberated himself from the incessant counsel of his father, Tywin Lannister. This evening, he had intended to indulge in a drunken revelry, but now his attention was drawn to the woman before him. Is she the one? He inquired of his squire, Podrick. Podrick nodded, revealing that the woman had been acquired from a knight. She rose gracefully, gazing down at Tyrion from her height of over 5 feet. Yes, my lord, and she can speak for herself, should you desire it. The imp found this amusing and introduced himself with a smile. I am Tyrion of House Lannister, known to many as the imp. My name is Shay, and guests often refer to me as such, she replied. Podrick laughed heartily, and Tyrion couldn't help but smirk. Then, please, step into the tent, Shay. Tyrion lifted the flap for her, and upon entering, he lit a candle. He scrutinized her closely with the flame's flicker. Podrick had indeed made a fine choice. Shay appeared to be around 18, with deep, doe-like eyes and flowing black hair. Her slender, compact form was strikingly beautiful, often adorned with expressions of shyness, pride, or mischief. Tyrion was thoroughly pleased. My lord, shall I undress? The woman inquired. Wait a moment, Shay. Are you truly a whore? If it pleases you, my lord, think of me as such, she replied with feigned gravity. Little sister, knowing the truth would indeed please me. Is that so? Then you must pay double, she retorted. Tyrion believed they were a perfect match. I am a Lannister. Gold is no object, and you shall find me a generous man. Outside Fisherman's Port, pirates and White Harbor Knights, perched on the hills, eager to witness the siege, were suddenly greeted by a resounding blast of horns. This was the standard call to arms, yet they were momentarily perplexed as to why such a signal emerged from the besieged fortress. Could it be that the young lord inside, seeing their siege engines nearly ready, intended to march out to certain death? The pirates thought. However, Hood, the captain of the guards, standing atop the wall, held a different perspective. Observing the explosive troop emerging from the lord's estate, he realized that the reinforcements Lyn had spoken of were indeed real and not the knights from White Harbor atop the hills. The infantry commander, Rod Art, and the archery commander, Harry Kane, lined up the explosive troop within the city gates. Hood, maintain your watch over the walls and prevent White Harbor and the pirates from taking advantage of the chaos. Any who dare approach shall be dealt with on the spot. Lyn instructed, disregarding the astonished expression of the guard captain. The latter, somewhat dazed, nodded in affirmation. Then, at Lyn's signal, the battle horns echoed from within Fisherman's Port's castle. Outside the castle gates lay a stretch of sandy beach leading to the fishing port, flanked by rising hills. The pirates, landing from the harbor, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, had congregated in the low-lying center of the beach. Lyn prepared to launch a frontal assault with 100 fully armored infantry and 61 archers. while the remaining 139 troops would flank from both sides. As long as they could swiftly seize the slopes on either side, they would have a commanding advantage, allowing the archers to cover the pirates in the middle, creating a pincer movement. Victory in this battle was assured. The battle horns, deep and resonant, filled the air with a mournful tone, joining the cacophony of this bloody symphony. The gates of Fisherman's Port Castle swung wide open, unleashing the shouting assault troops. As the archers sprinted forward, they deftly strung their bows and unleashed a torrential downpour of arrows, not seeking precision in their shots, but rather aiming to suppress the pirates, who were momentarily caught off guard. Lynn stood poised between the venerable Scholar Hill and the captain of the guards upon the watchtower of the city walls, surveying the scene. The infantry charged forth with remarkable speed, raising their battle axes and swords as they approached the pirates, readying themselves for a counterattack. Under the radiant sun along the coast, their weapons glimmered with a menacing and brutal sheen. Long live the explosive brigade! Lynn heard the cotton-armored soldiers shout loudly as the rain of arrows fell once more. His expression darkened instantly, vowing to change the slogan next time to something more fitting, perhaps something like Dalmatia, which he found quite appealing. Captain Hood gripped the wooden post of the battlements with both hands, transfixed by the unfolding scene outside. As the first wave of reinforcements from the Lord clashed with the pirates ahead, cutting them down with ease, he observed the slaughter, witnessing the brutal retaliation against the unprepared pirates at Fisherman's Port. Hood realized that victory in this battle was inevitable for the fortress of Fisherman's Port. However, when he raised his gaze to the earthen slopes flanking the valley, he beheld the archers clad only in trousers, forming long lines atop the hills. Like seasoned marksmen training to shoot at ducks, they expertly drew their bows time and again, sending a steady stream of lethal arrows into the throngs of pirates. He believed this would be a complete rout. Accustomed to the bloodshed, Hood's heart raced wildly, and glancing sideways at the tense expression of Lord Lynn, he lowered his head even further. This was a one-sided massacre, and Lynn, witnessing the might of the explosive brigade, stood motionless, blinking in disbelief. The warriors on the sandy banks of the valley were engaged in a frenzied slaughter, with the robust soldiers and pirates either wielding their weapons to kill or falling prey to death themselves. Sounds of clashing echoed from afar, snaps of broken spears, the metallic clank of swords meeting shields, and the peculiar cries of "Long live the explosive brigade." As Lynn understood that keeping his eyes open was futile, he closed them, focusing intently on the sounds. He could hear the thundering of hooves, the splashing of iron boots in shallow waters, the dull thud of swords cleaving through oak shields. And it seemed the pirates were increasingly forced to leap into the frigid sea. Yet it was to no avail, as long as there were survivors. The infantry and arrows of the explosive brigade would continue to meet them head-on. Gradually, the cacophony diminished, ultimately yielding to a mournful silence, leaving only a faint wailing. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a blood-red hue upon the sea, Lynn inhaled deeply. This was level 1 of the explosive brigade. Although the opposition was not a regular army, merely a band of undisciplined pirates, the disparity in strength was staggering. Lynn found it hard to believe, opening his eyes to see the astonished, somewhat dazed face of the old Scholar Hill. "Are there not many golden dragons in the pirate's lair?" he inquired, perusing the information on his system panel. Current upgrade experience, 301,100. His eyes sparkled with fervor. Yet, it seemed that Hill had not caught his question. The old scholar, flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "My lord, I swear, for every 10 of those damned pirates that fall, we lose less than 1. Lynn was speechless, realizing that Hill was merely counting the bodies. Chapter 6, New System Options. On the shores of Fisherman's Port, the sun had yet to fully set. The beach glimmered like gold in the sunset's glow, while the blood-stained sea shimmered ominously, reminiscent of a hellish sea of blood. Lynn commanded his subordinates to strip the intact armor from the pirate corpses, convinced that assembling the remaining basic defensive equipment for the explosive brigade would pose little trouble. The knights from Whiteport arrived at the gates of the fortress of Fisherman's Port. Scholar Hill gazed down at the knights below, their armor dazzlingly silver, their helmets seemingly polished to perfection, gleaming and imposing. "My lord, shall we admit them?" the old scholar asked, waking from his victorious stupor with uncertainty. Lynn nodded, patting the battlements. "We have no choice. We must win over and stabilize the people of Whiteport if we are to seize the Isles of the Three Sisters without hesitation. But, my lord, have you not always been reluctant to pay taxes and conscription?" "Of course. And besides, with only a handful of guards, paying for conscription would render me a mere figurehead." The old scholar misunderstood Lynn's intent, believing he planned to acquiesce to taxes and military service. Previously, Hill had advocated for the payment of taxes to secure the protection of the Whiteport's Eel family. However, upon witnessing the Knights of Whiteport watching the life-and-death struggle at Fisherman's Port from a distance, selfishly and indifferently, the angered old scholar completely shifted his stance. The peace faction had now transformed into the war faction. Captain Hood also bore no good will towards the people of Whiteport, especially since one of the knights among them was an old acquaintance, one who had always looked down on him, deriding his appearance. That individual now stood outside the city gates, atop a proud warhorse, gazing up with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Lynn interrupted the old scholar, saying, "We did not pay before, because we were too weak, and we shall not pay now, for I truly have no money." Internally, he lamented his lack of funds, having not even a single copper coin to his name. He said to Hood, "You handle these people. The utmost goodwill we can extend from Fisherman's Port is to share a portion of the spoils we have seized as a substitute for taxes." Lynn had no desire to meet these knights personally, were it not for his insufficient power to act freely. He might have even considered ordering the guards on the walls to unleash a volley of arrows upon them. Feeling stifled by his mature and pragmatic thoughts for the greater good, Lynn withdrew from the battlements, knowing that his wounded soldiers of the explosive brigade required treatment and care. As the war commenced and casualties began to mount within the explosive brigade, the system unveiled a new option, the explosive merchant shop. Upon returning to his residence, Lynn finally had the opportunity to access the system menu and explore the newly added explosive merchant shop section in detail. Explosive Brigade System Merchant Shop. Lynn briefly scanned the offerings, discovering that the shop was divided into three main categories: the explosive armory, the explosive medical station, and the explosive assembly call. The items available at the armory differed significantly from the armor redeemable with points. Here, all the items were buffs or enhancement-type weapons. For instance, the Infantry General's Command Knife increased the combat effectiveness of nearby infantry by 10, while the Archer General's Command Sword improved the accuracy of nearby archers by 10. The Silver Bull Command Horn boosted the morale of the entire explosive brigade by 30. The effects of these items were extraordinary, yet their prices were exorbitant, the cheapest. The Commander's Boots, which greatly enhanced the Commander's mobility, along with the Weapon Sharpening Stone, which could quickly restore a weapon's edge 10 times, each cost 50 points. Most other items were priced above 200 points, with the most expensive item currently unlocked in the armory being the Silver Bull Command Horn, priced at a staggering 600 points. And it was a one-time use item. Lynn gazed at the vibrant red numbers atop the marketplace. Currently available points: 0. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He had little desire to peruse the offerings within the barracks of the exploding troops or the assembly call, for with no assets, he felt unworthy of browsing. As nightfall approached, Lynn made his way to the training grounds, striding toward the wooden platform. Rodart and Harry Kane led a group of individuals, brandishing torches as they ascended the steps, each covered in grime, their armor dented, yet laughter echoed among them. Two soldiers trailed behind, dragging a disheveled man with a thick beard, his body smeared with layers of blood. Lynn took his position atop the wooden platform. Beneath him stood a row of soldiers from the exploding troops, who promptly shoved the captured man up onto the stage. The bandit leader, Rodart, proclaimed loudly. The captive struggled to lift his head, licking his cracked lips, and replied, biting King's steed. This was the victor's judgment upon the vanquished, and the pirate chief understood. He humbly knelt, a wound on his head causing blood to trickle down one cheek, glistening like dark pitch in the firelight of the night. "My lord, I would gladly offer a ransom." A smirk curled at the edges of Lynn's mouth. "Your grace, I require no ransom from you. Merely disclose the whereabouts of all the treasures you have plundered and hidden within the Three Sisters Isles." Steed's countenance darkened, for the young lord before him was astonishingly avaricious. He retorted with derision, "My lord, I fear you shall find not a single gold dragon upon that isle." "Such a pity." Lynn responded coldly. "Shall we execute him?" "My lord, the exploding troops will scour the island 3 feet deep for you." Harry Kane ventured to inquire, suggesting the beheading of this insolent wretch. "No." Lynn waved his hand, grasping the Valyrian dagger at his waist. "He remains more useful alive. I intend to send him to White Harbor, to be transported by their ships to the Dreadfort. I hear the flaying man is currently short on population due to the war." "No, Istave." The pirate king of Biting Bay trembled, lowering his once proud head and gritting his teeth. "My lord, I am willing to offer up all my treasures. If only you would spare my life. You are a clever man, and thus you understand your demise is inevitable. However, in light of your willingness to surrender your treasure, I shall arrange for a sea burial," Lynn stated matter-of-factly. The latter's lips quivered momentarily, yet he uttered not a word. Take him away, shackle him, and ensure my esteemed guest does not escape, Lynn commanded. Arrange proper care for the injured. Rodart organized his men to rest well tonight, as they would set sail for the Three Sisters Isles at dawn, reminding them to distribute the seized armor. Lynn continued to issue orders. Additionally, ensure extra patrols are sent outside the fishing village port at night. Should the ravens of White Harbor take flight from the city, they must all be shot down. News from here cannot be allowed to escape. If the Knights of the Obsidian demand an exorbitant price due to my acquisition, I would not mind adding a few more corpses to the sea awaiting the morning tide outside the fishing village port. Chapter 7. Preparation. After forming an alliance with House Fry, Robb swiftly departed from River Run with his army. He dispatched 2,000 men to feign an assault on Tywin Lannister's main forces while leading the bulk of his troops to ambush the besieging army outside the crag. The proud Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, the glittering knight renowned for never knowing the meaning of waiting, indeed fell effortlessly into the trap. Robb captured him. However, the people of King's Landing remained blissfully unaware of this turn of events. Arya, having narrowly escaped, was famished as she wandered the alleys of King's Landing, hoping to trade the pigeon in her arms for food, but the vendors shooed her away. In that moment, she heard the dreadful news. Her father, Ned, had been taken to the Great September of Baelor as a traitor. She collapsed, releasing the pigeon as she was swept along with the crowd. Climbing atop the statue of Baelor, she spotted her father being led out. Ned emerged from the hall, flanked by 2 guards, and he too caught sight of his daughter. As he passed by Uncle Benjen and the Night's Watchman, the Crow Euron, he called out, "Baelor! Baelor!" Soon, Uncle Benjen noticed Arya beneath the statue. The 3 fools stood beside Queen Cersei and King Joffrey, watching Ned in his disheveled state, struggling to suppress their tears, while Peter Baelish could not contain his smug grin. In the end, to protect his family, Ned confessed to treason. "I confess that His Grace, Joffrey Baratheon, is the one true heir to the Iron Throne." Joffrey, wearing a smug smile, expressed his satisfaction and promptly declared the verdict. "My mother believes Ned should be exiled to the Night's Watch, and my betrothed, Sansa Stark, has pleaded for mercy on multiple occasions." Joffrey, with an air of arrogance, continued, "However, that is merely their womanly compassion. Traitors must be dealt with severely. Executioner, behead him." Everyone was taken aback by the unpredictable actions of the new king, Joffrey. Arya leapt from the statue, drawing her sword in an attempt to save her father. But Uncle Benjen restrained her tightly, preventing her from witnessing Ned's execution. Ned glanced at the accusing crowd, then turned his gaze to the statue, realizing his youngest daughter Arya had vanished. He bowed his head. In that moment, merely a father deeply in love with his daughter, the notion of glory rendered insignificant. He chose family over all, ultimately sacrificing both his life and honor. Damn! The morning at the fishing village fort. Rodart was ordered to escort 100 members of the exploding troops, bringing the pirate King Steed of Biting Bay to the islands of the Three Sisters in search of treasure. The ships for their departure were readily available. The slain pirates had provided them with large vessels for the voyage. They only needed to hire experienced fishermen from the city as sailors. Lynn stood upon the balcony of his residence, watching his troops exit the city. He had faith in the loyalty of the exploding troops. These men would not covet the gold dragons that belonged to him. Thus, he had no intention of allowing any other guards to partake in the treasure-seeking mission. As he observed the departing figures, he hoped that the pirate King Steed had not deceived him. Otherwise, what awaited him would not be a sea burial, but rather the lethal poison concocted overnight by the old Scholar Hill. After breakfast, he intended to visit the infirmary to check on the wounded soldiers. He had lost nearly 45 members of the exploding troops in this battle, with approximately 60 more injured, which greatly troubled him. Lacking funds, there was little he could do. In fact, even the provisions for Rodart's expedition and the payment for hiring fishermen were on credit. The creditors, of course, were not the system. The exploding system was not so generous and offered no such value-added services. Upon learning of the Lord's difficulties, Old Scholar Hill proactively offered assistance. A fisherman in the city happened to be the old man's fellow villager, and Hill hoped he could persuade this fisherman to purchase a seized, derelict pirate ship at a discounted price. Lynn surveyed the vessel with its 4 broken masts. The paint long since peeled away, revealing its original color, and agreed. However, a mere fisherman could only temporarily lend a limited amount of money to the Lord. The 20 silver stags merely spun in Lynn's hand before swiftly vanishing into nothingness. Lynn instructed the members of the regiment to erect tents in a vacant lot behind the mansion using the confiscated tattered canvas, temporarily accommodating the injured soldiers from the explosive unit within. He called upon inexpensive women to assist in caring for the wounded. believing that those adept at stitching fishing nets would surely comprehend the art of suturing wounds. However, upon the arrival of the women, the infirmary was soon filled with a cacophony of anguished cries. Lin had forgotten that these women, accustomed to handling coarse materials, were less adept at tending to delicate injuries. He lingered at the entrance of the infirmary for a moment, hearing the robust screams of the injured soldiers and feeling a weight lift from his heart. Thus refraining from entering to avoid causing disruption. Returning to the mansion, the chief of guards, Hood, appeared before him, expressing a desire for Lin to prepare a lavish luncheon immediately. Still digesting his breakfast, Lin retorted, "Have you lost your mind?" In truth, he was more concerned about the meager provisions remaining in the kitchen. Hood clarified, "My lord, as long as it appears sumptuous, it suffices. We have an abundance of sea fish here. As long as every dish is prepared with it, the cost will be negligible." Lin inquired, "But why should I host those White Harbor folk for no reason?" Hood's fierce visage softened with a flattering smile. The Knights of White Harbor had consented to take only a third of the spoils to offset this year's taxes and military duties, claiming to report to Lord Eel that the fishing village harbor had recently endured a grueling battle and required time to recuperate. Only a third? When did these people become so benevolent? Lin mused. "My lord, we are still relinquishing half the spoils. Yet these White Harbor Knights intend to take the remainder for 50 silver stags." Lin quickly calculated the figures, cursing the Knights for their avarice. However, upon further reflection, it appeared that he would incur no significant loss. Surrendering the anticipated half of the spoils would spare him a hassle, ultimately leaving him with a surplus of silver stags. He clapped Hood on the shoulder with satisfaction, a contented smile gracing his face. Guests moved about the dining table, exchanging toasts and laughter. A large black dog, with its round, glistening eyes, caught wind of the aromas of fish and chicken, skillfully navigating between the legs of the gathered crowd beneath the long table, happily gnawing on discarded bones and reveling in the feast. Seated at the head of the table, Lin observed Hood and the Knights from White Harbor engaged in animated conversation. Each guest flushed with intoxication. Seizing a moment amidst their toasting, he inquired, "Might you enlighten me on the destinations accessible by the ships of White Harbor? I wish to explore other parts of Westeros." The leader of the White Harbor Knights, with a smug grin, kicked the languid black dog aside and looked up at Lin, saying, "My lord, you wish to transport the spoils for trade, I presume? White Harbor's vessels can reach any corner of the Westeros continent, with the finest captains and sailors to be found there." Disregarding his air of superiority, Lin received the answer he sought and raised his goblet in a toast to him. Watching the White Harbor men indulge once more, he smiled in satisfaction. Lin, however, had no intention of hiring a ship from White Harbor. Instead, he was preparing to quietly amass explosive soldiers on a distant island. Thus, establishing a fleet had become imperative. Given that White Harbor housed skilled first mates and sailors familiar with the entirety of Westeros' coastline, the most prudent course of action would not be to hire them, but rather to devise a method to entice them away. Chapter 8. A modicum of integrity remains. Winterfell. Ned Stark is second son, Bronn Stark, once again dreamt of the three-eyed raven. Following the raven's guidance, his father Ned appeared in the crypts. Bran wished to see him, but due to his disability, his stout servant, Hodder, was too frightened to descend the stairs, leaving the wildling maid Osha to assist him. Each departed Stark was memorialized with a statue in the crypts for posterity to mourn, and the significance of Bran's dream was unmistakable. Upon arriving in the crypts, Bran introduced Osha to each statue, saying, "This is my grandfather, burned by the Mad King. This is my Aunt Lynna, who was coveted by Robert, but carried away by the Mad King's eldest son, Rhaegar, prompting a war. Though Robert killed Rhaegar, my aunt ultimately perished." Osha listened silently, cradling Bran as they ventured deeper within. Turning a corner, Bran held a torch to illuminate the darkness. He whispered, "That is where I saw my father." Naturally, Ned would not appear again. Instead, a great direwolf emerged, belonging to his brother Rickon. Rickon too had experienced a similar dream. Osha carried Bran back to the castle's surface, believing the children were indulging in fanciful thoughts. However, upon seeing Maester Luwin standing before them, Osha sensed impending trouble. Indeed, Maester Luwin soon confirmed the authenticity of Bran and Rickon's dreams with a sorrowful expression and a letter in hand. At that moment, the wolf spirits of Bran and Rickon began to awaken gradually, just as certain members of House Targaryen possessed the blood of dragons. Some Stark family members bore the essence of wolves. Is this the famed direwolf? Lin mused, observing the options available for purchase in the explosive soldier system's marketplace. He was astonished to see direwolves, black bears, and even baby dragons among them. His gaze ignited with fervor, yet without wolf spirit or dragon blood. He wondered if he could nurture a personal magical beast from a young age. The chief of guards, Hood, approached. Lin exited the system, noticing Hood crouched down, his hand resting on the head of the lazy black dog, tousling its fur as if he were grooming his own unkempt hair. "You ought to wash your hair," Lin remarked, somewhat discomfited by Hood's dirty locks. Yes, my lord," Hood stammered, momentarily taken aback. "I shall return to clean up after reporting." Lin recognized that instilling a sense of hygiene among the men would require a gradual approach. He turned his face and asked, "Have those White Harbor folk departed with their belongings?" Hood crouched again to pat the lazy black dog's head before standing up and extending a bag filled with silver stags. "They have left. They must hurry to the next town." Lin nodded, weighing the bag of silver stags in his hand before tucking it into his cloak. Those fellows had taken half of his spoils for 50 silver stags, and although it spared him some taxes, he still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The local prices were approximately 1 copper for a roasted sausage and a mug of ale, with a silver stag equating to 56 coppers. At current rates, a copper was roughly worth $5, making a silver stag worth $280, while a gold dragon was equivalent to 210 silver stags, or $58,800. Remembering that he possessed a special occupational drawing card yet to be utilized, he hoped to draw a steward to assist with financial management. As the two conversed, a servant approached, carrying a tray with 2 cups of wine. Lin settled upon a bench within the estate, accepting a wine cup from a servant. After taking a sip, he curiously inquired of Hood, who had no time to drink, why the luncheon was served with sour wine, which was both unpleasant and sharp to the palate, while the malt liquor's sweetness was truly intoxicating. The head of the guards, Hood, chuckled. "My lord is generous. It is indeed fortunate to have sour wine at all. Fine malt liquor in White Harbor can fetch as much as 5 copper pieces a cup. Such an extravagant price." Lin's eyes brightened at this revelation. He believed it prudent to find a sustainable revenue stream for his precious gold system. After all, formidable adversaries like the affluent pirate steed were rare and difficult to encounter. Glancing at his cup, Lin turned to Hood and asked, "Is our malt liquor brewed in-house?" Hood replied with a smile, "The folk of the North are fond of drinking, yet they lack the skill in brewing. Most of the North's beverages are sour, bitter, and unpalatable." Lin picked a roasted onion dripping with brown gravy from a platter held by a nearby servant and bit into it, producing a delightful crunch. A smile brightened his face, his eyes sparkling with subtle delight. After expressing his gratitude for Lin's generous hospitality, Hood departed to patrol the territory on Lin's behalf. Beyond the castle, he also needed to escort his guards on patrol in the nearby marshlands. Some refugees in the vicinity often took to indiscriminately chopping down trees in the woods of the fishing village's domain and hunting wild beasts therein. Hood found this utterly intolerable. Within the boundaries of the fishing village's territory, all should rightfully belong to Lord Lin. Hood's sense of territorial protection was commendably diligent. The presence of the mercenary companies stationed at the fishing village had gone largely unnoticed by the local populace. The simple folk merely regarded these mercenaries as hired help from their lord. As for the old scholar Seal and Hood, who were privy to a few secrets, Lin claimed to have a distant relative among the great lords of Dorne at the southernmost tip of the continent. He asserted that these reinforcements were hired with his assistance, and that more mercenaries would soon arrive by sea. When questioned about the necessity of calling for help from a so-called great lord relative, Lin deliberately chose to remain enigmatic. Old Scholar Seal deemed this to be a sign of maturity and cunning on Lin's part, affirming the ambition he perceived in Lin's demeanor. Hood, however, was unconcerned. As a typical common knight of Westeros, he understood that it was the truth to maintain loyalty and adhere to his station. Rodard had taken foot soldiers to the Isle of the Sisters to seize the pirate steed's treasure and scout suitable locations for establishing a refuge. Until their return, Lin found his options rather limited. He entered his study, closed the door, and requested that the servants not disturb him for the time being. "Welcome, host, to the explosive soldier system." Lin activated the system. As he browsed through the array of magical beasts in the marketplace collection, his gaze shifted to the medical facility menu. The Level 1 explosive soldier system had unlocked only one feature in the medical section: Explosive Medic, equipped with a surgical scalpel, capable of treating any injured soldier. Limited to explosive soldiers. Required points, 5. Lin sighed in dismay. 5 points equated to half a gold dragon or 140 silver stags, an expense he could not currently afford. He then opened his backpack, where a golden card pack lay quietly inside. It was the first recharge gift package reward, a random draw for a special profession card: Ranger, Traveler, Steward, Assassin, or Gladiator Swordsman. Lin smiled faintly. Aside from the seemingly useless Traveler, the other options appeared promising. With a probability of 1 in 5, He felt confident in his luck. He clicked to open it. A delightful chime resounded from the system. Please wait while the system is drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the special profession of traveler. A smile abruptly froze in the air. Chapter 9, Recruitment, Part 1. Beneath the Wall of Despair, at Castle Black, Jon Snow, the bastard son of the former North's Guardian Ned Stark, thwarted the White Walkers from slaying the 997th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont. He foiled the White Walkers' conspiracy to eliminate the Lord Commander and breach the wall. To express his gratitude, Mormont bestowed upon Jon the ancestral Longclaw sword, which had been passed down through his family for 5 centuries, even thoughtfully replacing the bear's head on the hilt with a wolf's head. Jon gazed at the Valyrian steel blade of Longclaw, taken aback by the gift. At that moment, Lyn observed a figure suddenly appear before him. A wave of melancholy washing over him. The man's visage was sharp and gaunt, akin to a craggy cliff, with gray-blue eyes that perpetually sparkled with mirth. Clad in a gray cloak typical of long-traveling wanderers, he wore high leather boots, a wide belt with a silver buckle, and a string of small talismans around his neck. Traveler, what skills do you possess? Lyn scrutinized this elite profession he had drawn, struggling to discern any special attributes. Facing the elderly man with a hint of disinterest, Lyn mused that perhaps he should wash his hands before the next card draw. My duty is to wander, my lord, the traveler replied with a smile. Your duty is to wander? You truly are a remarkable individual. Why are you not a pilot, capable of taking flight? Lyn suppressed his emotions, inhaling deeply before stepping closer, forcing a strained smile. At your age, embarking on perilous travels could be dangerous. If you possess any management skills, you could remain in the castle as a steward. Lyn made one last attempt. However, the traveler was entirely resistant to this notion. He stubbornly raised his head, staring blankly at Lyn, and obstinately corrected him. My lord, I am a traveler. This is my mission. Without my mission, I shall soon fade away. Is that what you wish to see? Lyn was momentarily rendered speechless by this statement, unable to provide a positive response. After a pause, he blinked and asked, Where do you intend to travel? It must require considerable funds, I presume. He quickly added, Recently, your master, I, have been facing bankruptcy. The traveler waved his hand dismissively, explaining in a hoarse, aged voice. No, my lord, a traveler does not require much provision. If you provide me with a horse, I shall roam and find my own way to survive. Lyn could see that this old man truly cherished his journeys. His dull eyes sparkled with newfound vigor at the prospect of continuing as a traveler. Reluctantly, Lyn accepted this outcome and finally asked, Then, esteemed traveler, I shall fund you a horse, but what shall you bring me upon your return? The old man proudly replied, You may call me Ali Baba. When I return, I shall bring you a large basket. Gold. Lyn's interest was piqued. A basket full of stories, my lord. Ali Baba took one of the few horses from the stable and departed, a joyful expression adorning his face. A bitter taste lingered at the corners of his mouth as Lyn pondered the rather unfortunate career he had stumbled into. Was this a story gathering? Good grief. With no suitable steward in sight, Lyn resolved to take on these mundane tasks himself. He instructed the old scholar to pen a list of personnel he sought to recruit on a piece of parchment and had his attendant post it on the castle's notice board. Sailors were needed. Male, aged between 20 and 40, and of robust constitution. The monthly remuneration was set at 8 silver deer. Blacksmiths were sought, with no restrictions on gender. Aged 18 and above, possessing forging experience, for a monthly wage of 8 copper silver deer. Laborers were required, male, aged 18 and above, with a monthly pay of 6 silver deer. Masons were welcome, regardless of gender or age, with priority given to those who had participated in fortress construction, earning 8 silver deer monthly. An additional clause stated that exceptional swordsmen and those with stewarding experience could also apply. Suitable candidates would be granted the title of steward or even steward's assistant by the lord, with remuneration to be discussed. Barely had the notice been read when the crowd before the board erupted in chatter. A middle-aged fisherman, dark-skinned and slender, exclaimed in delight, 8 silver deer a month. That's the equivalent of 2 months' toil at sea. Yet another voice countered, but can you build a wall? Or do you have experience in constructing a fortress? I doubt you could even manage to build a latrine. What business is it of yours? Even working as a laborer isn't bad. My wife is currently mending the wounds of mercenaries who fought the day before at the Lord's residence. It's quite simple, and she earns 20 copper pennies a day. A young man chimed in. I've hunted at sea, slaying a seal that attacked our ship with my sword. Does that make me an exceptional swordsman? Scram, came a response. Being an attendant is grand, but your skills are only of use at sea. You can't even ride a horse. How could you serve as an attendant? Danny, A girl with a layer of mud smeared across her face squeezed to the front of the crowd, paying no heed to the discussions about various jobs. All her focus was on the supplementary clause at the end of the notice, the title of steward, with remuneration to be negotiated. It appeared this position could be quite promising. The Lord seemed to be in need of a steward. Dany's eyes remained fixed on the words beneath the notice. Unlike the others present, she did not require the old scholar's recruitment speech. She could read and write the elegant common script of Westeros quite well. As for what duties might entail for a steward in a minor lord's household, she had a fair understanding. Recalling her childhood in the bustling town of Runestone. As the illegitimate daughter of Edmure Tully, she had been raised alongside a maid who cared for her, making her familiar with the life and responsibilities of servants. Count me in. She raised her hand high amidst the throng, eager to sign up, thinking it worth a try. Since the Lannister army swept through the Riverlands, Runestone had been besieged by the forces of Ser Jaime Lannister, leaving her with nowhere to go but to flee alongside the maid who had looked after her since childhood to the maid's ancestral home, a fishing village port. The old scholar quickly registered Dany, informing her that an interview would take place the next day. She eagerly accepted, extricating herself from the throng at the notice board. Her heart aflutter as she raced back to share her plans for a respectable job with her former maid, Hilly. Chapter 10, Recruitment continued. Runestone. Robb and his bannermen gathered together, and this time his uncle, the newly appointed Duke of Runestone, Edmure Tully, was present. They debated whom to support as king. Was it Stannis Baratheon, who had risen in arms simultaneously, or Renly? Renly is not a king, Robb asserted. My lord, you can't possibly swear fealty to Joffrey in King's Landing. Glover exclaimed angrily. Your father died at his hands. This indicates he is a villain. Yet that does not mean Renly is a king, Robb replied. Joffrey is the eldest son of Robert, according to the laws of the realm. The throne rightfully belongs to him. If he were to die, there is still his younger brother, Tommen. The right of succession would then pass to him. Tommen is also an unmitigated Lannister, Sir Meryn pointed out. Indeed, Robb admitted, somewhat perturbed. But even if both were to perish, it still wouldn't be Renly's turn to claim the throne. He is Robert's third brother. How could he ascend before his elder brother Stannis? Lady Mormont nodded in agreement, stating, according to the order of succession among the Baratheons, Stannis is indeed more qualified than his brother Renly. But Renly was crowned at Storm's End, Meryn countered, and Highgarden supports him. Dorne will not stand idly by either. If we unite the forces of Winterfell and Runestone, within a year, we could have the Queen Mother, the Imp King, Lord Tywin, the Dwarf, and the Kingslayer all impaled on the tips of our spears in King's Landing. But what benefits can we expect from aligning with Lord Stannis? Robb insisted stubbornly. Legally, his claim to the throne precedes Renly's. Catelyn observed her eldest son, noting how much he resembled his father, Ned, in his manner of speaking, which filled her with a sense of dread. A roar erupted. You coward. At that moment, the North's most valiant and warlike bannerman, Greatjon, stood up. Both are brothers, and neither will sway me. Those Southerners are even less worthy of respect. Their gods are not real. They once bowed to the Dragon Lords. And now that the dragons are extinct, what do they have to submit to? He drew forth his fearsome greatsword, pointing at Robb. I have no issue kneeling, but only to this king. His voice thundered, long live the king in the north. Lord Karstark, likewise drawing his sword, echoed, long live the king in the north. At this, the Riverland nobles exchanged glances, rising in unison. Although their families had never been ruled by Winterfell, they all stood together, unsheathing their swords and kneeling, proclaiming an ancient title unheard for 3 centuries. Long live the king in the north. Lyn was frazzled, grappling with wave after wave of applicants. The fervor of the fishing village residents in their quest for stable employment took him completely by surprise. After a day of recruitment, he had gathered around 20 craftsmen, most of whom possessed some construction experience, having participated in the repairs of the fishing village's fortifications and drainage systems during the annual fishing downtime. A middle-aged man specializing in repairing privies was exceptionally hired by Lyn, who praised him as a talent. The man, flushed with excitement, shouted at those who had previously mocked him. Did you see that? The Lord just called me a talent. His acquaintance retorted, well, then you really are talent. Lyn could only smile wryly, shaking his head as he turned to the old scholar, Hill, who was seated beside him taking notes. How many applicants are left today? My lord, there is only one remaining, and he is here to apply for the steward position. Lyn steeled himself, hoping this candidate would not be another merchant seeking to try his luck, wearing a face full of avarice and flattery. Lyn had no desire to retain a sycophant as a steward. Dany, clad in a somewhat faded gray cotton coat, though still smudged with dirt on her face, stepped into the Lord's hall. Lin beheld a young girl with chestnut hair, approximately 14 years of age, who entered with a look of astonishment and inquired, "Are you the applicant?" "Indeed, my lord," the girl replied, her voice resonating with clarity. Lin hoped she had not misjudged the situation and reiterated, "You are applying for the position of steward?" "That is correct, my lord," Dany maintained her composure. "Well then, the interview is concluded, and I regret to inform you that you have not been selected." Lin shook his head, bemused by the absurdity of the situation, a mere child aspiring to be his head steward. Upon hearing this, the chestnut-haired girl could no longer maintain her stoicism. "Why, my lord?" she asked, her eyes wide with a hint of panic as she gazed at Lin. "You have yet to ask me any questions." Lin instinctively waved his hand and replied, "I do not employ child labor. It contravenes both law and morality." However, Dany blinked in surprise and retorted, "But, my lord, the laws of the Iron Throne state that one must be under 10 years of age to be considered a child laborer." Lin was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow and exchanging glances with the elderly scholar Hill beside him. The latter stood up respectfully and affirmed, "Indeed, my lord. According to the laws of the Iron Throne, one must be under 10 to qualify as a child laborer. By this statute, she is eligible to be an applicant." Lin found himself at a loss for words. Was it true that turning 10 exempted one from being considered a child laborer? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible, as one of the friends of his sister, who worked at the bakery, also appeared quite young. Yet, as a traveler from another world, Lin struggled to reconcile the idea of employing such a young girl. After a moment's hesitation, he intended to decline, but he was met with the girl's large, pleading eyes, filled with earnestness and desperation. Lin felt a twinge of guilt. Seizing the opportunity, the girl implored, "Please, my lord, without work, my maid and I will soon starve." Lin keenly noted the mention of a maid, his expression darkening as he queried, "You have a maid?" What a preposterous notion that a self-proclaimed starving applicant could afford to employ a maid. In truth, Lin wanted to retort that he himself did not have a maid. The girl quickly corrected, "She is my former maid." "My lord, I truly need this job. If possible, could you grant me a chance to prove myself?" Lin pondered for a moment before asking, "What is your name?" "Dany Tully." "Tully? Surely you do not hail from the esteemed Tully family of Riverrun?" Lin thought, as the name was unfamiliar to him. Yet, as he regarded the girl as lovely chestnut locks, he found himself lost in contemplation. "Please," she continued to plead. Lin drummed his fingers on the table, feeling deflated. "Very well, I shall grant you a chance to prove yourself. Come to the manor tomorrow." "Thank you, my lord," Dany exclaimed, turning on her heel and weaving through the crowd, eager to share the good news with her former maid, Hilly. With the recruitment process concluded for the day, Lin rose and glanced at the elderly scholar Hill, who was tidying up the records. He quietly inquired, "Why did my father never consider recruiting a maid for the Lord's house?" Hill paused for a moment before responding, "My lord, I can certainly investigate this matter for you." "What?" Lin was taken aback. "There are maids for sale in the black market of White Harbor." Lin blinked in surprise, rushing to catch up with the departing Hill. "Wait, that is not what I meant." Chapter 11, Questions Harrenhal. Tywin Lannister had just learned that his most favored son, Jaime, had been captured, and his face was a mask of suppressed fury. Just days prior, he had asserted that his son would not be so easily apprehended, only to receive the distressing news of Jaime's capture. The current situation was dire, with Stannis and Renly both rallying their forces, encircled on 3 fronts. Observing his father's simmering rage, Kevan Lannister suggested negotiations. Meanwhile, the imp Tyrion knocked a wine goblet from the table, ensuring everyone heard the shattering glass. It would be easier to drink from these shards than to expect Robb to come to the negotiating table after you've beheaded his father. Others began to propose ideas, but with his most cherished son in captivity, Tywin was in no mood to listen, ordering everyone else to leave, save for the imp. The first thing Tyrion thought of was to drink, but Tywin seized the wine jug from him. This time, however, Tywin personally poured a glass for Tyrion. The imp eyed his father warily, wondering what scheme he was concocting now. Tywin addressed Tyrion. "I have long considered you a dim-witted fool, but it appears your intellect is more commendable than I presumed. Indeed, had Ned not perished, we could have used him as leverage to draw Robb to the negotiating table. Alas, he has been slain by your nephew, and I must recalibrate our strategy. I shall go to Harrenhal to regroup, while you will act as my proxy for a few days, overseeing that impudent young king and his mother. Ensure they cease their mischief. Oh, and do not bring that harlot into the palace. Damn, my lord, there is a girl awaiting your summons at the gate." In the early morning, while practicing swordplay in the garden of the manor, Lin was taken aback by the servant's announcement. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, he instructed, "Show her in." As Dany was led into the courtyard by a servant of the Lord's house, she kept her head bowed, her heart fluttering with anxiety. The Lord had promised her a chance the previous day, but she was uncertain of the nature of the trial she would face. Upon entering the garden, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. A servant clad in coarse gray garments called out, "My lord, Miss Dany has arrived." Hearing this, Lynn turned around. The girl appeared to have taken special care with her appearance. Compared to the wild child from the previous day, she now looked polished and neat. Before Lynn stood a fair visage framed by cascading chestnut locks, a delicate nose, and a pair of deep dimples gracing her cheeks, truly a sight to behold. Her eyes, a shade of pale blue, seemed as though they had been washed clean, their color softened. At that moment, Dany's bright and unique gaze was slightly cast downward. Whether from shyness or trepidation, Lynn could not ascertain. Standing tall, Lynn extended his hand in welcome. "I'm pleased to see you are punctual." Dany, petite and graceful, carried herself with poise, subtly raising her chest, revealing her lovely orange shoulders. "Thank you, my lord," she replied respectfully, slowly lifting her gaze. Yet, she found herself mere steps away from the young lord, clad in shorts and a tank top, his keen black eyes surveying her with interest. Dany felt her cheeks warm. Instinctively lowering her head and uttering, "My lord," Lynn snapped back to reality, awkwardly responding with "Have you had breakfast?" Dany sensed the gaze that had been fixed upon her had shifted away, allowing her to exhale softly in relief. Regaining her composure, she performed a slight bow in accordance with noble etiquette, replying, "Yes." Lynn hesitated for a moment before asking, "Miss Tully, are you truly from the Tully family of Riverrun?" He voiced a question that lingered in his mind. He sought to clarify matters, lest any misunderstandings arise. Upon hearing the young lord, only a few years her senior, pose the anticipated question, Dany felt a sense of ease wash over her. She recounted her journey from the city of Flowing to the fishing village port in detail. In a hushed tone, she addressed him, "My lord, you may call me Dany. I'm not a legitimate member of the Tully family. The reasons I bear the Tully surname are rather intricate." Lynn observed the complex emotions displayed by the girl and furrowed his brow. "You are a bastard?" Dany nodded. Lynn responded with an O, noting that the surname for bastards in the Riverlands should be Rivers. However, the girl identified herself as Dany Tully rather than Dany Rivers, suggesting a hidden story behind her claim. Lynn had little interest in delving into this mystery, primarily because he would not have to worry about the Tully family in the future. Once Edmure Tully assumed control of Flowing City, it would not be long before this illustrious family swiftly descended into decline. Ultimately, Edmure, as the Count of Flowing City, would even become a captive of House Lannister. Lynn merely hoped for a steward of uncomplicated origins to have by his side, as fewer complications were always preferable. He redirected the conversation back to the affairs of the Lord's Manor. "Very well, Miss Dany, let us discuss business. I promise you an opportunity. Your task today will be to serve as an interviewer for the Lord's Manor, facing dozens of applicants, including masons, laborers, and even swordsmen. Do you have confidence in completing this task?" Dany bit her lip and replied, "I will do my utmost, my lord. I have learned some basics under the tutelage of a swordsman in Flowing City, and my former maid, Shireen, has performed tasks like those of a mason and laborer, so I have a general understanding of what is required." "Excellent. I intend to construct a fortress on the island. Please estimate the number of craftsmen needed. And if you have any questions, feel free to consult Scholar Hill. He is a kind old man who will be eager to assist you." Dany nodded earnestly. As she spoke of work, she quickly fell into focus, requesting a servant to bring her a quill and parchment to meticulously record Lynn's requirements. Occasionally, she posed her own inquiries. "My lord, how large do you intend the fortress to be? Should it be as grand as Flowing City? I've seen the architectural plans of Flowing City and could easily replicate them from memory." Lynn shot her a glance. "No funds." Dany did not relent, "My lord. Will your formidable army, which vanquished the pirates, be stationed in the fishing village port? Or should your commanders be dispatched to form a mercenary company? The Riverlands are in need of such manpower, and the great lords would be willing to offer substantial commissions." Lynn shook his head. "We will not be lacking in funds soon. What are the architectural plans for Flowing City? Not needed for the time being. It would be a waste of money." Chapter 12. The Mother of Dragons and the Plan on the Other Side of the Narrow Sea, in the continent of Essos, Ser Jorah Mormont, the bear, professed his deep admiration for his goddess, Daenerys Targaryen. "Your Majesty," he said, kneeling on one knee, "Daenerys, my sword is yours, my heart is yours. I beseech you, listen to me. Daenerys, I know your intentions, but please do not proceed with this." "I must," Daenerys replied, extending her pale hand to tenderly caress the bear's cheek. Her expression a mix of affection and sorrow. "No, I understand." The bear's voice brimmed with despair. "If you ascend the funeral pyre of Khal Drogo, I will not stand idly by. I cannot bear to watch you burn. Is that what you fear? Daenerys gently kissed the bear's broad forehead. Do not worry. I'm not so foolish. The bear opened his eyes. You truly will not accompany him in death? Daenerys, you swear you will not do this? I swear. As Khal Drogo's body was moved to the pyre, the sun was nearly setting. Daenerys emerged from the tent, while the other Dothraki observed in silence. Bring oil and my dragon eggs, Daenerys commanded her handmaidens. She personally placed the dragon eggs upon the funeral pyre and addressed all the Dothraki and the slaves present. Now I free you. You are no longer slaves, but those who remain will be my brothers and sisters. Soon, a large number departed, bound. Mirri Maz-Dur gazed at Daenerys, a mocking smile on the face of the priestess. Daenerys directed the bear to bind the one who conspired to harm her husband. Khal Drogo, upon the pyre. She then proclaimed to the assembly, I possess the blood of Targaryen. I am the daughter of the dragon. I swear, anyone who dares to harm, you will meet a wretched end. A voice from the wind echoed the priestess's disdain. I will not wail. Daenerys replied, You will, but I do not wish to hear your lamentations. I only seek your life. She ignited the pyre, and the priestess instantly began to scream, while Daenerys stepped into the heart of the flames. The fire blazed throughout the night. When the flames finally extinguished and the ground cooled slightly, Ser Jorah Mormont found Daenerys amidst the ashes, discovering her unharmed, sitting within the charred remnants of the pyre, her body bare and covered in soot. Her garments reduced to ash, nearly all external objects consumed by the fire. Yet, she remained unscathed. Upon her, 3 small dragons perched, their youthful eyes glowing bright red like embers as they fixed their gaze upon the approaching bear. Daenerys had long anticipated this. True dragons fear not the flames. Her brother had been killed by her husband with molten gold, yet she had repeatedly felt no pain amidst the fire. At this moment, the bear knelt in silence, and Daenerys' followers followed suit, humbly pledging their allegiance. Daenerys Targaryen rose, the black dragon on her shoulder hissed, exhaling wisps of white smoke, while the other 2 on her back unfurled their translucent wings, beating the air in unison, joining in the roar of the true dragon. A storm was born, and Daenerys ascended to become the mother of dragons. The Lord's Manor in the fishing village port would soon welcome a new steward, a young girl barely over 14. Dany, with a flurry of questions, demonstrated to Lynn her earnestness regarding the position of steward. Old Scholar Hill watched as the girl left, clutching her stack of recorded notes, and leaned closer to Lynn, smiling. She will make a fine steward. Lynn paused. I hope so. After a moment's thought, he continued, however, she lacks experience and is quite young. If necessary, please assist her. I do not wish for my steward to be looked down upon by the laborers applying for work, and the older servants in the manor may harbor some discontent. This indeed posed a concern. Old Hill fell into contemplation. Perhaps we could have Hood send a servant to assist her, Lynn suggested an opportune moment. The old scholar nodded in agreement, then cautiously observed Lynn's expression before inquiring again. I hear you are recruiting a large number of masons in preparation for the fortress? You are correct. The construction plans are still in their preliminary stages. Of course, some documents will be provided for your review, but many aspects will rely on your wisdom and experience. Lynn replied with a smile. Do you not think the fishing village port too small? That being said, the old scholar paused. It appears, my lord, that your domain does not require the recruitment of so many builders, unless you are preparing to erect a palace. Noticing the old scholar's bewildered gaze upon him, Lynn scratched his head and retorted, Do we not already possess the territory of the Sisters' Isles? After all, neither King's Landing nor the North cares for this land currently occupied by pirates. As long as we remain silent, no one will know that the Sisters' Isles belong to us. Do you intend to develop the islands? Scholar Hill inquired, somewhat astonished. Lynn nodded, affirming its inevitability. However, this is merely preliminary work. I must venture to larger cities to recruit additional manpower. Old Hill gazed seriously at Lynn. He had to admit that the young lord had indeed transformed significantly, developing a newfound ambition. Yet, sifting through his memories, the old scholar still could not ascertain Lynn's intentions for that isolated archipelago. The land there was quite barren and flat. Establishing a new kingdom akin to the Iron Islands, fortified as an independent realm, seemed almost impossible. Lynn harbored no aspirations of constructing a truly independent and formidable kingdom there. However, the establishment of a sanctuary for the mercenary corps, along with a base for commercial production, was an entirely different matter. With his own trading convoy, leveraging the geographical position of the Sisters' Isles at Bite Bay, he would soon ensure that Westeros remembered his name. The rationale behind selecting Bite Bay was simple. To the north lay his own fishing village as a supply point, while to the left was the most critical choke point of Westeros, Neck. Moreover, The two major cities of Neck, Greywater Watch, and the port of Carlin were in close proximity. To the south, one could access the Vale of Arryn and the Trident River. With promising commercial projects, development would pose no issue. Lynn brimmed with confidence, especially as he had already identified his first promising venture, the malt liquor favored by the Northmen. Chapter 13. Initial objectives. During lunchtime, Lynn occupied the head of the table, with Danny, somewhat apprehensive, seated across from him. I heard you managed to recruit all the applicants in one go this morning. Lynn set down his fork and dabbed his mouth with a napkin. Danny chewed her food slowly, while the captain of the guards, Hood, and Scholar Hill, seated to his right, turned their attention towards the newcomer, who had the opportunity to dine with the Lord. The meat was too large for Danny to swallow at once, causing her to puff her cheeks as she nodded vigorously. Yes, my lord, they are all decent individuals, including 20 craftsmen and 3 brewers. But I heard that most of them were merely fishermen before, and those 3 brewers were just women helping in his kitchen. Lynn squinted and probed further. Danny, utilizing her striking blue eyes devoid of any hint of brown, blinked at Lynn. Once she managed to swallow her food, she took a breath and responded, however, they're willing to accept a lower wage, 20% less than what we offer other workers. I can use the savings to hire skilled laborers to train them for a while. The work is not difficult, and with a week's time, they can be taught. I have signed a 3-year contract with them. That is indeed a clever idea, Lynn had to concede, acknowledging that his stewardess possessed the qualities of a capitalist. Her aptitude for exploitation fully realized. Hood interjected, unable to contain himself, but we do not have any true brewers in our domain. Who will teach these cooks? Their duties are not limited to merely washing dishes. Danny rose, offering a slight bow. My former maid, Hilly, studied brewing in River Run. She is familiar with all the steps. Moreover, my lord has said he possesses a detailed brewing process. I believe that if that is the case, anyone can become a true brewer. Her words were sound and aligned well with Lynn's initial strategy of cost control. After all, these individuals commanded low wages. And once Radar returned with treasure and the Sisters' Isles were developed, the mass production of malt liquor could commence. Until then, any attempt was acceptable. Lynn maintained a neutral stance regarding Danny's performance, neither wishing to dampen her enthusiasm nor elevate her too high before tangible results materialized. The number of inexperienced craftsmen should not exceed that of the experienced ones, Lynn remarked lightly, before turning his back and returning to his study. The medieval brewing process began with soaking barley in barrels, changing the water multiple times until softened. Once softened, it was spread on the ground to sprout, then heated to complete the germination process within a suitable time frame. Heating was the most crucial step in brewing. The dried malt was ground and placed in barrels, softened and filtered. Following this, hot water was repeatedly infused to create malt juice, stirred continuously with a long stick. Finally, once the fermentation was complete, the malt was removed and hops added for boiling. The entire brewing and malting process took approximately 10 days. Lynn meticulously documented the malt liquor production process he knew. Rubbing his wrist, he found the delicate quill pen difficult to grip. The crafting of malt liquor was not particularly challenging. The difficulty lay in achieving the desired flavor. Lynn noted specifically that the malt liquor sold to the Northmen needed to emphasize potency, while that intended for nobles and southerners required a focus on refinement and smoothness. This was a matter beyond Lynn's immediate expertise. It necessitated the brewer's continuous experimentation with formula ratios to achieve the desired results. Just as Lynn laid down his quill, a familiar system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host, for completing the novice task of the mercenary system. Novice task 2. Conquer the territories of other lords. Reward, 1 point exchange card. Lynn raised an eyebrow, noticing a point exchange card quietly resting in his backpack. It appeared Radar had completed the thorough cleansing of the Sisters' Isles. Yet, he was uncertain about the exact spoils acquired and whether they would suffice to support his investments in the sanctuary and the malt liquor industry. Clenching his fist in excitement, he acknowledged that the first step toward his goal had indeed been achieved. Nevertheless, time remained of the essence. He needed to establish the ability to safeguard himself before House Stark fell into decline and the North descended into turmoil. With the new random point card in hand, Lynn did not hesitate to choose to redeem it. The injured in the mercenary camp urgently required professional medical personnel. During his inspection of the injured tents the previous day, he had observed signs of infection among the wounded mercenaries due to the use of unsterilized large sewing needles for suturing wounds. Congratulations, host, for drawing 60 points. Current upgrade experience, 301, 100. Cumulative points, 460. Current points, 60. With the draw yielding a new low, Lynn could only manage a wry smile. The specialized medical personnel for the mercenaries required 5 points each, based on the current number of injured. He opted to redeem 4 medical personnel from the mercenary medical facility within the system's marketplace. The exchange was successful, and the current points had reached 40. In a flash of light and shadow, 4 angels in white appeared before him, each holding a medical kit. To Lin's astonishment, all 4 were young women. Although their skin tones and hairstyles varied, they were undeniably genuine female medics. Lin gazed at the nearest medic, who had golden hair, blue eyes, and fair skin, and inquired, "What is your name?" "My name is Anna, Master." Anna's voice was sweet, crisp, and accompanied by a smile that revealed a delicate dimple. For a moment, Lin was taken aback, realizing that his gaze towards the system's female medics seemed excessively eager. He cleared his throat discreetly and said, "Miss Anna, I appoint you as the leader of the medic squad for the explosive troops. Should you require any supplies, feel free to consult the housekeeper or come directly to me. Shortly, I will have the guards escort you to the infirmary." "Yes, Master," Anna replied, her expression momentarily stiffening as she softly asked, "Could you prepare us our own independent tent?" Lin paused, then quickly understood. The system's soldiers were indeed human, and he could not allow his female medics to reside with the rowdy male soldiers. "Certainly, Miss Anna, you needn't worry on that front. I will instruct my housekeeper Danny to attend to it immediately." Taking a deep breath, Lin called out to the guards, "Fetch housekeeper Danny at once, and assist in escorting them to the cavalry camp." Since that fateful day of bloodshed on the beach, Lin had officially renamed the explosive troops to the cavalry. Naturally, the battle cry had been altered as well. "Long live the explosive troops" was undeniably too simplistic, almost foolish, as if announcing to the world that they were system soldiers. In future battles, the infantry would charge ahead shouting Demacia, while the archers would chant "Wind, wind, a mighty wind." Just the thought sent a surge of adrenaline through Lin. Chapter 14. A thought-provoking terror. The Night's Watchman Yoren strolled down the street with Arya, the streets of King's Landing plastered with wanted posters for Arya Stark. The guard were actively searching for her. Yet, the duo boldly traversed the alleyways, unafraid of recognition, for Uncle Yoren had already used a dagger to sever her unkempt locks. Arya recalled the moment when the breeze swept through her dirty brown hair, drifting over the cobblestones towards the altar where her father had met his demise. "I only take men and boys," Yoren remarked as they walked alongside Arya, whose head now sported only a few errant strands of hair. He intended to recruit her into the preparatory ranks of the Night's Watch, passing through Winterfell on their way to the Wall. Uncle Yoren solemnly informed Arya that from this moment until her return to Winterfell, she would be known as the boy Aerie, without parents. Exiting the city was easy, but the journey ahead was uncertain. Your road is long, and your company consists of unsavory characters. I've gathered 30 individuals, young and old, all destined for the Wall. Most of these prisoners are adults, thieves, poachers, and rapists. They lack the moral compass of her bastard brother Jon Snow. If you're discovered, half of them wouldn't hesitate to turn you over to the Queen for a pardon and a few coins. The other half would do the same. And mind your water intake. Relieving oneself becomes troublesome if you must find a secluded spot in the woods. However, Yoren was mistaken about one point. The greatest inconvenience was not the restroom, but rather the duo of Greenhand Lami and Hot Pie. Both were orphans, and Yoren had sought out several orphans in the streets, promising them food and shoes in exchange for joining the Night's Watch. As the preparatory team assembled, the chubby Hot Pie eyed Arya's sewing needle, a parting gift from Jon Snow before he went to join the Night's Watch. The needle resembled a short sword of Valyrian steel, and Arya had once trained in swordsmanship with the renowned swordsman Sirios Farrell in Bravos. Hot Pie pushed Arya to the ground, and as she glared at the raucous boy, she silently vowed, "Let's see how you meet your end." At last, the opportunity arose. She seized Hot Pie's hand as he reached for her sword, drawing it and pointing it at him. "I've already killed one chubby boy. Do you wish to try your luck?" Terrified by the blade, Hot Pie stumbled backward, colliding with a burly, dark-haired youth, Gendry, who was busy organizing supplies. A bastard son of Robert Baratheon, known as the Bull, Gendry pushed Hot Pie away. "You think it's fun to bully children? I used to be a blacksmith. Would you care to try your luck with me instead?" Hot Pie fled in fear. Arya then asked Gendry, "Why did you come to join the Night's Watch?" With a wry smile, Gendry replied, "Because the master blacksmith no longer wanted me. So he sent me here." Unbeknownst to Gendry, it was all to protect him. Like Arya, only those who lived could stir the winds of change. Dany arrived at the Lord's Manor's courtyard, finding Lord Lyn instructing servants to bring bedding and mosquito nets from the bedroom for airing. Westeros was still in the midst of a prolonged summer. Even the fishing village in the north experienced significant sunlight during the day, despite being in a kingdom that seemed eternally cold. Woolen bedding, containing keratin, was an ideal breeding ground for moth larvae, particularly in coastal towns where, over time, bedding could become damp and moldy, emitting an unpleasant odor. Thus, it required frequent airing to eliminate moisture and pathogens. "My lord," Dany respectfully inquired, "did you summon me?" Lynn directed two servants to hang the bedding on a wooden pole for drying, turning to see Dany's silhouette at the door. He nodded at her, explaining the purpose of her summons. Since the recruited craftsmen were currently idle, it would be prudent to send some to the cavalry camp to construct temporary medical facilities and female soldier tents. "Understood, my lord," Dany replied, bowing. "I shall see to it." Lynn sensed that the plump housekeeper might have misunderstood his intentions, as she appeared ready to pierce the bedding with a wooden stick. "Put that down. Let me handle it," he quickly interjected. Airing the bedding is a skilled task. Once he completed the task of airing the bedding, Lynn turned around and was taken aback to find Dany still standing there, unyielding. "What is it?" Lynn asked. "Is there something else?" Dany nodded. "My lord, starting today, the food reserves at the manor can only sustain everyone for 8 days. Lynn felt a jolt of dread at her words, his scalp prickling. What a jest. A lack of food would lead to death. Moreover, news had already arrived from the explosive troops regarding the occupation of the Sisters Islands, and he was preparing to expand the recruitment. How could he sustain those craftsmen without provisions? This was indeed troublesome. Lynn furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. At any time, in any world, the issue of sustenance remained paramount. His territory consisted solely of fishermen, devoid of farming peasants. This was an inherent disadvantage. The nearby granaries are predominantly concentrated in the Riverlands or the Trident Basin, where the fervor of the Civil War is currently at its zenith. The farmers, it seems, have been rendered displaced by the ravages of war. He surmises that the true challenge of food supply may only emerge in the forthcoming years. A solution must be devised. Lynn mused. While reducing food distribution could prolong their resources, it would ultimately prove futile and impede the commercial progress he had envisioned. "Let us inspect the storeroom," Lynn decided, momentarily devoid of ideas, opting to first ascertain the situation within the storeroom. Lacking sufficient funds, he could not dispatch a vessel to White Harbor for procurement. As he walked, pondering, Dany and the captain of the guards, Hood, followed closely behind him. The group arrived at the kitchen's basement within the Lord-S Manor, the sole food storage area in the estate, spanning approximately 50 square meters. The shelves were laden with bread, cured meats, salted fish, and plump cabbages. In one corner stood several sealed barrels of malt liquor and a few sacks of wheat flour. The air was suffused with the appetizing aroma of food. "Is this all there is?" Lynn's countenance darkened. Given the situation, Dany's assertion that only 8 days' worth of food remained was likely a conservative estimate. Calculating for a normal adult's 3 meals a day, this supply might barely suffice for 5 or 6 days. "Indeed, my lord," Dany replied. "There's only this. I have arranged for an inventory. We should have 400 loaves of bread, 250 portions of cured meat, and 300 cabbages. The quantities of liquor and flour are limited to what you see in the corner. But do we not procure a month's worth of supplies from traveling merchants each month? And the fishing village market offers fresh fish and sandy vegetables daily," Lynn questioned. Dany sighed. "It appears the merchants have only brought smoked meats, sausages, and a scant supply of salt, sugar, and spices. True grain is in short supply." Lynn was taken aback. Then his eyes gleamed as he inquired, "Has it been purchased by Robb's army? War necessitates vast quantities of food, and surely Robb's northern forces must be engaged in extensive procurement of the scant grain available in North. I have heard it is not the Stark family acquiring the grain. Since the North allied with the Fry family, the Riverlands currently have sufficient supplies for the front lines." Dany explained. "Oh, then which great house could it be?" Lynn questioned, perplexed. Captain Hood interjected, "It may be the Ironborn. Just yesterday, several ships from the Iron Islands passed through Fisherman's Port. They even ventured eastward into the north to procure grain." Dany's face registered surprise at this revelation. The Iron Islands lie to the west of Westeros, and if they were sending merchant ships eastward for grain, they would have to pass through Fisherman's Port, specifically heading towards Widow's Watch. Furthermore, even if they acquired grain, they could not sail directly back to the Iron Islands, but would need to transport it to the Neck and then overland before shipping it back. The length of this route surprised her. Dany believed this would astonish everyone. Lynn furrowed his brow, equally confounded. The eastern expanse of the north belongs to House Flint, with Widow's Watch as their seat, positioned at the far eastern edge of the north. Widow's Watch is close to the coast of the Narrow Sea, and it is said that the land there is incredibly fertile. After a moment, Lynn exhaled deeply, muttering to himself, "The Iron Islands are beginning to stir. The north is in peril." Dany, momentarily bewildered, inquired, "My lord, what do you mean?" Lynn did not respond, lost in thought. The neck is not a front line of war. At present, it is likely where Lord Roose Bolton is consolidating northern forces. Coincidentally, the Ironborn are seizing this opportunity to transport grain through the neck, bringing it from the far east back to their homeland. If there were no ulterior motives involved, it would be hard to believe. Lynn recalled that in the tales of the Game of Thrones, the infamous Roose Bolton was once one of Robb Stark's most trusted lieutenants. Yet at the Red Wedding, he plunged a dagger into Robb's heart. Prior to that, the Ironborn had revolted, launching a surprise attack on the north, seizing the Dreadfort, Torrness Square, and the Bay of Seals, ultimately capturing Winterfell, the ancestral seat of House Stark. This left Robb's forces besieged on all sides, compelling him, in his sorrow, to accept the comfort of the Frey family's Jane Westerling, thereby breaking his betrothal to the Frey family, culminating in the Red Wedding. Could it be that all of this was part of a grand scheme meticulously orchestrated in advance? Were it not for his position as Lord of Fisherman Esport, would he have uncovered the machinations at play? The more Lynn pondered, the more unsettling the implications became, leaving him momentarily stunned. Indeed, upon deeper reflection, the ancients do not deceive. Chapter 15, Determination. Lynn shook his head, resolutely shifting his focus back to the matter of food. Survival must take precedence. Food. Lynn repeated these words within his mind, his eyes suddenly alight with a spark of inspiration. The Ironborn's merchant ships, traveling to Widow's Watch for grain, must pass through the Bight. And with the news of the pirates from the Three Sisters having been entirely vanquished by his hand, he realized that he is now the de facto ruler of the Bight. What if he tasked the cavalry with masquerading as pirates to execute a bold heist? A daring plan ignited in his mind, and his gaze grew fervent. After some contemplation, he deemed this idea not only plausible, but feasible. The Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands has historically maintained a distance from the other great houses of Westeros, seldom engaging in the continent's affairs. Often, they pivot back to their ancient piratical roots, raiding coastal villages along the nearby mainland. Moreover, this family, whose ancestry traces back to the very pirates of the sea, has a tradition of betraying both the North and King's Landing, as the so-called Ironborn are inherently predisposed to treachery, politically isolated and scorned by the other great houses. The eldest son of House Greyjoy, Theon Greyjoy, is even held as a ward in Winterfell. Lynn harbored no moral qualms about attacking their merchant vessels. Additionally, being situated on the eastern coast, with the Iron Islands on the western seaboard, the geography offered him a sense of security, knowing he had little to fear from a large-scale reprisal should they discover his actions. Since there were no moral reservations about seizing Ironborn ships, the question then arose, could he actually succeed? The inhabitants of the Iron Islands, self-identified as the Ironborn, have cultivated an independent, fierce, and even brutal nature due to the harshness of their environment. Their ancestors once dominated the seas, and in the unforgiving conditions of the islands, they scorned the feeble ways of living on fertile land. Neither the old gods nor the Seven, worshipped by the Undull people, hold sway among the Ironborn. Instead, they revere the Drowned God. In summary, the Ironborn stand at the pinnacle of piracy in Westeros. Engaging them in naval combat, even through ambush, is no trivial endeavor. Lynn resolved that he must lure them ashore. He gritted his teeth, determination set in his heart, to seize a morsel from the grasp of House Greyjoy. The grand tournament commemorating the naming day of King Joffrey has officially commenced within the walls of King's Landing. King Joffrey reclines in the shadow of a deep crimson canopy, one foot casually resting atop the intricately carved armrest of a wooden chair. The Hound, Sandor Clegane, displays remarkable ferocity as he sends his opponent plummeting from the castle walls, consigning him to the afterlife. As one knight falls, another is summoned to take his place, yet after several calls, he appears in a flustered manner. A corpulent knight emerges from the side, reeking of ale, his armor askew, with his helmet even having tumbled to the ground. This disheveled knight is the drunken Ser Dantos, a loyalist to Peter Baelish. The audience, witnessing this stumbling knight, erupts into derisive cheers. In a fit of anger, King Joffrey stands abruptly and commands his Kingsguard, Meryn Trant. Meryn, fetch a barrel from the cellar. I want to see this drunkard drown in it. Ser Dantos, upon hearing this, initially finds joy in the prospect. Yet his elation wanes as the guards drag him below and commence pouring wine over him in public. Sansa gasps, her heart aching as she witnesses the imminent demise of Ser Dantos. She implores King Joffrey, "Your Grace, if you take a life on your naming day, it may bring misfortune." "You are mistaken," Joffrey retorts. "What sort of peasant superstition is this?" Indeed, the Hound interjects, affirming the notion. Joffrey, visibly displeased, shifts in his seat, and dismissively gestures, "Take him away. I shall execute him tomorrow, that imbecile." The jest continues, as Sansa remarks, "Indeed, he is a fool, your grace. You are truly wise to have discerned this. Such a simpleton ought to serve as a jester, rather than a knight, don't you think? You should dress him in motley and have him perform tricks. He does not merit a clean death." Joffrey studies her for a moment, finally asserting, "Perhaps you are not as foolish as your mother would suggest." Raising his voice, he calls out, "Ser Dantos, did you hear the lady's words? From this day forth, you shall be my new fool." Having narrowly escaped death, Ser Dantos rises from the ground, his senses returning, and gratefully exclaims, "Thank you, your grace. And you, my lady. Thank you." Unbeknownst to Sansa, in her moment of compassion, she has unwittingly secured a pivotal pawn for her own future. At that moment, King Joffrey's uncle, the Imp, makes his entrance, casually remarking to Joffrey, "It is indeed a rare occasion to see you." Joffrey explains, "I am occupied with the affairs of the realm." The Imp picks up a goblet from the table and mockingly smiles, "And you govern splendidly, I must say." He then slightly bows to Sansa, offering his condolences for her loss. King Joffrey, taken aback, feels the sting of the comment. After all, her father was a traitor, whom he ordered executed himself. He turns to Sansa, seeking her response. Knowing that an unsatisfactory answer could lead to punishment, Sansa steels herself, declaring devoid of emotion, "My father was a traitor, and I am utterly loyal to my beloved King Joffrey." The Imp appears surprised. Sansa's assertion reveals her to be more astute than her name would imply. He bypasses Joffrey, stating he has significant matters to attend to, leaving Joffrey fuming. The Imp, having successfully unsettled Joffrey, now sets his sights on their mother, Cersei. During the small council meeting, reports arrive from the Citadel indicating the long summer is nearing its end. The commander of the Gold Cloaks expresses concern that war has driven refugees into the capital, and with winter approaching, the influx may only increase. Alongside the looming issue of food shortages, Cersei regards him with disdain. "Do I need to teach you this? Your guards are yours. Please be useful and allow not a single peasant to enter." At that moment, the Imp enters, whistling, instantly lightening the atmosphere. "What brings you here to the small council?" Cersei questions, displeased. The Imp produces a letter of appointment. "I am aware of the small council's purpose. However, I am the designated proxy of our father. Am I not entitled to participate?" Cersei's anger ignites, and she slams her hand on the table, ordering the others to leave. "What kind of sorcery did you use to secure this position?" With an air of disdain, the Imp replies, "Had I been able to deceive him, I would already be ruling the world. My appointment as Hand of the King is a direct consequence of your actions. Had you not executed Ned Stark and offended the entire North, Father would not have sent me to clean up this mess." Cersei retorts, "I attempted to intervene. Yet you failed." The Imp shoots back. "Robb Stark's forces are undefeated. We are on the verge of losing." Cersei warns, "You are here to assist King Joffrey." The Imp counters, "If he heeds my counsel, I may well be able to retrieve his Uncle Jaime." Cersei, sensing her vulnerability, inquires, "How?" "Quite simply. We could trade the 2 Stark girls," he suggests. However, Cersei grimly informs him, "There's only 1 Stark left. The younger one has escaped." The Imp, now agitated, raises his goblet, lamenting, "We initially had 3 Starks to leverage, yet now 1 is dead and another has fled. This will surely incite Father's wrath. And now it is your turn to become the child who disappoints him. I imagine that feeling is quite alien to you." Chapter 16, Cabbage. Lynn stands before a shelf of cabbages, wearing a foolish grin, while Dany watches with a sense of unease. Is it possible that the adults suffer from delusions? The captain of the guards, Hood, also notices the Lord smile, feeling equally unsettled. He recalls the first time he witnessed his lord squinting at the horde of pirates preparing to assault the fishing village, revealing a similarly eerie smile. He then remembers the bloodstains that lingered on the coast, the bloody massacre from just days prior still vivid in his mind. "Hood, did the Ironborn's merchant convoy pass through our port heading north a few days ago?" Lynn inquires, suppressing his grin. "Indeed, my lord, it was approximately 3 days ago. We had just eradicated the attacking pirates, and they came to the port to replenish their fresh water," Hood responds. Lynn nods, continuing his questioning. "How many days would it take for the Ironborn's merchant ships to travel back and forth between the Bight and Widow's Watch?" Confused by his lord's interest, Hood ponders for a moment before providing an answer. "Generally, fishing vessels from the fishing village require about 7 days for a round trip to Widow's Watch. But the Ironborn's double-masted longships can do it in 5 days. Having departed 3 days ago, they could return in 5 days, accounting for loading the cargo. That leaves approximately 2 days. Thus, it is likely that the Ironborn's merchant ship may arrive back in our territory in about 3 days." Lynn crosses his arms, and taps his elbows, deep in thought. Time is indeed tight. However, he must act swiftly to notify Redarte from the Isle of Sisters to return for reinforcement. The Ironborn's convoy is likely to have some form of protection. Those former pirates, even their ordinary sailors, would possess combat capabilities far superior to typical pirates. Lin devises a plan that promises to serve his interests well. He turned to the bewildered housekeeper, Danny, and inquired, Danny, how many craftsmen have we recently recruited? Have you compiled the figures? Danny, momentarily lost in thought regarding the Lord's intentions, was jolted back to reality when Lin called her name for the second time. Yes, my lord, she replied. It was rather inattentive of her to drift away during the assignment, prompting Lin to pinch the bridge of his nose, feeling a twinge of frustration. However, he chose not to dwell on his irritation and patiently asked again. Danny quickly responded, There are a total of 27 craftsmen and 30 laborers without construction experience, my lord. Didn't you say these individuals could swiftly learn the art of building? Let them commence the renovation of the docks at the fishing village harbor. Is it a renovation, my lord? Danny asked, taken aback. No, it is a complete teardown and reconstruction. The housekeeper was somewhat astonished. While the task of demolishing and rebuilding the docks was not a grand undertaking, given the modest size of the fishing village harbor, it was far from a simple endeavor. This meant that the 2 docking points originally available would be reduced to 1 during the refurbishment, significantly impacting operations when merchant vessels or fishing boats were returning. Little did she know, Lin's true intention was to temporarily invigorate the small harbor with activity. He deemed it unnecessary to divulge this plan to Danny. As the housekeeper, her role was to manage daily affairs and comply with directives, while engaging in matters of external affairs was not ideal. Captain Hood, the leader of the guards, seemed to have an inkling of the Lord's intentions. He pursed his lips, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Danny, having grown up in a large family, had learned early on to read expressions and discern the fundamentals of human nature. At that moment, it was clear that the Lord had something to discuss with Captain Hood. Thus, Danny tactfully excused herself. My lord, I shall attend to my duties now. Lin felt quite pleased with the new housekeeper's performance. She conducted herself with propriety and attention to detail. The thoughtful disposition of the 14-year-old girl undoubtedly stemmed from a solid educational foundation. Lin nodded slightly, and once Danny's figure disappeared beyond the basement door, he lowered his voice to address the guard captain. Hood, I have a task for you. Hood stood at attention. Responding gravely, my lord, you command. Dispatch several guards to ride along the coastline heading north, ensuring they take crows with them. When they spot the iron-born merchant vessels heading south, they are to notify you at once. Upon receiving the message, organize a few fishing boats to blockade the harbor entrance. Hood paused. My lord, do you not intend to supply those iron-born with fresh water? Lin replied with a mysterious smile. No, do not provide them with fresh water. They will not depart. Besides, you mentioned they anchored at our docks 3 days ago, and I was entirely unaware. This indicates their discipline. They will not recklessly abandon ship. If they are so cautious with an empty vessel, they will certainly remain vigilant when laden with cargo. Hood's cheeks flushed crimson beneath his beard as he carefully scrutinized the young lord, whose face bore an unsettling yet peculiar intensity in the dim torchlight of the basement. My lord, do you intend to ambush the iron-born merchant vessels of the harbor? Hood lowered his head, cautioning, those men will flee the moment they sense danger, and their swift sailing ships will escape quickly. As long as they remain aboard, it seems we have little recourse. Lin regarded Hood thoughtfully, affirming, you are indeed a valuable asset, possessing sharp observation and calm reasoning. However, I do not believe we need them to disembark. They will jump ship of their own volition. Hood replied incredulously, but my lord, the Ironborn would not easily abandon their ships. Persuading them to do so is no trivial matter. Indeed, it is quite a challenge. Yet, Lin's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing slightly. What if their thirst for fresh water drives them to desperation? Or worse, they contract a maritime plague? Hood's visage twitched at the sinister, yet effective notion. If the fishing boats that had just departed obstructed their route, and the vessels were afflicted with disease, the Ironborn would undoubtedly panic, making jumping ship their inevitable choice. The dread of plague is, on the continent of Westeros, even more terrifying than a witch's curse. But my lord, what happens after they disembark? They have 5 merchant ships and nearly 200 crewmen who are ruthless marauders along the western coast. Our forces may not suffice to subdue them. Hood reminded Lin, despite the valor of his cavalry that had effortlessly dealt with pirates from the Sisters Islands. Encountering the Ironborn was an entirely different matter. My lord, do not let hubris cloud your judgment. Lin was well aware of the risks and offered Hood reassurance. A slight smile crept upon his lips as he plucked a cabbage from a shelf, peeling away its layers. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "The craftsmen tasked with refurbishing the docks will set traps around the dock area in the coming days. When those vicious men find themselves confined to the narrow coastal limits near the harbor, even the strongest of foes shall be peeled away like the layers of this cabbage." Chapter 17. Escape. Winter fell. Bran could not recall the experience of his fall. That memory had slipped away. Yet the disability of his legs served as undeniable proof of the incident. He had narrowly escaped death. And each time he gazed upon the weathered gargoyles atop the castle's tower, a strange tightening gripped his abdomen. Now, he could neither climb, nor walk, nor run. Even his once-cherished dream of knighthood had turned to ashes. Since Robb Stark had gone to war, Bran had become the Lord of Winterfell. During a council meeting, a vassal demanded funds for castle repairs, expressing dissatisfaction over Robb's decision to take his men to battle, his tone laden with complaints. Bran, previously indifferent, quickly retorted, "Robb is your king." The vassal fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. Maester Luwin intervened, providing him with a contingent of masons to return and mend the walls. Bran struggled to comprehend Luwin's conciliatory approach. The maester patiently imparted that showing empathy towards the situation was also a duty of Winterfell's lord. Besides, would you not find it irksome if he lingered before you all day? Bran preferred the hard stone seat by the window, far more than the warm comfort of feather beds and blankets. Lying in bed, the walls seemed to close in around him, the heavy ceiling looming overhead. His bedroom felt like a prison, and Winterfell had become his confinement. Yet outside the window, the vast world still beckoned him. Although he could not walk, climb, hunt, or practice with a wooden sword as he once did, he could still see. He relished sitting by the window, watching as the candles and hearth fires flickered to life through the diamond-shaped panes, illuminating the towers and halls of Winterfell. He also cherished listening to the howling of the direwolves against the starry sky. Lately, he frequently dreamed of wolves. This time, he envisioned himself transformed into a wolf, running to the edge of a pond. The following day, he instructed Hodder to carry him to that very pond. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a crimson streak traversing the heavens and remarked, "It is said that the comet in the sky signifies the triumphant return of Robb's army." However, the wild maid Osha, having also witnessed the comet, held a dissenting perspective, asserting that it heralded but one thing: dragons. Lyn penned a letter, entrusting a raven to deliver it to Redarte of the Sisters Islands. Watching the raven take flight from the window, Lyn clenched his fists. Yet, before he could fully embark on his ambush plans, a disheartening piece of news abruptly shattered his confidence. The head of the guards, Hood, arrived at the Lord's manor, his expression rife with urgency. "My lord, your housekeeper did not report for duty today. It was only her few days into employment, and she was already absent." Lyn was taken aback. Could it be that she was too ashamed to allow the craftsmen to drive those nails into the dock, intending to protest her working conditions? Yet, observing Hood's grim demeanor, Lyn swiftly dismissed his initial thoughts. He inquired what transpired. Hood first bowed respectfully, stating, "It is my subordinate's fault. The guards assigned to follow Miss Dany failed to retrieve her. She secretly mounted a horse in the stables and departed the fishing village at dawn." Lyn's brow furrowed in disbelief. "You mean to say she has run away?" "As it stands, yes," Hood replied cautiously. "And it is disheartening, my lord, to think that we placed such trust in her, only for her to betray us thus. Shall I personally lead a pursuit to apprehend her and ensure she comprehends the fate of traitors?" "You should arrange for a few guards to pursue her," Lyn pondered, his hands clasped behind his back. "She must be heading towards River Run. Instruct your men to follow her discreetly into the city." Hood hastily affirmed, "I shall send men to capture that girl. She cannot possibly reach River Run." Upon hearing this, Lyn paused, watching Hood turn and stride towards the exit. He called out, "Come back. I meant for you to dispatch someone to covertly protect my housekeeper, not to apprehend her." "Huh?" Hood stood bewildered at the door, unable to grasp the Lord's intentions. Lyn had no time to explain. "Follow my instructions. If Miss Dany encounters any danger, ensure your men escort her back safely. By the way, how many left with her?" Hood nodded in agreement while hurriedly responding, "Just one, a single horse, and she took nothing with her. It seems she left in haste." Lyn nodded. That made sense. Such an astute young woman would not recklessly place herself in peril merely to steal a horse or protest her work assignments. The urgency of her departure must have been prompted by some significant news. Considering her position, Lyn surmised that something must have transpired in River Run. "Hood, quickly inform your guards. Once that is done, proceed to Dany's residence and see if her former maid is there. Bring her to me." Hood bowed in response and hurried away. With his newly recruited housekeeper having abandoned her post, Lynn resignedly prepared to personally oversee the renovations of the dock. Rising, he addressed the guards stationed at the entrance. "Make your way to the cavalry, and inform Captain Harry Kane to come to the Lord's Manor to see me." The artisan's quarter, home to a group of craftsmen recently recruited by the Lord's Manor, was eerily silent. Surrounding the courtyard stood a line of bowmen from the cavalry, silently at attention. This once abandoned estate, previously devoid of human presence and steeped in gloom, now exuded an air of solemnity, with only the great stones and the silent crowd bearing witness to the fate of its former masters. As the craftsmen trickled in, filling the garden, Lynn positioned himself on the edge of a parched fountain. He surveyed those below. Some bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze, while others, fishermen among them, looked up with curiosity. After a moment's pause, he proclaimed, "Today, I announce your first task, the renovation of the pier at the fishing village port." Lynn's voice was not loud, yet in the hushed courtyard, every word resonated clearly. The craftsmen, awaiting their inaugural official assignment, displayed little reaction, their expressions remaining blank as they continued to gaze at the platform. Having received the Lord's remuneration, it was only right to fulfill their duties. However, when the soldiers of the cavalry emerged, bearing heavy boxes, all eyes instinctively turned towards them. Lynn commanded that the boxes be opened, revealing them to be filled to the brim with long, iron nails. Casting a glance at the perplexed crowd below, he elongated his tone. "However, this renovation of the pier may differ from those of the past." Chapter 18, The Cause. Black Castle. Jon Snow received the news of his father Ned's execution and promptly disregarded the pleas of those around him and the oaths of the Night's Watch. Mounting his horse with the intent to ride forth, he aimed to reach King's Landing, determined to slay King Joffrey, with Ghost trailing closely behind. Samwell Tarly attempted to intervene, but to no avail. He, along with the stout and thin companions, hastily rode after him. This was intolerable. A deserter from the Night's Watch would be deemed a traitor throughout the north, and indeed across all of Westeros. In the dark woods, Jon ducked beneath a branch obstructing the path, only to hear Sam's anguish cry behind him. Evidently, the clumsy Sam had become ensnared and fell from his horse. Jon, reluctantly turning back to check on his friend, found that Sam, with his ample girth, had suffered little harm. Sighing, Jon dismounted, declaring, "I must go to the front lines to find my brothers. My brother Robb is waging war against the Lannisters. Now we are your brothers. Have you forgotten your vows to the Night's Watch? The long night approaches. From this day forth, I shall take my watch until death. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch. Tonight, so it shall be, and every night to come." The thin and stout companions encircled Jon with torches, resolutely blocking his path with their oaths, while Sam presented him with the sword Longclaw. Jon gazed at the sword gifted by Lord Commander Mormont, and, ultimately recalling his duty, understood that he was a member of the Night's Watch, bound to fight for the Wall and all of Westeros. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor from the artisan's quarter, Lynn beheld Hood approaching with a woman bearing a weathered countenance. The woman, cloaked in dark fabric, concealed much of her form within the garment. Upon spotting Lynn, she gracefully removed her hood, revealing a cascade of dark hair. "My lord, I have brought her," Hood announced with a bow. Lynn nodded at Hood and turned his attention to the woman, inquiring, "Are you the one named Celis?" The woman respectfully bowed deeply, replying, "Yes, my lord." She lifted her gaze, meeting Lynn's with a calmness not commonly found among the servants of the realm. Lynn, somewhat taken aback, quickly averted his eyes and seated himself in an ornate chair. "Shall we discuss matters concerning Dany?" The woman lowered her gaze, assessing Lynn, then gracefully inclined her body to inquire, "My lord, what would you like to know?" Lynn gazed at the woman before him, her skin tinged with a slight grayish hue, her face shaped like a melon seed, and her bosom prominently elevated. After a brief pause, he spoke with a hint of detachment. "Let us begin with why Dany, as a bastard, claims the name Tully rather than Targaryen. I have dispatched individuals to investigate, and it appears that Riverrun has not legitimized any bastards of House Tully." Upon his utterance, silence enveloped the parlor for a moment. The woman, Shireen, lowered her gaze slightly, her eyes flickering as she responded, "As you are aware, Dany is not a legally recognized member of House Tully. She ought not to bear the Tully surname." At this juncture, Hood finally grasped the situation, realizing that the newly appointed steward recruited by the Lord was claiming to be a bastard of House Tully. This hypocrisy only served to deepen Hood's disdain for Dany. Nevertheless, Lynn remained silent, and Hood refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. Shireen shifted her tone, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Fate can indeed be astonishing. Dany's father, Sir Aemon Tully, As the heir to Riverrun has never shown her any affection, he believes that a bastard, be it son or daughter, is fundamentally unworthy of respect. Upon learning that Dany's mother was with childbearing Tully blood, Aemond was furious and vowed to expel Dany's mother from Riverrun. Lyn nodded slightly in agreement, recognizing that in the realm of Westeros, bastards were seldom accorded respect. Even someone as steadfast as Ned Stark could not bestow his surname upon his own bastard, Jon Snow. Nor could he endear Jon to his wife, Catelyn, or the people of Winterfell. Merely allowing Jon to survive to adulthood was a considerable feat in contrast. Aemond Tully was an even more spineless individual. However, this only piqued Lyn's curiosity regarding the rationale behind Dany's possession of the Tully name. Shireen did not linger too long before continuing. Sir Aemond was reluctant to allow the pregnant maid to remain, considering her mother to be a mere lowly servant. He intended to force Dany's mother to drink moon tea and banish her from Riverrun. However, the Duke of Riverrun, Lord Hoteen, soon learned of this and intervened, permitting the maid to give birth to Dany and allowing her to claim the Tully name. Lyn was taken aback. Is this truly the idea of Lord Hoteen? A man who's always held his family's prestige in high regard. Would he willingly allow a bastard to remain within House Tully and grant her their surname? This notion bewildered Lyn. Hood, the captain of the guards, could not help but exclaim in disbelief. That is impossible. Shireen pressed her lips together, replying slowly, It is indeed hard to believe, yet it is the unvarnished truth. But you have yet to disclose the reason why Duke Hoteen took Dany in. Shireen shook her head, saying, I truly do not know. Dany's mother once mentioned that Sir Aemond uttered a word, moon tea, that provoked Duke Hosteen's ire, leading to the eventual outcome. Mon tea. Lyn recalled the moment when Duke Hoteen Tully, on his deathbed, expressed profound regret and sorrow, murmuring several words. In his delirious state, he frequently referenced Lysa and her miscarriage. He had also mentioned the term moon tea. Lyn remembered that this was the substance he had forced Lysa Tully to consume after her defilement by Peter Baelish, causing Hoteen to bear a lingering guilt. Lyn tapped his fingers against his knee, deep in thought. It was likely that the incident of forcing Lysa Tully to abort weighed heavily on Duke Hosteen's conscience, leading him to wish to prevent such a familial tragedy from occurring within House Tully again. Hood glanced at the contemplative lord and then turned to Shireen, inquiring, If that is the case, and you have chosen to leave Riverrun to seek refuge in the fishing village, why did Dany steal the lord's horse to escape? Ever since Duke Hoteen fell ill, the Tully family has desired to marry Dany off to Lord Frey as his 13th wife. At that time, the Lannister army was on the brink of invading Riverrun, causing chaos within the city. I took Dany and fled via the waterways to here, which was once my homeland. The old fishmonger dock at the corner of the port is my father. As for why Miss Dany chose to leave, Shireen shook her head and continued. I only know that in the early morning, someone knocked on Dany's door, and after meeting with that person, she hurriedly departed. Lyn estimated the timing. According to the narrative, it was likely that old Duke Hoteen had passed away, and someone from Riverrun had relayed this news to Dany. Who else in Riverrun knows that you have escaped here? Lyn inquired of Shireen. In a hushed tone, Shireen replied, A servant from the Duke's household secretly helped us escape. Lyn raised an eyebrow, sighed, and continued, Hood, leave 2 men to monitor Riverrun and report any developments, but do not act rashly. Chapter 19. Odds of Victory. The dock at the fishing village was not originally situated at its current location, as evidenced by the deep-rooted wooden piles along the shore. Lyn strolled along the dockside, his large black dog trotting merrily behind him. Observing the industrious artisans at work, he inhaled the sea breeze, feeling quite content. The fishermen of the north truly possess a rustic charm. Look how deeply and securely those nails are driven in. Lyn vowed that even a wild bull would find it impossible to escape the trap zone. In high spirits, for various reasons, Lyn anticipated the return of his men from the Three Sisters Islands, having received his raven's message informing him of their return journey. The pirates' treasure was bountiful, with 2 large chests brimming with gold and silver. Lyn outlined his plans for an operation against the Iron Islands merchant ships in 3 days, expressing his intention to sail back swiftly in an effort to join the campaign against the Iron Men. After observing the dock for a full 2 days, Lyn felt everything was in order. The final tasks would be completed this morning. The dock on the right had been entirely dismantled, while only the left docking point remained, blocked by 2 fishing boats to obstruct the passage. Federer, an elderly man with sun-darkened skin, squatted on the ground, retrieving a large, sharp iron nail from nearby and carefully burying it in a freshly dug hole, covering it gently with soil. A layer of fine sand concealed the buried nails, rendering them nearly undetectable unless one looked closely. Federer was running low on nails, as this was the last batch that needed to be buried. The patrol from the Lord's estate passed by him, overseeing the progress of the work. Despite the seemingly fierce presence of the patrol, old Federer remained utterly unperturbed. The young lord had just stood nearby, walking his dog, and after witnessing Federer's craftsmanship, had offered him a commendation, albeit in somewhat unclear terms. This work is commendable. A fine job. Here is a chicken leg as a reward. Surely, that was a compliment. However, the thought of a chicken leg dimmed the old man's gaze once more. Not long ago, he had lived here before the fishing village port was even established. The deceased father of the young lord had been granted this land and had brought a group of people to establish the fishing village port, creating the current situation. The young lord was determined not to disappoint the residents of this place. A recent triumph over the pirates of Biting Bay serves as the most compelling evidence. Old Federer originally intended to apply for a craftsman's position to earn a little money to support his family. However, upon observing the original fishing village harbor gradually filled with battalions of well-trained soldiers, he sensed that the Lord was poised for prosperity. After this bustling period, he contemplated sending his son to work alongside the adults, thinking that being a sailor would yield little promise. Old Federer mused inwardly. At that moment, a cacophony broke out nearby. A voice bellowed, "My lord, this scoundrel has been deceitful. The nails are poorly embedded and the sand is too thick, leaving the mud unburied. Any man with a pair of boots stepping on them would merely experience a tickle." Old Federer clapped his hands and rose, straining to see in the direction of the commotion. A member of the patrol was shouting angrily at a burly craftsman, while a young lord stood beside, his black dog in tow, observing with keen interest. A smirk of derision crept across Federer's face as he thought, "Fool, do you believe the patrol can be easily deceived? After receiving such a generous reward, one should approach their tasks with diligence and care. Remember, these nails are meant to eliminate the enemies of the fishing village harbor. The Lord has made this abundantly clear in the craftsman's workshop days prior. Now, he shall reap the consequences." What a simpleton! Lin observed the pleading expression of the errant craftsman, his countenance darkening. His gaze swept over the gravel-strewn ground. "Remove your shoes," he commanded. This utterance pierced the craftsman's heart like a blade. In the next instant, the patrol seized the craftsman's shoes, revealing a nail he himself had embedded, now poised to pierce the soles of his feet. Lin could envision the aftermath of stepping unshod on such a large iron nail, even with his eyes closed. The outcome would undoubtedly be gruesome. He sighed softly, shaking his head. Those who engage in deceit during such formative times cannot be forgiven with indifference. Lin turned and walked away with his black dog, the anguished cries of the craftsman echoing behind him as blood pooled on the ground. However, his feet would not be irrevocably damaged. A month or two of recuperation was inevitable. This was entirely of his own making. After a morning spent by the docks, Lin led his entourage back to the city. He lifted his gaze to the orderly ranks of the cavalry patrolling the city walls, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The cavalry had now assumed control of all critical positions within the fishing village harbor, including defense and patrol duties. The original attendants remained under Hood's jurisdiction. Yet Lin had divided them into two factions, one responsible for maintaining order within the city, the other for patrolling the surrounding territories. This arrangement not only clarified responsibilities, but also provided Lin with a sense of reassurance. In a world of power struggles, it is better to be cautious than to regret later. As they continued toward the city of the fishing village, they traversed a sloping hill, revealing the expansive gates of the fortress ahead. Their view suddenly brightened. Flanking the gates were two guards standing in formation, leading the inspection at the forefront. Captain Harry Kane of the cavalry archers suddenly spoke. "My lord, it would be prudent to make preparations at the gate as well. Do you think those Ironborn can reach the fortress?" Kane replied indifferently, "My lord, Commander Rodart has yet to return. When I take the cavalry to the docks, should the plan falter and the defenses be left vulnerable, it is wise to be prepared." Lin shrugged, offering no dissent. Upon returning to the estate, Lin had just enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Before he could even wipe his mouth with a napkin, the head of the guard's Hood burst in, gripping a raven with a vice-like hold. "My lord, news has arrived." Lin gestured for Hood to untie the message from the raven's leg. He accepted it, unfolding the note, his brows knitting together in concern. This was a message relayed by the attendants upstream. The merchant ships of the Ironborn were sailing southward. However, to Lin's astonishment, the letter also mentioned that following the Iron Islands vessels was a ship bearing a different Ironborn flag. This revelation took him by surprise. Hood, observing the confusion on the lord's face, was about to inquire when a horn sounded from outside the estate. A signal only sounded when the patrol was unable to ascertain a situation. Lynn and Hood exchanged glances and swiftly exited the Lord's residence, making their way toward the fortress walls under the protection of Hood and the attendants. As they ascended the city walls, Lynn spotted several longboats sailing from the north along the eastern coast towards the fishing village harbor. From the flags flying on the approaching vessels, it was unequivocally apparent they belonged to the Iron Islands merchants. Damn, how did they arrive so swiftly? Lynn cursed inwardly. Recalling the missive from the attendants, he squinted, scrutinizing the fleet on the horizon, and indeed saw, trailing behind the merchant ships, a larger vessel flying a flag distinct from that of the Iron Islands. A soldier from the patrol jogged over from his post, saluting before reporting, "My lord, Captain Harry Kane has led men to ambush the fishing boats at the docks. Workers transporting fresh water are currently en route." This was part of the plan, and Lynn dismissed the patrol soldier. Yet, an ominous premonition surged within him as he pointed to the distant vessels, addressing Hood. "Can you discern the flag of that other sailboat after identifying the iron-born merchant ships?" "My lord, I noticed it long ago," Hood replied hastily. "That is the crest of House Flint of Widow's Watch. Their emblem features white waves scattered over a blue field, topped with a pair of blue eyes on a yellow background. Why would the Flints be mingling with the Ironborn?" Lynn pondered, recalling that this family was also a vassal of the North, rarely making an appearance in the power struggles, save for the tragic death of Robin Flint, the son of the Countess of Widow's Watch, during the Red Wedding. After observing for a moment longer, Lynn noted that House Flint's ship was not closely following the Ironborn merchant vessels, but had deliberately kept its distance. It seemed less like an escort and more akin to surveillance or pursuit. Soon, Lynn's suspicions were confirmed. The 5 merchant ships of the Iron Islands slowly approached the coast, entering the fishing village harbor, while the Flint vessel continued to circle the waters, showing no intent to dock. Meanwhile, the fishing boats stationed at the harbor, designed to block the docking point, began to depart as planned. They intended to maneuver around the merchant ships and encircle them from the rear. Lynn found himself holding his breath. Everything was proceeding according to the initial plan. Gradually, the first merchant ship began to drop anchor, securing itself alongside the dock. However, at this juncture, events took a turn. The iron-born sailors did not exhibit the anticipated caution, remaining aboard the ship and waiting for the workers of the fishing village to deliver fresh water. Lynn observed as the merchant ship of the Iron Man docked, and the sailors aboard swiftly descended the gangway, spilling out like a horde fleeing from a beast. In mere moments, the vessel was crowded with over 100 individuals, filling the entire front of the dock. What was happening? Lynn squinted, watching the panicked Iron Man sailors disembark as if fleeing from a demon lurking on their ship. The bizarre occurrence did not end there. He was further astonished to see that the 4 ships following suit exhibited the same overwhelming terror. Unable to dock in time, the sailors aboard even resorted to throwing down their small boats, paddling across the water in a desperate attempt to reach shore. As the Iron Man sailors began to make their way from the congested dock towards the land, they cleared a path for those behind them preparing to disembark. Yet, ahead of them lay the traps and obstacles set by the craftsmen of the fishing village port. The unfolding situation was beyond his expectations, and Lynn felt his palms grow clammy. However, with an arrow drawn, he had no choice but to release it. Allowing those men to land would mean losing control of the plan. Even if the traps became ineffective, it was unacceptable. An inner voice roared within him. Hud, anxious at his side, inquired, "My lord, what shall we do? Should we let them onto the dock?" Lynn wiped his face, forcing himself to regain composure, shaking his head and shouting, "Absolutely not. Sound the horn. Initiate the attack." Hud, gripping the hilt of his sword, felt his hands slick with sweat. Stealthily wiping his brow, he bellowed in response to Lynn's command. "Hornblower, order the dockmen to attack. Sound the horn." At the dock side, the soldiers disguised as fishermen murmured repeatedly, "Relax. Take a deep breath." Yet, despite countless repetitions, their racing hearts could not be quelled. He was indeed part of a system that unleashed armies, but in his world, he was merely an ordinary member of the valiant cavalry, loyal to his lord. As mortals, all would feel fear when faced with war. The enemy's footsteps grew ever closer, as nearly all from the first Iron Man merchant ship disembarked. The landing craft of the second ship prepared to approach. The enemy's numbers were now nearly equivalent to those of the cavalry lying in ambush on the shore, with both sides numbering around 80 to 90 individuals. As they began to draw nearer, they simultaneously sensed the murderous intent in each other's eyes. Dog Dan felt his legs tremble. A mournful horn echoed. The command to attack resounded from the fortress of the fishing village port. Dog Dan's spirits surged, his legs ceased trembling, and he was instantly filled with boundless courage. With wide eyes, he drew a long knife from the fishing net behind him and shouted to his fellow cavalrymen dressed as fishermen, "Attack! Slay them!" For Dalmatia, the Iron Men were a fierce, seafaring people, once boasting unparalleled naval superiority, steeped in a dark tradition of raiding the East and South, a notorious legacy that lingered to this day. Iron Men women could fight like men, boarding longships to raid, even captaining their own vessels. Yet, regardless of their ferocity, when faced with imminent danger, confusion was inevitable. The moment the cavalry revealed their fangs, the first wave of bloody slaughter commenced. The long wooden planks of the dock trembled as they were trampled by 100 men, and all upon them felt the quaking beneath their feet. The nearest Iron Men sailors habitually gripped their weapons, yet before they could draw their cutlasses, the cavalry's long spears and blades had already struck their terrified faces. The infantry of the cavalry, wielding their spears, roared, thrust. The crowded Iron Men sailors fell in droves. Following closely, the infantry wielding broad swords charged forward, trampling over the fallen Iron Men corpses, mercilessly assaulting those at the back who struggled to draw their weapons. Kill. The Iron Men on the dock were under siege, while those preparing to land found themselves with no avenue of retreat. Those caught in between were forced to leap into the sea. However, the Iron Men who fell into the water became prime targets for the cavalry archers stationed behind, who were unable to engage in the battle promptly. Meanwhile, the Iron Men on the second and third ships finally realized their comrades were under attack. Some sailors, who had been preparing to row ashore, hastily returned to their vessels. Iron Men aboard the fourth and fifth ships began abandoning their attempts to climb the ropes and ladders, rushing instead to the crossbows mounted at the ship's rail. Equipped with long-range crossbow bolts, their only option was to repel the ambushers who had suddenly appeared at the dock. As for the terrifying threat that had initially compelled them to leap from their ships, it no longer mattered. There was no room left on the dock, and boarding the ship was preferable to floundering in the water. Groups of drenched Iron Men sailors clambered back aboard their vessels, glaring at the cavalry soldiers on the dock, vowing that they and the villagers of the fishing port would pay dearly. Chapter 21. The Battle at the Dock. Under the orders of their captain and first mate, the Iron Men sailors began to ready their crossbows for counterattack. The retaliation was swift. Powerful crossbows mounted on the Iron Men ships began to rain bolts upon the crowd at the dock. The chilling sound of crossbow strings snapping filled the air as deadly projectiles pierced through the blood and limbs, embedding themselves into the solid planking of the dock. The cavalry, responsible for the first wave of ambush, engaged in brutal close combat with the Iron Men sailors. The enemy, having regained their composure from an initial panic, began to push back against the cavalry. The cavalry could barely advance to the docking point, forcing those Iron Men disembarking down the gangplanks to remain trapped. However, the cavalry's formation could progress no further. The challenge was formidable. Their adversaries were not mere soft targets. They were far more ruthless and battle-hardened than common pirates. Had they not occupied the advantageous terrain and utilized the confined space to suppress their foes, allowing the enemy to fully unleash their assault would have led to catastrophic consequences. Yet, even so, for every half-meter the ambush team advanced towards the dock, they paid the price of 2 or 3 soldiers' lives. In the blink of an eye, the wooden planks of the dock had become strewn with numerous corpses, the blood thoroughly staining the stretch of coastline crimson. Maintain formation, the cavalry squad leader bellowed. A crossbow bolt zipped past his feet, narrowly missing him, first piercing an Iron Man sailor before careening into the tightly packed formation of the cavalry. Dog Dan, positioned in the second rank, was soon to be thrust forward into the front line, as nearly all 10 soldiers in the first rank had perished. Despite his desire to turn around and see who had been persistently jabbing him in the back with a knee, an infuriating position, it was the cavalry's innate discipline that prevailed. Should he allow his attention to wander to the commotion behind, the front would become the most perilous zone. He widened his eyes, fixated on the front. After witnessing the death of his comrade, he was prepared to charge ahead immediately, hoping to seize the moment for a brief dash, perhaps even behead an enemy, thereby inching the formation forward. Dog Dan gripped his long sword tightly, his labored breaths signaling his readiness. In terms of individual prowess, the brutal Ironborn, molded by the harsh environment of the Iron Islands, far surpassed the valiant cavalry. However, they were significantly lacking in combat discipline. Observing the crossbow bolts raining from behind, it was his own men who continued to fall. The Ironborn sailors on the dock turned back, yelling in rage, and the confined battleground erupted with curses. Are you blind? Aim before you shoot. Damn it, incompetent teammates. In the midst of the fierce melee, the Ironborn found themselves in dire straits, and those aboard the ship fared no better. The fishing boats, prearranged to depart from the harbor, had now encircled the area. Fire! Harry Kane led the archers, springing from the holds of 2 fishing vessels, unleashing a flurry of arrows toward the iron-born sailors on the merchant ship's deck, who were busy adjusting the crossbow. Caught in a pincer movement, the iron-born sailors were thrown into disarray, unable to evade in time, and accuracy was a distant concern. The pressure on the cavalry ambush team on the dock suddenly eased. Harry Kane swiftly nocked an arrow and shot it with precision, piercing the head of an iron-born sailor preparing to fire the crossbow. In the next moment, he was startled to see that the enemies on the ship closest to him seemed to have completely relinquished control of the crossbow. They had retreated into the blind spots of the archers aboard the fishing vessels. This was a strategy akin to that of an ostrich, utterly futile. No one would make such a foolish choice on the battlefield. There had to be another explanation. Harry Kane found himself puzzled. Moments later, a chorus of wails and the sounds of slaughter erupted from the opposing ship, deepening his confusion. Could it be that a mutiny was occurring on their vessel? Seeing that they indeed made no retaliatory moves, he began to climb the mast of the fishing boat. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the opposing ship, where the deck had been opened to reveal the hold below, and several gaunt, zombie-like figures surged onto the deck. The Ironborn and these grotesque creatures became entangled in a gruesome melee at the hold's entrance. What manner of monstrosity was that? Harry Kane gasped in shock. He beheld in astonishment as one emaciated corpse, despite being struck repeatedly by the Ironborn's blades, did not immediately fall. Captivated by the bizarre scene on the ship, he snapped back to reality only to discover chaos aboard the 4th ship of the Ironborn fleet. The sailors on that vessel had gone mad. Hastily raising the anchor that had just been dropped, in an instant, the ship eagerly began to move. Rather than making a wise decision to withdraw from the battlefield, they were fleeing directly toward the shallows. Harry Kane was bewildered. Had they lost their minds? Did they not fear running aground in the shallow waters? On the city wall of Fishing Village, the guard captain, Hood, pointed at one of the Ironborn vessels and said, "My lord, the enemy is raising sails and preparing to escape." Lynn narrowed his eyes, looking in the direction pointed out by Hood. After a moment, he shook his head and replied, "No, the bow is directed toward the coast." Hood quickly realized Lynn was correct. Were they planning to make landfall by running aground? What could possibly be their reasoning for this? Did they intend to circumvent the dock and directly assault the defenses of Fishing Village? Lynn did not respond, equally puzzled. But after much contemplation, it seemed to be the only possibility. If the enemy was indeed preparing for a desperate final stand, it would spell disaster. His entire army was stationed at the dock and on the fishing boats. If the enemy regrouped on the beach and formed ranks, not only would they lack numerical superiority, but with their individual combat strength inferior to that of the enemy, the situation could easily spiral out of control. Lynn recognized this, and Hood too grasped the gravity of the situation. If the enemy forcibly landed and engaged in a field battle, the Lord's cavalry would likely not be able to withstand them. Realizing this belatedly, Hood swallowed hard and hesitantly suggested, "My lord, perhaps we should withdraw the troops to defend the city?" "Do not panic." Lynn furrowed his brow. "The Iron-born sailors on the 1st ship are entangled with the cavalry ambush, and the 5th ship is being fiercely contested by our crossbowmen. They cannot regroup that quickly." Lynn's words jolted Hood back to clarity. If it was merely the sailors from one ship that charged forward, with the protection of the city walls, the defenses of Fishing Village would not be easily breached. He remembered his duty as the sole defensive force on the walls. Indeed, his numbers were insufficient. He named 2 guards to mobilize the townsfolk to defend the gates, urging them to hurry. Just then, a guard stationed in a watchtower called out, "Look, is that the pirate ship from Bite Bay coming? Damn it, I thought they were wiped out." Lynn also spotted the target on the horizon. A ship flying the flag of the Three Sisters Pirates appeared on the surface of the sea, swiftly moving from south to north along the coastline. Lynn blinked in surprise, but his eyes narrowed instantly, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. The system had long since upgraded his completion of the territory acquisition task. Clearly, that ship could not possibly belong to the pirates of Bite Bay. It must be Rodart returning with the infantry. Lynn said calmly, "Our reinforcements have arrived." Chapter 22. To the sea to bolster forces. At Black Castle, Old Bear observed Jon Snow pouring him hot water and asked, "Riding all night must be tiring, isn't it?" Jon was taken aback, opening his mouth to protest. Old Bear waved his hand dismissively. Calm down, calm down. If I had killed all the night's watchmen thinking of running away in the middle of the night, there would only be ghosts left to guard the wall. They killed my father." Jon wanted to explain the circumstances, but Old Bear urged him to set aside Ned's matters. "We have far more pressing concerns. The White Walkers have been appearing more frequently. The number of those blue-eyed corpses is growing." Rising to his feet, Old Bear said, You have experienced the training of new recruits here and seen the dire wall. Do you still believe your brother's war is more significant than ours? When the White Walkers truly return, do you think it makes any difference who sits on the Iron Throne? Tomorrow, we shall cross the wall and march northward. Prepare yourself and your wolf. I did not intend to wait idly. Jon felt a shiver run down his spine. Old Bear's words completely dispelled his remaining concerns. Clenching his fists, Jon resolved to accompany the Night's Watch to fight his own war. Damn! As an iron-born merchant ship surged onto the shallow beach. The moment it ran aground, watching the iron-born swarm down from the vessel onto the sandy shores of Fishing Village, the system's notification chimed in Jon's ears. Ding! Trigger the explosive soldier system's side quest. Eliminate 100 corpse demons. Reward. Commander's boots. The commander's boots significantly enhance the mobility of the commander. Ding! Trigger the explosive soldier system main quest. Personally slay 1 ice demon. Reward. Silver Bull Command Horn. The Silver Bull Command Horn increases the morale of the explosive soldier regiment by 30. Despite the Iron Men having landed, the system has issued these 2 quests regarding the ice demons. What could be the meaning of this? Lin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with suspicion. However, he quickly surmised the likely scenario. A flicker of doubt crossed his gaze, which instantly turned as cold as ice. Before him, Lin observed the sailors hastily scrambling down from the ship and wading through the water, their steps disordered and evidently panicked. They occasionally glanced back in terror, clearly not resembling an assault force prepared to launch a desperate attack on the Fishing Village's castle. They appeared more like individuals fleeing from something terrifying aboard the ship. Recalling the situation when the first sailing ship docked at the pier, Lin grew increasingly convinced that there was something amiss. There was no need for further speculation. Soon, Lin witnessed a scene reminiscent of what he had seen with Harry Kane at sea. 2 grotesque, yet remarkably swift humanoid corpses emerged from the ship's railing. Seizing a terrified Iron Man sailor who was about to jump overboard and dragging him back onto the ship's deck, vanishing behind the ship's edge. Moments later, a dozen more corpses surged onto the deck's edge. They stood atop the railing, unleashing furious and chilling howls at the Iron Men fleeing through the water toward the shore. A chill ran down Lin's spine. Those creatures were unmistakably the blue-eyed monsters known as corpse demons. Good heavens, there are corpse demons aboard the Iron Isle's merchant fleet. This is dire indeed. Lin's thoughts turned to the system quest as he clenched his fists. He cursed inwardly, realizing that the greatest bug of the game had manifested in his territory. The Night's Watch beyond the wall had not perished. So why was the presence of blue-eyed corpse demons surfacing in the north? Given the quest notifications, it seemed even the ice demons might be mingled among them. Damn it. At least those ghastly beings fear water and are trapped aboard the ship. The scene before Lin filled him with rage and alarm. He had initially planned to await Lord Dart's reinforcements and utilize the sea's pirate treasure to summon a wave of system soldiers in the city, thereby concluding this battle smoothly. However, he could no longer remain composed. Suddenly, he considered the possibility that the Iron Men ship docked at the pier might also be harboring a group of corpse demons or even an ice demon in its hold. Should any of them manage to escape and reach the shore, it would spell disaster. Ice demons are a mysterious and malevolent species from the eternal winter of the north, characterized by their towering, emaciated forms, pallid skin, and eyes as deep and blue as ice. The most terrifying aspect of these creatures lies in their ability to transform the deceased, be it human or animal, into corpse demons, which are animated corpses. Corpse demons possess blue eyes akin to those of ice demons and are subject to their control, serving as the primary fighting force of the ice demons. This is akin to a zombie overlord in an apocalyptic scenario, capable of turning those it kills into corpse demons. Lin swallowed hard as he spotted Lord Dart's pirate ship drawing nearer across the distant sea. He urgently called to his attendant, shouting, "Prepare the horses." It appeared he must take to the sea himself to summon soldiers. At that moment, his guard, Hood, was nearby, assigning tasks to fortify the city walls. Hearing the commotion, he jogged over. "My lord." Lin wasted no time and directly commanded, "Arrange for 4 of the more proficient guards to accompany me. I intend to reach Lord Dart's ship from the bay." "Yes, my lord," Hood replied, initially surprised, then quickly nodded in understanding. He recognized that something significant had occurred. However, observing the fierce expression on Lin's face, he wisely refrained from asking questions and urged his subordinates to prepare the horses and carts as instructed. Soon, everything was ready. Lin climbed into the cart, waiting for the city gates to slowly open. He solemnly instructed Hood, the captain of the guard, no matter what occurs outside, do not open the city gates. The bay is located on the right side of the Fishing Village's castle, a deep water area where large vessels cannot dock. However, Small fishing boats and skiffs that are not afraid of running aground typically anchor there. Under the protection of his attendants, Lin swiftly arrived at the bay. Selecting a faster small boat, he ordered his attendants to discard their cumbersome armor and row at full speed. As the attendants fumbled with their belts and weapons on the shore, Lin sat in the small boat, his mind racing. 2 more keel sailboats had also weighed anchor and were heading for the coastline. One attendant shouted. The atmosphere on the small boat instantly grew tense. As the small vessel glided from the bay into the open sea, Lin's thoughts gradually settled. He pointed towards the south, where Lord Dart's pirate ship was cutting through the waves, and encouraged, "Do not worry. Victory will belong to us." The small boat successfully made contact with the pirate ship. "Master." Dart greeted Lin respectfully as he climbed up the rope ladder. Lin nodded and instructed his attendants in the small boat. "You may return now and instruct Hood to hold the walls of the fishing village." Dart led Lin into the ship's cabin. Before a group of systems soldiers loyal only to him, Lin finally felt a sense of security. The sudden appearance of the corpse demons had caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily flustered. At that moment, as he watched Dart open 2 treasure chests, one filled with gleaming gold dragons and the other with a mix of silver deers and copper coins, his heart finally eased. With the explosive soldier system and the gold dragons, he now possessed boundless confidence. With a decisive motion, Lin slammed the lid of the treasure chest filled with gold dragons shut, watching the golden glimmer vanish from his sight. A series of delightful system notification sounds immediately followed. Chapter 23, System Upgrade. Ding! Explosive soldier system has increased by 101 gold dragons. Congratulations, host. The explosive soldier system has reached the required experience points for upgrading. Current system level, level 2. Current upgrade experience, 13,111,000. Current points, 1030. Following the system's upgrade, the ability to summon soldiers has improved, with all previously summonable soldiers upgraded to level 2 and new units added. Level 1 sailors and level 1 shield bearers. Note 1. Each consumption of 3 experience points allows for the summoning of 1 level 2 infantry, 1 level 2 gunner, or 1 level 2 cavalry, 1 level 2 archer, 2 level 1 sailors, or 2 level 1 shield bearers. Note 2. Each consumption of 5 experience points can be exchanged for 1 piece of specialized steel cavalry armor. Note 3. Each consumption of 50 experience points allows for the exchange of a random unit from scouts, travelers, stewards, assassins, or gladiator swordsmen. The system shop is now unlocked. Armed double-masted ship, 300 experience points. The siege engine's catapult, along with the standard Valyrian steel sword, grants 100 experience points. Lin emerged from the ship's hold back onto the deck, dispelling the earlier gloom. Despite the high cost of the points, considering the short blade at his waist, he could instantaneously exchange for 10 Valyrian weapons, if necessary. Slaying a wight trapped at sea would undoubtedly be more than sufficient. The Ironborn, once again stubbornly resisting, have re-emerged as the greatest threat. The pirate ship steadily approached the engagement zone. Ahead lay 2 medium-sized fishing vessels, flanking under Harry Kane's command, currently locked in combat with an Ironborn sailboat. It was unclear whether their arrows had run dry. At this moment, the 3 ships were side by side, interconnected by grappling hooks. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air, wafting towards Lin on the sea breeze. The clash between the fishing boat and the Ironborn ship had commenced. Lin gazed at the nearby scene, where sails collapsed, wood splintered, and flesh was torn asunder amidst the cacophony of wails, with individuals occasionally falling wounded into the water. The deck was ablaze with debris, thick black smoke billowing, while the Ironborn vessel's deck and sides bore varying degrees of damage. Rodart observed the battlefield and inquired of Lin, "My lord, shall we engage as well?" Lin remained silent. There was still a distance to cover, and he needed to assess the overall situation before making a judgment. Shifting his gaze, he noted that 3 of the 5 Ironborn ships had run aground along the coastline. The distance was too great to discern clearly. Perhaps they were regrouping on the shoreline, or perhaps entangled with the corpses and wights. Lin speculated. His eyes flickered towards the dock, where he could faintly see the cavalry ambush unit. Having nearly advanced to the boarding ramp of the first Ironborn ship, a mountain of corpses had accumulated on the dock, with heaps of bodies rising to half a man's height every half meter. Judging by the silhouettes, fewer than 20 of the 80 soldiers tasked with the ambush were likely still alive. The final lament of life was beginning to sound. Dogdan was still alive, his body smeared with blood, the sole survivor of the second rank. The third and fourth ranks had all perished. Now, he fought alongside the brothers of the 5th rank of the cavalry. There would be no reinforcements coming from behind. The battle was extraordinarily brutal. Dogdan's left arm had nearly been severed by a sailor's knife, the wound a gruesome mess, with exposed bone dangling as he hung his arm limply. Gritting his teeth, he continued to swing his right hand, wielding a broadsword that had replaced his previous weapon, which had become lodged deep within an Ironborn's shoulder and was now irretrievable. Lyn withdrew his gaze once more. The first wave of battle was nearly upon them. Cavalry, stand ready, with Lyn's command. The recently returned raiders from Bite Bay erupted in a chorus of roars, fully aware that their cavalry brothers were fighting fiercely, yearning to battle for their master. To fight alongside their kin in arms. The 100 cavalrymen taken by Rodard had encountered little resistance in Bite Bay, maintaining their combat effectiveness remarkably well. Lyn waved his hand decisively. Prepare for boarding. Aye, the Lord has commanded. Prepare for battle, shouted the cavalry soldiers aboard the pirate ship. Lyn cautioned the fully armed and poised Rodard. This task is entrusted to you and Harry Kane. Take all the infantry to provide support. Remember, swift and decisive. Once we seize the iron-born ship, thoroughly inspect every nook and cranny for signs of wights or whites. Use my dagger to sever their heads. Then let them sink to the depths of the sea. That blue-eyed monster should succumb to decapitation, aside from fire. The exact parameters for inflicting damage are unclear. After all, aside from dragon glass and Valyrian weapons, the techniques for slaying wights are known only to the Night King. Lyn did not wish to take chances. Unfastening the Valyrian dagger from his waist and handing it to Rodard. Rodard accepted it gravely, nodding in acknowledgement. At this juncture, the pirate ship maneuvered around the fishing boats, officially preparing to board from the opposite side of the ironborn vessel. At close range, Lyn could see the interior of the ship clearly. Arrows embedded everywhere on the two-masted ironborn ship. The cavalry archers and ironborn sailors were engaged in close-quarters combat, with a larger number of cavalrymen entangled with a few remaining ironborn sailors, resulting in a stalemate. Lyn patrolled the deck but saw no sign of wights. However, the hatch leading down to the hold was sealed, leaving him uncertain whether blue-eyed monsters lurked below. The pirate ship drew nearer, and the boarding commenced. The infantrymen hurled their ropes, each affixed with hooks, which latched onto the enemy ship's lines and masts, facilitating their boarding action. The archers provided cover. Using the rope's leverage, the infantry deftly swung onto the enemy vessel, initiating their contest with curved blades. For the cavalry, Demacia, kill, broadswords, scimitars, and cries intermingled, forging a battle song of blood and fire. The archers loosed a volley, arrows flying forth. Several iron-born sailors attempting to sever the grappling lines at the railings were instantly transformed into pincushions, collapsing on the deck with agonized cries. Rodard swung across on a rope to the opposing ship. Showing no mercy, he drew his blade and felled an advancing iron-born sailor. Yet the fierce iron-born, undeterred by the blood gushing from his abdomen, smiled wickedly, watching the crimson liquid splatter across the deck as he continued his savage assault. Rodard fought valiantly until more cavalry infantry boarded. Only around 60 sailors remained on the opposing ship, the mast shattered and lying across the center, separating Harry Kane and the cavalry archers from the rest of the ranks. At this moment, the infantry from Lyn's pirate ship had boarded, decisively disrupting the balance of the battle. The cries, the clash of blades, surged towards Rodard's ears. Finally, Harry Kane seized the opportunity to lead the archers, now transformed into melee fighters, over the collapsed mast, pushing their line halfway across the deck. He used a salvage sailor's scimitar to block a thrust from a triangular harpoon and loudly cautioned, "Hey, Rodard, watch your flank." Rodard swiftly dodged and retaliated, expertly dispatching the sailor wielding the harpoon. Instead of offering thanks, he cursed, "Damn it, Harry, with so many of your archers, you still can't take this ship? Do you have to wait for me to come support you while our master watches from aboard? Make your pansy soldiers perform more bravely." Chapter 24, Promotion. The situation on the surface of the sea began to clarify gradually. With the advantage in numbers and Rodard's involvement, the cavalry was progressively overpowering the ironborn sailors, who excelled in naval combat. Lyn retracted his gaze, his emotions complex. The difficulty of this battle had exceeded his expectations. The losses will inevitably be catastrophic. However, such is the nature of war. It embodies the cost of survival. Lyn inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and his gaze hardened with resolve. "Disembark," he commanded, for the situation at the port weighed heavily on his mind, and there was no reason to linger here. The grappling ropes were swiftly reeled in, and the pirate ship continued its advance towards the fishing village's dock. By the time the pirate vessel reached the port, the battle on the dock was nearing its conclusion. Only a scant handful of iron-born sailors remained, all crowded at the last segment of the dock corridor. Behind them lay the vast ocean, despite their proficiency in the water. Not a single sailor entertained the thought of jumping overboard to escape, for their adversaries were even more ferocious. The entire cavalry ambush squad was reduced to a mere 7 survivors. Both sides were consumed by bloodlust, vowing not to relent until the other was utterly annihilated. The cavalrymen held their final semblance of formation, although the line formed by the 7 was exceedingly tenuous. Nevertheless, the blood-soaked ranks of the cavalry still exuded an air of solemn intimidation. A burly man at the forefront of the iron-born sailors, observing the approaching cavalry soldiers for the last time, wiped the grime from his face and spat, "Curse your ancestors, the entire East Coast is teeming with monsters." With a numbed resolve, the cavalryman raised his heavy, sharp weapon one final time, preparing for a last desperate charge. In the face of such a tragic battle, life itself had become a mere backdrop. Only the final flicker of loyalty to their master, Lin, sustained the remaining 7 cavalrymen as they charged forward, indifferent to their fate. To have driven the iron-born sailors, known for their individual prowess, ferocity, and brutality, to this desperate brink was a remarkable achievement for mere level 1 infantry. From the outset, Dog-Egg's fear had transformed into an apathetic acceptance of life and death in battle. He seized a harpoon with one arm, raising it high as he charged forward alongside his comrades. In that moment of sprinting, his body seemed to undergo a form of evolution. Yes, he had transcended. He had crossed the threshold separating level 1 from level 2 soldiers, embodying the spirit of fearlessness. At that instant, he possessed the indomitable spirit of a level 2 soldier. Feeling a newfound vitality, enhanced strength, and unwavering courage coursing through him. Not only Dog-Egg, but all the cavalrymen experienced this elevation simultaneously. Lin stood upon the slowly docking pirate ship, utterly astonished by the scene unfolding at the dock. Without a moment's hesitation, he accessed the explosive soldier system, choosing not to exchange for new units or equipment. Instead, with the majority of his experience points, he redeemed a newly added item. Explosive Soldier System Marketplace. One-time item. Basic promotion scroll. Instantly promotes the entire army from level 1 to level 2, costing 800 points, limited to no more than 500 level 1 soldiers. Note, this is the only promotion scroll available post-system upgrade to level 2. Lin pressed the purchase button, suddenly feeling the vitality of the explosive cavalryman. Realizing that in this world, he was not truly alone. His soldiers were his finest companions. The scroll could promote 500 level 1 soldiers, sufficient to upgrade the remaining 200. Waste points? Absolutely not. Lin was resolute that he had ample justification for this decision. Archers, prepare to shoot. Target the dock. Lin issued the command. This was also his rationale for promoting the level 1 soldiers. At this moment, the level 2 archers stood in formation on the deck of the docking pirate ship, their promotion granting them greater strength, extending their shooting range beyond what was previously impossible. Now, due to this surge in power, the entire dock lay within their range. The maximum range of a level 1 archer typically reached around 150 meters, with an effective range within 80 meters. This was now directly elevated to 100 to 180 meters. As the remnants of the cavalry ambush squad charged forward in a last-ditch effort, Egg suddenly looked up, spotting a dense rain of arrows descending from the sky in a graceful arc. The cavalry soldiers halted in their tracks. The iron-born sailors crouched low, poised to receive the cavalry's final wave, ready to send their esteemed adversaries off in honor. However, the sudden halt of their opponents left them bewildered. The towering iron-born sailor at the forefront instinctively felt something and glanced back. In that moment, his face drained of color, his pupils dilating with despair as countless black dots filled his vision. In the next instant, an arrow effortlessly pierced his skin, embedding itself in his abdomen, rupturing his insides and causing a catastrophic arterial bleed, rendering him with bloodshot eyes as he clutched his wound and collapsed. He struggled in vain, but more arrows rained down, blanketing his back. The remaining iron-born sailors at the dock fell in an instant. "We survived. We have won." Egg's whispered words rose amidst the sound of arrows thudding into the dock, their volume low, yet awakening the other 6 surviving comrades. "Long live our master! Long live the Lord!" The 7 of them shouted at the top of their lungs, their voices hoarse as emotions erupted. Lin stood at the bow of the ship, a gust of sea breeze enveloping him, carrying the scent of damp earth. The sky overhead remained clear, as if nothing had transpired, yet at the ocean's horizon, dark clouds billowed like flames, burning fiercely, with thick purple lightning occasionally streaking across the clouds, resembling demons opening their eyes in an instant. On one side lay night. On the other day, This was the prelude to a storm. Was a tempest about to descend? Lin gazed at the sky, furrowing his brow. The pirate ship finally docked securely, thick ropes and heavy anchors fastening its hull. The docking point was occupied by an iron-borne vessel, prompting the archers from the pirate ship to secure grappling hooks to the dock's wooden piles. They then lowered several ropes to form a makeshift floating bridge leading to the dock. Lin turned to the archers beside him and instructed, "Leave a few behind to await the return of Rodard and Harry Kane, informing them to stay aboard until the signal is given. The rest shall return to the city with me." "Yes, my lord," the others nodded in agreement. Lin descended the swinging bridge, his gaze unwavering as he stared back at the furious sea. A storm was truly on its way, accompanied by the distant roar of crashing waves. Lin led the 55 archers and the remaining 7 ambush squad members back to the fishing village's fortress. Without pausing for a moment, Lin ascended the city walls, where the distant sea grew increasingly turbulent, dark clouds steadily approaching the shoreline, as day and night seemed to exchange places in the blink of an eye. The tempest arrived unexpectedly, accompanied by torrential rain. Chapter 25, The Countess. As the downpour cascaded, Lin found himself drenched upon standing atop the city walls. He halted the chief guard, Hood, from advancing to pay his respects. Raising his voice amidst the clamor, he inquired with concern about the situation of the stranded ship. Hood replied loudly, "My lord." Aside from a few dozen sailors who disembarked from the first vessel, they formed a line along the coastline before venturing into the nearby mangroves. The subsequent 2 ships have yet to yield a single soul from their decks, and I have strictly adhered to your orders, not daring to send anyone to investigate. Through the relentless curtain of rain, Lin gazed northward, finding not a single silhouette along the coastline. Rainwater trickled from his hair to his cheeks. He shouted again, "What are those blue-eyed creatures aboard the ship?" Hood shook his head, indicating his ignorance. The corpses could not swim. Once submerged, they would sink and remain unable to surface. While the grounded Ironman's vessel lay in shallow waters, the deceased could not reach the shore. The sea's corrosive nature would only hasten the decay of the putrid corpses, likely rendering their bones soft after a brief immersion. Lin surmised that those ghouls were indeed trapped aboard the ship. However, he found himself pondering why the escaped Ironman sailors had regrouped and headed towards the mangroves. Observing the coastline not far away, the waves crashed relentlessly upon the sandy shore, the tide rising and receding, causing the vessels on the water to bob with the undulating waves. Enormous surges of water rolled over, casting numerous shrimp, crabs, and fish ashore, only to be reclaimed by another towering wave. For now, it was merely a downpour. The true storm had yet to arrive. The distant coconut palms swayed perilously, nearly bending to the ground, while the waves lashed against the 3 grounded ships, surging over the gunwales and splashing onto their decks. Lin, thoroughly soaked, felt a chill from the rain. "My lord, perhaps you should take a moment to rest while I remain here on watch," Hood suggested with concern. The damp fabric clung uncomfortably to his skin, and though the sensation was unpleasant, thoughts of those blue-eyed creatures banished any desire for respite. As long as the otherworldly beings lingered within his domain, peace would remain elusive. The sky was already darkening. Beneath the oppressive clouds, the hues of the world dulled. Lin turned to Hood, instructing, "If there is no further commotion, arrange for scouts to examine the stranded vessels. If we delay any longer, darkness will envelop us." "My lord, what exactly are those creatures?" Hood, noticing Lin's tense demeanor, could not help but ask. Lin's hair, drenched and hanging like a curtain of rain, flicked aside as he fixed his gaze on the northern coastline, his expression inscrutable as he replied, "They must be otherworldly beings." Hood's hand trembled upon the hilt of his sword at the mention. At that moment, a shout from the watchtower pierced the air. "Look! 3 more ships have entered the harbor." Lin turned his attention to the dock. 2 fishing boats from the village had returned, bringing Rodart and Harry Kane back, which eased Lin's mind. It seemed the maritime conflict had resolved. However, his brow furrowed slightly upon spotting another vessel with 3 sails following the fishing boats into port. It was a ship from House Fitlin, evidently seeking refuge from the storm. These individuals must know something, or else they would not have trailed behind the Iron Isles merchant ship. Lin's gaze sharpened, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He calmly instructed Hood, "Send word to allow them to dock. Instruct their leader to come to me in the fishing village, while the remaining crew is to remain under Rodart's watch. The seamen of House Fitlin are not permitted to enter the town, but must remain in the harbor." "Understood, my lord. I shall attend to it at once." Since the members of House Fitlin had voluntarily docked, Lin intended to ascertain the events that had transpired. At the Lord's Manor of Fishing Village Harbor, Lin changed into a fresh outfit. Accompanied by the venerable scholar, hill, he approached the guests at Widow's Look. To his surprise, the visitor was a noblewoman, accompanied by a young, petite, and strikingly beautiful female guard. Upon entering the hall of the manor, the woman regarded Lin, seated before the raised platform, and smiled haughtily, alluding, "I did not expect such a figure to be concealed along the eastern coastline of the north." Lin replied, coolly, "You flatter me, Countess. My territory spans merely 50 square kilometers, with a mere 300 inhabitants, hardly worthy of being called a figure of note. Furthermore, the eastern coastline belongs to the north, and Fishing Village Harbor is a part of White Harbor's dominion, with no direct ties to House Fitlin." The woman's eyes glimmered with intrigue at his words, and she remarked, "Yet it possesses a formidable army capable of defeating 500 Iron Isles men, does it not? But tell me, have you discerned my identity?" Lin's expression turned sly as he raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Could it be that Widow's Look harbors other noble and beautiful women like yourself?" The Countess of Fitlin, now in her 40s, radiated an air of nobility, her appearance and demeanor impeccable. The mature charm she exuded at this age was undeniably captivating. The noblewoman merely chuckled softly in response, yet the expression on the face of her armored female swordsman was far more telling. Lin watched with interest as the swordswoman rested her delicate hand on the hilt of a beautiful steel longsword, her visage conveying a desire to devour him whole, which he found rather amusing. The Countess pursed her lips, stating, "You certainly possess a way with words. But I recall that the lord of this small fishing village was named Rothschild." Lin replied, "That was my father. He passed away several years ago." "How unfortunate. I once had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Rothschild at the harvest feast in Winterfell a decade ago." Lin doubted that a noblewoman would remember a minor lord from a fishing village, yet he recognized the importance of respecting the art of conversation. "My father also held you in high regard, having praised your exquisite beauty," he offered, engaging in polite banter. Their exchange continued, and Lin nearly found himself being coaxed into acknowledging her as a surrogate mother, prompting him to steer the conversation back on track. With a jesting tone, he inquired, "Are you perhaps here regarding the otherworldly beings?" "Otherworldly beings? Such creatures belong to the realm of ancient legends, and little concrete evidence exists. Have you encountered them?" The Countess maintained her composure, her expression unchanged. Sensing the need to clarify, Lin frowned slightly and took a deep breath, reminding her some indestructible blue-eyed monsters. The Countess contemplated, while the swordswoman could no longer contain her curiosity, exclaiming, "Where are those creatures? You must burn them with fire to eradicate them completely." "Yes, I am aware of that," Lin replied, narrowing his eyes and nodding slightly, engaging the swordswoman as he inquired, "But from whence do they originate? From Widow's Look?" "No, from the abyss." The Countess of Fitlin interjected, her expression darkening as she swiftly chastised her guard. Silence. The swordswoman immediately recognized that she had been ensnared in Lin's trap, her beautiful, cold eyes now glaring at him in a mix of indignation and innocence. "Is this true?" Lin blinked, shifting his gaze to the noblewoman, who slowly nodded. "Indeed. It is true." Meanwhile, he continued to speak to Lin. From the direction of the Wall of Despair in the north, it began with merely a single white, but her tone wavered, as if uncertain. Lin's face bore a hint of bitterness as he interjected, "But many have emerged since then, haven't they?" The Countess slightly closed her eyes and affirmed, "Indeed, the Widow's Watch is now surrounded by creatures with blue eyes. Fortunately, the castle gates remain firmly shut, preventing my return. These beings have vanished for over 1,000 years. How can you be so certain they're whites?" Lin refrained from answering and instead pressed on, "Then, my lady, do you have any idea why these monsters have appeared aboard the merchant ships from the Iron Islands?" Chapter 26. Reflection. Lin knew very little about the Fitlerin family. Only that this countess had a young son who was currently serving as a personal guard in Robb's northern campaign. While awaiting a response from the noblewoman, Lin found himself lost in thought, his mind racing with the deteriorating situation. To him, the threat posed by the Ironborn hiding in the mangroves was as significant as the whites and corpses trapped aboard the ships. He had ambushed their merchant vessels, slaughtering over 100 of their Ironborn brethren. They were likely filled with a deep-seated hatred for him at this very moment. Acknowledging his precarious predicament, Lin felt a slight tremor in his resolve. He contemplated whether he had been overly hasty and had simplified many matters. In truth, his territory was not yet facing famine. With the treasures from the Sisters' Isles, Lin was entirely capable of opting for a more prudent path of development, such as procuring grain in White Harbor, hiring refugees displaced by the war from the Riverlands, and cultivating his own arable land. After all, the current fishing village port was merely a small settlement. What good would it do to raise an army? What What would he accomplish with 1,000-strong force? Engage in the war between the North and South? No, that would be foolish. Beyond drawing attention and thrusting himself into the spotlight, it would hardly alter the larger scheme of things. The great houses of Westeros were not to be underestimated, though he felt sympathy for the Starks. Attempting to effect change recklessly would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. His own weight was still far too light. Is patience and development truly my only option? Lynn opened his eyes, revealing a bitter smile. The Countess of Fitlerin remained silent, hesitating as to whether she should trust the young lord before her. Despite having witnessed the prowess of Lynn's forces at sea, she still deemed them too feeble. Noticing the lady's silence, Lynn furrowed his brow. He had no time to waste here. He slowly rose, preparing to summon Old Shield to escort them out. However, the Countess suddenly broke into a radiant smile, saying the Iron Islands are secretly procuring grain along the east coast. Now that an unexpected incident has occurred, the Fitlerin family, being the largest house on the North's east coast, will surely be held accountable for your attack on the fleet, regardless of our involvement. Lynn returned to his seat, nodding in agreement. But, do you intend to extort me over this matter? He inquired. That said, it isn't entirely unjust for the Iron Islands to place blame on you. After all, this situation is indeed intertwined with your Fitlerin family. Others procure grain, while you sell it. It appears to be a mutually beneficial transaction. Yet your kin directly led whites aboard other merchant ships. Such a malicious arrangement surely counts as a betrayal, does it not? The Countess perceived the disdain in Lynn's eyes. She clarified, the whites boarding the iron-born merchant ships occurred after the grain was loaded. The sudden incident was not orchestrated by my Fitlerin family. Lynn waved his hand dismissively. You need not explain anything to me, my lady. Your ship's choice to dock was not solely to evade the storm at sea, was it? The beautiful woman raised an eyebrow, making her intentions clear. Indeed, you are astute. Having witnessed the might of your territory's forces at sea, I have considered seeking your assistance. Are you suggesting that my men escort you back to Widow's Watch Castle? Lynn asked. Yes, the blue-eyed creatures have blocked the port of Widow's Watch, and I lack sufficient personnel. If you could send someone to assist me in returning to the castle, I will remember your kindness in my hour of need. Lynn nodded slowly, his expression neutral as he replied. The fishing village port holds great respect for the Fitlerin family and is most willing to assist. However, the Ironborn still have a cadre of remnants hiding in the mangroves along the north coast. If I were to dispatch my troops to you, it would render my position perilous. Casting a glance at the female swordsman beside the Countess, he continued, Moreover, there remains a group of blue-eyed monsters lurking aboard the stranded ship. The female swordsman could no longer contain her impatience. Lynn's insincere words filled her with disdain. She interjected, I believe you simply do not wish to assist. My lady, let us leave and directly seek Lord Eel in White Harbor. Lynn scoffed at her remark. The majority of the Mandler family's forces in White Harbor had been reassigned to Robb. Where would reinforcements come from? Just as Lynn had anticipated, the Fitlerin family and the Mandler family were both vassals of House Stark, and the Countess was acutely aware of the current situation in White Harbor. Ignoring the female swordsman beside her, she lifted her head, her brows slightly furrowing, and smiled at Lynn, saying, What if I could help you lure out the iron-born sailors hiding in the mangroves? That could be considered. Lynn feigned contemplation in response, inwardly scoffing, thinking to himself, I was just waiting for you to say that. You should have said it sooner. The female swordsman grew anxious at her lady's words. My lady, the Iron Islands, silence. The Countess appeared genuinely angry as she shot her a fierce glare. You have said enough for today. Do not disgrace the Fitlerin family in the presence of northern nobility. What does he count as nobility? Merely a petty country landlord. The female swordsman muttered under her breath, pouting slightly as she observed the Countess's genuine anger. Lynn noted the expressions of the two women. To assume their relationship was solely that of a mistress and servant would be folly. However, he chose not to pry into their private affairs, merely responding with an expansive smile, unfazed. Following this, Lynn and the Countess of Fitlerin quickly discussed the specifics of their plan. Their meeting soon came to a close. This matter could not be prolonged. It was imperative to act swiftly while daylight remained, lest the night bring unforeseen complications. Watching the Countess and the female swordsman depart in their carriage, fading into the curtain of rain, Lynn summoned the patrol's cavalry soldiers. Go inform Rodart and Harry Kane at the port. Upon seeing the individuals dispatched from the Fitlerin family, hasten to the mangroves. Immediately take the cavalry from the port to find an ambush point on the northern slope outside the city. As soon as a horn sounds within the city, lead your men to encircle the city gates. And remember, no Ironborn must be allowed to escape. Yes, my lord. The cavalry messenger replied, taking his leave. Lin then called for the duty servants of the estate. Go inform Hood to command the 50 or so cavalry archers in the city. Should the iron-born sailors attempt to assault the city, strike them down mercilessly. If any are clad in the attire of the Fitlerin family guard, refrain from shooting. They are our own. The servant acknowledged and departed. Lin sat in his seat, contemplating carefully and concluding that nothing had been left behind. Thus he let out a sigh of relief. The Fitlin family had just concluded a business transaction with the Iron Men, and despite the troubles caused by the others, it could be said that the Iron Islands merchant convoy had been ensnared by circumstance. The ruffians from the Iron Islands, now hiding in the mangroves, dazed by the torrential rain, surely could not fathom that the Fitlin family was genuinely intent on leading them to their demise. A smug smile crept across Lin's face. The old scholar Hill, perceiving the unfolding situation, chose not to disturb the young lord's good spirits and quietly departed with his ledger. Currently, the cavalry unit under Lin's command, accounting for injuries and ailments, numbered only around 170 or 80 individuals. Following two confrontations with the Bitey Bay pirate crew and the Ironmen sailors, what had originally been a battalion of 300 had suffered nearly a 50% loss. However, there was a silver lining. The battalion system had upgraded to level 2, and all members of the cavalry had likewise been promoted to level 2 soldiers. Lin still possessed over 200 experience points on his ledger, in addition to a chest full of spoils from the pirates, yet to be utilized. His territory had expanded several-fold, now encompassing the sister islands of the bay, which lay beyond the jurisdiction of the North Kingdom. From the inception of the battalion upgrade system to the present day, a mere 10 days had elapsed. Given his current accomplishments, Lin had every reason to harbor a tinge of pride within. Lin intended to address the lingering threat posed by the Iron Islands merchant convoy, as well as the troublesome matters concerning the others, before decelerating the pace of development. The field still required tending. Incessant warfare, if pursued without a solid foundation, could easily lead to calamity. Chapter 27. Vain. The Night's Watch departed from the Wall of Despair, arriving at their first destination north of the wall. The corpulent Sam, soft and delicate, had developed a blister on his backside from riding, having been unceremoniously tossed onto a sled by the oafish bull. Traversing through the snow-laden thicket, the Night's Watch reached the domain of the wildling, Castor. Entering the castle encircled by branches and shrubs, Sam was taken aback to find himself amidst a throng of young maidens. A fellow brother of the Night's Watch commented, "If I were you, I wouldn't gaze upon Castor's daughters so, for they are destined to be his wives." Sam was utterly flabbergasted. John suddenly inquired, "But where are his sons?" Silence fell upon the group, none able to provide an answer. Castor offered the Night's Watch a place to rest during their northern patrols, while the old bear supplied them with fine ironwork. The old bear inquired about the whereabouts of the missing commander of the Night's Watch patrol, Banjan. Castor, with his flat nose and drooping lips, bore a somewhat menacing aspect. One of his ears had been lost to frostbite. Taking a sip of warm wine, he declared that he had not seen Banjan for 3 years. The old bear pressed on, asking why they had encountered no wildlings along the way. Castor sneered. "The wildlings have all joined the ranks of your dear brother, the king beyond the wall. His army now surpasses that of any king among you." The old bear retorted that he was not his brother, for he was once a member of the Night's Watch but had forsaken his oath. "What is he gathering an army for?" he asked. Clearly, he intends to march south. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on all present. The old bear remarked, "Doesn't that make your solitary existence beyond the wall rather precarious?" Castor, with a smirk, replied, "I have allies above, so there is no need for concern." He then noticed John fixating on his women, prompting Castor to issue a stern warning. Upon exiting the cabin, the old bear forcefully pinned John against a wooden beam. "If you aspire to lead, you must first learn to obey orders. What compels you to gaze at another man's wife?" John remained silent, sensing that Castor's decision to retain only daughters while lacking sons was indeed suspicious. Castor was, without a doubt, a scoundrel, not merely for his treatment of his daughters, but also for having sacrificed all his sons to the Night King, offering them as a tribute to spawn new others. It could be said that a portion of the future army of the others would consist of his own progeny. Damn! Hood could not comprehend why these Iron Men displayed such reckless defiance, knowing full well they were marching towards certain death yet refusing to surrender. The Fitlin family had successfully lured them to the gates of the fishing village, and these men charged toward the fortress without hesitation, even as the Fitlin soldiers turned against them. The ambush set by the cavalry surrounded them, yet they continued their reckless assault on Lin's stronghold. Lin stood upon the wooden walls, pondering their audacity. Do you think they are fearless? Quite the contrary. These men are consumed by terror. Yet their fear is not directed at us, but the Lord of the Iron Islands, Greyjoy. He is aware that they have lost their provisions, and upon their return, they will face a far grimmer fate. Trust me, dying with such dignity is precisely what they desire. The Fitland family had betrayed them, extinguishing the last flicker of survival hope within these Iron Men. Moreover, their ships harbored blue-eyed monsters, rendering any thoughts of escape futile. A one-sided massacre concluded swiftly, and the Countess ascended the battlements to join Lynn. "My lord, when you plan to march with me back to Widow's Watch?" Lynn cast his gaze upon the scene below, where bodies were being collected, under the relentless rain of arrows from the cavalry stationed within the fortress. The Iron Men had barely managed to reach the walls. The sloping earthworks outside were piled high with corpses, as it was an ambush, and with Lynn holding the advantage of terrain and numbers, the sailors of the Iron Islands posed little threat to the cavalry. Ensnared within the deadly net woven by rain and arrows, they could do nothing but curse their fate in despair amidst the tempest. The last Iron Man to fall shouted, "Fools of the East Coast, you shall meet a grim fate. The blue-eyed monsters will devour every inch of your marrow." With that, he let out a maniacal laugh as he collapsed into the sea of his fallen comrades. "My lady, do not fret. I shall uphold our agreement. However, a great storm is imminent. Once the tempest has passed, and I have dealt with the blue-eyed monsters trapped aboard the Iron Islands merchant ships, my men shall accompany you northward," Lynn said, retracting his gaze slowly. The Countess furrowed her brow, astonished. "You plan to board a ship to eliminate the blue-eyed monsters? I implore you to reconsider. Those creatures will slay your soldiers and then transform them into even more others. It would be far safer to confine them to the sea." "I still have my system task to complete. I cannot afford to refrain from action," Lynn corrected her. "No, most of them are whites, lacking the ability to resurrect the dead. The others may be but one among them. I need to locate it and slay it. That is the true path to safety." Rainwater soaked the beautiful lady's forehead and the curves of her form. Yet as she listened to Lynn's words, her eyes sparkled with surprise and intrigue. "So that is the case," the Countess said, blinking at Lynn. "How is it that you possess such extensive knowledge regarding the others?" Lynn chuckled softly, gesturing to his head. "I simply read a plethora of web novels. It is nothing remarkable." The Countess nodded in understanding. "Web novels? Have you encountered them in the scholarly city?" "Regrettably, that place has always been welcoming to women. So, do you feel confident in vanquishing the White Walkers?" Lynn smoothly redirected the conversation. "Well, I suppose I have some assurance. As long as the White Walkers are not too numerous. They are far more formidable than you might imagine, sir. Arrogance can lead to a loss of reason," the female swordsman remarked, her expression betraying her disdain. This time, the Countess did not erupt in anger, but rather intervened diplomatically. "Vane's knightly company perished at the hands of the White Walkers while attempting to protect me at the Widow's Watch dock. Indeed, one cannot afford to underestimate such legendary monsters." Lynn thought to himself, "So this fiery little pepper is named Vane. Given her shared name with the ADC, I admire. I shall overlook your offense this time." The three conversed atop the city walls as the torrential rain intensified. Observing the aftermath of the battle outside, the cavalry, led by Rodard and Harry Kane, began to return to the castle. As Lynn noted the encroaching darkness, the sky was nearly shrouded in night, with the distant sea appearing ominously dark, illuminated only by the occasional flash of lightning. The waves roared, and immense waterspouts danced upon the surface of the ocean. Not wishing to remain drenched in the downpour, Lynn turned to Lady Fetrin, saying, "A fierce storm is imminent. It would be wise for you to retire and rest. The Lord's Manor has prepared accommodations for you. If all goes well, the storm shall cease by tomorrow, and you will return to Widow's Watch Castle swiftly, I assure you." With that, he disregarded whether the two women believed him and departed, pondering how easily rain could ruin garments. He hoped to avoid catching a cold the following day. Vane approached the dazed Countess and draped a hooded cloak over her shoulders. It was then that Lady Fetrin became acutely aware of the chill in the storm. Pursing her lips as raindrops struck her mouth, she raised her hand to pull the violet cloak's hood over her forehead. "Vane, you too sense that this young lord is quite extraordinary, do you not?" she inquired. This time, the swordswoman Vane absent-mindedly nodded, unusually refraining from retorting. Chapter 28. Investigation. The rain fell throughout the night, accompanied by fierce gusts of wind. As the storm raged, Lynn could hear the haunting wails of the hurricane outside from his bedroom. By morning, the tempest had blown for about 3 hours before beginning to abate. Not long after, the wind subsided, although the torrential rain continued until noon. Lynn dispatched several groups to investigate the grounded ships, receiving consistent reports. The three vessels were eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. He was certain that the blue-eyed creatures could not swim. Unless the whites had sprouted wings, they could not escape the grounded ships. After lunch, Lynn resolved to gather his troops and personally assess the situation. Lady Fetrin, eager to contribute, dispatched 12 of her personal guards and entrusted the fiery Vayne to Lynn's care. Vayne possesses commendable swordsmanship. She will protect you as she does me, she declared. Lynn expressed skepticism, placing more faith in his newly upgraded level 2 cavalry. Moreover, he was well prepared, with a Valyrian dagger secured at his waist and clad in the armor once worn by his father. The sole suit of Steel Knight's armor crafted in the fishing village port. Despite its meticulous design, the armor was uncomfortable, with silk cotton padding in the boots and belt. Nevertheless, he did not refuse the Countess's goodwill. Vayne followed behind, observing Lynn's ill-fitting armor, clearly not custom-made for him, which rendered his appearance somewhat awkward and far from the imposing figure of a knight. They set forth. Lynn led 100-strong contingent through the castle gates, indifferent to appearances, as long as the armor provided adequate protection. Not long after heading north along the coastline, the 3 towering Iron Islands double-masted ships came into view. A shallow area separated the boarding point, necessitating wading through water to reach the vessel's hulls. Lynn had no desire to immerse himself again in the frigid sea, especially since the armor hindered his ability to swim. By this point, the sea had calmed. As the tide receded, remnants of yesterday's battle were left strewn across the sandy shore, alongside debris from the damaged ships. The area was a scene of utter devastation. Lynn had made ample preparations, ensuring that several small boats were brought over. The first group of soldiers, armed with torches, were instructed to ignite them upon boarding, just in case. Their task was to clear the deck of the first ship. Only when it was deemed safe would the subsequent troops be permitted to board. Soon after, a cry echoed from the iron ship. Lynn prepared to board a small boat, but Vayne seized his shoulder. "Are you certain you wish to go personally? It could be perilous." Lynn waved his hand dismissively. "The Countess instructed you to protect me, not to offer advice." Ignoring her indignant expression, he stepped onto the small boat. How absurd! The main quest could very well lie here. If he did not complete it, further tasks would not materialize. He could not afford to wait until years later when the army of White Walkers amassed at the wall and confront them with 100,000 whites. Merely hoping for luck, Vayne, though irked, could only stomp her foot in exasperation and follow. A double-masted ship requires at least 20 sailors to operate, in addition to the captain and first mate, as tasks such as hoisting sails and dropping anchor necessitate teamwork. Typically, long-distance merchant vessels are equipped with an additional 20 to 30 armed guards to deter the numerous pirates at sea. Large lords like those of the Iron Islands often ensure even greater manpower for the safety of their considerable cargo. With 100 crew members crammed aboard a single ship being far from uncommon, Lynn ascended the rope ladder and stepped onto the deck. The surroundings were desolate. Aside from a few mangled ballistae tossed about by the storm, there was not a soul in sight. The cavalry thoroughly searched the first deck, confirming that no blue-eyed creatures lurked nearby. As a result, their gazes collectively turned to the hatch leading down to the second hold. The door was ajar, with a slanted ladder leading downward. The darkness below obscured any discernible details. Rodart stepped forward, saying, "My lord, shall we send someone down to investigate?" Lynn nodded yes. Send a 5-man team to scout the situation. Have them light their torches. If they encounter whites, it would be best to lure them up here, as the confined space below makes it difficult to maneuver. Rodart acknowledged the order and dispatched 5 infantrymen from the cavalry, as per Lynn's instructions. Watching his men descend, Lynn tightened his grip on the hilt of his Valyrian dagger and instructed, "Do not cluster around the hatch. Maintain a safe distance." The female swordsman Vayne looked at the weapon in Lynn's hand, her eyes widening in surprise. "Valyrian steel? Is that truly a Valyrian weapon? How did you come by such a thing?" Lynn shrugged, casually replying, "It's a family heirloom." Vayne stared at him in astonishment, momentarily taken aback, her eyebrows twitching slightly. Only the prominent families of Westeros are entitled to inherit the weapons forged by the Valyrians. Could it be that your ancestors belonged to one such esteemed lineage? Lynn's forebears hailed from the house of Yen Huang, undeniably a noble family, yet he found it imprudent to elaborate to the fiery lady. As the two conversed, a cacophony of combat and shouts erupted from the hatch, causing the onlookers to tense with apprehension. Moments later, 2 soldiers from the cavalry burst forth from the shadowy hatch, their faces betraying a lingering fear. One of them reported, "There are 20 to 30 blue-eyed creatures congregating below, lurking in the chamber. No matter how we attempt to lure them, they show no inclination to pursue." Lynn furrowed his brow, pondering the whereabouts of the other 3 who had descended. Just beneath the hatch, they were stationed at the staircase, wielding torches to fend off a few encroaching blue-eyed beings and inquiring whether they should proceed to eliminate them. Lin contemplated for a moment before asking, "Did you discern the appearance of those blue-eyed creatures? Were any of them exhibiting signs of high corruption?" The darkness below rendered it difficult to ascertain the situation, but the few encountered previously mirrored ordinary folk, save for their glowing blue eyes and their exceedingly sinister expressions. The soldier hastily added, "However, there is one peculiar detail. There are ample bloodstains down below, yet no bodies to be found." Lin's frown deepened. The absence of corpses implied but one possibility. The bodies had all been reanimated. Lin was uncertain of the extent of the White Walker's ability to resurrect the dead and transform them into whites. Should their range be limited? It was plausible that the White Walkers lurked just beneath this vessel. Ultimately, Lin issued his orders. "Prepare for battle. Ignite all torches. Archers, ready your flaming arrows. Any blunt weapon capable of inflicting damage can slay the whites. Once we descend, we shall scour the hold thoroughly. Should we encounter any highly corrupted whites, there are likely to be White Walkers. At that point, unleash your fury, and let me take charge." Chapter 29. The Hold Battle. Lin instructed Rodart to lead 50 cavalry soldiers to clear the scattered whites around the staircase, establishing a temporary foothold. A simultaneous descent would result in overcrowding, hampering our combat effectiveness. Soon, the sounds of fierce conflict emanated from below, and Lin anxiously awaited their return. The fierce melee at the staircase persisted for approximately half an hour. During this time, wounded soldiers were continuously assisted back onto the deck, and Lin persistently inquired about the state of affairs below. It was only upon seeing the 10th Cavalry soldier ascend the stairs that Lin finally felt a measure of relief. This time, the soldier was not injured. Approaching Lin, he respectfully reported, "My lord, Captain Rodart has cleared all the whites near the staircase, having slain a dozen blue-eyed creatures. The area is temporarily secure. You may proceed down." Rodart had not lied. As Lin entered the lower deck with the remaining soldiers, he beheld a dozen corpses strewn haphazardly near the staircase, most having their skulls cleaved or long gashes carved into their abdomens. Limbs and severed arms lay scattered about. 2 blue-eyed beings lay near the ship's hull window, twitching incessantly, their bodies scorched by flames after being doused in oil. "My lord, the vicinity has been cleared. The remaining creatures are confined within an independent chamber, the door slightly ajar, revealing a mass of shadows and pairs of blue eyes, the exact number indeterminate," Rodart informed Lin. Stepping forward, a crimson gash marred his shoulder, inflicted by a blue-eyed creature's sailor's knife, the wound appearing somewhat charred under the flickering torchlight. The blue-eyed beings, too, wielded weapons. Their movements might have been somewhat stiff, yet their combat style bore little distinction from that of ordinary men. The sole difference lay in their indifference to pain. They did not bleed, and unless mortally wounded, even in death, the White Walkers could resurrect the whites. Lin nodded, his gaze fixed on the independent chamber illuminated by the flickering flames. He discerned several neatly arranged wooden beds affixed to the cabin floor, alongside discarded and disheveled burlap coverings strewn across the ground. Lin surveyed his surroundings, noting scattered cargo containers at his feet. Some broken wooden cabinets even spilled forth dried meats and fresh fruits. This vessel bore resemblance to a medieval sailing ship, featuring 2 levels. This lower tier served as the sailors' quarters and a storage area for goods. The blue-eyed creatures had likely congregated in the sailors' common room. All awaited Lin's next command when Vane abruptly shattered the silence. Observing the completely lifeless whites, she exclaimed, "Why are these corpses devoid of clothing?" Lin, too, had noticed that those slain by Rodart or burned were entirely bare from the waist up. This was indeed inconsistent with reason. When resurrecting the dead, the White Walkers typically did not leave them in such a state, unless these individuals had been attired thusly prior to their demise. The group turned their gaze towards Vane, who felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Hurricane interjected, "You seem quite concerned about their attire." "Merely a slip of the tongue," Vane replied, regaining her composure. "Indeed, sir. It is utterly implausible for anyone to be without clothing on the seas of the north. Even within the stifling confines of ship's hold, they must don sailor's garb. Otherwise, the sea breeze would swiftly numb their hands and feet." Lin disregarded their discourse, his focus shifting to the ajar cabin door. The whites within seemed to have congregated, their interest in the ongoing battle outside evidently non-existent. This revelation instilled a sense of unease within him. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Lin commanded, "Clear the bedding from the floor, ignite it with torches, and cast it through that door to drive those whites out. I wish to ascertain their intentions." The cavalry soldiers complied, and soon the interior was ablaze. In a matter of moments, a dozen dark figures surged forth from the doorway, their eyes aglow with a chilling blue light. Lynn noted with alarm that the last white to emerge was an unusually tall blue-eyed being with long hair. Long hair, blue eyes. Lynn gasped, shouting, "It is a White Walker! Everyone be on guard!" Instantly, all raised their weapons and torches, bracing themselves. The long-haired White Walker stepped out, flames raging behind it. Its chest heaved as it exhaled a plume of icy blue mist, raising a slender, clawed hand to point menacingly at Lynn amidst the crowd. Lynn narrowed his eyes at the long-haired White Walker, which returned his gaze with equal intensity. In the next heartbeat, from the Walker's deep, hollow eyes, Lynn seemed to glean an understanding of something profound. With a swift motion, Lynn drew his Valyrian steel dagger and commanded, "Slay them." Upon receiving the order, the cavalry erupted into a fervent roar. "For Lord Lynn, Demacia, charge forth!" The valiant cavalry's infantry raised their weapons and charged unhesitatingly towards the nearby horde of whites. Under the urging of Harry Kane, the archers ignited their rockets and drew their bows taut. The long-haired, white-haired White gripped a sharp sword with an expressionless visage, surrounded by a dozen equally expressionless Whites. As the soldiers of the cavalry roared forward, drawing near, the long-haired White finally opened its mouth filled with jagged teeth and emitted a piercing shriek. Instantly, the surrounding Whites responded, emitting strange, mournful sounds as they lunged at the approaching infantry. The clash of blades and bodies reverberated throughout the ironclad ship's hold. Rockets soared, and swords clashed in a cacophony. The scene descended into chaos. The assembled Whites were initially scattered by the cavalry's first wave of assault, granting them a fleeting advantage. Yet they were unable to land decisive blows. Several Whites, felled by axes and swords, swiftly rose again. Only the fiery arrows could elicit shrieks from these Whites. However, once engaged in close combat, the cavalry's archers found themselves unable to shoot accurately and could only draw their long swords and advance. The Whites were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the cavalry, but Lynn's men were unable to finish them off completely. One wave of slashing followed another. Yet the enemy continued to rise again and again. Everyone understood that the key lay with the long-haired White, whose face was a mask of rage, draped in a blue and white cloak. However, each attempt by the cavalry to attack the White was thwarted by its towering, seemingly limitless strength. In the repeated skirmishes, several cavalry soldiers fell. As the long-haired White chanted, the slain cavalry soldiers became new Whites. Lynn recalled a saying, "The Whites were the dead, coming for every living soul in the realm." In a sense, their very existence, or non-existence, was devoted to destruction. Lynn knew he could no longer hesitate. He must take action, for if the stalemate persisted, dire consequences would ensue. Ding! Explosive soldier system activated. Opening the explosive soldier system. He spent 200 points to exchange for 2 Valyrian steel blades. The female swordsman, Vayne, had shielded Lynn since the onset of battle, and when she felt his hand on her shoulder, she turned in surprise to see Lynn presenting her with a sheathed weapon. From the material of the hilt alone, it was unmistakably another Valyrian weapon. Vayne was taken aback, unable to fathom how Lynn had conjured such a thing. She instinctively accepted the steel dagger, momentarily stunned. When Lynn handed a similar steel dagger to Rodart, Vayne was utterly astounded. Lynn, however, maintained an air of nonchalance, solemnly instructing the two, "Slay those Whites and capture that White. I will personally behead it." Chapter 30, The Blade Unleashed. Lynn was witnessing the might of Valyrian steel weapons for the first time. The horde of Whites, which had previously clustered together, impeding the cavalry's ability to break through, now found themselves utterly helpless against Rodart and Vayne's weapons, akin to infants. Each stab of the steel blade through the decaying corpses rendered the blue-eyed Whites to dust, collapsing without any chance of reprieve. This was indeed the Whites' nemesis. One by one, the grotesque Whites, resembling undead war gods, howled as they were reduced to mere ash. Rodart and Vayne flanked the foe, while the cavalry pressed forward in the center. The long stagnant battle finally heralded the dawn of victory. The long-haired White, too, was filled with trepidation at the glimmering steel of the Valyrian blades. Its once expressionless face now bore a grimace. Within less than half an hour, the horde of Whites was utterly annihilated. Now, only Lynn's forces remained, facing the solitary, towering White with its eyes aglow in blue. Lynn stood 10 paces from the fray, drawing forth the short blade he had named Crossing from his waist, meeting the long-haired White's cold gaze. He advanced slowly. Rodart and Vayne understood the cue, raising their blades against the long-haired White. The White resisted with weapons that seemed cloaked in ice, however, deprived of the advantage of its undead form. The long-haired white began to falter under the combined assault. Vayne, an exceptional swordswoman, seized the moment and executed a beautifully arched thrust, slicing through the white's wrist. Instantly, a narrow gash appeared on the white's grayish skin, a searing red trench marking the wound, one that could not heal. The white howled in agony. Soon after, Rodart's next strike landed on its calf. The white stumbled to its knees, the unaccustomed, excruciating pain causing it to drop its icy weapon. Lyn stepped forth from the parted ranks of the cavalry, looking down upon the long-haired white, now kneeling with its head bowed. The white lifted its gaze, its eyes still icy blue. Lyn smiled and uttered 2 words, farewell. A flash of silver glinted. The crossing short blade, for the first time, found its mark in the long-haired white's head. Ding! The sound of the explosive soldier system signified the completion of a task. Congratulations, host, for completing the main task of the explosive soldier system. Slay 1 white. Reward, silver bull command horn. Claiming the head of the white, Lyn exhaled, gazing at the crossing short blade, his spirits soaring. Valyrian steel was forged from the flames of the ancient freehold of Valyria. Its marvel lay in the extraordinary craftsmanship. During the forging process, magic and incantations were incorporated. Thus, the rarity of Valyrian steel swords posed the doom of Valyria. Lyn was aware of a few notable examples. Widow's Wail, the shorter of 2 long swords reforged from the ancestral ice of House Stark, currently held by King Tommen, Oathkeeper. The longer sword of the 2, granted by Lord Tywin Lannister to his son, Jaime. Heartsbane, the ancestral sword of House Tarly, owned by Lord Randall Tarly for over 5 centuries. Longclaw, gifted by Lord Commander Mormont in gratitude to his steward, Jon Snow, Lady Forlorn. The ancestral treasure of House Karstark of Karhold. Red Rain, the ancestral sword of House Drum from the Iron Islands. Nightfall, the ancestral sword of House Harlaw from the Iron Islands. Vigilance, the ancestral sword of House Hightower from Old Town. And the Orphan Maker, the ancestral sword of House Locke from the Riverlands. In addition, there were a few other Valyrian steel swords of unknown whereabouts and a limited number of Valyrian steel daggers that remain in existence. In this world, there have never been swords forged from Valyrian steel. Only swords and daggers exist. Swords symbolize knights and honor, while daggers are exquisite treasures favored by nobles. Although these weapons remain formidable, they're tainted by an excess of superficial prestige. The 3 steel weapons in Lyn's possession, however, are truly crafted for the purpose of slaughter. Upon emerging from the ship's hold and returning to the beach, Lyn discovered a significant drawback of the Valyrian steel sword he had exchanged for in the system's marketplace. Beyond a range of 50 meters from Lyn, the Valyrian weapons purchased from the system would lose their legendary effects and become naught but ordinary steel weapons. This realization dawned upon Rodart, who, while cleaning the battlefield within the ship's hold, noticed the change. It appears that the user manual for legendary weapons is confined to one's immediate vicinity. Lyn could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging that such fortuitous circumstances do not exist in reality. Otherwise, a Valyrian steel weapon obtainable for just 100 points would indeed be a significant oversight. Such an item is a dream for all warriors, capable of fetching over 10,000 gold dragons in the Grand Castles, yet remains priceless and unattainable. Give it to me. Lyn gestured towards Vayne. Vayne, unable to part with the Valyrian steel sword's hilt, blinked and replied, What do you think? With a reluctant sigh, she added, Can I return it to you later? Did you not witness how I dispatched those blue-eyed creatures just now? Those monsters stood no chance against it. Observing the swordswoman's complete unwillingness to return the weapon, Lyn reiterated, I understand that the Valyrian steel weapon is indeed powerful, but it belongs to me. Vayne lowered her gaze, her head drooping as if recalling a sorrowful memory, and indifferently remarked, If only I had possessed a Valyrian weapon that day at Widow's Watch Dock, my knightly retinue would not have perished. Lyn felt a slight headache. Women's emotions are notoriously fickle, and one can never discern when they are being genuinely expressive. Thus, he chose to disregard her lamentations. With a final sigh of resignation, he stated, Your task remains to protect me, not to lead the charge. If no new whites appear on the last 2 ships, there will be no need for you to engage in battle. However, considering your recent triumph over the whites, I shall permit you to keep it for a while longer, but it must be returned to me before we depart. Vayne promptly secured the sheathed sword at her waist, a smile returning to her face. Of course, my lord. It seems that an extraordinary weapon holds an undeniable allure for a swordsman. Lyn could only shake his head and smile helplessly. Rodart disposed of the corpses from the first iron-born ship, casting them into the depths of the sea, before approaching Lyn to report. Lyn nodded in approval, commending, well done. His gaze drifted towards the second and third iron-born ships nearby. Armed with the experience of personally slaying 10 whites and completing a side quest, he felt bolstered with confidence. He commanded the soldiers to rest in place and prepare to clear the following merchant ships. At your command, my lord. Chapter 31. Can alliances be forged? The silvery moonlight cascaded over the sandy beach as Lin and his weary party returned to the fishing village port after a day of bloodshed. Upon reaching his quarters, he was utterly exhausted. The side quest had been completed, and more importantly, the whites within his territory had been thoroughly eradicated. He could finally enjoy a restful sleep to replenish his energy and strength. Before retiring, he contemplated the arrangements for the following day. He planned to hire a group of villagers to transport the grain from the grounded ships back to the city. But he needed to carefully consider how to deal with the 3 stranded vessels. Left in the shallow waters, they would eventually attract unwanted attention. As for the Fitlin family, Lin was obligated to send 100 cavalry soldiers to assist in clearing the remaining whites from Widow's Watchport. This was crucial for his reputation, as becoming a noble known for keeping promises was of utmost importance in these early stages. However, he firmly rejected the proposal from the Countess and Vane regarding the borrowing of Valyrian steel weapons. The relationship between their 2 families had not yet reached such a level of intimacy. Compounding Lin's troubles was a newly assigned task from a system. Main quest: bring Arya Stark back to the north. Reward: young beast golden. Side quest: eliminate 50 whites with territorial soldiers. Reward: random points exchange card blue. The side quest seemed manageable. The cavalry's expedition to Widow's Watch might allow for its immediate completion, though the reward was merely average. Yet, the main quest, which involved seeking out Arya and escorting her back to the north, felt absurd. The Rivellins were embroiled in conflict, and how could he traverse war-torn lands with his men? Tracing Arya's whereabouts might prove difficult. It was conceivable that as soon as his forces mobilized, they would be perceived as spoils of war, swiftly captured by enemy cavalry. Lin's worries did not end there. The planning and development of the sister islands in Bitewater Bay also required oversight, constructing barracks, producing brewing workshops, recruiting personnel, and establishing housing standards. Furthermore, arrangements needed to be made for Dany Tully's support at any moment. It was overwhelming. Lin had previously only read about a lord's heroic exploits and the resplendence of noble prestige in novels. Yet now, he found himself inundated with a plethora of issues demanding resolution. Currently, his territory in the north, excluding the officially unrecognized sister islands, spanned less than 1,000 square meters and housed fewer than 500 residents. Troubles were piling up. Lin still had approximately 30 points in the system. Pondering whether to recharge 20 dragon coins to draw an elite class card, managing everything without a steward was proving to be quite vexing. As thoughts of dragon coins flitted through his mind, Lin felt his eyelids nearly close in fatigue before abruptly snapping open. He realized that within his territory, there was a capable steward in the Fitlin family. The Lady Fitlin clearly held authority at Widow's Watch, and it would be unwise not to cultivate a rapport with her to alleviate some of his pressing concerns, especially considering his assistance in dispatching troops. With this in mind, Lin swiftly rose, dragging his weary body toward the guest room in the estate's rear courtyard. The lights within the room were still aglow. Lin gently rapped on the door. "Who is it?" A gentle woman's voice called from within. "My lady, it's Lin. May I trouble you to discuss a few matters?" The sitting room was a spacious and charming little chamber, and he could hear the rustling of clothing from within, as though the woman had just shed her garments and was preparing for bed, perfectly coinciding with his arrival. The lord's estate was not large, and for security reasons, the Fitlin family's guards were not permitted into the rear courtyard. However, one would assume that Vane, as a personal guard, would be nearby the Countess. Why was there no sound from her now? Lin felt a twinge of confusion as he glanced around. The garden, illuminated by the moonlight, was not overly dark, with a few small insects chirping amidst the flowers and grass, while the surroundings were enveloped in silence. Creak! The door creaked open gently. Lin turned his head and beheld the Countess, adorned in a white strapless gown of Samia style, draped in a delicate flesh-colored veil. Her fair legs, accentuated by exquisite lace, appeared even more elongated and graceful, exuding a natural elegance characteristic of mature women. At that moment, her alabaster hands rested on the doorknob, and her large, expressive eyes gazed meaningfully at Lin, who felt a twinge of guilt for disturbing someone as slumber at such a late hour. Nevertheless, considering that this esteemed lady would soon depart to further her own endeavors, he steeled himself to proceed. "I apologize for the intrusion, my lady," Lin said with a hint of remorse. The Countess's eyes sparkled as she gestured invitingly, saying, "My lord, what brings you to me at this hour?" Upon entering the room, Lin discreetly scanned the surroundings and was mildly surprised to find that the spirited Vane was indeed absent. However, He dismissed the thought and approached the table, smiling at Lady Fitlin. I do wish to discuss a few matters with you. Lin outlined his plans, mentioning his intention to dispatch 2 ships to accompany her back to Widow's Watch, ensuring her safe return to the city. He intended to recruit a number of craftsmen and sailors for his own domain once there. Lin was uncertain whether the cavalry could manage negotiations effectively. Thus, he preferred to arrange matters with the mistress of Widow's Watch first, allowing her to facilitate the boarding of his required personnel, while the cavalry would merely escort them home. Lady Fitlin smiled, her lips curving gracefully. My lord, you visit me at such an hour for this? Lin nodded, then shook his head. There is another matter. Your fertile lands must surely have many laborers and farming tools, which I require as well. The lady regarded him with a knowing smile and nodded, inquiring. These are not issues. I can arrange everything. Do you have anything else? Lin, pleased with her readiness to assist, paused, pondering if there was indeed anything else. Was there not something more? After a moment as contemplation, realization struck him. Beyond these matters that could be conveniently acquired, it seemed more prudent to procure supplies from the nearest White Harbor, despite his less than favorable impression left by Lord Eel, who persistently pressed for tax collection. However, business was business. He recalled, with some chagrin, that he had yet to complete a side quest involving alliances with other lords, which would reward him with a random point exchange card green. As a radiant smile illuminated his youthful face, Lady Fitlin, standing just a breath away, displayed a subtle smile, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Madam, he said with a hint of apology, is it possible to form an alliance? The alluring moonlight nestled within a cloud, vanishing from sight. Returning to his chamber, Lin luxuriated in the warmth of his bed, having effectively resolved a multitude of troublesome affairs, while simultaneously securing an alliance with the Fitlin family and completing his lingering side quest, leaving him momentarily intoxicated with pride. He closed his eyes, ready to drift into slumber. Yet, amidst the haze of sleep, thoughts of Lady Fitlin's alluring form and her captivating gaze returned to him, prompting him to reopen his eyes. In the darkness, Lin murmured to himself, have I perhaps overlooked something? The following morning, Lin, sporting a pair of panda eyes, made his way to the dock to bid farewell to Lady Fitlin and her companions. To his surprise, Vane, who had previously been cordial after their brief encounter, had reverted to her earlier, more hostile demeanor. From the fishing village harbor to the moment they boarded the ship, she offered no kindness to Lin, her displeasure evident. Yesterday, when returning the Valyrian steel dagger, she had not been so irate. Standing at the dock, accompanied by his little black dog, Lin waved goodbye to Lady Fitlin aboard the Widow's Watch. The escort mission was under the command of Harry Kane of the cavalry, who oversaw the deployment of 100 cavalry soldiers boarding the subsequent fishing boats. Lin urged Harry to prioritize safety, minimizing any potential losses. Harry assured him that the mission would be executed with utmost diligence, aiming for a swift return. On the deck of the 3-masted vessel, Vane gazed at the receding land. Her eyes narrowed in wrath as she muttered villain. Unbeknownst to Lin, his late-night visit to the Countess had not gone unnoticed. Vane, who had been stargazing in the courtyard, witnessed it all. After knocking on the Countess's chamber door late into the night, Vane now regarded Lin with disdain, perceiving him as hypocritical and morally corrupt. Despite not understanding the root of her anger, she barely slept that night, finally dozing off only as dawn broke, in her dreams violently strangling Lin. After bidding farewell to his new allies, Lin returned to his lordship's castle. He summoned several fishmongers who frequently traveled to White Harbor or the Valley, resolved to set the development of the fishing village harbor firmly on the right path. Old fisherman Kurt and the young man Compagnie, who came from a lineage of fish merchants, represented the group. You all possess your own fishing vessels and make several trips to White Harbor each month. Who among you wishes to undertake this task for your lord? Lin inquired from his elevated position. The elderly Kurt, stooped with age, had frequently navigated the White Harbor route. My lord, you suggest we assist you in White Harbor by hiring a crew of experienced mates and sailors. I believe that is unnecessary. We can accomplish it ourselves. I have sailed as far south as Dorne in my youth, and no one knows the seas better than I. Compagnie scoffed. Uncle Kurt, you may have sailed, but that was in your youth as a sailor. Do you remember the hidden reefs, the pirate-infested waters? Or whether you needed to curry favor with the local nobility upon entering Dorne's harbor? My lord, I can take on this task. My family has a long maritime tradition, and we possess a nautical logbook passed down through generations. With it, I can ensure the success of your maritime trade ventures. And my crew is young and robust, unafraid of the sea winds. Nautical logbook? Old Kurt spat dismissively. Young man, you speak of a logbook from 300 years ago. Times have changed, The sea is not what it once was. I have spent my life at sea. Experience is paramount. Lynn interjected, halting their verbal sparring. He had no interest in their boastful claims. If they truly possessed the skills they claimed, they wouldn't be peddling fish in such a small locale. Who said I wanted you to assist me with long-distance trade? You must be mad with desperation. Moreover, earning 50 silver bucks for a voyage is no simple task. Focus on recruiting crew members for me in White Harbor, Old Kurt and Young Compagnie, if you genuinely wish to engage in long-distance trade. You may spend your own funds to hire a crew of experienced sailors and navigators. If you can substantiate your capabilities, then in the future, there will be opportunities for you to earn 50 silver bucks per voyage. Old Cot slightly straightened his hunched back, a broad grin revealing his uneven yellow teeth. My lord, what you say is true. Earning a bit of pocket money is secondary, but your business is of utmost importance. You wish to hire hands, yes? As it happens, I was just planning a trip to White Harbor today, and my catch is nearly full. It's high time to deliver it there. As he spoke, Old Cot glanced at Lynn's expression and continued, My lord, how many hands do you intend to hire in White Harbor? It will be good for me to have an idea. Lynn, not one to conceal his intentions, opened his fair palm and raised it, saying, 100 is not too many, 500 is not too few. Recruit as many as you can. And the wages? After a moment's contemplation, Lynn calculated based on White Harbor's wage rates, indicating that those who came could construct homes on-site without incurring any settlement taxes, even bringing their families along. Upon hearing this, Old Cot's face brightened, for where could common sailors find a home of their own? Most merely erected a makeshift shelter near the port to survive. Even after a lifetime of labor and savings, if they wished to build a house in the countryside, they would still have to pay a hefty settlement fee to the local lord. With the allure of provided housing, recruiting 500 men would pose little challenge. Such a lucrative deal would yield considerable profit. The lord's mere fingertip could likely equate to half a year's income for Old Cot. As for whether the lord genuinely intended to provide housing or was merely deceiving some unsuspecting sailors into servitude, Old Cot could not concern himself. Once they entered the territory of Fisherman's Port, it would be the responsibility of this young nobleman before him. With a smile, Old Cot hurriedly agreed, fearful that Lynn might change his mind, and he promptly received a deposit from the Scholar Hill before departing with a cheerful demeanor. Once Old Cot left, the previously bustling scene grew somewhat subdued. Compagnie, a strapping young man in his early 20s with red hair and dark eyes, wore a look of disappointment on his face for having lost to Old Cot. His catch was not yet fully acquired, and running an empty ship to White Harbor would incur excessive costs. Thus, he had hesitated, allowing the astute Old Cot to seize the opportunity. By the time he realized what had happened, the old fellow had already scampered off with the deposit. Lynn observed the individuals below, lifting his teacup for a delicate sip. I have another profitable venture, Lynn announced. I wonder if those present would be interested. Compagnie, who was about to take his leave, paused at the words, his face lighting up with anticipation. My lord, are you planning to transport some goods from White Harbor? Lynn chuckled softly, declining to answer directly. He gradually set his teacup down and added, 3 twin-masted ships along the coastline. I wonder if you might be interested? Company's eyes sparkled with interest. My lord, are you intending to sell them? Though the 3 merchant ships bearing the Iron Islands insignia were stranded in shallow waters, hiring a crew of haulers and a few fishing boats could easily drag them out. With a fresh coat of tree resin, they would become excellent seafaring vessels. Lynn shook his head. I'm not selling, but rather renting them. Compagnie was taken aback. Renting? His expression dimmed. The cost of renting a vessel, especially a large twin-masted ship, was considerable. Without a solid business route, hiring such a large ship would be a losing proposition. This explained why most fishing boats in Lynn's Fisherman's Port were single-masted or even manually rowed skiffs. The maintenance alone for larger vessels represented a significant expense that ordinary fishermen could not afford. However, Lynn did not leave his audience in suspense for long. He steadied himself and declared, although it is a rental, I will cover the maintenance costs, and the business is already prepared. You need only to operate the ships and assist in gathering the goods I wish to purchase, ensuring they are returned. Is this truly the case, my lord? Compagnie exclaimed, rising from his seat in excitement. Chapter 33. The Caravan and the Task. Lynn gestured for Compagnie to calm down and pointed to the side where the Scholar Hill was taking meeting notes with a quill. You all make your living from the sea. Discuss among yourselves. Anyone who can gather the necessary manpower and is willing to undertake this voyage should leave a written note with Scholar Hill to sign a contract of guarantee. As soon as Compagnie sat down, he sprang to his feet again, and several merchants in the hall followed suit, all expressing their willingness to take on the task. My lord, I am willing. My lord, I too am eager to go. I am familiar with the valley route. My lord, count me in. I have ample manpower. And as for the route, as long as I follow old Joe, there should be no issue. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You have 3 days to drag the 3 stranded ships out of the shallow waters and complete their repairs and repainting. Compagnie was taken aback. So soon? The main quest required the return of Arya, and given that she had likely already departed from King's Landing, how could he not be anxious? Lin recalled that not long after Ned's demise, Uncle Benjen had taken Arya and the newly recruited knights watched northward, only to be intercepted by the Hound on the King's Road due to unforeseen events. Once in the Hound's grasp, rescue would not be easily achieved. The route to King's Landing would take them through the Neck and the Riverlands, but the Riverlands were currently a battleground, making that path impassable. To reach the King's Road swiftly, they would have to take the sea route, circling around the Vale of Arryn and directly entering the Trident River from upstream. The reason for traveling by sea with a caravan was not only due to the urgency of time, but also because, under the identity of a northern lord, venturing into the territories of the Seven Kingdoms in the midst of such a fierce conflict was unfeasible. To accomplish the main quest, they could only disguise themselves as a caravan en route to the Trident River. With these thoughts in mind, Lin spoke earnestly. Gentlemen, should you successfully complete this voyage, I assure you a handsome reward. If there are no further questions, prepare to ensure the safety of the voyage and plan the route, as that is your immediate task. The 3 merchant fishermen exchanged glances, and one of them, a bearded trader named Old Joe, inquired, "My lord, what goods do you intend for us to procure? Are we heading north of the Vale or to the east coast?" Lin rose and clarified, "We shall not head to the Vale, but instead, we will circle around it from the east coast, entering the Trident River from the southern estuary. As for the goods, a list will be provided to you. But gathering refugees displaced by the war and homeless farmers along the way is also part of this mission." Everyone was momentarily stunned. Compagnie gazed incredulously at the young lord on the dais. "Us? My lord, do you mean you'll be accompanying us?" Lin smiled and confirmed, indeed. At that moment, Arya Stark, having just left the confines of King's Landing, embarked on the long road north along the King's Road. Uncle Benjen commanded the Knights watch new recruits to rest in place. Arya, now calling herself ally and sporting a short haircut, bore an appearance indistinguishable from a young boy, save for her trips to the bushes by the riverbank, where she squatted discreetly to relieve herself. She cast a furtive glance around, ensuring she had not been detected, before pulling up her trousers and returning to the encampment. Clutching a bundle of firewood, she passed by an iron prison cart. Inside, 3 shackled prisoners were contained, one of whom, a gaunt man with long hair, called out to her. He introduced himself as someone lamenting his unbearable thirst and requesting a bowl of water. His demeanor was relatively humble and refined, yet the other 2 occupants of the cart were far less amiable. A middle-aged brute, with little more than half a set of teeth and a scruffy beard, threatened her with a roar, demanding she fetch him some wine, lest he flay her alive. The man leaned against the bars of the cart, apologizing on behalf of the brutish fellow and urging her not to take offense, asserting that he had no choice in his companions and pleading for just a bowl of water. However, Arya found the man's self-introduction peculiar. He referred to himself as someone while calling himself this person. This person was named Jaquin, hailing from the free city of Lorith across the narrow sea. Before he could elaborate further, the brutish man and a bald companion resumed their clamoring for wine. Arya, incensed by their insolence, could no longer contain herself. She discarded the firewood she was carrying and shouted into the cart, "Who do you think you are, prisoners?" With that, she brandished a wooden stick and began to strike at the brutish man through the iron bars. Observing the spectacle with a smile, Jaquin remarked that the boy was indeed brave, albeit lacking in wisdom. At that moment, a guard named Jandrai called Arya away. Captain Yoren had declared that no one was to approach them, as they were dangerous individuals. Fearless, Arya chased after Jandrai, defiantly asserting, "I am not afraid of them." Just then, the sound of hooves echoed along King's Road, heralding the arrival of 2 gold cloaks from King's Landing. They approached the Night's Watch's encampment. Mistaking their intent as a pursuit of her, Arya swiftly hid behind a slope by a tree. The gold cloaks summoned Uncle Yoren, brandishing a royal decree, demanding the surrender of a wanted criminal. Unaware of the ongoing massacre of bastards in King's Landing, Uncle Yoren assumed they were after Arya. He drew a dagger from his sleeve, pressing it to the thigh of the leading gold cloak, and declared that the Night's Watch was not under the jurisdiction of the king or queen, instructing them to leave or face death. With their weapons confiscated by the Night's Watch, the gold cloaks had no choice but to retreat in defeat. However, before departing, one of them loudly proclaimed the identity of the wanted individual. Surveying the camp, the gold cloak announced, "The king seeks a boy known as Bull, who wears a horned helmet." He then spurred his horse, leaving a menacing remark for Yoren. "Next time I return, I shall bring you the heads of both your man and that bull. Arya emerged from her hiding place, gazing at the bewildered bull. The two exchanged glances, realizing that they were now both wanted fugitives in King's Landing. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, the imp Tyrion hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to visit his clandestine lover, Shay. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find a bald man conversing with her. Infuriated, the little imp was dismayed that his secret affair had been uncovered by his spymaster, Varys. Tyrion begrudgingly exchanged pleasantries with the bald man. Varys, rising to reveal a benevolent smile akin to that of a Buddha, insinuated, I am aware your father does not wish for her to be in King's Landing. However, I shall not inform Lord Tywin Lannister of this matter. Tyrion, brimming with anger, prepared to leave as Varys finished speaking, only to block the door with his hand. I am not the honorable former hand Ned Stark. I am capable of anything. Those who have threatened me are now 6 feet under. With that, he opened the door himself, intending to escort Varys out. Yet, Varys similarly restrained Tyrion's hand, looking down at him and stating, I am not easily intimidated. Do not forget, I'm the master of whisperers. I have encountered countless villains, and their fates are often grim. He smiled. Come, we must make our way. The royal council is about to convene, and the queen awaits us. Chapter 34, Stonehaven. Lynn counted the treasures within the chest. This was the last remaining box from the plundered trove of the Bite, containing a mix of riches. He stretched, satisfied with the haul, a total of 55 golden dragons, 89 silver stags, and a selection of copper coins along with some exquisite jewelry. Lynn clicked his tongue, pleased with the bounty. He summoned Old Scholar Hyle, handing him 10 golden dragons, intended as the final payment for the goods from Widow S. Watch and White Harbor, as well as wages for the hired hands. Of course, this amount also included the cost of building materials for the initial construction. Entrusting the gold to Old Scholar Hyle, he asked him to oversee his territory. This decision weighed heavily on Lynn's mind. His late father, the Viscount Rothschild, had planned this land and established the fishing village port, with Old Scholar Hyle serving as a scholar here for nearly 30 years. This indicated that Old Hyle was still held in high regard by Lynn's father. A rarity indeed. Moreover, Lynn had no other options. Rodart and the commander of the guards, Hood, had to accompany him southward. 3 days passed in a blink. After organizing several minor matters within the town, Lynn prepared to depart with a retinue of 30 guards, consisting of 20 cavalrymen and 10 attendants. Boarding the ship bound for the Trident River, he left behind a contingent of 15 cavalrymen for the defense of the fishing village, port, and 5 guards for maintaining order. This number was neither excessive nor insufficient. Lynn anticipated that this journey south would not be overly prolonged, especially since there were no significant hostile forces in the vicinity. The protection fee for White Harbor had been settled, and the pirates of the Bite had been eradicated, rendering the area his domain. He could venture forth with peace of mind for a spell. 3 freshly painted 2-masted ships set sail in unison. Lynn reclined on a deck chair, savoring the gentle sea breeze. The ship's first mate, Company, had prepared malt liquor and fruit, placing them on a makeshift table beside Lynn. The vessel glided smoothly through the waters of the Bite, navigating a calm stretch of sea. Upon exiting the Bite and following the current southward, they soon entered the eastern coastline of the Vale. The coastline was flanked by the Five-Finger Peninsula, which extended from the mountains of the Vale, and a small island that stood solitary off the coast. From this point onward, they had entered the narrow sea, where merchant ships traversing from the Essos coast to Westeros began to appear in increasing numbers. Most of them set sail from the port of Braavos, directly transporting goods to be unloaded at the Finger Peninsula in the Vale of Arryn, before navigating through the Neck, and then traveling overland westward or northward. With the current and favorable winds, the ship that Lynn was aboard sailed swiftly. Departing at dawn, they arrived just as the sun began to set at the grand city of Stoneheart on the southeastern coast of the Vale. This city was the ancestral stronghold of House Royce, situated on the southeastern coast of the valley, north of Seagull Town, and can be considered a semi-port city. Company intended to dock at the port here for an overnight stay, needing to replenish fresh water and food supplies. Lynn agreed, disguising himself as a merchant, and disembarked with 5 or 6 guards by his side. The sun had not yet fully dipped below the horizon, and the lights of the port began to flicker to life. Lynn was somewhat astonished by the level of prosperity here, but then recalled that directly across the narrow sea lay the renowned Bay of Braavos, where some of the wealthiest individuals in the world resided. The vault of immense wealth was located there as well. Walking from the dock into the city, every stretch of the pathway was paved with cobblestones, making for a comfortable stroll and suggesting considerable expense in its construction. According to noble customs, Lynn was expected to pay a visit to the lord of this city, Count Royce. However, having resolved to travel incognito, he certainly would not be foolish enough to expose himself. On a bustling street near the port, Lynn found an inn, intending to lodge for the night. The inn was a two-story brick building, its exterior coated in a light gray lime wash, appearing quite clean. The first floor served as a bar and restaurant, while the second floor contained the accommodations. The captain of the guards quickly handled the arrangements with the innkeeper, paid for the room, and the group was preparing to ascend the crescent staircase in the corner of the bar when a gruff voice called out from behind Lynn. "Hey, lad, you're from the north, aren't you?" "Huh?" Lynn halted and turned to look back. At a nearby round table, 5 or 6 burly men were gathered, one of whom, a man with a bushy black beard, was now glaring at Lynn with a sideways glance, his gaze unapologetically fixed upon him. The other companions wore similarly sinister grins. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be local sailors. Among them, a scrawny fellow was unabashedly eyeing the short blade at Lynn's waist, his small eyes gleaming with greed. Lynn recognized this thin man. He had seen him lurking around the port when they disembarked, and he had been chased away by the keen-eyed Hood. "What does it matter if I'm from the north, or if I'm not?" Lynn calmly interjected, raising a hand to halt the visibly agitated guard Hood. The bearded man smacked his lips and replied, "This place isn't welcoming to northerners." Lynn frowned slightly and replied, "Isn't the current protector of the Vale Lady Lisa Tully's son?" At this, the man stood up, seething, and retorted, "So what of it?" Lynn smirked. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wanted to confirm that you aren't that milk-faced child." Laughter erupted among the patrons in the bar. Lynn continued, "Moreover, the Tullys are now allied with the North, and perhaps Lady Lisa may even align herself with the North. So it's quite possible that Northerners and Vale folk may soon find themselves as one family. The world is unpredictable, wouldn't you agree?" With his analysis interwoven with a touch of deception, Lynn left the drunken, bearded man momentarily bewildered. He recognized that Lynn's argument was somewhat tenuous. Yet it seemed to hold a hint of validity, leaving the bearded man momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, he stammered, "You're talking nonsense," his face turning a shade of crimson. Finding the exchange rather dull, Lynn shrugged and turned to ascend the staircase. At that moment, another voice rang out from the center of the hall. The voice was sharp and laden with a strong foreign accent, declaring, "Indeed, Lady Lisa hails from House Tully. But that is old news. Now she is the Lady of the Vale, representing the interests of the Vale folk, and she would never ally with the North." "That's right," the bearded man quickly chimed in, his previously fierce demeanor now tinged with a colder intensity. Lynn could hardly contain himself. Why should Northerners be subjected to such open discrimination? As a noble from the North, he found it intolerable to witness such prejudice against his kin. He directed a stern gaze towards the Essosi individual in the hall and remarked, "Do Essosi take such an interest in the affairs of Westeros?" He could understand the slight animosity that the people of Stoneheart held towards Northerners, given their proximity to King S. Landing, should the Vale side with the North. The fleet from King S. Landing could easily reach these shores in a day, plundering Stoneheart Island before anything could be done. This was no mere speculation. The Lannisters owed a substantial debt to the Iron Bank, and with both King Robert and Queen Cersei being rather extravagant, the rich bounty of Stoneheart Island lay tantalizingly close. They would not hesitate to plunder their own subjects. However, Lynn realized that the provocations from these individuals were not rooted in any concern for the realm. Noticing the scrawny man's greedy gaze still fixated on the Valyrian dagger at his waist, a cold smile crept across Lynn's lips. Chapter 35, The Blade Passed. Lynn sought to avoid trouble, yet trouble had found him. As he pondered how to extricate himself from these troublesome individuals, a loud bang resonated from the entrance. 2 fully armed guards from Stoneheart, clad in ornate armor, burst through the bar's door. The captain of the guards, Hood, scrutinized the newcomers with a vigilant gaze, ready to confront any danger. The guards, peering through the metal grating of their helmets, surveyed the bar's patrons, and the previously raucous establishment fell silent. Lynn exchanged a glance with Hood, gesturing for silence. Leaning in closer, he whispered in a tone only audible enough for the eavesdropping bearded man to hear. "The Northern Alliance is about to strike at the Vale. Lord Smallwood has sent us to take Stoneheart." Hood, bewildered by the cryptic message from his lord, glanced at Lynn's gestures and then cast a sidelong glance at the bearded man, who was now listening intently. Understanding dawned, and a knowing smile spread across Hood's face. At that moment, it seemed the guards had not found what they were looking for. They surveyed the room and were about to turn away when the bearded man suddenly stood, calling out towards the door, "Guards, there are a few Northern spies here." All eyes turned towards Lynn. The guards exchanged glances and halted in their tracks. One guard, tall and broad, while the other was short and stocky, unsheathed his broadsword and approached the bearded man, watchfully eyeing Lin and his companions. What is going on? Beside the man, with the bushy beard, stood a lean figure, who assumed his companion was merely staging another act of framing and deceit. He too rose to his feet, obsequiously bowing to the guards of Stonehill City, and pointed at Lin, exclaiming, "My lord, these ruffians are clad in the garb of the Northmen and bear arms. It is evident they are not of good character." Lin shrugged, realizing that he had now been labeled as one of those ruffians. The guards scanned Lin and his companions with their dark, penetrating eyes. One of them inquired in a deep voice, "You hail from the north?" Hood grinned menacingly. "Is Stonehill City unwelcoming to northerners?" The guard scrutinized Hood's face, noting the hand resting on the hilt of his broadsword, then glanced at the expressionless Rodart, disguised as a merchant guard and a few valiant soldiers of the cavalry. Finally, their gaze fell upon Lin, who was asked, "Are you a nobleman?" Only dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons could rightfully claim the title of nobility. Below that rank, knights and squires were not considered nobles, merely elevated commoners. Thus, as the heir to a viscountcy, Lin held a transcendent status compared to the common folk of this realm. Lin regarded the guard with a faint curiosity. "How did you discern that?" The guard pointed to Hood's sword. "Your attendant wields the sword of a knight." Lin's brow furrowed in confusion. The guard elaborated. "In Westeros, the standard knight's sword is custom-made in Stonehill City, embellished with its sigil." Lin's understanding deepened. Only nobles had swordsmen as attendants. However, he remained somewhat astonished that such a minor detail could yield insight into his identity. He did not believe that ordinary guards possessed such perceptiveness. Intrigued, Lin asked, "Are you a knight? Might I know your name?" The guard nodded and replied, "My lord. You may call me Guff, and this esteemed gentleman beside me is Sir Duncan." Lin was taken aback to learn that Guff was a knighted man. His gaze shifted to the other Stonehill guard, a slender figure clad in heavy armor, towering at 2 meters tall, exuding a formidable presence. Lin could only regard him from an upward angle, catching a glimpse of his dark, sharp eyes through the visor of his iron helmet. As he pondered the name Duncan, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as though he had heard it before. Just then, the bushy-bearded man at the tavern table could no longer contain himself. Observing the guards engaging in polite conversation with the supposed northern spies, he felt his intelligence insulted and downed an entire bottle of malt liquor in one go. The combination of alcohol and indignation surged to his head. He stood up angrily and shouted to the patrons of the hall, "Do you see? Our guards are colluding with northern spies. This is the evidence." The onlookers regarded the drunken man with expressions of disbelief, as if he were a fool. Even the lean figure beside him could not bear to look. This was not the way to jest. Attempting to frame the guards within the city was sheer madness. He tugged at his companion, urging him to step down from the table. "Get down, Fried, you're drunk." Smack! The bushy-bearded man, incensed, turned around and slapped the lean figure hard, exclaiming, "You worthless fool, I am not drunk." The blow sent the lean man sprawling half a meter away, his teeth rattling and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "These northerners are spies." The bearded man continued with a sinister laugh. "I heard them conspiring just now. They spoke of Rob's army preparing to attack the Vale." As soon as he uttered these words, a hush fell over the tavern. Then, laughter erupted throughout the establishment. "Ha ha ha! The Northern Army is still locked in battle with the Lannisters in the Riverlands. How could they possibly split their forces to assault the Vale? Crossing the Riverlands to reach the Vale? When did the Northerners acquire a navy? What a ridiculous notion!" The tavern filled with uproarious laughter, the atmosphere becoming lively. Mockery and insults rang out in waves. Lin couldn't help but smile quietly. Alcohol easily dulled the mind, impairing judgment. In a situation where a drunkard desperately sought to frame him, offering a knife would often lead to a swift acceptance. Lin felt no inclination to pity his foolishness. Amid the cacophony of derision and taunts, the bushy-bearded Fried finally emerged from his drunken stupor, glaring at Lin with bloodshot, vengeful eyes. However, the 2-meter-tall guard, Duncan, approached him slowly. Fried was suddenly gripped by a sense of dread and despair, forgetting to draw the iron sword resting on the table, and attempted to flee. Duncan reached out and caught his foot before he could leap off the table, sending Fried crashing to the ground, toppling a row of wooden tables. Cups and goblets shattered across the floor. Enduring the pain, Fried staggered to his feet, intent on making an escape, but Duncan would not grant him that opportunity. He advanced, extending his long arm to seize the back of Fried's collar. A sheathed broadsword was raised high, descending mercilessly towards his head. As Lin relished the unfolding spectacle, he suddenly heard a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the Knights of Westeros Hall of Fame option. Collecting knights from the realm and bringing them under your command will yield substantial experience points. Chapter 36, The Hall of Fame for Knights. Lynn's expression shifted. The Knights of Westeros Hall of Fame was a new feature of the system. Typically, the system would not activate a new option without cause. Something must have triggered this mechanism. Suppressing the urge to examine the system immediately, Lynn lowered his gaze in contemplation, pondering the reason behind this event. At that moment, the tavern erupted in an even louder clamor, this time filled with gasps of astonishment. Did he just kill him? Someone shouted. He was struck dead by the sword sheath. Did you see? Blood is pouring from his nose. He was struck fatally on the back of the head. Another voice cried out. Damn it! Came the terrified shout of the lean figure. You've killed him. He hasn't even faced the Lordess judgment. You have no right to kill him in Stonehill City. Yes, even the guards were bound by this law. Others chimed in, insisting that even knights lacked the authority. Awakening from the excitement of the newly triggered system option, Lynn snapped back to reality, bewildered. What just happened? The captain of the guards, Hood, gestured towards the motionless figure of Brother Beard sprawled on the ground in the hall, speaking in hushed tones. My lord, we find ourselves in a dire predicament. It appears that this fellow has met his demise, struck down directly by the scabbard. Lynn furrowed his brow, observing the overturned tables in the tavern, beneath which Brother Beard lay face down, utterly still. A pool of blood seeped from around his head. Perhaps due to the dim lighting, Lynn perceived that the blood appeared not crimson, but rather an ominous shade of black. He inquired of Hood, did you see clearly? Was he slain by the scabbard? Hood, reflecting for a moment, replied uncertainly, my lord, the scene was somewhat chaotic. Shadows intertwined and tables were toppled, making it difficult for anyone to see clearly. However, generally speaking, a seasoned knight would not wield such reckless force. Moreover, Hood leaned closer to Lynn and whispered at that moment. A man approached Brother Beard just as he fell. Oh, did you recognize him? Lynn pressed. Hood nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my lord, it was that foreigner from Essos, who had previously dared to insult you. A sense of foreboding washed over Lynn as he scanned the tavern. He recalled the Essos man wore a grayish-white monk's robe. As he surveyed the surroundings, the din of the tavern grew increasingly raucous, with many patrons joining in the commotion. Outside, other guards from Runestone City were dispatched to report the unfolding situation. Just then, a voice called out, drawing Lynn's attention. He turned to see a furtive figure, shouting as he stealthily made his way towards the tavern's entrance. Lynn recognized the silhouette of the lean monkey. Was he attempting to slip away amidst the chaos? Then, he observed the monk-clad individual trailing closely behind the lean one. Lynn's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing into slits. Pointing towards the entrance, he commanded, Hood, apprehend those two. Do not let them escape. At once, my lord, Hood replied, striding purposefully across the hall to intercept the lean monkey before he could pull open the door. Grasping the wooden handle firmly, the lean monkey turned in alarm to find Hood brandishing his guard's sword menacingly at his throat, while his other hand pointed at the foreigner, whose head was bowed low. A cruel smirk spread across Hood's face. Where do you think you're going, friend? My lord requests your presence. Knight Goff, observing Lynn as he approached the lifeless body, cast a glance at Hood, who was securing the entrance. He inquired solemnly, what is the meaning of this, my lord? Lynn remained silent, bending down to turn the deceased over. His suspicions were confirmed. The man had not succumbed to a heavy blow, as evidenced by the black blood trickling from his mouth. A cold smile crept across Lynn's face. It seems the real victims of this conspiracy are not I, but rather you. Knight Goff scrutinized the dark blood on the ground, his armor concealing his expression. Sir Duncan, witnessing the scene, narrowed his eyes. His brow furrowed as he coldly remarked, it is the Black Death poison. Goff responded, what a despicable tactic, sir. It must be the work of the Royce family. We have just submitted our resignation. Lynn overheard their exchange. At that moment, he recalled who Sir Duncan was and why he felt a sense of familiarity. He noticed the emblem on Duncan's right gauntlet arm, a tree of elm in twilight, with a green meteor streaking across the sky. An unusual design, yet one that left a lasting impression. His true name should be Dunk, later known as Sir Duncan the Tall, a legendary Kingsguard from history. Dunk, a towering figure raised in a flea-ridden hovel, had once served as a squire to a mercenary knight, and upon becoming a knight himself, served as a squire to Aegon V, later rising to the rank of captain of the Kingsguard during Aegon V's reign, with his early exploits recorded and celebrated. This was a knight who had perished over a century ago, now standing alive before Lynn. Astonished, Lynn murmured, the Knights of the Hall of Fame system, does it refer to the deceased knights? Has my arrival caused a mysterious shift in this world? Could those illustrious figures of the past re-emerge in this time? Lin felt uncertain. Yet, since he had traversed here himself, it seemed plausible, no matter how fantastical the notion. A horn sounded outside, interrupting Lin's thoughts. The tall knight turned his gaze towards the door, addressing Lin. "My lord, I appreciate your guidance. But this matter does not concern you. Take your people and leave promptly." Beside him, Knight Goff, clad in simple yet sturdy iron armor, stood shoulder to shoulder with Sir Duncan, drawing forth a sharp knight's sword. "Is there trouble, knights? Leave now, noble lord. The Northmen ought not to become entangled in this conflict." Lin, however, was unwilling to retreat. The Hall of Fame knight was within reach, and he would not miss this opportunity. He met Duncan's gaze, which towered above him, and declared resolutely, "I must remain to uphold the honor of the other knights. It is my creed." With a thunderous crash, the wooden door swung open, and a throng of armored guards surged into the tavern. Lin's followers stepped back a few paces. They would not act without orders. The guards wielded their shields and iron spears with little restraint, clearing away the tables that obstructed the entrance and driving the bewildered patrons aside. Then, a man clad in bronze armor strode into the tavern through the path cleared by the guards. His figure was nearly entirely concealed by armor, rendering it impossible to discern his identity by appearance or stature. However, the helmet and the painted bronze breastplate displayed a striking emblem, a heart-shaped orange background adorned with runes, with a cluster of round pebbles at its center. Clearly, it was the emblem of House Royce, the principal vassals of the Vale, ruling over Runestone City. Chapter 37, The Creed. "Sir Duncan, could you enlighten me as to what transpired here?" The man in bronze armor, resembling a mighty deity, gazed sternly at the tall Duncan, his voice deep and commanding. Duncan's expression remained impassive as he replied, "Nothing of consequence, Lord Robert Royce." Lin's interest peaked at the mention of Robert, the second son of the Earl of Runestone City. The Red Cloak Robert? This fellow was still in Runestone City, but he would likely soon seek refuge with Renly at Storm's End. As the second son, Robert could not inherit the lands or title. Thus he must carve out his own name. In the annals of history, during the War of the Five Kings, he chose to join Renly Baratheon's forces. Renly, having known him previously, trusted him implicitly, and thus welcomed him into the Rainbow Guard, bestowing upon him the title of the Red Cloak. Robb, clad in his bronze knight's armor, chuckled softly, "Sir Duncan, it is unfortunate that you seem to have mistakenly slain innocents in Stonehaven. Should you wish to avoid being judged by my father, I can escort you to Wind's Rest." The tall Duncan retorted with a scoff, "You seek me out merely to lead me to Wind's Rest? At Wind's Rest, where Balon Greyjoy reigns with an army of 10,000. I once shared a camaraderie with him during the melee at King's Landing. Aligning with him, given your prowess, would surely secure you a place among the King's Guard when Balon ascends the Iron Throne." Robb's voice was deep and resonant, eliciting a derisive snort from Duncan. Lin, too, wore a look of disdain. Though Balon appeared to be the most popular contender in the War of the Five Kings, he was, alas, a man destined for a short life. Moreover, upon Balon's demise, his closest ally, the Knight of Flowers, Ser Loras Tyrell, would likely descend into madness, seeking vengeance against you, the King's Guard, Robb, as a means of retribution. However, such thoughts were not fit for public discourse. The prestigious Hall of Knights rewarded the likes of Duncan, who would never be allowed to escape unscathed. Furthermore, recruiting a knight of exceptional strength would prove advantageous for Lin's future ambitions. The desire for glory and recognition is a sentiment shared by every knight, and Lin genuinely feared Duncan might waver under Robb's words. Breaking the silence, he declared, "I did not witness Sir Duncan slaying innocents. However, I did observe someone employing cunning schemes to win hearts, claiming it was for their own good. How novel." Lin's words served as a slap to Robb's face. Beneath the bronze armor, Robb stiffened momentarily, his neck twisting in anger as he retorted, "Who are you? Speaking recklessly in Stonehaven could lead to your demise." Lin scoffed with disdain. "The situation arose because of me. Your foolish underling made the egregious mistake of involving me while plotting against Sir Duncan. Are you threatening me now? You are no longer the esteemed Sir Robb of Stonehaven. What clout do you possess?" Upon hearing this, both Duncan and Ser Schiff turned to Lin in surprise. Schiff, puzzled, interjected, "My lord, why do you claim that Robb is no longer Sir Robb of Stonehaven?" Lin chuckled lightly, articulating, "The Vale of Arryn has not declared support for Balon. It remains loyal to King's Landing. Sir Robb just proclaimed his intention to ally with the self-proclaimed King Balon. Thus he is no longer Sir Robb of King's Landing. Moreover, Lord Yoren, the Lord of Stonehaven, would likely not favor Balon either. Otherwise, Sir Robb would not need to seek refuge at Wind's Rest alone. Therefore, Sir Rob is not only no longer a knight of Stonehaven, but he could also be deemed a traitor to both the Vale and Stonehaven. Lynn spoke with confidence. Ser Schiff stood dumbfounded, and even Sir Duncan cast several curious glances at Lynn. Rob Royce was visibly incensed. With a swift motion, he drew his sword from his waist. Pointing at Lynn, his teeth clenched, and his voice darkened. Are you seeking death? Lynn's allies, Hood and Rodard, immediately unsheathed their swords, prepared to defend themselves. The knight, Schiff, shaken from his stupor, drew his weapon as well, positioning himself protectively in front of Lynn. Having just aided them, neither Schiff nor Duncan would allow Rob to threaten Lynn's life before their eyes. In the tavern, the clamor of drawn swords erupted, creating a tense atmosphere. The patrons, trapped within the establishment, turned pale, too afraid to voice their anger, cowering in corners. The charged silence persisted briefly. Ha ha ha. Rob laughed heartily, breaking the stillness. Step aside. As punishment for slandering a knight, I have the right to slay him now to uphold my honor. Duncan interjected. Rob, do you truly believe that, by virtue of being the son of a lord of Stonehaven and bearing the title of knight, you possess the authority to judge a noble? He is a noble? Rob questioned incredulously. Guff scoffed. Of course, you must recognize the sword of the King's Guard he carries. Rob fell silent, and after a moment of contemplation, his voice turned cold, brimming with anger and resentment. Even if he is a noble, what of it? He is just as useless as my brother, Andar Royce. Look at that pitiful, frail body. It is evident he is utterly ineffectual. Rob's tone shifted from deep to a roar, culminating in a furious shout. Such a worthless individual. Simply because he was born with a claim to inheritance, enjoys the privilege of title and lands. I refuse to accept it. Lynn, with Rob's sword pointed at his nose and being called a worthless fool, felt his face flush with indignation. What if I stand at 5 feet 9 inches and weigh 120 pounds? That is the standard physique of the 21st century. Why call me worthless? Furthermore, I traversed here by my own merit. My physique is not lacking. It is simply that you are all too robust. Lynn scoffed, repeatedly retorting, if I possess evidence proving that the deceased was poisoned at your behest, and that Sir Duncan had no part in it, what then? Should I reveal it? What would you do? Rob's form trembled within his bronze armor. However, he quickly regained his composure, a derisive smile curling beneath his helm as he scoffed, nonsense. But if you can articulate a convincing argument, I may spare your life. No, Lynn waved his hand dismissively. I do not believe you have the ability to take my life. I have but one request. Rob, exasperated, urged speak. Lynn cleared his throat, his face adorned with righteous indignation. It is simple. I hope you will bind your own hands and apologize to Sir Duncan. Schiff turned in astonishment to Lynn, as did Sir Duncan, who was equally taken aback, observing that his righteous stance had indeed resonated with them. Lynn felt a surge of hope in his endeavor to win over the knight of renown. He quickly pressed on. It is my motto to uphold the dignity of my fellow knights. I shall see this matter through today. Chapter 38. Unmasking Deception and Confrontation, Part 1. A warm tide surged through Duncan and Schiff, fostering a sense of camaraderie and loyalty. However, the captain of the guard's Hood could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, nearly dropping his sword. Even Rodard, initially steadfast, found his gaze drifting towards the tavern's corner, his brow subtly twitching. Nobility is the epitaph of the honorable, while shamelessness is the motto of the unprincipled. No, that is not correct. The shameless, adorned in their brazen masks, forget their past transgressions. Lin, striking pose, stood resolutely, aside from his own subordinates from the fishing village. All present considered Lin to be an infinitely charming young nobleman, a man of lofty aspirations, free from base desires, a paragon of virtue. Such noble individuals are a rarity indeed. One wonders which lord of the north they hail from, and whether they have made any matrimonial arrangements. I happen to have a daughter, a flower of merely 20 years. At home, a patron huddled in the corner lamented. His companion, shivering slightly, retorted, let your hefty flower, weighing in at 250 pounds, spare this young noble. Behind them, a stout fellow, weighing around 200 pounds, laboriously craned his neck above the throng, panting heavily, reminiscent of a fish nearing death from thirst. Damn it, you wretch blocking my path. You may lament all you wish, but why press down on my stomach? The patron's friend blushed, thinking to himself that this fellow was indeed a perfect match for your flower. Rob's expression darkened. The bronze helmet he wore glimmered ominously in the tavern's light, casting a disquieting greenish hue. Outside, twilight enveloped the land, the sun dipping below the horizon, and night descended upon the ancient castle. The nightlife of the port commenced, and the tavern became a favored haunt for sailors. 3 burly men appeared at the entrance, embracing a beauty from Essos, lured from some brothel. As they staggered into the tavern, one of the robust sailors, shaking off his rounded shoulders, stepped forward first, lowering his head to jest with the dark-skinned beauty in his arms. However, as he noticed the sudden change in her expression from playful to alarmed, he raised his head, only to be met with an unsettling sight. Before he could comprehend the situation, Robb, clad in bronze armor and seething with unspent rage, cleaved his head from his shoulders with a single stroke of his sword. The sharp knightly blade glinted ominously, and the head rolled off, leaving the woman screaming as she dashed toward the exit, only to be confronted by the other 2 sailors and the alluring woman blocking her escape. Panic-stricken, she found herself at a loss for direction. The guard stationed at the entrance, wielding iron spears, pierced her fragile body. Robb coldly remarked, "You worthless lot, you dogs." Unable to guard a mere door, 2 more guards stepped forward, dragging the lifeless bodies of the sailors and the woman from the tavern, leaving behind a pool of crimson blood, resembling a blood rose blooming in the darkness. Outside, anguished cries echoed. Robb then addressed the anxious crowd within the tavern. "Let us commence. Listen to this esteemed Lord of the North as he attempts to link the corpse of this innocent soul to my name." His voice dripped with derision, and though his sword no longer pointed at Lynn, the drops of blood sliding from its tip seemed to accuse everyone present. This man has lost his mind. Lynn's first instinct told him. Indeed, since he no longer wished to remain as Lord Robb of Stonehaven, when Lynn unmasked him, it stripped Robb of his last lingering hesitations. With the intent to leave, Lynn felt no fear of his identity as the local lordess' son, allowing Robb to disregard the constraints that Stonehaven had imposed upon him. This made perfect sense. Lynn felt a pang of anxiety. He had brought only a few attendants into the city, while the adversaries were fully armed and blocking the exit. A confrontation now would likely spell disaster for his side. A bead of sweat trickled from his forehead, slowly gliding down his brow, across his damp cheek, and cascading down his chin onto his collar. The tavern, once warm, began to chill as the cold wind rushed in through the open door, making the air biting and frigid. Lynn endeavored to maintain his composure, but the coldness seeped into his features, a stark reminder of the power and might of the medieval world. Those of noble birth could wield their swords against the common folk without a moment's hesitation. Stone and Duncan felt a pang of sympathy, but Lynn raised a hand to stop them. Stepping out from behind Stone, Lynn approached the corpse of the black-bearded man. Gazing down at the almost congealed blood surrounding the corpse, he then turned to Robb, who loomed like a specter at the entrance, his voice cool and sharp. "Hood, bring them forward." The Essos man in monk's robes and the black-bearded man's accomplice, a scrawny fellow, were shoved into the center of the hall. Without hesitation, Hood swept his sword sheath against their legs, causing both to collapse heavily to their knees. Lynn's icy gaze swept over their faces. "Speak. Tell me how Sir Robb incited discord and poisoned this black-bearded man. I assure you, in the name of my nobility, I will spare your lives and merely send you to the wall as knight-s watchman." Both remained silent, refusing to speak. Accusing a noble could cost you your heads. "My lord, I am not the scrawny one," the latter interjected, but before he could elaborate, a resounding slap from Lynn silenced him, unwilling to tolerate his deflection. Having been struck twice by both the black-bearded man and Lynn, the scrawny fellow's loose teeth failed to withstand the onslaught, and he promptly spat a few out, bloodied and broken. He covered his mouth, sobbing quietly. Lynn straightened up. "Since you choose not to speak, allow me to elucidate for you. You, upon disembarking at my port, set your sights on the sword at my waist, following me all the way to the tavern, then inciting the drunken black-bearded man to provoke me, hoping to frame me as a spy from the north. Moreover, you were aware that 2 guards would arrive at the tavern for inspection. Did you wish for me to be apprehended? Alas, fate had other plans, prompting you to turn against your own comrade. Am I not correct?" Lynn inquired, glancing at the scrawny man before shifting his gaze to the Essos gentleman. "Noble lord," the Essos man replied, lowering his gaze, devoid of expression. "These are mere conjectures of yours, lacking evidence to substantiate anything. Even a noble cannot label another without proof, especially in a realm that is not yours. Is that so?" Lynn retorted, reclaiming his confidence with a smile. "I beg to differ. Hood, search him. There must still be remnants of the Black Death poison on him." Chapter 39. Unmasking the Deception and Confrontation, Part 2. The Black Death poison is a tasteless, deadly white powder. It is said to originate from the distant east and has made its way into Westeros from the free cities of Essos. This substance is exceedingly vile, considered the most fearsome and shameful poison in all of Westeros. Hood swiftly approached the Essos man and, before the assembled crowd, began to rummage through the folds of his monk's robe. Naturally, Hood had no intention of discovering any poison, for he had already concealed it within his palm. Wrapped in a piece of parchment, a white powder scraped from the tavern walls. After performing an elaborate charade of searching, Hood finally withdrew a package from the man's robe at his thigh, holding it aloft triumphantly. Lynn bestowed upon him a look of commendation. Grasping the parchment-wrapped package, he unfurled it and was met with an alarming sight. A fine white powder lay within. The dim light cast a somber shadow over the scene. With a wave of disgust, he hastily rewrapped it and declared loudly, "Do you still wish to deny it?" The expression of sheer terror on the monk-clad man's face was unmistakable. He cried out, "This is impossible. It is not mine." Then, suddenly rising, heedless of his disheveled attire, he pointed an accusatory finger at the smirking Lynn, exclaiming, "It is you. You have framed me." However, before he could finish, Hood's sword hilt struck him fiercely across the face. It was indeed a brutal blow. Lynn stood right before the monk-clad man, watching as his lips transformed from pale to a deep purplish hue, eventually swelling into a bloodied lump. This entire exchange lasted no more than 3 seconds. The monk of Essos let out a pained scream as he crumpled back to the ground, his swollen lips mumbling incoherently. Hood glared, admonishing Essos' man, "Has no one taught you to show respect to the noble lords of Westeros? Extend your finger again, and I shall sever your dog-like appendage." At these words, the monk was visibly shaken, his body deflating like a punctured balloon as he slumped to the earth. Lynn raised his head, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Robert, who was concealed within his bronze armor a few paces away. "What say you, Sir Robert?" The bronze knight extended an armored arm, gesturing, "Let me examine it. You should be well aware of the effects of the Black Death powder. Are you certain you wish to inspect it?" Lynn inquired, his smile fading into a more serious demeanor. At this, Robert hesitated, retracting his arm. At such a juncture, concealing any further secrets would serve no purpose. A grin broke across Robert's visage beneath the bronze mask, punctuated by a raucous and unapologetic laugh. "Very well. I can see that the plan has deviated somewhat. However, it was in the best interest of Sir Duncan. My esteemed father, the Count, and my inept brother are hardly men of valor. To be reduced to a mere guard under their command would squander the talents of 2 knights. Accompany me to Windwhisper Keep. Regardless, it is a position of personal guard I shall secure." Duncan paused momentarily, his iron mask as impenetrable as steel. Yet, through the crevices of his mask, Lynn discerned a softness in Duncan's gaze at that moment. The towering figure of over 2 meters took a step forward, kneeling before Lynn with a bent leg and arm. "Wise and noble lord, I thank you for restoring my honor. I beseech you to allow me to serve you henceforth as your squire." Standing before Lynn, Duncan, whose formidable height allowed him to meet Lynn's gaze, radiated a resolute determination from his dark eyes. Lynn's expression brightened with joy. It is only in such an era that one can truly appreciate the pride and honor that envelopes one when a man of genuine chivalry gazes upon them with respect. In the presence of all, Duncan laid his knightly sword flat before Lynn, signifying the ceremonial oath of fealty. This act symbolized that henceforth his sword would belong to Lynn. Overcome with emotion, Lynn grasped Duncan's hand and vowed, "I am Lynn, of House Rothschild from the north. I pledge that you shall always hold a place within my family." The Rothschilds. Thus, Lynn accepted the fealty of Sir Duncan. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have simultaneously acquired 2 Hall of Fame knights. The system rewards you with double experience points, totaling 1,000. Current experience points, 1030. Congratulations, host! The soldier summoning system has reached its upgrade experience threshold. Current system level, level 3. Current upgrade experience, 113-111-0000. Lynn exited the system. Although he had anticipated the notification sound, he was utterly elated when the announcement of the soldier summoning system's upgrade echoed in his ears. The experience point reward from the Hall of Fame Knights could indeed be accumulated into the system upgrade experience. The system had seamlessly ascended to level 3, undoubtedly unlocking a plethora of new features. He had struck a veritable goldmine. However, wait, why had he received 2 Hall of Fame Knights simultaneously? Lynn was momentarily taken aback, wondering if there was a glitch in the system. At that instant, another figure emerged, the sound of iron armor scraping against stone resonating as he knelt before Lynn, proclaiming loudly, "As Sir Duncan Squire, my sword has always belonged to him. Now that he offers his sword, I too shall swear allegiance to you." Lynn was taken aback. It turned out that Stonefist was also a legendary knight, a fact he had never before been aware of. Yet, reflecting on it, It was not unusual that many knights with illustrious legacies in the realm of Westeros had not been documented or celebrated throughout its thousand-year history. Lyn extended his hands to assist both men to their feet, then bent down to retrieve their swords from the ground, returning them with care. They accepted the weapons gingerly, their movements precise and graceful. Robert's expression was chillingly fierce, his rage palpable even beneath the bronze mask. This was a blatant provocation. Duncan's actions were an overt challenge and a most powerful response to Robert's recruitment efforts. Robert's bronze form trembled uncontrollably, his sword raised high. He bellowed, "Guard squad! On my command, slay them. Eliminate everyone here." The proud man, determined to abandon the comforts of ease and seek refuge with Balon Greyjoy at Windwhisper Keep, could not abide such humiliation. At that moment, his heart brimmed solely with hatred and resentment. The cavalry behind Lyn swiftly assessed the situation, clad in their squire attire. They raised their weapons in defense of Lyn. In the center of the hall, the scrawny monkey and the Essos monk found themselves caught between the two factions preparing for combat, instinctively inching away to make their escape. However, Robert's sword soon descended upon them. "Fools!" Robert cursed as he cleanly severed their heads with his blade, igniting the unavoidable tavern brawl. Chapter 40. Unmasking Deception and Confrontation, Part 2. Robert's men encircled them, gradually forming a crescent-shaped blockade. Lyn, witnessing the encroaching threat, issued his final command. "Engage." D. Shouted a guard from Robert's ranks, thrusting a spear toward the cavalry. The latter deflected the attack with a long knife, delivering a swift kick that sent the armored soldier sprawling. Amidst the chaos, a flying axe was hurled toward Lyn, its arc aimed directly for his head. Stonefist leapt forth, extending his chainmail arm to intercept it, then retaliated with a vigorous throw, launching the steel axe back with even greater speed than before. Robert sidestepped to evade the short axe hurled by the stone man. However, his guard behind him was not so fortunate. The axe cleaved through his iron armor, embedding itself in his chest, causing him to stagger and collapse. The two factions clashed in close quarters. The sharp sounds of metal clashing mingled with cries of anguish and groans of pain, composing the symphony of battle. Stone took the lead, charging forward. Several of Robert's personal guards hastily thrust their spears toward his abdomen, but Stone deftly twisted away, the spearheads grazing the chainmail over his belly, producing a screech of metal friction. Seizing the opportunity, Stone grasped the spear shaft that had pierced his side and yanked it backward, while his sword slashed diagonally, striking the face of the nearest unguarded guard. The soldiers shrieked in agony, leaving a pool of blood behind. For soldiers of the cavalry formed a basic defensive formation. Having advanced to level 2, their abilities had seen a significant surge, including an enhancement in formation skills. Their mission was to staunchly defend against any enemy attempting to approach Lyn. Sir Duncan had steadfastly positioned himself before Lyn, now setting his sights on Robert, clad entirely in bronze armor, resembling a bronze demigod. "Duncan, are you certain you wish to obstruct me?" Robert said coldly. "Aye, sir, my lord." The two locked eyes, each recognizing the resolve in the other. The knight's sword met the steel longsword as they initially probed for weaknesses, but soon the combat escalated to a fever pitch. Robert possessed an overwhelming advantage in armor. The Royce family boasted numerous ancestral bronze armors inscribed with magical runes, said to protect the warrior within from harm. In truth, they merely reinforced the more vulnerable areas of the body, shoulders, elbows, knees, and even the head, with metal plates for enhanced protection. Although Lyn thought it must be stifling within the tightly sealed metal armor, one had to admit the defensive efficacy was apparent. Duncan's several effective breakthroughs failed to penetrate the bronze armor significantly. The towering Duncan kicked Robert away. As Robert's body was forced backward, Duncan raised his knight's sword high, aiming to strike. Robert's balance faltered momentarily in the air, leaving him no time to raise his sword for a block. The knight's sword descended, emitting a sharp sound of metal tearing. At last, a deep gash appeared at the weak point of the bronze shoulder plate, exposing the flesh beneath. The blade's edge was mere centimeters from Robert's skin. Duncan pressed down with both hands, forcing Robert to retreat continually. Should he halt, the sharp knight's sword would sever the flesh and bone of his shoulder. Robert retreated and retreated until he collided with the wooden wall behind him. Using the wall for support, he pushed against Duncan's sword. However, what awaited Robert was a powerful kick from Duncan's long leg. The forceful blow of the chainmail boot struck Robert's abdomen. The bronze-armored figure crashed through the flimsy wooden wall, hurtling into the street outside the tavern, scattering with chips and lime powder. The air became thick with dust. Duncan could not pursue further, entangled as he was with several of Robert's guards near the tavern's crumbling wall. Lyn's eyes lit up, He drew his Valyrian dagger and shouted, "Break through!" The leader of the guards, Hood, stepped forward, clearing a path with his attendants. Lynn's men formed a defensive formation, pushing toward the exit. Soon, several of Robert's guards, armed with shields and spears, attempted to breach the defensive line. However, the coordinated efforts of the cavalry soldiers and the Nightstone left them no opportunity. Lynn and his group fought their way to the ruined wall. Out of the 8 armored guards Robert had brought, only 5 remained, while Lynn's attendants had suffered the loss of 3. Fortunately, Duncan, Stone, and the guard leader Hood, along with Rodarte, remained unscathed. Ahead lay the street, where the heavy armor of Robert's guards limited their mobility. Once they reached the open street, whether fleeing or fighting, they would not be as constrained as they had been in the earlier confined space. Lynn breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Robert lay in the center of the street. His shoulder bore only a minor flesh wound, but the pain from Duncan's powerful kick left him unable to rise. The street was sparsely populated. Most residents had wisely vacated the area once Robert's guards had pursued the sailors. "Sir, should we kill him?" Hood asked, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings, pointing at the incapacitated Robert. In the distance, the sound of barking dogs echoed. Under the flickering light of torches, a cavalry unit appeared, their hooves thundering against the cobblestones. A black banner stood before a crescent moon, adorned with bronze trim and runes emblazoned upon their breastplates. A contingent from the Moongate fortress of the Royce family hastened toward them. The cavalrymen separated Lynn's forces from Robert's, delineating a clear division. A knight from the Moongate dismounted and helped the fallen Robert to his feet. Through gritted teeth, Robert commanded the knight, "Kill them for me." The Moongate knight, however, disregarded Robert's command, assisting him onto his horse instead, shaking his head to signify that this was not his task. He cautioned, "Sir Robert, the ship bound for Windwhisper Fortress is about to depart." Robert discarded his bronze mask onto the ground, spitting furiously, and glared at Lynn and Duncan's group, sneering. "We shall meet again." With that, he departed with his cavalry and guards. The gates of the Lord's Castle of Stone Symbol slowly opened, revealing a line of 20 gleaming knights, arranged neatly. Awaiting atop a Dothraki warhorse was the Lord of Stone Symbol, Count Yorn, who charged forth as his knights followed closely behind. The Count's eldest son, Andar Royce, heir to Stone Symbol, silently observed from a second-floor balcony, witnessing the scene unfold. "My brother Robert will surely return with our father, won't he?" The stooped elder removed his cloak, revealing a pallid face, sneering. "When did the heir of the Royce family become so fearful of losing the inheritance? Rest assured, Sir Robert will board the ship to Windwhisper Fortress on time." Chapter 41. The Bronze Count. "Northerner, speak your name." Count Yorn, mounted on his Dothraki stallion and clad in bronze armor, concealed his aging visage, exuding an air of sharp authority and dignity. Behind him, 20 loyal knights stood silently, resembling demonic horsemen from the depths of hell, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Lynn intended to return to the merchant ship, yet he was ultimately intercepted at the Stone Symbol dock. Gazing upon the towering knights upon their steeds, Lynn inwardly cursed. "What enmity do you Royces bear against me? First, the son brings trouble, and now the father appears as well." Lynn Rothschild spoke with solemnity. Count Yorn appeared momentarily taken aback. He then removed his bronze helmet, revealing his hair now streaked with gray, and handed the helmet to a nearby squire. The aged Count Yorn leaned forward from his horse, fixing his gray eyes upon Lynn, and inquired, "That little lord outside White Harbor?" Lynn observed the furrowed brow beneath the Count's bushy eyebrows, noting the many wrinkles. In astonishment, he replied, "You have heard of me?" "No," the Count sighed, "young lad. Your father, Lord Rothschild, was an esteemed knight in King's Landing during his youth. I had the pleasure of encountering him on several occasions. However, I never anticipated he would choose a small region in the north as his domain." Well, that has still a connection, Lynn thought, having little recollection of his late father and limited knowledge of his deeds in life. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Lynn bowed and said, "Then, Count Yorn, may I, in accordance with the customs of respect, address you as Uncle? Uncle Yorn, might I ask for your permission to take my leave?" This old fellow was an aficionado of the arena, relishing in various tournaments, and Lynn had no desire to remain and spar with him. Yorn bellowed, waving his large hand dismissively, his bronze armor still lending him an imposing appearance. "Little one, do you not wish to visit my Count's estate?" "Not at all. Your second son has recently betrayed you and fled to Wind's Rest. You must be quite incensed. I would not make a fitting sparring partner." Lynn promptly declined. The jovial demeanor of Count Yorn faded, replaced by a piercing gaze that seemed to strip away the warmth of his earlier demeanor. Lin felt a chill creep over him as the old Count's voice turned frigid. Tell me, who incited my son to betray the Vale and seek refuge with Balon Greyjoy? Lin shook his head, smiling faintly. I am, after all, the one who wished to retain Sir Robert. Count Yorn erupted into a boisterous laugh, his bronze armor glistening eerily in the moonlight. Ha, young lad, you are quite amusing. However, I can't believe that, but it appears you are flanked by 2 guards of Stonegate. Might you explain this predicament? Knights of the Rothschild family. What? Yorn's expression darkened. They are no longer guards of Stonegate. They are knights of the Rothschild family. Lin met the Count's gloomy gaze without flinching. Count Yorn's face soured. They are property of Stonegate. Lin raised his chin defiantly. No, they are knights sworn to me. Youth, I shall grant you one more chance. Think carefully and consider whose territory you speak upon. Count Yorn's ire began to surface. These 2 guards of Stonegate were indeed skilled, bearing knightly insignia. Yet their origins were unclear. He had intended to observe them further before incorporating them into his retinue. However, now, with his second son defecting to Wind's Rest, a minor lord from the north sought to abscond with 2 of his sworn knights. The old count had not felt such rage in many moons. Perhaps the 20 knights who had accompanied him for so long understood their lord's temperament. The once still ranks of knights now raised their lances in unison. The silver tips gleamed with lethal intent in the nascent moonlight. Should Lin utter a single dissenting word, these knights would undoubtedly charge forth, reducing the naive young noble and his attendants to mere pulp. Lin felt the tension in his throat, yet he could not yield and surrender the legendary knights Duncan and Stonefist. Naturally, a hasty refusal would also be unwise. He doubted that the Count would spare him simply out of respect for his deceased father. Sworn knights were not easily recruited, especially in a place as storied as Stonegate, where even Count Yorn could only muster this present 20. The sea breeze swept through the harbor, tousling Lin's bangs, rendering his hairstyle disheveled. Habitually, he reached into his pocket, seeking a comb to tame his hair. Soon, he let out a bitter chuckle, cursing himself for losing focus at such a critical juncture. Knowing he could not refuse, yet unwilling to capitulate, Lin resolved to navigate the situation with finesse. After a moment's contemplation, he cleared his throat and spoke. My Lord Count, I presume you do not hold a favorable view of Balon Greyjoy, do you? What are you implying? In Stonegate, as its ruler, Count Yorn had no qualms about Lin attempting any subterfuge. Lin recalled from the tales that during the War of the 5 Kings, this Bronze Count had pressured Lisa Arryn of the Eyrie to commit the Vale's forces to assist in the defense of Riverrun against the Lannister army. This suggested he favored an alliance with the young wolf, Robb Stark, believing in the Northerners' potential for success, and Lin was precisely a Northern lord. I come at the behest of King Robb Stark of the North, to King's Landing to retrieve the 2 daughters of House Stark. I trust you can appreciate how desperately I need valiant individuals like the knights behind me to fulfill the will of the young wolf. I shall not permit those who have sworn loyalty to me to abandon my side, Lin declared resolutely. Count Yorn wore a look of hesitation. You intend to go to King's Landing? Lin thought silently as he prepared for the journey. This time he spoke truthfully, meeting Count Yorn's inquiries with unwavering sincerity. To retrieve the Starks is my mission and the hope of the Northmen. If it means incurring your displeasure, I am prepared to bear that burden. The Lord of Stonegate, who had intentions of allying with the North, was thoroughly bewildered. Round and round they went, feeling as though he had nearly disrupted the young wolf's grand design. Count Yorn had a significant connection to House Stark. When his son, Sir Wyman, pledged himself to the Night's Watch, he had accompanied him to the north. They had formed a deep bond during a hunting excursion when they were graciously hosted by Lord Eddard Stark in Winterfell. During Ned Stark's tenure as Hand of the King, Count Yorn was invited to King's Landing to participate in the Hands Tournament, remaining close to the former king, Robert, and bearing witness to the injustices Ned faced in the capital. He had always held deep sympathy and compassion for House Stark of Winterfell. By invoking Robb Stark and the mission to retrieve Arya, Lin struck a nerve with the old count. After retrieving his bronze helmet from Squire, Count Yorn adjusted it solemnly and regarded Lin with gravity. Young lad, I hope you speak truthfully, for if you deceive me, the naval forces of Stonegate could lay waste to your domain in 3 days. Yet, should you truly succeed in bringing back the Starks, come to Stonegate, and I assure you, I shall provide my entire army to offer you the finest protection. As he watched the 20 knights depart, dust-laden and weary, Lin felt the sweat pooling in his palms. What a predicament this was. He vowed to himself that he must establish a knightly order of his own. With the threat lifted, he lost interest in returning to the city for lodgings, instead opting to accompany his companions back to the merchant ship Compagnie, planning to make do for the night. At dawn tomorrow, we shall depart from the City of Stone. Chapter 42, The Fragrance Yet. to the north of the wall. The Night's Watch remains encamped at Castle Black. In a moment of leisure, the rotund Samwell Tarly observed a few Night's Watchmen as they chop vegetables, engaging in light banter. The Night's Watch is severely undermanned, and to continue northward in pursuit of the wildling army would be tantamount to courting death. Castor, one of their own, has a wildling wife named Gilly, and Samwell's beady eyes follow her as she passes by, filled with envy for Castor's fortunate marriage. The captain of the Night's Watch, noticing Samwell's idleness, instructs him to fetch some potatoes. At that moment, a woman's piercing scream pierces the air. Samwell turns to see Gilly, frightened by the formidable white direwolf, now half the height of a man, which Jon Snow commands. Rushing to her aid, Samwell intervenes, and thus, for the first time, he converses with her. Gilly praises Samwell for his bravery and hesitantly requests his assistance. Overwhelmed by her compliment, Samwell, who finds it difficult to move in the presence of women, readily agrees to help. If he cannot do it alone, he will enlist the aid of his brother Jon Snow. The two approach Jon, who, while polishing his beloved longclaw sword, inquires, "Sam, what are you two up to?" Samwell informs Jon that Castor's wife is pregnant and wishes for them to escort her away from this place. Jon is taken aback, casting a scornful glance at Samwell, questioning whether he has lost his mind. "Did I hear you correctly? You want to steal Castor's wife and hide her among the Night's Watch?" Jon outright refuses. Gilly implores, "I want to be a burden, I promise. Please, I'm about to give birth, and if it's a boy..." Jon interrupts. "What if it's a boy? Leaving the wall will be fraught with peril." Gilly refrains from mentioning that if it is a boy, Castor would offer their son as a sacrifice to the Night King. Hesitating, she turns to leave. The following morning, Lion departs from the Port of Stone, as 3 merchant ships continue their journey according to plan. When the sun fully rises, the sails pivot from Crab Bay, navigating against the current northward into the estuary of the Trident River. In their haste, they bypass both the town of Dorne and the Salt Flats. After approximately 6 or 7 hours of sailing, the fleet enters the Trident River Basin. At the confluence of the Green Fork and the Blue Fork, Lion parts ways with the merchant ship carrying Compani. He leaves behind a portion of his escort to protect the caravan, while he and the remaining attendants disembark at the junction of the Red Fork and King S Road. Compani leads the merchant vessel onward along the Blue Fork, their destination being the beautiful market of Stone of the Vale. "My lord, which direction shall we take now?" The captain of the guards, Hood, asks as Lion scans the center of King S Road. Lion himself is torn, contemplating whether to proceed northward or to remain stationary. If all goes well, the Night's Watchman, Euron, who is recruiting new members in King S Landing, should have already departed the city, though it is uncertain where he currently stands along King S Road. The King S Road was constructed during the reign of the 4th king of House Targaryen, the arbitrator Jaehaerys, stretching nearly 2,000 miles from the Black Castle at the Wall through the capital of King S Landing to the southern stronghold of Storm's End. It serves as a vital thoroughfare connecting the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. North of Winterfell, the roads are predominantly dirt paths, traversing through the riverlands. The road in the King S land becomes serpentine, narrow, and winding. Standing in the middle of the road, Lion surveys both ends, his vision filled only with lush greenery. He has arrived at the intended destination, yet where to seek out the missing individuals. Lion recalls a manor named White Flower that lies along this stretch of King S Road, a place Euron's party had once passed. With this thought, Lion's eyes brighten, and he calls to Hood, instructing him to lead a few men to the nearby village to procure some horses and inquire about the location of White Flower Manor. The others shall remain behind to set up camp. "As you command, my lord," they respond. Selecting a clearing by a brook on the right side of the road for their temporary encampment, Lion finds the terrain suitably elevated, allowing them to observe travelers along the sparsely lined bushes bordering King S Road. Should the Night's Watch's new recruits pass through, they would undoubtedly be detected. This area falls within the Vale's jurisdiction, with towering trees flanking the King S Road, their interlacing branches and leaves nearly obscuring the sky. Afternoon sunlight streams through the gaps, casting an enchanting glow reminiscent of a magical realm. Lion finds the use of such a road to reach King S Landing particularly fitting. Having brought along a guard contingent of 30 from the fishing village port, Lion suffered the loss of 3 guards during the fray at the Tavern in Stone. Redarte, accompanied by 10 cavalry soldiers, has joined Compani in the city of Greywater. Presently, with Hood and the knight Duncan Stone, Lion commands a guard of precisely 20. Fortunately, he still possesses points. Should he encounter Euron and he refuses to relinquish Arya, fulfilling the main quest may necessitate a forceful approach. Finding a shaded spot beneath a beech tree, likely a century old, Lion sits cross-legged to rest. Since the upgrade of the troop summoning system to level 3, he has yet to thoroughly explore the unlocking options. Ding! Welcome, host, to the troop summoning system. Checking the panel, Lion now has 30 points at his disposal. The exchange for infantry and archers has successfully reached level 3, while sailors and cavalry remain at level 2. The required points for level 3 infantry and archers, as well as level 2 cavalry, stand at 3 points each. Considering 1 point necessitates the expenditure of 1 gold dragon, Lion finds the current exchange system acceptable. After all, the power of level 3 infantry and archers is now exceptionally close to, if not comparable to, the regular armies under the banner of the Five Kings. Any disparity likely lies only in combat experience and individual combat capability. However, these can be cultivated through future engagements. Thus, Lion remains unhurried. What leaves Lion somewhat exasperated is that, with the system upgrade, he discovers he can no longer exchange for soldiers of the previous levels. In other words, the option to exchange for level 1 and 2 infantry, archers, and cavalry will be relegated to history. Initially, he had contemplated establishing political alliances in King's Landing to increase his visibility before using political capital to incur debts at the Iron Bank, subsequently exchanging for a vast number of low-tier troops and employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to sweep across Westeros. That plan has now been thoroughly dashed. With an army of 100,000, all composed of regular troops supplied by various noble families, Renly Baratheon still found himself unable to achieve his ambitions. To command the lower-tier troops effectively and assert dominance over the continent of Westeros, it would likely require a force numbering in the millions. Lyn sighed in resignation. However, now that this plan was utterly untenable, he was disinclined to dwell on it further. He accessed the troop explosion system's marketplace options. As anticipated, a new disposable item was added, the promotion scroll. This scroll could elevate a level 2 soldier to level 3, with a purchase cost of 1,000 points. This time, Lyn resolved not to make a foolish decision. Had it not been for the valor displayed by the level 1 cavalry unit during the ambush of the Iron Islands merchant ship, which had deeply moved him, he might not have hastily chosen to promote them. Upon reflection, he calculated that spending 800 points on the scroll had only upgraded about 200 level 1 soldiers, an act he deemed rather foolish. Would it not have been wiser to exchange 800 points for over 300 level 2 infantry or archers? Lyn lamented to himself, and as his gaze shifted to the beast exchange section of the system marketplace, he exclaimed, "Delightful, truly delightful. Unlocking system. Adult Dragon, Combat Power X. Exchange grants the host True Dragon Bloodline. The exchange price, 10,000 points." Lyn swallowed hard at the disheartening figure. Delightful it may be, but unaffordable nonetheless. Perhaps it was better to nurture a more modest approach. Completing the main quest to rescue Arya would reward him with a golden beast cub extraction card, a quick wash of hands, and a prayer for fortune, and perhaps he could draw a true dragon cub, allowing for leisurely nurturing. Chapter 43, Traces. As dusk approached, Lyn leaned against the roots of a tree, lost in thought. A servant hurried over, reporting, "My lord, a cavalry unit clad in golden robes has appeared in the distance, heading south along the King's Road from the north. It seems they are bound for King's Landing." Lyn brushed off the dirt from his trousers, stood, and gazed toward the King's Road. The sound of hooves grew louder, and through the gaps in the underbrush, he could faintly discern a small group of cavalry swiftly traversing the road to the south. Dust soon billowed up, obscuring his view. It appeared there were about 4 or 5 riders. Suddenly struck by an idea, Lyn dashed down the slope behind him, where the next bend of the King's Road lay. If he was quick enough, he might intercept the golden-robed cavalry before they passed. "You go inform the others to block the road at the bottom of the hill," Lyn shouted while racing down, wielding his traverser-S dagger and cutting through the undergrowth that obstructed his path. As he descended to the King's Road, the straight-line distance was merely 50 meters, yet moving through the forest hampered his speed. After sprinting about 10 meters down the slope, his pant leg snagged on a broken branch, tearing a large hole and almost sending him tumbling down the hill. Gasping for breath, Lyn steadied himself against a nearby pine tree. He could see the golden-robed cavalry approaching from the downward road. With a sigh, he felt it was a lost cause. Just then, 2 gusts of wind rustled the bushes behind him, and to his astonishment, Duncan and Surefoot dashed past him, swiftly descending through the thicket. As the golden-robed cavalry emerged from the bend in the road, they found themselves confronted by the 2, who stood firmly in the dirt path ahead. The sound of neighing horses echoed from below, and Lyn felt a surge of hope as he rejoined the other approaching servants and hurried down to the King's Road. The leader of the golden-robed cavalry glared at the figures emerging from the thicket demanding, "Who are you to dare obstruct the Golden Guard in the king's domain? Step aside at once." Lin adjusted his disheveled attire, observing the cavalry from a distance. "No need for agitation. I merely wish to inquire about a matter." "You insolent wretch! Who do you think you are to question us? Be wise, and have your men move aside," the leader retorted, reining in his horse, which fidgeted restlessly. "It would be in your best interest to comply," Lin replied with a hint of annoyance. Swoosh! Swoosh! The servants beside Lin brandished their weapons, and the faces of the four golden-robed cavalry tightened as they drew their swords. Lin remained impassive, confident in the 15-4 odds and the fact that he had blocked their path. The leader of the golden-robed cavalry, visibly uneasy, assessed Lin and his companions, as if grappling with an internal conflict, his face flushing alternately white and red. Lin, seizing the moment, offered a way down for his adversaries. "I simply seek information. There is no need for any violence." The golden-robed leader coldly regarded Lin and inquired, "What information do you seek, sir?" "The Night's Watch," Lin replied. "I wish to learn the whereabouts of the recent recruits. One of the prisoners they enlisted is of great interest to Lord Peter Baelish, and I intend to return him to King's Landing for an appropriate reckoning. Sending him to the wall as a member of the Night's Watch, far too lenient a fate for him." The golden-robed cavalry exchanged dubious glances. "Oh, are you sent by Lord Baelish? What crime has the man you seek committed?" "A bald-headed scoundrel," Lin lamented, cursing. "That wretched fellow visited Lord Baelish's brothel in King's Landing the other night, and, after indulging himself, he declared his intent to join the Night's Watch, skipping out without paying. To commit such an offense on the Duke's territory was a disgrace, and the Duke had vowed to ensure that the miscreant faced the consequences." "You mean a bald-headed prisoner dallied at the Duke's brothel without settling his tab?" "Indeed," Lin confirmed. The golden-robed cavalry erupted in laughter at the absurdity of the tale. Within the Night's Watch camp, there was indeed a detestable bald man imprisoned in a wagon, whom the golden-robed cavalry had encountered before. The leader of the golden-robed cavalry chuckled lightly, though he maintained a cautious demeanor, retracting his mirth as he asked, "Do you happen to know which lady was involved?" "Rose. It was Lady Rose," Lin replied, his eyes unwavering as he fabricated the story. Rose had originally engaged in her trade in Winterfell and had a history with Ned Stark's son, Theon Greyjoy. Eventually, she had ventured to King's Landing, falling under the influence of Peter Baelish, and ultimately became a spy adept at utilizing her charms, developed under the guidance of the Master of Whisperers, Varys. Lin sullied her name, not out of malice, but merely because he remembered her from Baelish's establishment. The captain of the golden-robed cavalry, who was hastening to seek reinforcements for his beleaguered troops, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, there was a striking red-haired woman named Rose, known for her beauty, working in the establishment owned by Peter Baelish. The appearance of the Night's Watch recruits matched that of the prisoners, and the names of the courtesans were also aligned. The captain of the Gold Cloaks felt certain that Lin was not deceiving him. He gestured for his men to sheath their swords and exhaled in relief, smiling broadly at Lin as he remarked, "If you seek your people, they are not far ahead. Camp just a 10-mile ride north. You will reach their encampment in approximately 2 hours on horseback." However, as he spoke, a sudden realization struck him, causing him to halt mid-sentence. With narrowed eyes, he scrutinized Lin and the surrounding area, questioning, "My lord, are you certain you came from King's Landing?" "Indeed," Lin replied. "But you lack horses, and you descended from the mountains. How did you manage to trail us here?" The captain's wariness intensified. Nevertheless, Lin already possessed the knowledge he sought, and nonchalantly remarked, "We do not have horses, yet the steeds beneath you seem rather fine." The captain of the Gold Cloaks was taken aback, but before he could draw his sword again, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing his skull. From the dense forest emerged several figures, swiftly dispatching the other 2 Gold Cloaks with arrows. One Gold Cloak soldier, who narrowly escaped the fray, panically swung his whip, attempting to flee. Alas, it was too late. Stone and his companions leapt forward, thrusting their swords into the knight's chest from the right flank of his steed. The 4 corpses of the Gold Cloaks tumbled to the ground. At that moment, the head of the guards, Hood, emerged from a thicket with several men. They had been tasked with searching for nearby villages, but, after wandering for over 2 hours, discovered the area to be a desolate wilderness devoid of any inhabitants. "My lord," he approached Lin respectfully, conveying his disappointment at having found nothing. Lin waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. "It matters not. We have already located the Night's Watch encampment. Duncan, Stone, and I shall ride ahead. You and the remaining guards should follow promptly." Hood readily agreed, "Yes, my lord." Chapter 44. The Lady. Lin felt quite awkward as all eyes were upon him. The horse was splendid, yet the rider was not. Attempting to ride for the first time, Lin struggled to mount the steed, settling into the saddle while recalling the riding tutorials he had previously watched, mimicking Stone's riding posture as he urged the animal forward. He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly and loosened the reins. The war horse jolted forward, causing Lin to bounce precariously. His posterior barely settled onto the saddle before he was launched upward as if to ascend to the heavens. Hood watched the lord, who appeared utterly disheveled from his equestrian endeavors, and turned to observe the others trailing behind, moving at a leisurely pace. He advised, "My lord, perhaps we ought to proceed on foot. The sun is setting, and the night's watch will surely be encamped at their location. Walking will not delay our mission." Lin leaned over the horse's neck, bracing himself as if to dive into the mane, his face pale and teeth clenched. He conceded, "Very well, we shall walk. Send 2 scouts ahead to scout the path." Hood complied, assisting Lin down from the horse, then turned to 2 men behind him, instructing, "You 2, go ahead and scout the route." Lin envied the 2 attendants as they skillfully took the reins, mounted their horses, and galloped swiftly ahead. He mused, wishing for a battle system that could exchange options for enhancing his abilities. If such a system existed, Lin would undoubtedly max out his combat, swordsmanship, and horsemanship skills. In the world of Game of Thrones, lacking the ability to ride was rather unacceptable. It appeared essential to practice these foundational skills. Swordsmanship and horsemanship were indispensable. Though lacking these abilities was not particularly shameful for an ordinary noble, it was vital for a lord whose ambition was to dominate the continent. Since Lin had chosen to walk, Duncan and Stone, the 2 knightly attendants, could not simply ride off alone. They became the vanguard of the group. Riding slowly at the front, silently, the party traversed the King's Road, moving forward without conversation. As evening approached, the setting sun cast golden rays upon the roadway, filtering through the dense branches along the sides, creating a breathtaking mosaic of light and shadow on the royal highway. The scouts returned, reporting that they had discovered a sizable encampment 3 miles ahead. To avoid alarming the enemy, they refrained from drawing closer. Lin was nearly certain this was the Night's Watch's camp. An average person could walk 6 kilometers in an hour. Estimating the time, Lin glanced up at the sky. If they reached the Night's Watch encampment within half an hour, it would likely be fully dark. The new recruits of the Night's Watch under Yoren lacked significant combat prowess. Lin's priority was to locate Arya Stark within the camp without startling the spirited girl, allowing her to escape into the night or to hide. Once he had her in hand, everything else would fall into place. As night deepened, the stars gleamed quietly. Lin and his party crept through the darkness toward the vicinity of the Night's Watch encampment. Within the camp, several small bonfires flickered, casting shadows as figures moved about. The Night's Watch appeared to be preparing their evening meal, the scent of roasted potatoes wafting in the air. "My lord, I have observed closely, and there are no Stark ladies among the ranks. It seems to be all men," Hood whispered to Lin as they surveyed the campsite from the hillside. Lin replied, quietly, "Continue to monitor without making a sound. Ensure the attendants keep their eyes peeled. The person we seek is a short-haired girl who resembles a boy quite closely." Hood nodded in acknowledgement and withdrew a short distance. In the Night's Watch encampment, Yoren, the leader, kicked away a man who was roasting potatoes by the fire, barking, "No fires tonight. Extinguish the flames immediately." After the departure of the gold cloaks, Yoren knew that reinforcements might follow. As long as they remained near the King's Road by the Trident, they had to remain cautious. Dinner was changed to wild carrots and dry beans, accompanied by water from the nearby stream. To satiate her hunger, Arya had consumed copious amounts of water that night. Thus, she did not sleep long before awakening. Surrounded by darkness, Arya felt an urgent pressure in her bladder. The others were huddled together, tightly wrapped in their blankets and cloaks, deep in slumber. Only at the edge of the camp did a cart creak rhythmically as Yoren leaned against it, chewing on sour clover leaves while sharpening his short knife with a stone. Arya retrieved a sewing needle and stood, peering cautiously into the woods. One of the boys on watch that night, Hot Pie, stepped in front of her and asked, "Where are you going?" Arya vaguely waved her hand towards the woods, signaling the chubby boy to mind his own business. "No, you cannot go," Hot Pie insisted. The Night's Watchmen were equipped with short swords, which bolstered Hot Pie's courage, rendering him less fearful of Arya's needle. Although the sword was rather short, resembling more of a kitchen knife, Captain Yoren had advised against solitary ventures at night and urged them to stay together. "I just need to relieve myself," Arya explained. "Why must you go so far?" "That tree will suffice." She gestured toward a nearby tree. "There are wolves in the forest. Don't wander off." He pointed towards the old man ahead. Arya feigned fear. "Wolves? Really? I distinctly heard howling not far off," Hot Pie remarked. "Then I want to go." Arya rolled her eyes and returned to her sleeping bag. She pulled up the blanket, pretending to sleep, waiting for Hot Pie's footsteps to fade into the distance. Arya opened her eyes, turned over, and quietly slipped into the woods on the opposite side of the camp. The forest was eerily silent. For safety's sake, Arya ventured farther than usual, ensuring the surroundings were clear before unfastening the thin cord on her belt, lowering her pants, and squatting down to relieve herself. Just as she was halfway through, with her pants at her ankles, she heard rustling from behind a tree. Hot Pie, she thought in panic, wondering if he was secretly following her. Then, she spotted several dark figures ahead in the woods. No, there were others here, and more than one. Her expression tightened as she gripped her needle, disregarding the urgency of her situation, pulling up her pants to stand. There was no time to flee. A figure covered her mouth and whispered softly in her ear, "Shh, don't scream, my lady." My lady was a nickname for Arya, known to most northerners from Winterfell. Arya tightened her grip on the needle, nearly stabbing the figure's hand before hesitating. She squinted through the darkness, trying to catch a glimpse of the person's face. Lyn met her wide-eyed gaze, slowly releasing his grip. "Don't be alarmed. I'm a northerner, here for you." Lyn completely loosened his hold and stepped aside to demonstrate his harmlessness. However, Arya could not suppress her voice, exclaiming in astonishment, "Lyn, is that you?" The figure in the darkness looked stunned. Chapter 45, The Camp. Lyn was somewhat taken aback, pausing before quietly asking Arya, "Do you know me?" "Yes. At the harvest feast in Winterfell 3 years ago," she replied, a spark of surprise in her voice. "My father even praised you," Arya added. But her expression darkened when she mentioned her father, Ned. 3 years ago must have been in the year 295 AL. The harvest festival typically took place in autumn. Was it autumn 3 years ago? Lyn couldn't recall. If not, it must have been a meeting between the Lord of Winterfell and his vassals. At that time, he was 12 and Arya was 7. He felt as if he had just arrived in this world. That winter, he had inexplicably ended up at Fisherman's Port, where his father, the port's lord, did not survive the winter. Lyn inherited the title of Baron Rothschild and the lands of Fisherman's Port. Arya appeared somewhat melancholic, prompting Lyn to change the subject for comfort. "Lord Stark is someone I deeply admire. The Northerners, including myself, will avenge him." "Arya, please believe me. Didn't Lord Stark praise me at that feast 3 years ago?" Arya blinked. "My father said you were a miracle. Surviving to Winterfell in such a state was a miracle. Then your father took you to the Godswood to pray to the old gods to drive away your illness. Don't you remember any of this?" Lyn felt somewhat awkward at her words. Being teased by a young girl right off the bat made him sigh in resignation. However, it was surprising to learn that he had once been a strong little fighter despite being critically ill. That was unexpected. He suspected Arya's first impression of him was not favorable. Observing Lyn's displeased expression, Arya smiled lightly. Through the moonlight, Lyn scrutinized Arya's features. Arya was small and agile. Her appearance bore the typical Stark family traits: a long face, gray eyes, and chestnut hair. Her short, student-like hairstyle fell over her shoulders, giving her the look of an energetic wild girl. Of course, this was under the assumption that Lyn already knew she was a girl. The needle was gripped in her left hand, now relaxed and hanging down. She was indeed left-handed. Arya lowered her head slightly, still possessing a sense of shyness. Especially recalling her earlier predicament, she wondered if Lyn had seen her. Despite the darkness making visibility less than a meter, she still felt a twinge of embarrassment and anxiety. Arya blinked and asked Lyn, "By the way, how did you find your way here?" Lyn thought for a moment and replied, "My merchant ship passed through the Trident River, intending to procure some goods in Greywater Watch. On the way, I encountered a gilded guard returning to King's Landing and gleaned information about the Night's Watch recruiting party. I suspected you might have joined the Night's Watch to leave King's Landing, so I followed." Arya's eyes gleamed crescent-shaped as she exclaimed, "Lyn, you are quite clever now. Was I foolish before?" Just as Lyn was about to respond modestly, footsteps approached from behind. The captain of the guards, Hood, stepped forward and whispered to Lyn, "My lord, it seems there is trouble at the Night's Watch camp." Lyn looked up in surprise, peering through the underbrush towards the camp. There was no need for a detailed inspection, as the ruins of the camp were ablaze with numerous bonfires. Shadows flickered around the fires, accompanied by shouts and cries of distress. Arya turned back in astonishment, her voice trembling. "Has it caught fire? I need to go back and extinguish it." "Wait." Lyn grasped her arm, his gaze fixed on the distant camp as he pondered. "Arya, is this near the Lake of the Eyes?" "Yes, the Lake of the Eyes is not far ahead." "Why?" Arya responded, puzzled, her eyes glued to the camp. Anxiety etched on her face. Lyn held her arm tightly, refusing to let her leave. He knew the Night's Watch camp was likely not on fire, but rather under attack by the Lannister forces. Arya suddenly became angry. "Lyn, let go of me. I need to go back and save them. A fire in the camp will kill many. Lin sighed deeply, his tone resolute. That is an enemy attack. It would be dangerous to go there. My mission is to protect you and return you to the north. Enemy attack? Soon. The sounds of clashing weapons and cries of anguish and despair from the camp confirmed Lin's words. Arya hesitated, struggling. We must go rescue them. Uncle Yoren is a good man. We have to save him, along with the others. Lin hesitated, realizing this was the Riverlands, and the Lannister forces were not few. Arya, quick on her feet, took advantage of Lin's distraction and broke free, sprinting towards the camp. Damn it! Lin cursed under his breath, urging his attendants to hasten their pace. As he walked, he shouted, "The approaching forces are the regular army of House Lannister. Once we arrive, be vigilant, Hood. Arrange for a few archers to provide cover from the woods, while the rest of us will wait for the opportune moment to infiltrate the camp. Our mission is to safeguard Lady Arya Stark. We must not act recklessly." Upon learning that they were near the shores of the Whispering Lake, Lin felt a sense of foreboding. He recalled that it was here, in this very vicinity, that Lannister forces had ambushed the Night's Watch recruits led by Lord Yoren, slaughtering him and his men, taking the newly enlisted recruits captive to Harrenhal. The Riverlands were a battleground between Robb Stark and the Lannisters, and the forces stationed nearby were formidable. Nevertheless, no matter how dire the situation, he had to press on. If anything were to happen to Arya, he would be consumed by guilt. Upon reaching the camp entrance, Lin beheld several fallen Night's Watchmen sprawled across the ground. One of them, clad in black leather armor with a beard resembling a thicket of brambles, leaned against a wagon wheel, his long sword hanging limply at his side. Lin sighed inwardly. This was undoubtedly Lord Yoren. He had met his end at the hands of a broadsword, his neck gushing thick, deep crimson blood, his eyes wide open in shock at the suddenness of his demise. The Lannister soldiers had already breached the camp's interior, and the air was filled with cries of battle. Lin scanned the chaotic encampment, illuminated by flickering campfires and torches, but he could not spot Arya. She had likely dashed into one of the tents. In a corner not far off, a two-wheeled cart carrying prisoners caught Lin's attention. In the firelight, he discerned 3 figures standing within the cart. He gestured his attendants and called out, "Over there. We must head that way." The turmoil within the camp made it unwise to charge directly into the heart of the Lannister forces. He knew Arya would attempt to rescue the imprisoned Jaqen. For now, they needed to position themselves near the cart and await her clever escape. The knight leading the Lannister assault on the Night's Watch recruits was a certain Amory Lorch, a landed knight in service to House Lannister, bearing the sigil of a black lion with a scorpion's tail on a crimson field. When Lin arrived at the prisoner cart, he spotted Amory mounted on horseback, clad in dark gray armor, stocky and short in stature, with a pale, pig-like face and small, shrewd eyes. He was keenly aware of Lin and Duncan's approach to the cart. A cruel smile crept across Amory's lips as he shouted to his crossbowmen, "Look, we have some stragglers here. Kill them. Damn it," Lin muttered as he reached the wheel of the cart, unprepared for the ensuing battle. With Amory's command, the crossbowmen swiftly drew their weapons. A volley of arrows whistled through the air, and Lin and his group scrambled for cover. Fortunately, the initial barrage inflicted little harm. Being at the edge of the camp, away from the campfires, the archer's aim was rather erratic, with most arrows embedding themselves in the underbrush behind Lin. However, one arrow, ignited, struck a metal railing with a sharp clang, startling the prisoners within the cart. The trio ducked instinctively, recoiling in fear. The flaming arrow slid off the cart, landing amidst the hay below and igniting it in a fierce blaze. "Open this damn cage and let us out," shouted a bald man, panic-stricken amidst the encroaching flames. Another voice from within the cart called out to Lin, "I am Jaqen. If you rescue me, I can grant you 3 wishes." Lin felt exasperated. Even in such perilous circumstances, Jaqen was intent on introducing himself. As he glanced around, his eyes fell upon a short-handled axe not far off. He seized the axe and handed it to Jaqen within the cart, then called out to the underbrush behind him, "Hood, for the love of the gods, where are you?" No sooner had he spoken than 4 arrows shot forth from the foliage, whistling past the cart's edge and striking down 2 of the Lannister soldiers who were still reloading their crossbows. Amory fell from his horse, which also bore the brunt of an arrow, letting out a mournful neigh before fleeing into the darkness. The patrol at the camp entrance erupted into chaos. Seeing this, Lin sprang up, drawing his dagger, and shouted, "Charge! Capture that officer alive!" With a battle cry, Duncan and Stonefist readied themselves, drawing their swords and leading the charge alongside a few of the cavalry attendants. Most of the Lannister forces remained deep within the camp, leaving Amory with only 3 or 4 crossbowmen and 2 infantrymen by his side. As a dozen burly figures emerged from the flames, Amory hurriedly picked up his fallen helmet, awkwardly securing it as he dashed deeper into the camp. "Block their path," he shouted, desperately urging his men to hold off the attackers. Lynn observed as his attendants surged forward, swiftly dispatching the nearby Lannister soldiers. He then glanced back at the camp, where commotion erupted as dozens of Lannister soldiers, stirred by the shouts, began to pour out from within. Amory cursed at his troops and pointed towards the prisoner cart. A squad of Lannister soldiers rapidly advanced toward Lynn's position. Frowning, Lynn estimated their numbers to be around 40 or 50, with more Lannister soldiers gathering behind them. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, having failed to capture the Lannister commander at the outset, he barked orders to his embroiled attendants: "Fall back." The enemy was numerous, and amidst the chaos, he had yet to spot Arya. Gritting his teeth, he made the reluctant decision to retreat. Just then, a figure within the cart used the axe Lynn had provided to sever the chains binding them. He emerged from the confines of his cage, leaping down from the prison cart, and expressed his gratitude to Lynn. "I am profoundly thankful for your assistance, my lord." Lynn, with a swift glance, grasped the rough hand of the individual and inquired, "You are Jaqen, are you not? Did you not promise me 3 conditions?" The man hesitated momentarily, prompting Lynn to continue. "Well then, I have a task that requires your aid. Proceed to the camp and safely escort a boy named Aerys to me. I shall follow in the wake of the Lannisters." With his entourage, Lynn vanished once more into the shadowy depths of the forest. The die was cast. His resources were limited, rendering a direct confrontation with the Lannister forces impossible. Yet, Jaqen, in his endeavor to fulfill his promise, found himself recaptured by the Lannister soldiers who had just expelled him from the camp. The Lannisters quelled the skirmish entirely, taking all remaining survivors as prisoners. The Lannister commander, Amory Lorch, who narrowly escaped death at the hands of Lynn S. Archer, dispatched several search parties in the aftermath to scour the surrounding woods for any trace of Lynn's group. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded nothing. As dawn broke the following day, the Lannister army commenced their journey, escorting their spoils and captives back to their stronghold at Harrenhal. During this time, they executed a golden-haired thief who had stolen a prized helm, mistakenly believing him to be the bastard son of Robert, Jander. This was precisely the objective behind the Lannister army's ambush of the Night's Watch recruitment party. In truth, the golden-cloaked guards intercepted by Lynn were not 4, but 5 in number. A standard cavalry unit from the Gold Cloaks consisted of 5 members. The cavalry that had previously arrived at the Night's Watch camp had actually threatened Yoren with 5 men. After departing from the camp, one of the Golden Cloaks was dispatched to Harrenhal to report. However, before they could reach Harrenhal, they encountered Commander Amory Lorch, tasked with sweeping through the riverlands, which precipitated this nighttime raid. On the King's Road, Amory Lorch rode proudly at the forefront of his men upon a captured steed of inferior quality. Having earlier assisted Lord Tywin in dealing with his nephew, the politically ambitious Joffrey, he anticipated accolades upon his return to Harrenhal. Furthermore, this venture had yielded not only the spoils of the Night's Watch, including hard-won military supplies from King S. Landing, but also a contingent of robust young laborers. Truly, it was a bountiful harvest. As for breaking the long-standing tradition of non-interference between the armies of the 7 Kingdoms and the Night's Watch, he remained utterly unconcerned. That band of rustic folk had long since faded from the annals of glory. Yet, the thought of the assailants from the previous night left Amory Lorch in a foul mood. Their attire was decidedly uncharacteristic of the Night's Watch, and the existence of such an armed group in the Riverlands only served to highlight the inadequacy of his purging efforts. The commander of the Lannister force, comprising over 130 soldiers, felt his initial excitement gradually give way to a furrowed brow and a sullen demeanor. Chapter 47. The faceless Isle Arya walked alongside an individual, their hands bound by ropes, as they were herded by Lannister soldiers along the muddy path leading towards Harrenhal. Deviating from the King's Road, the man whispered to Arya, "Someone insisted that I remain to rescue you. Otherwise, I would be free to run through the open fields, not trudging alongside you." Arya looked up in surprise, then asked softly, "Did Lynn send you? I'm so sorry for dragging you into this." The man offered a resigned smile. Arya glanced at the line of captives and the Lannister soldiers behind them, cautiously inquiring, "What shall we do now?" The path to Harrenhal differed greatly from the King's Road. Here, the fields were vast and open, providing little cover. Even if the man could free his hands and lead her away, their escape would be short-lived. He quietly surveyed their surroundings, then leaned closer to Arya, whispering, "If we continue a while longer, we will pass through a low valley. If your friends choose to rescue you before we reach Harrenhal, it must be there. After tonight, we will be within Harrenhal's borders. He paused, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then continued in a hushed tone, when night falls and we camp in the valley. Come on my side. Their furtive exchange caught the attention of a Lannister soldier, who lashed the man's back with a whip, separating him from Arya and driving him to the rear of the line. Arya watched as the soldier pulled him away, her gaze shifting to a Lannister soldier nearby, whose belt bore her own sewing needle dagger. Her gray eyes hardened with determination. My lord, do you believe that prisoner can protect Lady Stark? The head of the guard, Hood, asked Lynn with a hint of skepticism. They trailed closely behind the Lannister forces, attempting to evade detection by their scouts. The Jaqen Hagar who had agreed to Lynn's terms was undoubtedly the face of a faceless man assassin, a fact Lynn was certain of. As a member of the legendary assassin order, the Faceless Men, the individual's prowess was beyond question. However, no matter how skilled an assassin may be, they thrived in the shadows. While it might be feasible for him to protect Arya, orchestrating their escape from the wilderness would necessitate a direct confrontation with the Lannister army. But how could one possibly vanquish an organized force of over 100 men? There seemed to be no other option. He contemplated utilizing system points to summon a force more formidable than the Lannisters, capable of crushing them outright. This was his sole recourse. Throughout his journey, Lynn pondered and sought opportunities to unleash a surge of reinforcements, hoping to suddenly bolster his ranks with a powerful ally, thereby providing him with a plausible explanation to present to his other subordinates, even if it were a mere pretense. Finally, he had found such an opportunity. His gaze fell upon a dock at the mouth of the lake, leading to the island at its heart, the Faceless Isle. The Faceless Isle is a sacred land situated at the center of God's Eye, nestled within the Riverlands. Thousands of years ago, at the twilight of the Dawn Age, the first men and the children of the forest waged a protracted war for centuries until the wise among both factions convened on the Faceless Isle to sign an oath, thereby concluding the conflict. To commemorate the hard-won peace, every fish-leaf tree on the island was carved with a face, allowing the old gods to witness the solemnity of the oath. However, these tales belong to a bygone era, following the arrival of the Undulls, who drove the first men into the north with iron and fire. They remained there for several centuries. The Undulls set fire to nearly all fish-leaf trees in the south, mercilessly slaying every child of the forest they encountered, forcing them to flee northward. Thus, this central island had long since transformed into a desolate wasteland. Lynn, accompanied by his retainers, arrived at the lakeside port and was unexpectedly greeted by several weathered small boats moored at the dock. Perhaps the locals still upheld the tradition of visiting this island for worship. Lynn shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. He summoned Hood, Duncan, and the others to his side and declared, "You shall continue to track the Lannisters, leaving markers along the way. I will catch up with you before nightfall. However, my lord, it is quite challenging for us to confront the Lannister forces. Perhaps we should infiltrate Harrenhal in search of an opportunity," suggested Duncan hesitantly. Stone and Hood exchanged glances, their silence betraying a shared inclination toward Duncan's proposal. Lynn waved his hand dismissively. "Every day we linger in the Riverlands increases our peril. This is the no-man's land between Harrenhal and King's Landing. Lord Tywin receives intelligence from King's Landing daily. Should we inadvertently attract the attention of scouts, we could easily find ourselves caught between two fronts. I must opt for a swift resolution by entering Harrenhal's territory, which is Tywin's domain. Even with legendary knights like Duncan and Stone at my side for protection, Tywin commands the mountain, Gregor Clegane, reputed to be the mightiest knight in Westeros. Bravery does not lie in the disregard for danger, but in the recognition and conquest of it, given that I possess sufficient resources to field a cavalry charge. There is no need to take such a risk." Lynn gestured with a smile to the three men. "Do you suppose I would bring you along merely to gamble with fate in the Riverlands? Rest assured, I have arranged for reinforcements on the island. Before nightfall, you shall position yourself a mile outside the Lannister camp to await my arrival." Lynn's tone was resolute, and Duncan's trio exchanged knowing glances, refraining from further protest. The group divided into two factions, parting ways. Lynn instructed his men to tether 4 captured golden-cloaked horses beneath a tree by the lakeside. He then led 3 cavalry soldiers in a small boat toward the heart of eye of the lake. The lake was eerily tranquil, its surface undisturbed, and an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of even a single bird call. Upon reaching the dock of Thousand-Faced Isle, Lynn and his companions disembarked. The shallow ground was marked by a dilapidated wooden dock, creaking underfoot. As Lynn stepped onto the shore and raised his gaze toward the island's scenery, his pupils constricted in surprise. Before him lay a desolate expanse of charred trees, their trunks blackened by fire, adorned with grotesque faces etched into the wood. Standing like a phalanx of tree warriors, Lin involuntarily inhaled sharply. He slowly made his way along a cracked earthen path that led straight into the heart of Thousand-Faced Isle. After a quarter of an hour, he arrived at a circular clearing, where a square altar constructed of mud stood, supported by 8 massive stone columns. Flanking it were 2 rows of gray-white earthen walls, faintly depicting the scene of the ancestors' covenant with the children of the forest. What astonished Lin was the enormous fish-beam tree behind the altar, a sentinel that had withstood the ravages of time, akin to an immortal tree deity. This colossal tree, too vast to be encircled by many, had branches splayed like a giant umbrella, yet its limbs were bare, devoid of leaves. A human visage was carved into its trunk, its sunken eyes stained with desiccated red sap, gazing forward with an air of vigilance. Lin regarded the magnificent fish-beam tree with a sense of melancholy. The ruins of ancestral heritage, even after a millennium, still emanated an immense pressure upon him, a newcomer. He silently paid his respects, recognizing the urgency of his mission in this silent, uninhabited realm. Taking a deep breath, he allowed his thoughts to delve into the explosive recruitment system. Ding! Welcome, host, to the explosive recruitment system. As Lin accessed the system and selected the recruitment option, the plaza before him began to shimmer and tremble. And pillars of knightly forms radiating a milky illumination gradually emerged. Rows of steeds, varying in color from black to white and mottled, along with riders of diverse hues, materialized from the light. The horses resembled those raised in the riverlands, rather than the robust steeds of the north. Lin pondered whether this was a consequence of his choice to recruit cavalry in the riverlands. These specially trained horses moved at a deliberate pace, providing a more comfortable ride. While slightly shorter and less imposing than the military mounts of the King's Guard he had previously attempted to ride, they possessed a spirited demeanor and were full of vitality. The cavalrymen, each proud and erect, displayed their muscular forms, swords at their waists, and grasping lances and shields, exuding an air of martial prowess. The primary advantage of second-tier cavalry over their first-tier counterparts lay in their access to lances and shields, significantly enhancing both their defensive and offensive capabilities. This was precisely why Lin had refrained from recruiting knights at the fishing village port. Without formidable armor and weaponry, cavalry could be a vulnerable force. The awe-inspiring recruitment process even prompted Lin and his 3 cavalry soldiers to lower their heads slightly, in reverence to the knights, the kings of land warfare. Lin gazed upon these newly formed cavalrymen with pride, akin to a father observing his children, his heart swelling with immeasurable pride. 200 cavalrymen stood in silent formation within the plaza, their eyes aflame with determination as they called out, "Knights of the Order, we greet our master." Lin did not hesitate to spend his points, exchanging 600 points for 200 second-tier cavalrymen, and an additional 300 points to acquire 200 sets of knightly armor from the recruitment system. Looking at a tall, robust cavalryman with a sun-kissed complexion, Lin inquired, "What is your name?" "Lover, my lord." Lin regarded him intently. "Loverin, you are hereby appointed as the commander of the cavalry unit, henceforth known as the Order of the Temple Knights." "At your command," Loverin replied. The 200 knights of the Order of the Temple responded in unison, their voices filled with solemnity. "Long live Lord Lin. Long live the Order of the Temple Knights." Lin gestured with his hand, indicating the stacks of armor before him. "Arm yourselves." "Hurrah!" Loverin echoed. The knightly armor included protective vests for the horses to shield them from caltrops, chainmail for the riders, skirt armor resembling outspread wings, and chainmail boots. Lin stood before the altar in the plaza, patiently awaiting the completion of his cavalry's armament. Once the Order of the Temple Knights were fully equipped, he led them away from the plaza, making their way to Thousand-Faced Isle's ferry. Lin remained unaware that behind the colossal fish-beam tree, its charred exterior was shedding, revealing new skin as white as bone. Several deep red leaves had fallen to the ground, resembling the bloodied hands of 1,000. The group arrived at the island's ferry. Lin opted to expend 30 points of his credits to acquire a paddle-driven troop transport vessel. This was an item unlocked during the system's upgrade to Level 2, alongside various medium-sized armed ships within the troop deployment system. The war horses, led by the Knights Templar, embarked upon the transport vessel, propelled forward by the efforts of 16 cavalrymen. They were able to ferry 50 individuals at a time, completing the crossing of the lake in 4 trips. At last, everything was in order, and Lin let out a sigh of relief. For the sake of discretion, this troop deployment operation had taken over 2 hours. He mounted the captured warhorse of the Golden Cloak Guard, and the Knights Templar behind him were already lined up in formation. The group advanced towards Herrenberg with great fervor. in contrast to the winding and unevenly worn roads of King S Avenue, which had been battered by the wheels of carts. The road leading to Herrenberg was expansive and smooth. Riding on horseback this time, Lynn felt considerably more at ease. The sun slipped behind the clouds, and the brilliant rays retracted from the sea of clouds. The earth lay in silence, interrupted only by the thunderous sound of hooves as Lynn and his knights galloped across the plains. After approximately 2 hours of riding, Lynn finally caught up to the retinue ahead, following the markers left by Hood and his companions. The sudden appearance of the cavalry startled Hood and Duncan, who were taken aback. Upon recognizing their lord Lynn among the cavalrymen, they were overtaken by expressions of incredulous delight. My lord, Hood, the captain of the guards, approached Lynn's warhorse to take the reins. Lynn halted his horse, and the 200 soldiers of the cavalry also reined in. The discipline exhibited by the Knights Templar moved both Duncan and Sherfu, 2 legendary knights, to a slight admiration, a hint of envy crossing their faces. Lynn noticed their expressions and instructed the 3 temporary infantrymen to dismount, saying, "Let us converse from horseback." The 3, their eyes brightening at his words, did not hesitate to choose their own captured warhorses, swiftly mounting them. Soon, they flanked Lynn on either side. Lynn looked at Hood to his left and knights Duncan and Sherfu to his right, a broad smile upon his face. "How do you find the reinforcements I summoned? Will they be able to rescue Miss Stark before we reach Herrenberg?" Lynn chuckled heartily as he stroked the mane of his horse. Hood, with a hint of flattery, declared, "My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled." Sherfu remarked, "The Lannisters shall pay the price for their attack on the Night's Watch." Duncan, observing Lynn's silhouette, who had previously worried that his lord, with his lands far in the north, might struggle to rescue individuals from the clutches of the Lannisters in the Riverlands, now felt a wave of respect wash over him. This legendary knight suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lynn called Lovren forward, introducing him. "This is General Lovren, the commander of this Knights Templar. From now on, you shall be colleagues." They exchanged pleasantries before Lynn inquired, "Where's the Lannister army at present?" "My lord, they have just entered the valley ahead, and we have been tailing them closely without detection," Hood replied. "Indeed, time is of the essence. The valley ahead is the ideal campsite. Unless they intend to travel through the night, they will surely set up camp." Lynn gazed ahead, where a deeply recessed hillside valley lay not far off, likely once a pasture, stripped of trees, now replaced by lush, green grass. Camped within such an expansive valley, unless the cavalry charged, the Lannisters would have ample time to prepare for an assault from above. Lynn smirked, thinking Admiral Lothric, responsible for sweeping through the Riverlands, could never have anticipated that a fully armed cavalry would emerge in the Riverlands at such a moment. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, "Lovren, send scouts into the valley to investigate. If the enemy is indeed setting up camp, report back promptly." "Yes, my lord." Lynn led the Knights Templar at a slow pace, allowing the footmen behind them to keep up. After a short while, the scouts returned with news. It was confirmed that the Lannister army was indeed encamped in the valley. At this point, Lynn's main force had arrived near the entrance of the valley. His expression turned serious as he ordered Lovren, "You take 150 Knights Templar to array at the entrance of the valley, awaiting orders for a frontal assault on the enemy camp." "Understood, my lord," Lovren called out, and the bulk of the Knights Templar spurred their horses forward. "Duncan, Sherfu," Lynn continued, "you two shall each take 25 cavalrymen and flank the valley slope, waiting for the signal from my horn. Be ready to charge into the enemy's encampment and ensure the safe rescue of the Stark heir." "Yes, my lord." Sherfu and Duncan bowed respectfully, accepting the longbows handed to them by the archers, securing them on their backs, and set off. Lynn then produced the previously prepared reward item, the silver bull horn, and handed it to Hood. "Captain Hood, be prepared to sound the horn." Receiving the silver bull horn with solemnity, Hood felt a surge of excitement within, knowing that the great battle was about to commence with the sound of the horn in his hands. Chapter 49. The Cavalry Charge. The Lannister army came to a halt. Amaryl dismounted, fatigued from the march, and casually reclined on a nearby haystack to relieve his weariness. After an entire day of marching, he had maintained a constant state of vigilance. However, he found himself puzzled by the fact that the assailants who had appeared at the Night's Watch camp the previous night had not been seen again. And even the scouts he sent out had found no trace of them. Perhaps they had been frightened off by his own troops, he mused, but quickly dismissed the thought. They must still be lurking nearby. He could almost smell the presence of the enemy. Amaryl squinted, slowly rising to his feet, surveying his surroundings. He was convinced that the campsite he had chosen was quite secure. Surrounded by bare, sloping earth, there was no cover in sight. In such an open valley, It was improbable that anyone could successfully launch a surprise attack on his camp. As night fell and darkness enveloped the valley, he planned to place sentries at various points around the perimeter. If those intruders dared to approach the valley under the cover of darkness, Amaryl let out a cold laugh. Then I shall send them to meet the seven. Of course, this campsite was not without its flaws, should they encounter a cavalry charge. The gentle slopes surrounding the valley would serve as an optimal acceleration point for the horsemen. But was that likely? Amaryl shook his head in bitter amusement. It seemed that his long-standing duties of requisitioning supplies and conducting sweeps in the riverlands had kept him in the wilderness for too long, leading to a somewhat unhinged state of mind. Otherwise, how could he entertain such naive and ludicrous thoughts? He kicked aside a lazy lad sprawled on a haystack, panting heavily. Look at his filthy brown hair. The poor wretch, did he believe that a captive deserved to rest? Get up, boy. Don't be idle. Go camp with my soldiers. Arya rubbed her sore backside, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Amory, adding him to her nightly prayers for vengeance, a death list for her future retribution. The names of Joffrey, Cersei, and others graced that list, none of whom she intended to spare, although she was uncertain of how to bring about their demise. She vowed it would come to pass eventually. Amory, despite his confidence in his arrangements, remained clad in his armor, as did his soldiers, who were not permitted to remove even their heavy iron helmets. In the camp, soldiers were directing the young and vigorous captives to set up their tents when a scout ran up from a distance. My lord, the scout, swift of foot, soon reached Amory, his thin leather armor soaked with sweat. Breathing heavily, he exclaimed, at the mouth of the valley where we arrived, we spotted the enemy. Amory's gaze sharpened, swiftly giving way to a cruel smile. Finally, can't hold it in any longer, can they? Just like me. Speak. How many did you see? The scout hesitated, stammering, I couldn't see clearly. There was a cloud of dust at the valley's mouth. It seemed to be a cavalry unit, possibly a mounted regiment. Amory scoffed, coldly retorting, cavalry? How could there possibly be cavalry? If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll have your head right now. The scout turned pale, refraining from further words. Amory waved for them to regroup. These incompetents as scouts. Couldn't he even ascertain the enemy's numbers before rushing back to report? Mere idle eaters. The Riverlands had only recently been traversed from south to north by Lord Tywin and the Kingslayer, Jaime. There couldn't possibly be a knightly order left. Not even mercenaries could be present. Even the brutal warriors had sought refuge under Lord Tywin at Harrenhal to save their lives. Amory believed these foes were merely posturing. They would surely descend from the valley under the cover of night, as a night raid was their sole chance. He bellowed to his soldiers, set up camp swiftly. We might rest for a while before dark. After I deal with those oblivious fools tonight, I'll enjoy a good night's sleep. At that moment, a deep and powerful horn sounded from the southern side of the valley. It was the call to attack. Amory turned back in disbelief, wondering if his ears had deceived him. Damn it, did anyone hear that horn? No one responded immediately. However, the soldiers of House Lannister turned their heads, demonstrating to their commander, Sir Amory Lorch, that indeed they had heard the enemy's horn and had seen them with their own eyes. Two impeccably formed lines of cavalry appeared at the mouth of the valley, advancing steadily. There were at least 100 riders. Within the small valley, the synchronized sound of hooves reverberated, shaking the very souls of all present. The armored figures, clad in matching attire, revealed a genuine knightly order. Amory felt a mix of confusion and rage. Where had these cavalrymen emerged from? How could anyone muster such a force in the Riverlands? Were they the cavalry from the Vale, or perhaps the gold cloaks from King's Landing? No, it was neither. By the gods, these cavalrymen were indeed charging directly at him. Amory's face turned ashen. He drew his broad sword and mounted his horse, shouting to his somewhat dazed subordinates, Form ranks. Form ranks. Prepare for defense. The Lannister camp descended into chaos, as everyone abandoned their camp duties and hurried to Amory's side to form a line. Yet, all of this seemed dreadfully slow before the poised cavalry. A second resounding horn echoed from the valley. The charge had commenced, the call to arms resonating across the plains. Lothar rode at the forefront of the Knights of the Temple, and upon hearing the horn from behind, he shouted, Knights, charge! Kill! With that command, the 150 Knights of the Temple at the valley's mouth surged forth like a flood, descending as if descended from the heavens. The thunderous sound of iron hooves echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble violently. The Lannister soldiers, flustered, had just begun to establish a rudimentary defense line. Then came cries that cavalry were charging down from the eastern side of the valley. From the west as well. We are surrounded on 3 sides. Good heavens! Where had these cavalrymen come from? The Lannisters' second line of defense had yet to be established, and panic gripped their ranks. The cavalry. having gained momentum from the valley's slope, charged with terrifying speed. At such velocity, their combat prowess reached its zenith, the oncoming torrent resembling a mudslide, sweeping toward them. Any attempts to hold the line would become a glorious display of the Knights of the Temple for their lord, Lyn. Long live Lord Lyn! Long live the Knights of the Temple! They shouted in unison as the first collision approached. The sound of impact rang out. Bang! 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 The armored steeds, undeterred, charged into the Lannister defenses. In the next moment, the gleaming lances of the Knights of the Temple were raised high. The sharp points of the lances, akin to the deadly tendrils of death, pierced the flesh of the enemy with blinding speed. The chainmail of the Lannisters offered no defense against the tremendous force of the lances. Flesh and blood flew. The hastily assembled defense line crumbled without a hint of resistance. The cries of horses and the wails of the fallen filled the air. The first wave of the knights responsible for breaching the defenses skewered Lannister bodies upon their lances, carrying them forward for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. Yet a second wave charged forth. There was no need for lances to inflict further damage. The steeds mercilessly trampled over the panicked Lannisters. The position of the Lannisters, attempting to confront the onslaught, was reduced to a bloody hellscape. Limbs and corpses littered the ground. Blood rained down. The wails and cries reverberated, filling the valley with an overwhelming stench of blood, inducing nausea in all who breathed it. Amory Lorch's mind descended into chaos, the sounds of blades being drawn and armor clashing echoing in his ears. After 2 waves of charges, the Knights of the Temple turned their horses, dispersing to pursue. They engaged in a close-quarters melee with the nearly disbanded remnants of the Lannisters, commencing a third round of brutal combat. The sun, hidden behind ominous clouds, seemed to shyly reveal half of its face, casting a chilling glimmer of light. Amory Lorch, with his bloodshot eyes resembling those of a pig, felt his heart quaking violently, as if it were being squeezed and kneaded in someone's grasp, causing waves of tightness within him. Chapter 50, Disposal. Arya was freed from the ropes that bound her hands by an unknown individual. The surroundings were chaotic, filled with the sounds of battle and the cries of the dying. Duncan, leading a small cavalry unit, charged into the defenseless prisoner camp from the western slope, effortlessly dispatching several Lannister soldiers before making his way towards Arya. Upon seeing the knight Duncan, Arya was momentarily taken aback, her gray eyes lighting up. She had a vivid impression of the tall knight, standing at nearly 2 meters. They had encountered each other the previous night. At that time, Duncan had stood beside Lyn, his extraordinarily long legs drawing Arya's gaze. Even in the darkness, Duncan's tall, lanky frame stood out remarkably. It dawned on Arya that the knights outside were indeed sent by Lyn to rescue her. Duncan approached Arya, lowered his gaze upon her, and offered a kind smile. Lord Lyn has commanded us to protect Lady Stark. For the first time since her father Ned's death, Arya felt a sense of protection. Even the Night's watchman, Uncle Yoren, who had taken her away from King's Landing, seemed more like a serious elder fulfilling a promise. Yet, the mere presence of Lyn, whom she had only met once, imparted a profound sense of significance to her, perhaps simply because she was a Stark and he was a noble of the North. The answer seemed ambiguous, but Arya dared not contemplate it further. With polite gratitude, she thanked him. Then, with the assistance of a Knight of the Faith, she donned the heavy leather armor, stripped from corpse. After wrapping herself in 3 layers, Duncan nodded in satisfaction. He reached under Arya's arm and effortlessly lifted her, tossing her onto the horse behind him. Hold on tight, Duncan instructed earnestly. Wrapped like a dumpling, Arya extended her hand toward someone before she could grasp Duncan. Give me the needle, she said. The individual shrugged and handed her the short sword, which he had taken from the bald Polliver, much to the latter's displeasure, hence his demise. The individual looked at Arya and remarked, "You're not called Alan, are you?" Arya's lips, resembling petals, curved into a sweet smile as she carefully tucked the needle into her belt. "I am Arya Stark, and I know that your name, Isn T. Jackeen." With that, Sir Duncan flicked the reins and, under the protection of the Knights of the Faith, galloped out of the valley camp towards the southern slope. The individual cast a meaningful glance at Arya's departing figure, a wry smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, within the Lannister camp, flames roared as prisoners seized the weapons of fallen Lannister soldiers, igniting haystacks and fleeing amidst the chaos. Hot Pie and his newly acquainted little brother, Pod, walked together, cautiously navigating the battlefield with a sword taller than themselves. "Where are you going?" Hot Pie shouted to the stout boy running ahead. Big Boy turned around in surprise, shrugging his shoulders in a gesture that suggested the answer was obvious: to save his life. Hot Pie's chubby face was etched with disdain. "We were recruited by the uncle to be Night's watchmen, But you're running south. We should be heading north to the wall. Big Boy, hearing this, was taken aback. Even in such dire straits, he was still expected to act like a night's watchman. He turned back to continue his escape, dismissing the fat boy. The only thing guiding him away from the Riverlands were the knights come to rescue Arya. He spotted Arya, escorted by a knight as she headed southward towards the valley. With a sound of horns echoed, Big Boy knew that was the only safe place. Hot Pie exchanged glances with his companion Pod, and they understood each other without words. Hot Pie changed his direction, calling out to Big Boy, "Wait for us." Lynn and Hood, guarded by the retainers of the cavalry, reached the edge of the valley and observed the diminishing sounds of battle below. "My lord, your order of knights is truly formidable," Hood expressed, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Lynn nodded noncommittally, pointing towards the throng of figures below. Hood remarked, "My lord, those prisoners are all fleeing towards us." Lynn sighed. Most of them were new recruits for the Night's Watch, gathered by Yoren. Upon returning to the north, we must ensure they reach the wall, he mused. Hood, raising an eyebrow in confusion, respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord." Sir Duncan climbed the valley with Arya and approached Lynn, respectfully bowing before he dismounted and helped Arya down. Arya, feeling a twinge of guilt, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lynn." Lynn smiled at Arya, who was swathed in layers of armor, and said nothing further. At that moment, another individual arrived, having seized a poor-quality horse from a Lannister wagon and following Duncan. "This man has fulfilled his mission," he stated. Lynn had taken notice of him long before. Now, as he observed the faceless figure of Jaqen, he remained silent, lost in contemplation. This individual still owed Lynn 2 favors. Having one of the continent's most elite assassins in his debt, Lynn felt compelled to extract those promises. As he gazed into Lynn's shining eyes, the individual felt a sense of unease. The number of prisoners climbing up the southern slope of the valley increased, while the living below dwindled. As the evening glow was completely shrouded by dark clouds and the sky dimmed, the battle at last drew to a close. The valley lay strewn with bodies, many pierced by cavalry lances or slain by swords, while some had fallen under the hooves of charging horses, meeting their end in a brutal manner. Amory Lorch, commander of the Lannister forces, lay in a pool of blood after being struck in the leg by a lance. Writhing in pain as he beheld his family's sigil, a black lion with a scorpion tail on a red background, set aflame. Subsequently, Nightstone dragged Amory's wounded body before Lynn. The blood seeping from Amory's injured leg stained the grass behind him, leaving a long trail of crimson. Lynn observed the moaning and struggling Amory and softly said to Arya, "He is now yours." Arya included Amory in her death prayers and her list of those to avenge. The opportunity for revenge had come so swiftly, her body trembled slightly. She had many names on her list, yet they were all still alive. Now, for the first time, she had the chance to strike one from the list, and Arya found herself feeling somewhat anxious. She extracted the sewing needle from her belt. Hot Pie and the others soon arrived at the scene, all holding their breath as they observed Arya. With her left hand firmly gripping the hilt of the needle, Arya slowly advanced. Amory struggled to rise from the ground, gritting his teeth to suppress a cry of pain. He cautiously retreated, preferring to tumble down the valley to his death rather than perish at the hands of this wild girl. However, as he laboriously turned around, a shiver coursed through him, and he felt a chill at the nape of his neck. His pupils dilated and then constricted. A rough hand instinctively rose to cover his throat, for which a thin stream of blood began to trickle. Yet he failed. Tuya withdrew the needle from behind him, her expression cold and impassive as she watched him collapse helplessly. Chapter 51. Return Journey. Witnessing Arya execute Amory, Lynn ordered the battlefield to be cleared. He assessed the losses incurred. The primary assault force, the Temple Cavalry unit numbered 200, suffered a total of 34 casualties, with 21 fatalities. The war horses, however, sustained minimal losses. Only 6 fell victim to the Lannister spears, their bellies gaping wide, intestines spilling forth. Riding down to the valley, Lynn observed the helpless whinnies of the fallen steeds, feeling a pang of sympathy, and instructed the guard, Hood, to grant these creatures a swift end. The bodies of the deceased Temple Knights were hastily buried in shallow graves. They then utilized several captured cargo wagons to transport the remaining wounded, hastily departing the site of the incident. This was a critical route between Harrenhal and King's Landing, and Lynn preferred to travel by night rather than allow his troops to camp in the vicinity. Due to the night and their foot travel, the Night's Watch recruits, who had already endured a day of being escorted by the Lannisters, were mostly exhausted. Upon learning that Lynn intended to return to the distant north, the nearly 130-strong contingent dwindled to just over 80 by midnight as they traversed the King's Road. They were not particularly eager to become members of the Night's Watch, especially after the death of the recruiter, the Crow, Yoren, which further dampened their resolve to endure the harsh life at the wall. Big Cow, Hot Pie, and the others, however, gritted their teeth and persevered, even though they would have nothing to do upon returning to King's Landing, which had grown increasingly tumultuous since King Joffrey's ascension. Proceeding cautiously, Lynn dispatched scouting parties at intervals to maintain vigilance ahead. As darkness enveloped the land, they journeyed for over 6 hours. Finally crossing the King S Road and entering its western side, Lynn breathed a sigh of relief and chose a clear hillside for a much-needed rest. In the thick of night, the clouds began to weep, drenching everyone. Torches could not be lit, and in such weather, no one felt inclined to converse. The night passed in a series of stops and starts. As dawn broke, Lynn could finally glimpse his destination, a small town at the estuary downstream from the Trident. Known as Saltpans, this town, situated between the Earl of Harroway's settlement and the town of Sweetwater, boasted a port that was not particularly busy. It was the agreed landing point between Lynn and companions, and if the merchant convoy's business proceeded smoothly, 3 merchant ships belonging to Fisherman's Port should be awaiting them in the harbor. The morning mist hung thickly as Lynn's party entered the still sleeping town, marching through its central street toward the harbor. The lord of the town was a vassal of House Mutton, a portly middle-aged man whose manor stood near the docks. As Lynn's knights passed by his estate, the oily-haired lord was abruptly awakened from his sweet dreams. The thunder of hooves pounded the muddy ground, causing the wooden structure of the Saltpans lord's manor to tremble slightly. The corpulent lord hastily arose, pulling aside the curtains to peer out at the street, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple. He glanced at his wife, languidly twisting in bed, reluctant to rise. In a fit of roughness, the middle-aged lord slapped her shapely backside. She yelped and bolted upright. The lord barked, "Silence. Get yourself presentable to welcome our esteemed guests." Moments later, he clumsily donned a large blue robe and, flanked by 2 attendants, hurriedly flung open the doors of his manor, rushing into the rain to meet Lynn, who was advancing at a slow pace on horseback. Before long, the mist dissipated and the sun rose. Lynn sat in the cabin of Companion's merchant ship, gazing out at the receding dock of Saltpans. The town's lord stood alongside his beautiful wife, waving farewell to Lynn's 3 twin-masted vessels, listening to the wind rustling the sails. Lynn's table held a small chest brimming with gold coins and jewels. Arya opened the jewelry box, curiously rummaging through the beautiful trinkets inside. She turned to Lynn and asked, "Did you rob this town's lord?" As the sailboat gently pushed out of the harbor and into the wide channel, formally commencing their journey back to the north, Lynn withdrew his gaze from the dock and shrugged. "You saw it. I remained on my horse the entire time. You practically forced this upon me." Arya pondered in silence for a moment, her big, innocent eyes blinking as she tilted her head and remarked, "That fat lord may be wealthy, but no one ever complains about having too much money. Why did he insist on giving you these golden dragons and jewels?" Someone gazed thoughtfully at Arya and replied, "It is the wealthy who fear losing their fortunes." Arya's eyes widened as she stared at Lynn's cheek and exclaimed, "Ah, Lynn, your nightly company frightened him." Lynn feigned innocence, rolling his eyes in a gesture of disinterest and explaining. He stood, his eyes narrowing into a playful crescent as he rummaged through the box and produced a string of creamy white pearls. "Look, a fine pearl necklace. Arya, why not try it on?" Arya felt tempted, but still declined to partake in the spoils. Someone else, however, was keenly interested, as he lacked the funds to return to the free trade city of Bravos in Essos. Lynn, uninterested, shrugged and passed the box to his guard captain Hood. Before departing the cabin, light rain continued to fall from the overcast sky. The deck was crowded with people huddled together, their faces expressionless and skin a sallow hue, resembling sardines piled atop one another. Lynn frowned slightly. These were the refugees from the Riverlands, hired by companions from the Greystone Fortress, mostly farmers, with some skilled artisans among them. There were more than 300 individuals distributed across 3 merchant vessels. In addition to the 20 attendants brought by Lynn, there were over 180 knights from the Order of the Temple, as well as 80 members of the Night's Watch, newly recruited from the Lannisters, who were willing to follow Lynn to the north. The 3 brigantines were filled to capacity with over 500 people and nearly 200 warhorses. Furthermore, the hold was laden with dozens of various merchandise wooden chests. Judging by the draft of the ships, they had reached the threshold of their maximum displacement. Lynn felt a twinge of concern regarding the vessels, fearing they might suddenly capsize due to overloading. Company stepped forward, vouching for the seaworthiness of the ship with the esteemed reputation of an old sailor and seasoned navigator, assuring that there would be no issues. The shipbuilding skills of the Iron Islanders were unparalleled. The vessel's hull was constructed from oak, with masts made of cedar. The bottom had been treated with tar for waterproofing, rendering it remarkably resilient. In Campani's words, "My lord, if I had such a ship, I would dare to sail to the Essos merchants, load it with iron ore, and return to the north without a worry of it capsizing in the turbulent waters of the narrow sea." Lynn felt reassured. Under Campani's guidance, he continued to inspect the cargo stored in the ship's hold. Rodarte, diligently pried, opened 2 wooden chests sealed with iron nails. As Lynn approached, he scrutinized the contents within: fine salt and neatly folded fabrics, all urgently needed by the fishing village port. Lynn picked up a few grains of exquisite salt, watching as the tiny white particles slipped through his fingers. He then clapped his hands and used the handkerchief carefully offered by his attendant to wipe his palms clean. Nodding in satisfaction, Campani whispered, "The total cost of these goods, along with those on deck, amounts to less than a gold dragon." The goods on deck likely referred to the group of hired refugees. Lynn raised an eyebrow, caressing a roll of coarse linen, and turned to Campani, saying, "This time, you have done exceptionally well." Campani lowered his head, gauging Lord Lynn's expression, and emboldened by a thought, ventured to speak, "My lord. There are abundant goods accumulating in Greystone Castle, along with countless starving farmers. Upon our return, could we perhaps make another trip?" Lynn looked at him in surprise, then shook his head. Greystone Castle would soon be unsafe. Lord Roose Bolton would be leading the northern forces to ambush the Lannister troops gathering at Harrenhal. The war in the Riverlands would intensify in the coming months. A multitude of refugees would not remain in the Riverlands, but would instead flee toward the Vale and King's Landing. At present, he had no means to intervene in either of these locations. Nevertheless, the immense profit from this maritime trading venture had opened Lynn's eyes to the feasibility of establishing his own maritime trading company. While the continent of Westeros was embroiled in war and not conducive to large-scale trade, Essos presented a promising opportunity. Lynn smiled faintly, a glimmer of ambition flashing in his eyes, and said to Campani, "Didn't you express your willingness to transport iron ore to the merchants of Essos?" Chapter 52. Return home. The journey back to the north. Due to the upstream currents, the ship drifted in the narrow sea for 4 days before finally entering the Bight Bay area. After 2 brief stops for supplies along the way, it was only by midday on the 5th day that Lynn finally returned to his familiar territory aboard the ship. At last, he was back in the north. Are you happy?" Lynn asked as he stepped out of the ship's cabin, observing the young girl standing on the deck, gazing at the picturesque view of the fishing village port. "Yes," Arya replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, though it was quickly overshadowed by a hint of worry on her face. A brisk sea breeze greeted them, bidding farewell to the damp and oppressive air of the south. Lynn stretched comfortably. He inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to the sky, which was a brilliant blue. Since entering the valley, not a single drop of rain had fallen. The dry air was precisely how the long summer of Westeros ought to be. However, the long summer was nearing its end. Winter was approaching. Lynn looked far off at his castle in the fishing village, sighing, realizing that he was far from fully prepared for the future. The revolution was not yet complete, and comrades still needed to strive onward. The refugees lined up, descending one by one from the ship, as crates of salt and fabric were unloaded at the dock. These were then transported back to the town in carts hired by Master Hill from the castle. By the time the work was completed, the day was already waning. Lynn led Arya and the others through the castle gates of the fishing village port. Just then, the system notification chimed in as expected. "Congratulations, host. For completing the main quest, you are awarded a golden beast draw card." Lynn paused momentarily. Now was not the time to check the system. There were more pressing matters to address. He arranged for several attendants to escort the refugees, while Old Hill oversaw the construction of makeshift shelters. Subsequently, Rodarte was instructed to lead Lovren and his knights to the camp previously occupied by the cavalry. As for the goods, lacking a dedicated storage facility, the returned merchandise would be sent to the Lord's residence with carts and laborers. A vacant small house in the back courtyard of the residence could temporarily accommodate these items. The relatively small castle of the fishing village port was becoming increasingly crowded. The streets within the town mirrored this trend. Old Cot, returning from White Harbor with over 100 craftsmen hired from there, began constructing their new homes along the street. With no land tax imposed, this was a promise Lynn had made, as he strolled along the streets leading back to the Lord's residence. Even with some preparation in mind, Lynn was still mildly taken aback. In just over 10 days since his departure, the castle had undergone significant changes. Trenches had been dug on the empty plots of land flanking the streets, and the foundations for houses had been filled in. suggesting that wooden structures would soon rise above them. Fresh faces were visible everywhere. When those unfamiliar faces discovered that the young man walking down the street, escorted by attendants, was indeed the local lord, many instinctively bowed in respect from a distance. It appeared to be a remnant of the customs brought by the larger cities. Lin furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat displeased. However, he refrained from admonishing them. One must eat one bite at a time, and new customs would gradually be established. Recklessly attempting to change anything would only result in loss. Arya walked cheerfully beside Lin, donned in a dress befitting a young lady, her demeanor exuding the grace of a noble woman. Curiously glancing around, she remarked, "Lin, it seems the management capabilities of your Rothschild family are quite impressive. This place is cleaner than one would expect from a small fishing town." Lin smiled, realizing that his earlier instructions to Old Hill regarding the improvement of the castle's sanitation had evidently been effectively implemented. However, could it truly be that an elderly scholar would dedicate such meticulous attention to the labyrinthine affairs of governance within the castle? Lin expressed a hint of skepticism. He turned to glance at the venerable Scholar Hill, squinting as he inquired, "Surely, these matters are not being managed by you, are they?" Old Hill hastily smiled and waved his hand, replying, "My lord, you possess an astute perception. All matters of state are being handled by your steward, Miss Dany." Lin raised his head in surprise. "Dany? Has she returned from Riverflow City?" Hill nodded. "On the third day after your departure, Miss Dany returned to Fisherman's Port." Lin nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Arya pouted and interjected, "Who is Dany? Do you have a wife now?" Lin was momentarily taken aback by Arya's words, nearly choking, and he coughed before saying, "Do not speak nonsense. Miss Dany is merely of a similar age to you, and she now serves as the steward of my lord's residence." Upon hearing this, Arya's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her large eyes blinking with an unusual gleam. Observing her expression, Lin mused that this spirited girl, known for her competitive nature, might harbor some peculiar feelings towards her contemporary Dany. As for Arya Stark, she had been safely escorted to the north, and Lin hesitated on whether to send someone to Winterfell. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that Winterfell would likely soon fall to Theon Greyjoy and his Iron Islanders. The ancestral stronghold of House Stark was on the brink of being ravaged by the Ironborn. At this moment, sending Arya to Winterfell would be tantamount to endangering her life. Lin shook his head, resolutely abandoning that thought. Yet, if not Winterfell, where should she go? Should he send her to join her brother Robb's army, allowing Arya to reunite with her mother, Catelyn Tully? That too seemed imprudent, for Robb, the notorious philanderer, had been ensnared by a battlefield nurse, and his army was on the verge of annihilation in the Riverlands. Sending her there would only lead to her demise. After much contemplation, Lin suddenly felt that no matter where he sent Arya, it would be ill-fated. None of House Stark's members were poised for a favorable future. Her brother Robb and mother Catelyn were already in dire straits. Her sister Sansa Stark was trapped in King's Landing, ensnared within the Red Keep. And her half-brother Jon Snow was currently at the Wall, desperately battling against the White Walkers. Furthermore, the adopted son left behind by her father, Ned Stark, Theon Greyjoy, was on the cusp of betraying the North and would soon raid Winterfell. Reflecting on these circumstances, Lin looked at Arya with a sympathetic expression. Her fate was undeniably fraught with hardship. Arya, oblivious to Lin's piercing gaze, was engaged in idle conversation with someone, seemingly enjoying their company. Lin's eyes brightened at the sight. Perhaps that someone still owed him two promises. Lin, Arya, and their companions, including Scholar Hill and Captain Hood, approached the entrance of the Lord's Manor, where they spotted a familiar and graceful figure at the corner of the street. Dany was directing laborers unloading boxes of goods from a cart, moving them towards the manor's entrance. Upon noticing Lin, Dany swiftly approached, respectfully greeting him. "My lord, you have returned." Lin observed Dany's demeanor, which appeared somewhat altered from their initial meeting days prior. The young girl's face bore a hint of weariness, yet her spirit seemed vibrant, embodying the role of a true steward of Fisherman's Port. Dany lowered herself in courtesy, greeting each of those beside Lin. As she prepared to acknowledge Arya, the latter interrupted, waving her hand and cautiously stating, "No need for formalities. We have met in Riverflow City." "Are you the Stark lady?" Dany inquired, as if recalling something. Arya's lips curled into a crescent smile. "You could just call me Arya. I have another sister." "Dany, why have you come to serve as steward in Lin's domain? Did my uncle Tully expel you from Riverflow City?" Arya's voice intentionally rose, ensuring all present could hear. Dany leaned against the cart, her composure visibly shaken. She discreetly assessed Lin's expression, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her coarse garment. Lin, sensing the tension, interjected to ease the atmosphere, Danny, please arrange for my guests to rest in the guest rooms, and assign a servant to attend to Miss Arya." "Yes, my lord," Danny replied, bowing her head before proceeding towards the manor. Observing Danny's fragile silhouette, Lynn sighed. Arya, however, looked at Lynn with suspicion, cautioning, "Danny is a bastard of House Tully." Lynn shrugged, indicating his awareness. As Arya observed Lynn slip into the manor, she anxiously followed after him. "You do not understand. The Tully family is quite prominent. Even as a bastard, she would not be reduced to servitude in such a wretched place, under the command of a mere lord like you." Lynn halted, turning to question, "Are you suggesting that your Uncle Tully would send someone to kill me?" Arya's expression shifted, her tone serious as she warned, "I mean Lord Tully, the Duke. That may not necessarily be the case." With that, Lynn continued into the manor without a backward glance. Someone approached Arya, remarking, "It seems your worries were unfounded. He not only knows that the young girl is from House Tully, but is also unperturbed by any potential trouble from that family. Can't you see?" Arya rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "What does that have to do with you?" After a refreshing bath, Lynn washed away the sweat and odor from his journey. Donning a loose robe, it was finally time for him to draw his cards. After bathing and changing, with hands and face thoroughly cleansed, Lynn gazed into the mirror. Noting his pallor, it seemed fortune would favor him today. He focused his thoughts, entering the summoning system and locating the storage. A golden card, embossed with the image of a unicorn, lay quietly within. Lynn held his breath and gently tapped it. Does the host wish to activate the Golden Beast Cub random summoning card? The Golden Beast Cubs consisted of 3 types: young dragons, ice wolves, and a winged lion he had never encountered before. It resembled the mythical griffin, yet appeared even more formidable. With a click, he summoned the card. Instantly, it transformed into a brilliant golden light. Moments later, a shadow of a small creature appeared at Lynn's feet, lying low. As the shadow dissipated, Lynn focused intently, feeling as though his breath had ceased. It was neither a dragon, as its proportions were too broad, nor an ice wolf. It had wings. Could it be? Lynn's eyes widened in astonishment. Before me appeared a creature with the majestic body of a golden lion, its dark claws glistening, a beak reminiscent of an eagle, and a pair of vast wings. Lynn gazed at it, unblinking, as his mind raced to comprehend its existence. What on earth was this? An eagle lion, or perhaps it should simply be called a griffin. Observing this peculiar being, half lion and half eagle, Lynn couldn't help but find the situation amusing. The young griffin was stout, its sharp eyes shimmering with vibrant colors. At that moment, its gaze displayed a keen, astute curiosity as it regarded the sole human occupant of the room, Lynn. Lynn attempted to call out to it, "Little eagle?" The griffin twisted its neck to look at him, remaining unfazed. "Little lion?" Still, it showed no reaction. With a sigh, Lynn examined the griffin's golden fur from its body to its wings and, in a moment of whimsy, remarked, "Little gold?" To his surprise, the little griffin seemed to respond, its robust body shifting slightly, its hind legs rising on tiptoe as it half rose, spreading its wings wide and flapping them like a duck. It appeared incapable of flight just yet. However, judging by the gusts created by its flapping wings, soaring through the skies in the future would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Lynn felt a surge of joy as he crouched down and gently stroked the griffin's obedient head, affectionately declaring, "From now on, your name shall be." The little griffin tilted its head, relishing Lynn's caress, blissfully unaware that he had just bestowed upon it a name that would bring it lifelong embarrassment. Let us call you Golden Pig," Lynn chuckled. The name Golden Pig was considered auspicious. Back on Earth, his piggy bank had been a golden little pig. As Lynn delightfully pondered the arrival of Golden Pig and the fortune it might bring him, the door swung open abruptly, and Arya rushed in. Startled, Lynn exclaimed, "Haven't you been taught to knock?" Arya pouted, justifying herself. "I saw your light on, and I heard someone howling. What were you doing?" With her dexterous eyes, she scrutinized Lynn, and, as her gaze shifted, she discovered the peculiar creature on the floor, Golden Pig. A high-pitched scream escaped Arya. She quickly clasped her hands over her chest and retreated slowly, all the while casting furtive glances at Golden Pig while whispering to Lynn, "What is that thing?" Observing the growing fright on Arya's face, Lynn quickly reassured her, "It's called Golden Pig. It's my beast companion, much like your ice wolf." Arya paused, lifting her head in astonishment. Isn't that the creature depicted in the Rothschild family crest? Lynn was momentarily taken aback, pondering the family emblem, which he had never seen before. Just then, Golden Pig began to move, chasing after Arya's feet and even attempting to bite her cloth shoes with its sharp beak. Arya gasped again, "Oh dear." Moments later, she gazed at Golden Pig with delight as it gently nibbled at her cloth shoes, savoring the sweet aroma. The The lion-like body wriggled, and the black beak resembled a newborn kitten, indulging in the fragrant essence of her footwear. As Arya reached down to touch Golden Pig's small head, the creature began to grunt in pleasure, its meaning unclear, whether it was a warning or simply an expression of enjoyment. Whenever Arya shifted her foot back, Golden Pig huffed excitedly, its round eyes fixated fiercely on her shoes. Arya, both charmed and exasperated by this endearing yet fierce creature, found her annoyance towards Lyn dissipate entirely upon learning the creature's name. "Well, my lord Lyn, what shall we do with this Golden Pig now? I need to go rest," she remarked, her eyelids growing heavy with fatigue. Lyn, having settled into a reclined position, dozed off, awakening to find the two still engaged in their antics. Irritated, he approached Golden Pig and playfully swatted its lion-like head. With a smile, he gently advised Arya, "If you're tired, it would be wise to retire for the night." Miss Arya. Chapter 54, Setbacks. The following morning, Dany rushed to knock on Lyn's bedroom door, accompanied by a servant. Lyn, bleary-eyed, opened the door. "Miss Dany, what brings you here so early?" Dany and the servant bowed respectfully. "My lord, the ship returning from Widow's Watch has docked, and Lord Hood inquires if you would like to personally visit the port." Dany cautiously lifted her gaze to meet Lyn's. Lyn glanced outside. Dawn had barely broken, and the fishing village was still shrouded in a thin veil of sea mist. Observing Dany's attire, the same modestly colored long-sleeve gown she had worn the previous day, Lyn inquired, "Did you stay overnight at the estate?" Dany nodded, looking down. "You brought back too many goods, and overseeing the workers with the unloading and inventory took us well into the night." Lyn regarded the diligent young woman with appreciation, acknowledging her as a commendable assistant. However, recalling Dany's report, Lyn's brow furrowed in concern. Harry Kane had been dispatched under his orders, leading 100 cavalry infantry to escort Countess Fetterling back to Widow's Watch. Before their departure, Lyn had sent 2 fishing boats along to accompany them, intending to return with agricultural seeds. Considering the time that had elapsed, over 10 days, and the short distance, he wondered why they had yet to return. According to the accounts of Countess Fetterling and Vane, there should have been no other whites beyond Widow's Watch. A few corpse whites would pose little challenge to the cavalry soldiers. Could it be that Captain Hood was summoning him to the port to personally receive the cargo? Did this matter truly require his presence? Dany perceived Lyn's unease and explained, "Lord Hood has prepared a carriage waiting at the estate's entrance." He said the soldiers reporting from the city mentioned that Lord Harry Kane appears to have sustained serious injuries. A wave of unease washed over Lyn. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed Dany, "I shall dress quickly. Please inform Hood to send someone to the cavalry camp to summon battlefield medic Anna, and have the carriage wait for me at the estate entrance." "Yes, my lord." As Lyn turned to close the door, Golden Pig poked its eagle-lion head out from the entrance, curiously nudging against Lyn's feet, evidently intrigued by Dany and the middle-aged servant outside. Before Dany could turn away, she caught sight of the peculiar creature, her face paling in shock as she bit her lip, unsure of how to react. The servant woman was equally frightened, her complexion turning pale as her legs trembled. With a sigh, Lyn kicked Golden Pig back inside, smiling reassuringly, "Do not be afraid. This is a little eagle lion, soon to be a member of the Lord's estate, and it is quite affable." Lyn spoke with such nonchalance, as if saying, "Fear not, it is merely a small shrimp," conveying a sense of harmlessness. Having spoken, he bent down slightly and seized the inquisitive head of the Golden Pig, casting it back into the room with a swift motion. The 2 individuals outside gawked in astonishment, and he offered them a polite smile before finally closing the door. Before long, Lyn emerged from his chamber, clad in an elegant black and white noble attire, draped in a voluminous fur cloak. In the northern territories, particularly by the seaside, even under the prolonged summer, the mornings were still bitterly cold. Lyn tightened his collar and made his way to the entrance of the estate, where he boarded the carriage that had been waiting for him. The Golden Pig, ever curious, followed closely in Lyn's footsteps and darted into the carriage as well. The captain of the guards, Hood, who was mounted on horseback, was momentarily taken aback by the little creature. However, upon noticing his lord's composed demeanor, his expression returned to normal. The carriage, escorted by Sir Duncan and Stone's guards, slowly departed through the city gates. Lyn inquired of Hood, the guard captain accompanying him, about the current situation of Harry Kane. Hood, seated atop his steed, inclined his body slightly and replied, "The messenger merely reported that Commander Harry Kane has sustained grave injuries, and there are numerous wounded among the soldiers returning to port." "How could this be?" Lyn's face reflected his bewilderment, his brow furrowing deeply. Moments later, as the carriage reached the harbor dock, Lin In had just alighted when the sound of approaching hooves echoed behind him. Captain Anna of the battlefield medical team, along with several female soldiers, arrived in a cart drawn by horses, flanked by 2 knights of the Temple Order. Linen waited for honor. Then together, they boarded the fishing vessel moored at the port. Initially, an additional fishing boat had been arranged to head north, with Lady Featherland tasked to procure more supplies. Yet now, of the 2 vessels returning from Widow's Watch, only one had made it back. It was evident that something had gone awry. Lin Un's expression darkened as he traversed the suspended plank leading into the ship. Upon stepping onto the deck, a nauseating stench of blood assaulted his senses. Lin In rubbed his nose and, guided by a soldier of the cavalry, made his way to a room at the bottom of the hold. The cabin was dim and oppressive, illuminated only by a single porthole letting in scant natural light. Lin In beheld Harry Kane lying on a wooden board, his complexion pale. His abdomen was wrapped in dark gray bandages, stained with deep crimson blood. Beside him lay about 10 other injured cavalry soldiers, all bearing wounds that had evidently been inflicted by arrows. One soldier lay prostrate on the wooden bed, with 2 arrows still embedded in his back, their tips glaringly visible. While the wounds had already begun to scab over, it appeared that the incident had transpired some time ago. Noticing Lin Un's approach, Harry Kane opened his eyes, his expression weak. He attempted to rise to salute, but Lin In gently pressed his hand on Kane's arm, signaling him to remain still. Anna and several female medics commenced tending to the injuries of the cavalrymen. Watching as Harry Kane lay back down, slowly closing his eyes, Lin In finally inquired, "Kane, what transpired?" "My lord." Harry Kane's voice was barely a whisper, his abdominal wound evidently infected and perhaps even damaging his internal organs due to lack of timely treatment. "We escorted Lady Featherland to the gates of Widow's Watch, as per your instructions, and engaged in a skirmish with those blue-eyed ghoul creatures at the dock. Fortunately, the losses were minimal. However, upon entering Widow's Watch Castle, the guards within suddenly seized the Countess and ambushed us." At this point, Harry Kane hesitated, his face contorted with anguish, his voice cracking as he continued, "Most of the brothers of the cavalry perished in the town. They had set an ambush beforehand. We could only escape with the surviving brothers. Out of over 100 cavalrymen, fewer than 20 returned alive, and among them, 12 were severely wounded like myself. The sailors we brought from the fishing village also lost their lives, and we could only drift slowly with the sea breeze until we were towed back by nearby fishermen." Harry Kane clenched his eyes tightly, his fist balled in anguish, his face etched with guilt and remorse. Lin In inquired further about the details, offering a few words of comfort, before urging Anna to focus on saving the injured. Upon returning to the deck of the fishing vessel, Lin In's countenance was shrouded in darkness, his cold, piercing gaze fixed on the northern sea. From Harry Kane's account, it was clear that Widow's Watch had changed hands during Lady Featherland's absence. Lin In could not ascertain who was responsible. It could have been a vassal of the Featherland family, or perhaps an external noble or mercenaries. Regardless of the culprits, Lin In was resolute in ensuring that those scoundrels paid dearly for the ambush on his cavalry. This was the first time he had faced such a significant blow, and he understood that retribution was necessary, an eye for an eye, blood for blood. He intended to make the restless forces in the northern territories acknowledge their own limitations. To dare provoke the head of the fishing village port would result in dire consequences, even for the likes of the Dragon King himself. Moreover, since Widow's Watch was a crucial route for Lin Un's maritime ventures northward, he absolutely would not permit the existence of any hostile forces in the area. Imagine the feeling of having a naval force capable of launching a surprise attack from within one's own territory, able to reach Lin Un's lands within a day by sea. It would be akin to having a Damoclean sword perpetually suspended over his head, depriving him of peace and sleep. Lin In spoke grimly. "Oath." "My lord," Hood replied. "Immediately dispatch someone to inform White Harbor of the treachery at Widow's Watch, where soldiers have attacked my lands. I implore Lord Eel to send the White Harbor Navy to assist in avenging our fishing village port," Lin In declared, his face grim and teeth clenched. "I have paid my due taxes to White Harbor without fail, and Lord Mandrill, your knights have profited handsomely during my tenure. As a vassal of White Harbor, the fishing village port has been wronged, and you ought to stand up for justice." Back at the dock, Lin In pursed his lips, lost in thought. The little golden pig at his feet suddenly flapped its wings and let out a piercing cry, diving headfirst into a crate of freshly unloaded fish from the harbor. Chapter 55. The Griffin Clan. Lin In gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. The golden pig burrowed into the box brimming with fresh seafood, voraciously gulping down the fish as if it were a famished specter returned from the grave. A fisherman approached with another crate of fish, initially bowing slightly to the young Lord Lynn and in greeting, intending to place his box neatly beside the previous one. However, he quickly noticed the golden pig peering out from the crate, causing him to drop the box in shock. An earth-shattering scream erupted from him, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Heavens, what on earth is that thing? At Lynn's side, the guard hood's eyelid twitched slightly. Although he had been quite astonished at the entrance of the Lord's mansion earlier, it was nothing compared to his current state of disbelief. Gripping his sword, Pitt stepped forward and scolded, "What are you yelling about? Can't you see this is the Lord's tame beast? A beast?" The fisherman's expression was one of utter incredulity, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind such a term. Was it kind of wild animal? Lynn sighed, realizing that the golden pig would soon reside in Fisherman's Port and would undoubtedly bring forth numerous troubles. It was imperative to devise an explanation for its peculiar appearance. Lynn took the initiative to calm the astonished fisherman. "Do not panic. This is the heirloom griffin of the Rothschild family, akin to the Targaryen dragons or the Stark family's direwolves. The Rothschild lineage has preserved the ability to tame griffins for generations. It is merely that our ancestors had yet to find one." As Lynn spun his tale, he felt a surge of admiration for his own quick wit. Meanwhile, the guard Captain Hood pondered whether there was any truth to the Lord's words. When Lynn turned to him, he said, "Go and instruct the town's tailor to craft a new flag for Fisherman's Port, modeled after this griffin. From this day forth, our Rothschild family shall be known as the ancient family of griffins. This matter could be entrusted to the bards, to spread the tale of the Rothschild family's descent from an ancient clan. And if anyone doubted, this griffin would serve as undeniable evidence." Hood imagined the Lord adorned with the Griffin family crest, and he instinctively shuddered, eagerly agreeing to the task. Lynn regarded his golden pig with a beaming smile. What a voracious appetite! Within moments, it has devoured an entire crate of fish, its belly swollen like that of a lion. If it could eat like this, growing would surely not be an issue. Satisfied, Lynn kicked the lazy golden pig, which was languidly licking its fur, out of the fish crate. He then had a servant compensate the fisherman for the lost catch before leading everyone back to Fisherman's Port. Following Lynn's instructions, Hood sought out the elder Scholar Hill and dispatched a letter to White Harbor. During the period of awaiting a response from White Harbor, Lynn proceeded with his plans to develop the territory. Despite having secured a sum of ill-gotten wealth from the saltworks town prior to leaving the Riverlands, along with treasures retrieved from the Three Sisters pirates, he had amassed roughly 20 gold dragons in liquid assets. In the short term, there was no financial pressure. However, the current budget of his territory was grossly imbalanced, with expenditures far exceeding income, severely hindering expansion and development. The territory housed nearly 150 craftsmen, recruited locally or hired from White Harbor. Without work or wages, these individuals would inevitably depart. He also had 300 refugees transported from the Riverlands and over 80 new guards who had arrived with the fleet. Nearly 400 mouths awaited sustenance daily, not to mention the needs of the cavalry and the knights of the temple, with over 200 soldiers and horses to feed. Alas, supporting a household was indeed challenging. Lynn sat in a cool chair in the courtyard, holding a pancake filled with duck eggs, sighed, then inhaled the fragrant aroma before devouring it. Recently, Arya had been spending joyful days with the golden pig, frequently taking it to the port, much to the dismay of the fishermen hauling fish. One individual still wandered aimlessly, having come to the north of his own volition, yet Lynn had yet to discern his intentions amid his apparent idleness. Lynn set aside his pancake. The guard Captain Hood invited Lynn to attend a memorial service for the sailors who had perished at Widow's Lookout, to conduct a swift and simple ceremony, providing a generous compensation for the families of the deceased, a customary gesture. Lynn only needed to attend the final phase of the ceremony. Witnessing Elder, he'll deliver a eulogy for the fallen sailors, then leave the concluding tasks to his subordinates. On the return from the beach, Lynn chose to walk back instead of taking a carriage, accompanied by the lady steward Danny. Hood, Duncan, and Sherfu rode at a respectful distance behind them. Lynn initiated the conversation. "Danny?" Danny paused, maintaining a half-step distance. "Yes, my lord. About your grandfather's passing. Do not be too sorrowful. Death is a natural part of life, and the late Duke Tully's passing is merely a reflection of the 7's grace," Lynn offered in consolation. Danny pressed her lips together and replied, "Yes, my lord, I understand. Did the Tully family give you any trouble upon your return to Riverflow City?" "No, but they did not permit me to attend my grandfather's funeral. I watched from a distance by the river before hastily returning," Danny said, striving to maintain her composure, though a hint of disappointment seeped through her words. When Danny spoke of the late Duke Tully's funeral, Lynn recalled a certain narrative. Edmund Tully, the heir of Duke Horse Tully, conducted a water burial for his father in the presence of family. A boat containing the body and straw was released into the river. However, Dany's unreliable father failed to hit the target with several flaming arrows, watching helplessly as the boat drifted beyond his range. Ultimately, it was his uncle, Sir Blackfish Brynden, who seized the bow and dispatched it with a single shot. This was Edmund, the new Duke of Riverflow City and the successor of the late Horst. Regardless of war intelligence or emotional acumen, his archery skills were dismal, and yet he had the audacity to conduct a water burial. Even if he lacked skill, he should have practiced beforehand. Such folly was truly inexcusable, though it was possible that his father's death and the surrounding tension contributed to his ineptitude. A family elder and the duke of a territory should not succumb to such nerves. This reflected, to some extent, the precarious situation of the Tully family. Dany remained oblivious to Lynn's internal criticism of her father. Even if she were aware, it would not greatly concern her, as there was little father-daughter affection between her and Edmund. With the passing of the elder Duke Horst, she likely harbored no lingering affection for the Tully family. Chapter 56. Arya's Stubbornness. The two continued walking forward, and as Lynn approached the city walls of Fisherman Esport, he recalled that he had yet to discuss an important matter with Dany. He halted and addressed her. I intend to relocate those 300 refugees to the Three Sisters Isles to cultivate a plot of land. Rodart previously discovered that the largest island among the Three Sisters has a barren mudflat suitable for planting crops. What do you think? Dany contemplated for a moment. My lord, this is part of your plan and quite reasonable. These individuals must have work. However, there are no living facilities there. What shall we do? Lynn replied nonchalantly. Send the unemployed craftsmen there first to construct simple shelters for the refugees. Additionally, I want a brewery built on the island. Your former maid, Miss Siri, has been assigned to assist you in the preparations for the brewery. The blueprints for brewing malt liquor are in my study cabinet. I shall present them to you upon my return. Dany's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, My lord, I will draft a detailed plan for you. As long as you have sufficient gold dragons at your disposal, I assure you that arrangements can be made promptly. If you require my supervision on the island, I'm more than willing to go. Lynn waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary. After all, Dany was still quite young, and entrusting a 14-year-old girl to oversee a group of refugees made Lynn somewhat uneasy. Until the military shelter on the Sisters Isles was established, Lynn could not deploy her troops en masse to garrison the islands. The Order of the Knights, currently Lynn's standing army, was engaged solely in training and patrolling, with no other tasks assigned. The cavalry had faced several fierce battles and suffered a significant defeat at the hands of the Widow's Watch, making reorganization seem a daunting task. Lynn's inclination was to allow these individuals to retire and transition into a reserve force, engaging in minor duties such as city defense and inspections. After discussing further details with Dany, they temporarily solidified the arrangements, allowing Lynn to breathe a sigh of relief. In the garden of the Lord's estate, Lynn finally discerned the intentions of a certain individual. He believed that Arya possessed the makings of an exceptional assassin, albeit one requiring refinement. On this point, Lynn found himself in agreement. Given Arya's youth, it was unwise for her to remain constantly by his side, and he was reluctant to squander the potential of a faceless man. She needed to learn to grow, while he could offer her protection. In the face of an impending winter and a world on the brink of war, self-preservation was the greatest respect he could afford her. Lynn wrestled with his thoughts, but ultimately reached an agreement with the individual. They would cultivate Arya into a faceless man, but Lynn insisted on a guarantee of her safety, for he could not allow her elder sister and bravos to conspire against her. Perhaps Arya would not ascend to the rank of the most elite assassin due to this, but with the training from the faceless men, she would certainly not falter in her development. The individual regarded Lynn with earnestness, inquiring, Ensuring the safety of Miss Arya is the second promise I must fulfill. Indeed, Lynn affirmed, should any harm befall her, I shall lead my army to raise the House of Black and White. The individual raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lynn was aware of the house. Nevertheless, he refrained from further comment regarding Lynn's threat. Arya, recognizing Lynn's authoritative tone, gazed at him in disbelief, suspecting she had misheard. If your only intention is to squander time with the Golden Pig, I should have never brought you back to the north. Now, you must either seek apprenticeship with someone or head to the Wall to find your brother Jon Snow. What? You expect me to go to the Wall? That is no place for a girl. Then where do you intend to go? Winterfell or Riverrun to seek your two brothers? I must inform you, Arya, I have received credible news. Your brothers are in dire straits, and wherever you go, you will only complicate matters. Lynn's tone was frighteningly severe. Arya pouted, incredulous as she stared at Lynn, who was scolding her. As a Stark, the daughter of the former Warden of the North, Her brother was now revered as the king in the north. Arya could assert herself as the princess of the north, and none would dare challenge her. Yet, here was Lyn, a mere country noble, reprimanding her with a fierce countenance. Arya fidgeted with the hem of her garment, while even the golden pig at her feet sensed Lyn's ire, burying its head in her pant leg, shrinking back in trepidation. However, Arya recalled that Lyn had risked danger to save her, so she lowered her head and bit her lip, uncharacteristically refraining from lashing out. Yet Lyn had no intention of allowing Arya to evade the matter so easily. Arya, think of your deceased father, Ned Stark, and the names on your death list. If you permit it, I shall dispatch a ship to take you and someone to Bravos. Arya lifted her head, staring at Lyn for a long moment before responding. You say my brother and mother are in danger? I must go to the Riverlands to see them first. No, that is far too perilous, Lyn resolutely refused. Arya's stubbornness flared. If you deny me passage to the Riverlands or Winterfell to see my brother, I shall not go to Bravos at all. Exasperated, Lyn turned to leave. Dany hastily followed, hoping to counsel Lyn to show more respect to a Stark and greater gentleness towards a 10-year-old girl. Yet Arya held a different perspective. Watching Dany hurriedly pursue Lyn, she angrily tossed her duck-egg pancake onto the ground. The golden pig, drawn by the scent, approached and took a tentative bite. Its round eyes lighting up, it seemed the golden pig had discovered its penchant for more than just fish. It was indeed an omnivore. Robb Stark's army had been at a stalemate with Tywin Lannister in the Riverlands for some time. While the North had secured several victories, none were decisive. Without ships, the Northerners posed no threat to King's Landing, allowing King Robb and Queen Cersei to remain at ease. Ultimately, Robb sent his father's foster son, Theon Greyjoy, bearing an alliance letter to his father, Balon Greyjoy, seeking ships. Today, Theon finally returned to his homeland, the Iron Islands, after 9 long years. He disembarked at the docks, but the anticipated, jubilant welcome was conspicuously absent. The island was eerily quiet, with an old man fiddling with his fish trap. Theon approached, declaring his identity. I am the last living son of King Balon of the Iron Islands, your future leader. The old man showed no reaction. At that moment, a robust woman with long legs and short, sandy hair approached, a high nose gracing her slender face. She was none other than Theon's sister, Yara Greyjoy, though Theon, having not seen her in 9 years, failed to recognize her. Yara addressed Theon, I am going your way. Would you like me to escort you? Theon looked down at the woman's curvaceous figure and, pleased, accepted. Yara mounted her horse, and Theon sat behind her, his hands far from idle. And he unabashedly boasted of his status as the son of King Balon, the legitimate heir to the Iron Islands. Upon reaching the castle, King Balon sat by the hearth. Warming himself, he regarded Theon, clad in an impressive leather armor and a lavish fur cloak, and inquired, Why do you dress like a woman? Balon felt that Theon had been significantly influenced by the Stark family, gradually forgetting his identity as a man of the Iron Islands. Balon addressed his son, saying, Do not forget, your elder brother was slain by Ned Stark, and furthermore, he was taken as a hostage. Theon lowered his gaze, responding, I remember well. I have come here for the Ironborn. He extended the alliance treaty towards his father, Balon. As Balon unfurled the document and glanced through it, he remarked, Robb desires my aid in eliminating his foes, and in return, he formally proclaims me king of the Iron Islands? Indeed, I am your sole heir and shall lead the Ironborn into battle myself. However, Balon Greyjoy harbored a different opinion. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Asha strode in, making her way directly to her father, Balon. Theon was taken aback, wondering what this woman was doing here. Balon turned to Theon and said, This is your sister, Asha. Though she is a woman, she is fearless on the battlefield and fights valiantly. With such an exceptional daughter, why do I need you as my heir? With that, he cast the alliance treaty into the hearth, watching it burn. Listen, my son, we need not ally with anyone. Taking by force is our tradition, and I shall reclaim my crown on my own terms. Balon revealed his ambitions. He intended to seize the north while Robb marched south with the entire northern army to confront the Lannisters. He planned first to secure the coastline, and then gradually advance inland, ideally conquering Winterfell, the ancestral seat of House Stark. Balon's aspirations were grand. By capturing the neck, this vital choke point, the underdefended north would fall under his dominion. Gazing at the map of the north, Balon commanded, Asha, take 30 ships to assault Deepwood Motte. Theon, you shall lead a ship along the stony shore to raid a small fishing village. Asha looked at her brother Theon and quipped, Your ship is aptly named the Sea Bitch. Finally, Balon admonished Theon, Cast aside your favoritism towards House Stark. The Greyjoys stand for taking what is ours, and we require no alliances. Remember that. Chapter 57. The Men of the Neck. Stubborn Arya had little patience with the moody Lynn, who opted to take a stroll to clear his mind. He donned a coarse linen garment, urging his squire, Hood, to dress simply as well. And the master and servant meandered through the bustling streets of the castle. Recently, with the tutelage of swordmasters Duncan and Stone, Lynn had become quite proficient in the basics of swordplay. Typically, he kept the sickly traveler's dagger, Valerie, close at hand. The well-crafted weapon, coupled with his handsome visage and tall stature, exuded a fierce charisma. Lynn had left the prized golden boar securely at his estate, as the crowded fishing village harbor posed too many risks for such a treasure. As he walked along the street, his gaze fell upon a newly opened tavern at the intersection. The establishment was a cleanly adorned, two-story wooden structure. Approaching the tavern's open doorway, he peered inside, discovering a multitude of female patrons seated within. Lynn instinctively straightened his posture, brushing his chin with the practiced elegance of nobility, while casting a swift glance at the diners inside. This net-like gaze, cast by the striking young man, was his forte. Sure enough, the women turned their heads, directing their attention towards him. A few ladies, accompanied by their families, instinctively adjusted their attire, smoothing out their disheveled dresses. However, their hopes were quickly dashed, for the dashing young man showed no intention of entering the tavern. Outside the restaurant, Lynn halted, observing the lively scene within, pondering whether, with the town's burgeoning population, it was time to consider implementing taxation for commercial activities. He was well aware of his territory's current tax situation. Aside from the mandated tithe of 1/10 from the fishermen, there were only land fees for constructing buildings. Monthly tax revenues amounted to approximately 40 to 50 silver stags. However, in the fertile lands of the Riverlands, lords required their peasants to cultivate their lands, and only after fulfilling their obligations could the peasants tend to their own fields. Moreover, the power of many lords in Westeros was not solely derived from land ownership. Regions with higher populations taxed commercial activities within their territories, which was the key to their wealth. If he could secure a stable income from commercial taxes in the future, it would be a promising sign. He continued onward, intending to check out a newly opened bakery, when a commotion caught his attention. A crowd had gathered at the town gate's notice board, engaged in heated debate. The noise carried far. What was happening? Lynn pondered, moving closer with his squire Hood, a newly recruited attendant, tasked with maintaining order. Recognized Hood from afar and rushed over to pay his respects. Lynn discreetly exchanged a glance with Hood. What transpired up ahead? Hood inquired. The attendant, visibly anxious, replied, Sir, those individuals are quarreling over the cultivation of the Sisters Islands. If you do not assign someone else to oversee the notice board, I fear they may tear down the announcement. Hood, upon hearing this, became incensed. Dare they? Do these commoners possess such audacity? Ah, my lord, you may not be aware, but recently we have seen quite an influx of outsiders into our town, some of whom have relocated from the Neck. The Lord has only dispatched refugees from the Riverlands to cultivate the islands, and many have heard tales of the fertile land there, igniting their ambitions. Lynn furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Cultivating the islands was certainly not compulsory labor. Lynn had proposed a reward of 1 acre of land for every 10 acres cleared for the settlers. It seemed these individuals were coveting that land. Hood cautiously gauged Lynn's reaction, noting his displeasure. He hesitated, wanting to speak, but realized he was merely a squire and could not make decisions on such matters, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Lynn contemplated for a moment before addressing the attendant. You mentioned an influx of people from a Neck. What is the story behind that? I have yet to hear of it. The attendant hesitated. Well, Hood kicked him lightly, urging, The Lord inquires. Speak plainly. Do not stutter. Yes, my lord, the attendant replied, swallowing nervously. These people have only arrived in recent days, having fled from a wave of Ironborn who invaded the Neck, seizing their homes and forcing local civilians to aid them in constructing fortifications. Consequently, many original inhabitants of the Neck have fled northward. Oh, are you certain of this? And how many people do you estimate have arrived here from the Neck? The attendant bowed respectfully. My lord, I estimate around 70 to 80 individuals, many of whom are children. Indeed, they arrived gradually. Initially, only a few individuals appeared, but later, upon hearing that the Lord intended to expand his territory, a multitude followed suit. It is likely that there will be several more groups arriving. Hood's countenance was rather grim. The fact that some were summoned to arrive suggests a certain level of organization. If the fishing village harbor were to be inundated with an excessive influx of unemployed outsiders, it could significantly disrupt the local order. He interjected, inquiring, if these individuals are seeking work, they ought to approach the Lord's residence to seek employment from Steward Danny. Why gather here in such tumult? The proclamation from Lord Scholar Hill was quite explicit. Only 300 individuals were needed for land cultivation, precisely sufficient to accommodate the number of refugees from the Riverlands, and the craftsmen required for construction were also adequately represented. Lynn, however, did not heed their murmurs. His thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. He pondered why the Iron Islanders had commenced their brazen invasion of the Neck so early. Robb's northern army had yet to suffer defeat. Could it be that the plot had accelerated? He surveyed the crowd still gathered at the notice board, deep in contemplation. After a brief moment, he inhaled deeply and addressed the guard. Hood, return and tally the number of young men among the refugees from the Riverlands and those arriving from the Neck, and ascertain how many women and children there are. My lord, why? Lynn replied coldly. Since they have chosen to settle in the fishing village harbor, they must contribute to the defense of our home. Later, instruct Danny to assign more women and children to the land cultivation. The men have their own duties. My lord, do you intend to recruit a new army from among these people? A new army? These individuals likely cannot wield swords or spears just yet. Have Duncan and Sherfu select a group for initial training. Subsequently, if we are to reorganize the cavalry, we can integrate these individuals into the ranks, even if only as support troops. Lynn's tone was frigid, and Hood understood. He turned to the crowd gathered around the notice board and asked, "What shall we do with these people, my lord?" Lynn snorted. "Let the soldiers of the cavalry, who are recovering from their wounds, augment the patrols. Increase the manpower to survey the territory. Anyone causing a disturbance shall be dealt with harshly." With no desire to linger further, Lynn returned to the residence. Coincidentally, he received a reply from White Harbor. Chapter 58, the first military strategy meeting. Lynn unfolded the letter and scrutinized it closely. Lord Eel's response mentioned an insurrection within the Fetterling family. The messenger from White Harbor learned that the deceased Count Fetterling's brother, Rin Fetterling, had initiated this coup. They had placed Countess Fetterling and one of her young sons under house arrest and, through swift and decisive military suppression, garnered the support of the former vassals of the Fetterling family. Rin Fetterling now firmly controlled Widow's Watch. Under such circumstances, if the Earl of Eel, Mandrell, had not been struck by folly, he would not provoke a full-scale war between the two families merely for the sake of avenging his minor vassal. Lynn held the letter with an expression of indifference. This was both anticipated and unexpected. He had initially considered that this Lord Eel might at least send him a few dilapidated ships or a remnant army to seek revenge against the Fetterling family alone. However, it appeared he had underestimated the parsimony of this miserly earl. "Since you are ungracious, do not blame me for being unjust." The well-informed Iron Islanders had already mobilized, indicating that Robb Stark's northern army had indeed begun to show signs of fracture. Once the Ironborn captured the Neck, the flayed man of Harrenhal would likely betray the North as well. At that point, the North would be engulfed in flames of war. Alone, in a small fishing village, Lynn would find it exceedingly difficult to make any significant impact. To establish a firm foothold in the North, he needed a sufficiently fortified castle. Previously, he had considered taking Widow's Watch first, hoping to rescue the Countess Fetterling and the fiery-haired Wyn, whom he had met once. However, it now seemed they would have to endure some hardship first. He would need to capture the affluent White Harbor, raise another army, liberate Widow's Watch, and ultimately bring the entire eastern coastline of the North under his control. Only then could Lynn secure an invulnerable position amidst the impending turmoil in the North. Resolute, Lynn wasted no time. He summoned Commander Lothar of the Knights of the Temple, Captain Radar of the Cavalry, and Sir Duncan and Sherfu, his squire knights, among others. In the Lord's Council chamber, they convened the first military strategy meeting of the fishing village harbor. The central topic of discussion was straightforward: how to seize White Harbor. Fishing Village Harbor lay at the outer edge of White Harbor Seaport. If they were to forcibly capture it, there would be no need for deliberation. They could simply sail vessels laden with soldiers directly into White Harbor's water gates. However, this plan was undoubtedly impractical. White Harbor was not made of mere paper. As one of the 5 great cities of Westeros, it boasted a standing guard of thousands. They had secured several city gates, including the water gate, with stringent scrutiny of any large merchant caravans or ships seeking entry. The prospect of infiltrating the city undetected was nearly impossible. Hood, who had served as a squire under Mandrell in White Harbor for several years, was acutely aware of this reality. In truth, he believed that Lord Lynn was somewhat hasty. Given the current momentum of the fishing village harbor's development, through territorial expansion and the absorption of refugees, it would not be overly difficult to train a new legion from among the youth. In a few years, capturing White Harbor would pose little challenge. Yet, Lord Lynn's intentions were clear. He desired to take White Harbor in the near future. In terms of martial prowess and loyalty, Hood had no qualms. But when it came to devising a strategy for a siege, he found himself at a loss. Thus, he attended this meeting in his capacity as Lyn's guard, standing quietly beside Lyn on the dais rather than holding a seat in the council hall. Lyn encouraged those present to express their opinions freely. Several were his trusted strategists. He openly shared his plans. Rodart was the first to break the silence. My lord, while entering White Harbor by water is indeed the most expedient, it carries significant risks. Outside White Harbor lies Seal Rock, and should we approach in a grand fashion, we might not even make it past its threshold. Sherfu countered. Who says we must approach with fanfare? Our lord's intention is to slip into the city stealthily. Rodart remained unconvinced. That too would be unfeasible. The soldiers would have no place to hide within the ship's hold, and would certainly be discovered by the guards. Lyn nodded, slightly from his elevated position. Indeed, Seal Rock, located on the outskirts of White Harbor, represented the first line of defense against maritime incursions. The rock rose 50 feet above the sea, obstructing the entry and exit routes of the outer harbor. Its summit bore the remnants of a weathered stone wall, a vestige of the ancestral fortifications erected centuries ago. The ruins have now been rearmed. The people of White Harbor have set up ballistae, flamethrowers, and crossbowmen for defense, and even a sizable field army is stationed there. However, White Harbor is a quintessential water city fortress. Entering from water is far more feasible than attempting to breach it by land. To thwart incursions from other prominent families in the north, the Mandrell family has historically placed great emphasis on defending the 3 land gates. Consequently, the garrison of White Harbor has allocated half of its forces to safeguard these terrestrial entrances. The meeting entered a stalemate at this juncture. It was then that Duncan spoke up with a suggestion. My lord, perhaps we could attempt an internal breakthrough? Lyn perked up at this remark. Oh, Sir Duncan, do share your proposal. Duncan rose and bowed slightly toward Lyn. My lord, it is said that this Earl Mandrell holds an annual tradition of gathering his vassals in White Harbor to foster loyalty. Given our limited forces and your determination to seize White Harbor, why not take this opportunity to capture all the vassals within the territory in one fell swoop? As long as the leaders of White Harbor's vassals are under your control, we need not fear their defiance. Lyn's eyes brightened at this notion. It was indeed a splendid idea. However, due to the geographical positioning of White Harbor, its connections to the south are far more extensive. Thus, Mandrell has more knights and followers than in other northern regions. The venue for the vassal ceremony would likely be chosen within the inner city, guarded by Mandrell's knights, making it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate. Attending the vassal ceremony as a mere viscount, Lyn could bring only a retinue of about 10 personal attendants into the inner city. Such a small entourage could hardly exert control over the nobles who would similarly arrive with their own attendants. Unless, as Lyn pondered, a sudden spark ignited in his eyes. Unless he could unexpectedly muster a force within the inner city. But could that be feasible? Indeed, with the troop summoning system at his disposal, he could deploy a legion in a secluded and spacious location, catching the Earl Mandrell off guard on the day he convenes his vassals. The more Lyn contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. The troop summoning system could be utilized in such a manner. If Lyn recalled correctly, Mandrell typically summoned his vassals in June, and it was now the 15th of May. There remained half a month. Lyn suppressed his mounting excitement. Now that a battle strategy had been devised, several issues required resolution. First, he needed to scout the number of guards in the inner city of White Harbor to estimate how many soldiers he would need to summon to secure the inner city effectively. Second, finances. Lyn possessed scant points, and his cash amounted to only around 20 gold dragons, hardly sufficient to equip a fully armed squad of soldiers. How to raise a substantial sum in such a short period was a pressing concern. Third, after capturing White Harbor, how to placate the populace within the city and garner the support of the surrounding vassals, preventing them from uniting against him, necessitated a detailed plan. As for obtaining the endorsement from the current king of the north, Robb Stark, or the esteemed king in the north, Tyrion Lannister, Lyn had no cause for worry. The Stark family was on the brink of facing its darkest hour. Their temporary decline was inevitable, and the north was soon to descend into an era of fragmentation. Therefore, he need not concern himself with such hollow titles. Chapter 59, The Kaon Gold Mine. The Lord S. Council Chamber differed starkly from the opulent banquet hall, featuring rather austere furnishings. The chamber boasted a low ceiling and thick, securely locked doors. At its center stood an elongated conference table, flanked by 5 chairs on each side, designated for civilian and military officials respectively. As the lord of the territory, Lyn occupied a raised platform, and typically the venerable scholar, Old Hill, would be present to record the proceedings. However, he had not been invited to today's meeting. At this moment, among Lin's military leaders. Only Harry Kane was absent due to injury. The others were seated according to their ranks, arranged in descending order based on the number of soldiers they commanded. The dimly lit council chamber, now sealed, featured a hanging candelabrum from which 5 candles flickered, casting a wavering golden glow. The discussions continued. Lin scanned the room, directing his gaze towards the commander of the Temple Knights, Lovren, who sat upright, embodying the discipline of a top-tier professional soldier. He maintained an unwavering gaze, as if the empty side of the table opposite him held a specter, mirroring his intense scrutiny. Lovren, Lin called out. Upon hearing his name, Lovren turned his neck towards the platform, maintaining a respectful, lowered gaze. My lord, how may I serve you? Lin regarded the esteemed cavalry commander, inquiring, if I were to grant you 10 days, how would you procure some of no less than 100 gold dragons? Lovren was caught off guard by the question, having anticipated inquiries regarding military preparations. My lord, you mean including the Temple Knights, correct? He hesitated momentarily before tentatively asking. Receiving a nod of affirmation from Lin, he continued, if there are sufficient bandits within 100 miles of the north, in 10 days, I would clear them out and present their treasures to you. Lin paused, non-committal. He then turned to the leader of the valiant cavalry, Rodart, posing the same question. My lord, as you know, the number of soldiers in the valiant cavalry is currently under 100. He hesitated before adding, if it were my subordinates, I would lead the valiant cavalry to raid wealthy merchants or caravans in White Harbor. Lin frowned at this response. He had anticipated an assault on White Harbor, and this approach would surely raise alarm. Disappointment washed over him as he turned his gaze to the third participant, Sir Duncan. Without hesitation, Duncan pounded his chest and declared, My lord, allow me to participate in a knightly duel. I shall triumph over all adversaries in the arena, thus securing a substantial bounty. If one bout is insufficient, I shall engage in 10. Lin sighed, placing his final hope on the individual seated at the far end, Shifu. What do you think, Shifu? The man appeared somewhat anxious regarding the financial dilemma and pondered for a moment. My lord, why not raid the Iron Treasury? Shifu's suggestion caused the others, who had felt their previous answers were unsatisfactory to the lord, to suddenly shift gears. They erupted into a chorus of hissing, malevolent laughter. Even the stoic Lovren's brows twitched slightly. Rob the Iron Treasury, you say? If I could do that, do you think the other lords of Westeros are fools? What have they been doing all this while? Lin retracted his gaze and sighed. These individuals' minds were consumed with thoughts of plunder and violence. If acquiring wealth were so simple, he would have already unified the North. Just as Lin was about to unleash a tirade against these economic simpletons, a knock resounded. A knock echoed at the entrance, causing Lin to furrow his brow slightly. What was the meaning of this disturbance? The council chamber was in the midst of a military strategy meeting. Could one not maintain a semblance of seriousness? Who would dare interrupt? Lin exchanged a significant glance with the captain of the guards, Hood, urging him to investigate the source of the commotion. Hood grasped the sword at his waist and coolly approached the door, pulling it ajar to peer outside. Soon, murmurs of discussion wafted in from beyond the threshold. Lin, seated upon the dais, strained to hear but could not make out the words. Growing impatient, he called out loudly, What is happening? My lord, it is Ali Baba, who has returned. Hood replied as he turned back, holding the door firmly against the pressure of the crowd outside. Ali Baba? Lin was momentarily taken aback, pondering how there could be someone named Ali Baba. Then, a sudden realization struck him. Was this not the elderly traveler whose profession he had drawn from the system? A traveler who would perish without adventure? What could have brought him back, given that Ali Baba was one of his own system's creations? Lin felt no concern that the contents of the meeting would be divulged. He rose from his seat and gestured for Hood to allow the man entry. Hood complied, stepping aside. Outside, an elderly figure swathed in a brown scarf squeezed through the door. The old man paused at the threshold, surveying the room with a wary gaze, scrutinizing the few individuals at the meeting table. His eyes landed upon Lin on the dais, and he hastened forward with respectful haste, offering his greetings. Ali Baba, at your service. My esteemed master, child of the gods, herald of the northern people, savior of all beings on the continent of Westeros, in this world of ice and fire. Lin raised an eyebrow, retorting, Enough of the preamble, speak plainly. Ah, my lord, Ali Baba's eyes sparkled with a charming, subtle smile. I have come to upgrade my travel mount. Excuse me? Lin regarded the old man with incredulity. Could you repeat that? My lord, I am here to upgrade, Ali Baba reiterated. Silence. Lin inhaled deeply, struggling to contain his irritation. What mount could you possibly upgrade? Did you lose or sell that horse? Neither, my lord. I traded it for a gold mine. Ali Baba lowered his head, feigning innocence. What did you just say? You traded a horse for a gold mine? Lin's eyes narrowed with disbelief. Indeed, my lord. What gold mine? The Casterly Rock gold mine. Lin's lips twitched, his hands trembling with the urge to strike. It was true that beneath Casterly Rock lay a vast gold mine. The Lannister family had built their fortune upon it. However, if memory served, the mine was nearly exhausted. Otherwise, the Lannisters would not be so heavily indebted to the Iron Bank. Moreover, even if it were not depleted, was it feasible to transport a gold mine to his fishing village port? Surely, he could not be expected to venture to Casterly Rock to excavate it himself. Lyn had no objections, but he suspected the Lannisters would be less than accommodating. Disappointed in Ali Baba, Lyn waved his hand, intending to dismiss the man with his fanciful tales. What had he done to deserve such an elite profession? He scolded Ali Baba. Then, when will you bring the gold mine you acquired to my territory? Only then shall you return to seek an upgrade for your travel mount. Lyn's words elicited a muffled wave of laughter within the council chamber. Chapter 60. Farewell. Hood began to usher the elderly traveler out. Ali Baba extended a hand, pushing against him with effort, and addressed Lyn on the dais respectfully. My lord, I have not yet finished speaking. Then make it quick, Lyn replied, exasperated. My lord, look at this, Ali Baba exclaimed, producing a parchment scroll from his sleeve and raising it above his head. Hood wasted no time, snatching the scroll from him and unfurling it for a cursory examination. He gasped sharply, then, with a serious expression, handed the parchment to Lyn. Lyn glared at Hood, perplexed by the unfolding events. Upon receiving the scroll and spreading it open, his expression shifted, and he let out a sharp breath. After a moment, he slowly raised his gaze to the self-satisfied traveler. You mean to say that the Casterly Rock gold mine refers not to the one in Casterly Rock, but to this map of the gold mine? Precisely, my lord. This has been passed down through the generations of Casterly kings, merely named the Casterly Rock gold mine by them. This is an unexploited gold mine, and it lies so close to your territory. It is a blessing from the gods. Lyn was taken aback, stroking the ancient parchment thoughtfully. The scroll appeared aged, its folds reminiscent of Ali Baba's weathered visage. Yet, the intricate illustrations were unmistakable. This was a complete geographical map of the gold mine. At the top, in fine script, were the words Casterly Rock Gold Mine. Although it bore the name of Casterly Rock, the location depicted on the map was not within the city itself, but rather in the north, approximately 100 miles north of the fishing village port, at the very center of the triangular area formed by Winterfell, the Dreadfort, and White Harbor. Lyn recalled that there was a desolate highland mountain range known as Goat's Head Mountain, under the domain of the Baron of the Ram's Gate, a vassal of House Manderley. However, he had heard that it had since been taken over by the nearer House Fry. Goat's Head Mountain was nourished by 3 meandering tributaries, which flowed downstream into the mouth of the Severed River, adjacent to the southern bay of Widow's Watch. Was there truly a gold mine at the location indicated on this treasure map? Lyn remained skeptical. He looked back at the traveler, questioning whether the old man was astute enough not to be so easily deceived. Lyn inquired seriously, You traded your horse based solely on this dubious treasure map? The lord, openly challenging his expertise, left Ali Baba indignant. My lord, this treasure map is undoubtedly authentic. Oh, and how can you be so certain? Well, it is a matter of instinct as a seasoned traveler, but please, trust me. Lyn regarded the old man with skepticism, pondering if this was some special ability bestowed upon travelers. As an elite profession drawn from the system, it was implausible that travelers lacked any skills at all. This had been a perplexing point for Lyn, but now it seemed to be falling into place. After a moment's contemplation, Lyn tentatively probed Ali Baba. Are you able to authenticate the legitimacy of treasure maps? Indeed, my lord, Ali Baba replied, tilting his head back proudly. Not only that, but I can discern any individual's handwriting, provided it is not excessively illegible. Ah, I see. Lyn opened his mouth, contemplating, You should have mentioned this ability sooner. Having received an affirmative response, Lyn felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, the gold mine lay within the domain of the barony of GoT Gate. In venturing to exploit, it would undoubtedly necessitate a fierce confrontation with the local baron of GoT Gate. Fortunately, the castle of GoT Gate was merely a commonplace stronghold, and its defensive capabilities were likely not formidable. Time was of the essence. To secure this immense fortune, risks had to be taken. The operation to seize GoT Gate Castle must commence without delay. A simultaneous assault by land and sea would be the most prudent strategy. Given that the Fetterling family was mercilessly slaughtering, it was imperative that his valiant cavalry took the lead, while Lyn found himself powerless against the fortified Widow's Watch. Seizing the gold mine within their territory and dismantling a vassal stronghold beneath the Fetterling family was indeed within reach. With this thought, Lin struck the armrest of the wooden chair with vigor. He stood abruptly and, in an unwavering tone, commanded, "Lovren, prepare the knights of the temple immediately. Under the cover of night, we shall ascend Goat Mountain." "As you wish, my lord," Lovren replied, rising, his sharply defined features revealing a glimmer of excitement. "Sir Duncan, Nightstone, you shall accompany me with the cavalry and the retinue via the sea route to the fortress of Goat Gate, where Commander Arte is stationed at Fisherman's Port." "Yes, my lord." Lin surveyed the assembly within the council chamber, where everyone had risen and solemnly declared, "2 evenings hence, the army of the Knights of the Temple and the naval forces shall unite to launch a formal assault on Goat Gate Castle." "As you command, my lord." Following the meeting, Lin exited the council chamber and made his way towards the back garden of the estate. Arya had been waiting in the corridor for quite some time. Today, she was clad in simple attire, seemingly having donned the peasant garb she had previously worn while disguised as a boy. The fitted gray cotton coat around her waist and black trousers, combined with her slightly hunched posture, easily led one to mistake her for a wild child from the lower echelons of society. "Hello, Lin," Arya greeted with a smile as he approached. "I heard you were in the council chamber. Did everything go well?" Lin smiled and nodded, appraising her from head to toe. "Why are you dressed like this?" "I plan to visit Riverrun to see my brother Rob and my mother Caitlin," Arya confessed candidly. Lin furrowed his brow slightly. "What is the matter?" "I'm not angry with you. I've made arrangements with someone to accompany me to the Riverlands. I will meet my family, and then I'll proceed with him to Bravos for my studies." Lin's expression softened somewhat, and he sighed, "No, Arya, I should not impose choices upon you that you do not wish to make. Upon reflection, it seems quite agreeable for you to remain here. I shall protect you." When Lin spoke of protection, Arya's large, upturned eyes sparkled with joy, and her frail form trembled slightly. This was the second time Lin had vowed to safeguard her. A promise Arya remembered vividly. Yet, she still shook her head. "What are we talking about, my foolish Stark? I need to learn to protect myself. I've come to realize that if my sister Sansa and I could fend for ourselves in King's Landing, perhaps my father would not have been forced to bear the stigma of a traitor." Lin was taken aback. "Did someone tell you this?" "No, Lin. This is my own realization. When I prayed for the names on the list of the dead last night, I suddenly understood that my father's admission of treason was, in fact, for my sake." Arya's gaze was tinged with guilt and remorse, though it was soon dispelled by a flicker of determination deep within her eyes. She continued, "Someone merely told me that cursing the names on the list of the dead would bear no effect. In Bravos, he will train me to become strong enough to seek my own vengeance." Chapter 61. Farewells and Preparations. Lin escorted Arya to the city gate of Fisherman's Port, where he spotted someone waiting patiently on horseback beneath the gate. This individual, a faceless man of the Jaquen Hagar, possessed a handsome visage, his hair a disheveled mix of red and white, suggesting he had not cared to wash it during his time at Fisherman's Port. Perhaps this was indicative of the lifestyle embraced by rangers in this world. Lin approached him and cautioned, "If there are no signs of Rob's forces in Riverrun, you must not, under any circumstances, seek out the Fry family and the twins." The man understood. Noticing the gravity in Lin's gaze, he added, "This individual will honor his commitment to the Lord." Lin bent down to help Arya mount the horse, offering her an encouraging smile. With a deep sense of meaning, Arya turned to gaze back at the city of Fisherman's Port and its lord, Lin, softly bidding farewell. Upon returning to the estate, Lin composed himself and proceeded to inspect the cavalry of the Knights of the Temple and the recuperated soldiers of his valiant cavalry. Subsequently, accompanied by Knights Duncan and Stone, along with 30 soldiers from the cavalry, he made his way to a 3-masted armed vessel docked at the port. This was a medium-sized warship, acquired at the cost of his final 100 points. It was a genuine war vessel, for which Lin had sacrificed his entire stock of points, leaving his account utterly depleted. At that moment, the system displayed the glaring digits. Current available points, 0. The soldiers needed to acclimate to the 20 crossbows equipped on the 3-masted warship and learn to load, aim, and fire them before their departure the next day. These weapons possessed significant lethality, but alas, they were incapable of breaching sturdy castle walls. Lin mused to himself, wishing for gunpowder or cannons. However, he was unaware of the formula for gunpowder, a concept absent from his formal education. Perhaps it had been mentioned in class, but he was certain he had been asleep at the time. Given the stakes surrounding the gold mine, Lin kept this plan shrouded in secrecy. Aside from his personal guardhood, even the learned scholar Hill and the housekeeper Danny were left uninformed. Thus, only those whom Lin trusted from the system would accompany him. Consequently, Lin spent an additional 6 gold dragons to recruit a crew of 20 sailors using 60 experience points. Their purpose was to assist Lin in maneuvering the 3-masted warship, ensuring its safe navigation and maintaining its upkeep. Naturally, they would also be ready to take up arms in times of need. The crew's leader was a robust, somewhat sun-baked, stout individual named Rooney. As Lin boarded the ship, he found Rooney and his fellow sailors making final adjustments and repairs to the grand sails. "Rooney, is the warship ready?" Lin inquired. "Reporting, my lord." Rooney sprinted from the cockpit, saluting. "The Manchester is fully prepared and ready to set sail at any moment." The Manchester boasted a main mast that was significantly taller than that of the average sailing vessel, supporting a larger sail area, thus eliminating the need for manual rowing to assist in propulsion, thereby enhancing crew efficiency, extending range, and increasing cargo capacity. Pleased by Rooney's report, Lin nodded approvingly. Duncan and Stone were overseeing the orderly boarding of the cavalry soldiers onto the docked ship. The cavalry had opted for minimal and light equipment for this operation. Shedding the cumbersome full set of cotton armor, Lin donned a simple long-sleeved linen shirt, with each soldier bearing a crossbow slung across their back. Observing the soldiers of the 2nd Cavalry Regiment, who had weathered the trials of multiple wars, board the ship in such an orderly fashion, he turned to Duncan and instructed, "Teach them to proficiently handle the crossbows. Tomorrow morning, gather the troops for departure." "Yes, my lord." In Lin's strategic battle plan, the role of this armed warship was primarily to create disturbances, drawing the attention of the enemy at the Ramsgate fortress. The true main force for the impending siege on Ramsgate would be the Knights Templar, stealthily advancing northward under the cover of night. He was confident that the meager defensive capabilities of such a small castle would pose little threat to his arrangements. Preparing for contingencies was primarily a measure against potential reinforcements from the widow Wanfield family. After all, once Lin captured Ramsgate, he would need to transport a contingent of miners there. To establish a long-term mining operation, a solid stronghold was imperative. Having spent the entire afternoon at the port, personally overseeing the live ammunition drills of the cavalry soldiers, Lin returned to the Lord's estate with a sense of relief. Upon entering the backyard, he was greeted by the familiar golden pig, which approached him with a certain ennui. Accompanied by its new companion, a small black stray dog that had wandered the territory since Lin's arrival. Lin was intrigued. While most people would find the golden pig's eagle-beaked, lion-bodied form unsettling, the small black dog seemed to coexist with it harmoniously, as evidenced by the large bone awkwardly clutched in the pig's beak. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of the little black dog. Lin crouched down, bemused, and pried the bone from the pig's grasp. The pig's beak was exceptionally sharp, and crushing such a bone was certainly no challenge. However, mimicking the black dog by holding it in its mouth and drooling was rather unwise, as it was well known that an eagle's beak lacked teeth. The housekeeper, Dany, had been missing for several days. It was rumored that she had been frequenting the refugee gathering spots along the river, presumably to tally the numbers. After Lin had instructed Hood to assemble the able-bodied men among the refugees for training as a reserve force, Dany had taken on additional responsibilities, comforting the women and children among the refugees and reorganizing the list of newly incorporated farmers from the reclaimed islands. Upon entering the backyard and correcting the roster, Dany approached Lin to report her findings. At that moment, she observed Lin crouched on the ground, playfully tussling with the golden pig and the small black dog over a bone. A nobleman of his stature, a viscount from the north, was behaving like a child, squatting on the ground and competing with a fearsome beast for a bone. Although Dany acknowledged the pig's endearing qualities, she found this behavior rather peculiar. Unlike any noble she had encountered in the bustling city of Riverrun, when Lin issued commands, he exuded authority, but in private, he was as casual as an ordinary peasant. "In the coming days, I must embark on a journey. Please keep an eye on the little golden pig and try to feed it some meaty bones. It seems to have a fondness for them. The dog should remain in the estate as well. It shouldn't always be chased away," Lin instructed. Speaking softly to the housekeeper standing behind him, Dany straightened and replied, "My lord, but is a war about to commence in the north?" Lin chuckled lightly. "Have you caught wind of the rumors?" Dany responded, "I saw Lord Lovren leading your knights in the camp, rallying them with battle cries. They do not usually behave this way, and you convened all the military leaders in the council chamber today?" "Indeed," Lin replied candidly. "The fishing village port is too small, and the north is too chaotic. We must attempt to venture forth." "Too chaotic?" Lin nodded, inserting the bone back into the small black dog's mouth, ruffling its fur as he stood. "Yes, it will soon descend into chaos, and the prospect of stabilizing the situation seems a distant dream. You have sent Lady Arya Stark away. Are you preparing to vie for dominance in the north? The north belongs to House Stark. Are you not concerned for her feelings?" Lynn sighed deeply, folding his hands within his sleeves. The North is currently House Stark's domain, but that will not be the case in the future. Moreover, Arya cannot inherit the lands of the North, so it is of no concern to her. Dany looked at Lynn with earnest eyes, articulating each word regardless. You must not let Lady Arya down. Lynn quickly withdrew his hands from his sleeves, raising them innocently. Arya is still just a little girl. What nonsense are you speaking? Dany huffed, choosing not to pursue the topic further. My lord, about the reclamation roster. Lynn gestured dismissively. Attend to the reclamation and the development of the sister islands without hesitation. Be bold in your endeavors. The fishing village port is merely my forward base, while the sister islands at Biter's Bay will serve as my retreat and foundation for the future. Do you understand, Dany? Also, recruit another batch of willing and hardworking miners. Though puzzled, Dany readily acquiesced. Of course, my lord. We currently have an abundance of unemployed refugees in the town, and if you require assistance, more refugees will soon flood into the village port. Chapter 62, The Battle of Ramsgate. The three-masted ship, the Man United, set sail with the first light of dawn breaking over the sea. The warship traveled northward along the coastline for a day and a night. By the following morning, it reached the southern waters of Widow's Watch Bay, where it docked at a desolate little village along the coast. Scouts dispatched to the entrance of Ramsgate Mountain behind the village successfully linked up with a fallen Knights Templar led by Lovren. After a brief respite, the Man United continued its journey, navigating from the mouth of the Broken Limb River toward Ramsgate Fortress. In the meantime, the Knights Templar, led by Lovren, had halted their rapid march, moving cautiously through the dense forests of Ramsgate Mountain, striving to remain undetected as they approached their objective. The Battle of Ramsgate officially commenced that evening. The Man United gradually sailed into the harbor outside the city gates of Ramsgate, where the castle guards were preparing to board for their routine inspection. Duncan, wielding his knightly sword, compelled them to abandon this foolish decision. In an instant, the guard's head was severed, triggering a warning bell to ring throughout the port. On Lynn's warship, the sound of horns echoed across the harbor city. The cavalry soldiers, poised for action, unhesitatingly loaded their crossbows and expertly ignited the thick, sharp arrowheads with torches. The sharp twang of crossbows filled the air, as guards rushing in response to the alarm became the first casualties of the crossbow's deadly volley. The flaming arrows swiftly ignited the vessels docked in harbor, sending plumes of thick black smoke billowing into the sky, which, carried by the sea breeze, infiltrated the castle within Ramsgate. Soon, the castle echoed with the sound of an even louder alarm. Lynn's sudden assault caught the garrison of Ramsgate off guard. Nearly 100 defenders were mobilized in response. Initially, they contemplated sending reinforcements from the seaside gate to assist the guards at the harbor. However, they were soon intimidated by the sheer power of the crossbow onslaught. Then, they could only retreat to the lofty wooden walls of the water gate established to prevent flooding. They endeavored to organize a few sporadic counterattacks. However, even the strongest archers found it challenging to accurately strike the Manchester ship anchored in the port. In contrast, the Manchester was well prepared, unleashing a fierce barrage. With 20 fully loaded crossbow cannons firing continuously, the enemy was utterly forced to cower behind the fortifications, too intimidated to move. The local lord, Baron of GoT, was a peaceful, agrarian man in his 50s, sporting a tuft of silver goat's beard on his chin. His family had managed this castle for generations, primarily relying on the fishing and pastoral industries of the surrounding waters. During the last crisis at GoT Castle, he was still a vassal of the Mandrell family of Whiteport. When the Fetterling family's warships launched a massive offensive against his lands, the old Baron, with his goat's beard, did not hesitate to raise the white flag and join the Fetterling's cause. The Baron, who had long kept himself aloof from the conflicts among the northern families, believed he could live out his days in peace. However, the ships led by Lynn executed a swift and thunderous assault, leaving the fortress of GoT in utter disarray. Climbing anxiously to the castle ramparts, the goat-bearded Baron gazed out at the formidable warships beyond the walls, their imposing presence suggesting a deep-seated vendetta, as if he and they were bound by generations of enmity. Yet, the Baron of GoT swore he had never seen, nor even heard of, the grand half-eagle, half-lion banner tied to the towering flagpole of that warship. Who knew where these people came from? My family has resided on the eastern coast of the north for centuries, and I have never heard of this emblem. Is it from some newly risen pirate faction? The Baron gritted his teeth and cursed. His flushed cheeks, ignited by agitation and indignation, made the tuft of white hair glimmer even more. A servant beside him, busy adjusting his iron helmet, peeked outside the fortress and quickly retreated behind the wall. He gasped and, steadying his helmet, whispered to his lore, my lord. That emblem resembles that of the Rothschild family from Biting Bay. A traveling bard mentioned recently that the Rothschilds of the southern eastern coast inherited the ancient power of the falcon lion, hence altering their family crest to depict a lion with wings. Is it them? I remember now. They're the ones who ambushed the Fetterling family not long ago. These people are mad. They are here to provoke us. Damn it. The widow's desire led to the slaughter of their soldiers. It is not my doing. Being a vassal of the Fetterling family does not implicate me in this affair. Listening intently, he commanded, immediately gather all the defenders within the city. If they disembark, we shall retaliate fiercely with arrows. The commander in charge of the city's defenses quietly inquired, but my lord, what if they do not disembark? What do you think we can do? Just keep a close watch. The Baron of GoT snapped, angrily retreating from the ramparts. On the Manchester, since the port's defenders have been decimated by the relentless crossbow bolts, no figures have been sighted within a radius of 200 meters. They had all taken refuge behind the wooden palisade. The crossbows posed no threat to the sturdy wooden walls, while the enemy's arrows could not reach Lynn's warships. After a fierce battle, Lynn, in high spirits, returned to the cabin to drink, leaving the tasks of surveillance and threat management to Duncan. As long as the enemy dared to step out of the fortress, they would be met with at least 10 crossbows ready to strike. Lynn rejected all proposals for negotiations. Displaying a white flag would be futile. The cavalry would cut them down without hesitation. The siege continued for over an hour, with the defenders of GoT remaining ever vigilant, fearing that from the fearsome warship in the harbor, an assault force might emerge at any moment. As all the defenders within GoT were concentrated at the seaward side, they naively believed that the enemy could not reach their fortifications. Suddenly, an unsettling sound arose. The sentinels within the city rang the alarm bells, causing the commander responsible for frontline troop deployment to break out in a cold sweat. That was the bell from the west gate. The officer in charge of the castle defenses shouted in panic, "Quickly, everyone prepare to head to the west gate." A voice interjected, "But what about this side? My lord, let us remain at the sea gate without budging an inch." Damn it, are you deaf? The warship outside the sea gate is merely bait. They must have other reinforcements preparing to attack from the west gate. Chapter 63, Breakthrough. The defenders within the castle hastily began to assemble at the west gate. Cliff, the commander of GoT's defenses, even mounted a horse to reach the ramparts of the west gate first. He seized a patrol officer, ringing the alarm, and shouted, "What is happening?" "My lord, you must see for yourself." The man trembled, pointing towards the horizon in the west. In the distance, behind a small rise, the forces of the Knights Templar gradually emerged, swiftly moving over the slope. Cliff gasped in shock. He was certain that this army was a well-trained cavalry unit. The cavalry maintained a rapid pace while preserving a tight formation. With a grim expression, Commander Cliff turned to look back into the castle. The two defensive squads hastily arriving from the sea gate were scattered, and despite the archers' best efforts to reach the walls, it appeared they would not arrive before the enemy cavalry did. Moreover, given their breathless state, even if they managed to climb up, they would likely lack the strength to draw their bows and aim. Meanwhile, the thunderous sound of hooves outside filled Cliff's ears, rendering his face pale with fear. He shouted down urgently, "Do not come up. Form ranks 30 paces from the infantry's entrance. Shield bearers in front. Prepare for defense. Quickly." The defenders below heeded the command and began to mobilize. However, the Knights Templar's cavalry charged forth with alarming speed. The deafening sound of hooves grew ever louder as the Templar Knights drew closer to the west gate. The rumble of their galloping steeds hammering on the hearts of every defender of GoT. Finally, Commander Cliff discerned the large round timber bound with ropes among several knights in the center of the Templar formation. It was a prepared siege ram. They were indeed coming to breach the walls. He hurriedly signaled the archers stationed on the walls to take up their positions. "Hurry, it is too late." The archers quickly formed ranks, spreading out in an arc quickly. A cold sweat trickled down Cliff's back. The meticulously organized Knights Templar surged forward with remarkable speed, closing the distance in mere moments. 100 paces. 50. The commander atop the city walls shouted at the infantry, now fully assembled. "Defensive formations. Prepare for defense. Stay calm. Archers, disperse and arrange yourselves. Do not cluster together. For heaven's sake, did you not hear my command? What are you dawdling for? Spread out, spread out." A deafening crash interrupted the commander's furious orders. Amidst a swirling cloud of dust, the wooden gates were violently struck by the beechwood battering ram and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Led by Lovren, the Knights Templar descended upon the city of Ram's Gate like a horde of demons, flooding through the shattered gates. "Long live the Knights Templar! Kill!" Lovren commanded. his voice booming at the heart of the knights. The first cavalryman to enter trampled over the fallen wooden gate as they charged inside. Loose arrows. The archers of the garrison, still struggling to form their ranks, could only draw their bows in place. Lovren expertly gauged the trajectory of the incoming arrow storm. He split his forces into two, bypassing the tightly packed infantry formation to launch a flanking assault on the archers. The infantry at the forefront, armed with large shields, braced themselves for the cavalry's impending onslaught. However, the enemy's cavalry, like slippery eels, glided past them, showing no intention of engaging their formation. In a moment of panic, the infantry surged forward to intercept. Yet, to recklessly abandon their defensive positions was a foolish endeavor, and the cavalry darted through their ranks without hesitation. Any who dared to expose themselves were either trampled by the warhorses or pierced by the cavalry's lances and broadswords. The cost was a harrowing 5 or 6 lives lost in the blink of an eye. The garrison infantry finally grasped the grim reality. Stepping outside their defensive formation meant certain death, and thus, no one was willing to perish foolishly. They returned to their ranks, watching helplessly as the Knights Templar cavalry swept past them. The archers stationed behind, witnessing this scene, were utterly stupefied. Their infantry comrades did not engage with the enemy cavalry as anticipated. Instead, that fearsome cavalry was now charging directly towards them. Those archers who had barely drawn their bows were paralyzed with terror, unable to suppress their fear, and began to flee in all directions. The first Knights Templar soldiers to enter the city skillfully evaded the defensive ranks, transforming into harbingers of death as they relentlessly pursued the panicked archers. One unfortunate archer who could not escape was overtaken by a cavalryman, whose sharp blade swiftly slashed across his throat, clutching his neck. The archer cast a final glance towards the city gates before collapsing, pondering why these cavalrymen did not assault the nearby infantry, but instead targeted those behind. He had never known of any northern army possessing such terrifying execution on the battlefield at such a critical juncture. The archers who had been pursued by the enemy cavalry felt their morale plummet, delivering a devastating blow to the frontline infantry spirit. The formation began to unravel, faces etched with disbelief and confusion. They were left to ponder whether to abandon their ranks to rescue their fellow archers or continue to stand in meaningless formation. Just as this uncertainty gripped them, a thunderous sound of hooves echoed from outside the city, stirring up clouds of dust. On the city wall, Commander Cliff perceived the unfolding chaos with clarity. The Knights Templar had divided into two groups before reaching the fortress. At that moment, only one group had entered the city. Another contingent remained outside, poised to charge in. The infantry arrayed at the gates were unprepared for the impending assault, their attention drawn to the rear. Damn it, they have another cavalry unit. Brace for impact. Raise your shields. Yet, despite Cliff's furious shouts, it was already too late. With ample space to wield their lances, the cavalry outside had readied their gleaming weapons, awaiting the command. Knights Templar charge. Kill. In a head-on confrontation, cavalry inherently held an advantage over infantry, and with their lances drawn, their assault proved devastating. The shield-bearing infantry at the forefront of Ram's gate, hearing the roars and the thunder of hooves from outside, turned in astonishment. Amidst the swirling dust, shadows surged from the gates with alarming speed. In an instant of sheer terror, they hastily called out to alert the soldiers behind them. Prepare for battle. Brace yourselves. Maintain formation. The ferocious cavalry collided with the infantry ranks with relentless force, their sharp lances piercing the unprepared rear ranks. The initial wave of infantrymen was sent sprawling several meters from the impact of the charging warhorses. Their oak shields saved them from being trampled or impaled, but those in the rear were less fortunate. The cavalry continued their relentless assault, their lances driving into the mass of soldiers, plunging the scene into chaos as defenders struggled to discern which unfortunate souls were being pierced by the mounted knights. Their heads buzzed with confusion, drowned out by the cacophony of anguished cries and screams. Chapter 64. Unveiling Ambitions. Yet, for these shield-bearers in the defensive line, the true threat often lay not in the front. Lovren, leading both cavalry groups, trampled through the disorganized archers, sending them into a panic as they fled in disarray. They then executed a devastating counterattack on the infantry formation from the side. This time, the charge was not full force, yet it proved remarkably effective. The beleaguered infantry defending against the frontal cavalry were easily torn apart by the side assault. The once coherent formation shattered completely under the pressure. The infantry, their confidence shattered, could no longer maintain their ranks. Chaos ensued as both sides descended into a melee. This was precisely the domain of the Knights Templar, who leveraged their armored steeds and lances to dominate. dispatching foes with the ease of slaughtering livestock, without the balance of a large contingent of archers. The cavalry rampaged through the ranks, with some riders even discarding their lances for the swifter execution of their longswords, mercilessly slaying those infantrymen who stood paralyzed with fear. The soldiers of the Knights Templar spared no one attempting to flee. Lyn issued the command to seize the Ramsgate Castle. The system soldiers had not been taught compassion. Each enemy slain was their most profound expression of loyalty to Lyn. In the eyes of the formidable Knights Templar, once the enemy faltered and lost their defensive formation, they became mere lambs led to slaughter. With every swing of their blades, they reaped a worthy head. The carnage persisted for a full 2 hours. The long street at the western gate resembled a blood-soaked purgatory. The castle's inhabitants, hearing the thunderous cries of battle, trembled in fear, hastily bolting their doors. Cliff, the commander of the Ramsgate defenses, attempted several times to organize effective counterattacks, but was easily shattered by the Knights' swift charges, ultimately costing him his life. Thus, the conflict at the western gate came to a close. Only a mere 100 of the Ramsgate defenders remained, reduced to a scant 10 survivors. The rest left utterly devastated, paralyzed by fear of further confrontation. Lyn remained dutifully in the ship's cabin. Upon issuing the order for the cavalry to don their cotton armor once more in preparation for landing, he relinquished his temporary command. Duncan and Stone both opposed Lyn's risky venture into the city until the situation was fully clarified. Even his chief bodyguard, Hood, shared this sentiment. "My lord, if there are still archers stationed at the seaport, it would be all too easy for you to be harmed. Arrows do not discriminate against your noble form." Logically, it was not just Lyn who should remain aboard. Duncan and Stone ought to stay as well. Once the conflict at the West Gate reached a conclusion, Lovren would undoubtedly dispatch someone towards the seaport to sort through the remnants. Lyn merely needed to patiently await the grand wooden palisade of the seaport to be lowered by his men from within, respectfully escorting him into the city. However, Duncan and Stone persistently implored Lyn to allow them to assist in the siege. Lyn recognized that since they had joined him, they had not truly demonstrated their prowess. During their last encounter with the Lannister forces, they had merely executed a flanking maneuver. It would be the same this time. Both were legendary knights of high esteem, naturally unwilling to remain in the shadows. Lyn acquiesced to their request, preparing to lead them to seize the seaport. Yet these two obstinate spirits adamantly refused to let him leave the warship. With a sigh of resignation, Lyn observed the cavalry soldiers donning their armor anew, forming ranks. He turned to Hood, who gazed enviously, and asked, "It seems you have yet to partake in a direct battlefield engagement. You appear to envy these men. Yet why have you never volunteered for battle?" Hood, steadfastly positioned behind Lyn, watched as Sir Duncan led the cavalry soldiers from the ship to the deck, hesitating to respond. Lyn's inquiry was sincere, and Hood listened intently, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort, clearly distracted. Indeed, since their lord began dealing with the pirates and engaging in several external conflicts, Hood, once Lyn's most formidable weapon, had found no opportunity to showcase his skills. He had become entirely like a personal bodyguard. While being near Lyn was undeniably impressive, with the arrival of Duncan, Stone, and the Templar commander Lovren, his position began to fade into the periphery. He was a warrior, yearning for the battlefield, seeking glory. Yet, he had not forgotten Lyn's trust in him and did not wish to neglect his duties as a bodyguard out of ambition. He understood that Lyn's remarks were not without purpose. They were laden with meaning. However, Hood was not inclined to ponder such intricacies. Contemplating Lyn's words, he hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "My lord, what arrangements do you have for me?" Hood's understanding was sharp, and Lyn nodded in approval. As more secrets enveloped him, having a bodyguard who was not a system soldier at his side proved exceedingly convenient. For instance, at this moment, Lyn's gaze fell upon a chest discarded by merchants at the dock, spilling forth a bounty of gleaming gold dragons. He longed to approach, gather them, and tuck them away to exchange for system points. With those points, he could acquire a 4-wheeled siege hammer to aid his soldiers in swiftly breaching the seaport's grand wooden gates. However, with Hood present, such an act would be decidedly inappropriate. Future situations might arise where he would need to navigate crises, and unless Lyn was unafraid of the local inhabitants of Westeros, viewing himself as an outsider, he must exercise caution to conceal his system abilities. Lyn shifted his greedy gaze from the chest to the towering walls ahead. Slowly he spoke, "Hood, you were present during the previous military strategy meeting. Soon, I will commence the operation to capture White Harbor. If successful, I will possess the means to claim a feudal title. Do you know why I initially rejected the Baron of Ramsgate's proposal for peace talks? Because I have a suitable candidate in mind for this castle's rightful lord." Lyn's words brought a sense of calm to Hood. yet they also ignited a fervent anticipation within him. He sensed the implications, his eyes reflecting both hope and hesitation. For a commoner, having risen from squire to a knight, Hood had never envisioned the possibility of one day becoming a lord with dominion over territory. To common knights, a substantial bounty from nobles was already an extraordinary boon. Hood's eyes widened in astonishment, and he swallowed hard. "My lord." Lynn turned to him with a faint smile and stated, "Only those I could trust may hold the seat at Ramsgate, Hood Valen. Can I trust you?" Upon hearing this, Hood's already stunned countenance lost all color, leaving him looking as though his soul had departed. After a lengthy pause, Hood, panting heavily, gradually regained composure. Finally, with a resounding thud, he knelt, fiercely beating his chest with his right arm, his gaze towards Lynn filled with reverence. "I vow to serve you unto death," he proclaimed passionately. "Excellent, very commendable," Lynn remarked, drawing forth his Valyrian short blade, pointing its tip toward Hood. Hood's face tightened, and then he gently grasped the blade with his right hand, placing it against the palm of his left. The blade grazed his palm, slicing open a gash, exposing the gleaming bone beneath the crimson flesh. Lynn relaxed his brow, gazing intently at the bodyguard who had diligently accompanied him since his arrival in this world. He unveiled his ambition for the first time. Perhaps one day, Hood would become the sole remaining lord on the continent of Westeros. Hood stared blankly, gazing at Lynn for a long while, his expression shifting through confusion, fear, uncertainty, and astonishment. At last, he nodded tremulously, fully aware of the gravity of the moment. Chapter 65. Complete recharge. The Manchester ship slowly glided through the grand, open sea gates into the inner harbor of the Ramsgate Castle, leaving behind the chaotic scene of the outer port. 3 armored men awaited respectfully at the inner dock. Lynn stepped down from the warship, entering the domain of the Ramsgate. "My lord," Lovren greeted, kneeling on one knee, "I have fulfilled my mission. The armaments of Ramsgate have been successfully disarmed." Lynn patted Lovren's arm, offering him an affirming glance. 2 soldiers emerged from amidst several warhorses, struggling to bring forth a weary-looking elderly gentleman in fine attire, dragging him before Lynn like a lifeless fish. Behind them, the anguished cries of women and youths echoed mournfully. Shortly thereafter, a bundle was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. As its contents spilled forth, Lynn discovered it was filled with freshly minted gold ingots. 1, 2. Indeed, there were 7 or 8 shimmering gold bars rolling onto the ground. The radiant gleam of the gold reflected upon the pale visage of the Baron of Ramsgate, casting his face in hues of stark white and sickly yellow. Lynn cast a glance at the gold ingots before turning to the tall knight, Duncan. Duncan raised his head and spoke, "My lord, we have raided the Lord's estate here and discovered these treasures, along with an alchemical furnace." "Oh!" Lynn's eyes lit up, yet his brow furrowed slightly. He lowered his gaze to the kneeling goat-bearded noble and inquired, "My lord, are you clandestinely mining my gold? This belongs to my territory." The old goat baron gritted his teeth. "You are appropriating my property." Lynn smiled softly. "It is my domain now." At this, the old noble's head drooped in despair. After a moment, he struggled to lift his gaze, terror etched across his features. "Lord Rothschild, all my wealth is yours. I shall become your most loyal vassal. Please spare my family and me." Lynn replied, "The new lord will indeed have loyal vassals, but alas, you shall not be one of them." The noble trembled at his words. "Very well, then I plead for you to spare me and my kin. We will depart. Even if you send me across the narrow sea to Essos, I vow I shall not seek revenge upon you." Lynn remained non-committal, calmly asking, "How did you discover the gold mine?" Beads of sweat, the size of peas, began to form on the goat noble's brow, his lips pressed tightly together, trembling like leaves in the wind. Lynn's words finally dawned upon him. In the face of the secret of a gold mine, all promises were futile. He gritted his teeth and maintained his silence, clinging to what little dignity he had left. Lynn, losing his patience without extracting any information, commanded, "See him on his way." "No, I have not been judged. You, a mere viscount, cannot execute me without trial. I am not your vassal. Report my illicit mining to Starkrob, or else you will be guilty of treason. The Fry family in Winterfell will not spare you." Lynn replied coolly, "This is war, not a trial." The man on the ground began to wail and scream. Duncan drew his knightly sword. With death looming near, pleas for mercy were futile. He began to curse. "You wretched boy, you will descend into hell. The old gods will gaze upon you, this greedy demon. Kill me, and I shall await you in the realm of the dead. Then watch closely. You shall be the first noble to perish by my hand, but assuredly not the last." Lynn waved his hand, and Duncan's gleaming sword fell. Blood spilled, painting the scattered gold bars in a vivid crimson hue. The conflict at Ramsgate thus reached its resolution. Lin discovered the Ram's Mountain gold mine site in the northern hills of the castle. He left behind a contingent of 30 cavalrymen, prepared to garrison there long-term. The captured guards of Ramsgate, along with the servants of the Lord's estate, became the new workforce of miners. Lovren and the Knights Templar would continue to hold Ramsgate for a time, assisting Hood in his role as the new lord to commence a thorough cleansing of the castle. All those privy to the secret of the gold mine faced brutal eradication. Lin's directive was to organize the castle within 3 days and restore the gold mine's operations. Of course, recruiting local civilians to form and train a guard capable of defending the stronghold was also imperative. The Knights Templar would withdraw from Ramsgate once the next batch of miners arrived from the fishing village port. After spending another 3 days in Ramsgate and confirming that the Fry family had not sent reinforcements from the Widow's Watch, Lin, accompanied by Stone and Duncan, set sail aboard the Manchester, laden with abundant spoils, on the 4th morning, returning to the fishing village port. Since the gold mine had established a complete operational system from extraction to refining, Lin merely needed to locate the previous miners and dispatch more workers to increase production. Gold serves as an inherently superior medium of exchange, even if one is a lord with vast tracts of land. One cannot transport a great field of wheat or a multitude of horses, let alone barter with them. Yet gold can be moved with ease. Utilizing the gold mine from his own lands, Lin could swiftly amass great wealth, which would enable him to forge one of the most formidable armies in Westeros. Upon returning to the Lord's estate at the fishing village port, Lin felt elated. After repeated verification, the explosion of the system could indeed be directly funded. Without any minted gold dragons in hand, this thrilled Lin, who lacked coinage production techniques. Although, compared to the 20G gold content of a single gold dragon, Lin's experiment with a 1000G gold ingot yielded points equivalent to only 40 gold dragons. At first glance, exchanging gold ingots for points seemed unwise. But when accounting for the costs and risks of minting, it fell well within an acceptable range. The Lord's estate of Ramsgate had been thoroughly ransacked. Lin meticulously counted the wealth of an hereditary baron, discovering exactly 8 standard gold ingots weighing 1000G each, along with 300 gold dragons. In total, this amounted to the equivalent of 620 gold dragons. The remaining silver stags and a gold ingot the size of a gold dragon were left for Hood, serving as developmental funds for the loyal new lord. After this wealth was transported back, Lin suddenly felt a sense of unreality. To dispel this anxiety of wielding immense riches, Lin decisively opted for a complete recharge. He deposited the scattered 20 gold coins along with the remaining 14 gold dragons into the small vault in his bedroom to sustain the financial operations of his territory. The rest transformed into a dazzling string of visible numbers. The glaring current points, 0, instantly morphed into the delightful current points, 6,000. Meanwhile, his current experience points surged from 1, 191, 110, 000 to current experience points, 7, 191, 110, 000. Lin stared blankly at the system panel, his face radiating blissful satisfaction. His gaze immediately shifted to the menu bar featuring the Special Occupation Exchange card. With 50 exchange points, he could acquire a random Special Occupation card, offering rewards such as Rider, Traveler, Steward, Assassin, or Gladiator Swordsman. Sitting on a bench in the Lord's Mansion's rear garden, he panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot and his mind brimming with an insatiable desire to spend. A shadow stealthily approached him from behind, hunched over and leering at Lin for a moment before speaking in a voice that twisted like a wronged little wife. "Master, I have come to upgrade my mount." Chapter 66, A Craving for Meat. Lin was startled by the voice beside him. Turning, he saw a gaunt figure resembling a craggy old man, leaning in close. Lin cursed. "Do you not know how to walk quietly?" Ali Baba's gray-blue eyes glimmered with mirth. Once draped in a gray cloak, he now wore a lavish azure mantle, his high boots replaced with those favored by the nobility. He still sported a wide leather belt with a silver buckle, but the small deity figurine around his neck had transformed from silver to gold. Ali Baba hurriedly bowed and said, "It was my mistake to startle you, my lord. But about the matter you promised." Lin scrutinized Ali Baba's transformed appearance, rising to assess him. Skeptical, he inquired, "I say, you're dressing up like this to upgrade your mount? Do you intend to go courting? Is a noble carriage what you seek now?" "My lord jested," Ali Baba replied. "I am merely a traveler, and I plan to visit Essos. I have heard that someone with true dragon blood has been born there." "Daenerys Targaryen?" Lin's eyes brightened. "Has news of the Targaryen princess hatching dragon eggs reached Westeros?" "Indeed, my lord," Ali Baba affirmed. "As a member of the ruling family of the Seven Kingdoms for the longest time, she now possesses true dragon blood, attracting the attention of many eager souls in Westeros. Lynn pondered for a moment before stating, "Very well, keep an eye on Daenerys for me. Should I send a few attendants with you for any important news?" Ali Baba cast a peculiar glance at Lynn. Cautiously correcting, he said, "I am a traveler. I'm simply going to Essos for leisure." Lynn was momentarily taken aback. Annoyed, he pressed, "Did you not just say you were going to Essos because of the Targaryen princess?" Ali Baba blinked his somewhat dull blue eyes, replying earnestly, "Yes, my lord. I am visiting Essos to see the beautiful dragon queen rumored to possess Valyrian golden hair and purple eyes. What sights could possibly compare to the long-lost descendants of dragons?" Lynn, now irate, drew his dagger and coldly stated, "You have one more chance to speak plainly." With the sharp Valyrian blade pointed at his nose, Ali Baba quickly recoiled, scrambling away while raising his hands. No, my lord, I'll see if I can bring back a true dragon for you from Essos." Watching the traveler fall to the ground, Lynn sighed and sheathed his Valyrian blade. "Head to the port. There will be a suitable double-masted dragon-bone ship for your travels." He tossed Ali Baba a gleaming gold dragon coin, explaining, "Company is due to travel to Essos for the free trade city to procure iron ore for me. Consider this gold dragon a reward for your previous treasure map." Ali Baba squinted as he accepted the gold dragon, biting it for assurance before stowing it in his ample pocket. Thank you, benevolent and great master." Once the traveler was dispatched, Lynn resumed his focus on the system. With plenty of points available and elite occupations appearing quite useful, he resolved to conduct a tenfold draw to test his luck. At that moment, another servant entered the courtyard, reporting, "My lord, 3 individuals at the mansion gate claim to be Night's Watchmen and wish to see you." Suppressing his urge to spend, Lynn recalled that since bringing the Night's Watchmen back to the north, he had scarcely attended to them. With a sigh, he instructed the servant, "Bring them in." Big Bull, Hot Pie, and a short fellow named Doe Bao were ushered into the courtyard by the mansion servants. Lynn surveyed the trio's disheveled appearances. Their straw sandals appeared freshly pulled from the mud, coated in grease and making odd sounds as they walked. Fine mud oozed between their toes, leaving their feet caked in filth, as if they wore boots crafted from muck. The 3 men bowed politely to Lynn. He waved his hand dismissively, frowning as he pointed at their shoes. "It hasn't rained recently. Where on earth have you been playing in the mud?" Big Bull's wholesome face flushed with embarrassment, while the plump Hot Pie proudly declared, "My lord, we've been practicing swordplay in our shelter. That place lacks drainage, and the water used for washing rice has pooled on the ground, making it easy to get stuck in this muck." Lynn chuckled. "If the environment there is so poor, why didn't you mention it sooner? There is plenty of space in the city. I could arrange a better living situation for you." "My lord," Hot Pie interjected, "you rescued us and provided us with food. We cannot impose additional requests." Lynn found this surprising. Hot Pie seemed remarkably sensible and articulate. Observing the 3, he noticed that Big Bull, towering and once a blacksmith, remained silent, while the diminutive Doe Bao kept his head down, lacking the courage to meet Lynn's gaze. Baffled by their purpose in seeking him, Lynn decided to be direct. He looked at Hot Pie, narrowing his eyes. "Speak up, plump one. What brings you to me?" "My lord," Hot Pie gulped, cautiously raising his head to meet Lynn's gaze. "We want to eat meat." Lynn was taken aback, nearly stumbling. He shot Hot Pie a glare. "You want to eat meat? Why the hell are you staring at me like that? Clarify. Whose meat do you wish to devour?" Big Bull scratched his head and interjected, "My lord, I wish to work as a blacksmith in the city, to serve you as a craftsman. All of us Night's Watchmen from River Run share this desire. None wish to go to the wall. Though you provide us with food every day, it has been over a fortnight since we've had a whiff of meat. We wish to settle in the fishing village port, find work, and earn some money to buy meat." Lynn fell silent. Upon reflection, it made sense. Ever since the feud with the widow of the Fetron family, the plan to transport this group to the wall had fallen through. Currently, these 80 or so individuals were entirely reliant on Lynn for sustenance, stationed in the desolate area beneath the village port's walls. Now, it appeared they had no desire to become Night's Watchmen, and if the Night's Watch knew, they might mistakenly believe he had snatched away their hard-earned recruits. Lynn found himself in a state of deep contemplation, unsure of how to proceed. He held a profound respect for the Night's Watch, who dedicated their lives to the inhospitable lands beyond the wall. After all, without their unwavering vigilance, the White Walkers and wildlings would likely be advancing upon the north at this very moment. Hesitant and torn, Lynn struggled to reach a decision. After a prolonged silence, he broke into a grin, slapped his thigh, and declared with a flourish, "Let us set aside these weighty matters for now and indulge in some meat." Chapter 67. An Assassination from the Three-Eyed Crow. At the foot of the eastern city wall of the fishing village harbor, a row of dilapidated straw huts stood desolate. The inhabitants had gathered in the open space outside, where a roaring bonfire crackled, and a large iron pot simmered with a bubbling broth, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Big Bull, wielding a wooden stick, stirred the pot, while the lion-headed golden pig and the little black dog lay in a corner, eagerly awaiting Lynn to toss them their share of meat bones. Ever since Lynn had raised the lion-eagle banners throughout the castle, the sight of the golden pig had become commonplace. Nearby, a pot of heated liquor bubbled on the stove. Hot Pie, with a grimy spoon, wiped it on his equally soiled trousers before dipping it into the pot and ladling the wine into a large clay jug. With a grin, he presented the wine to Lynn, seated on a bench, gesturing for him to drink first. Lynn feigned nonchalance, lifting the jug to his lips and pretending to sip. However, the filthy clay vessel made it difficult to convince himself to actually drink. Hot Pie took the warm wine from Lynn, grinning widely as he took a swig, then passed it to the person beside him. Thus, the Night's Watch members took turns passing the wine around, each in turn partaking. As the wine circulated, the meat and bones in the pot reached the point of readiness. A man clad in black, with a hooded cloak, stood up, hunched over, clutching a clay jug. He appeared reluctant to leave, seemingly desiring more of the savory broth. As he passed in front of Lynn, his movements noticeably faltered. Sitting beside the little eagle beast, Lynn sensed something amiss. He raised his head to discern the man's features, only to be met with the sight of blank, pupil-less eyes glaring back at him from beneath the hood. Lynn was taken aback, but there was no time for contemplation. A dagger, as dark as charcoal, slipped from the man's sleeve, and with a sinister smile, he lunged towards Lynn's chest. It was a strike as swift as a shadow. Despite his caution, Lynn had not anticipated an assassination attempt in such a public setting. Duncan and Shireen had temporarily taken over the position of Hood's chief guard. Although they had accompanied Lynn to the gathering area of the Night's Watch, they remained vigilant outside the straw huts, primarily alert to any external threats. The event unfolded with startling rapidity. Lynn, caught off guard, sat there in stunned silence as the dagger approached, feeling a sweet taste rising in his throat as if death were imminent. In that critical moment, a small shadow darted from behind him, letting out a fierce cry as it charged toward the black dagger. A piercing scream echoed as the dagger pierced Lynn's robe, only to slip from the assailant's grip in that instant. The little lion eagle struck with its razor-sharp beak, fiercely pecking at the man's right wrist, leaving a deep wound that bled profusely. The black-clad man let out a low, anguished wail, while the little lion eagle hovered half a meter above the ground, using its incredibly sharp claws to press down on the man's face, blood gushing forth almost immediately. The golden pig, with its eagle-like eyes, fixated on the assailant's hollow gaze. At Lynn's command, it would not hesitate to gouge out the assassin's eyes. The commotion finally drew the attention of Duncan and Shireen at the entrance, along with other members of the Night's Watch, who turned in shock and rushed toward the source of the disturbance. Duncan and Shireen drew their swords, forming a protective barrier around Lynn as they kept a wary watch. Lynn, shaken by the rapid turn of events, felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed at the black-clad assassin. A frigid tension enveloped him, and a sense of familiarity washed over him as he looked into the man's eyes. Was it not the very gaze of the three-eyed crow? Lynn slumped to the ground, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, struggling to comprehend the situation. Had the three-eyed crow sent someone to kill him? Or was there something else at play? With a lingering sense of dread, he pushed himself up from the ground and approached the writhing figure of the Night's Watchman. Gripping the man by the collar, he coldly demanded, "Who are you? Who sent you? What enmity do we share?" The black-clad man lay on the ground, crying out in pain, but suddenly fell silent. With those soulless eyes fixed on Lynn, a bizarre smile spread across his bloodied face. "You, like the Night King, are a destroyer of the old god's dominion. Your time is limited. The old god shall watch you until your demise." After uttering these words, he began to howl in agony, muttering incantations. "Until you die, ha ha ha. The old gods will not spare you." Indeed, it was the three-eyed crow. Lynn gritted his teeth, releasing the man's collar with a look of disdain, rising to draw the short blade from his waist. He added, "After your death, remember to inform your old gods that whether it be the Night King or any other ancient deity, taking my life will not be so simple. If you provoke me, I shall first lead my people to burn the entire continent of Westeros, including all the weirwood trees." Lynn whispered with a faint smile, leaning down to say softly, "Three-eyed crow, do not think that hiding in the weirwood forest renders you untouchable. You will regret having crossed paths with the wrong person." With that, he disregarded the man's reaction, gripping the hilt of the dagger and swiftly delivering a lethal blow to his throat. As Lynn took the life of the assassin, he gradually regained his composure. The audacity of the three-eyed crow to equate him with the Night King puzzled him. Was it due to the similarity between his ability to summon forces and the Night King's control over the undead? But how did the three-eyed crow come to know of such capabilities? Lin had always been discreet about his powers. During his time in the Riverlands, he had even distanced Hood and the others, traveling far to the Isle of Faces. Wait a moment. The Isle of Faces, the Weirwood, the Green Seer, the three-eyed crow. By the gods, could it be that the Weirwoods of the Isle of Faces had not been completely consumed by fire, and that some remain alive? As the Green Seer, the three-eyed crow could have been monitoring his every action during the summoning of the Holy Knights. Lin felt a tightening in his throat. The three-eyed crow was a being he understood all too well, a presence in the world of Westeros with an omniscient perspective. In the prehistoric era, the realm of Westeros was inhabited by a myriad of fantastical creatures, including the giants who continued to dwell north of the Wall even into modern times. Dominating the landscape were the children of the forest, beings reminiscent of elves, who were the predominant species of that age. Masters of magic. The children revered nature and the old gods, offering prayers beneath the sacred weirwood trees. Some among them possessed the extraordinary ability to shed their souls and merge with animals, a phenomenon known as shape-shifting. Among the elite of these shapeshifters emerged the Green Seers, who could unlock the gift of green sight, enabling them to perceive all of existence through the eyes of the weirwood. The odds of becoming a shapeshifter stood at 1 in 1,000, and among those, only 1 in 1,000 could ascend to the status of a Green Seer. This indicates a mere 1 in a million chance for the birth of a Green Seer, rendering such individuals exceedingly rare throughout the ages. The three-eyed crow, a paragon among Green Seers, serves as a near-mythical emissary of the old gods in this world. To be targeted by such a figure would undoubtedly send shivers down anyone's spine, as it did for Lin. Chapter 68. The Dragon Crystal Dagger. Lin stood in place, ambivalent, contemplating for a considerable time. His cold gaze swept across the trembling, bewildered Night's Watchmen before him. Rubbing his own cheek, he suddenly broke into a bitter smile, reflecting on the fact that these men were all returnees from the Riverlands, now entangled with an assassin of the three-eyed crow. It was inconceivable to think they could remain, as who could tell if there were other manipulators among them. Lin's attendants from the fishing village port hastily arrived, effectively isolating the crowd beyond a 10-step radius from him. These recruited Night's Watchmen were beginning to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Among them lurked a backstabber, one who nearly inflicted harm upon Lin. Fear was etched on every face, and a growing sense of unease began to ripple through the assembly. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin decided to deal decisively with these idle men. The previously vibrant atmosphere had turned into a somber silence. Whispers began to circulate regarding how the local lord would handle the situation, while others spat curses at the cloaked figure, denouncing the assailant as a treacherous wolf. Observing the escalating commotion, Lin chose not to intervene. He bent down to retrieve the black dagger from the cloaked figure, its blade as dark as ink. Bringing it to his nose, he detected no foul scent upon the edge, indicating the absence of poison. A band of verdant runes adorned the hilt, their strange characters offering no discernible meaning. Could this be the magic of the Green Seers? Lin fell into a brief reverie. Lacking any clear direction, he decided to stow the dagger away, intending to consult the erudite old scholar, Master Hill. The absence of a trusted protector, one who could unveil his secrets, left him vulnerable to peril. Lin had no intention of lingering. He addressed the crowd, now cordoned off by his attendants, with a chilling declaration. Tomorrow, I shall dispatch a raven to the Night's Watch at Castle Black, instructing them to send someone to escort you, until the matter of the assassin is thoroughly investigated. None of you are permitted to leave. Sir Stone, arrange for the area around the thatched hut to be monitored. No one is to leave this place without permission. Lin commanded, turning away without a backward glance as he departed under the escort of the towering knight, Duncan. At the Lord's Manor, in the scholar's study, Master Hill rose from his seat upon Lin's entrance, greeting the Lord with a bow. My lord, what brings you here today? Lin surveyed the room, noting the orderly shelves brimming with tomes and a few antiquated tables and chairs. No other noteworthy furnishings were present. He approached Master Hill's desk and inquired, Master Hill, do you have any knowledge of the children of the forest? Those ancestors whose lifespans extend for centuries, with skin resembling verdant flora? What do you know? Not much, I'm afraid, Master Hill replied, shifting slightly as he stepped away from the bookshelf. Wetting his lips, he began to leaf through the pages on his desk, speaking slowly. As the continent's earliest indigenous people, the children of the forest wielded magic to prevent the ancestors from traversing the yet unbroken arm of Dorne to reach Westeros. However, the ancestors were taller and stronger, with more advanced technology. They signed a pact to ensure the forest belonged to the children. while the rest of the continent was allotted to the ancestors. However, the children later created a species that was nearly impossible to kill, which they referred to as the others. This act undermined the peace treaty and ultimately backfired upon the children, leading to their gradual expulsion and eventual decline. Despite the ancestors and children uniting to vanquish the others during the long night, erecting the Great Wall to prevent their return. Are the Northerners descended from the ancestors? Lynn interjected. Master Hill nodded. Most certainly, the Stark family, the Guardians of the North, are indeed descendants of the ancestors. They have long held a familial tradition of guarding against the strange creatures that dwell beyond the wall. Is there still any trace of the blood of the children of the forest in Westeros? Lynn pressed further. Master Hill paused in his book flipping. I suspect there may be, but no one has ever seen them. Presently, the continent is predominantly inhabited by descendants of the Undulls. Dorne consists of mixed bloodlines of the Rhoynar and Undulls, while the remainder is chiefly Undull, albeit with varying degrees of purity. Additionally, the Targaryens are of Valyrian descent. Lynn mused internally, aware that hundreds of thousands of wildlings, also descendants of the ancestors, live beyond the wall. However, he refrained from voicing this, as it bore no relevance to his inquiry with Master Hill. Lynn produced the black dagger that had been wielded by his assailant, thrusting it onto Hill's desk, almost striking his hand as he flipped through the pages. The venerable scholar, having served 2 generations of the Rothschild lords, regarded the exceptional material of the dagger with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Upon observing the intricate engravings on the hilt, his astonishment became even more pronounced. Seeing the old scholar's expression, Lynn sensed that he had uncovered something significant. Master, do the runes on this dagger originate from the magic of the children of the forest? Master Hill, who had spent several years in the Citadel of Learning alongside Lynn's father, the late Viscount Rothschild, recognized symbols akin to those on the dagger. These resemble spells of sorts, but my research in this area is limited. He examined the dagger for a moment longer before lifting his gaze to Lynn. Indeed, the patterns on this dragon crystal dagger bear a striking resemblance to the magical runes attributed to the legendary green seers of the children of the forest. While I cannot assert this definitively, the precision of the engravings on a dragon crystal dagger is something no one in the current realm of Westeros is capable of achieving. Lynn was taken aback. What? Are you saying this is a dragon crystal dagger? Casting a dismissive glance at Lynn's startled demeanor, Old Hill coldly remarked, this volcanic rock resembles dark green glass, exhibiting a remarkable hardness. What else could it be but dragonstone? Before the advent of bronze and iron weaponry in Westeros, the children of the forest typically utilized this material for arrowheads and spear tips. Nowadays, it is scarcely employed for such purposes. As Lynn concluded his statement, he suddenly realized the inaccuracy of his assertions. Nevertheless, Old Hill seized the opportunity to ridicule him, stating, this substance may indeed be effective against the legendary White Walkers. Yet it is no more than a crude weapon for murder akin to a fruit knife. That fabled specter has vanished for millennia. Who would wield such a cumbersome instrument to take a life? Lynn mused to himself, there are those who would, and the very person pierced by a dragonstone dagger stands before you. However, he pondered, why would the three-eyed raven dispatch someone to slay him with a dragonstone dagger? Has he come to regard himself as one of the White Walkers? Surely not. With this thought, Lynn felt a wave of despair wash over him. Chapter 69. The death of Renly as Lynn became the target of the old god's representative, the three-eyed raven, another true deity's emissary, the Red Priestess Melisandre, commenced her own campaign to propagate the faith of her god, the Lord of Light, across Westeros, showcasing the miraculous power of the Lightbringer. Renly was preparing to lay siege to King's Landing when his brother, Stannis, set his sights on Storm's End. Consequently, Renly was compelled to return with his army of 100,000 to defend his ancestral seat. The two Baratheon brothers agreed to meet atop a coastal hill. Each brought with them a retinue of knights, and fortuitously, they were accompanied by a woman each. One was Melisandre, a devoted follower of the Lord of Light, whom Stannis had recently accepted and esteemed. The other was Catelyn Stark, the widow of the late Warden of the North, Eddard Stark, who sought an alliance with Renly on behalf of her eldest son, Robb Stark. Upon their meeting, tension filled the air. Renly glanced at his own banner, emblazoned with a crowned black stag, then at his brother Stannis' banner, depicting a burning stag's antlers. He mocked, shouldn't our banners be identical? Why does your stag appear as though it has been scorched by flames? The Red Priestess, clad in her red shawl, sat astride her horse, with Stannis' fiery emblem billowing in the wind above her. She explained to Renly, this represents the fiery heart of the Lord of Light. Your brother Stannis now stands as his chosen, born of salt and smoke, you ought to submit to him. Stannis added, yield to me, and as your brother, I shall ensure you have a place at the council. However, Renly, unperturbed by the Lord of Light's influence in Westeros and bolstered by his formidable army, dismissed the notion with disdain. Catelyn, shrouded in a black cloak, observed the brothers' petty jibes, their feigned camaraderie, leaving her speechless. She interjected, why can you not unite and ally with my son Robb? Our goal is to overthrow the Lannisters' grip on King's Landing, is it not? Stannis retorted, your husband, Eddard, supported me in life. He sacrificed himself to uphold the legitimacy of the crown. How can you now side with Renly? According to law, upon King Robert's death, the Iron Throne should rightfully belong to me. That pretender in King's Landing is not a Baratheon blood, and Renly is unqualified to inherit the throne before me. Anyone who disputes this is my enemy. Renly laughed, from the wall in the north to the southernmost Dorne. There is not a soul who supports you. Meanwhile, I command an army of 100,000 and the allegiance of 3 great houses. You have never known friendship. Surely you must realize that your chances of claiming the Iron Throne are slim. Stannis remained unfazed, confidently asserting, I now stand with the Lord of Light. I advise you to surrender before dawn or face the consequences. The two brothers parted on unfriendly terms. Later that evening, within the encampment at Dragonstone, Stannis addressed his most loyal subordinate, Davos Seaworth, who had earned the title of Onion Knight for his role in smuggling onions that helped Stannis through crisis. This time, I require your assistance in smuggling the Red Priestess Melisandre. The Onion Knight harbored no fondness for Melisandre. He resented her for persuading his master to embrace the Lord of Light. Nonetheless, out of loyalty, he acquiesced, under the cover of darkness. The Onion Knight skillfully navigated past the patrolling ships, delivering Melisandre to a coastal cave within Storm's End territory. As they reached the shore, the Onion Knight remarked, your Lord of Light is rather peculiar, insisting you operate under the cloak of night. Melisandre replied nonchalantly, you may perceive darkness here, but I do not. Shadows are the servants of light, and thus, light pervades everywhere. With that, she commenced to disrobe before him. The seasoned Onion Knight, taken aback by the spectacle, could hardly believe his eyes. The lantern he held began to glow intensely, illuminating the scene as Melisandre sat and began to give birth. Indeed, she was bringing forth a child. When he witnessed her birthing a shadowy creature with claws, the Onion Knight was utterly astounded. This fearsome shadow assassin became the source of Stannis' unwavering confidence in the face of Renly's vast army. At Fisherman's Port, Lyn returned to his backyard from Old Hill's scholarly abode, where Stone had rushed in with astonishing news. Renly Baratheon, one of the most prominent contenders among the 5 kings, had perished on the eve of his fateful clash with his brother Stannis. However, the support of Renly's faction was not entirely extinguished for Garland Tyrell. The second son of Lord Mace Tyrell, and renowned for his valor, donned Renly's armor and led a charge during the ensuing Battle of Blackwater. Amidst the chaos, both sides believed they beheld the vengeful spirit of Renly confronting his fratricide, leading to Stannis' army's rout. The 2 kings among the 5 had suffered grievous blows. Though Renly's forces triumphed over Stannis', they found themselves leaderless, teetering on the brink of disarray. Even his wife, the Highgarden princess known as the Rose, who had shared a bed with him only once, chose to pursue her dreams of queenship in King's Landing, believing House Tyrell could still support King Joffrey. Meanwhile, Stannis was unable to inherit his deceased brother's forces as anticipated, suffering significant losses. Although Lyn had foreseen this outcome, he was nonetheless taken aback by Stone's overtly sardonic commentary. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, with Storm's End no longer exerting pressure on King's Landing, the people of Highgarden may rally once more to the Lannisters. This will undoubtedly amplify the strain on Robb Stark, the young Wolf Lord, who stands against the Lannisters in the Riverlands. Stone, bewildered, inquired, my lord, do you not have faith in the northern army's advance southward? Lyn rubbed his nose, contemplating that if the North united in solidarity, the outcome of this battle would remain uncertain. However, the involvement of the treacherous Greyjoy family from the Iron Islands could shift the balance. Moreover, the young Wolf's most formidable ally in the Riverlands, the late Duke Tully, had perished, leaving the new Duke Edmure incapable of restraining the restless vassals of the Riverlands. Among them, the Fry family of the twins represented the greatest variable. Stone, startled, gasped at the implication of Lyn's words. Did this mean the young Wolf faced dire straits? Lyn nodded, recalling the faint echoes of the storyline. He lamented, are you aware of the events at Whispering Castle? How long ago did they transpire? A wandering bard from the south had brought news, and by the timeline, it seemed the incident had occurred around 10 days prior. Chapter 70, Potatoes. Upon hearing Stone mention that the death of Renly might have occurred a week and a half ago, Lynn sprang to his feet. 10 days had passed. According to the progression of events, Robb's army must have already launched an assault on Lannisport, striking deep into the Riverlands. Meanwhile, he was being scrutinized by the three-eyed Raven. A confrontation with the ominous forces beyond the wall was inevitable. If Robb were to be defeated, Lynn had to prepare for the worst. His foremost priority was to seize the newly acquired Moat Cailin, preventing the southern lords from encroaching upon the north. He immediately commanded, "Stone, you must urgently inform Sir Duncan to come see me. Take a nightly retinue to the twins without delay. If you can save a young wolf Robb, that would be ideal. If not, ensure Arya's safe return. More importantly, the north will descend into chaos. Moat Cailin must not fall into the hands of the Iron Islanders. You must assist the tall Sir Duncan in securing it." "Yes, my lord," Stone replied, first saluting, then hesitating. "But my lord, your knights of the temple are still far at the horns of Harlaw. Where will we find knights?" Lynn's expression twitched at the thought of spending more points, causing him a pang of distress. He paused, then smiled wryly at Stone. "You need not worry about that. Provisions will be made. At the Lord's training grounds, Lynn, adhering to the ranks and armor configurations of the Knights of the Temple, spent 1,800 experience points to exchange for a fully equipped new knightly order. This was a fresh contingent of 400 level 2 knights. Instead of selecting a new commander from among the knights, he appointed the tall knight Duncan as the commander of the order. "Sir Duncan." Duncan knelt on one knee, his tall frame standing straight. Even in a kneeling position, he resembled a spear. "At your service. I hereby officially bestow upon you the title of Commander of the Eagle Lion Order in the name of my family crest." Lynn's words startled Duncan, who felt an unexpected surge of emotion. From an ordinary guard in Stone's keep to Lynn's personal squire, and now to the commander of a knightly order, everything felt surreal, flashing before his mind. Today, Lynn had conferred upon him a title in the name of the family crest. Duncan's thoughts raced. A knight would die for one who truly understands him. This is no different. Lynn patted Duncan's shoulder, who was nearly at eye level with him. "I appoint you as the commander of the Eagle Lion Order to elevate the name of the Lynn Rothschild family among the lords of the Riverlands. From this moment forth, I want the North and indeed all of the Seven Kingdoms to recognize that a figure named Lynn exists in the North." Duncan shuddered, "My lord." Duncan vows to uphold the honor of the Eagle Lion name. Lynn assisted him to his feet. "Go now. Sir Stone will accompany you south. Your primary objective is to capture Moat Cailin, while his task will be to await an opportunity to rescue Stark and the twins." Duncan, somewhat astonished, remarked, "But my lord, who will protect you in your absence?" Lynn chuckled, gesturing towards the vacant wooden platform behind him. Immediately, a burly man clad in robust armor and a lean figure, expressionless yet sharp-eyed in black armor, appeared at Lynn's side. These were the latest elite professions Lynn had just acquired from the special job lottery: the elite gladiator Bull and the elite assassin Sterling. Lynn smiled reassuringly. "Now you can rest easy." Duncan raised an eyebrow, observing the sudden newcomers with a flicker of surprise. He quickly assessed that both individuals were formidable in their own right. In a one-on-one confrontation, the robust Bull might even surpass him, while the seemingly frail yet uniquely imposing Sterling exuded an aura that compelled one to overlook his presence, akin to a phantom lurking beneath one's very eyelids, emanating an exceptionally dangerous vibe. Duncan was certain that this individual embodied the essence of a natural killer. With these two by Lynn's side, his worries diminished significantly. He respectfully bowed. "Since everything has been meticulously planned, Duncan will certainly exert every effort to secure Moat Cailin, safeguarding this crucial north-south thoroughfare." Lynn nodded in satisfaction. The prowess of Bull and Sterling was beyond doubt. After all, they were drawn from elite cards. Previously, Lynn had believed that as long as he possessed points, he could infinitely draw such elite professions. However, he was taken aback when he discovered during his third purchase of a random profession card that the system notified him of insufficient purchasing rights. Initially bewildered, he later realized that these elite profession cards were tied to the system level. For instance, with Lynn currently at level 3, he could only maintain 3 elite professions at a time. To acquire new ones, the previous elite professions would have to perish or vanish. Realizing this, a thought impulsively crossed Lynn's mind to summon the traveler from Essos and perhaps administer some medicine to him. In the square, Lynn remained silent, while Duncan maintained his accustomed quietude. Lynn's disposition was such that he preferred to avoid superfluous chatter. With matters arranged, he deemed it unnecessary to linger and impede Sir Duncan in organizing the Eagle Lion Order. As 400 knights echoed their farewells, Lynn departed from the training ground. Eagle Lion Order, bidding farewell to our lord. Having preemptively orchestrated responses to the demise of Renly, the crippling of Stannis, and the impending downfall of House Baratheon. Lyn, who had just expended 1,900 points, began to diligently implement his agricultural plan. With the continuous expansion of his army, the strain on food supplies for his territory had surged dramatically. He summoned his stewardess, Dany, to discuss this pressing matter. My lord, it has scarcely been a few days since the refugees and craftsmen arrived at the Sisters Islands, and yet, how could new crops have sprouted so rapidly from the earth? Lyn remarked, momentarily at a loss for words. He thought to himself, I am well aware of this. I am neither a 3-year-old child nor an ignorant scion of privilege. He sniffled slightly. In the short term, we can manage to sustain our food supply, but in the long run, given the scarcity of fertile land in the north, we must begin to seek higher yield crops. We need to prepare the seeds in advance before the land is fully cleared. Dany, puzzled, replied, my lord, while wheat may not yield abundantly, it can be transformed into bread and is a crucial ingredient for brewing malt liquor. It seems our options are rather limited. If you wish, we might designate a portion of the island as pasture land for livestock. This was a typical choice for a lord. Yet Lyn envisioned a future requiring a more substantial food supply. Lyn blinked and asked Dany, have you ever heard of potatoes? Dany blinked her cerulean eyes in confusion. What sort of earth and bean are you referring to? Lyn rephrased his question. What about Malanga? A flicker of recognition crossed Dany's face as she exclaimed. That seems to be a lowly food consumed by the Associ. Of course, some common folk on the continent of Westeros cultivated in small quantities. Lyn's eyes brightened as he eagerly inquired, do you know where we might find seeds of this plant? To call potatoes a lowly food was a misjudgment. They were a staple crop with an impressive yield. Dany cautiously lifted her gaze, sensing Lyn's seriousness. After a thoughtful pause, she deliberated. Merchant ships from White Harbor frequently travel to the free cities of Essos. If you require these seeds, a modest fee would suffice for them to procure a substantial quantity of the earth bean seeds you seek. Chapter 71. Inspection, Part 1. Lyn attempted to don a finely crafted iron badge emblazoned with a lion and eagle, a gesture of apology from the Night's Watch following the emergence of a traitor among them. The iron badge was crafted by the skilled hands of the renowned Black Bull, Jandrai. Lyn cast his complex gaze downward at the emblem on his chest. What do you think of my appearance? He inquired into the empty darkness of the study. After a brief silence, the voice of the assassin, Sterling, emerged from the shadows. My lord, each eagle is a symbol of untamed spirit, while the lion reigns as the king of beasts. They are sovereigns of their territories, daring no creature to challenge their authority. This emblem suits your essence remarkably, though it would be even more fitting in gold. Lyn chuckled softly and removed the brooch. He did not reject the Night's Watch's token, for he wished not to strain their relations. The assassin's presence was a matter solely concerning the three-eyed crow, of which he was now 100% certain. Nevertheless, Lyn remained resolute, recognizing that entrusting these recruits to the Night's Watch was the most prudent course of action. This emblem is commendable. It allows for the retention of 3 individuals, Lyn stated coolly. The darkness responded with an acknowledgement. My lord. The Raven from Castle Black has returned with a reply. The emissary from the Night's Watch is the Lord Commander, Bowen Marsh, accompanied by Officer Addison Tollart. Listening to the whispers in the dark, Lyn jested lightly. Oh, is that so? They ought to hurry. Once I seize White Harbor, these new recruits will be even less inclined to depart my domain. The slender assassin, Sterling, was not one for humor and offered no response to Lyn's dry jest. Lyn smirked, retrieved his cloak from the hanger, and stepped outside. The stout Guff Tavro dutifully stood guard at the entrance. Despite his background as a gladiator, he had no objections to Lyn repurposing him as a personal attendant. He performed admirably, showcasing unwavering loyalty and diligence, in contrast to the occasionally verbose Sterling. This robust figure was almost entirely silent. Today, Lyn intended to inspect the progress of the land clearing at the Sisters Islands. Accompanied by Guff and several attendants, he made his way to the largest of the islands aboard the ship, the Man United. The main island covered approximately 10 square kilometers, while the 2 smaller islands were only half that size. The island was dotted with coconut palms, and a flock of migratory birds had made their nests within the woods, their presence evident throughout the skies. A young lion cub, having just mastered the art of flapping its wings, could soar a few feet high for a minute or two, gazed enviously at the high-flying birds. It craned its neck from the ship's bow, staring up at the migratory flock, letting out soft, peculiar calls. Lyn affectionately stroked the increasingly dense mane of the cub. As the ship drew near the shore, he playfully swatted the cub's rear, causing it to squawk in surprise and take flight. After a flurry of chaotic flapping, the cub landed on the beach at the feet of the overseer, Rodhart. My lord. Rodhart greeted as Lyn disembarked, bowing respectfully. What is the current status of the land clearing? My lord, the makeshift shelters for the refugees have been fully constructed by the craftsmen. Everyone can gradually settle into the wooden huts. The supplies brought to the island are ample. And with the abundance of coconut trees, the spirits of the refugees are high. We have already cultivated around 50 to 60 acres of farmland. If not for the fact that most of our workforce consists of women, children, and the elderly, our progress would be swifter. As Lynn walked ahead, Rodhart kept pace, providing answers. The clearing efforts primarily involved the refugees from the Riverlands and Neck. Lynn had extracted able-bodied men from these refugees, who were now undergoing training under Rodhart's supervision, while the women and elderly were tasked with the land clearing. The clearing work was unpaid, with provisions provided for food and shelter. But there would be rewards for successful clearing efforts. A dedicated team was tasked with recording the final acreage of arable land, and, in the end, a tenth of it would be allocated to the refugees, distributed based on headcount and workload as a form of recompense. The new recruits did receive modest pay, but to earn the higher wages akin to those of the patrols at Fishing Village Harbor, they must undergo Rodhart's military training and successfully complete the final enlistment assessment. Those who failed the selection would be dispatched to accompany the trade fleet under Company as escorts. How have you progressed with training the new recruits? Lynn inquired as they walked along a sandy path toward the training camp in the island center, where the craftsmen were constructing a larger military barracks. Rodhart summoned a new recruit who was sparring with a wooden sword against a wooden spear. Go, instruct everyone to line up. The Lord wishes to inspect their training results. Bowing, Rodhart turned to Lynn and said, My lord, these individuals possess raw strength, yet they lack battlefield experience. Currently, I am focusing on building their endurance and teaching them basic drills. Lynn nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. More than 100 new recruits, clad in tattered uniforms, began to clumsily assemble under the bellowing commands of a single individual. Observing their sluggish formation, Lynn harbored little hope for the combat prowess of this fledgling troop. It appeared that the training of soldiers was best commenced at an early age, once individuals reached middle age, accustomed to the toil of tilling the land. It proved exceedingly difficult to instill the rigors of military discipline. After a brief pause, it became evident that some recruits still struggled to align themselves properly. Rodhart brandished a whip from his waist, apologizing to Lynn before administering a round of punishment to those unable to form a cohesive line. Eventually, the ranks were somewhat organized. Under Rodhart's directive, they performed a series of rudimentary thrusting motions, yet the formation remained a dismal sight. Lynn lost interest in observing further. Admittedly, these individuals had only undergone a few days of training. Instilling military capability could not be rushed. Despite his disappointment, Lynn resolved to persist in developing their combat skills. He offered a few official words of encouragement to the group before departing with his attendants to the agricultural expanse on the western side of the island. As he traversed a narrow path reminiscent of a tropical rainforest, Lynn's vision suddenly opened up. Before him lay fields of varying elevations, their soil turned over by shovels and spades, creating deep gashes in the earth's surface akin to scars upon its skin. The freshly turned earth exuding a fragrant scent of rich loam. Unlike the yellowish-white surface, the soil revealed was a fertile black, confirming the land's high quality, which greatly pleased Lynn. Not far off, several women and children, their heads wrapped in scarves, were diligently laboring in sandy pits, seemingly excavating something akin to reservoirs. This was indeed a necessity, as irrigation on the island posed considerable challenges. Though clear springs had been discovered, utilizing them for irrigation would be an extravagant luxury. The island's frequent rainy seasons were, after all, the true boon for nourishing crops. My lord, a melodious voice rang out not far from Lynn, prompting him to turn and behold the familiar figure of Hilly, Danny's former maid, accompanied by several laborers unloading wooden barrels from a cart drawn by a worn horse. She had been employed by the Lord's Manor to oversee the preliminary preparations for Lynn's brewing factory. Lynn was taken aback by the aroma of fermented grains emanating from the barrels. What are these? He inquired, perplexed, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. Hilly curtsied and replied, My lord, the barrels contained soaked barley, transported from the fishing village's port. This is the second water change. Lynn expressed his surprise, questioning, Why are these being brought to the island now, when the grains have yet to be sown and the brewery remains unbuilt? My lord, Hilly explained with meticulous detail, the flavor of malt liquor is significantly influenced by its origin. Local climate and humidity greatly affect the brewing process. Since you intend to brew on the island in the future, I thought it prudent to send a batch of barley ahead, allowing us to brew a small quantity according to your prescribed methods. Should there be any discrepancies in flavor, we can make timely adjustments. Lynn was astonished by her articulate explanation, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at her. In her 20s, she possessed a delicate frame, not exactly frail, yet undeniably slender, her cheeks adorned with faint freckles, albeit hardly noticeable. Her hair was elegantly styled in a high bun, bestowing upon her an air of vitality. Lynn seldom praised his servants, yet today he offered a rare nod of approval. Your foresight is commendable. I trust you will not disappoint in managing the brewery. Hilly's face flushed crimson, further accentuated by her exertions in moving the barrels. In this world, Lynn observed that women's personalities often fell into two extremes. One type was the boisterous, carefree, and bold woman, not necessarily a married or middle-aged woman, but rather one who displayed a natural generosity and was unreserved in love and hate, eager to seize opportunities to draw favored men into their embrace. The other type was shy and demure, often appearing unremarkable in demeanor until provoked by a man's teasing, which would cause them to blush deeply. Burying their heads in the ground, there was no inherent superiority or inferiority between these two types. The interplay of fervor and timidity often stirred endless imaginings. Lynn found himself particularly vulnerable in matters concerning women. Thus, he approached interactions with great care, not out of fear of being perceived as overly sentimental, but rather to avoid becoming a man of excessive emotionality. Indeed, in a world rife with power struggles, a nobleman devoid of romantic inclinations could easily be misinterpreted. Yet, failing to express appropriate affections could also attract the attention of gallant knights, like the charming Ser Balthasar. The allure of nobility was palpable. One need only consider how the diminutive Tyrion Lannister, despite his stature, was adored by common women to comprehend the appeal. Furthermore, Lynn, as a young nobleman poised to inherit his lands, could be likened to a medieval diamond in the rough. Hilly maintained remarkable self-control in the presence of Lynn, fully aware of the disparity in their stations. As a maid from the Tully household and former attendant to Dany, she understood that such a relationship, if it were to develop, often yielded unfavorable results. Alida, witnessing Lynn's praise of Hilly, displayed a look of surprise, humbly retorting, "My lord, this is merely what Hilly ought to do." Lynn regarded her with an appreciative gaze, a soft smile gracing his lips as he chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, as Lynn conducted his inspection of the sister isles, an unexpected group of visitors arrived at the fishing village port, beneath the skeletal frames of buildings in the castle street. Several individuals resembling beggars huddled together, whispering furtively before dispersing with alacrity. The thoroughfare was frequently traversed by horse-drawn carts and the occasional patrol of guards. The coastal town buzzed with noise, filled with the sounds of construction as new houses were erected. The cacophony of brawling dogs, the clanging of the blacksmith's forge, and the raucous exchanges between locals and outsiders punctuated the air with their distinct accents. Laurie, draped in a grimy black cloak, found it nearly impossible to maintain his composure. As a seasoned scout from the Riverlands, he chided himself for such an uncharacteristic display, forcing a smile. He proceeded cautiously to the rendezvous point agreed upon with his companions. The housekeeper of the Rothschild family made her daily rounds at noon, delivering lunch to a group of individuals who bore the appearance of refugees in a grassy area behind a tavern on the eastern edge of town. Duke Edmure had grown increasingly exasperated with the insubordination of his vassals in the Riverlands, as several prominent noble families brazenly challenged his authority, asserting that the Tully family was no longer fit to lead the region, with the Fry family of Riverrun being the most defiant. Aemond conceived a plan to placate the Fry family of the town of Riverrun. A political marriage seemed a prudent choice. However, he had heard whispers that the women of the elder Fry were increasingly unappealing, and Aemond had no desire to bring home such unattractive brides to add to his woes. Furthermore, it had come to his attention that the elder Fry had grown weary of his 13th wife and intended to seek the comforts of younger flesh for his aging physique. Duke Edmure Tully set his sights on Fry's illegitimate daughter, Dany. Upon learning that Dany was currently employed as a steward for a noble family in the north, he felt that her position brought disgrace to House Tully. He dispatched scouts, including Laurie, to the north with the intention of reclaiming his illegitimate daughter, though not in a manner that was particularly honorable. Beneath the afternoon sun lay myriad shadows, concealing all manner of darkness. Laurie and his companions dispersed through the streets of the town, ultimately reconvening on a rarely traveled path at the eastern edge of the city. Laurie, an exceptional scout, had initially assumed that retrieving a Tully illegitimate daughter from a small fishing village in the north would be a simple task. However, after several days in this town, he found its thriving atmosphere and the imposing security of the Lord's estate to be utterly unexpected. Particularly shocking was the sight of an impeccably organized nightly order departing from the Lord's manor, while the locals seemed unfazed by the spectacle. Laurie was left dumbfounded, questioning whether this town was a secret stronghold established by Robb Stark beyond the north. After all, even after a great battle, the withdrawal of troops, Riverrun could only muster a meager 400 cavalrymen, which made the presence of such forces here quite astonishing. Despite sensing that this mission could lead to severe repercussions, Laurie had no choice but to proceed. In a secluded corner of the tavern's corridor, Laurie met with his contact. The girl had just delivered a meal, accompanied by 5 servants and 2 soldiers, expected to return to the Lord's manor within half an hour. A brown-bearded man, leaning against a column of the corridor, upon hearing the commotion behind him, glanced back at Laurie and quietly whispered the information. Chapter 73, Abduction. Upon hearing the intelligence, Laurie nodded slightly. Before long, a few more individuals gathered behind him. He turned to survey them, counting and relieved to find no one missing. Though he could not help but voice his annoyance, you all arrived later than anticipated. Just then, he caught a familiar scent wafting through the air. Whirling around with a fierce gaze, he confronted the group. Why do you all reek of blood? A burly figure removed his gray cloak, revealing a bald head. With a sheepish grin, he replied, we came across a couple of patrolling guards on the way. Damn it, they came at us without asking any questions, and we had no choice but to take action. Laurie could hardly believe it. You killed the guards? Another scoffed, a few inexperienced ones. It seems they were just rookies. This wretched little town is crawling with pairs of patrolling guards. You can even find 2 lurking in the alleys. Their defenses are tighter than those of the Duke's manor. The bald man chuckled, as if you've ever been inside the Duke's estate. Laurie regarded these undisciplined scouts with a stern expression. Lowering his voice, he commanded, for heaven's sake, conceal your damn cloaks. Is the cart ready? The bald man grumbled quietly but complied. An elder, who had remained silent until now, spoke in a gravelly voice. The cart is just around the corner. Once we've secured the girl, we'll make our escape. No one will be able to pursue us. This was indeed promising news, and Laurie's expression softened. Suddenly, one of the scouts exclaimed, the girl is coming. At this, everyone hunched down, ensuring their cloaks covered their heads completely, peering ahead into the alley. Soon, they confirmed the appearance of a girl clad in a red gown, none other than their target, Dany, the illegitimate daughter of Duke Aemond. Exchanging glances, they silently fanned out to encircle Dany and her entourage of 7. Moments later, a cacophony of shouts and screams erupted at the alley's mouth, but the noise swiftly subsided, drawing little attention. It was not until a cart sped away from the fishing village that the guards at the castle gate received the alarming news of Dany's abduction. Lynn had just completed an inspection of the largest of the Three Sisters Islands and was preparing to return when he was informed. A guard and one of Dany's accompanying servants arrived on the island to meet Lynn. He regarded them incredulously, fury burning in his eyes. Repeat that. Then, one servant recounted the events of the afternoon, omitting how he had cleverly escaped at the first opportunity, merely stating that a group of 7 or 8 figures, disguised as beggars, had ambushed Dany as she returned to the manor. They had then spirited her away in a cart. The attendants tasked with protecting Miss Dany had been brutally slain by the sudden assault, while the other 5 servants could only scatter, helplessly watching as Dany was taken. So, you didn't see who attacked, or where they came from? Lynn questioned the trembling servant. Sir, we didn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. Lynn turned to the castle guards. Damn it, did the gate guards notice anything suspicious about these individuals? And have you sent anyone to pursue them? Sir, by the time the guards received the news, those men had already fled. A few patrolling cavalrymen followed their trail for a while, but they only saw them heading toward the docks. The docks? Their destination is clearly somewhere accessible by water. Could this be a retaliatory strike by House Fry? Impossible. Their actions would serve no purpose. Based on the reports, it was evident that Dany had been taken in a premeditated abduction. Lynn fell in a deep thought, suddenly recalling the betrothal between House Tully and House Fry. Although Aemond had initially consented to the union, he was reluctant to marry a daughter of the Fry family. Could Dany's kidnapping be connected to this? With limited clues regarding the abductor's motives, Lynn quickly discerned a critical point. As he suspected, they must have landed at Greywater Watch and subsequently made their way south to Riverrun or further south to the town of Bracken. If they reached the heart of Riverrun, it would prove problematic. Resolute, he instructed the 2 reporters, return to the fishing village and have the castle guards close the gates. Until I return, scrutinize anyone entering or leaving the fortress. Sir? Lynn cast a cold gaze toward the direction of Greywater Castle. To dare abduct someone within my stronghold is not so easily accomplished. During wartime, The abduction of a servant from a legitimate noble household is tantamount to a declaration of war, let alone that of a steward privy to the architectural plans and developments of a noble fortress. Lynn had initially dispatched Sir Duncan to establish his name in Neckland. Now, having been bullied, he felt compelled to seek out the instigator. If he failed to exact a severe retribution, he would regard him as a mere young viscount from the north henceforth. Lynn's demeanor grew sinister as he gently patted the sturdy bull beside him, instructing the ship, the man united, to hoist the prepared sigil of the Eagle Lion. This time, I shall personally engage with those illustrious nobles in the Riverlands. Greywater Watch is the seat of House Reed, situated roughly within the confines of Neckland, west of the Bight. It is constructed on a floating island amidst the marshes, a place so shrouded that even crows cannot pinpoint its location. Greywater Watch is devoid of scholars, knights, or weapons masters. Throughout history, the Undulls, Ironborn, House Fry, and all other forces attempting to conquer Greywater Watch could not even locate it. Of course, the castle is not impossible to find. It simply lies hidden within the fog-laden marshes, sufficiently concealed. However, despite its discreet construction, Greywater Watch does not imply that they have relinquished control over Neckland. In fact, since the Ironborn's incursion into Neckland, only the Reeds have remained vigilant in safeguarding their territory, and Greywater Watch has never truly faced an Ironborn invasion. The Reeds' men have always maintained a heightened vigilance against passers-by. That evening, as Greywater Watch hovered above the marshes, a three-masted ship emerged on the eastern horizon. Its enormous sail emblazoned with the Eagle Lion sigil billowing in the wind, the golden flag reflecting a cold yet resplendent glow beneath the descending sunlight. As Lynn's man united gradually approached Neckland, the Reeds' men promptly alerted Lord Holland Reed, the overseer of Greywater Watch, when Lynn disembarked with only a handful of his retinue. A contingent of Reeds' men cavalry armed with torches awaited him on the shore. Chapter Hetvenid, Regmon Holland Rood. The torches held by the Reeds' men illuminated the face of Holland Reed, a quintessential visage of a man from the marshes. As the leader of all the Reeds' men in Neckland, he was, in fact, a diminutive figure, thin and short, with brown whiskers and a pair of green eyes. Lynn stood silently at the marshy dock, the man united laden with 20 crossbow artillery behind him, unperturbed by any sinister intentions the Reeds' men might harbor. Their banner depicted a black lizard lion upon a gray-green background, slowly approaching the dock from 100 meters away. Holland Reed reined in his horse, halting 20 paces from the dock, scrutinizing Lynn with a piercing gaze. "What business do you have in my territory, fisherman?" Lynn stood resolutely upon the desolate marsh dock, with a sturdy bull and lean monkey a few paces behind him. Hearing the Reedsman's inquiry, Lynn raised his head slightly, meeting the stranger's gaze. "Your Grace, the Frog-Eater, it is I who should be inquiring why you abducted my steward to the marshes. As a vassal under White Harbor, you engage in such nefarious conduct. Are you declaring war against Lord Manderley of White Harbor?" Lynn's icy retort, invoking the name of White Harbor, displeased the typically assertive Reedsman leader. "Rothschild's pup, your father once regarded me with respect, yet you dare to speak to me in such a tone. Though we Reedsmen generally prefer not to stray from Neckland, it does not imply there are no exceptions." Lynn dismissed him with disdain. "Return my steward, or I shall not hesitate to lead my forces to Neckland and learn how the Ironborn engage in warfare against the Reedsmen." Recently beleaguered by the Greyjoy family's assault from the Iron Islands, Holland Reed's countenance turned furious upon hearing these words. Bold words. The North and Neckland have been allies for generations, and I am a vassal of Winterfell. I share old ties with House Manderley of White Harbor. You, a mere lord of a small fishing village under House Manderley, dare to challenge Neckland? Lynn countered, "It was Neckland that seized my steward first. This is tantamount to a declaration of war. Do not think that even Lord Manderley, let alone the young Wolfrob, would stand idly by upon learning of the Reedsman's transgressions." Holland Reed's expression darkened as Lynn continued to place the blame squarely upon him. His grip on the reins tightened into a fist as he solemnly declared, "I have no interest in your steward, nor have I ever seen him. Return from whence you came, and do not disrupt my Neckland." Lynn scoffed coldly. "Before my warship even arrived, your people were already apprised of everything. It appears your vigilance over the territory surrounding Greywater Watch is exceptionally stringent. Regardless of who abducted my steward, they did so right under your nose. And I have reason to suspect your involvement. Those who condone are equally guilty as the perpetrator." "What a farce," Holland Reed scoffed. "What do you threaten me with? Are you planning to have your few attendants assault Neckland?" Lynn mused to himself about the audacity of this man, who seemed to forget that even the front line at the Bight had fallen to the Ironborn's Victorian Greyjoy. Numerous Neckland refugees had sought refuge in the fishing village port. The Reedsmen's territory had significantly shrunk, now nearly confined to the area surrounding Greywater Watch. Lynn regarded the short, middle-aged Reedsman leader with indifference. It appeared that a more substantial provocation was necessary. Assault Neckland? Lynn chuckled lightly. If the Bight is also considered your territory, then yes, my forces have already taken it. The marsh and the border fortress of the north, the Bight, had long been captured by the Ironborn forces led by Victarion Greyjoy. Holland Reed had been preoccupied with this matter, but he had received word that last night the Ironborn forces at the Bight had fallen under attack from the Northmen. A cavalry unit numbering in the hundreds had surged into the dilapidated fortress, annihilating the slumbering Ironborn troops. After seizing the Bight, the Ironborn had shifted their defensive focus southward towards Greywater Watch. The sudden assault from the north had caught the typically confident and proud Ironborn warrior, Victarion Greyjoy, off guard. Ultimately, this Ironborn ruffian was forced to make a hasty retreat from the city. Holland Reed had been pondering which Northman army had launched a surprise attack on the Bight. Whether it was to aid Neckland in reclaiming territory, or like the Iron Islands, to seize control over the vital throat of Neckland. Now, the very instigator stood before him, openly admitting to it all, which struck him as peculiar. Holland Reed gazed at this young noble, who was practically a neighbor, recalling the recent news of how this man had swiftly conquered the Sisters' Isles, cleansing it of the bloodthirsty pirates. He had previously scoffed at such reports. But now that this individual had even driven away the Ironborn forces occupying the Bight, he could not help but feel a profound sense of alertness. Holland Reed cast a scrutinizing glance at the composed young noble before him. Clad in a loose gray-blue cloak adorned with silver trim, his attire appeared somewhat unkempt. Below, he wore dark striped trousers that, though not particularly thick, hung loosely on his frame, revealing a physique that lacked robustness, bordering on frailness. Upon his chest rested a winged lion emblem, forged from black iron, its striking design reminiscent of ancient mythical beasts described in legends, leaving a lasting impression. Beneath golden locks, his visage bore a pallid hue. The aristocratic contour of his nose did little to conceal a certain delicacy, as if he had recently recovered from a grave illness. Years prior, during the harvest feast in Winterfell, Holland had indeed heard whispers that corroborated this perception. Yet beyond this, what struck Holland most was the pair of eyes that sparkled with the clarity of morning dew, deep black orbs that exuded a calm, yet scrutinizing intensity, imparting an air of maturity that belied his youthful appearance. A cursory glance might suggest a sickly boy, but a more discerning observation revealed a young noble imbued with latent vigor, the ambition reflected in those obsidian eyes unmistakably sharp. Holland Reed withdrew his gaze, contemplating the Ironborn's ferocity juxtaposed against the apparent barrenness of the young man's lands. "How did you manage to dispatch a knightly entourage of hundreds?" he inquired. Lynn blinked, responding, "My father's inheritance is quite substantial." Chapter 75, The Battle in the Woods. Holland Reed found himself momentarily taken aback by Lynn's audacious remarks, struggling to formulate a response. However, Lynn had no intention of waiting, pressing on, "My lord, please enlighten me on who has abducted my steward." From the outset, Lynn maintained an assertive tone, aiming to establish parity in their exchange. It seemed that her brazen demeanor finally bore some fruit, as Holland Reed's gaze shifted, his expression growing more contemplative. Gone was the earlier nonchalance. He tightened the reins and offered information. "Perhaps you should visit Old Frey's Keep. I've heard there will be a wedding there tomorrow. I trust you can arrive in time. If you happen to perish there, it would certainly facilitate the swamp dwellers in reclaiming Carlin Bay." With that, Holland Reed led his swamp riders into the murky depths, vanishing into the gathering twilight. A wedding? Lynn was taken aback, watching the retreating figures of the swamp men. Her expression darkened ominously. "Let us proceed to the Green Fork and search for a vessel. We must reach River Run." Sterling interjected, "My lady, it is already dark. Even if we reach River Run, the castle gates will be shut." Disregarding his caution, Lynn waved dismissively at her three-masted warship's captain. "Rooney, commanding, return first. Instruct Lord Redarte of Long Sister Island to disperse his new recruits to Fishport, and then have Captain Hurricane rally all the city guards to assist Sir Duncan in his southward trek through the neck to River Run." Rooney stood on the ship's deck, hastily acknowledging, "Yes, my lady." The midnight marshes were foreboding, shadows of withered trees and cawing crows cast eerie shapes beneath the moonlight. Lynn and her companions traversed the King's Road through the swamp, heading southwest towards River Run, making haste down the river that led directly to the city. After 3 hours of trudging through darkness, they arrived at a narrow waterway flowing southward near River Run's lower reaches. If Lynn's memory served her correctly, this river would lead directly to the northern water gate of River Run. As they followed the river southward, they eventually spotted a small fishing boat moored at the riverbank. Lynn's heart leaped with joy, and she beckoned her companions, the stout bull and the lean monkey, to follow. In the desolate night, GoT and Sterling sat at the bow and stern of the small boat, each wielding a paddle, creating ripples on the still water. They traveled in silence, flowing downstream through the night. By dawn, a thin mist enveloped the river. Ahead lay the northern water gate of River Run. The sentinels atop the gate's watchtower were the first to spot the small vessel, and one archer loosed an arrow, striking the bow with a sound of warning. A voice from the tower bellowed, "Who goes there on the river?" Lynn exchanged a glance with GoT. He placed his paddle down and stood, loudly proclaiming the prearranged statement. "My lord, the Viscount, has come to extend his congratulations to Lord Fry on his wedding." There was a brief silence from the tower before a voice shouted back, "Nonsense! What Viscount is your lord? Today marks the wedding of Duke Edmure and Lord Frey's daughter. Furthermore, Lord Fry has decreed that no other guests are invited. The gates will not be open today. Depart at once." In the center of the small boat, Lynn raised an eyebrow at the response. Could it be that she had misjudged the situation? The one who had abducted Dany was neither old Fry nor Edmure. However, with the crossbowmen of River Run now alerted, this was not the time to deliberate. It seemed that infiltrating the castle would require a more strategic plan. Having endured a sleepless night, Lynn appeared somewhat fatigued. She quietly commanded, "Let's approach the shore." As the boat reached the bank, Lynn disembarked and headed towards the thicket, intending to circumvent the woods and attempt her luck at the eastern gate of River Run. Suddenly, Sterling, with his assassin's instincts, blocked her path and remarked, "My lady, I hear sounds of combat ahead." Lynn paused, straining to listen. Indeed, faint rustling sounds emanated from the depths of the woods, though they were too distant to discern clearly. "Are you certain it is the sound of a fight?" Sterling, with keen ears, affirmed confidently, "Yes, my lady, there are indeed people engaged in combat over there." After a moment's consideration, Lynn decided, "Let us investigate." The three of them stealthily crept behind a large tree, peering into a clearing in the woods. Upon catching sight of one of the combatants, Lynn's eyes widened in surprise. It was none other than her squire, Ser Schiff. Surrounded by 7 or 8 armored members of the Kingsguard, mounted knights were gathered around, observing as Schiff engaged in a duel with another. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to be pursuing someone alongside Arya? How had he ended up in River Run to fight? Lynn's irritation flared. Just as she was about to step out from behind the tree to chastise Schiff for his negligence, she noticed that the other combatant, a tall, imposing figure, easily over 6 feet, was now inadvertently turning to face her, having shifted in the midst of the struggle. In an instant, Lynn recognized the knight's visage. Wait, could it be a woman? She pondered, considering the possibility that this towering figure might be none other than Lady Brienne of Tarth, daughter of Lord Selwyn Tarth. Once a member of the Kingsguard known for her beauty, the more Lynn contemplated, the more plausible her speculation became. At this moment, the skirmish in the clearing reached a fever pitch. After several exchanges, figures darted about, swords clashing with a resounding metallic ring. Both sides, exhausted and panting, momentarily retreated a few paces. Stone, gripping his knightly sword with both hands, faced off against the formidable female knight, who wielded her blade with a single hand. Sensing the imminent escalation of their duel, Lynn hurriedly emerged from behind a tree and called out, "Halt!" Upon hearing Lynn's voice, Stone turned to behold the familiar figure's arrival, his face a mask of astonishment. "My lord, what brings you here?" Lynn stepped forward, glancing first at Stone and then at the towering female knight across from him. "What is transpiring here? I instructed you to protect Arya. Where is she?" Stone, somewhat abashed by the inquiry, replied, "My lord, when I caught up with Miss Arya, she had already been escorted into the Twin Rivers Castle by someone." Lynn's visage paled in alarm. The sanguine wedding was on the verge of commencement, and venturing into the castle at such a time was akin to leading a lamb to slaughter. His expression darkened as he muttered, "Did I not instruct you to prevent anyone from entering Twin Rivers Castle? Damn it!" At that moment, the short-haired blonde knight, having grasped the situation, sheathed her long sword and addressed Lynn coolly. "And who might you be?" "Miss Arya has entered the castle to seek her mother, Lady Catelyn. You need not concern yourselves with her." Lynn shot a fierce glare at Stone, ignoring the knight's words. "I sent you to pursue her, and yet you allowed her to enter the castle?" Stone bowed apologetically. "My lord, Miss Arya was escorted into the castle by Lady Catelyn, who arrived just in time. And this knight here, wishing to avoid overwhelming odds, proposed a duel to delay our entry." Chapter 76, The Beautiful Night. Lynn glared at Stone, incredulous that this was the moment to adhere to chivalric ideals. Just as he was about to speak, the female knight interjected with a taunt, "My lord, your knight has shown commendable bravery. However, It is only natural for Lady Catelyn, as Miss Arya's mother, to keep her daughter close. We are grateful to your knight for escorting Miss Arya back to the north, and Lady Catelyn will undoubtedly reward him. Now, I kindly ask you and your men to leave. Having rushed here through the night without sight of the housekeeper, Dany, and with Arya now deep within the lion's den, Lynn found it hard to maintain a cordial demeanor with the imposing female knight. He turned, a cold smile gracing his lips. I presume you are the daughter of Count Selwyn, Bryndis of the Isle of Brienne? I fear the reward you speak of from Lady Catelyn may never reach me. I advise you to hasten back to Twin Rivers Castle. Otherwise, the fate of your new lord may mirror that of Renly. The beauty, Bryndis, was unlike any woman. Her towering physique lacked the charm typically associated with femininity. The valor of men was embodied in her, earning her the title of beauty not through allure but through the sacrifices she made for knighthood, spurred by the whims of men. Lynn's scornful remarks struck a chord of caution within Bryndis. She regarded Lynn with a hint of uncertainty. My lord, are you certain you comprehend the gravity of your words? Lynn shrugged, dismissing her with indifference. He turned to Stone, inquiring, You traveled down from the neck. Did the men of Greywater Watch not intercept you? In response, my lord, I descended along the King's Road and encountered not a single soldier from the neck. At the time, Duncan and I, along with the Eagle Lion Knights, had launched a surprise attack on the Bay of Carlin, and it was not until the following morning that we traversed the neck into the riverlands. Lynn responded with a thoughtful, "Oh," lost in contemplation. The gates of Twin Rivers Castle were tightly shut, the blood-red wedding looming, with Arya and Dany both ensconced within. He needed a way to thwart this impending tragedy. However, the castle's formidable walls posed a significant obstacle. Without the gate being opened, entry was impossible, and even a forceful assault would likely prove futile. Anxiety crept upon him, and then he recalled the beautiful knight Bryndis standing nearby, an idea igniting within him. As Lady Catelyn's personal knight, perhaps she could facilitate entry into the castle. Lynn turned to the pensive Bryndis. Might you find a way to allow me entry into the castle? Please trust me. As a friend of Miss Arya, my sole intention is to protect her. Bryndis hesitated momentarily, then shrugged cautiously, replying, Lady Catelyn has mentioned that Winterfell has been besieged by the Iron Islanders. It is uncertain whether those arriving from the north are indeed allies of young Robb Stark. However, I can return to Twin Rivers Castle and inquire about Miss Arya's thoughts. If she consents, I believe Lord Frey would welcome a guest from the north. Lynn murmured to himself, perhaps in a few days, she will discover that Winterfell has changed hands again from the Ironborn to Littlefinger. Of course, that is, if she survives today or is resurrected as Lady Stoneheart. Furrowing his brows, Lynn realized that his cavalry had been turned away by Catelyn from accompanying Arya into the castle due to news of Winterfell's fall. Faced with the betrayal of his foster son and the siege of his ancestral home, it was likely that the Stark family would be on high alert. Yet, was it not too hasty for them to seek an alliance with Twin Rivers Castle immediately after receiving news of Winterfell's capture? This seemed a good few months ahead of the timeline. Feeling incredulous, Lynn sought confirmation from Bryndis. Was Stannis not severely wounded by Renly's forces? At the mention of Renly, Bryndis's demeanor shifted slightly. She paused before shaking her head. Stannis assassinated my former Lord Renly with the aid of dark powers, then swiftly launched a surprise attack on Renly's camp. After Renly's death, his army lost all morale, with only a handful of loyalists falling to Stannis' forces, while the majority surrendered and joined Stannis. Lynn's expression soured, for this contradicted all he had heard. Bryndis perceived Lynn's confusion and explained. The news of Stannis' army being decimated was a ruse he disseminated to mislead King's Landing and the other nobles. By the time Lady Catelyn and I departed, Stannis' forces were already marching north towards King's Landing. Lynn replied, So that explains why the Lannisters in Harrenhal were deceived? They presumed there were no lingering threats, which led them to initiate a full-scale assault against young Robb Stark's forces. Indeed, Bryndis confirmed, it is said that Robb found himself isolated in the Riverlands, surrounded by Lannister forces, leading to his defeat. That is why he sought Lord Frey's aid in Twin Rivers Castle. Lynn interjected, Aid? Was he not attending the wedding of Lord Edmure? What wedding? Bryndis inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. You mean you're unaware? Lynn rolled his eyes in exasperation, then continued, Has old man Frey already departed from the Riverlands? Yes, Lord Walder Frey has returned to the north to muster troops from the Dreadfort. Lynn finally comprehended the chaos that had befallen the north. The defeat of Robb, who had ventured alone into enemy territory, was merely one facet of the issue. More significantly, he had unwittingly released two treacherous subordinates, Theon Greyjoy and Roose Bolton, both of whom had accompanied him from the north into the south, and would ultimately become the architects of the Stark family's downfall. With a resigned sigh, Lynn urged Brienne, "Dear knight, I implore you to enter the city and assess the situation. Should you encounter Lady Arya, please inform her that it is Lord Lynn Rothschild awaiting her presence outside the gates, and I hope she will grace us with an audience." "Do you truly believe the Stark family will be held captive by House Frey?" Lynn sighed once more. It is not merely captivity. However, further elaboration seemed futile. Given this obstinate and straightforward knight, Lynn saw no need to provide exhaustive explanations. It was better to let her deliver the message. Seizing any opportunity to rescue someone was far superior to waiting idly outside the city. The group traversed the wooded path and arrived at the eastern gate of River Run. Lynn awaited the response from the fair Brienne atop a hill, 100 meters from the agreed-upon rendezvous point. However, the fair knight returned swiftly, her expression grave, and Lynn's heart sank as he deduced the unfortunate news. River Run had been sealed. No one was permitted to enter or exit. Lynn accepted Brienne's dire tidings with calm resignation. Not only he, but even Lady Catelyn's personal knight could not gain entry. Whatever transpired within the castle was no longer surprising. With gritted teeth, Lynn instructed Brienne, "Try the western gate. I shall remain here awaiting reinforcements. We cannot afford to delay any longer, for unforeseen complications may arise." Brienne, taken aback, inquired, "Do you intend to assault River Run?" Chapter 77. The Turmoil at River Run, Part 1. Arya walked across the arched bridge of River Run with a companion. Below, the rushing currents of the Green Fork River roared, their tumultuous sound echoing like the growl of a great beast. Gazing into the swirling murk of the water, Arya felt a shiver of trepidation. Her mother Catelyn, along with her brother Robb and uncle Edmure, led the way, creating a considerable distance ahead. In a hushed tone, Arya apologized to her companion. "I am truly sorry. I came to bid farewell to my mother and brother. However, Robb has business with House Frey, as I have heard my uncle intends to wed one of their daughters. As a Stark, it is imperative that I attend this banquet." The companion remained silent, overwhelmed by a palpable sense of danger that enveloped the castle. He recalled Lynn's warning back at the fishing village, never bring Arya into River Run unless absolutely necessary. The gravity in Lynn's voice had been unmistakable. Yet, it was too late to turn back. He had already entered the city, his heart heavy with uncertainty. Had Lynn foreseen the arrival of Arya's kin in River Run? Did he anticipate the potential crises that might unfold here? The previous night, he had spotted Lynn's squire, Ser Shit, hastening toward the castle. What did it all signify? The wedding was to take place in the banquet hall of House Frey within the inner castle of River Run. Before stepping into the hall, Robb adjusted his crown with a steady hand, followed closely by Catelyn and Edmure, along with the various noble officers eager to replenish their ranks after the recent defeat in the north. Ser Reynard Westerling, a lean yet rugged young nobleman with chestnut hair and a thick mustache, presented the Stark banner, emblazoned with the sigil of the direwolf, to a servant stationed at the entrance. Following closely behind Arya Stark was a gaunt man whom she had never seen before. Ser Reynard jested, "Lady Arya, I have heard that a young nobleman from the north has escorted you back. Yet, I see him not by your side. I wager that anyone capable of extracting you from the perilous Riverlands must be quite the gallant youth." In response to Reynard's mention of Lynn, Arya smiled slightly. "Indeed. Ser Reynard, he is a scion of House Rothschild, a viscount possessing the ancient ability to train griffins." Griffins? Yes. They possess the wings of an eagle and the body of a lion, with beaks as sharp as any eagle's. When fully grown, they are no less formidable than the direwolves. Arya enthusiastically elaborated, while Ser Reynard listened politely, though he found it hard to believe in such creatures. The ancient lineage of griffin trainers was absent from any records he had encountered. Nevertheless, as a vassal of House Stark, he considered it his duty to remind the young lady of the direwolf's esteemed status in North. He chuckled, "In the realm of the North, a lion stands no chance against a direwolf, even if it were to sprout a pair of peculiar wings." While Arya remained optimistic about the prospects of the griffin, she understood the goodwill behind Ser Reynard's words. She chose not to argue, instead envisioning a future where Lynn and his griffin would earn the respect of the northern nobility. "Your words, Ser Reynard, are always irrefutable," she replied with a smile. As Arya conversed about Lynn at the back of the procession, Robb and Catelyn engaged in hushed dialogue ahead. "Robb, defeat is a common occurrence on the battlefield. No one can triumph eternally. You must learn from this and proceed with caution," Catelyn advised, glancing at the servants of House Frey arranging the tableware. Her voice lowered as she cautioned her son. "Lord Walder has a thin skin and a sharp tongue. We have need of his favor now, so be mindful not to offend his pride." Robb nodded. "Do not worry, mother. I am well aware of House Frey's nature. I understand that my annulment of the betrothal to Lord Walder's daughter has wounded his pride, and now I require his assistance. Today, I shall extol their virtues as a monk would. Caitlin continued, you must also express your gratitude to your uncle and the entire Tully family. Rob glanced back at Edmure, suppressing a smile. Indeed, the Tully family has paid a hefty price, primarily due to my uncle. Caitlin understood her son was referring to her brother Edmure, who was set to marry one of Lord Walder's reputedly unattractive daughters. A flicker of unease crossed her features. That is not what I meant. I refer to Edmure's engagement to offer one of his daughters as Lord Walder's ninth wife, a prospect the girl is reluctant to accept. Rob replied nonchalantly, she is merely a bastard. Rob had never held much regard for bastards. As the eldest son of House Stark, he had grown close to his father's ward, Theon Greyjoy, while maintaining a distance from his own half-brother, Jon Snow. As for the bastard daughter of his uncle, he had no recollection of her whatsoever. Caitlin, being a woman, felt a certain sensitivity towards the subject of bastards, but hearing her eldest son's tone left her feeling uncomfortable. With a resigned sigh, she chose not to pursue the topic further. As the banquet commenced, one should refrain from being picky about the offerings provided by the host. Whatever is presented, one ought to partake. Indulge freely in both food and drink. Should they remain silent, take the initiative to request. Once one has consumed their bread and salt, it signifies the enjoyment of guest rights under their roof, where the host bears an obligation towards you. Rob found this quite intriguing, understanding it to be an ancient tradition, reminiscent of the noble's promise of hospitality. The host, upon providing sustenance to esteemed guests, is bound to ensure they do not perish at their table. Approaching his seat in the banquet hall, Rob quietly remarked, Mother, despite my defeat in the Riverlands, Lord Bolton has departed for the north to gather an entirely new army. There is no need to depend on bread and salt. Now, please do take the time to attend to my sister. Arya surely has much to discuss with you. Caitlin sighed, realizing it was indeed time to seek out her youngest daughter, for during their meeting yesterday, both had been too fatigued to engage in motherly conversation. She turned, searching among Rob's numerous vassals for Arya's presence. After a prolonged search, she found nothing. Caitlin inquired of Sir Reynard Westerling, who had been walking at the rear. Reynard replied quietly, My lady, Miss Arya expressed that the atmosphere in the banquet hall was too oppressive and wished to take a stroll in the town, promising to return shortly. Alone? Reynard pondered before responding, No, the slender-faced attendant who has been accompanying her has also left. Chapter 78, The Tumult of River Run, Part 2. Caitlin wished to say more. However, the wedding banquet was about to commence. She restrained her impulse to search for her daughter. The matter at hand was of great importance, and with a troubled expression, she turned to acknowledge the approaching members of House Frey. The patriarch, Lord Walder Frey, a man of 90 years, was preparing to wed his ninth wife, still exhibiting a foul temper, arrogance, sensitivity, and boundless ambition. He was notorious for his numerous wives and countless children. Having recently wed his eighth wife, who was already with child, he eagerly anticipated the next, a bastard daughter of the late Lord Tully, who was to become his daughter's betrothed, the girl named Dacey Tully. Initially, Walder Frey had been reluctant to marry Dacey, considering her illegitimate status beneath the Frey family's dignity. Yet, Edmure persuaded him, arguing that Dacey, due to her connection to the late Duke Tully, bore the Tully name rather than the stigma of a bastard. Ultimately, swayed by Edmure's description of Dacey's beauty and his own desire for a younger companion, the old man acquiesced. Caitlin felt a pang of shame at having to pay respects to this shameless old man of House Frey. However, for the sake of the Northern Alliance and Rob's annulment, she maintained a semblance of a smile as she curtsied to Walder. Dacey was brought forth by a young Frey, clad in a heavy gray woolen cloak, her mouth stuffed with a white napkin. Caitlin cast a sympathetic glance at her young niece before quietly taking her seat. Meanwhile, Edmure did not spare a glance for his illegitimate daughter Dacey, his gaze instead flitting toward the many daughters and granddaughters of House Frey. Soon, disappointment clouded his features as he closed his eyes. None of the women were to his liking. After Caitlin had exchanged greetings, it was Rob's turn. He offered his apologies to Lord Frey regarding the prior annulment, to which Frey remarked, You should apologize to these young ladies. One of them was to be a queen. Rob expressed his regret again, saying, It is my fault. Any man would be favored by the gods to have you. Blackfish observed Rob's confident demeanor and then glanced at the sullen Edmure, suppressing a chuckle. Soon, another girl entered the banquet hall, appearing somewhat fragile, with alabaster skin. Her features were delicate, with a petite chin, a finely shaped nose, and large brown eyes. Her chestnut hair cascaded in loose curls down to her waist, with a small gap between her front teeth. Edmure thought to himself how fortunate it would be if this girl were to be his bride. Shortly thereafter, the aged Walder Frey confirmed Edmure's expectations. laboriously making his way to the center of a dais, settling into his seat before pointing at the girl. "This is my daughter, Rosalind, Edmure, your bride. Accept her blessings and take her to the bridal chamber." Edmure had anticipated that Lord Fry would humiliate him by offering him an unattractive or simple-minded bride, yet unexpectedly, his new bride Rosalind was exceedingly lovely. Even Robb cast a glance of envy toward his weak-willed uncle. The wedding celebration unfolded with fervor. The jubilant atmosphere of the banquet hall stood in stark contrast to Daisy, whose bound and cold form lay ignored. Throughout the hours of revelry, Daisy's icy gaze remained fixed upon Edmure Tully. If possible, she would willingly trade her life for that of her selfish father. At last, the wedding ceremony concluded. Old Fry instructed Edmure to take his tearful daughter Rosalind away. It was time to enter the bridal chamber. The two were swiftly ushered out of the banquet hall, their garments being pulled away amidst laughter. Throughout it all, Edmure did not spare Daisy a single glance, yet her eyes, like those of a venomous serpent, remained locked on her father, who wore a lewd grin. Daisy had steeled herself for death in that moment. Lord Walder Fry observed this exchange keenly. Having taken numerous wives, none of whom had been particularly willing, he was unfazed by the scene. His mind was occupied with more pressing matters. After Edmure Tully left, his expression darkened, his once dull gaze now clouded with malice. As the lively melodies of the banquet hall faded, Walder Fry, with a grim demeanor, slowly rose from his seat. Gripping the armrests tightly, Caitlin, perplexed, was soon to grasp the unfolding reality. A servant brushed past her towards the grand doors of the banquet hall, sealing them shut. As the doors closed, the cheerful tune shifted to a somber note, and unease surged within Caitlin's heart. For this melody heralded the Lannister's reign of Castamere, an inappropriate choice for a banquet honoring the sworn enemies of House Lannister. Upon seeing the old schemer Roose Bolton, who was meant to gather the northern troops, her understanding crystallized. Unable to contain her rage, she struck Bolton across the face and shouted to Robb, "Robb, my foolish son, run." It was far too late. The beloved of Robb, the nurse, met a tragic fate before his very eyes. A cloaked attendant approached with a dagger, advancing toward the unsuspecting nurse, plunging the blade into her pregnant belly thrice. Robb Stark gazed incredulously at the scene before him, unable to fathom its reality. Almost immediately, he and his loyal confidants were besieged by a torrent of crossbow bolts unleashed by archers surging from either side of the banquet hall, reducing them to a mere sieve. In an instant, the grand wedding hall transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Caitlin, witnessing her son Robb fall to the ground, pierced by arrows, erupted into a frenzied scream. She dashed towards Robb, only to be struck by arrows herself. In her final moments, she clutched her beloved eldest son and emitted a heart-wrenching wail that echoed throughout the wedding hall. Outside the hall, Arya, guided by an unknown ally, traversed the arched bridge from the west to the east of the city. River Run, also known as the Ford, was cleaved in two by the Green Fork River, linked by a stone archway topped with a watchtower. Two massive iron gates controlled the north-south passage along the river. The visibility of guards throughout the city hinted at an impending calamity. Abruptly, Arya halted, unwilling to proceed further. Her companion, frowning, urged her to continue, stating, "I warned you. The banquet hall harbors an unmistakable air of danger." Arya, her eyes reflecting hesitation, replied, "I am aware, but we must inform my brother and mother of this peril." Rather than flee, her companion regarded her calmly. "If you truly believed someone would heed your warning, you would have revealed it to that bannerman." Arya fell silent, recalling the disdain she perceived in Lord Renly's eyes when she spoke of the direwolf. That look of skepticism stifled her desire to share her companion's insight. Yet, Robb and Caitlin remained her closest kin. Unable to convince herself to abandon them, Arya cast an apologetic glance at her companion before sprinting back the way she came. Chapter 79. The Fall of the Young Wolf. Arya raced once more from the east back to the west. The night had descended, and her anxiety reached its zenith. Upon sighting Robb's encampment at the west city entrance, she felt a fleeting sense of reassurance. The Stark soldiers gathered there were drinking merrily, and her brother's direwolf, Grey Wind, rested quietly in a pen. Perhaps her companion had overreacted, she mused. However, the next moment heralded chaos. The soldiers of River Run, previously drinking alongside the Stark men, suddenly turned traitor, slitting the throats of the Stark soldiers without warning. River Run crossbowmen emerged from all directions, raining death upon the Stark encampment, leaving the Stark soldiers as lambs led to slaughter. Arya stood frozen in shock. She heard Grey Wind's mournful howl as he too fell in the pen. A group of River Run soldiers spotted Arya, charging at her with drawn swords. Overwhelmed by the unfolding horror, she could scarcely move her legs. Thoughts of her mother Catelyn and brother Robb flooded her mind, and she yearned to flee and warn them of the impending doom. Fortunately, an individual, clad in the garb of a Riverrun captain, suddenly appeared before her, gripping her shoulder tightly. He waved at the advancing Riverrun soldiers, signaling them to retreat. Then whispered to Arya, "It is too late." With that, he struck her with an elbow, rendering her unconscious, and carried her towards the arch bridge. Arya's fears materialized into grim reality. Catelyn, dragging herself, wounded by arrows, crawled from beneath tables and chairs to the platform of Lord Walder Frey, pulling forth Frey's eighth wife from beneath the trembling table. With a dagger that had slipped from her sleeve, she pressed it against the woman's throat. Catelyn gazed at the unfeeling expression of Walder Frey atop the platform, pleading, "Release my son, Robb. He is my firstborn. I swear we shall seek no vengeance." Walder Frey replied calmly, "You have already broken one oath. There shall be no second." Catelyn pressed the dagger closer, grasping Frey's wife by the hair. She cast a glance at Robb, who, filled with sorrow, gazed down at his wife, pregnant with their unborn child. Catelyn cried out, "Release Robb. In the name of House Tully, in the name of House Stark, or I shall slit the throat of your pregnant wife this instant." Unfazed, Walder responded, "But you have one right here before you. My new wife, look, she is of House Tully, sent to me by your own kin." Catelyn attempted to retort, but sensing the end was near, Robb struggled to rise. He looked at his mother, knowing that pleas were futile. Instinctively, he called out, "Mother." Catelyn turned at the sound, only to see the formidable figure of Roose Bolton, the infamous old flayed man, standing between her and Robb. Leaning close to Robb's ear, Roose smirked and whispered, "The Lannisters send their regards." In the next heartbeat, a dagger plunged into the heart of the young wolf, Robb Stark. Catelyn's anguished scream pierced the air as she, in despair, killed Frey's eighth wife. In the end, a servant of House Frey approached and similarly severed her throat from behind. In her final moments, Catelyn's pallor had already turned ashen, her heart having extinguished alongside Robb's life. Walder Frey, expressionless, lifted his cup and took a sip. Beside him, standing on the platform and witnessing the entirety of this bloody wedding, was Daenerys, her complexion drained of color. Though she had contemplated suicide and prepared for death, witnessing the Stark family slaughtered without resistance filled her with a profound dread. Observing the massacre of those once noble, Daenerys felt sorrow, desolation, and helplessness, but no sympathy. Only a twinge of regret lingered, lamenting the absence of Edmure among the slain. Having borne witness to so much death, Daenerys felt her gaze turn cold, her feet growing icy. Bound to her chair, she was immobile. Suddenly, a hand touched her shoulder, causing her to tremble in terror. Turning her head, she beheld Walder Frey's aged, wrinkled face, adorned with a smile reminiscent of a wilting flower. Gagged, Daenerys could only emit muffled cries, cursing silently. The elderly Frey, with trembling hands, gripped her chin, lifting her gaze slightly, nodding with satisfaction at her beauty and youth. The servants of House Frey commenced the grim task of clearing the banquet hall of its corpses. It was a straightforward endeavor. The method employed in Riverrun for disposing of bodies was simply to cast them into the green river below the arch bridge, allowing the current to wash away the sins, an uncomplicated solution indeed. Old Walder Frey lowered his palm and raised his gaze to the hall, thoroughly satisfied with his handiwork. With a sinister grin, he prepared to summon a servant to escort Dany to his chamber. Suddenly, a blood-soaked soldier from the defenses of Riverrun burst through the hall's entrance. His body was cloaked in a thick layer of grime, and his face bore an expression of anxiety and terror as he approached the venerable Frey on the dais. "My lord, it is dire news. The eastern defenses of Riverrun have been breached." Lord Frey stared incredulously at the soldier below, his trembling body nearly toppling from the dais. "What did you say?" The soldier knelt, anguish etched across his features. "My lord, most of Riverrun's guards have been reassigned to the western gates. The eastern defenses were left vulnerable and have been overrun." His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention not only of the lords on the dais, but also the soldiers below who were clearing away the dead. All activity ceased, replaced by expressions of dread. Old Peeling Skin erupted in fury. "This cannot be. Robb's army has fully entered the city. The Lannisters are now my allies. How could there possibly be any other forces in the Riverlands? Stop your nonsense. Who is responsible?" Walder Frey echoed his anger, his sparse hair cascading with his movements, his visage a grotesque mask of rage. Lord Frey slumped back into his seat upon the dais, while those in the hall regarded the formidable lord of Riverrun with bated breath. Moments later, Walder Frey regained his composure, his aged face contorted with a fierce glint as he slowly declared, First, we must eradicate the Starks completely. There can be no formidable army emerging from the riverlands. We must stabilize our position. Regardless of which house's forces are currently in the eastern defenses, I swear by the Fry name, Riverrun shall become their grave. Chapter 80, The Realm. Lyn entered through the eastern gate of Riverrun, pausing momentarily to await the arrival of his troops. After expending 900 points to acquire the Eagle Ionites, he was left with a mere 291 points, all of which were consumed today. He exchanged 3,000 points for 800 level 3 infantry and 200 level 3 archers. Another 500 points were spent on 1,000 suits of armor, leaving him with 791 points, which he used to acquire 5 siege catapults at 150 points each. His system points dwindled from 291 to a mere 41. Lyn's significant expenditure was aimed at preventing the Riverrun forces, currently engaged in slaughtering Starks in the western city, from returning to defend the eastern gate. In a mere 15 minutes, he breached the eastern defenses of Riverrun to ensure the concealment of his forces and the successful execution of his plan. He dispatched the fair knight Brienne to scout the western gate for intelligence before swiftly retreating to the grove from whence he came. Over the course of 2 hours, he summoned 1,000 level 3 system soldiers and completed their armament. Simultaneously, he appointed Sir Stone as the temporary commander of this elite unit and discussed all preparations for the siege. As night fell, he awaited the darkness to unleash his hidden elite force and the 5 catapults, which had already been calibrated for attack. With the catapults unleashing their bombardment in succession, the ironwood gates fell with a resounding crash. The 1,000 soldiers of the elite force surged across the bridge, spanning the moat and into the city. However, despite the meticulous planning and the rapidity of their assault against the fewer than 200 defenders in the eastern city, Lyn's hard-won 1,000 soldiers suffered a staggering loss of 200. As the night enveloped Riverrun, a torrential rain began to fall. Lyn felt the rainwater dampening his lips, tasting its bitterness. His all-or-nothing gamble was fraught with peril. Intelligence gleaned from captured eastern defenders revealed that 2,000 Riverrun soldiers remained in the western city across the Green Fork. The number of defenders within the city exceeded Lyn's expectations. With only 800 able-bodied fighters, Lyn swiftly issued 2 commands upon entering the eastern city. 600 soldiers from the elite force were dispatched to the stone arch bridge to construct defensive works against the inevitable counterattack from House Fry, while 200 soldiers were ordered to liberate all prisoners from the eastern prison. The armed prisoners would be sent to the bridge as expendable frontline troops. Meanwhile, several Eagle Line cavalrymen, accompanying Sir Stone, were sent to Neckwater to urge for reinforcements from Carlin Bay. Crossing through the center of the eastern district of Riverrun, Lyn arrived at the stone arch bridge. A Fry banner drooped sadly to the ground, trampled by the soldiers rushing past. The icy rain lashed against him as he gazed upon the turbulent waters of the Green Fork. Standing at the bridge's entrance, he anxiously surveyed the dark silhouette of the western city across the river. If the Red Wedding had concluded and all Stark soldiers had been vanquished by the Riverrun forces, Lyn, now devoid of points, would find himself in a perilously awkward position. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he was suddenly startled by a commotion from the bridge. Were the Fry soldiers advancing? Lyn's heart raced as he looked up, and indeed, a solitary figure clad in Riverrun armor approached, though it appeared to be just one man. His steed shrieked in terror as the frontline elite soldiers intercepted it. The startled soldiers raised their spears and shields, encircling the lone rider. The figure on horseback gripped the reins tightly while reaching for a sword at his waist. Lyn squinted to see clearly and recognized the silhouette that, through the flickering torchlight, revealed a familiar face. It was Arya. "Stop!" Lyn shouted, "Let them pass." Sir Stone, having recognized the newcomer as well, rode forward to block the rider's path, dismissing the elite soldiers surrounding the figure. The stone bridge offered no shelter from the rain, mud splattering against the hooves and bodies of the horses. Arya's face was beaded with water, indistinguishable between rain and tears. Sir Stone instructed a soldier to assist Arya down from her mount, while he remained vigilant against the darkness of the archway. Arya, upon seeing Lyn approach, wore an expression filled with concern. Her face, drenched by the icy rain, bore tears that swirled at her eyes. Having lost her loved ones, the sight of Lyn's frail, yet noble figure shattered her resolve, and she burst into inconsolable sobs. Lyn gently patted the back of Arya, who had leapt into his embrace, and was about to inquire about the situation in the West City while offering some words of comfort. Suddenly, the steed beneath the commander, Sherfu, let out a sharp neigh and reared its front hoofs. Lyn heard the distant sound of galloping hooves approaching from the far end of the stone arch bridge, the vibrations causing the sturdy, broad structure to resonate. Fu turned towards Lin and the soldiers from the East City, raising his voice in alarm. Cavalry is approaching. Enemy attack. Prepare for defense. Let the death squad of the Tiger Band Corps advance to engage the enemy. Lin, too, discerned the ominous sound. He turned his gaze to see a troop of cavalry emerging from the shadows of the stone arch bridge, approximately 30 strong. Clad in chainmail and wielding heavy weapons such as iron hammers and wolf teeth, they charged directly towards the soldiers of the Tiger Band Corps stationed at the bridgehead. The first to confront them were prisoners from Twin River City, armed only with rudimentary wooden shields and spears. At the moment Fu sounded the alarm, they were driven onto the stone arch bridge by the soldiers of the Tiger Band Corps behind them. Lin's instructions were straightforward. For the prisoners, survival was simple: endure the combat and emerge alive, and they would gain their freedom. Any attempt to flee or hide amidst the chaos would lead to a grim fate, as evidenced by the corpses of those who had initially defied the commands of the Tiger Band Corps, now hanging from the bridge. A battle loomed between 100 lightly armored prisoners and 30 fully equipped cavalrymen. The outcome was painfully evident, as the prisoners were herded onto the stone arch bridge. They stood in two lines, anxiously listening as the sound of hooves grew ever nearer from the darkness ahead. With no retreat available, they focused intently on the encroaching shadows, pounding their wooden shields with long spears or standard long swords, shouting to bolster their courage. The cavalry from Twin River City advanced through the rain, undeterred by the downpour. The soldiers of the Tiger Band Corps stood 20 paces behind the death squad, illuminating the scene with torches to provide limited visibility. At the forefront, a prisoner wielding a wooden shield was the first to spot two dark figures and a large, ominous sphere. The massive and heavy stone meteor hammer was being wielded by two cavalrymen, who stretched a deadly chain with iron links. The death squad's eyes widened in horror, their throats dry. There was no time for fear or curses. In the next instant, the shadows that had loomed from the farthest reaches of their limited sight were upon them. A thunderous crash ensued. Thud, thud, thud. The cavalry charged straight into the seemingly well-ordered ranks of prisoners, producing a series of dull thuds. Chapter 81. Probing. The night rain soaked the hair, garments, and even weapons of every individual upon the stone arch bridge. The first prisoners to engage held crude wooden shields, which shattered without warning under the relentless onslaught of the Twin River Cavalry's meteor hammers, splashing rainwater everywhere. The sharp, jagged hammers, propelled by tremendous inertia, smashed into the ranks of prisoners, sending forth a spray of crimson blood that stained the transparent rain with a vivid hue. Lin observed this scene from a distance, his expression devoid of emotion. This was an expected outcome. The prisoners at the front had no means of retaliation, their lives harvested by the barbed hammers and iron chains. 10 prisoners fell, followed by another 10, until the remaining prisoners managed to halt the advance of the deadly meteor hammer with their flesh and blood. With only 70 prisoners left, they finally attempted to retaliate with their spears against the cavalry crashing into their ranks. However, the battle-hardened cavalrymen from the Riverlands had long anticipated this. After the meteor hammer fell to the ground, the Twin River cavalry drew short, arm-length spears from behind, hurling them into the densely packed crowd of prisoners. Another series of dull thuds echoed as several figures collapsed under the relentless assault from the enemy. Panic began to spread among the prisoners, who had yet to even engage in combat. Nearly 1/3 of them had already perished. The fate of such an ad hoc assembly against seasoned cavalry was all but certain, akin to the slaughter of helpless animals. Commander Fu, seated upon his steed, awaited confirmation that no further soldiers from Twin River City would emerge behind the 30 cavalrymen on the stone arch bridge. He cast a questioning glance towards Lin, protected by the soldiers of the Tiger Band Corps, bore a cold expression illuminated by the torchlight. He listened to the anguished cries emanating from the ranks of prisoners on the bridge, returning a confirming look to his aide, Fu, as the temporary commander of the Tiger Band Corps raised his hand to issue orders to the crossbowmen. He shouted, "Crossbowmen, fire, fire, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh." The third-tier crossbowmen of the Tiger Band Corps, already poised for action, swiftly drew their bowstrings. The air filled with the sound of arrows whistling through the rain as they soared towards the rear ranks of the approaching Twin River Cavalry. The third-tier crossbowmen exhibited remarkable control over their shots, achieving a staggering accuracy even in the downpour at such close range. The thud of arrows striking flesh resounded in a chorus. One by one, cavalrymen fell from their mounts, collapsing onto the stone bridge where rainwater mingled with blood. Emboldened by the support of the archers, the prisoners found a moment to breathe. "Charge! Kill those cavalrymen!" Those who survive will win their freedom. Sherfu urged once more. The drenched and disheveled figures of the prisoners lifted their heads, stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades, roaring as they surged forward to engage the disordered ranks of the Twin River Cavalry. Kill! The brutal melee ensued once more. However, the tide of victory had begun to shift in favor of the prisoners. Amidst the chaos, one cavalryman from Twin River City turned and fled in panic. Lin understood that this signified the end of the probing assault. Thus, he ceased to concern himself with the now inevitable outcome, instructing Sherfu to continue guarding the bridge, fulfilling his promise to allow the few surviving prisoners, likely fewer than 10, to escape. Judging that the Folii family would not launch another attack in the immediate future, he recognized that his own troops needed rest far more than his adversaries. Lin, accompanied by Arya and the individual known as Jaqen, made his way to a nearby tavern. The tavern's proprietor, a plump woman with brown hair, was cowering behind the counter, seemingly at a loss. As Lin's forces invaded East City of Twin River, most residents had fled the tavern, disappearing into every nook and cranny, hastily shutting their doors. However, this two-story tavern, spacious enough, had been requisitioned by Lin to serve as a resting place for the wounded soldiers of the Tiger Ben Corps. With his final 41 points, Lin exchanged them for 8 battlefield medics responsible for tending to the 30 or so lightly injured soldiers here. The current points in the system have dwindled to a mere single point. In stark contrast to the frigid, rain-soaked night outside, the tavern exudes an inviting warmth. The embers in the fireplace burn brightly, flickering with life, while the tavern's tables and chairs are haphazardly piled in a corner. Scattered across the floor are the wounded soldiers of the Tiger Division, casualties of the siege. Battlefield medics are diligently stitching them up with needles, thread, bandages, and scissors. Approaching the bar, Lin ascends 3 high stools and first offers words of comfort to the despondent Arya. He then inquires of Jaqen how they managed to escape. Jaqen recounts the events in detail, and upon hearing that the bloody wedding has concluded, with the Stark soldiers decimated by the frays, Lin lets out a soft sigh and asks, "Since you entered the banquet hall, did you see Dany, the steward from my lord's manor in the fishing village?" Arya suddenly raises her head and interjects, "Was Dany invited to the wedding as well?" Lin offers a rueful smile, explaining the abduction of Dany and his own conjectures. Arya, filled with righteous indignation, declares, "Wald Fry will meet a miserable end. One day, I shall slay him with my own hands." Lin's expression remains composed, his gaze icy as he states, "Revenge shall come today." Jaqen's eyes flicker with uncertainty. "My lord, your soldiers seem insufficient to seize all of Riverrun. By dawn, the Fry soldiers will likely ascertain your troop strength, and at that time, they will mobilize in full force to cross the stone bridge. My reinforcements are en route." Jaqen fixes his gaze on Lin, "Although I am unaware of where your current army has been summoned from. If your reinforcements refer to the limited forces from the fishing village, they may still prove inadequate to defeat the Frays." Lin merely smiles enigmatically. He accepts a cup from the anxious tavern matron, taking a modest sip. Indeed, with all his available armed forces, it would be a formidable challenge to engage the Frey's 2,000 soldiers in a decisive battle at Riverrun. Even with the advantages of unwavering bravery, absolute loyalty, and remarkable discipline, it would be arduous to secure victory with a force half that of the adversary. As Lin fiddles with the ceramic cup in his hand, he speaks with a profound gaze. "What if we were to include the forces of the Riverlands from Greywater Watch and the men of House Greyjoy from the Iron Islands?" Arya interjects, "That is impossible." Born into the Stark family, Arya has been exposed to the intrigues of power and conflict from a young age. Having witnessed firsthand in King's Landing the tragic downfall of her father, Eddard Stark, from prime minister to traitor, executed before her eyes. Now, having nearly witnessed the deaths of her beloved mother and elder brother Robb at Riverrun, Arya comes to understand that beneath the bloodshed of Westeros lies a grand game of power. Thus, she cannot bring herself to believe Lin's words. Without any vested interest, even her own aunt, the Lady of the Vale, would not dispatch soldiers to avenge her sister Catelyn. How much less likely would it be for the Iron Islanders, who had recently ambushed Winterfell, or the Riverlanders with whom they have little connection? Lin gently pats Arya's head, wiping away the tears from her eyes. "In this world, nothing is impossible," he says with a light-hearted chuckle. "Once this matter is resolved, we shall take you to the Citadel for a time. I need a stronger Arya by my side." Chapter 82, Compromise. Arya gazes into Lin's eyes, nodding earnestly. After some further conversation, Arya, exhausted and deeply affected, gradually rests her head on the bar and falls asleep. The tavern matron, a kind-hearted woman, takes it upon herself to carry Arya up the wooden stairs to a bedroom on the second floor. ensuring she can sleep soundly. Lynn assigns a female medic, who currently has little to attend to watch over Arya, while he returns to the tavern's main hall to sip on ale, seeking to awaken his senses. With little to discuss, Lynn and Jacqueline sit quietly at the bar, each lost in their own thoughts. Time drifts slowly by until, in the early hours of the morning, a soldier clad in cavalry attire bursts into the tavern, quietly approaching Lynn and whispering a few words in his ear. Lynn's eyes glimmer with intrigue, and he soon leads Jacqueline and Sterling, along with several soldiers from the Knights of the Vale waiting at the entrance, to mount their horses and ride away. 3 armies converge at the crossroads outside River Run, where Lynn rides forth through the eastern city gate. After half an hour of galloping, he arrives at a junction not far from the northern edge of a small grove. The night is dark, but the light rain has fortunately ceased. The first to spot Lynn and approach him is Sir Duncan, accompanied by over 300 fully armed Knights of the Vale. The tall Duncan rides up to Lynn, illuminated by torchlight that casts sharp shadows on his gaunt face. He bows respectfully and says, "My lord, as per your command, all the Knights of the Vale have arrived. The cavalry from the fishing village is still on foot and may arrive shortly." Lynn nods in acknowledgement, casting his gaze toward the other 2 groups at the junction. He quietly inquires, "How many soldiers do the Riverlanders and Iron Islanders have?" Commander Lyd of the Riverlanders has dispatched his personal knights, bringing 300 Riverlander soldiers from Greywater Watch, while the Iron Islanders, led by Victorian Greyjoy, have mobilized all the Ironborn stationed at River Run, totaling around 800. Lynn responds with a soft "oh," followed by a light chuckle. Internally, he curses the cunning old fox that is Victorian Greyjoy. Just recently, he lost Cracklaw Point to Duncan's Knights of the Vale, and his skirmishes with the House Lyd family have been ongoing for some time. Now these 3 armies, each with their own ulterior motives, should have been at odds, yet here they are, gathering in relative tranquility. Lynn sighs inwardly. Interests truly wield a terrifying power. As Lynn converses with his subordinates, Victorian Greyjoy, the leader of the Ironborn, cannot help but ride over, a veneer of insincere smiles plastered across his rugged face. Victorian, forcing a grin, approaches Lynn and exclaims, "They say a house of hawks arises from the north, and the lord is a descendant of the ancient hawking families. I did not believe it before, but now that I see you, I realize there are indeed such talented youths in the north." Lynn regards Victorian, his eyes narrowed, and replies, "The Greyjoys are sharpening their knives. Now that you have taken Winterfell and Cracklaw Point, plotting for dominance over the north, it seems that in the future Lynn, may have to consider myself a vassal of House Greyjoy." "You jest, my lord," Victorian retorts, "your cavalry nearly claimed my life at Cracklaw Point. Yet I hear you intend to return Cracklaw Point to the Lyd family?" Victorian gazed at Lynn, a smile gracing his lips as he continued, "In my estimation, regarding the conflict in the Twins, our 2 houses could easily join forces. As per our agreement, the castle of the Twins shall belong to House Greyjoy, while your grace shall retain control over the Bay of Crabs. Is it not a mutual gain?" At that moment, the leader of the Reed family's knights approached. This man, short of stature with a robust physique, donned a simple green tunic that accentuated his muscular build, exuding an impressive presence. Clearly, he had overheard Victorian's remarks and let out a disdainful snort, signaling his discontent. Still mounted, Lynn addressed the Reed knight with indifference. "Your Reed forces are woefully few. Greywater Watch requires a greater number of soldiers for protection against potential raids by the Iron Islanders from the Bay of Crabs." The Reed knight replied, "Lord Holland will provide an explanation to Lord Lynn shortly." Victorian scoffed, "Does the Reed family truly believe that my House Greyjoy, with merely my own forces, cannot seize the neck of the Twins without reinforcement?" Lynn raised a hand, halting their escalating quarrel. Maintaining unity within the temporary alliance was essential before the battle commenced. Lynn declared, "If the Reeds send only 300 men, I shall be compelled to terminate the agreement regarding the return of the Bay of Crabs." Nearby, Victorian Greyjoy let out a cold laugh, while the Reed knight's expression soured. After a moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze on Lynn's youthful visage, devoid of emotion, and slowly remarked, "Lord Holland will personally lead a fleet and navigate the Green Fork River to reach the Twins." Upon hearing this, Lynn raised an eyebrow. It was evident that these families, having endured for centuries in Westeros, possessed considerable cunning. Lynn understood the true intent behind Lord Holland Reed's decision to launch a naval assault. It was a precaution against House Greyjoy. He was unwilling to fight alongside them during the siege, wary of a potential betrayal. Yet this was fortuitous. With the current scale of forces involved, the capture of the Twins was assured. A smile crept across Lynn's lips as he realized he had misjudged Lord Holland. "Since our troops are adequately prepared, at dawn, we shall simultaneously commence our assault on the western gate of the twins. Lord Victorian Greyjoy, please lead your men to the fork in the road and await outside the western gate. When I and Lord Reed initiate our attack from the eastern side, you shall strike at the western gate. Victorian Greyjoy responded, that is agreeable. However, your grace, do not forget your promise. Upon capturing the twins, the castle shall belong to the Iron Islands. Of course, I swear by the old gods and by the name of my house Rothschild that upon seizing the twins, my forces shall withdraw from the Riverlands. Lynn replied with a smile, simultaneously assuring the Reed Knight, the Bay of Crabs shall also be returned to House Reed. Both men readily agreed and set off to prepare for the upcoming confrontation. Lynn then led Duncan and his Knights of the Vale towards East Twins, wary of a possible premature attack by House Fry. On their way, the tall Duncan questioned Lynn with a hint of confusion. My lord, are we to labor to capture the twins and the Bay of Crabs, only to hand them over to the two houses? What then shall we gain? Duncan understood that his Lord Lynn was not one to engage in fruitless endeavors. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not grasp Lynn's true intentions. As the dawn approached, Lynn shook his head slightly, his tone sharp yet restrained, akin to a blade sheathed. I have promised to grant the twins to House Greyjoy, but I never intended to relinquish the treasures within the castle. Duncan hesitated for a moment, then urged his horse to catch up with Lynn's figure. My lord, how do you plan to remove the riches from within the castle while under the watchful eyes of the Iron Islanders? Lynn chuckled softly. Once we capture the western seat of the lordship in the twins, the phrase will have ample gold dragons and silver stags for this lucrative endeavor. With control of the spoils, the initiative shall not rest with the Greyjoy soldiers. The twins were a strategic stronghold. How could they simply surrender it? As for swearing by the old gods, Lynn felt a pang of resentment. Ever since the three-eyed raven had dispatched assassins after him, he had harbored thoughts of eliminating the old gods. However, Lynn quickly reined in his smile. He ultimately could not alter the trajectory of events on the continent of Westeros. Robb was dead, Catelyn was dead, and many of the powerful, noble vassals of the north had also perished. These were the very outcomes the three-eyed raven and his shadowy master, the old gods, desired to witness. Lynn gazed up at the darkened sky. After the rain, a few twinkling stars began to emerge, glimmering as though the gods were peering down upon the world. Upon reaching the drawbridge, a solitary figure on horseback awaited in the middle, seemingly anticipating Lynn's arrival. As Lynn approached, he found himself before the battered iron gate of the twins, recently demolished by a trebuchet. My lord, I require an explanation, the figure demanded. The beautiful woman, clad in knightly armor but without a helmet, drew her sword from her waist, blocking Lynn's path. Lynn regarded Brienne, noting that for a woman, she was exceptionally tall, with a prominent jaw and a broad face, leading many to perceive her as a pitiable, ugly woman. Society mocked a woman who could be a knight. After all, appearances were deemed paramount. And who cared if a woman was courageous? Fighting was a man's endeavor. Yet for Brienne, she was not merely a woman, but one who exhibited bravery surpassing that of many men. She was a thoroughbred, unwilling to let her perceived shortcomings define her existence. No, she had devoted her life to the sword and to knighthood, yet had never encountered her true patron. Who could that be? Renly or Catelyn? Lynn believed neither. Those two merely provided encouragement amidst the multitude of scoffers, validating her potential as a knight, rather than genuinely recognizing her prowess. With her sword raised against Lynn, Duncan was the first to object. He spurred his horse forward, slowly drawing his excessively long knightly sword from its sheath, on guard against the valiant woman knight. This time, Lynn did not intervene. He had little time to explain himself to this knightess. Although he had initially set her aside and failed to invite her to the siege of the twins, she likely perceived this as a slight against female knights. To the lady, Lynn stated, if you seek to avenge Lady Catelyn, then accompany me into the castle. Should you wish to impede my progress, you may duel my knight. Believe me, he is unlike the stone knight you encountered yesterday, and will show no mercy to a woman. Brienne hesitated, eyeing Duncan, whose expression was as unyielding as stone. She fixed her gaze on Lynn and replied, after killing Walder Frey, I would be more than willing to spar with this knight. I only hope, my lord, that you do not abandon me during the assault. If need be, trust that I would gladly lead the charge. As she spoke, Brienne sheathed her longsword. The tenacity with which this woman pursued victory compelled Lynn to regard her with renewed respect. Leading the way, Lynn approached the stone arch bridge with the Lion Knights. Meanwhile, the majority of the Tiger Knights, aside from a small contingent of sentinels vigilantly monitoring the far side of the bridge, sought refuge in 3 hastily erected large tents, constructed from awnings salvaged from the shops lining the streets of Twin Rivers. The weary and sodden soldiers, clutching their weapons, squinted before the crackling bonfire, attempting to revitalize themselves. The figure of Sir Stone was notably absent. Lynn urged his steed forward, inquiring, "Where has your commander gone?" "My lord," replied a soldier clad in chainmail. "Commander Stone has taken some men to procure provisions. The market is just a short distance away, but accessing the closed shops requires a bit of effort." Lynn refrained from commenting on the looting that often accompanies wartime. However, it was rather inappropriate for a commander like Stone to abandon his post. It appeared that there remained a significant gap between the standards of a capable knight and those of a military commander. Pointing at the soldier, Lynn commanded, "Go summon your commander." The soldier nodded in acknowledgement, beckoning two comrades to accompany him as they dashed off. Dismounting, Lynn was steadied by his attendant, GoT, as he glanced up at the still, overcast sky. He then entered one of the open tents to dry off. Dawn was not far off, Lynn mused. The tall Duncan had arranged for his nightly contingent to rest at a designated location, conserving their strength before joining Lynn beneath his tent. The striking Brienne occupied a considerable area with her imposing figure accentuated by her armor, making it difficult for anyone to approach the bonfire. Her skirt armor was thoroughly soaked, prompting Lynn to gesture for a nearby soldier to create some space for the fair knight to join the gathering around the fire. Brienne graciously inclined her head in appreciation toward Lynn, her hand relaxing from the hilt of her sword, which she had maintained at the ready since their first encounter. "My lord, I still do not know where you hail from," she remarked, voicing her dissatisfaction with Lynn's insufficient self-introduction, her curiosity piqued by the number of followers surrounding him. "And what of your lineage? Your soldiers appear remarkably valiant. Even your attendants seem unique and perhaps equally as formidable as those from any noble house." She recalled her brief time among the Rainbow Guard serving Lord Renly, where few possessed the commanding presence of Stone, GoT, or the slender, yet perilous Sterling. Not to mention Duncan, a man a head taller than Brienne, whose stoic visage radiated an air of calm concentration. Brienne was certain that prior to his role as commander of Lynn's knights, this man had been a knight of considerable strength, yet she had never heard of him. Lynn raised his head, about to formally introduce himself to the fair knight, only to find her gaze lingering on Duncan's impassive face, which elicited a faint smile from him. "This is Duncan," Lynn indicated the solemn-faced knight, "my squire and the leader of a knightly order. He is among the most esteemed knights of Westeros. Though his reputation may not yet be widely recognized, he will soon leave a lasting impression on all the great lords of Westeros." Chapter 84. Luring the Enemy. Dawn broke. Lynn emerged from the tent, finding the embers in the hearth extinguished. The scouting party on watch had detected enemy movements before the first light of day. As anticipated, the adversary initially dispatched a probing force of 300 cavalry, only to meet with retreat once again. In a confined space, the cavalry could not fully deploy their numbers. However, the soldiers of Twin Rivers had gleaned vital information regarding Lynn's strength in the eastern city from this encounter. Soon enough, a regiment of approximately 300 armored shield-bearers appeared in orderly formation at the center of the stone arch bridge. Behind them, 200 archers readied their crossbows. The stakes were high. Upon receiving the news, Lynn assembled his entire army at the bridge's threshold, aiming to stall the enemy's vanguard and create an opportunity for the iron-born soldiers of House Greyjoy lying in ambush outside West Twin Rivers. This was but the first step of the plan. Turning to Sir Reed, who commanded the 300 men of the Reach waiting nearby, Lynn inquired, "Will Lord Harlan's ships arrive on schedule?" The diminutive knight called out to the men behind him, and a Reach soldier hurried forth, holding a raven cage. Presenting it to him, "Lord Harlan is not far upstream from Twin Rivers. You need not worry, my lord." Yet Lynn felt no reassurance. He had resolved that should any aspect of the three forces falter, whether the Reach or the Iron Islands, if either party attempted to adopt a wait-and-see approach, seeking to prolong the conflict and deplete his soldiers, he would not hesitate to order his troops to withdraw from the battlefield, even if it meant relinquishing the eastern city of Twin Rivers to House Fry. Gazing at the wide expanse of the stone bridge, which loomed over the murky waters of the Green Fork below, Lynn knew that if the Reach ships could reach the Watergate on time, alleviating the pressure on his forces, he could ensure the complete annihilation of the Fry soldiers on the bridge. Just as Lynn contemplated the impending battle at the bridge, a distant, resounding call to arms echoed. Rows of gleaming armored shield bearers, shimmering under the rising sun, began their slow march toward the eastern city bridge. The synchronized thuds of their steel boots striking the bridge reverberated ominously. The Serpent was on the move. Lynn turned to Sir Reed, commanding, "Send a raven." Reed nodded, opening the raven cage, which took flight toward the north along the Green Fork. Lynn raised his gaze to the figures gradually drawing closer, now a mere 100 paces away, and calmly addressed Stone, Prepare yourself. The sound of wheels creaking emerged. 10 carts laden with hay and wooden stakes began to trundle onto the bridge from behind the Tiger Knights. The wooden carts constricted the bridge's width, transforming what could have accommodated 10 soldiers advancing side by side into a narrow passage for only 6 or 7. The Fry soldiers quickly discerned Lin's intentions, and the previously slow-moving shield-bearer formation began to quicken their pace. So restless? Lin observed with a slight smile. The enemy's ranks drew ever closer, 100 paces, 50 paces. Just as they were about to reach the carts, Stone's command rang out. Archers, ready. Fire. The infantry took their positions. A rain of arrows descended upon the enemy's shield-bearers, forcing them to halt and raise their steel shields to protect against the barrage. However, as long as they are in motion, the shields can never maintain a sufficient level of tightness. Some arrows, finding their way through the gaps of the advancing shield-bearers, penetrate into the crowd, causing casualties. Each fallen soldier only serves to create larger openings, gradually forcing the enemy to halt their advance and consolidate their defenses to mend the breaches in their formation. Seeing the enemy come to a standstill and tighten their ranks, the archers of the Tiger Bounty Legion ceased their barrage. Infantry advance, came the commanding voice of Sherfu. The soldiers of the Tiger Bounty Legion, already poised for action and arranged in formations of 6, charged forward with fervent cries. They held aloft their iron and oak shields. Though not as lavishly armored as their adversaries, their equipment was notably lighter. Upon Sherfu's command to charge, they swiftly coalesced into a torrent of armored might, surging ahead. The foremost infantry of the Tiger Bounty Legion began to experience the same treatment as the enemy's shield-bearers. The archers positioned behind the enemy had long since drawn their bows, unleashing a hail of arrows upon the Tiger Bounty infantry. Nevertheless, there was no command for retreat or withdrawal. The Tiger Bounty infantry, undeterred, charged forward through the rain of arrows, with their oak shields held high. Their singular aim was to close the distance, to engage in close quarters with the enemy. The archers of Twin Rivers City inflicted severe initial losses upon Lin's Tiger Bounty infantry. Of the first wave of 100 soldiers that clashed with the enemy's shield-bearers, fewer than 70 remained alive upon contact. However, regardless of the dire circumstances, the momentum of close combat had already been established. Both sides' archers ceased fire to avoid hitting their own. The combat effectiveness of Lin's level 3 soldiers was comparable to that of the regular army in Westeros, with equal equipment, leading to a near 50-50 chance of victory. Yet, this time, the heavy steel plate armor and robust shields of the Fry family's spear and shield soldiers proved decisive. The Tiger Bounty infantry quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Despite their valiant resistance, they soon exhibited clear signs of faltering. Sherfu commanded the Tiger Bounty infantry to slowly retreat, while the enemy's spear and shield soldiers relentlessly pursued the withdrawing Tiger Bounty soldiers. For every 10 steps the Tiger Bounty infantry pushed forward, the enemy pressed 10 steps closer. The formation of what had once been a line of 10 shield-bearers gradually dwindled to 7, then even 6. The archers of Twin River City, in their attempt to maintain their formation, had no choice but to closely follow the shield-bearers, ready to provide effective support at any moment. When a sharp arrow suddenly found its mark in the gap between the front row of shield-bearers and the archers, the commanding officer leading the Twin Rivers soldiers finally sensed something amiss. If his archers advanced another step, they would be met with a deluge of arrows from the Tiger Bounty archers, lying in wait. At that moment, observing the 200 elite steel shield-bearers pursuing the retreating Tiger Bounty infantry, this young officer, valued highly by the Fry family, felt a tightening in his throat. He hastily gestured for the archers to halt their advance. Damn it, he bellowed, shield-bearers, fall back. Retreat. Stop advancing. There's a trap ahead. However, at this very moment, the most lavishly equipped and defensively formidable unit within the Twin Rivers Army had become entirely isolated from the support of the archers. His command had come too late. The 300 armored soldiers, crafted at great expense by the Fry family, found themselves entirely confined within a narrow passage flanked by 5 wooden carts on either side. A faint smile crept on Alin's otherwise stern visage. Chapter 85, The Vulture. The beautiful Brienne, leading her pure black warhorse, sought out the tall Duncan, who was coordinating the Lion Knights. The knightly order was on the verge of receiving a mission. I wish to join, she expressed her intent. Duncan turned to her, his expression impassive as he nodded. You are suited for the vanguard. Charge in the front line. Without hesitation, she replied, no problem. Duncan donned his knight's helmet, mounted his steed, and then lowered his gaze to inspect the ankles of Brienne's black warhorse. Wrap a protective covering around your horse. It is of utmost importance. At the head of the stone bridge, The Tiger Bounty infantry lured the enemy shield bearers into the narrow passage between the wooden carts, successfully completing their mission to draw the enemy in. Without further delay, they swiftly disengaged from the entangled confrontation with the Twin Rivers shield bearers. Simultaneously, the enemy's shield bearers received orders from behind to withdraw. They halted their pursuit of the Tiger Bounty infantry and began to turn back. However, the wooden carts, cloaked in hay on either side, suddenly trembled. The soldiers of Twin Rivers were astonished to see the hay flying from the carts, followed by the sudden emergence of short, yet robust warriors wielding gleaming hook spears. Their faces marked with a greenish hue. They were the people of the marsh, born at the confluence of the neck swamp and the rivulets. The Twin Rivers soldiers quickly recognized their origins. Generally diminutive in stature, several marsh warriors could crowd into each cart, and as the shield bearers turned to retreat, they surged forth unexpectedly, catching the enemy off guard. Having thrived in the harsh environment of the swamps for generations, the marsh people were known for their bravery. At this moment, marsh soldiers emerged from the haystacks within the carts, nimbly taking to the cart railings and leaping toward the shield bearers of Twin Rivers positioned in the middle. Many marsh warriors even found themselves atop the enemy's heads. The marsh people excelled at exploiting the weaknesses of their foes, using their barbed blades to pierce the gaps in the enemy's steel helmets and armor, targeting the vulnerable nape. A single hook stab meant certain death. The sudden onslaught of the marsh warriors caught everyone by surprise. However, the heavily armored infantry of Twin Rivers, possessing absolute defensive capabilities and a numerical advantage, quickly regained their composure amidst the brief chaos. They raised their shields to block the marsh warriors' hook spears and drew their short knives from their belts, relentlessly stabbing at the marsh fighters in close combat. Though the short knives were not lethal, the blows inflicted upon the marsh soldiers sent many crashing to the ground, only to be brutally dispatched by the infantry's heavy weaponry. The anguished cries from the bridge echoed in the ears of Lynn S. Marsh Knight, whose expression turned ashen. Unable to contain himself, he complained, "My lord Lynn, why have your cavalry not yet moved?" Lynn's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. "We need to draw the enemy further back. It's too constricted here. My cavalry's target is not solely the heavy infantry, but also the archers hiding behind them." Sherfu interjected, "My soldiers have completed the task of drawing the enemy. Do your kin wish only to pursue on the battlefield? However, Your Excellency, you still command such a multitude of troops. Even dispatching a single reinforcement would suffice." The knight from the Zay family still wished to persuade further, but Lynn, growing impatient, interjected, "If you truly aspire to vanquish the Fry family, you ought to place your hopes on the prompt arrival of Commander Holland Reed's fleet. Until then, I shall not risk deploying all my forces." In the Fry family's conference hall, although Marquis Ward was long-lived, he was plagued by gout, curled up in his high seat of black oak. Beneath him lay a soft leather cushion and a marten fur robe draped over his knees. His chair was so immense that the elderly man appeared as a grotesque child ensconced within it. Dany ultimately was not taken to the bridal chamber. Instead, she was led by a servant of the Freys to the conference hall, standing beside Ward Fry, with a Fry attendant watching her from behind. The Fry scouts confirmed that the forces attacking East Twin River City hailed from the Northern Rothschild family. Truth be told, old Fry had never spoken of this family before. However, he now knew that Dany had once served as the steward of their lord's house prior to her abduction. Ward Fry considered himself to have no enmity with Lynn. If there were any, it could only be Dany. Yet for a mere stewardess, the other party had risked all their troops to assault his ancestral stronghold. Was it truly worth it? Perhaps that young lord had already claimed Dany, body and soul. Contemplating this, old Fry felt an overwhelming sense of vexation. He had dispatched 2 cavalry units to test the waters, both of which suffered fierce resistance from the enemy. From the current intelligence analysis, it seemed that the soldiers of the Northern Rothschild family in East City intended to hold fast to the stone bridge of East City, showing no inclination to launch an assault on West Twin River City. If Lynn's mere 1,000 soldiers were to occupy East Twin River City, he could refrain from summoning all his vassals, simply issuing strict orders to his men to hold the true heart of Twin River City within the castle of West City. In that case, the enemy would have no means to dislodge him. Once the Lannister reinforcements from Herrenberg arrived, or the northern forces on their expedition, they would naturally withdraw due to insufficient supplies. However, this morning his scouts had also spotted a troop of nearly 1,000 men outside West City, bearing the banners of the Iron Islands Greyjoy family. Old Fry could no longer maintain his composure. Connecting this with Lynn's army's defensive posture, he realized that remaining besieged would only ensnare him in a predicament of being attacked from both sides. The clear choice was to proactively shatter one of the encircling forces. At that moment, Old Fry resembled a vulture, more akin to a weasel. His bald head was speckled with age spots, and his long pink neck perched upon bony shoulders. His gaunt chin hung loose, with skin sagging around a toothless mouth that incessantly moved, sucking in air as if an infant had nipple. Old Frey smiled dim, and doubt-filled eyes stared vacantly at Dany, whose hands were unbound yet remained unstruggling. So, that little bastard from the Rothschild family came for you? Dany had also learned of the Eagle Lion banner fluttering over East Twin River City. A surge of emotion and surprise washed over her, mingled with a hint of doubt. Indeed, Lord Lynn was an exceptionally admirable lord, 1,000, no, 10,000 times better than the heartless nobility she had encountered. Yet, Dany believed she possessed no charm substantial enough to warrant Lynn's full commitment, necessitating an all-out campaign against Twin River City. Hesitantly, she shook her head. Having endured a sleepless night, her spirit was utterly depleted. The color had nearly drained from her lips, and her entire visage bore a pallor. Ward Frey could discern no trace of beauty in the young maiden before him. He turned his gaze away from Dany, shifting it to the hall. The Frey vassals, commanders, and knightly attendants filled the entire chamber, all awaiting the elder's address. Naturally, the lord of the Dreadfort, old Bolton, found himself among them with nowhere else to go. "I know," he began, "that some among you harbor doubts regarding this old man with useless legs, questioning my capability to continue the illustrious legacy of House Frey. Some believe my rash anger led to the death of Stark, resulting in the Northernmen's incursion into our city. However, rest assured, your patriarch has not lost his wits. The Lannister host is soon to arrive, and I must impart this news to you in advance." He gazed at the bronze crown, removed from the head of the deceased Robb, resting upon the table, and smiled with his toothless mouth. "A wretched king adorned with a bronze crown, killed or not. It matters not. The Lannisters shall ensure the continuation of House Frey. My son-in-law, Duke Edmure, will vanquish the Northern men, and my generous son-in-law shall reward all present with lands in the Riverlands." He rose slowly, proclaiming loudly, "I swear in the name of House Frey, all of the Riverlands shall belong to you, as long as you reclaim East Twin River City and resolve our current predicament." A voice rose in fervor, "Reclaim East City." In the face of the immense benefits that came with dividing the Riverlands, the vassals of House Frey erupted in excited shouts. "Reclaim East City. We shall die to protect Lord Frey. Slay the Northern men." Old Bolton, also a Northern man, remained impassive upon hearing the fervent cries of the Frey vassals. He stepped forward, addressing the elder Frey on the dais. "I hope, Lord Ward, that you grant me a troop. Your vassals shall engage the Northern men as defenses in East City, while I will guard the Western Gate." Ward Frey's dim eyes scrutinized Bolton for a long while. Finally, he replied, "Let Count Lucas Valpy and his son, Sir John Wyld, accompany you." Count Lucas, the head of the Valpy family, a noble house in the Riverlands, was known for his loyalty among the many vassals of House Frey. Their sigil depicted a black frog perched upon a white water lily leaf against a green background. Naturally, having Count Lucas at the Western Gate would fortify their defenses. Bolton's brow twitched as he bowed respectfully, emphasizing as strong as a gem. Lord Ward Frey continued to appoint his subordinates within the hall, designating them as leaders of each troop. Count Lucas would defend the Western Gate, while his son, Sir Daemon, was assigned to remain at the Lord's residence as the central command. The command of the troops attacking East City, facing Lynn's forces, was entrusted to the trio from the Hay family, whom old Frey trusted most. Sir Leslin Hay was appointed as the general, while his sons, Sir Harris Hay and Sir Donald Hay, would lead the vanguard and rearguard, respectively. Soon, the war council of House Frey concluded. The 2,000 troops and attendants assembled within West City were fully mobilized. Sir Hay took 200 men to support the assault toward the stone bridge leading to East City. Initiating their offensive at dawn, Count Lucas and Bolton took the remaining 800 to safeguard the Western Gate. However, in his role as the architect of the fortress on the Green Fork River, Old Frey neglected to assign any troops to jointly defend the riverfront. Chapter 86. The fleet arrives. As the sun rose, it appeared like a towering, ghostly bastion manifesting before Lynn. In the city of Twin Rivers, two stone fortresses stand majestically on either bank of the river, mirroring each other as if reflected in a pristine surface, connected by a grand stone arch bridge. At the center of the bridge lies the watchtower of the Way River, through which the turbulent waters rush beneath. Two colossal iron gates guard the river, capable of intercepting any vessels that dare to pass. The rainfall from the previous night has rendered the Green Fork River even murkier and more verdant, with the currents now more furious than before. Gazing northward along the river, several ships emerge, their banners fluttering in indistinct hues and patterns. Lynn understands that the indistinctness of the banners is due to the fact that most of them share a similar green hue with the murky waters of the Green Fork River. In truth, it is the Knight of the Marshlands beside him who first alerts him. The fleet of Lord Horan has arrived. Lynn casts a subtle nod toward the river's end and instructs Sterling at his side, informs Sir Duncan to prepare for an assault. With Horan's warships providing support on the river, we need not be overly cautious on the Stone Arch Bridge. It is time to seize control of the bridge and advance our formation to the fortress across the river. At that moment, a soldier approaches Lynn. "My lord, Commander Radar has arrived with the cavalry, infantry, and archers." "Better late than never," Lynn replies with a smile. "Have Radar come to see me. Let him unify the command of the Tiger Legion and the cavalry infantry, and allow Stone to join Sir Duncan's knightly order." As Duncan's former squire, Stone possesses exceptional battlefield synergy with him. Assign him to lead the central forces of the Griffin Knights. This will enhance the Knights' combat efficacy. "As you command, my lord." Having experienced the loss of troops a few times, Lynn, through his extensive observation of the system troops, has discerned that while the inherent combat attributes of units of the same level are nearly identical, their leadership and command abilities vary significantly. For instance, Radar demonstrates a greater aptitude for command compared to Stone, who hails from a legendary knight lineage. Sir Duncan is competent in all respects, nearly the ideal subordinate in the eyes of a lord, save for his lack of communication skills. Among the cavalry, Harry Kane is an accurate marksman with a modicum of leadership ability, albeit not particularly remarkable. Lynn muses that once his forces are more robust, he should establish a mechanism for selecting commanders among the system troops to ensure that each individual is utilized to their fullest potential. Radar approaches Lynn, saluting with the standard gesture of a subordinate. Before he can speak, the synchronized sound of hooves from the Griffin Knights can be heard behind him, signaling the imminent assault. After receiving command of the Tiger Legion from Lynn, Radar cautiously inquires, "My lord, should we deploy all the archers from the cavalry and Tiger Legion to support Duncan's knights in their advance?" Lynn contemplates before shaking his head in refusal. "No need. As long as the knights can effectively break through the shield soldiers of Twin Rivers and cross the first line of defense, the archers of House Fry will find it impossible to withdraw from the Stone Arch Bridge." His voice, though soft, carries an air of certainty. "Arrange for 600 infantry to follow. Place the spearheads of the cavalry in the front, with the infantry of the Tiger Legion behind them, and finally station a light infantry unit at the eastern fortress to hold the line. The respective commanders for the advance and defense will be selected from the cavalry and Tiger Legion. I have heard of the sharpshooting prowess of the marsh dwellers. Once Horan's warships reach the northern gate, their archers can support our vanguard. We will seize control of the Stone Arch Bridge and await the performance of House Greyjoy at the western gate." "My lord, what if the Ironborn do not aggressively assault the western gate?" Radar, having gained a general understanding of Lynn's strategy, ponders aloud. "Then our forces will become mired on the Stone Arch Bridge, caught in a precarious situation. Fear not, the Ironborn are more anxious than we are. Once we press the Marshmen's forces to the fortress across the river, regardless of whether the Ironborn attack, the encircled frays will become a panicked prey. If they are not foolish, they will commit all their forces to seize the western gate, hastening their grasp of victory." Radar comprehends the implication behind Lynn's words. The city of Twin Rivers has been under the control of the Fry family for generations, thriving through tolls collected for crossing the river and bridge. They show no respect to the Northern Alliance, refusing to yield even a fraction of the tribute owed and even planning to arrange for their daughter to take on the role of a Northern Queen. The wealth of House Fry, while not explicitly stated, can be assumed to be staggering. Faced with such riches, even though Lynn has previously promised to cede Twin Rivers to them, the Ironborn will not relinquish this easily obtainable fortune. The principle of first come, first served is universally understood. Of course, one must possess sufficient strength to defend the spoils. With no further doubts, Radar takes his leave. As the Tiger Legion and cavalry require reorganization and the implementation of Lynn's subsequent orders. At this moment, the Griffin Knights pass by Lynn, many knights casting looks of reverence and immense pride toward their lord, who nods in acknowledgement, like proud children receiving encouragement from a parent. The cavalry feel an exhilarating rush of fervor swelling within their chests. As the Griffin Knights, nearly 300 strong, traverse the stone fortress at the eastern end of Twin Rivers and step onto the Stone Arch Bridge, they brandish their lances, preparing for their final charge. Lynn's deep gaze rests upon the indistinct western city across the Green Fork River, whispering to himself, after such sacrifice, are we finally to claim victory? At the bridgehead, as the sun rises, golden rays illuminate the bridge's surface, casting light upon the chaotic, blood-stained stones from last night's and this morning's battle, turning it a vivid crimson. The mingling of rainwater and blood reflects a deadly, pale red glow. Duncan, expressionless, gazes ahead while the standard-bearer behind him holds aloft the griffin banner, fluttering in the breeze of the Green Fork River. Griffin Knights, forward! Duncan draws his nearly 2-meter-long sword, raising it high while spurring his steed into action, leading the charge. The beautiful Brienne follows closely, her demeanor solemn as she rides alongside him. The thunderous sound of hooves reverberates across the stone bridge, shaking the entire river valley. The marshmen, soldiers tasked with the ambush under the pressure of the shield-bearers, have suffered near annihilation. A severely wounded neck marshman warrior lies against a wooden wheel, his face smeared with blood, a short blade having pierced his abdomen, while a long sword has severed an artery in his thigh. He is as if rolling in a field of crimson mud, his body entirely stained in red. Hearing the thunderous sound of hooves approaching from behind, he summons the last of his strength to look up at the oncoming cavalry, resembling the harbingers of death, and manages a wretched smile. On the battlefield, every soldier is acutely aware of the specter of death. To hear the hooves of allies before one's demise, and to envision them avenging one's fallen comrades, is the most fitting epitaph for a soldier. Chapter 87. Occupation. Led by Duncan, the Griffin Cavalry, comprising nearly 300 Level 2 knights, charge forth with formidable momentum across the expansive stone arch bridge. With a tremendous force akin to a mighty tempest, they swept aside all obstacles before them, like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. The heavily armored shield soldiers of House Fry, positioned at the forefront, had already endured 2 rounds of brutal melee combat and were now retreating in a disordered formation. Faced with a fully armed cavalry unit charging at full speed from behind, many of the lagging heavy infantry, in their panic, chose to evade the cavalry's onslaught. The cavalry, advancing in parallel formation, offered them no chance of reprieve. The shield-bearers on either side were directly trampled by the charging steeds, crashing down from the stone arch bridge with anguished cries, plummeting into the murky waters of the Green Fork River below. Meanwhile, the central formation of the heavily armored shield soldiers could not withstand the sudden frontal assault. The cavalry trampled over them with reckless abandon. Though the lances could not penetrate their formidable steel shields, the sheer force of the charge was sufficient to send many of them sprawling. Following the initial wave of cavalry, the disarrayed Fry soldiers found their ranks shattered and, unable to repair their severely damaged armor in time, were soon overwhelmed by the onslaught of the valiant cavalry and the infantry of the Tiger Legion, who mercilessly cut them down. Simultaneously, Sir Stone led the second column of cavalry soldiers to the scene, maneuvering around the battle site from either side of the stone bridge. In the absence of shield bearers to offer resistance, they surged forth into a void, ruthlessly pursuing the terrified crossbowmen of Twin River City. As blood transformed the entire bridge into a crimson ribbon stretching from east to west, this conflict, which lasted less than half an hour, concluded with the complete capture of the stone arch bridge. Lynn's cavalry emerged victorious, while the infantry coordinated their charge, reaping the heads of the Twin River soldiers who had been tossed into disarray, like harvesting wheat with ease. Just as House Hay of the Freys, accompanied by 200 reinforcements, arrived at the western bridgehead of the stone castle, the Zurin fleet of Horan Lyd arrived at the river mouth of Twin River City. The defenses along the Green Fork River were relatively weak, and the Zurin soldiers, leveraging their numerical and archery advantages, swiftly seized the river dock and began landing troops. Sir Leslin Hay, upon reaching the stone castle on the western bank, was rendered almost speechless by the scene before him. As one dispatched to assault the eastern city, he was filled with despair. What kind of siege warfare was this? The city was being besieged instead. Recognizing the dire situation, Sir Leslin Hay, accompanied by his 2 sons and a handful of guards, made no hesitation in turning to flee towards the western city. With their commander gone, the remaining Fry soldiers floundered like headless flies. Some continued to follow Sir Hay to the western gate, while others scattered in disarray. A scant few stumbled headlong into Lynn's forces or the arms of Zurin's soldiers at the river dock, becoming mere casualties among the many harvested. The stone castle at the bridgehead was in chaos, with sporadic skirmishes taking place. In stark contrast, the battle at the western gate raged on fervently. In truth, the Ironborn forces led by Victorian Greyjoy had yet to formally assault the western gate of Twin River City. Rather, his troops were merely gathering outside the city walls when the soldiers of Twin Rivers took the initiative to open the western gate, charging at the Iron Islands soldiers besieging the entrance. The old-skinned Trader Bolton of the West and the Hay family, father and sons, responsible for the eastern assault, became among the earliest to choose the path of escape, seeking to break through to the west. Upon learning that Lin had allied with the Iron Islands and the Greywater Watch to mount an assault on Twin River City, and that the stone arch bridge had completely fallen, they unhesitatingly opted to retreat into the open ground beyond the Western Gate. These individuals held little vested interest in the affairs of Twin River City. With their own independent territories, they were unwilling to accompany House Fry in a feudal struggle. With 3 of the highest-ranking officers appointed by Old Fry fleeing the council hall, the remaining men were not fools either. Aside from the most loyal vassals of House Fry, who rallied the demoralized troops within the city for a few feudal resistances, others began to stir restlessly. In a fleeting moment, the southern ferry of Twin River City became the most congested area, as nobles hastily prepared to flee this dying city. Victarion Greyjoy, at this juncture standing outside the western gate of Twin River City, wore a perplexed expression. The soldiers of Twin River City surged from the open western gate, recklessly crashing against his iron-born defensive line. The iron-born forces, initially poised for an assault, found themselves relegated to a defensive posture instead. Though the number of soldiers exiting the city was not substantial, each wave that was repelled brought forth another, like relentless ocean waves. However, Victarion soon realized that these soldiers of Twin River City were not genuinely intent on assaulting his troops. Rather, they were seeking to escape. His forces merely stood in their way, blocking their path beyond the moat. The Ironborn were frustrated. Should they advance into the city and push their positions to the gates, they would effectively seal off the soldiers of Twin River City, which might provoke a desperate fight from the enemy. From the current situation, it appeared that the true main forces of Twin River City still retained considerable strength. A small lieutenant of the Ironborn, with a peculiar expression, turned to Victarion Greyjoy. "My lord, if we continue this endless interception, our men will soon be worn out." Victarion's face darkened. He was eager to ascertain the reason behind this predicament. Why had the soldiers of Twin River City not rallied their main forces to the eastern city to contest with Lin, but instead opted to break out from the western side? Was it due to Lin's formidable deterrent power, or did they perceive the Iron Islanders as easy prey? Now was the perfect opportunity to plunder House Frey's estate. Yet, Victarion could only grit his teeth and command his soldiers to remain on standby. He even deliberately allowed a passage to open on one side, permitting the fleeing soldiers of Twin River City to escape quickly, so as not to hinder his own entry into the city for riches. Old-skin trader Lothar Bolton, with a grim countenance, swept past the Ironborn army under the protection of his attendants. Having narrowly escaped, he felt no joy. His plot to eliminate Robb and the loyal noble vassals of House Stark in the north, which he had envisaged would yield great rewards, now faced unforeseen complications with the Iron Islanders meddling in the North's affairs, and even a nameless minor noble from the southern reaches of the North unexpectedly rising to prominence. The treachery of the Dreadfort against Winterfell and the alliance with the Lannisters, aimed at dominating the North, proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, the demise of House Fry in Twin River City was a foregone conclusion. He was fortunate to have broken free from a siege. The immediate priority was to depart this place of turmoil and return to his territory, the Dreadfort, to seize the now vacant Winterfell and encroach upon the lands of the deceased noble families of the North. Upon exiting the city gates, Lothar Bolton cast aside thoughts of these vexing matters, hastening northward with all due speed, striving to evade the gaze of the Iron Islanders. Should the Ironborn in the north, who posed a strategic threat to him, discover his identity, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to return to the north unscathed. At this moment, Lin's grand army had just captured the Bridgehead Stone Castle on the western bank. His forces had formally breached the city of Wanha, and the fall of Wanha's city was an inevitability. Chapter 88. This is bound to be a great fortune. A small squad of cavalry, led by a valiant commander, was combing through every building in the western district of Wanha City. The central streets were teeming with the elite Tiger Ben Corps, with squads of soldiers armed with crossbows. Upon Lin's soldiers breaching the estate of Lord Fry in the western city, they established sentries every 5 paces, completely isolating the area within a mile around the Lord's residence. However, upon easily conquering the Fry stronghold, they discovered it to be desolate, with Lord Fry and his kin having vanished without a trace. Lin stood in the courtyard of the Fry family castle, his demeanor impassive as he awaited reports from the scouts, who continually updated him on the search progress. "My lord, we have thoroughly searched the Fry estate, and aside from the corpses of some servants and female relatives, we have found no one," reported one scout. "My lord, we have also searched the tower in the southwest corner, where we found a remnant group of soldiers and some provisions. Lord Sherfu is currently sweeping through the Wanha city guards there." After a while, a scout finally arrived with news of a lead. A cavalry scout rode up to Lin, dismounted, and knelt before him, saying, "My lord, a group of evacuees has been spotted at the crossing outside the southern city, dressed in noble attire. Intercepted by the fleet of the Zern people." A spark ignited in Lin's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, "Notify Sir Duncan to lead 100 knights to encircle them. Not a single one is to escape. Once confirmed to be members of the Fry family, send word back to me." "Yes, my lord." Lin then inquired about the situation at the western city gate. When a scout reported that the Iron Isles had allowed a significant number of Luanha city soldiers to exit, Lin's expression darkened ominously. His men fought valiantly, yet the Iron Folk had simply permitted the Luanha citizens to break free. He surmised that Victarion would soon be leading his troops into the city. At that moment, Sterling emerged from within the Fry estate, quietly approaching Lin's side and whispering, "My lord, the search team has discovered an underground chamber, seemingly a treasure vault of the Fry family." Lin's expression shifted, and he quietly instructed Sterling, "First, expel all unrelated individuals from the estate. Ensure the gates are guarded. No one is to enter without my command." As Lin stepped into the estate's rear courtyard, he was met with a 4-story stone fortress, constructed over 3 centuries by the Fry family. This stronghold in the northern part of Luanha City was fortified like an impregnable castle, navigating through several stone corridors guided by the search team. Lin arrived at a side chamber barred by a massive iron door, which stood ajar, its lock pried open, with 2 Tiger Bend soldiers guarding the entrance. Lin inquired, "Is the underground chamber located within?" The sentinel soldiers bowed respectfully. "Indeed, my lord. Inside lies a study, and during the search, we discovered a passage leading downward concealed behind a large wooden bookcase." One soldier activated a mechanism, revealing a staircase leading down. "You remain here," Lin ordered, as he proceeded down the passage with his loyal attendant, GoT. After descending the spiral staircase for some time, a simply adorned underground chamber came into view, its stone walls impeccably constructed. Lamps lining the chamber were lit, illuminating a row of 8 or 9 large wooden chests. 3 of the chests had been opened, and pearls, gemstones, and gold coins lay scattered on the ground, indicating that the Fry family had evacuated in haste, taking only a fraction of their wealth. Lin's heart raced as he approached the 3 open chests, gazing at the treasures within, feeling a sense of vertigo at the sight. The wealth of a millennium-old family lay before him, causing his breath to quicken. He turned to GoT, who appeared rather dazed, seemingly oblivious to the scattered treasures, and instructed, "Open the other chests as well." With each chest GoT opened, Lin's eyes widened further. The first chest brimmed with silver deer glistening in the light, crafted from the finest silver. The second and third chests contained more silver deer. "What is this?" As GoT opened a 4th chest, Lin leaned in closer, his face illuminated with a golden hue as his dark eyes sparkled with a golden glimmer. "Gold dragons." A chest full of gold dragons. Lin grasped a handful of gold coins, his hand trembling involuntarily. How many gold dragons are there? 5,000? Or perhaps even over 10,000? Lin struggled to comprehend, his thoughts sluggish. The sight of such wealth could easily halt one's mind. Yet, the astonishing revelations did not end there. GoT, undeterred by Lin's apparent greed, continued to follow his orders diligently. 3 chests remained unopened, and he proceeded to repeat the same actions, oblivious to the significance of his actions. The earnest GoT opened each large chest, causing Lin's heart to feel as though it were being struck by a heavy blow. For chests filled solely with gold dragons lay before him. GoT observed Lin, who was now gasping for breath like a fish out of water, and scratched his head in confusion. Lin shot an exasperated glare at the oblivious GoT, finding him rather annoying. He snapped, "Leave," and wait at the door, feeling wronged. The simple-minded GoT exited, leaving Lin alone in the underground chamber with his beloved gold dragons. Lin, consumed by avarice, retrieved a gold coin from the chest and bit down hard on it. Ugh, quite hard, yet incredibly bitter. Excitedly, he scooped up a large handful of gold dragons, cradling them in his palms. The coin slipped through his fingers, clattering against his ankle. The sharp pain finally jolted Lin back to reality. He sighed, reluctantly summoning the explosive soldier system. Ding! Welcome, host, to the explosive soldier system. In the explosive soldier system, spending is the way to prosperity. Current upgrade experience, 7,191, 110,000. Current available points, 1. Perhaps it was merely Lin's imagination, but he felt that the system's tone was gentler than usual today. Cursing the avaricious system in his heart, he resolved to handle the pressing matters outside before indulging in further financial pursuits. Lin composed himself and boldly declared, "System, recharge me with with all the gold dragons here. Ding! The system has received the host command and is currently processing the recharge. Waves of radiant light flickered, casting a golden hue upon Lin's face, restoring it to its natural color. The resplendent basement seemed to momentarily lose its primary source of illumination, plunging into a deeper obscurity. Beneath the flickering flames on the walls, for chests brimming with gold dragons now lay empty. A series of melodious upgrade notifications echoed in Lin's ears. Congratulations, host! You have successfully recharged 450,000 gold dragons. Current available points, 450,001. Current upgrade experience, 571, 911, 100,000. Congratulations, host! The system has upgraded to level 5. Unlocking the following. Congratulations, host! The system has upgraded to level 6. Unlocking the following. 450,000 available points. Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing that fortune was finally within his grasp. Chapter 89. The Verdict. Lin had just begun to recover from the elation of acquiring a substantial amount of points and achieving a system upgrade when his attendant, GoT, hurried down the staircase from the secret chamber, saying, "My lord, the cavalry of the Griffin Knight Order has reported that Sir Duncan has clashed with the Zealots." Lin responded with an "Oh," inquiring whether those blocked at the crossing point had been identified. Indeed, it was the Fry family, and Sir Duncan discovered the body of Miss Dany on the riverbank. What? Lin's pupils dilated in shock, turning red. Then he closed his eyes, revealing a tormented expression. He lifted his gaze again towards the remaining 6 chests. Lin gazed sorrowfully at the golden treasures before him, suddenly feeling a profound sense of emptiness. If he could not protect those dear to him, what significance did wealth and soldiers hold? As he contemplated this, a bitter smile crept upon his face. "Foolish cow," Lin mused, pinching his nose. "I feel the urge to kill." GoT replied solemnly, "My lord, I shall slay whoever you wish." "Very well. Instruct Sterling to notify Rodart to assemble all the troops in the city. We shall march forth to eliminate those deserving of death." GoT's face suddenly showed hesitation. Lin, displeased. "Question, what troubles you? What shall become of these treasures? It is evident that you hold them dear." Lin spat, ejecting a thick, blood-tinged phlegm onto the chest before him, as if marking his territory like a cat. He turned away, no longer wishing to gaze upon the dazzling valuables in the basement. "See, they're mine now. No one can take them away." The foolish cow, rushing through the Fry Lord's estate, found Sterling and relayed Lin's orders. Just as Sterling turned to respond, he saw GoT wildly brandishing a bronze axe, which he had acquired from an unknown source. Sterling, suppressing the urge to curse, exclaimed, "Foolish cow, what are you doing?" Stamping. Ultimately, Lin left 2 squads of 50 infantry in the city, one stationed at the entrance of the Fry Mansion in the north of Twin River City, and the other positioned at a tower in the southwest corner, guarding a stockpile of grain. The army sustained minimal casualties during the battle for the Stone Arch Bridge, but suffered significant losses during the clearing and searching operations in the western city, encountering skirmishes with the Twin River City Guard. Rodart gathered all the soldiers to provide a comprehensive assessment of their losses. To launch the attack on Twin River City, Lin had assembled 3 contingents of troops at Green Fork River. The Griffin Knight Order, consisting of 270 men brought by Duncan from Carling Bay, 1,000 infantry from the Tiger Bend Corps summoned outside the city, and over 100 cavalry from the territory's fishing village, Port led by Rodart. In total, a mixed army of 370 soldiers had engaged in the battles for East Twin River City and West Twin River City, with 970 surviving, including 180 cavalry. Excluding the 100 cavalry Duncan had dispatched to besiege the crossing point and the 100 mixed infantry left to guard the city, Lin marched forth with the remaining 770 soldiers, making their way through the central square of West Twin River City towards the crossing point in the south. At the river crossing dock, Duncan gripped his drawn knight's sword tightly in hand, encircled by nearly 70 members of the Fry family. On Green Fork River, 2 warships, bearing the green emblem of the Greywater Watch family, anchored in the turbulent waters of the river mouth. Crossbowmen and a row of zealot archers aboard the ships aimed their drawn bows at the 100 cavalry of the Griffin Knight Order. The Green Fork River surged through the stone arch bridge of Twin River City, flowing violently downstream. The murky, churning green waters did little to alleviate the tense atmosphere. The zealot knight, who had previously participated in the battle for the stone arch bridge, stood at a distance, accompanied by 100 zealot warriors, not far from the perimeter of the Griffin Knight Order. He glared at Duncan, saying, "My lord, do you intend to make an enemy of the zealot family?" Duncan remained stoic, his gaze unyielding as he replied, "I have no intention of declaring war, but those who must remain shall do so." The zealot knight, incensed, retorted. Lord Fry is a guest invited by Commander Horan to Greywater Watch. Do not forget who assisted you in seizing Twin River City. The beautiful Brienne pointed her sword menacingly at the diminutive zealot knight. Walder Fry is the culprit behind the murder of my lady, Catelyn Stark. Should you wish to save him, you must first overcome my blade. Do you care for a duel, Frog-Eater Knight? The zealot knight, his face cold, was about to respond when the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. He turned his head to listen and saw a force of several hundred soldiers advancing from the small stone gate in the south of Twin River City. Given the proximity of the crossing point to the southern wall of Twin River City, he quickly recognized the leader of the approaching army as a faintly discernible frail figure. It was Lyn Rothschild. Seeing Lyn emerge with nearly his entire army, the zealot knight gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Is he abandoning Twin River City? Does the Fry family intend to relinquish their treasures to the Iron Islands?" Walder Fry, trapped at the center of the cavalry encirclement, stood trembling, surrounded by his dozens of sons and daughters, as well as several loyal vassals of the Fry family. He shakily rose to his feet, peering towards the approaching army from Twin River City, a visage of fear and resentment etched upon his face. He cried out to the zealot knights outside, "Hurry, take me away. You of the Elwhide family have made a pact with me. Take me with you." Duncan coldly raised his sword, and the other members of the Griffin Knight Order followed suit, brandishing their weapons. "The Fry family will be dealt with by my lord. Who dares to abduct him?" Walder Fry, red-faced and trembling, bellowed, "I am the Marquis of River Run. Who dares to stop me? The Crownlands and the Lannister family will not let this go unpunished." At that moment, a clear voice rang out. What great authority the old Marquis wields. Lyn, accompanied by a formidable army, arrived and, upon hearing the thunderous roar of Walder Fry, coldly taunted, "Has Duncan failed to heed Lord Walder's words? Drag this old dog out for me." The tall Duncan, at these words, revealed a sinister smile. Without hesitation, he dismounted and approached Walder Fry, gripping his withered neck with his robust arm. Several vassals of House Fry, who attempted to intervene, were swiftly dispatched by the knights accompanying Duncan. Seizing Walder by the neck, Duncan dragged him forth as though he were a lifeless hound, directly through the path cleared by the knights of the Eagle Lion Brotherhood, until he stood before Lyn. Lyn sat astride his steed, gazing down at the elderly man who resembled a vulture. Once an imperious Marquis of the Seven Kingdoms, Walder Fry gasped for breath, his toothless mouth twitching. He lifted his head for the first time to behold the young Lord of the North, who had usurped the legacy of House Fry that had endured for centuries, his eyes filled with bitterness and rage. Lyn's dark gaze remained fixed upon this despicable elder, who had ambushed Robb Stark at a wedding, a man who had ruthlessly slaughtered Robb, Catelyn Stark, numerous bannermen of the North, and parts of the Northern Army, only to pledge fealty to House Lannister, all for the sake of granting his son, Edmure Fry, the lands of River Run. Not far away, a young woman in a blood-stained green and red gown lay sprawled upon the cobblestone riverbank. It was a Baroque-style dress that belonged to Dany Tully. Lyn spat at him, coldly pronouncing to the astonished Walder, "You and your House Fry shall be buried here alongside my lady Esmaid. May the gods condemn you to eternal torment for your sins." Chapter 90. Madness? Rodard ordered the soldiers to drag the members of House Fry to the murky waters of the Green Fork. Fear breeds high-pitched cries, and soon the riverbank echoed with anguished howls. The Knight of the Riverlands hurried to Lyn. Before the knight could speak, Lyn waved him off. "Inform Lord Reed that if he is on the ship and wishes to intercept, let the archers of the Riverlands unleash their arrows." The Green Fork felt ominously cold as Lyn tightened his woolen cloak around him. Of course, should he dare to oppose me. This Lord Lyn had made an agreement with the Marquis of Neckvale to spare House Fry once. He had personally led his troops to demand the lives of the Freys. "I assure you on behalf of Lord Horan that the castle and the treasures of House Fry shall remain untouched by the Riverlands." Lyn turned to regard the green-skinned knight. "Do you take me for a fool? The Freys have held dominion over the lands of River Run for centuries, their web of influence intricately woven. To release them would be akin to laying a trap for myself. Moreover, his collusion with Edmure Tully, stealing from his own lands, is tantamount to declaring war upon himself." Reflecting on Edmure, Lyn furrowed his brow and asked Duncan, "Have you seen any sign of the new Duke Tully?" Duncan hesitated before replying, "I do not know him." Lyn was taken aback, as if he too recognized the visage of Tully's squanderous progenitor. However, during their conversation, Lyn noticed a flicker of unease cross the face of the Riverlands knight. "Where is Edmure?" Lyn inquired sharply. "This. The Duke of Tully is the Lord of the Riverlands. Do you intend a war against the entire region?" "Winter is approaching," the Riverlands knight stammered. "To execute a duke without due cause would draw the ire of the Seven Kingdoms. the nobility of Westeros would harbor resentment towards you. Lynn's voice grew more insistent. Where is Edmure? The knight remained silent. GoT brandished a massive bronze axe, salvaged from the Fry castle, and pressed it to the knight's throat. Observing Lynn's resolute demeanor, the knight finally relented. My lord, when Lord Reed landed, he discovered Duke Tully and his new wife boarding a small boat at the river gate. They have likely already departed the lands of Riverrun. Lynn cast a glance at the knight, recognizing there was no reason for him to lie. But had Edmure truly escaped just like that? Sterling volunteered. My lord, allow me to pursue. Here, at the upper reaches of the Green Fork, heading downstream would swiftly lead to the convergence of the Three Forks. From there, Edmure could easily turn into the Red Fork and soon reach Riverrun. Following the affair at Riverrun, this timid new lord of House Tully would undoubtedly cower in fear within the Duke's residence. Lynn sighed and waved his hand. We cannot catch up. Danny's matters are his concern. I shall settle that score in due time. For now, we must address the immediate situation. Inform your lord, Horan Reed, that. Lynn redirected his focus towards the Riverlands knight, who stood paralyzed beneath the bronze axe. In light of the Riverlands' repeated selfish actions that have severely undermined the temporary alliance with my House Rothschild, Carling Bay shall not be returned to Greywater Watch. The knight from the Riverlands grew frantic upon hearing this. My lord, you are brazenly tearing up the agreement. Lord Horan and all the Riverlands will not forgive such treachery. Lynn gestured for GoT to lower the axe. Meanwhile, the cries of the Fry family being executed by Rodart echoed from the riverbank. The wind at the river mouth carried away their sharp lamentations, leaving only the sound of Lynn's wool cloak billowing in a gust. Begone! Lynn retorted with icy indifference. House Fry conspired with Lord Roose Bolton to ensnare the king in the north and the Stark's bannermen at Riverrun. Now, with the Iron Islanders having freed Bolton, you Riverlanders dare to wrest these culprits from my grasp? I trust the entire north shall remember all that transpires here. The Riverlands knight was filled with disbelief. This young lord of the north not only refused to uphold the promise to return Carling Bay to the Riverlands, but he also intended to renege on the agreement regarding Riverrun. Madness. Utter madness. How dare he? Let's not forget. The Iron Islands lie just off the western coast of the Riverlands, barely 3 days' journey from Riverrun. The vengeful and ruthless Greyjoys, with their tradition of pillaging, would never let this transgression go unpunished. Do you have the appetite to swallow the vast expanse of Riverrun? The Riverlands knight wished to ask, but the words caught in his throat. He lowered his head in defeat, bowed to Lynn, and departed with the Riverlander warriors. Moments later, the crossbowmen aboard the 2 Riverlander ships withdrew their arrows, aimed at the shore, and dismantled their crossbows. The sounds of slaughter from the riverbank subsided momentarily, only to rise again, for the members of House Fry would not be dispatched easily. Lynn turned to Sterling. Go check if that old vulture Walder Fry has met his end. Sterling chuckled. My lord, not yet. I can still hear that old man's curses. Commander Rodarte seems intent on compelling him to witness the demise of his kin, allowing him to taste the bitterness of his people's slaughter, likely culminating in his own master's hand dealing the final blow. Lynn nodded solemnly. He then dismounted, his steps heavy as he traversed the riverbank's pebbles, making his way to the verdant waters downstream. There lay Dany's lifeless body, quietly sprawled upon the ground, her chest punctured by a cruel blade, her blood having drained significantly from her frail form, leaving behind only a vivid crimson wound. In agony, Lynn crouched down, gently grasping Dany's somewhat pallid hand. He gazed upon her ashen face, memories of her past smiles flooding his mind. He cherished her smile, a spontaneous expression that lit up her beautiful visage without a hint of artifice. He recalled the day she had approached him, clad in a silk gown of red and green, her face smeared with mud, shyly presenting her application for employment. The image of this girl with chestnut hair and flawless, fair skin leaped vividly into his memory, as though it were but yesterday. In the turbulent waters of the Green Fork River, a few headless corpses of the Fry family drifted past him, discarded after execution. Lynn lifted his gaze, fixating on these decapitated bodies for an extended period, his eyes following their descent downstream in the murky waters. He remained transfixed for quite some time, until a sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He exclaimed, "Born of fire's kiss." Lynn, filled with fervor, rose to his feet, calling out to Sterling, who was not far behind. The lean figure hurried forward. My lord, what is your command? Take a few cavalrymen downstream to seek the whereabouts of the Brotherhood without banners, and bring their leader, a man named Beric Dondarrion, to me. Should he be willing to come, I shall generously fund his brotherhood. My lord, what if he refuses? Sterling inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Lin shot him a disapproving glance. You, an assassin, dare to question such a thing? He replied sternly. Even if it requires binding him, bring him to me. Chapter 91. Unlocking the True Production System. After Sterling departed with a 5-man cavalry squad, Lin sighed, instructing his men to carefully retrieve Dany's body. If Beric Dondarrion did not encounter Catelyn's corpse downstream and enter the cool down of resurrection, there remained a glimmer of hope for Dany's revival. Once the headless bodies ceased to float by, the lamentations on the riverbank would soon draw to a close. Lin approached the foul-smelling execution site, where Wald Fry sat slumped on the ground, his mouth and nose smeared with filth, his vacant eyes filled with sorrow and helplessness. He was a vulture unworthy of sympathy. Lin drew forth the Valyrian dagger. Redarte commanded 2 soldiers to restrain Wald, who knelt before them, as the dagger plunged into the nape of his neck, slicing through flesh as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. This centenarian, who had witnessed the execution of his kin due to his own actions, had long since lost his soul. Wald Fry did not struggle nor curse. His guilt-ridden form collapsed into the Green Fork River after being drained of life. A whistle echoed in the wind. Lin raised his head to see a pair of riders standing across the river on the eastern bank. One of them, Jaqen, was mounted on a chestnut steed, with Arya seated sideways before him. The two gazed at each other across the banks of the Green Fork River for a protracted moment. Soon, the steed galloped away, carrying them eastward, disappearing behind a distant rise. The river flowed fiercely, the wind howling around them. Lin slowly withdrew his gaze and turned back to his men. Just as he mounted his horse, a steed burst forth from a small gate in the southern wall of Twin River City, neighing wildly. It soon arrived at the river crossing, bearing the corpse of a soldier, an arrow embedded in his body. Duncan ordered his men to halt the panicked horse. The fallen soldier, clad in chainmail, bore 2 arrows in his back, slumped lifelessly on the horse amidst a pool of blood. Lin furrowed his brow. Duncan extracted the crossbow bolts, which bore the sigil of the Iron Islands. The Iron Islanders have slain our cavalry guards in the city, Redarte said darkly. The Tiger Knights are stationed at the southwestern tower, while the cavalry protects the northern Fry Castle. Guff Tavo interjected. My lord, are they attempting to seize your treasures? A flicker of scorn flashed in Lin's eyes. The Iron Islanders are notorious marauders. They will not only abscond with my riches, but also plunder the most exquisite garments, shops, and women in the city. My lord, what shall we do? Duncan's countenance grew grim, mirroring the spirits of the other members of the Eagle and Lion Knights, all of whom appeared weary and famished after prolonged combat. Lin understood the dire state of his forces. Have a main body circumvent the western city gate, feigning retreat, and establish a concealed camp in that area, Lin commanded. Redarte, you and Sherfu shall leave a contingent of troops to assist in transporting the grain from the southwestern tower of Twin River City. The Iron Islanders will not search there immediately. Their primary targets will be the shops and the Lord's residence. Redarte comprehended his intent, having already devised a plan. The tower was adjacent to the city walls, requiring only that the grain, secured in burlap sacks, be tossed down from the wall. What is this? Lin questioned, astonished by the aroma wafting from his camp within the dense woods 2 miles outside the western gate of Twin River City. A large pot simmered with lamb chops, and soldiers reveled in a plethora of delightful dishes. Thick barley and venison stew, sweet salads sprinkled with crushed nuts, spinach and plum salad, honey garlic snails, roasted trout, sweetbread, pigeon pie, and cinnamon-scented baked apples. There was an abundance of food. Seizing the opportunity during the chaos wrought by the Iron Islanders, Redarte had nearly emptied the tower of all its provisions, which had been carried back by a troop of 500 soldiers. Lin seated himself beneath a grand tree, his heart brimming with joy as he accessed the troop production system, only to be met with a perplexed expression. The system had successfully unlocked the level 3 cavalry option at level 5, yet the level 4 infantry archers option remained inaccessible. Lin had anticipated that the level 3 soldiers would serve as a minor threshold, with subsequent upgrades unlocking at level 6. However, as he perused the level 6 unlocks, he was utterly confounded to find that not only was the level 4 infantry archer absent, but even the level 4 cavalry option had not appeared. What on earth is happening? Lin mused, bewildered, as he contemplated reviewing the system once more. A most peculiar occurrence transpired. Melee troops, pikesmen, hammerers, sword and shield soldiers, glaive infantry, heavy infantry? Lin murmured in astonishment. Glaive infantry, adept at phalanx formations, significantly enhancing their capability against cavalry. Sword and shield soldiers, arranged in battle lines, greatly augmenting the defensive prowess of the troops. Heavy infantry, with their broad steel shields, can form an impeccable defense. The original level 3 melee infantry option had been transformed into melee troops. Beneath the menu of melee troops lies an entire array of unit options. Not only has the melee category vanished, but the level 3 archers have also disappeared, corresponding instead to the ranged forces, archers, crossbowmen, and longbowmen. Following this is the cavalry division, comprising light cavalry, skirmishers, and heavy shielded cavalry. Lin found himself utterly perplexed. At last, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! All units have reached level 3. The system will be upgraded from the level burst troop system to the unit burst troop system. Unit burst troop system. Monetization is the way to go. The system's troop summoning will undergo a comprehensive upgrade. All exchange soldiers will automatically be equipped with current armor and weapons upon being summoned, according to their unit type. The foundational capabilities of the troop summoning system will be set to the highest level of the previous system, with level 3 soldier abilities serving as the template. In his astonishment, another prompt chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have unlocked the midterm main quest. Main quest. Declare war on King's Landing. Reward. Unlock a random special troop type gold. Lin was utterly bewildered by this main quest. Declare war on King's Landing? Without a formidable navy, how could he possibly contend with King's Landing? To undertake such an act without having secured the north would be tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, the reward of unlocking a gold tier unit was indeed intriguing. Shaking his head, Lin chose to bypass this currently unfeasible main quest. His attention was once again drawn to the system's troop exchange mechanism. Indeed, summoning new units was based on the previously unlocked level 3 soldier strength, and they came equipped with armor and weapons, which greatly pleased him. He was finally spared from the sight of a horde of soldiers suddenly clad in armor. However, the exchange point for the system soldiers were evidently much higher than before. For instance, the most affordable units, the gun-axe soldiers and archers, required a staggering 5 points each when fully equipped. Following them, the sword and shield soldiers, crossbowmen, and light cavalry demanded 8 points each. The skirmishers, longbowmen, and polearm soldiers required 10 points each, while the most expensive heavy cavalry and heavy infantry reached an astonishing 20 points each. Such exorbitance? Lin inwardly gasped. He couldn't help but wonder what the yet-to-be-unlocked gold special units would entail, and what kind of exchange price they would command. Chapter 92. Reorganization. Sometimes, Lin felt an insatiable greed within him. Ever since acquiring the system, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his ambition for accelerated development. While there is no right or wrong in this pursuit, it often placed him in precarious situations. For instance, this time, he had amassed 450,000 points. Yet his mind still lingered on the 4 chests of treasure in Twin River City. He even contemplated the entire city itself. In truth, Twin River City held little utility in Lin's hands. Its benefits could be said to be outweighed by its drawbacks. His focus should be on the entire North Kingdom, where controlling the narrow Karen Bay could effectively sever the southern routes leading to the north. Although Twin River City could achieve a similar effect, it was indeed easier to defend and harder to attack. Lin could seek vengeance for the Stark family in the name of the Northern Army, but after avenging them, seizing the vital stronghold of the Riverlands would be legally dubious without the sanction of King's Landing. Furthermore, this would disrupt the long-standing tacit agreement among the great nobles of Westeros. This explains why, on this continent, there has never been a successful political uprising led by peasants or those of lower status. All nobles are beneficiaries of the feudal system. Once you attain the title of duke, you can seek a position of guardianship or even declare an independent kingdom. Attaining the title of count grants you the qualification to lead a city. Otherwise, you are merely an anomaly on this continent, a disruptor of the hereditary noble system that has monopolized this realm for millennia. So, can this monopoly be broken? Yes. You must either prove your loyalty and worth to the monarch, compelling them to bestow upon you a sufficiently high noble title and grant you substantial fiefs, or you must strive to establish your own independent kingdom. By acquiring territory through force and assertion, you can redistribute the titles of the nobility within your realm, managing, operating, expanding, and ultimately assimilating the entire continent. In the end, you shall become the master of the feudal lords. Lin lay on a clean wool blanket, gazing at the few stars scattered across the pitch-black sky, lost in a tangle of thoughts. In Westeros, it is all too easy to feel a sense of isolation. The notion that virtue prevails here is simply not applicable. This realm places a premium on familial lineage and formidable strength. Lin soon fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken groggily not long after. Revitalized, he rose to his feet, plucked a broken twig from a nearby bush, and whimsically chewed on it for a moment before spitting it out. Rinsing his mouth with fresh water, Lin shook his head. It seemed that the recent events had overwhelmed him, leading to such strange thoughts. With the system by his side, even if there came a day when he was ostracized by the noble circles of Westeros, he could always use force to dismantle that circle. His aspirations were to dominate the 4 continents, casting the mantle of kingship across the entire world. With this mindset, what did the mere realm of Westeros signify? Send word down, assemble the entire army, and prepare to depart. We shall reach the western gate of Twin Rivers City before noon and reclaim our territory. Upon hearing this proclamation, a smile spread across Duncan's meticulously serious face. GoT murmured beside him, "Indeed, it must be the Lord's command." Lin entrusted the matters to Duncan and Rodart, while he himself led a few attendants and cavalry, along with the trusty bull, to a clearing amidst the woods. Summoning the system, he glanced up to confirm his interface once more. Current system level, 6. Current available points, 450,001. Current upgrade experience, 4, 571, 911, 000,000. Estimating the points required for troop summoning, he noted that the infantry comprised the majority of his forces. Of the 790 soldiers, a significant portion were infantry, with cavalry and archers being scarce. In the impending siege, the infantry would require enhanced defensive capabilities. Otherwise, they risked becoming targets on the city walls, much like when they attacked East City. The sword and shield soldiers, crossbowmen, and light cavalry required 8 points each. Heavy cavalry would not be useful for large-scale outdoor engagements at this time. These 3 categories were the most suitable for his current needs, with consistent pricing. Possessing an educated background, Lin swiftly calculated the points he would expend. 200 sword and shield soldiers, 200 crossbowmen, and 200 light cavalry would necessitate 800 points. With 450,000 points at his disposal, this was quite economical. Steeling himself, Lin made his selection to exchange. Purchase successful. 20 paces away from Lin, a disturbance in the air materialized, gradually revealing humanoid beings emanating a radiant white light. Clad in armor that obscured their features, these soldiers, each boasting a remarkably imposing stature, emerged from the columns of light. Considering Lin's current age of 16 and his height of 1.73 m, the most striking difference from the previous summonings was that, in addition to their customary swords, shields, crossbows, steeds, and long swords, each soldier was fully adorned in standardized armor. The crossbowmen donned chainmail, the sword and shield soldiers were clad in full chain armor, while the light cavalry sported snug leather armor. The light cavalry gripped single-handed, knightly swords exceeding a meter in length, and notably, each bore a short bow on their backs, suggesting their proficiency in mounted archery. "Master, the Sword and Shield Legion reports to you." "Master, the Crossbowman Legion reports to you." "Master, the Light Cavalry Legion reports to you." As they emerged clad in armor, Lin felt an intensified impact on his senses during this summoning of new troops. With each soldier proclaiming their respective battle cries, Lin experienced a powerful surge of emotion, his chest swelling with fervor. The sword and shield and crossbow soldiers knelt on one knee, while the light cavalry stood with one arm crossed over their chests, awaiting Lin's command. After a moment of contemplation, Lin deemed it unwise to further expand the nomenclature of his troops, lest it muddle his thoughts. Reflecting briefly, he concluded that, with the absence of the Knights of the Temple and the concentration of other armies at his disposal, it would be prudent to proceed with a reorganization. Summon Duncan, Rodart, and Shurfu, Lin instructed his aide, GoT. Understood. After a period of reflection and a brief consultation with several key subordinates, Lin reorganized all his forces into 3 legions. The Eagle Lion Knights, numbering 270, would continue to be led by the tall Duncan, but rather than serving as the main combat unit, they would be restructured as part of the Guard Legion, tasked primarily with protecting Lin in times of peace. This decision came after careful consideration, as the growing number of adversaries and familial pressures necessitated a formidable guard to ensure his safety. Rodart, the most seasoned and proven commander in Lin's ranks, would assume command of the Tiger Ben Legion. This legion would serve as the primary combat force, encompassing all melee units, including the sword and shield soldiers and crossbowmen. The 3rd Independent Legion, the Valiant Cavalry, initially the first unit renamed from the exploding soldiers, would withdraw from the infantry ranks and transform into a pure cavalry unit. The current commander was Knight Shurfu, whose main task would be to coordinate with the Tiger Ben Legion for tactical ambushes and assaults. Post-reorganization, the 3 legions stood in neat formation within the dense forest, beneath the fluttering Eagle Lion banner. Lin gazed solemnly upon his troops, his heart swelling with emotion. Chapter 93. the depth of ruthlessness. Without a fierce disposition, one cannot stand firm. Without madness, one cannot survive. Lyn demonstrated through his actions how formidable he had become since amassing his wealth. His grand army was arrayed outside the western gates of Twin River City, with 30 towering siege engines arranged in a perfect formation behind them. Should the Iron Islands folk within the city refuse to surrender, they would undoubtedly face utter devastation to their defenses. Victarion Greyjoy, with a gaze as frigid as ice, stood atop the towering western city walls of Twin Rivers. A messenger hurriedly approached him. What did Lyn say? You promised that Twin Rivers would belong to me. Are you reneging? The messenger, trembling, raised his head. My lord, the opposing side claims you broke the pact first by allowing the true culprit behind the murder of the North's king, Robb Stark, the infamous Lord Bolton, to escape. Victarion spat in disdain. How could I possibly let Roose Bolton go? Lyn had no intention of relinquishing Twin Rivers. However, what is the meaning of this army outside? Did he not only have 1,000 men? He even lost some within the city. How can there be so many troops outside? By the gods, where do these people come from? The messenger's face turned ashen, unable to provide an answer. Victarion Greyjoy cursed vehemently, not solely due to Lyn's encroaching forces, but also because, after breaching the home of House Frey, he had discovered several chests of treasure in a hidden underground chamber. Most of the contents were silver stags and jewelry. It was not that Victarion looked down upon such treasures, but despite his thorough search of the estate, he had not found a single golden dragon. Given House Frey's centuries-old tradition of collecting tolls at Twin Rivers and the miserly nature of Walder Frey, Victarion found it hard to believe that their wealth amounted to so little. The empty wooden chests in the underground chamber had surely once held golden dragons. The thought of those 4 vacant chests, likely once filled with gold, ignited a fierce anger within Victarion's eyes. Last night, he had been too vexed to indulge in his usual pastime of seeking beautiful women after conquering a city. Instead, he had spent the entire night digging around the Lord's estate. His men worked diligently, but despite their efforts, they uncovered nothing. He considered the possibility that Lyn had already dispatched his troops to transport the treasures, but quickly dismissed the idea. Such a quantity of golden dragons would require dozens of carts to carry. As Victarion Greyjoy pondered these vexations, Lyn's grand army outside the city prepared to mobilize. The siege engines, formidable and standard in size, each required a minimum of 5 men to operate effectively, with an exchange value of 150 points. The fertile land of Riverrun was abundant, yet large, sharp stones were regrettably scarce. Nevertheless, Lyn instructed his soldiers to leverage their numbers to gather a plethora of round river stones from the banks of the Green Fork. These stones, though lacking sharp edges, were remarkably hard, ensuring they would yield a deadly impact when hurled against the city walls. The sword and shield soldiers stood at the forefront, wielding the ladders they had fashioned from timber cut from the forest. The armies of Westeros seldom employed such devices, preferring direct confrontation. However, this frequently resulted in the defenders on the walls being predominantly archers, with few infantrymen stationed atop the battlements. The infantry typically sheltered behind the city gates, waiting for the enemy to breach them before rushing in to block the wide entrance with their bodies. Lyn found such tactics perplexing. Back on Earth, he had seen a film depicting medieval soldiers who, after breaching a wall with a siege engine, commanded their entire army to charge through the newly created opening into the city. At last, the valiant defenders of the city clung tenaciously to the gaping breach in the walls, engaging in fierce combat for the sake of a modestly sized collapse. The clash of arms raged on for days and nights until the fallen bodies of soldiers were stacked as high as the very walls themselves, ultimately determining the victor. During this time, could they not have gathered a few stones to create additional breaches in the wall? With the trebuchets fully prepared, Lyn, observing no signs of surrender from Greyjoy soldiers, unhesitatingly commanded the attack to commence. It was now midday, the sun blazed fiercely, and it would be splendid to reach the cool, shadowy basement housing several large chests of treasure before dinner, resting amidst the silver deer. Trebuchets ready. Fire. Perched upon his steed, Lyn could still feel the tremors of the earth as 30 trebuchets unleashed their payloads. The enemy on the walls felt the impact even more acutely. The crossbowmen of House Greyjoy stood atop the battlements, gazing skyward as the enormous, unyielding stones came crashing down like a relentless rain. The ground shook violently. This army of iron men, accustomed to naval warfare, had never before witnessed such a scene of battle and were nearly rendered speechless with fear. The thunderous sounds of destruction finally roused the archers atop the walls, who hurriedly buried themselves behind the parapets. Many even discarded their bows, clutching their heads with both hands. praying that no stone would strike their skulls. The rain of stones sent shivers down the spines of all present on the walls, irrespective of rank. Victarion Greyjoy found himself encircled by several shield-bearing soldiers, his head thoroughly shielded from all sides, even though he was some distance from the city gate. The primary target of the trebuchets was the grand iron-barred gate at the center of the western wall. However, amidst the chaotic onslaught of 30 trebuchets, there were instances where stones veered off course. Not far from him, a standard-bearer, determined to keep the Greyjoy banner flying high, stood with neck craned, refusing to take cover against the onslaught of heavy stones raining down from above. Soon, Victarion heard a resounding crash as a stone struck the wall 20 paces away, precisely where the standard-bearer had stood. A short, piercing scream followed. From his concealed position behind the shield, Victarion peered through a gap to see the black-backed golden sea monster banner collapsed against the wall, beside which lay the mangled body of the standard-bearer, his skull shattered, brain matter spilled across the ground. The thunderous roar of the trebuchets persisted for over 20 minutes before gradually subsiding. During this time, Victarion heard two tremendous sounds. One was the collapse of the gate as it crashed into the city, producing a cacophony of iron meeting earth, and the other was the distant cracking of the collapsing wall. Outside the city, all was silent. With a heart filled with trepidation, Victarion pushed aside the shield-bearing attendant beside him and slowly rose to his feet. An Iron Man soldier climbed up from below the wall, breathless and urgent, exclaiming, "My lord, the gate has fallen. The squad of iron spearmen tasked with holding the wall has met a disastrous fate, all trapped beneath the iron gate. Furthermore, a breach has also opened at the northern end of the western gate." Chapter 94. They have arrived. Victarion, observing the panic-stricken expressions of his men, felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his wrath. The soldiers from the Iron Islands had never been known for their timidity in battle. Did they truly deserve to be called Ironborn? Send the infantry to block the gate, and dispatch 2 small squads to bring the townsfolk to repair the breach. The enemy's trebuchets are out of stones, and the archers on the walls are daring to peek out. The enemy is likely preparing to test our defenses. If they dare to approach, we shall retaliate with all our might. Victarion, in truth, was not faring much better. He awkwardly adjusted his crooked helmet and peered out over the battlements. Lynn's 200 sword and shield soldiers were divided into 10 rows, forming assault units of 20 men each. They sheathed their swords at their waists, one hand raised to hold their shields and the other grasping the end of the ladders, advancing towards the western gate of River Run. Lynn tasked the sword and shield soldiers with absorbing a volley of fire from the enemy archers and, under the subsequent cover of the bowmen, scaling the walls of River Run and the nearby collapsed sections. If they could drive the Iron Men back from the walls, the pressure would significantly lessen for the infantry entering the city. Observing the steadily advancing ranks of the sword and shield soldiers, Lynn called out to Rodart, who was directing the entirety of the Tiger Guard forward. Rodart arranged several squads of archers behind the sword and shield units to provide support. When they ascend the walls, let the archers cover them with everything they have. This is a command. Rodart solemnly thumped his chest. "My lord, I vow to fulfill the task. Send word for Stonefist cavalry to flank our forces on either side. Should the Ironborn attempt to draw their infantry up onto the walls to repel our sword and shield soldiers, my cavalry will strike the now vulnerable western gate at the first opportunity." "Yes, my lord." Lynn's army, with its well-balanced composition of troops, held the advantage in numbers. Regardless of how Greyjoy's Iron Men responded, his forces had ample room to execute the most effective countermeasures. Several vultures circled above the western gate of River Run, surveying the unfolding scene below as if preparing for an imminent feast. The strident sound of the horn echoed. The frontline sword and shield soldiers advanced within 300 meters of the walls. Upon hearing the horn, they began to raise their shields and charge. The ladders surged forward in their hands. The Iron Men archers, having endured the bombardment of the trebuchets, finally awaited their moment to unleash their skills. In an instant, arrows rained down, weaving an intricate web of firepower, as the sharp iron tips struck against the steel shields held aloft by the sword and shield soldiers. Sparks flew, igniting fierce flashes of battle. The formation spread out, and for those shield-bearing soldiers, the casualties remained within acceptable limits. Most arrows failed to find their mark, merely clattering against the shields, akin to an itch that could not be scratched. Once more, a brief sound of the horn pierced the air, and the sword and shield soldiers quickly arrived below the walls, establishing their ladders with smooth efficiency. The deluge of arrows, now shooting straight down from above, finally brought considerable pressure to bear on the soldiers scaling the walls. The shields were struck by the powerful inertia of the arrows, producing a cacophony of sound. With pressure mounting above, Any misstep could send them tumbling from the ladders. At this moment, the archers of the Tiger Guard, tasked with supporting the siege, finally caught up with the rear ranks. Both sides of archers took their positions and began a frenzied exchange of fire. Arrows poured forth, tracing high arcs through the air. This alleviated the pressure on the 20 squads of sword and shield soldiers below, as their pace in climbing the walls began to accelerate. The ladders were firmly supported by those beneath, making it exceedingly difficult for the Iron Men archers atop to dislodge them. They had no time to deal with the ladders. The enemy's melee forces lay directly beneath their feet. Yet they found themselves unable to expose their heads to fire, for the Iron Men archers atop the battlements were equally burdened by immense pressure. The opposing archers formed a straight line, relentlessly attempting to exert pressure upon the wall's defenses. It was a truly reckless suppression. Regardless of the lethal impact of the Iron Men as concentrated hail of arrows upon the exposed archers, those adversaries continued to mechanically draw arrows from their quivers, knocking and releasing them in a monotonous rhythm, as if determined to unleash as many projectiles as possible before succumbing to the rain of arrows. Their singular mission was clear: suppress, suppress. They aimed to minimize the threat posed by the Iron Man archers to the climbing sword and shield soldiers, thereby safeguarding the initial wave of infantry as they sought to ascend the walls. Beads of perspiration began to bead on Victarion's brow. He had anticipated a prolonged stalemate. Yet the advance of the Lannister forces filled him with trepidation. These warriors seemed intent on decisively breaching the defenses of the twins. He could not deny that this seemingly reckless surge instilled within him a profound sense of dread. He surmised that enemy sword and shield soldiers would soon be scaling the walls via the ladders, and he urgently called out to the messenger: "Dispatch a contingent of infantry from the city gate." A light cavalry scout patrolling outside the city observed the movements of the infantry being summoned from the gate and quickly relayed this information back to Lannister. "Stonefist, Rodart, commence." Upon receiving the anticipated intelligence, Lannister squinted into the distance, where sword and shield soldiers began to ascend the towering western walls of the twins, and he issued his orders. The rhythmic blaring of horns resounded across the open fields outside the city. The thunderous call echoed through the heavens, causing even the very earth to tremble. Leading this joint symphony was the light cavalry regiment commanded by Stonefist. The ground quaked beneath the thunder of Warhorse's iron hooves, while the clanking of metal armor reverberated in a cacophony. Victarion Greyjoy, upon hearing the commotion outside the walls, wore a grim and foreboding expression. "My lord, they are advancing!" someone exclaimed. He lifted his gaze, peering over the shielded battlements, and what he beheld confirmed his worst fears. Lannister's forces were mounting a full-scale assault. "Curse be it!" Victarion muttered under his breath, taken aback by the enemy's resolute assault. The Lannister army, spearheaded by the light cavalry, surged towards the western gate with formidable might. Behind the cavalry, a well-armed and orderly infantry regiment, divided into 4 ranks, formed the core of the Tiger Legion. Flanking them were 2 squads of crossbowmen, each consisting of 100 men. What astonished Victarion was that these 2 squads not only wielded powerful crossbows, but were also clad in chainmail armor, a level of armament that was typically reserved for the spear and sword fighters who bore the brunt of frontline combat within Victarion's own Ironborn forces. Moreover, at the rear of Lannister's army stood a distinguished order of knights, likely the personal guard of Lannister, as indicated by the Eagle Lion banner. As he witnessed the overwhelming might and well-structured advance of the enemy, Victarion's heart sank. The Ironborn were adept in naval warfare, their predatory nature translating effectively onto land. However, facing such a well-equipped and disciplined army left him feeling utterly disheartened. "Lannister!" Victarion's eyes blazed with fury as he muttered, "Damn it, I will kill this bastard." Chapter 95, The Occupation. The inhabitants of the Iron Islands referred to themselves as the Ironborn, akin to the Viking marauders of the medieval Norse era. Due to the harsh natural conditions and the barren land of the Iron Islands, self-sufficiency was unattainable. Thus, the Ironborn subsisted through plunder, taking pride in this way of life, which they termed the Old Way. This pirate-like survival ethos is most vividly reflected in the Greyjoy family's belief that taking by force supersedes toiling and hardship. In summary, the Ironborn, who revere the sea, adhere to a primitive and brutal way of life, and like all maritime peoples, possess an extraordinary yearning for freedom, an underlying reason for the frequent rebellions that would later ensue. Having grown accustomed to the vast and powerful forces of the sea, the Ironborn possess a poetically profound understanding of life and death. Indeed, the Ironborn have a deep comprehension of mortality. As exemplified by the current situation, Lannister's fiercely brave army found itself stalled outside the western gate of the twins. Their makeshift fortress constructed from the flesh and blood of fallen soldiers, towering like a small mountain. Bodies lay piled high, with each side treading upon the mass of the deceased as they continued to ascend the heap. The crossbowmen of the Tiger Legion scrambled atop the mound of corpses, firing erratically at the dense ranks of Ironborn below before retreating swiftly. The opening was too narrow, and their numbers too great. The spearmen and pikemen held firm against the breach, resulting in a stalemate. This was still the relatively wide western gate of the Twins, but not far off. At a breach created by a catapult, the battle grew even more desperate and intense. At this stage of the conflict, strategy had become irrelevant, as both sides engaged in close-quarters combat fueled by sheer will and a determination to die fighting. Lannister's forces were more numerous and better armed. However, the Ironborn enjoyed the advantage of defense and had also coerced many residents of the Twins to serve as substitutes, initially brought in as laborers and artisans to block the breaches with rubble and sandbags for fortification. Yet, Lannister's light cavalry had arrived too swiftly, and the sword and shield soldiers atop the walls harried the Ironborn archers, leaving them with insufficient time to transport more rubble before Victarion conscripted them into a living barricade. The corpses blocking the city gate and the breach were predominantly innocent civilians. The enemy's tenacity surprised Lannister. In this world, deserters were a rarity. If they existed, it was typically the commanders who first declared a retreat or surrender, while soldiers had no right to raise the white flag, as it would tarnish their honor. Even becoming a prisoner often led to a grim fate. Thus, battles often culminated in brutal carnage. At last, a voice broke through to Lannister's ears as he oversaw the siege. "My lord, look, the sword and shield soldiers have taken the walls." Lannister's expression relaxed. As long as they could secure the battlements, they would have the advantage. Redarte, commanding from below the walls, shouted to the crossbowmen, "Archers and crossbowmen, ascend the ladders to the walls, quickly." As long as they could seize control of the walls, the enemy, now clustered together, would find it impossible to reinforce their defenses. Victory seemed imminent, Lannister thought. The Ironborn knights and infantry gathered behind the city gate beheld their leader, Victarion Greyjoy, retreating from the wall. Victarion's herald, in an effort to protect him, was brutally slain by a squad of sword and shield soldiers atop the walls. He had no choice but to descend the city wall personally to convey his commands. Victarion appeared before the soldiers, his voice resonating with fury. "Damn it, what are you still doing here? Cavalry, dismount and ascend the wall." The nearby squads, having heard their commander Victarion's orders, though perplexed by the reasoning, swiftly raced up the winding stone steps. Meanwhile, more soldiers lingered behind the city gate, ensnared by the deafening roars from the front lines. Apart from the harrowing cries of death from either enemy or ally, their ears were filled with nothing but chaos, leaving no room for distraction. Victarion, under the protection of his attendants, struggled to push through the throng of Ironborn soldiers congested in the narrow space. It was a daunting task to advance amidst the crowd. Drawing an antiquated longsword with a broad blade, he swung it in a sweeping arc. The blade struck the chest of a bewildered soldier, leaving a dent in his armor. Victarion's furious shout pierced the air, "Clear the way! Damn it, move aside!" The young Ironborn squad leader, startled by Victarion's approach, was momentarily stunned. Regaining his wits, he clumsily stepped aside. The skirmish was brief. Victarion's 1,000 soldiers suffered only moderate losses, with around 200 slain. Now, their bodies obstructed the path for the Lannian forces to surge into the city. Thus, the number of necessary sacrifices dwindled. Victarion deemed it unnecessary for so many infantry to be crammed in this location. On the wall, 150 archers were forced into a standoff against the Lannian elite swordsmen. If the wall were to fall completely, besieged from both sides, his forces would be unable to hold the city gate's defenses, which would herald true catastrophe. Victarion shouldered his way past several subordinates and climbed onto a stone pedestal at the central entrance of the inner west gate. The statue's head had long been lost, rendering the identity of the revered sage, once worshipped by the citizens of Twin Rivers, unrecognizable. Nevertheless, the pedestal remained intact, serving as an excellent platform for issuing commands or delivering speeches. The soldiers behind him could easily see Victarion towering above the ranks. He gazed down at the Ironborn troops, his eyes swiftly scanning the crowd, and then raised his hand to point at several infantry squad leaders surrounding him, bellowing, "Don't block the way. Get your men up on the wall. Damn it. Can't you even look up? The wall? What wall? Why should the infantry ascend the wall? Were there still enemy troops up there?" The Ironborn soldiers, instinctively responding to their commander's roar, looked up toward the wall. There, a swordsman thrust his one-handed blade into the abdomen of an Ironborn archer. The cotton armor pierced through entirely, soon creating a gruesome gash in his belly. The archer's pupils dilated as he dropped his bow, reaching out to extract the sword that had impaled his spleen. Thwack! The swordsman retaliated with a sudden blow from his shield to the archer's face. Dazed, the archer staggered back, blood staining his lips, collapsing against the wall's parapet. Before long, he felt the one-handed sword yanked from his abdomen, a wave of weakness washing over him. Without the time to sink to the ground, he was suddenly kicked hard in the chest. Like a kite severed from its string, he toppled backward, crashing down from the towering wall with a resounding thud. Bodies continued to plummet from a wall into the city below, and the Iron-born soldiers needed no reminder for Victarion to comprehend the dire situation. There were enemy troops on the wall. Panicked, the Iron-born soldiers began to scramble up the stone steps. They hurried as fast as they could, yet were still a moment too late. The first contingent of Iron-born infantry to reinforce the wall had just stepped onto the causeway. They soon encountered a volley of deadly crossbow bolts aimed at them. The well-equipped elite crossbowmen of the Linean forces scaled the wall via ladders, delivering death to the Iron-born infantry who arrived a heartbeat too late. Chapter 96, The Execution Ground, comprising 7 islands. The Iron Islands are situated off the western shores of Westeros, a land historically recorded since the Age of Heroes and known for its isolation. Before King Aegon the Conqueror subdued Westeros, it was an independent realm ruled by the King of the Iron Islands, also known as the Iron King. The subjects of the Iron Kingdom, the Ironborn, proudly refer to themselves as the Ironborn. Due to the harsh natural conditions and barren lands of the Iron Islands, they could not sustain themselves, leading the Ironborn to rely on raiding as their means of livelihood, a lifestyle they regarded with pride, calling it the Old Way, akin to the Viking seafarers of medieval Scandinavia. This piratical ethos, emphasizing plunder over toil, was most vividly embodied in the ethos of House Greyjoy. Overall, the seafaring Ironborn practice a primitive yet brutal way of life, and like all maritime peoples, they possess an extraordinary yearning for freedom, which deeply informs the frequent rebellions of the Iron Islands. Having been accustomed to the vastness of the ocean's might, the Ironborn possess a poetic understanding of life and death. For instance, now, despite the Linean army's fierce assault following the collapse of the city gate, they found themselves thwarted just outside the west gate of Twin Rivers. The Ironborn soldiers, using their own flesh and blood as a bulwark, successfully impeded the light cavalry's advance into the city. Once inside the walls, close-quarters combat became the only option. In a mere half-hour, the bodies piled high like small hills. Both sides could only tread upon the heaps of corpses to continue their advance. The crossbowmen of the elite forces climbed atop the piles, indiscriminately firing down at the densely packed Ironborn soldiers below before swiftly retreating. The gaps were too narrow, and the throngs were too numerous for more to ascend at once. The spear and pike-wielding soldiers held their ground, resulting in a stalemate. This was still the relatively spacious west gate of Twin Rivers. Not far away, at the breach created by a catapult, the fighting was even more fierce and desperate. At this point in the war, strategy had become irrelevant. Both sides engaged in a desperate struggle fueled by sheer will and an unyielding resolve to survive. The Linean forces were more numerous and better equipped, but the Ironborn, entrenched in defense, had a geographical advantage, bolstered by many residents of Twin Rivers who had been pressed into service. Initially, these individuals had been laborers and workers, driven to block the breach with rubble and sandbags to fortify the defenses. However, the rapid advance of Linean cavalry and the assault of swordsmen on the wall rendered them unable to transport more debris, and they were instead thrust to the front lines by Greyjoy soldiers, becoming a flesh-and-blood barrier. The corpses piled at the base of the city gate and breach were predominantly those of innocent civilians. The enemy's tenacity exceeded Lynn's expectations. In this world, desertion is a rarity. Should it occur, it is typically the commanders who first declare a retreat or surrender, for soldiers do not possess the authority to raise the white flag on their own accord. Such actions are deemed dishonorable, and throughout the annals of history, those who have fallen into captivity often meet a grim fate. Consequently, the conclusion of battles is frequently marked by brutality. At last, a voice reached Lynn's ears as he oversaw the conflict. "My lord, look, the sword and shield bearers have taken a wall." Upon hearing this, Lynn lifted his gaze, and after a brief moment, his expression softened. As long as they could gain complete control of the battlements, matters would be manageable. Redarte, commanding from below the wall, could hardly contain the crossbowmen crowded at the gate, shouting, "Crossbowmen and archers, ascend the wall via the ladders, quickly." Securing the wall was paramount, for the enemy was huddled together, and if they could dominate the battlements, their archers would be able to rain fire upon the adversary's reinforcements from above. Thus, the soldiers holding the breach would be unable to reinforce their defenses effectively. Victory seemed imminent, or so Lynn believed. The Ironborn knights and infantry gathered behind the gate beheld their leader, Victarion Greyjoy, descend from the wall. This region, located on the western side of Westeros, comprises 7 islands in the Iron Islands, a land with a history traceable to the Age of Heroes. Prior to the conquest of Westeros by Aegon the Conqueror, the Iron Islands existed as an independent kingdom, ruled by the King of the Iron Islands, also known as the Ironborn. The inhabitants, self-identified as Ironborn, resemble medieval Norse Viking raiders. Due to the harsh natural conditions and arid land, they could not sustain themselves, which led them to a life of pillaging, a lifestyle they take great pride in, referring to it as the Old Way. Ironborn women, similarly, are permitted to raid and may even become captains. This fierce, piratical ethos is most prominently embodied in the Greyjoy family's motto, "We do not sow overall, the Iron Islands, revering the sea," adhere to a primitive yet brutal way of life, and like all seafaring peoples, they harbor an extraordinary yearning for freedom, which is a profound reason for the frequent rebellions that later ensue. Accustomed to the vastness and force of the ocean, the Ironborn possess a poetic understanding of life and death. Indeed, the Ironborn have a profound grasp of mortality. At this moment, Lynn's formidable army finds itself halted before the western gate of the Twins, where a fortress of flesh and blood, constructed by Ironborn soldiers, rises like a small mountain. Bodies lay piled upon one another, with individuals on either side treading atop the cadaverous mound, continuing to add to its height. The crossbowmen of the Tiger Company tirelessly ascended the mound of corpses to reach the highest point, indiscriminately firing at the densely packed Ironborn soldiers below, only to swiftly retreat. The gap was too narrow, and the number of soldiers on both sides was overwhelming. Both the spearmen and pikemen held their ground, resulting in a stalemate. This was still relatively spacious at the western gate of the Twins. Nearby, where a catapult had created a breach, the battle grew even more intense and savage. When warfare reaches such extremes, tactics often become irrelevant. Both sides engage in close combat, fueled solely by sheer will and a determination to fight to the death. Lynn's forces were more numerous and possessed superior weaponry, yet the Ironborn, being on the defensive, enjoyed certain geographical advantages. Furthermore, they had captured many residents of the Twins to serve as substitutes. Initially, these individuals were mere laborers, driven to block the breach with rubble and sandbags to fortify the defenses. However, Lynn's light cavalry arrived too swiftly, and with the sword and shield bearers harassing the Ironborn archers on the wall, they had little time to transport more debris before Victarion conscripted them as a makeshift barrier of flesh. Most of the bodies barricading the gateway and breach belonged to innocent civilians. The enemy's steadfastness caught Lynn off guard. In this world, desertion is a rarity, should it occur. It is typically the commanders who first declare a retreat or surrender, for soldiers lack the authority to raise the white flag on their own accord. Such actions are deemed dishonorable, and even captivity often leads to grim outcomes. Thus, the finale of battles is frequently marked by brutality. Eventually, a voice reached Lynn's ears as he oversaw the conflict. "My lord, look, the sword and shield bearers have taken the wall." Lynn's expression softened. As long as they could gain complete control of the battlements, matters would be manageable. Redarte, commanding from below the wall, could hardly contain the crossbowmen crowded at the gate. Shouting, crossbowmen and archers, ascend the wall via the ladders, quickly. Securing the wall was paramount, for the enemy was huddled together, and if they could dominate the battlements, their archers would be able to rain fire upon the adversary's reinforcements from above. Thus, the soldiers holding the breach would be unable to reinforce their defenses effectively. Victory seemed imminent, or so Lynn believed. The Ironborn knights and infantry gathered behind the gate beheld their leader, Victarion Greyjoy, descend from the wall. To protect him, Victarion's herald was brutally slain by a squad of sword and shield bearers atop the wall. Consequently, he had no choice but to descend himself to convey his orders. Victarion appeared before his men, shouting furiously, "Damn it, what are you all doing? The cavalry has dismounted. Get up to the wall." The nearby small squads, upon hearing their commander Victarion's command, despite their confusion regarding the rationale behind it, swiftly ascended the winding stone staircase. Yet, many remained clustered behind their allies at the gate, influenced by the cacophony of roars from the front lines. Apart from the harrowing cries of death from both enemies and allies, they could discern little else, nor did they have the luxury of time to reflect. Victarion, with the protection of his attendants, struggled to push through the throng of iron-born soldiers crowded in the confined space. Progressing through the tightly packed ranks proved immensely challenging. He unsheathed an ancient longsword, swinging it in a broad arc. A bewildered soldier, fixated ahead with an intense gaze, found his breastplate dented by the blade, as Victarion's furious voice bellowed in his ear. "Make way, damn it, clear the path." The young iron-born squad leader, shocked to see Victarion charging toward him, stumbled in surprise before awkwardly stepping aside. The conflict, in truth, did not endure for long. Victarion's 1,000 soldiers suffered only modest losses, with perhaps over 200 slain. Now, the bodies obstructed the path for Lynn's forces to surge through in large numbers. Thus, the number of sacrifices required dwindled. Victarion believed that there was no need for so many infantry to be crammed together in this manner. On the wall, 150 archers were being compelled to hold their ground against Lynn's sword and shield bearers. If the wall were to fall completely, and they were caught in a pincer movement, his forces would be unable to maintain the gate's defenses, which would spell disaster. Victarion shouldered his way past several subordinates and climbed atop a stone pedestal within the inner side of the western gate at the central intersection. The head of the statue had been lost, rendering the identity of the revered figure worshipped by the residents of the twins unrecognizable. Nonetheless, the pedestal remained intact, making it an excellent location from which to issue commands or deliver speeches. His soldiers in the rear could catch a glimpse of the towering figure of Victor Aurelian within the ranks. Victor Aurelian cast his gaze down upon the ironborn army, his eyes swiftly scanning the crowd before he raised his hand to point at several infantry squad leaders, bellowing, "Do not obstruct here. Move to the walls. For the love of the gods, can't you simply look up?" The walls? What walls? Why should the infantry ascend the walls? Surely there could be no enemy forces there? Upon hearing their commander's thunderous orders, the iron-born soldiers instinctively gazed upwards at the walls. There, a swordsman shield-bearer plunged his one-handed sword into the abdomen of an iron-born archer. The cotton armor yielding entirely to the blade, which swiftly tore a gruesome gash into the archer's midsection. The archer's pupils dilated in shock as he dropped his bow and reached out in a desperate attempt to dislodge the sword embedded in his spleen. Thwack! The swordsman delivered a brutal blow to his face with the shield, sending the archer reeling, blood trickling from his mouth as he staggered back, collapsing against the inner wall. Soon after, the archer felt the sword yank from his abdomen, an overwhelming wave of weakness washing over him, too late to sit down before his chest was violently kicked. He fell backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing down from the towering wall with a deafening thud. Bodies continued to plummet from the walls into the city below, and the iron-born soldiers, without the need for Victor Aurelian's admonitions, comprehended the dire situation. There were indeed enemy forces atop the walls. Panic-stricken, the iron-born soldiers began to scramble up the stone steps. They hastened as swiftly as possible, but were still a moment too late. The first contingent of iron-born infantry had just set foot on the wall's walkway when they were met with a hail of deadly crossbow bolts glinting with lethal intent. The well-equipped Tiger Company crossbowmen ascended the ladders to the walls, delivering a grim fate to the late-arriving iron-born soldiers. Chapter 97. Empty hands grasping a wolf's. Lynn observed the imposing female knight who had raised her voice amidst the crowd, gesturing for the guards to allow her passage. "What are you still doing here? I thought I saw you heading south earlier," Lynn remarked in surprise. Brienne approached Lynn, performing a standard knightly salute. With a forlorn expression, she replied, "I cannot find Lady Catelyn's body. I have returned to avenge her." "Avenge?" Lynn looked incredulously at this robust woman, who bore no semblance of femininity. "I have slain the entire Fry family, and you were present at the time. What vengeance remains? The Iron Islanders attacked Winterfell. I promised Lady Catelyn and Riverrun that I would personally slay the traitors of House Greyjoy." Lynn blinked, the mention of Riverrun stirring a solitary thought within him. "Regardless, this fellow is destined for death by anyone's hand. If you believe that slaying him yourself will bring you solace, consider it a favor. However, I have one question. Did you encounter the Kingslayer, Jaime, in Riverrun?" Brienne nodded. "I did. After being captured by Robb, he was imprisoned in Riverrun's dungeons. At that time, Lady Catelyn even contemplated having me escort him to King's Landing in exchange for the 2 Stark maidens. However, Robb's forces suffered an unexpected defeat, and the matter was temporarily shelved. Why do you inquire about him?" Lynn, withholding his thoughts, pressed on. "So, the Lannister is still imprisoned in Riverrun?" "I believe so, unless House Tully has voluntarily returned him to Tywin." In the center of the square, the crowd's clamor grew increasingly fervent, with many residents of Riverrun clamoring for the execution to proceed with haste. The atmosphere was charged with agitation. Lynn snapped back to reality. Instructing a soldier responsible for the hanging to step aside, Addressing Brienne, "You may begin." The audience grows impatient. The fair Brienne offered her thanks with another bow. But rather than utilizing the noose, she drew her knightly sword, gripping it with both hands to deliver a decisive downward strike, executing the bound Victoralian. The intended hanging transformed into a beheading. The spectators of Riverrun expressed no discontent. Rather, witnessing Victoralian's head severed by the fair knight ignited a jubilant uproar among the crowd. The visceral thrill of bloodshed proved far more exhilarating than watching a condemned man struggle to meet his end. With an impassive demeanor, Brienne sheathed her sword after the deed. Lynn, silently astonished, regarded the tall knight and suddenly inquired, "Lady Knight, do you accept employment?" Brienne paused. "What? I mean, since you currently serve no one, would you consider accepting my offer?" Later that evening, a figure of greater significance than Lynn had anticipated arrived at the Lord's manor. In the banquet hall of Riverrun's lordship, Lynn set aside a tome of the old history of the Seven Kingdoms, gazing at the diminutive man before him, whose gray-green eyes and a small tuft of beard adorned his chin, his dark hair interspersed with strands of gray, clad in fine attire. This man, whose face bore a disingenuous smile, hailed from King's Landing. Known as Peter Baelish, he was well known among the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, gifted in the art of intrigue. This ambitious guest had presented himself to Lynn immediately upon his return to Riverrun. Born into a family of little influence, he had risen to become a prominent minister with control over the treasury in King's Landing. Lynn was convinced that this man had infiltrated Riverrun long before, as he bore no signs of travel upon his person. Nevertheless, Lynn did not concern himself with when he had arrived. His timing was impeccable. Upon encountering the young Lynn, Peter appeared momentarily taken aback, though his confident smile remained intact. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he articulated the purpose of his visit. Lynn did not need to speculate. It was evident he had come for Riverrun. However, his presumptuous proposal irked Lynn considerably. What did he mean by suggesting that Lynn withdraw his forces from Riverrun and relinquish the castle back to King's Landing? Otherwise, he would face the charge of usurpation. Lynn maintained a calm exterior, though inwardly he scoffed at the audacity of such a demand, an attempt to grasp at the wolf with empty hands. Was it not? Ignoring Peter's threats, Lynn straightened in his seat and stated plainly, "Lord Baelish, let us discuss your terms." As a seasoned schemer confined within King's Landing, Baelish harbored a singular ambition, to acquire a legitimate fief. Yet, throughout the tumultuous history of the realm, despite his relentless pursuit of power and schemes, he was never granted anything more than a hollow title of Lord of Harrenhal by the hand of King Tywin Lannister. While power held significance, armies and territories were paramount. And now, the cunning fox, Littlefinger, coveted the prize that was Riverrun, a territory akin to unclaimed land in Lynn's possession. As a mere knight, without even the title of a count, Lynn possesses no legitimate authority to govern Riverrun. Such actions are unequivocally unlawful. The significance of titles is paramount for a lord, representing the legitimacy of rule across the continent of Westeros. For instance, when Robb, as the Duke of Winterfell, proclaimed the North's independence or dared to challenge King's Landing, it was perceived by the populace as a contest of power among the great, with the Starks holding the right to do so. However, should a knight lacking noble status suddenly seize a city, even with an army at his command, he would find it impossible to command the allegiance of the local inhabitants. This deeply entrenched class ideology permeates the very marrow of every ordinary citizen on the continent. To assume that brute force could compel the people to submit would be a grave misjudgment. The only outcome of such tyranny would be the flight of the populace from one's domain. Peter Baelish, believing he had found Lynn's Achilles heel, scoffed at Lynn's attempts to negotiate the trade of Riverrun for benefits. What price? He grinned, revealing his mismatched teeth. Your forbearance regarding the murder of Lord Walder is already a demonstration of my utmost sincerity. Peter Baelish's laughter resembled that of a cunning old fox, while Lynn considered his own smile far more handsome. Ah, Lord Baelish, the phrase assassination of Lord Robb and numerous northern nobles warrants my vengeance as a northern noble. Even the gods would stand by my side. Peter Baelish's smile faded, replaced by irritation. The Stark family are traitors, and the deceased Stark bannermen were likewise traitors. Lynn regarded this high-stakes manipulator with growing displeasure. It was evident that Peter intended to deceive. In light of this, Lynn felt no obligation to temper his responses. Regardless, the phrase violation of guest rights and the unilateral murder of a king from the north, executed by a mere lord, is intolerable to all northerners. If I execute the phrase, all northerners will rally to my side. He yawned, rising with an expression of fatigue. Riverrun still harbors remnants of the phrase. Once I capture these stragglers and execute them, I shall naturally return Riverrun to the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Ah, and by the way, Lord Baelish, I cannot be accused of treason for not participating in the Northern Alliance. Upon hearing this, Peter's expression darkened. Lord Walder murdered a king of the North? That was a title bestowed by the Starks themselves. King's Landing has not recognized it, nor have the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Without recognition, Robb remains merely the Duke of Winterfell. Furthermore, if you accuse Walder of slaying Robb, how would you justify a lowly vassal of the North assassinating a lord? And as for your claim of returning Riverrun to the king once you capture the phrase, this is clearly a ruse. If you never capture them, will you withhold Riverrun indefinitely? Nonetheless, Lyn had no intention of engaging in petty squabbles with this miserly treasurer. His principles were clear. Without substantial benefit, no one would pry Riverrun from his grasp. Being a lord is no easy task. It requires not only leading troops in a battle, but also fostering prosperity for one's people. Confronting such bullies truly tests one's mettle. He had hoped that this astute individual would recognize the mutual benefits of their desires. If he sought Riverrun, he was in need of both wealth and titles. A harmonious exchange will be most advantageous. Yet, given the blatant disregard for his worth, Lyn's frustration led him to retreat into the inner sanctum behind the high platform without hesitation. Peter Baelish, the self-styled Duke of Brothels, was left momentarily dumbfounded in the hall. His previously confident demeanor had morphed into a cloud of gloom. How could a mere vassal treat a high-ranking minister with such disdain? Were these truly the nobles of Westeros he was familiar with? Were it not for the presence of several armored guards in the hall, Peter might have been tempted to draw a dagger and retaliate against Lyn. Most of his life had been spent striving to elevate his lowly status, yearning for power and prestige, aspiring to become a significant figure. Now, having finally attained the influential position of a minister in King's Landing, he found himself humiliated by a young noble. Lyn, exhausted from a long day, retreated to the underground chamber, clutching his bedding, and fell into a deep slumber. Fatigue often breeds dreams. That night, Lyn dreamt of treasure chests overflowing with silver stags, which suddenly glimmered with the radiant light of gold dragons. As he rose in his dream, poised to open the chest, the vision abruptly shattered. Upon awakening, it was already midday. Eager to validate his dream, Lyn opened the chest, only to discover it was merely a fantasy. 3 chests of silver stags remained unchanged, while a fourth, filled with pearl jewelry, appeared even more lustrous than before. Disheartened, Lyn exited the basement, only to be informed by the guards that Peter had been waiting to see him outside for quite some time. The absence of gold dragons in his treasure left Lyn disinterested in entertaining that man. He instructed the guards to inform that pretentious fellow to return in the afternoon. After a midday meal, he hoped to catch a glimpse of whether the golden treasure truly existed in his dreams. However, having indulged too much, he found himself unable to sleep. Suddenly sitting upright, he squinted at the scene and, in a fit of anger, berated his dozing servant. "You oaf. I didn't mean for your snoring to be as loud as a bull. Go fetch my esteemed guest." Startled by Lyn's voice, the simpleton jolted upright, and upon hearing Lyn's reprimand, merely muttered in response before hastily exiting. When Lyn next encountered Peter Baelish, he was taken aback by the sight. After just one night apart, Peter appeared as though he had endured a thorough beating, with dark circles under his eyes. A countship, along with 10 beautiful women, Peter stated directly. Lyn was taken aback. How had this astute schemer suddenly lost his composure? Lyn scrutinized Peter's face, searching for any signs of deceit. After a prolonged inspection, he skeptically inquired, "You can bestow a title of count?" He was acutely aware that titles could not be granted or revoked arbitrarily. The rigid class structure made it nearly impossible for minor nobles to elevate their status through personal effort. The medieval period, in contrast to later societies, was marked by the enduring nature of nobility. Peasants remained peasants, and social stratification was firmly established, fostering a rationalist society. Even a cunning strategist like Peter, who had devoted his life to acquiring a dukedom, found himself overshadowed by the greater nobles, who regarded him as nothing more than a jester. What use was a duke without lands? Lyn can acquire a seemingly endless expanse of territory through his own military forces. Yet what he lacks is a legitimate title. Conversely, Peter Baelish is tirelessly in pursuit of a realm to call his own, along with a loyal army that bears his family name. Lyn's inquiry was astutely directed, and Baelish responded with a confident, enigmatic smile. Peter Baelish's great-grandfather was a mercenary swordsman serving the Tully family for Bravos, while his father governed the smallest fief among many minor lords. Possessing merely a few rocky acres on the diminutive Fingers Peninsula, during the War of the Ninepenny Kings, his father forged a bond with House Tully. Thus Peter was sent to Riverrun as an adopted son. Ascending to the pinnacle of nobility as an adopted heir, the trials he endured remain known only to the gods. After years in King's Landing, he gained significant political acumen and felt assured of securing an earldom. He gazed intently at Lyn. His lordship defended Riverrun from the Ironborn and presented the castle to the king. It would be only fitting to reward him with an earldom. Lyn paused, taken aback. Could it truly be so? The demise of House Frey. Peter Baelish feigned ignorance. Frey? Walder Frey conspired to murder Robb Stark, violating the sacred laws of guest right protected by the gods. A transgression so grievous that even a mere knight is entitled to heed the divine will and enact judgment upon them. The gods alone knew how fervently Lyn wished to rid himself of the man before him. In the presence of such a manipulative figure, even if it ultimately served his own interests, he felt a chill run down his spine. A gentleman does not harm the public good for personal gain. Baelish's shameless tactics, driven by selfish motives to undermine justice, were, in Lyn's eyes, utterly contemptible. With a sigh, Lyn murmured, "At least I cannot consider myself a gentleman." Lyn addressed Baelish with solemnity. "Robb is no more. Winterfell has been seized by the Ironborn, and one Stark remains imprisoned in King's Landing. As a noble of the North, recalling the past kindness of House Stark, I am willing to pay the price of 10 fair maidens in exchange for the freedom of Lady Sansa Stark. In addition to any title." Peter Baelish, having served in King's Landing for many years and hailing from a background of jesters, was taken aback by such audacity. Clenching his fists, he inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his rising anger. "Lady Sansa is held captive by Queen Cersei in the Red Keep. I fear I am powerless in this matter." Lyn's expression turned one of disappointment. "My Lord Baelish, I presume you witnessed the entire execution of Vicon Greyjoy? Are you threatening me?" "No, of course not." Lyn shook his head. "I merely wish to convey that the knight responsible for the execution is en route to Riverrun, and Ser Jaime Lannister will soon arrive. A Stark for a Lannister seems a fair exchange." Chapter 98, Rumors. Ultimately, Peter Baelish acquiesced to Lyn's proposal, pledging to make every effort to explore the matter further, while Lyn hurriedly returned to King's Landing, awaiting news. Before departing, Baelish solemnly cautioned Lyn, "My lord, prior to fulfilling our agreement, you must not promise Riverrun to anyone." Initially, Lyn was perplexed by Baelish's insistence. However, in the following days, noble carriages from the Riverlands, the Vale, and even the Reach continuously arrived in Riverrun. A steady stream of messengers brought letters, illuminating Lyn to Baelish's concerns. All the great lords presumed that Lyn would not remain in Riverrun for long. Lacking a legitimate claim to govern, he would inevitably need to relinquish the castle. The scent of opportunity attracted the lurking cats, who would not overlook such a sumptuous morsel. The correspondence Lyn received bore a similar theme. The Frey family of Riverrun had perished, and they claimed some distant relation to the Freys, arguing for their right to inherit the lands. Many threatened with their high titles and armies, while others proposed marriage alliances or sought to adopt Lyn, all with the intent of subsuming Riverrun and his forces into their own. Some even dangled promises of gold and women as incentives. Lyn dismissed the first two types of proposals with disdain, easily deflecting them. As for those offering gold and maidens, he remained non-committal, sending inquiries to gauge their offers. He suggested that they might first send gold and maidens to foster goodwill before negotiating the castle's fate. After several days of receiving an incessant stream of envoys to Riverrun, Lyn, overwhelmed, opted to close his doors to visitors. Soon enough, rumors swirled among the noble circles near the Riverlands, suggesting that Lyn, residing in Riverrun, was awaiting the highest bidder. The majority of these tales depicted him as a greedy and lascivious rogue. The lords of the Riverlands, including the Earl of Seaguard, Lord Meryn, and the Earl of Stonehenge, convened in secret. Earl Mudd of Stonehenge remarked, "I hear that young man from the north intends to part with Riverrun for 10,000 golden dragons." Lord Meryn of Seaguard responded, "You refer to Lyn of House Rothschild? How do you know him?" "I know him. His father was once a knight in King's Landing, elevated to a viscount due to his exceptional swordsmanship, ultimately becoming a vassal of House Manderley in White Harbor," Earl Mudd reminisced. "It is said that his family boasts a lineage tracing back to the ancient house of the Falcon and Lion. I was skeptical at first, but it seems entirely true." "The Falcon and Lion? Is that truly a thing?" Earl Mudd questioned, his expression one of doubt. "Indeed. Several noble families from the Riverlands have sent envoys to the north to verify the claim, and it is unequivocally true. A creature of falcon wings and lion body, fierce enough to rival dragons. Goodness, that young man may indeed find fortune. With dragons in decline, his family's falcon lion could become a singular honor in Westeros. Indeed, winter is coming, and such a figure from the north should be harnessed for one's own cause. I came here to discuss this with you. What? Lord Marin of Seaguard stammered. My daughter has already been married off. I hear your family has a daughter. Why not arrange a marriage with Lynn? Consider my contribution to the dowry. How does 5,000 golden dragons sound? Earl Mudd looked bemused. My youngest daughter is only 3 years old. Lord Marin paused, contemplating. What about an engagement for now? As a noble heir of the ancient house of the Falcon and Lion, one should indeed promote the glorious deeds of their ancestors. Wielding a hammer while riding a falcon lion, what does that amount to? The creature, summoned by the gathering of 7 Dragon Balls, can rain magical fire upon enemies from the skies, making it nearly impossible for ordinary arrows and crossbows to find their mark. If dragons can be slain, is that not impressive enough? Very well, the falcon lion can lay eggs without mating and hatch them. One falcon lion represents a future multitude. Is that not formidable enough? Lin graciously entertained the 2 visiting lords from the Riverlands with wine and cheese. Lin, the Count of Haijiang City, and the Count of Huanshi City engaged in a lively discussion, transitioning from the whimsical tales of the 7 Dragon Balls to the noble Griffin Minas from the Saint Seiya saga. Lin ardently asserted that among the beasts emblematic of heraldry, the griffin reigned supreme in both nobility and purity. This magnificent creature, a fusion of lion and eagle, embodies the dominion of both species within the animal kingdom. The griffin is a valiant hunter, revered as one of the most upright beings known to humankind. Before it descends upon its prey, it emits a piercing cry, a clarion call that serves as a forewarning, allowing its victim a fleeting moment to brace for the impending assault. Unfazed by the armament of human foes, the griffin often favors such quarry, deriving immense pride from vanquishing knights. In ancient times, these noble beasts even dared to confront the others beyond the north, attesting to their inherently lofty nature. Moreover, the griffin is a steadfast ally. When its companions are threatened, it fights valiantly to the death, symbolizing courage, fidelity, and indomitable spirit. Lastly, it is universally acknowledged that should the griffin be provoked, it will not relent until its adversary is utterly obliterated. Utilizing its extraordinary sense of smell to track its prey, once it is locked onto its target, it ascends to great heights before swooping down with unparalleled speed, its robust physique ensuring a lethal strike. Should the prey miraculously survive the initial assault, the griffin will unleash a frenzied barrage upon landing, inflicting grievous wounds with its razor-sharp beak and talons, leaving its victim to bleed profusely. Alarming, indeed, is the fact that this formidable creature bears no apparent weaknesses. Lin extolled the virtues of the griffin with fervor, prompting the counts of Haijiang and Huanshi to raise their goblets in celebration of Lin Rothschild's inheritance of the griffin's prowess, toasting again and again with fine red wine. The patriarch of the Mudd family from Huanshi City, stout and rotund, swayed slightly on his bowlegs, his wild, thick red hair framing a face that beamed with a smile reminiscent of a benevolent Buddha. In stark contrast, the Count of Haijiang, with his chiseled features and piercing gaze, appeared undaunted, his blood coursing with a fervor ignited by Lin's vivid depiction of the Griffin Legion, yearning for the day he might ride one into battle. As the inebriated discourse flowed, time slipped away, and, as the sun dipped low in the sky, the 2 counts departed from Twin River City, boarding their respective carriages to return to their lordly abodes. Both Haijiang City and Huanshi City lie to the west of Twin River City, their castles situated a mere 20 miles apart, one to the north and the other to the south. They journeyed homeward together, and the Lord of Huanshi City, reflecting on the potential of the Rothschild family, mused, I had underestimated their capabilities. Truly, if they command an aerial legion like that, who in Westeros could stand against them? Count Lister, in agreement, nodded sagely. When your daughter becomes his wife, you shall have a grandson trained to command griffins. A pause ensued, prompting Mudd to shake his head. Rousing from his stupor, we came to discuss the matter of the betrothal, did we not? I seem to have entirely forgotten to mention it. Count Lister, equally taken aback, replied, It appears that subject never crossed your lips. I scarcely managed 3 words before you lost yourself in drink and laughter. The 2 counts exchanged a few hushed words before falling silent, each returning homeward. Chapter 99. The Established Pattern. A betrothal? A sale of the city? Who is spreading such rumors? With bloodshot eyes, Lin closed them in contemplation, recalling dreams of opulence and beauty that had once graced his slumber, dreams that, while unfulfilled, were at least devoid of terror. Yet recently, his nights were plagued by nightmarish visions, the haunting image of Ned Stark, the former king's hand, meeting his end by the blade, and the assassination of the Duke of Storm's End, Renly Baratheon, who commanded an army of 100,000. Though their features were obscured in the shadows of his dreams, Lynn could unmistakably identify the bloody figures as those two. The mere recollection of these dreadful dreams sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Having seized Twin River City, he felt ensnared within the tempest of Westeros's power play. Despite the throng of noble envoys and nearby lords flocking to Twin River City, eager to curry favor, the city's inhabitants continued their lives as if all were serene and well. Yet Lynn understood this facade, an illusion built upon his seizure of the city, devoid of any official declaration of dominion. Should he reveal his ambitions incongruent with his current status, those envoys would transform from mere messengers into harbingers of war. A concerted effort to attack was not easily orchestrated amidst the current chaos in Westeros, but with the defeat of Stannis' forces, the realm was poised to witness the emergence of the Lannisters as a preeminent power. Lynn wished to avoid thrusting himself too early into the spotlight. The significance of the lordship of Twin River City was evident to even the most naive, yet it was the North that truly captured Lynn's aspirations. The gains and losses of a single city paled in comparison to the arduous path that lay ahead. Lynn remained steadfast in his resolve that his claim to Twin River City was rooted in aiding House Stark's quest for vengeance. All other motives must be cloaked beneath that noble guise. Twin River City was destined to be relinquished, yet the choice of whom to surrender it to rested firmly in Lynn's hands. He was indeed waiting for the right offer, for his options were limited, and time was not on his side. The great game of the Five Kings had solidified, with the Lannisters poised to ascend to the zenith of power. As Lynn pondered the potential bids for Twin River City, it appeared that Peter Baelish was currently offering the highest price. For other noble lords, acquiring Twin River City would signify a monumental expansion for their houses, while for Baelish, it would represent a chance at rebirth. Meanwhile, Baelish's retinue trudged along the King's Road from the Riverlands to the Crownlands, weary yet resolute. At the same time, across the waters of Blackwater Bay, a formidable fleet advanced towards King's Landing. Stannis had consolidated Renly's surrendered forces, integrating them into his own fleet from Dragonstone. With an army of 100,000 poised to seize King's Landing, victory seemed within grasp. Stannis Baratheon gazed confidently upon the roiling waters of Blackwater Bay. Though the soldiers behind him bore expressions of concern, the long voyage at sea weighing heavily upon them. As a commander of the assault ships, the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, stood at the bow alongside his son, watching the distant flickering lights of King's Landing with apprehension. Davos attempted to persuade the fleet's commander, Sir Imry Florent, to dispatch reconnaissance units to ascertain the city's defenses, but Sir Imry dismissed the suggestion. Davos' 4 sons, Dale, Aled, Massos, and Malik, all participated in the impending assault. Observing the weight of worry upon his father's brow, Dale Seaworth offered reassurance. "The Lord of Light will grant us victory, I am certain." Though Davos was not aligned with the Lord of Light, his sons held unwavering faith in the teachings of the Red Woman, Melisandre, who extolled the virtues of their fiery deity. The Onion Knight slowly addressed his son. "King's Landing has never been breached. To them, I am the invader. They do not concern themselves with the nature of your Lightbringer, for when attacked, they will retaliate with full force rather than submit to your so-called deity." Within the confines of King's Landing, news arrived that Stannis had defeated Renly and acquired his formidable army of 100,000. The imp, Tyrion Lannister, was filled with trepidation. Stannis, that obstinate man who would never concede, would undoubtedly wage war on King's Landing in the name of his late brother, King Robert. He feared that the specter of war might descend upon them within mere days. Scouts from the Reach continually returned to the encampment. Yet no tidings of Stannis' vast forces emerged. It appeared that the sea was the adversary's primary avenue of assault. Recently, he had heard troubling rumors that the Fry family of the twins had ambushed Robb Stark, executing numerous northern lords at a wedding. However, this was swiftly followed by a young noble of the north, unknown to fame, who avenged the Starks by dispatching the entire Fry clan. In other circumstances, Tyrion would have eagerly entered the fray for the twins. He relished utilizing his cunning intellect to secure advantages, demonstrating that even a dwarf could possess great wisdom. His deformity had led to his mother, Joanna Lannister, dying in childbirth, and thus his father Tywin seemed to lack the affection and respect afforded to Jaime. Now, as the acting hand of the king, Tyrion longed to prove his worth by seizing the twins, yet his thoughts were consumed by the looming threat of Stannis. Should the city fall, as a Lannister, he would surely be subjected to a brutal execution, his head displayed on a pike outside the Red Keep. Beside him lay his beloved mistress, Shae. Their prolonged association had unexpectedly blossomed into deeper affections. Tyrion reclined on the bed, savoring Shae's gentle caress. With her head propped on one hand, Shay gazed at him, reminiscent of a mother watching over her child. "Are you afraid?" she inquired. Tyrion turned his gaze to the ceiling, contemplating the inadequacy of the city's defenses against 100,000 soldiers. If King's Landing fell, Stannis would undoubtedly slaughter every Lannister within its walls. Shay reassured him, "I will not allow them to harm you." Though Tyrion knew her words held little weight, they offered a modicum of solace to his anxious heart. "Shay," he replied, "I am a Lannister, albeit the least esteemed. Yet I cannot choose my fate. I shall remain. But this war has nothing to do with you. You must leave." Shay, perceiving his intent to protect her, was resolute in her refusal to depart. She pushed him back and leaned over him, regarding this diminutive man who, in her eyes, seemed grander than ever. "Do you remember what you said?" To treat each moment as if it were the last. Tyrion raised an eyebrow, comprehending her meaning, and thus commenced what they deemed the final embrace. Meanwhile, Podrick, Tyrion's steward, exuded an air of charm as he mingled with soldiers in the camp tavern, sharing laughter and even leading a rousing rendition of the sycophantic song The Reign of Castamere to bolster morale. However, the jovial atmosphere dissipated upon the entrance of Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound. Podrick, disturbed by the sudden silence, rose and offered, "What would you like to drink, Clegane?" "It's on me." The Hound, unamused, surveyed the quiet tavern and retorted mockingly, "Everyone seems to know their place, yet only you wish to buy me a drink. What makes you think you're worthy?" Podrick felt the weight of embarrassment under the collective gaze. "If you don't know who I am, would you like to test my skill?" he replied, reaching for the curved dagger at his waist, ready to spar with the Hound. Just as their confrontation was about to ignite, a warning bell rang out, summoning the troops. Stannis' fleet lay merely a few nautical miles from King's Landing. The resounding bells of the city even reached the ears of the Onion Knight, prompting his son to inquire, "Is that the bell welcoming the new king?" Davos Seaworth cast a glance at his bewildered son and replied, "I have never heard of a tolling bell signifying surrender. Prepare for battle." Stannis' fleet steadily approached the shallows near King's Landing. Any further advance would leave their ship stranded. Yet, the city had dispatched only a solitary vessel to confront them, an exceedingly peculiar circumstance that filled Davos with foreboding. Tyrion stood atop the city walls, directing the archers to ready their arrows for the impending conflict. Behind him, his recently arrived nephew, Joffrey, gazed incredulously at Blackwater Bay. He raised his hand and demanded, "Why in the seven hells do we only have one ship?" Tyrion shot a glare at his flippant, impaired nephew and admonished, "Silence if you lack understanding of tactics. Another word, and I shall strike you." The lone vessel, laden with green liquid, crept closer to the enemy fleet. The Onion Knight finally discerned the ominous green substance bubbling from its hold, and horror washed over him as he recognized it for what it was: wildfire. A potent incendiary concoction crafted by alchemists, capable of igniting upon contact with flame and resistant to extinguishing efforts. Due to its devastating potential, it was often deemed a wicked substance. At that moment, Tyrion issued the command to attack, tossing a lit torch over the battlements. Outside, Podrick saw the signal, knocking an arrow, igniting it, and releasing it in one fluid motion. The flaming arrow soared through the night sky, tracing a beautiful arc before plunging into the waters of Blackwater Bay. The surface ignited instantly, flames spreading rapidly. Wildfire erupted in a dazzling green brilliance, illuminating the night with a mesmerizing glow. With a thunderous explosion, the ship filled with wildfire detonated before Stannis' armada, transforming into a brilliant conflagration that echoed across the bay. The tremendous blast cleaving the Onion Knight's vessel in twain. He barely had time to shout to his son, "Get down," before the shockwave hurled him into the sea. The blinding green light compelled the soldiers atop the city walls to avert their gaze, while the Hound followed Joffrey, his face a mask of shock. The leading ships suffered grievous damage, and Blackwater Bay resembled a hellscape. Stannis shielded his eyes from the blinding light and surveyed the scene with an impassive expression. This was war. Accustomed to its horrors, he nonetheless commanded his ships to lower their landing craft in preparation for the assault. A commander, shaken by the wildfire's tremendous power, cautioned, "My king, we are too far from the shore. Landing now may cost us hundreds." Stannis, seasoned by past battles, remained composed and replied, "It is not hundreds that we may lose, but thousands." Under the leadership of Stannis, hundreds of landing boats, laden with soldiers, began their vigorous approach towards the beaches outside King's Landing, rowing with fervor. The imp, Tyrion, alongside the visibly anxious King Joffrey, stood atop the city walls. A torrential downpour of flaming arrows cascaded from the battlements, attempting to thwart the enemy's massive landing force. Yet, the sheer number of the invading army rendered the archers powerless to impede their advance. The Hound, accompanied by the King's Guard, charged forth from the city to engage in fierce combat, resulting in an intense clash. In his panic, King Joffrey, escorted by his mother's male paramour, Lancel, retreated to Maegor's Holdfast, a refuge typically reserved for women. Joffrey's departure significantly dampened the morale of the defenders of King's Landing. In a desperate bid to salvage the situation, Tyrion raised his diminutive axe, leading the remaining troops out of the city to face the enemy in a final, desperate struggle, for if Stannis breached the walls, their demise would be inevitable. The Hound and his Kingsguard fought valiantly, slaying numerous foes, yet they were vastly outnumbered, and soon, the majority of his men had fallen. To make matters worse, the Hound bore a deep-seated fear of fire. When he spotted a soldier ablaze charging towards him, he froze in terror, his sword drooping as he became paralyzed with dread. Just as the soldier raised his blade to strike, an arrow intervened, saving the Hound. Regaining his senses, he realized it was Brienne who had come to his rescue. Yet the sight of the green flames engulfing Blackwater Bay and the raging battlefield extinguished his fighting spirit. He led his men back into the city, refusing to engage further, and after a brief acknowledgement of King Joffrey's mother, the Hound departed alone, seeking a northern realm devoid of flames. Meanwhile, the defenders of King's Landing were also retreating under relentless pressure. Just as Tyrion was struck by a sword, bloodied and on the verge of losing consciousness, he glimpsed the familiar figures of his father, Tywin Lannister, and the Knight of Flowers leading reinforcements toward the city. Upon learning of the recent devastation suffered by the North at the hands of House Frey, Tywin, unburdened by any concerns, hastened with the Lannister forces from Casterly Rock to King's Landing, arriving just in time to save the city and drive Stannis' fleet away. Chapter 100, The Allure of Beauty. Lyn arose early today, preparing to bid farewell to Ser Shivo and his valiant cavalry, sending off not just men, but also 5 large chests filled with treasure. For chests had been retrieved from the Frey family cellar, accompanied by a smaller box containing recent gifts from the nobles of the Riverlands. The weight of the gifts was considerable, with the silver stag box and the jewel-laden chest even heavier. It took a team of 10 horses to haul the 5 large carts fully laden. The cavalry's responsibility was merely to escort the convoy to the port at Neckwater, where a detachment of infantry from Rodart would load the goods onto the awaiting warship. The Manchester, destined for Fisherman's Port. Lyn's communication with the Crows of Fisherman's Port had remained uninterrupted by the war. He frequently sent messages to the elderly scholar, Old Seal, and the recovering Harry Kane, providing them with the latest directives for construction and training. Once everything was packed and the troops lined up, Lyn patted the high-stepping warhorse of Ser Shivo and instructed, upon reaching Neckwater, safely deliver the goods to Rooney, and sent a scout party to scout the situation at Carlin Bay. My lord, are you concerned that Harlan Reed may take possession of Carlin Bay without your permission? Lyn shook his head, stating, the people of the Riverlands have witnessed our army's prowess, and the news of our victory over the Iron Islanders has surely reached them. The more they know about us, the less likely they are to act rashly. My concern lies with some of the nobles in the north, who might mistakenly believe they have stumbled upon unclaimed territory. When we return to the north, we must pass through Carlin Bay, and I would rather not have to deal with some foolish souls who might bring us misfortune. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Shivo acknowledged and proceeded to escort the long convoy away from the city of East Lawn River. Just as Lyn turned to head back to his residence, Sterling's thin, monkey-like head suddenly popped into view. Ho! Lyn exclaimed, startled by Sterling's abrupt appearance. You sneaky wretch, do you walk without a sound? When did you return? Did you bring back the person I requested? Sterling chuckled, my lord, I just arrived. The man you sought, Beric Dondarrion, is here, but he is not alone. Lyn raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Sterling hesitated, seeming somewhat reluctant to divulge further, before finally continuing, my lord. Beric Dondarrion heard of your conquest of Lawn River and your vengeance for House Stark, so he has brought all his men to you. You mean the Brotherhood without banners has come in full force? Sterling responded with excitement. Indeed, my lord. He said he wanted to bring his brothers to pledge allegiance to you. Lyn's expression turned contemplative. He remained neither overly pleased nor troubled, pondering for a moment before asking. How many men? Where are they now? They are settled in an inn within the city, my lord. Lyn nodded. Go fetch Beric Dondarrion and bring him to my residence. Sterling complied and exchanged a few light-hearted words with the simple-minded Guftavo before hastily departing. Beric Dondarrion was astonished to discover that the citizens of this town exhibited no dissatisfaction over the change of leadership, a stark contrast to what he had witnessed in various towns where lords had been victimized by marauding bandits, causing residents to flee. The patrons of the inn drank merrily, engaging in their usual harmonious revelry. Drunken men exchanged coarse banter, while several women sat quietly in the corners, munching on their food. And the steady flow of patrons entering and exiting the establishment attested to the prosperity of this town, a crucial waypoint between the north and the Riverlands. Originally dispatched by Ned Stark to the Riverlands to capture the murderous mountain, Beric had formed the Brotherhood without banners in the wake of Robert's sudden demise and Ned Stark's execution for treason. The Brotherhood had since become an outlaw organization, wandering the Riverlands to fight for the common folk, defending them against the oppressive forces of the Lannisters and the Mountain. The Brotherhood comprised a diverse group of individuals, including deserters from Stark and Baratheon forces, farmers, craftsmen, and stonemasons. Soros, the one-eyed Beric murmured to his deputy seated at the table. Are you truly considering aligning with that young noble named Lyn? Beric's one eye scrutinized his companion, and after a moment of silence, he replied, Aside from the late King Robert, we have sworn allegiance to no other. I merely wish to find a way for my brothers to make a living. Soros, who hailed from the free trade city of Myr and now served as the deputy of the Brotherhood, hesitated before nodding. What do you think their invitation to come here means? A woman, her waist curvaceous, approached their table and filled Beric's empty cup with ale. The alluring innkeeper, exuding an undeniable charm, instantly ignited a fervent heat within the young archer Ongai, who stood beside Barry. His blood surged to his head, staining his cheeks a deep crimson, akin to the effects of inebriation. Soros cast a disdainful glance in his direction, and Barry, sensing the unusual atmosphere around him, swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Ongai's head. Do you wish to bury your face in the rear of someone else? Is this how pitiful you have become? Ongai was a tall, lanky fellow, adorned with freckles and a mane of red hair, hailing from the humble borders of Dorne. After joining the Brotherhood without banners, he had gained Barry's favor due to his extraordinary archery skills. He sighed as he gazed at the retreating silhouette of the innkeeper, who had just cast him a sidelong glance. In this world, it is but a trifecta of wealth, beauty, and power. I dare say the same applies to that lordly viscount. As for wealth, we possess not a single copper coin. Concerning power, we remain an illicit organization. Thus, we are left with beauty. Beauty? Shoros Chaiko Dudley. His gaze fixed upon the one-eyed giant Barry Tondalin seated across from him, his expression a mix of intrigue and bemusement. Barry Tondalin paid no heed to his companion's teasing glance. Instead, his demeanor grew increasingly grave as he motioned for everyone except Soros to vacate their table. Leaning closer, he whispered to Soros, I believe Ongai's conjecture bears a semblance of truth. Soros was alarmed. Do you genuinely believe that Viscount has a penchant for the male form, particularly one as fragrant as yours? Barry Tondalin regarded Soros with disdain. Have you absorbed the sordid thoughts of your subordinates? I refer to. He gestured towards Soros's crimson robe and lowered his voice. Resurrection. At this, the red-cloaked Soros sprang to his feet. Barry quickly restrained him, signaling for calm. Soros's expression flickered as he recalled the incident when the mountain Gregor Clegane had ambushed Barry Tondalin, leading to his demise. It was during the traditional funeral rites performed in accordance with the faith of the Lord of Light that Barry had unexpectedly returned to life. Anxiously, he murmured, Are you suggesting that the secret of the Lord of Light has been uncovered? Chapter 101, She Lives. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Soros's brow. As a devotee of the Lord of Light, one would expect the miraculous ability to resurrect to be widely acknowledged. Yet, Soros understood that such revelations were not feasible in the realm of Westeros. The vast majority of the Seven Kingdoms were devoted to the seven gods, as fervently as the old families of the North revered the old gods. The affluent nobility and lords largely harbored a resistant attitude towards missionaries from Essos. It was only those in dire straits who believed they had been forsaken by their former deities, finding it easier to embrace the veracity of the Lord of Light. When the Red Priestess Melisandre advocated for the faith of the Lord of Light, it was during Stannis' profound low that she extended an olive branch, garnering faith through the demonstration of miracles. Soros regarded Barry Tondalin with deep concern, attempting to dissuade him, but Barry rebuffed his good intentions. Sterling arrived at the inn with several knights. Barry Tondalin rose, addressing his friend Soros, the Red Priest who had resurrected him multiple times, and left him with a final remark. Soros Amir, my friend, I sense the powerful summons of the Lord of Light. Perhaps my mission has finally arrived. Since Lyn had entered this world, he naturally would reject miracles, yet he would remain reserved in his respect for any deities. His principle was to honor the gods without surrendering himself to them. Melisandre urged Stannis to sacrifice his daughter Shireen to the gods, and in a moment of desperation, Stannis complied, leading to the heart-wrenching sight of Shireen being consumed by flames on the pyre, a tragedy that turned an innocent girl into a casualty of war. her cries echoing through the howling winds and snow. This haunting image lingered in Lin's mind, sending a chill down his spine. The Brotherhood without banners remains yours. I harbor no intentions regarding your organization. However, we could forge a fruitful partnership. I can provide financial support to your Brotherhood, easing their burdens. And I would be willing to offer protection should the Brotherhood face dire straits in the future. As Lin spoke from the elevated platform before him, his tone radiated generosity. Yet Barry Tondelin's nerves remained taut. Lin's words did nothing to alleviate the tension etched on his face. Bowing his head, masking his single eye with a patch, he discreetly scrutinized the young noble before him, contemplating, as a loyalist to Ned Stark, I commend your willingness to stand against the tragedy that befell House Stark. I sincerely appreciate your support for the Brotherhood without banners. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do all within my power. The once proud knight, known as the Lightning Lord, lowered his head, as his men had been scattered by the Lannister forces due to the conflicts in the Riverlands, and they had faced a dearth of supplies for some time now. His Brotherhood's morale was waning, and Lin's promised aid felt like a lifeline in the midst of a snowstorm. Observing the one-eyed man, who bore the sigil of a purple lightning bolt against a black backdrop, Lin was aware of the rumors that he had been resurrected at least 7 times. Yet, Lin remained oblivious to any peculiarities surrounding him. There is a matter that requires your attention. Lin scrutinized the man before him. Are you, perchance, not as ordinary as you appear? Barry Tondelin's complexion paled, and he instantly grasped the implication. Should this young lord possess knowledge of his resurrection secret, he would not hesitate to gouge out his remaining eye. Meeting Lin's gaze, Barry inquired, My lord, have you summoned me to Riverrun to exploit the resurrection miracles of the Lord of Light? Lin nodded affirmatively, candidly acknowledging, Indeed, it is as you surmise. Dead at the Red Wedding? Lin nodded again. Barry fell into silence for a moment before exhaling deeply. That man has been deceased for far too long. The prolonged absence of life would significantly complicate the resurrection process, potentially costing the resurrectee their own life, rendering them irretrievable. Barry had already surpassed the acceptable limits of revivals. Soros had warned him that his next death might be beyond even the Lord of Light's salvation. Lin regarded him with an impassive expression. I know, but I believe you can achieve it. And if I refuse? Lin's gaze remained unwavering. The Brotherhood without banners shall cease to exist. Barry's countenance turned ashen. Lin himself pondered whether his actions were excessively cruel, yet from the moment he intended to intercept this one-eyed man, who was meant to heed the Lord of Light's call to resurrect Catelyn. It was destined that his purpose would be redirected towards Daenerys Targaryen. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment. Soon, Barry Tondelin's gaze regained its composure, and the tension in his face gradually dissipated. Even his heart began to calm. Finally, he inquired with quiet resolve, May I ask how you came to know all of this? Lin's eyes drifted towards the entrance, where Guff Tarvo was carrying a young female corpse into the room. He stared at the familiar, pallid face and silently shook his head. Lin gazed through the open doorway as a slender figure gradually emerged from the inner chamber, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Guff Tavo stepped forward to drape a crimson robe over Dany Tully, appraising her youthful visage with a chuckle before turning to Lin and proclaiming, My lord, she lives. Dany swayed slightly, her gaze fixed on the sunlight streaming through the doorway, and she raised a delicate hand to shield her eyes. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon the radiant face of Lin. With gritted teeth, she murmured, My lord Lin, I dreamt that I had perished. Lin, with a bold gesture, waved his hand dismissively, stating, Dreams are but illusions. Just the other day, I dreamt of a multitude of golden dragons at my bedside. Yet now I possess not a single one. Upon hearing this, the gaunt figure beside him chimed in, I too dreamt of becoming a general. Dany felt a gritty sensation in her eyes, and after a moment, she began to weep, her eyes resembling those of a rabbit, streaming crystalline tears like a leaky faucet, soon adorning her small face with glistening droplets that trickled down her pointed chin. Lin, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of compassion and reached for his handkerchief, prepared to utter words of solace. However, he was suddenly seized by a sharp pain as Dany bit down hard on his arm, her sobs transforming into whimpers. This girl is using all her strength, Lin gasped. Thankfully, having recently engaged in rigorous training, his arm was sturdy enough to withstand her small teeth. Otherwise, she might have truly bitten off a piece of flesh. After a brief moment, Lin shook free his arm from her grasp, examining Dany's familiar appearance and exhaling a sigh of relief. Chapter 102. Worth the cost. My lord, the Brotherhood of the Bannerless has departed from Twin River City. As per your instructions, we arranged a meeting point and provided them with 2 large carts of provisions, along with a cart of worthless captured weaponry. Additionally, a monk clad in a red robe managed to abscond with a batch of captured flayers. Claiming they were exchanged for Barry's life, he would take as much as he could get. "My lord, do you wish to retrieve these items?" GoT reported, looking anxious. Lynn gestured towards Dany, who was directing servants to clean various courtyards. "Go and inquire whether her life is worth those items. If she responds that it is not, then reclaim the goods from the main camp. A deal is a deal. How can I raise the price? Lord Barry is indeed a man worthy of respect. He has lived 7 or 8 times. Reviving a stone-hearted lady to perpetuate hatred in the world is hardly worth more than reclaiming my diligent housekeeper. Wouldn't you agree?" GoT, perplexed by Lynn's words, scratched his head in confusion. "Lord, does that not imply a loss?" GoT asked wide-eyed. "To exchange a doomed life for one already lost. Is that not a loss?" Lynn kicked GoT's calf in frustration, shouting, "How could you think that?" The sturdy figure of GoT, impervious to pain, remained in place. Scratching his head, "My lord, I don't see it as a loss. It seems quite valuable to me." "Valuable indeed," Lynn retorted angrily, delivering a few more blows to GoT until his own hands grew numb. Yet GoT remained unfazed, prompting Lynn to reflect that perhaps this was a form of self-inflicted torment. Having vented his frustrations, Lynn departed the estate for the military camp, with Dany's choice of servants being all plump women claiming to be maids, yet resembling matrons. He decided it prudent to spend the evening at the camp to avoid any digestive discomfort. Lynn's forces were stationed in 2 camps on either side of Twin River City, divided into 3 segments. The camp nearest the estate housed the elite guard tasked with daily patrols around the Lord's residence. Duncan was grooming his warhorse with a brush, while soldiers of the Eagle Lion Knights, currently off duty, busied themselves around the camp. As Lynn emerged from the camp entrance, Duncan immediately straightened and saluted respectfully. Lynn waved him off, scanning the surroundings and noting the cavalry engaged in orderly drills under the guidance of their squad leaders, nodding in satisfaction. Observing a long scar along Duncan's arm, Lynn inquired, "What were our casualties during the last engagement with the Iron Islands?" Duncan pondered for a moment before responding, "My lord, the Eagle Lion Knights currently number over 240, with 20 or so brothers lost to enemy spears and arrows, and a handful more injured, recuperating in the infirmary. However, the losses among Rodart's infantry were significant. Over 100 lie in the infirmary, and the dead may well number several times that." Lynn nodded. Indeed, the confrontation with the Iron Islanders had taken a heavy toll, largely due to their relentless resistance even after their archers had taken walls. Approximately 1,000 Iron men fought valiantly until the last, perishing beneath the walls of West Twin River City. Lynn continued his inspection, moving from the Eagle Lion Knights camp to the Tiger Brute camp, discussing the current situation with several key subordinates. Finally, he arrived at the infirmary, where he noted the pressing need for medical assistance. He decided to summon 10 battlefield medics and spent the afternoon visiting the camps until dusk, at which point he quietly returned to his estate under the escort of GoT and the elite guard. Despite the day's melancholy, Lynn's spirits were lifted by a piece of good news. Rodart had conducted a thorough search of Twin River City, uncovering several locations where military supplies and provisions were hidden. Most of these resources stemmed from the reserves of the Buddhist families, with a portion originating from the Northern Army led by Robb, transported from Running Water City to Twin River City. The final tally brought Lynn unexpected joy. Over 300 horses of various qualities, nearly 10 carts of provisions, and a collection of armor and weapons. Though their quality was inconsistent, they would be more than sufficient to equip a militia of 500. This was a considerable boon, especially when factoring in the spoils taken from fallen enemies, which could yield a substantial fortune. The surplus provisions could be shipped back to Fisherman Esport, while the lesser horses could be brought to the territory for transport purposes. As for the additional military horses, distributing them among the infantry squads of the Tiger Brute would serve as commendation. Unfortunately, the soldiers summoned through the system already came equipped with armor and weapons, rendering the captured gear of limited use to Lynn. Selling them to other noble lords was a prospect he hesitated to consider. Upon returning to the estate, Lynn sat quietly, one hand propping up his chin as he contemplated. If only he could establish a personal army within the Riverlands before returning to the north. Perhaps it would yield remarkable results in the not-too-distant future. Lynn's support for the Flagless Brotherhood is, in some measure, related to this matter. However, the Flagless Brotherhood is ultimately a roving guerrilla force, and as an illegal organization, it cannot securely establish a foothold in Hajin. What Lynn desires is not a formidable military ally, but rather a faction capable of taking root in Hajin, one that can exert an unexpected influence during critical moments. The Count of Haijiang and the Count of Huanshe both express a desire to align themselves with him. Yet their own substantial powers render them unlikely to fully commit to his cause. While forming connections is acceptable, fostering them would not be prudent. The families that could fulfill Lin's criteria would undoubtedly be those with inherent weaknesses in their power structures or the remnants of once noble houses now in decline. Lin, however, is not well acquainted with such individuals. Fortunately, members of the Tuli family, the Dukes of Hejien, would surely possess extensive knowledge of the various factions operating within the region. An idea sparked in Lin's mind. Perhaps he could consult the steward, Danny, on this matter. Upon entering Danny's quarters, Lin conveyed his intentions. "My lord, are you seeking to appoint a fallen family as your agent in Hejien?" Danny blinked, looking at Lin with surprise, for such families are indeed rare finds. Hejien is a battleground, with village and town lords changing hands repeatedly. Families that have managed to survive their decline are not commonplace. The Tully family convenes vassals every few years for a vassal meeting. Although she could not officially attend, Danny had keenly observed the attending nobles during her childhood. Except for the counts of major cities like Shuangha's old noble Fry, Haijiang, and Hongfen, the faces of the lesser lords largely vanish from subsequent meetings. As long as they swear fealty to the Tully family and pay their annual taxes and labor, the Tully have historically maintained a rather lax grip on Hejien. In fact, Tully knights often engage in conflicts over territorial disputes. Danny pondered for a moment. It is uncommon for minor noble factions to endure in Hejien. But I do know of one individual. Though of knightly origin, he has established a strong foothold in Hejien. This particular man is unconventional, commanding a small yet formidable army, and his vengeful nature deters even the most prominent nobles of Hejien from provoking him. Oh, Lin's interest piqued at Danny's words. Who is this person? Chapter 103, The Good Count. Lin gazed at Danny, awaiting her response. Danny's bright eyes twinkled, yet she hesitated, taking a moment before speaking. The Woad family from the beauty market currently oversees the largest smuggling market in Hejien. The market's operations belong to Fort Woad, who was once a knight under the Tully family. 6 years ago, he was expelled from Benlu City for certain reasons. Upon returning to his family, he inherited the rights to manage the beauty market and has since aspired to transform it into a trading stronghold. Oh, Lin noted a hint of reluctance on Danny's face while mentioning Fort Woad, but he refrained from probing further and listened to her account. Lin felt this individual might indeed be worth pursuing. Although his family is not large, his ambition to turn the market into a fortress suggests a person of considerable aspirations. Ambition is desirable. Those who crave power are worth leveraging, while the apathetic old nobility merely engage in hollow pleasantries. The beauty market is situated in the midstream of the Blue Fork River, with Huanshe City lying just upstream, suggesting a potential familiarity between the two. It seems prudent to enlist the help of the Count of Huanshe in this endeavor. After inquiring further with Danny about the beauty market and the Woad family, Lin resolved to meet with the knight, Fort Woad. The Mud family from Huanshe City received an invitation to the banquet in Shuangha City today. At the banquet, Count Mud, having downed 3 glasses, leaned in closely to Lin, his stout figure betraying an odd demeanor as he surveyed the empty banquet hall. "My dear brother Lin, your invitation mentioned a banquet, yet it seems I am the only one present today." "Ha!" Lin chuckled, refilling the cup of the middle-aged count with unruly red hair. "Among the many lords of Hejien, I feel a particular affinity with you, dear Count. Last time we didn't drink enough. Let us indulge once more." Count Mud, prone to sweating from drinking, had beads of perspiration rolling down from under his tousled red locks, a sign of his physical frailty. It appeared he rarely exercised, his corpulence yielding little muscle tone. Lin found it a curious anomaly to encounter such a sincere count amidst the chaos of Hejien. Count Mud, with his pudgy hand covered in red hair, grasped a napkin from the table and vigorously rubbed his face. Putting down the napkin and tapping his head, he turned to Lin. "Last time, drinking caused a delay. Before we indulge today, let me discuss my matters with you." Lin had long heard of his intention to arrange a marriage for his merely 3-year-old daughter. Upon hearing this, he promptly raised his cup to toast, and the seasoned banquet-goer, Count Mud, halted his speech to first express gratitude for the host's hospitality. As he tilted his head back and downed the contents of his cup, Lin discreetly set his own cup down and continued pouring wine. "Count Mud, whatever you wish to discuss, do not hesitate. As long as I remain in Shuangha City, I will undoubtedly assist in any way I can in Hejien," Lin declared generously. "Now, let's toast to you once more, dear Count." Upon hearing this, Count Mud's face broke into a grin as he lifted his cup for another hearty drink. "This matter concerns my little daughter and our Mud family-esque connection with your family. It's a joyous occasion." "Joyous occasions are splendid. Let's continue drinking," Lin replied. Count Mud wiped his face again with a napkin, having consumed 6 or 7 cups, the napkin now damp, and his trembling hand matched the redness of his face. Dear Brother Lin, what were we discussing just now? Count Mud asked, having gulped down another cup of malt liquor. Lin, setting down his knife and fork that were slicing into the roasted lamb, smiled and said, Dear Count, we were just discussing your introduction of Fort Woad from the beauty market. Count Mud paused, a look of confusion overtaking him. Did I mention that lad from the Woad family? With earnest eyes, Lin nodded firmly. Dear Count, when will you bring him to Shuanghe City to meet me? Count Mud thumped his chest. The Woad family and my Huanshe City share a century-long bond. Without my influence, their beauty market would merely be a dilapidated village. In a few days, I will summon Night Fry before you. This fellow has engaged in quite a few private brawls in Hejian, but did he ever provoke your men? Dear Brother Lin? Observing the beads of sweat cascading down Count Mud's plump face, Lin summoned a servant to present a clean napkin, personally handing it to Mud while gently assisting him. Private brawls? There has been no such thing. I merely wish to forge solid ties with heroes like yourself in Hejian, so that when I return to the Northern Realm, I will have no regrets. It's settled then, Lin concluded. Dear Count, it appears you're quite inebriated, barely able to stand. Lin called out from outside the banquet hall. Is anyone there? Or have the servants of Count Mud gone? Quickly assist Lord Count into the carriage to return to Stonehill for some rest. A few knights from Stonehill rushed into the banquet hall, lifting the inebriated Count Mud and carrying him outside. It had barely been a short while, and he was already in such a state of drunkenness. The knights exchanged puzzled glances, resolving that they must advise the Lord Mayor next time not to indulge in spirits so eagerly. Alas, look at how much he has consumed. He hasn't even had a morsel of meat yet. After seeing off the Count, Lin gazed regretfully at the dining table and resumed his seat, preparing to delight in his exquisite meal. A slender figure peeked out from a corner at the back of the hall. Danny observed Lin, who was engrossed in slicing meat, a look of contentment gracing his features. She pouted. Count Mud was renowned for his amiable disposition, yet he was, after all, the esteemed Lord of Stonehill. Danny had witnessed many mock the Count in private, but she had never seen anyone bully him so brazenly. The bottles of red wine remained unopened, while a cask of the strongest malt liquor had been emptied with reckless abandon. The rolling cask on the ground was almost overturned, yet not a drop had spilled. The platter of roasted lamb on the table looked untouched. Not even a knife had grazed it, save for a few careless bites of some worthless steamed asparagus. The fruit and vegetable platter remained intact, just as meticulously arranged as it had been at the beginning. Danny, you must be cautious. With such a tender age and overflowing sympathy when you become a wealthy lady, you may find your doorstep besieged by homeless beggars waiting for the benevolent Lady Danny to bestow upon them sustenance, Lin remarked, stuffing a morsel of succulent lamb into his mouth, the rich, juicy meat bursting with flavor, leaving his lips and tongue slick with grease. Chapter 104, The Calamity. Danny nodded glumly, clenching her teeth as she said, Lord Mud is indeed a good man. The entire Riverlands knows this. During the famine years, he generously aided the common folk in his domain. It is merely his gentle nature that prevents him from allowing his soldiers to wage war, seize treasures, or impose heavy taxes. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a dire state. Do you mean for me to assist him? Lin fixed his gaze upon Danny's eyes. Count Mud might be a good man, but Stonehill was currently in utter ruin, reduced to mere stones. Have you seen his knights? They are as emaciated as chicken feet, clearly accustomed to hunger. While he once distributed wealth to aid the impoverished, now Stonehill is desolate, lacking income, with trade being siphoned away by the lower-tier markets. The common folk in his domain still suffer. Danny, clearing the dining table, closed her eyes in dismay at his words. Is it forbidden for there to be good nobles in the Riverlands? Lin looked at Danny with curiosity. Have you not experienced death once already, and still do not understand? Even kin are disregarded. Rob S. most loyal subordinate, the Old Skins, betrayed him without hesitation, thrusting a sword into his own lord without a shred of remorse. Have you witnessed their downfall? The Tully family still guards the Riverlands, and that old scoundrel, Lisa Bolton, schemes to usurp the Stark lands. Calamity persists across the ages, and yet they thrive. My lord, Amund is not my father. I shall eventually take his life with my own hands. Danny's fair complexion twitched before she declared fiercely. Lin scoffed. Merely speaking of vengeance achieves nothing. Some are simply not cut out for the act of killing. Danny suddenly asked, My lord, does it seem you wish to become a calamity as well? Such a harsh phrasing made Lin cast her a sideways glance. How could I ever become a calamity? I aspire to be a savior. Who says that oppressing good people and the common folk leads to prosperity? It is plunder and devastation that bring about swift fortune. Have you reviewed the accounts I provided? The wealth of Luan River City now belongs to your lord and master. Upon hearing this, Dany's expression darkened, her small face paling slightly with irritation as she bit her lip and resolved to ignore Lynn further. Machines are not foreign or distant to the people of the medieval era. The most commonplace machine is the mill. They convert hydropower or wind energy into motion to grind grain, press olives, wash cloth, tan leather, and produce paper. They serve as the factories of the Middle Ages. The water wheels creaked as they lifted water from a low trough to pour into an elevated wooden channel, soon flowing into a wooden tower. The mill was filled with farmers calling out as they poured in wheat. Women shouted with enthusiasm, "Turn the cloth over." The moat outside Luan River City diverted water from the Green Fork River, branching into various channels that irrigate the fertile lands in all directions. Such water mills are common in the Riverlands. The southern Dornish also favor them. Yet Lynn had never seen one in the north. In the wilderness, several water wheels transported river water from varying levels into smaller ditches, continuously channeling the murky waters of the Green Fork to irrigate the wheat fields, nourishing generations of the Riverlands populace. "My lord," I inquired, "the craftsmen repairing the channels here are local farmers. They have mastered the art of water wheels and mills. And each mill has been constructed by the farmers themselves." GoT pointed upwards, indicating a vast expanse of fertile land where several local villagers toiled in the wheat fields. This year, the Riverlands have seen frequent warfare, leading many farmers to flee their homes. Yet, amid such turmoil, the farmers of this land never truly vanish. This is the advantage of fertile land. When your domain possesses such richness, new farmers will naturally arrive to till and pay taxes. The fresh waters on the Isle of the Three Sisters are limited, yet if these water wheels and mills were established, they would greatly increase the cultivable area. Lynn watched as several women stepped barefoot into the irrigated fields, filled with envy. Yet he scolded, "Nonsense! According to your reasoning, should not every farmer in the Riverlands know how to build water wheels and mills? Do we not also have a contingent of Riverlands refugees in our domain? Among them are farmers too. Why have none proposed the construction of waterworks?" The simpleton scratched his head and shook it. "Perhaps they are unwilling to build? It seems quite troublesome." Lynn snorted disdainfully. "We offer generous land allocations. The more land they cultivate, the more they will possess. Only a fool would reject the opportunity to expand their family's holdings. The rich soil that produces food, even for grass, must have other reasons. While the farmers can construct the mill towers, the water wheels and wooden mechanisms require skilled artisans to create. Return to the craftsman's workshop in Luan River City and inquire. We must bring this back to the island. I have recently received word that Stannis' army has met its demise outside King's Landing. The Stormlands have completely squandered their resources. Gathering 100,000 soldiers is no easy feat, and now they find themselves utterly impoverished. The lords there will likely become vassals of House Lannister." As Lynn spoke, he snapped a stalk of foxtail grass before chewing on it. Recently having indulged too much in lamb, which was becoming rather tiresome, a truly fortunate dilemma. After venting his frustrations to the simple-minded bull, Lynn felt a considerable relief wash over him, regardless of whether the creature comprehended his words. With a determined stride, he advanced forward. On the muddy path, a formidable contingent of the Royal Griffin Knights, adorned with banners, trailed him at a distance of 50 paces. For every 100 meters Lynn traversed, the knights followed at a leisurely pace, exhibiting a remarkable synchronicity. An elderly farmer, wielding a plow, ambled past Lynn, casting sidelong glances at him as he strolled by. The old man's pace was brisk, while Lynn's was languid, causing the farmer to frequently halt, awaiting Lynn's advance before resuming his journey with the plow resting on his shoulder. This scene repeated itself when the simple-minded bull strode forward, placing his robust hand on the farmer's shoulder, rendering the old man immobile. Lynn approached, spitting out a stalk of dogtail grass, and inquired, "Were you perhaps waiting for me?" The farmer hesitated at Lynn's question, then knelt and stammered, My lord, are you the new lord of Twin River City?" The bull glared, incredulous at the farmer's audacity to inquire about the next lord. Lynn, intrigued, replied contemplatively, "How curious that you should concern yourself with who the lord of Twin River City might be." The old farmer broke into tears, lamenting, "My lord, our village is due for tax collection next month. This year has been rife with calamities. A significant portion of our wheat has been devastated in the fields, and we simply cannot afford to pay." Lynn gestured toward a vast expanse of golden wheat before him, where harvesters were already at work, rolling his eyes as he remarked, "These crops appear exceptionally bountiful. Surely, you do not think me blind, old man?" The farmer wore a woeful expression. explaining that the fields surrounding Twin River City belonged to the Charlton Manor, which annually boasted abundant harvests. Common folk like us cannot afford the irrigation channels and mills. He lamented. The Charlton Manor, you say? It seems to be quite the grain-producing estate. Lynn mused with a slight smirk. Chapter 105, Charlton Manor. In the medieval era, manors operated as self-sufficient economic entities. The primary focus was agriculture, complemented by various crafts, including carpentry and blacksmithing. The manor brewed its own beer, possessed its own mill and bakers, and produced the majority of goods necessary for daily life. Both free farmers and serfs resided within the manor, which often resembled a village. The lord of the manor lived in a castle, governing several villages under his domain. Certain aspirants of nobility, unable to become knights, preferred to manage their estates in this manor-like fashion. Politically, they tended to remain neutral. They would pledge allegiance to whichever king ruled the seven kingdoms, dutifully paying taxes and providing knights to the local magnates. Lynn had yet to delve deeply into the workings of manors within the realm of political intrigue. But upon hearing that the fields to the northwest of Twin River City belonged to the Charlton estate, he felt a flicker of surprise. That region was quite close to the city itself. Were not manors typically enclosed villages? How had their lands expanded beyond the lord's castle? Following the farmer's directions, Lynn and his entourage set forth along a sandy, rocky path leading to a forest. Departing from the northwest of Twin River City and continuing northward led to an expansive mountain forest, with the mountains stretching from the northern bay of Neck Bay down to the northern outskirts of Twin River City. The Charlton Manor was situated at the juncture of the riverine plains and the forest. Amidst the lush greenery of the forest, the manor's gates stood firmly shut. Lynn, mounted on a grand steed, was accompanied by Duncan the Bull and nearly 100 soldiers of the Royal Griffin Knights. One knight rode forth from the ranks and called out to the manor, "Open the gates. My lord wishes to meet the lord of the manor." The manor resembled a fortress, nestled on a sloping hillside, concealed within the protective embrace of the forest. Its walls, constructed from rare bluish stone bricks, flanked a grand entrance of solid mahogany, exuding an air of majesty. Two guards, clad in chainmail, peered over the walls, and a brown-haired man cautiously inquired, "Who is your lord?" "Lord Lynn Rothschild of the Griffin family from Twin River City," the knight replied. A rustling sound soon echoed from the walls, and after a moment of anticipation, Lynn frowned slightly when no one emerged. Although he had not formally declared dominion over Twin River City, he effectively controlled it. As a vassal of the city, the manor's lord, whether a knight or a lesser noble, should not dare to treat a current lord with such disregard. Lynn exchanged a knowing glance with Duncan, who nodded slightly before dismounting. He swiftly ascended a nearby hillock, which offered a vantage point above the manor's walls. As he peered over, he observed chaos within the manor. Residents were being driven from their homes, arming themselves with wooden spears and sickles. In the open spaces of the manor, men wielding sticks and bows began to gather, while women herded mules and sheep into shelters. Duncan reported the unfolding scene to Lynn with an impassive expression. Lynn chuckled softly. "Am I being mistaken for a raider? A mere gatekeeper could not orchestrate such a mobilization." The manoress' swift response indicated prior preparation. Before long, the clanging of bells resounded throughout the manor, and the previously sparse heads peering over the walls were replaced by a throng of men armed with bows. Lynn remained unperturbed on his mount. Those crude, poorly made bows could scarcely hit a rabbit from 200 paces. After a brief standoff, a burly man clad in black armor shouted from the walls, "Lord Charlton has decreed that no guests are permitted within the manor." Lynn, growing impatient, retorted, "Go. Inform them that I, Lynn Rothschild, shall wait for a quarter of an hour. Should the lord of the manor fail to greet me personally, let him bear the consequences." The knight conveyed Lynn's message to the walls, but the response was met with a swift volley of crossbow bolts. The arrows flew swiftly, evidently the work of a skilled archer. As the bowstring twanged, the messenger knight hastily cursed and turned his steed to retreat. Unfortunately, the delay in turning the horse resulted in him being struck in the side, tumbling heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Shortly after, several arrows landed perilously close to his previous position. Had the distance been shorter, the archer's aim might well have turned the injured knight into a pincushion. Lynn's face flushed with indignation upon witnessing the scene. He cast a puzzled glance at the indignant Hangu, who stood nearby, and inquired with curiosity, "Is my reputation in the Riverlands so dismal, or is my temper so excessively amiable, or have these minor lords lost their wits? I have not troubled them. Why then this discontent in their hearts?" Hangu, instinctively rubbing his head, fell into contemplation. The lean monkey, Sterling, beside them, wore a prophetic yet hesitant expression. Lynn shot him a glare, urging him to speak. Sterling stammered. Perhaps it is because, recently, rumors have spread throughout the Riverlands about the Lord's lasciviousness. It is said that the Lord has been ruthlessly plundering common women in the Lawnha City mansion to serve as maids. Some messengers from the noble families of the Riverlands have arrived in Lawnha City, and those who failed to present gifts or women were all swiftly expelled from the city. Fury surged within Lynn, and he kicked Sterling off his horse as if a thought struck him, prompting the muddy, rolling Sterling to shout back, "My lord, I'm still a virgin. Is it not shameful to slander me as greedy and lecherous? Who dares to tarnish my reputation?" The lean monkey, brushing off the mud, raised his head and replied, "It is the few families closely allied with the Lannisters, as well as a loyal faction of the Fry family." "Oh, so the Lord of Charlton Manor is among them as well?" Sterling asserted decisively, without a doubt, whether this lord is the originator of the rumors or not. By believing in them, he has unjustly cast aspersions upon our lord. Lynn nodded in agreement, surveying the formidable walls of the narrow pass, reminiscent of a fortress. Through gritted teeth, he proclaimed, "Then they shall not escape unscathed today." Sterling recoiled, craning his neck and hesitantly responding, "But my lord, it appears the opposing walls are quite well fortified, and we are but cavalry." Chapter 106, Stalwart Defense. The Charlton inhabitants atop the manor's walls hurled insults ceaselessly, exhibiting no fear towards the cavalry outside. Since the lord of the manor disdained this seemingly gallant young noble, the defenders on the walls openly unleashed their vitriol. Knowing the cavalry had no means to retaliate against them, Lynn squinted, noticing a particularly foul-mouthed individual with a thick mountain accent and a shrill voice leading the charge of insults. The spittle flying from him suggested that he viewed Lynn's elite cavalry as mere targets for his venting. Lynn pointed towards the wall, his expression icy. "Sterling, remember that fellow. Once the walls are breached, you shall flay him." My lord, such a skill is known only to the folk of the terrifying fortress." "I cannot do that," Sterling exclaimed. Lynn shot him a glare. "Should I send you to the realm of the skinning men for training?" Sterling fell silent at that remark. It must be said that in anticipation of conflict, the manors in the Riverlands were constructed with great height and fortitude, particularly those remnants of the War of Usurpation. Having endured the trials of battle, each manor, at great expense, fortified their walls. The wall before Lynn, aged yet imposing, could scarcely be called merely a wall. It bore the stature of castle. Beneath the archers' parapets, there were even dedicated peepholes for reconnaissance, allowing crossbowmen to fire at a lower angle. The main gates, flanking walls were even more extraordinary, constructed entirely of stone, rivaling the materials of Lawnha City's fortifications. Situated at a mountain pass, the manor benefited from a natural scarcity of materials for its walls. The other three sides were enveloped by mountains, with the sloping rocky hills serving as the best natural barrier. This was no mere manor. It was akin to a fortress. Lynn surveyed the terrain. A direct assault would be immensely challenging, as the defenders had a minimal area to protect. Even if they brought 2 trebuchets, breaching the enemy's defenses would be arduous. Of course, if Lynn were to unleash his fury, transporting all the trebuchets from outside Lawnha City to the manor would certainly force the defenders to reckon with their predicament. However, he had no intention of such an extravagant display. Employing dozens of trebuchets against a mere manor would only invite ridicule. In the early medieval period, siege armies employed a variety of weaponry, including ladders, battering rams, siege towers, ballistae, and trebuchets. They also utilized tunneling beneath walls to undermine their foundations and cause collapse. Naturally, starving the besieged was also a viable strategy. Yet, none of these methods proved practical in the current situation. The walls were robust, the manor was surrounded by mountains, and the lord was a wealthy grain magnate, ensuring that starvation would not be a concern for many months. One need only look to the resilience of King's Landing's 5,000 guards against Stannis' 100,000 troops to understand the difficulty of breaching fortified positions. Hengu, Guftavo, sat against a boulder, wielding a massive axe to carve pointed stakes from the thick oak at his feet. His strength was considerable. Soon, a pile of sharpened stakes accumulated at his feet. Lynn's elite knightly retinue, save for Duncan and his 20 men stationed outside for vigilance, dismounted and joined the woodcutting effort. "My lord, are you truly not considering summoning additional troops?" Sterling inquired from atop the boulder, observing the activity on the manor walls while Lynn munched on wild berries gathered from the mountains. These small, round fruits were the favored berries of the common folk during the long summer, sweet and tart, easily foraged without expense. After consuming the berries, Lynn patted his round belly and stood up, After 2 hours of labor, they had amassed over 100 sharpened stakes and estimating the width of the opposing walls. Lin felt satisfied with their progress. He stood, offering the remaining berries to Hangu. After a hearty belch, dispelling the sourness from his stomach, Lin grinned at Sterling. I too wish to summon an army of over 10,000. Even if they were not needed, the sight would be impressive. Alas, that is not feasible. You are all human, and humans require sustenance. Taking into account the provisions we seized in Wanhas City and the remaining supplies from the fishing village harbor, even maintaining a 10,000-strong army would not last long. Within 3 days, we would be left to drink the winds of the Northwest. Moreover, the army's rations must extend beyond mere sustenance during warfare. For instance, if one were to capture a city within 3 days, it would be advantageous to plunder the food stocks before the enemy lord set fire to his own granaries, ensuring supplies for the next assault. Failing to gather sufficient provisions from within the city would lead to catastrophic consequences. Sterling struggled to grasp the complexities of Lin's reasoning. However, he did feel a pang of hunger, albeit manageable. Watching Hangu indiscriminately stuffing berries into his mouth without a thought of sharing with his good friend only fueled his frustration. Lin's generosity towards Hangu was warranted. Half of the 200 sharp stakes were crafted from the oak under Hangu's bronze axe. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, Lin's pile of sharpened timber loomed taller than a man. He clapped his hands, rising to his feet. That should suffice. Let's wedge these stakes into the entrance of Charlton Manor and call it a day. Gustavo hoisted the massive bronze axe onto his back, rising from beside Lin like a towering mountain. My lord, what purpose do these items serve? If we return, those within the estate will simply uproot them by nightfall. Wouldn't that be a fruitless endeavor? Lin slapped the back of the oaf's hand, striking the softest part of his skin, unless the man inclined his head. Any attempt to strike him would be self-defeating. Fool, do you think they can easily remove these items without fear of arrows? The oaf merely grunted. Isn't this merely a siege? Do these fellows truly deserve your time? Lin smirked coldly. I have little interest in this estate. The wheat fields outside are nearing harvest. It's a singular opportunity for sustenance. If we harvest their grain, even if they survive this year, next year will be dire for them. Besides, with over 500 sharp oak stakes barricading their gates, we need only station a dozen archers here to besiege the estate's hundreds of inhabitants. Why not take advantage of the situation? Hold out? Lin's lips curled in a smirk. Let us see who truly endures. War is precisely this way. One may believe themselves fearless, preparing to withstand an enemy's assault, relying on the fortifications for a desperate defense. Yet let's not forget, possessing the initiative in war is paramount. It is merely an estate built upon the hills. Do they truly consider themselves a fortress of military significance? Chapter 107, Escort, Part 1. Lin donned a lightweight leather armor, layered with 2 silk undergarments. Nowadays, his inner garments were predominantly silk. Without them, no matter the outer attire, the threads would easily prick into his flesh. The reverse defensive stakes set up at Charlton Manor had proven effective. Last night, the lanky Sterling and a dozen cavalry armed with crossbows lay in wait at the manor's entrance. In the dead of night, a few dimwits were released from the basket above the wall and attempted to uproot the nearby oak stakes at the manor's gate, only to be ambushed by the Eagle Lion guards lurking behind the stakes. However, the Lord of Charlton Manor showed no signs of surrender. The manor gate remained steadfast, and through the watchtowers outside, one could observe the farmers within the estate herding livestock into the fields. This indicated their intent to engage in a protracted conflict. Hearing Sterling's report from early morning, Lin shook his head slightly. He had merely dispatched a squad of soldiers to guard, and he had no fear of a prolonged siege. In fact, he was rather pleased. Accompanying Lin on his patrol today were not only the Eagle Lion Knights of the Guard, but also 100 archers drawn from the Tiger Guards, alongside some burly men. They were equipped with axes specially designed for lumbering. Additionally, several mule-drawn carts were prepared to transport the soldiers' rations out of the city. It was said that there were no fewer than 10 similar estates within the fiefdom of the Twin Rivers City, and Lin's task today was to pay each of them a visit. The wheat outside Twin Rivers City was a golden hue, nearing harvest, an auspicious sign. In a couple of days, Lin intended to hire a group of impoverished peasants who could not afford taxes to reap the estate owner's grain, thus relieving the farmers around Twin Rivers City from their tax burdens. Lin could seize the grain for himself while also aiding the common folk, a win-win situation. As for the estate owners, let the newly appointed Lord of Twin Rivers City deal with their troubles. Lin's gaze sparkled. By next year, the grain scarcity in the Riverlands might be even more chaotic than now. After a busy day, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. None of the estate owners were particularly welcoming. with the most amicable merely closing their gates and tossing a few baskets of produce down from the basket as a token of respect. Did they expect real gold or the meager women of the estate? Such a notion was a mere fantasy. Everyone knew Lin wouldn't remain in Twin River City for long. Paying taxes now would mean paying again when the new lord arrived. The estate owners were not fools. This was splendid. Lin employed the same tactics as before. After the gates of 10 estates were filled with oak stakes, he plundered the scattered small farms outside their walls. The mule carts laden with bread and cured meats left the city, returning with heaps of grain and livestock, not even sparing the fodder for war horses. The skies over the riverlands had recently been bustling with crows. The estate owners outside Twin River City confided their grievances through the crows as they lamented their plight. Meanwhile, a few crows flew towards the capital of the riverlands to the mansion of the Benjarin family. Did they hope for the family to intervene and pressure Lin? Such thoughts were delusional. Edmund Benjarin had been thoroughly frightened in Twin River City, and Lin hoped he would venture out from the capital. Indeed, a cavalry contingent had surged forth from the capital, but they were in search of the beautiful knight Brienne, who had stealthily liberated Jaime Lannister from the dungeons. The Benjarin family did not wish to offend the Lannisters during this tumult. Upon learning of the incident, Edmund, nursing his wounds at the Duke's residence, grew alarmed. He dispatched his own squire knights to search in different directions. The beautiful knight had previously been a member of Ser Loras's Rainbow Guard and later served as her sister Catelyn's squire, now that her sister had perished. Edmund was uncertain of Brienne's intentions with Jaime. The cavalry split into 3 groups, one heading southeast towards King's Landing, another westward toward the Lannister stronghold of Casterly Rock, and the final group moving northward. Brienne, clad in knightly armor with her helmet misplaced, her golden hair glinting in the sunlight, accepted Lin's employment as she traversed a path away from the main road. She did not ride, for she needed to escort Jaime Lannister on foot, fulfilling her promise to Lin, and as retribution for the death of a member of House Greyjoy. This was the payment owed to Lin. The beautiful Brienne led the bound Jaime along, having just traveled by boat from the Red Fork towards the confluence of the Trident River. The journey ahead required them to walk back, as the northern waters flowed against them. Brienne could not row the boat while keeping an eye on a formidable Kingsguard, even with his hands securely bound. Jaime Lannister, bored throughout the journey, continuously taunted Brienne with light-hearted jests. "The title of Beautiful Knight suits you splendidly," he said with a smile. Brienne retorted sharply, "The title of Kingslayer is far more resounding. What could be more knightly than a Kingsguard who personally slays his own king?" Jaime pouted, nodding. The world mocked him as the Kingslayer, but those who dared to ridicule him to his face had all been silenced by his own hand. Their remains scattered in the garden as fertilizer. Jaime continued to provoke. "You are as robust as a true man. Yet alas, you are but a woman." Brienne urged Jaime to hasten, accustomed as she was to his cold barbs and utterly disinterested in engaging with such tiresome provocations. Jaime continued, "You are Catelyn's handmaiden, yet I heard in Riverrun that she has perished. Where do we go from here?" This time, Brienne did not deceive him. "To Riverrun. There is someone there who is quite interested in you. That young noble from the north? He possesses remarkable audacity to have slain the entire Fry family. I have heard he intends to sell Riverrun. What a pity. Had I the choice, I would retain the city. Even my father, Tywin, covets it." At this, Brienne halted, turning back to scrutinize Jaime with suspicion. "Were you imprisoned in Riverrun or living in luxury? How is it that you know more of the outside world than I?" Jaime chuckled softly. "It all stems from your former lord, Lysa. I grew up alongside him in the court of King's Landing. He has a penchant for knowing trivial matters, while my gaze has always been set upon the horizon, concerned with news that could sway the entire continent. His demise does not surprise me in the least. He possessed the inheritance of Harrenhal and a multitude of vassals, yet he remained oblivious to who his true enemies might be. Utterly foolish." Chapter 108, The Escort, Part 2. Speaking of Lysa, Brienne couldn't help but retort, "Can you not keep your mouth shut? Would it kill you?" Jaime shrugged. "I merely stated that I comprehend Lysa well." This revelation rendered Brienne even more uncomfortable. "You understand nothing. I know Lysa best, having once served as his Rainbow Guard, his Kingsguard. No one knows it better than I." Jaime grasped the implication. "You harbor feelings for Lysa?" However, Brienne yanked the reins fiercely, causing Jaime to stumble closer to her. With her head held high and a smirk on her lips, she demanded, "However, what?" Jaime grinned. "However, Lysa favors delicate, curly-haired men like the Knight of Flowers. You are far too masculine for his taste." Brienne could no longer maintain her composure as they resumed their journey. She shoved Jaime, contemplating tying him to a tree for a bit of punishment. Yet in that moment, Jaime seized the opportunity to draw the second sword from her waist. Brienne regarded Jaime's bound hands with disdain. The confrontation concluded swiftly, Jaime had underestimated Brienne's combat prowess and was soon captured once more. Unbeknownst to them, their scuffle had attracted the attention of passing cavalry, a search party from House Tully of Riverrun. The horsemen swiftly arrived at the path, discovering Brienne alongside the bound Jaime Lannister. Brienne, having just sheathed her sword, drew it once more. Facing 5 adversaries, and with the added advantage of steeds, the situation was dire. Brienne fought valiantly, slaying one and incapacitating another, but ultimately, the odds proved insurmountable, and she was subdued. The leader of the cavalry commanded 2 soldiers to restrain Brienne, beginning to unfasten his trousers from behind her. Despair washed over Brienne, and Jaime, bound to a tree, averted his gaze from the scene. Release her. Otherwise, when we return to Riverrun, I will have the Tullys execute you. You know who I am. Edmure will eventually allow me passage to King's Landing. The Tully knights exchanged bewildered glances, then erupted into laughter. To hell with the Tullys. Riverrun is no longer the Riverrun it once was. The Rivellins now heed no governance from Riverrun. The usurper will have his fun, but soon enough, you shall be taken to Dragonstone for a bounty. You killed the Targaryen king, and the former vassals of House Targaryen have placed a price of 5,000 golden dragons on your head. As long as someone delivers your head to Dragonstone, that's all that matters. The cavalry captain sneered as he began to lower his trousers. In Brienne's moment of utter despair, the sound of hooves echoed from behind the trees, and a towering figure burst forth from the woods. The knight unsheathed his sword with a resounding clang. The Tully captain, still fumbling with his trousers, had no time to react as the warhorse galloped past him. In the next instant, a severed head rolled before Brienne, who was still prostrate on the ground. The corpse behind her slumped, blood gushing from its neck. With just one strike, it was evident that the newcomer was no ordinary warrior. The 2 soldiers pinning Brienne exchanged fearful glances, recognizing the terror in each other's eyes as they bolted into the underbrush. However, 2 arrows flew from the direction of the arriving knights. A pair of screams echoed in the air. Bound to the tree, Jaime Lannister recognized the newcomer instantly. The disfigured face was unmistakable. The man was Sandor Clegane, the Hound. Once a knight of House Lannister, now a member of the Kingsguard. After the Battle of Blackwater, he had escaped from King's Landing. The Hound was considered one of the most dangerous warriors in Westeros. As a child, he had been disfigured by his brother Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, over a toy. Since then, he harbored a deep-seated disdain and fear of fire and his brother, loathing the hypocritical chivalric code. Brienne rose, nodding in gratitude to the Hound on horseback, then drew her sword, swiftly dispatching the Tully knight who had been left incapacitated with a severed ankle. You came from King's Landing to rescue me? Quickly, free me. Jaime shouted to the Hound. Brienne stood there, awaiting the Hound's response, her sword dripping with fresh blood. While she owed him thanks for saving her, she had promised Lysa to deliver Jaime to Riverrun. Matters were to be settled accordingly. If the Hound intended to take them both, she had no urgency to sheath her sword. The Hound cast a cold glance at Jaime, feeling no respect for the Lannister. No, Sandor Clegane replied firmly. Then turned to Brienne. I seek food. Upon hearing this, Brienne's expression softened, and she sheathed her sword. Come with me. There will be plenty of food at our destination. Lysa sat upon a dais, having listened to Brienne's account, her gaze shifting to the prideful usurper, Jaime Lannister. This man had joined the Mad King Aerys' Kingsguard at merely 15, the youngest member in the storied history of this revered knightly order. Just as in the television series, Jaime was strikingly handsome and notably robust, a stark contrast to the fearsome visage of the Hound, Sandor Clegane, beside him. Lysa regarded Brienne and inquired, Why were you and Jaime brought to Riverrun by the Brotherhood without banners? Miranda's Soros, with his wild red hair cascading over his shoulders, approached from the side of the hall, bowing to Lysa as he interjected, It is an honor to see you again, my lady. I apologize for mistaking your guests for villains. I did inform you that I was escorting prisoners to Lord Lysa of Riverrun, Brienne replied, her irritation evident. Soros elucidated that his archers were not convinced. They had once received the hospitality of Lord Lyn in the city of Twin Rivers, and at that time, you were not present. Lyn raised his hand, interrupting their conversation. Pointing at the red-robed monk Soros, he declared, A cart full of lambs shall serve as my token of gratitude. You may seek my steward to collect your reward. After dispatching a cart of lambs recently seized from the estate owner of Riverlands, who could no longer accommodate them, the merry Soros winked at the lovely Brienne, bowed to Lyn on the dais, and prepared to depart the hall. Suddenly, the Hound called out to Soros's retreating figure, brother of the No-Flag Brotherhood. You had better not slay the Mountain. He is mine. Soros paused at the remark, gestured with a middle finger towards the speaker, and vanished through the hall's doorway. Lyn, Intrigued, observed the three individuals within the hall and stood, instructing his attendant, "Go and tell the servants to prepare the banquet. I wish to host my guests. Oh, and take this Lannister to the dungeon of Twin Rivers. If you hurry, you might catch the prisoner's dinner." Chapter 109, Refusal. "Wait," Jaime interjected, halting Guftavo's advance to escort him out. He gazed toward Lynn, who sat regally upon the dais. "I have heard much of your exploits in Riverrun. I believe I would prefer to remain here as a listener rather than be confined with a group of prisoners. I have spent enough time in a dungeon." Lynn, non-committal, replied, "A listener? You do not mean to tell me you admire me, do you?" Jaime shrugged. "Your siege of Twin Rivers and the annihilation of the Iron Islanders is indeed inspiring. Of course, executing the phrase was somewhat rash. Yet I find myself quite intrigued by you." Lynn retorted, "I harbor no interest in men, particularly if that man is a Lannister. But you seek an elevation in rank. And ultimately, it requires the approval of the Lannisters, does it not?" Jaime asserted, lifting his handsome face slightly, reclaiming his Lannister pride. Lynn met his gaze. "At least I do not require the consent of a single pawn in my hand." After a moment's contemplation, Jaime proposed, "Release me, and we could forge an alliance. I could persuade my father, Tywin, to acquiesce to your elevation. Earldom is insufficient. How about Marquisate? You need not relinquish Twin Rivers. You manage this city quite well." Lynn suddenly burst into laughter. The proud Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, caught sight of the ironic smile that graced Lynn's lips, and his expression faltered. He suddenly felt a sense of miscalculation. He had deduced from a myriad of intelligence gathered in Riverrun that Lynn's conquest of Twin Rivers and the execution of the phrase was ultimately aimed at garnering the favor of the Northern men by avenging the Starks, who had ruled the North for a millennium. Such a reputation would hold unparalleled significance for Lynn's future ambitions in the North. In Jaime Lannister's estimation, Lynn's plans were progressing seamlessly, lacking only a title. An elevated rank could elevate Lynn to a celestial status in the hearts of the Northerners. Formerly loyal vassals of House Stark would undoubtedly express goodwill toward Lynn, perhaps even directly aligning themselves with him. Jaime believed he had discerned Lynn's thoughts entirely and simultaneously felt a deep admiration for Lynn's current maneuvers, with Lynn ruling the North while the Lannisters governed the Seven Kingdoms. As the Lannister heir, Jaime had ample reasons to convince his father, Duke Tywin, to accept this future scenario. However, Lynn's derisive smile swiftly obliterated Jaime's confidence. With a grin, Lynn addressed Jaime, "Your brother Tyrion is also a Lannister and could assist me in acquiring what you propose. Why would I choose to ally with a Kingslayer?" Jaime's expression darkened at this remark. After a moment, he chuckled and shook his head. "From the day he learned to walk, Tyrion has looked up to me, admiring me. He often engages in unexpected acts of chivalry. Yet even as the hand of the king, he cannot represent the Lannisters. Thus, he is unreliable. You're correct, but alas, I have no intention of allying with Lord Tyrion. I refuse to form alliances with any Lannisters," Lynn replied, his smile unwavering. "I have no interest in Twin Rivers. It holds no allure for me." "Not interested in Twin Rivers?" Jaime was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the implication of such a statement. Would any noble on this continent truly harbor no ambitions regarding Twin Rivers? Lynn's earnest expression, devoid of pretense, rendered the Kingslayer speechless. As Guftavo expelled him from the hall, Jaime's mind descended into chaos. Why did Lynn, who had seized Twin Rivers, regard it with such indifference? This enigma lingered in the mind of the Lannister heir. Lynn harbored no intentions of guiding a Lannister through the fog. He would ensure that regardless of who ultimately claimed Twin Rivers, they would discover it to be a veritable nightmare. In recent times, Lynn's soldiers had not disturbed the city's inhabitants, treating the farmers and common folk with kindness. After harvesting the grains from fields surrounding Twin Rivers, Lynn would return to the north with the bounty. Riverrun was no longer capable of managing the Riverlands. As famine began to encroach upon Twin Rivers, no noble from the Riverlands would exhibit generosity. Self-sufficiency during years of famine was the wisest course of action. Should the largest granary on the continent encounter problems, the entire southern realm would feel the tremors, with Dorne and the Lannisters at the southernmost point also affected. The Riverlands, due to the traps laid by Lynn, would not recover simply because the War of the Five Kings had momentarily ceased. On the contrary, greater turmoil was imminent. Emerging from the banquet hall, Lynn gazed at the slowly descending twilight. "Sterling informed the steward, Dany, that in 3 days we shall recruit farmers to harvest the wheat fields. Prepare 20 carts to transport a portion of the grains to the north. I will send a letter to Old Scholar Hill at Fisherman's Port. So all available fishing vessels should be summoned to Neck Bay, ready for action. Rooney, commanding the Manchester, must also safeguard the route from Neck Bay to the Sisters Islands. Lynn instructed Sterling in hushed tones. He then swiftly returned to his chamber. With the system upgraded to level 6, Lynn gained 2 opportunities to purchase elite job extraction cards. Ding. Welcome, host, to the explosive troop system. Current available points, 440, 701. Current experience points, 4, 571, 911, 000, 000. Click to purchase 2 elite job exchange cards. Rewards: Ranger, Traveler, Steward, Assassin, Gladiator Swordsman, randomly 1. Amidst a flurry of shimmering light, the first elite job appeared before his sight. Lynn, fixated on the system, felt a surge of uncontrollable anger. Another Traveler. How infuriating. There was one more chance. Lynn held his breath. The second beam of light flickered, commencing the extraction of the second elite job. Steady. A Steward. Lynn's heart swelled with joy. Finally, it had arrived. Gazing at the card inscribed with the title of Butler, Lynn mused how delightful it would be to have a female butler, preferably one with an alluring demeanor, curvaceous and captivating. Having such a companion to manage affairs would undoubtedly bring a sense of ease and comfort. A harmonious partnership of male and female would certainly alleviate the burdens of work. And if she were a devoted female butler, the delight would be even greater. Lynn reveled in his thoughts for a moment, brimming with anticipation. He clicked to exchange the 2 drawn elite profession cards. Shadows flickered, and soon 2 figures emerged from the gathered light. Lynn's eyes widened, fixating on a lady exuding elegance. Her enticing gaze, radiant complexion, and voluptuous form captivating him entirely. Chapter 110, Alfred. Lynn swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on the enchanting woman, completely disregarding the elderly gentleman beside her. The lady introduced herself. Greetings, Master. My name is Melantiel. The old man chimed in. Alfred here. Pleased to meet you, young master. Alfred. The name struck a chord. It resembled that of Wayne's butler from The Dark Knight Rises. Lynn's expression shifted as he turned his attention to the elder. With his gray hair, drooping eyes, and refined demeanor, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Michael Caine's portrayal of Alfred. At that moment, a realization dawned upon Lynn, and he fixed his gaze on Alfred, inquiring, "What is your profession?" "Young master, I served as the butler for your father's family during its humble beginnings in the Rothschild family. Now, I have come from Dorne to follow you." "What?" Lynn was taken aback. Why did the summoned elite professions come with their own backstories? Such an extraordinary alignment required no elaboration. They seamlessly integrated into this world. Could this be a change brought about by the system's upgrade? However, if the old man was a butler, then what about this lady? Lynn composed himself, turning his eyes toward Melantiel, and with some difficulty asked Melantiel, "What is your role?" "Master, I recently opened an inn in King's Landing and have returned to Riverrun to receive my new duties. Do you have any instructions for me?" The thought of such a beautiful lady not being a butler made Lynn's heart sink. "What inn?" "The Traveler's Inn, my lord, a resting place for travelers and bards alike. The Traveler's Inn can provide you with intelligence." Lynn was left speechless, an intelligence-gathering traveler. So was the once beautiful Brienne, now reduced to a hired knight, had a new task to escort Lynn's intelligence officer, the beautiful traveler Melantiel. Lynn commissioned the blacksmith of Riverrun to craft an iron cage, 2 men high, with 4 sides enclosed by iron bars the thickness of fingers, while the base remained wooden. The blacksmith even prepared a set of iron shackles to ensure that when the prisoner stepped out, they would still be within a monitored range. Lynn's preparations had a simple purpose. News had arrived from King's Landing via the Raven. Littlefinger had secured a title of Count for Lynn, and the ruling from King's Landing confirmed this. However, Riverrun had to be surrendered, and Littlefinger had been appointed the new Lord of Riverrun. As expected, Tywin granted Littlefinger the title of Lord of Riverrun, but did not allow him to leave King's Landing. This was Tywin's customary tactic. The one sent to Riverrun to assume lordship was a Lannister, none other than the Kingslayer's brother, the cunning Tyrion Lannister, who had just relinquished the position of acting king to his father, Tywin, and hastily departed for Riverrun. A Lannister heir could not replace a Stark daughter. It seemed the old fox Tywin had discerned Lynn's schemes, fearing his attempts to consolidate the northern forces under the Stark banner. A cold smile crept across Lynn's lips as he thought, "No matter what, the north shall be mine. Just wait and see, Tywin." Since the leverage had not yielded the intended results, Lynn decided against sending Jaime to King's Landing. The Hound accepted Lynn's gifts, and now that he was well fed, he would accompany a light cavalry unit to escort the Kingslayer Jaime's cage to Lynn's domain in the north, the fishing village castle. This fellow still held considerable value. Capturing a Lannister heir could deter King's Landing from interfering with Lynn's forthcoming actions. At least, that was Lynn's belief, Tywin had only 2 sons, and the dwarf had never been held in high regard by him. The Lion Lord Tywin favored the more handsome Kingslayer Jaime to inherit the family legacy, ignoring the incestuous affair between Jaime and his sister Cersei. Butler Alfred had recently been busy recruiting farmers in Riverrun, and it was said that applicants were plentiful. In just 2 short days, nearly 600 farmers had gathered in 2 groups outside the eastern and western gates of Riverrun. The summer wheat harvest had commenced. The farmers were intimately familiar with the fields, even more so than with their wives. Vast stretches of golden wheat were being cut down, bundles of grain thumping against the prepared wooden boxes for threshing. Soon, a procession of mule carts laden with grain was on its way to the next docks, where fishing boats dispatched from the fishing village would transport the bounty to the granary on Sister Island in the Three Sisters archipelago. Dany had not smiled in 2 or 3 days, not due to an overwhelming amount of work, but rather because there was too little for her to do. Alfred had taken over much of her responsibilities. Meanwhile, Lynn noticed something amiss in Dany's daily routine. The resurrected Dany had begun to pray to the Lord of Light. One night, Lynn even witnessed his Lady Butler kneeling before the moon, whispering incantations. Unfazed, Lynn dispatched a scouting party from Stirling to leave a message at a prearranged spot in the neck, seeking the whereabouts of the Red Priest, Thuras of Myr, leader of the Brotherhood Without Banners, to inquire about this peculiar occurrence. Everything seemed to progress smoothly. News from the scouts indicated that the Lannisters' cunning dwarf was approaching Riverrun with a force of 5,000 men, expected to arrive in 5 days. Hearing of such a formidable force dispatched merely to claim a city left Lynn both astonished and grinning from ear to ear. "Alfred, how much grain have we harvested recently?" Lynn inquired, glancing at the note from the scouts and addressing the butler, who was busy calculating figures on a piece of parchment. Alfred lifted his head, his kind face momentarily pensive. "My lord, we have sent dedicated teams to acquire grain from the major cities of the Neck, Sea's End, Stonehenge, and Pink City. The grain carts are steadily arriving in Riverrun, as per your instructions, at a price 0.5% above market value. The subordinate estimates that the 100 golden dragons and some silver deer you provided could purchase at least 20 carts of grain, nearly exhausting the circulation of grain in the Riverlands. This year, the Riverlands suffered from military disasters, leaving the commoners with little surplus after paying their taxes. In previous years, the grain that could be procured would have been even greater." Chapter 111, The Son of Lawler. Upon hearing Alfred's response, Lynn clicked his tongue, reflecting on the bountiful nature of the Riverlands. After his musings, Lynn instructed Alfred, "Ensure that the wheat surrounding Twin Rivers City is harvested promptly. Not a single stalk with an ear should be left for those landowners. Rest assured, my lord, the farmers are highly motivated, especially after hearing that you have exempted them from taxes. Their enthusiasm has only increased. Currently, only a field of wheat at the northern entrance of Twin River City remains unharvested. Elsewhere, not a single ear of wheat is visible. Have those landowners not caused any disturbances?" Lynn inquired. Alfred chuckled. "Fear not, my lord. Your archers stand vigilant. They dare only to hurl insult from a distance over the walls, not daring to approach." Lynn was satisfied and commended him. Well done. The transaction taxes collected from Twin River City would be expended not only on grain, but also to hire a number of artisans, particularly blacksmiths and carpenters, as well as to procure some iron goods. "Indeed, my lord. The transaction taxes, hearth taxes, liquor taxes, and salt taxes within Twin River City are all temporary levies. Although these rates are not high, the city has a large population, and we have recently collected a total of 150 golden dragons. Most of this will be spent on grain and hiring, leaving only a portion for the purchase of wrought iron." Lynn swiftly approved Alfred's plan. After the old steward departed, Lynn pondered for a moment. These temporary taxes have been frequently imposed in the Riverlands, deemed necessary to maintain the stability of the kingdom's order since the time of the Dragon Lords. These levies have been habitually regarded as special income and are paid by the commoners within the city, a practice evolving from the early feudal lords' assemblies of vassals. Lynn had utilized this very reasoning to collect the current taxes. That evening, the lean monkey knocked on Lynn's study door and whispered, "My lord, Miss Dany is on the tower balcony, praying to the moon, and I have seen a white light emanating from her eyes." "White light?" Lynn furrowed his brow. "Has the leader of the Brotherhood Without Banners, Soros, arrived?" "He has indeed reached Twin River City." Lynn and the Red Priest Soros stood by a window, observing Dany on the balcony, fervently praying. She was a graceful and dignified young woman, kneeling upon the stone balcony. Her gaze lifted towards the bright moon as she murmured her prayers, her hands clasped tightly against her chest, her beautiful auburn hair cascading down her back. Clad in a black dress, she was illuminated by the moonlight, highlighting her fair and delicate visage. Her eyes, bathed in the nocturnal glow, revealed a mixture of sorrow and compassion. Lawler. Sorrows whispered urgently behind Lynn. Lynn averted his gaze, a chill creeping into his heart at the uncanny scene. He inquired of the Red Priest, Lawler, "What do you know? Tell me everything you know without reservation." Lawler, also known as the Lord of Light, the Heart of Fire, and the God of Shadows and Flame, is not widely recognized in Westeros. The people of the Seven Kingdoms often refer to him as the Red God. His symbol is a heart of flame. Worship of the Lord of Light is a common tradition in Essos, yet it has not gained similar popularity in Westeros. Lynn found it difficult to comprehend the deities of this world. Clarify your words. Did you mention Lawler because you have discovered something? Soros hesitated briefly, then sighed. Only those chosen by Lawler receive the gift of eyes that emit white light. White eyes symbolize the God of light, and such individuals are known in Essos as the sons of Lawler. Eyes that emit white light symbolize the God of light? Are you implying there are other kinds of eyes? The Red Priest gazed deeply at Lynn. Indeed, my lord. Brown eyes, green eyes, blue eyes, white eyes, and black eyes each represent a divine gift, but these are merely superficial. Only when the eyes begin to shine can one truly obtain the power of the true God. Lynn's expression darkened suddenly at these words. His long, dark eyelashes framed his black eyes as he stared coldly at Soros. "Are you attempting to deceive me?" A short dagger pressed against Soros' shoulder, its sharp and icy blade sending a chill down his neck. Sterling lurked in the shadows, awaiting Lynn's command. Should Lynn wish it, Soros' red-haired head would fall in an instant. Only when the eyes begin to shine can one gain the power of the true God. Such nonsense. The blue light emitted by the other's eyes, is that also the power of the true God? Furthermore, the green seers possess green eyes. Does that mean they have acquired the power of the old gods? Soros swallowed hard, slowly pushing the dagger away from his throat. "My lord, spare me. What I speak of is merely hearsay from Essos. However, it is true that the followers of the Lord of Light possess the moonlight eyes, which are indeed referred to as the sons of Lawler. Praying to the moon is one way to gain the power of the Lord of Light. Are you suggesting this is sorcery of the Lord of Light?" Soros gave an awkward smile. "My lord, one could interpret it that way." Lynn raised an eyebrow. Such nebulous notions are indeed enigmatic. If Dany could be resurrected, then possessing some form of sorcery would be quite acceptable. Yet, could he treat an altered housekeeper as if nothing were amiss? Lynn questioned himself, unable to provide an answer. The absence of an answer, in itself, is a form of answer, leaving Lynn inwardly despondent. As Dany's prayer ritual on the balcony drew to a close, Lynn cast one final, lingering glance at her frail silhouette, sighed, and quietly led Soros away. The Game of Thrones is filled with many deities, including the old gods. The Seven, the Drowned God, the Lord of Light, the Many-Faced God, and the God of Winter, yet it is the Lord of Light who most frequently manifests miracles. Besides Soros, there exists another individual in Westeros who might have greater insight into Dany's transformation. Upon returning to the reception hall of the Lord's Manor, Lynn addressed Soros. "Do you know the Red Priestess Melisandre who serves Stannis?" Soros shook his head. The Lord of Light is also known as the Red God in Essos, and his followers are widely distributed there. Thus, many monks and priests engage in proselytizing. I am but one among many, and I have had little interaction with that particular Red Priestess. Lynn nodded indifferently. The Red Priest was at a loss at this moment, and Lynn personally escorted Soros out of the Lord's Manor. As Soros prepared to meet with several of his comrades from the Brotherhood without banners at the manor's entrance, Lynn recalled something and whispered to Soros, "I will soon be leaving the Riverlands. After I depart, a grain shortage may soon befall the region. If you wish to avoid hunger, I suggest your men rendezvous at the Triarchy, where the new Lord of Twin Rivers City will be transporting grain." His words were laden with implication. Soros, having already heard of Lynn's extensive grain harvest in the Riverlands, understood the message instantly. He finally bowed deeply to Lynn, placing his hand on his chest, and rode out of the city with his men. Chapter 112. The Wise Man. The Earl of Stonehaven made his third visit to Lynn in Twin River City. Accompanying him this time was a short man with brown hair. The man was quite young and spirited, in his 20s, with facial features sharply chiseled like they had been hewn by an axe. Yet his eyes bore a hint of melancholy, making him the kind of person who leaves a lasting impression upon first glance. "Brother Lynn, this is Ford Ward from the Beauty Market, who was once bestowed a title in Flowing River City. Much like you, a young man of great promise." The Earl of Mead greeted Lynn warmly, introducing the young man beside him. Lynn scrutinized the knight Ford Ward, and to his surprise, he discerned a subtle air of arrogance in the man's brow. It was a pride that emanated from within, unrelated to lineage or strength. Natural arrogance? Lynn was momentarily taken aback. then inclined his head slightly toward Fordward. He was not yet a noble, and Lynn saw no need for excessive formality. He then turned to engage in pleasantries with Earl Mute. "My lord, I heard you spent a whole night retching after your last return. You drank too hastily, which is detrimental to your health. How about we try something different today? Perhaps an outdoor barbecue paired with red wine," Lynn suggested with a cheerful smile, entirely forgetting that he was the instigator of the previous drunkenness. Earl Mute waved his hand with an awkward smile. "Well, it seems we won't be drinking today. I brought this man to you. If you have matters to discuss with Fordward, I must return to my own affairs." Lately, the vicinity of Stonehaven has been rather unsettled. Lynn's expression shifted. "Oh, is there anyone bold enough to covet the Earl's interests?" For once, a hint of displeasure crossed Mute's face as he exclaimed, "Not exactly. But there have been some damn marauders attempting to plunder the wheat fields outside my city. It's the season for summer harvest, and the livelihood for the latter half of the year hinges on this grain. I must keep a close watch. If there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to send word. I'll be relocating back to the north soon, and who knows when we'll meet again," Lynn offered, his words surprisingly stirring a wave of emotion in Mute. The Earl reached out, his hand thick with red hair, and patted Lynn's arm earnestly. "Brother Lynn, your kindness is appreciated. Regardless of how others perceive you, Stonehaven will never forget your goodwill and grace." Lynn was momentarily taken aback by Mute's words, wondering what he had done to deserve such commendation. However, it dawned on him that Mute must be referring to Lynn's efforts to harvest grain from the riverlands. Recently, when Lynn was purchasing grain at prices significantly above market value, the only city among the major riverland cities to merely engage in symbolic transactions was Stonehaven. The allure of the prices had prompted the common folk to eagerly sell their surplus. Lynn's actions, in essence, had provided Mute with a modicum of favor. Yet, Lynn was also aware that this was largely due to his exorbitant purchasing prices. Had he possessed more gold dragons, he would have likely seized every grain in the hands of the peasants in Stonehaven. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Mute noted that the sun was setting and excused himself, hurrying off. The distance between Stonehaven and Twin River City was not great, merely a half-day's journey by carriage. However, the Earl personally brought Fordward from the beauty market to meet Lynn, which significantly underscored his commitment to fulfilling his promise to Lynn. Such is the nature of a loyal and principled Earl. While one might question whether he could become a worthy ally, Lynn nonetheless appreciated this gesture. "Your name is Fordward, is it?" Lynn inquired as Mute departed, turning his attention to the young man before him. The latter nodded indifferently, remaining silent as he awaited Lynn's next words. Lynn frowned slightly, disliking prolonged conversations with the taciturn, and proceeded directly to the point. "I have heard that the Fordward family's market is quite successful. Even merchants from Flowing River City now choose to transact their goods at the beauty market. I presume that in the future, most of the grain transported to the riverlands from the south will also pass through the beauty market. As the steward of the largest trade hub in the riverlands, I wish to discuss a business proposition with you." Fordward regarded Lynn with a faint smile. "You flatter me, my lord. Please, speak plainly. My family has always welcomed business." Lynn continued, "I would like you to procure all the grain transported from the south to the riverlands in the latter half of this year and throughout next year, provided it passes through the beauty market." Fordward's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated Lynn's request. Such shrewdness and depth of character. Could this truly be possessed by a young man barely in his 20s? Lynn was inwardly astonished, his respect for the administrator of the beauty market increasing. Fordward pondered for a moment, his long fingers lightly tracing the cuff of his sleeve, seemingly calculating something. After a brief pause, he looked up at Lynn and said, "My lord, this matter is not difficult, but may I inquire about your terms? A merchant seeks profit. This man, in control of the beauty market, had long since transcended the role of a mere knight. The chivalric ideal likely had faded from his heart long ago." Lynn regarded him and recalled the hesitation and uncertainty in Dany's voice when she spoke of Fordward. He thought to himself, this man is likely not as simple as Earl Mute suggested. While Lynn silently critiqued him, his expression remained composed as he smiled gently, proposing an irresistible offer. "I believe you are a prudent man, and before a discerning mind, I shall not utter empty words. In the name of the Rothschild family, I assure you that when I am in command of the Riverlands, your family shall ascend to true nobility, and your market will not merely be a market, but an integral part of the historical narrative of Beauty City." Lynn's words, delivered with an air of nonchalance, stirred tumultuous waves within Fordward's heart. Lynn observed the knight's countenance closely. The previous calm and collected demeanor had vanished, replaced by a flush of excitement. This was to be expected. From the intelligence Lynn had gathered, the Fordward family had taken 3 generations and a century to produce such a sworn knight. Initially, they believed that after being bestowed a title in flowing River City, a bright future awaited them, potentially elevating the Fordward family into the ranks of the gentry. Yet, contrary to expectations, the Tully family had inexplicably banished Fordward from flowing River City. Disheartened and unfulfilled, Fordward had turned to the market that sustained his family. Although he had managed to run the beauty market with great success, garnering attention in the Riverlands, it remained merely that, attention. A knight who had been expelled was, at best, a mere merchant, worlds apart from the status of nobility. Like the smuggler Davin, who, after being ironically bestowed the title of Onion Knight by Stannis, devoted himself with unwavering loyalty to assist Stannis, sacrificing nearly all for the elevation of his status. In a medieval society, ascending to the nobility was an insurmountable chasm for the lower classes, one that generations of common folk could never cross. In the eyes of someone like Davin, the allure of golden dragons paled in comparison by 100-fold. Chapter 113, Evacuation. Under the enticing promise of generous rewards from Lyn, Davin did not resist for long. He swore by the 7 gods and his family name that he would do his utmost to facilitate the grain interception. Once the deal was struck, Lyn showed no intention of inviting him to dine, keeping their relationship strictly business. As he watched Davin's retreating figure, a grave expression crossed Lyn's face. Creak! The sound of knocking and a door opening reached his ears, and Lyn slowly turned his head. A lithe young girl emerged from the hallway of the parlor. Dany, observing Davin as shadow vanish at the door, bit her lip and said to Lyn, "My lord, this man is not to be trusted." Lyn met her gaze, her deep blue eyes resembling a serene lake. "What makes you say that?" he inquired with a smile. "He seems quite capable, young and ambitious." Dany sighed softly, her voice tinged with melancholy. "My lord, Davin has committed grave errors in the city of Riverrun. He is not a man worthy of trust." Lyn paused, then replied with a nonchalant smile, "Who among us has not erred? Besides, I do not intend to rely on him. It is merely a transaction. And what if he were to turn against you?" "Turn against me? Why would he? And on what grounds?" Lyn asked, astonished. Dany remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "I do not know why, my lord, but when he entered the hall, I glimpsed something strange within his shadow. It was on a snow-covered land, shrouded in night, and Davin stood there, unadorned and unafraid of the cold. He approached you, and I saw him plunge a smoking sword into your heart. His eyes radiated a blue light, while yours were as dark as the void." Upon hearing this, Lyn contemplated gravely for a moment before responding. "My eyes are indeed dark, yet Davin's eyes are brown. Perhaps you misinterpreted what you saw in a dream?" "This is no dream, my lord," Dany insisted. "Very well. Then are you now inclined to share what you prayed to the moon about last night?" Lyn mused, stroking his chin. Dany leaned down, about to speak, when a sudden flash of white light emerged from the corner of her lowered eyes, her voice a mere whisper. The will of the Lightbringer, but before she could finish, Lyn abruptly seized her chin, gripping it tightly regardless of her struggles. Her sharp nails grazed her face, awakening Dany from her pain-induced stupor. Gazing at Lyn's fierce countenance, she felt her heart race with fear. "My lord," Dany trembled, suddenly recalling her previous actions, her face a mask of horror. Lyn ensured her eyes regained clarity, and only then did he release her. "Do not fear, and do not feel the need to explain. Though I am unaware of what transpired, I will seek the truth." Lyn's tone was calm, yet his heart seethed with anger. The sorcery that controlled the mind. The fleeting change in Dany's eyes had been keenly observed by him. Those azure orbs had, in an instant, transformed into cataract-like eyes devoid of pupils. Lyn found it difficult to articulate that vision. It resembled a scene from a film he had once watched, depicting possession. The unknown often evokes fear, and Lyn harbored no fondness for dealing with the arcane. Yet, they seemed to beckon him unceasingly. The events unfolding with his steward surpassed Lyn's understanding. But rather than fear, he felt an overpowering sense of helplessness in his inability to dispel the fog before him, since the shadows of the gods had enveloped him. Avoiding them was a futile endeavor. Lyn dispatched a messenger to seek out Stannis, hoping to glean more secrets of this world from the Red Priestess, Melisandre. Given Dany's current mental state was unsuitable for her role, Lyn temporarily relieved her of her duties, entrusting everything to Alfred. In the following days, Riverrun commenced a grand relocation. Lyn received a royal decree from King's Landing via a messenger, the content of which was straightforward. The decree proclaimed Lyn Rothschild's elevation to the rank of Earl. The morning after his elevation, as dawn broke, Lyn's army set forth, orderly evacuating Riverrun. As the troops escorted 30 wagons laden with supplies through the junction of the Riverlands and Neck, continuing northward, Tyrion stood in the dank storage cellar of Riverrun. Anger etched across his face as he stared at the emptiness before him. His squire, Podrick, stood behind him, his gaze flitting nervously around the cellar. When Lynn departed, he took everything with him, not leaving even a single leaf of vegetable for the new lord. My lord, the northern forces have not yet retreated far. Perhaps I should lead a pursuit. With a stroke of luck, we might recover some spoiled greens, Podrick suggested. Tyrion raised his head and glared at Podrick, displeased by his mockery. The northerners were never known for their cunning. Since when did they resort to such deviousness? This Rothschild lad has utterly disregarded my dignity. Podrick pouted. He not only took all the food, but also collected this year's taxes from both within and beyond Riverrun, leaving behind a note claiming that the Lannisters possess abundant gold, and he believes you would not mind such trifles. Suddenly, a thought struck Tyrion, and he turned sharply, storming toward the cellar's exit. As he walked, he barked at the guards outside. Go check the brothels in town. Have those ladies also been taken to the north? During this venture to Riverrun, Tyrion found himself unable to keep Shay by his side under Tywin's watchful gaze, and without provisions to barter, he feared sleepless nights ahead. Lynn reclined comfortably against the cart's yoke, gazing at the ominous sky as his army paused at the neck's docks to rest, awaiting the transfer of the 30 wagons cargo onto the ships. Alfred directed the bustling workers, loading the goods onto the vessels in batches. 5 double-masted fishing boats could scarcely accommodate such a volume, and beyond the cargo, there were numerous hired artisans. The blacksmiths and carpenters were manageable. But what on earth was the raucous clamor of women in the queue? As Alfred passed by Lynn, he seized him by the arm. I instructed you to hire blacksmiths and carpenters. Why have you brought the entire brothel to my domain? The old steward chuckled warmly and said, Young master, most of these craftsmen are unmarried and without brothels to settle their hearts. Since these women are willing to journey to the north, I have taken the liberty to bring them along. I trust they shall not cause much trouble for the caravan. Chapter 114. Outside Carlin Bay. Lynn gazed at the old steward with a look of reproach, gesturing towards the reed marshes to the south, and gritted his teeth. Bringing them along is one matter. But what do you make of those sounds of moaning emanating from the wilderness? They have yet to reach their destination. Yet business seems to have already commenced. Since the army halted, that place has been anything but quiet. Now the soldiers' eyes are filled with resentment. Do you truly believe this will not lead to trouble? Alfred, taken aback by Lynn's words, had been preoccupied with coordinating the transport affairs. Now, upon hearing his young master's remarks, he listened intently. Indeed, from within the reed marshes, there were unmistakably strange and dissonant sounds drifting through the air. Judging by the commotion, it seemed there was more than one couple involved. The old steward's face darkened. No wonder he had felt that the number of workers had dwindled. He quickly apologized to Lynn and took a few subordinates to rectify the situation. Alfred arrived at the scene, his countenance stern as he unleashed a torrent of anger, which yielded immediate results. The abhorrent sounds ceased, and Lynn's restless heart finally found some semblance of calm. The army was nearing a state of readiness. As long as the essential supplies and hired hands could board the vessels, Alfred would oversee the transport. Lynn would lead the majority of the troops to continue traversing the neck marshes, returning via land to the territory of Fisherman's Port. The cavalry unit, under the guidance of Sherfu, forged ahead to clear the path. Lynn commanded the Royal Eagle Lion Knights to remain centrally positioned, while Rodart and the Tiger Ben infantry escorted the trebuchets, lagging slightly behind. As they marched, Lynn did not impose strict military formations. The 3 divisions maintained a reasonable distance from one another as they crossed the neck terrain. Throughout the journey, not a single Zealander was seen, as the Lade family stood vigilant in Greywater Watch, watching Lynn's army ascend the Foreign King's road to the north. Setting out from Twin River City in the morning and under the protection of the Royal Guard, Lynn finally reached the border between the neck and the north, just outside Carlin Bay by dusk. Meanwhile, the Tiger Ben unit, hindered by the need to transport 30 trebuchets on foot, fell further behind. 2 miles outside Carlin Bay, scouts from the cavalry unit rode back with urgent news. My lord, there are forces from other families on the walls of Carlin Bay. Lynn frowned slightly. Could it be that the Lade family had seized Carlin Bay? He had yet to settle scores regarding the incident in Twin River City when Duke Edmund of Flowing City nearly took the Fry family as well. Lynn inquired, Did you ascertain which family's banners are displayed? His subordinate reported that there were at least 3 distinct banners on the walls, none of which he recognized. But they were certainly not from the Zealander lineage. At least 3 families? Lynn's expression darkened in an instant, as if he could squeeze water from his countenance. Do these people think themselves invulnerable? Go. Have Sherfu lead the cavalry in driving them out. Carlin Bay had been established by the ancients over 10,000 years ago. At that time, it was a grand fortress boasting 20 towers and basalt walls as high as Winterfell. It had been pivotal in defending the north, rendering countless assaults by the Undulls futile. However, now most of the walls had crumbled away, and the wooden fortifications had rotted away long ago. Only 3 stone towers remained. Lyn and the royal guard arrived at the ruins of Carlin Bay. Outside the city lay a desolate expanse, with the main road to the north lying just before the crumbling walls. An evening breeze blew fiercely, mingling with the scent of impending rain, a harbinger of downpours to come. The cavalry unit stood before the stone archway of Carlin Bay, where several large flags fluttered atop the walls. One banner, which Lyn could discern, bore an orange background emblazoned with a black and brown moose. This seemed to be the sigil of House Hood, although Lyn could not be entirely certain. House Hood was a noble family of the north, their seat being Hood Castle, situated on the fringes of the territories of House Mandrell and House Bolton. What were they doing here? Hadn't they been ordered to drive the intruders out? Why did they linger? Lyn rode up beside Shurfu, as the Eagle Lion Knights merged with the cavalry, creating a formidable presence on the open field, exerting substantial psychological pressure on the guards within the city. My lord, there are no fewer than 200 crossbowmen atop the walls, and their infantry likely exceeds that number. Our cavalry numbers less than 200, Shurfu explained, his face troubled. After all, Lyn had only commanded them to evict the interlopers, not to launch an assault on the city. Shurfu had chosen not to recklessly enter, and Lyn could not fault him for it. Lyn gazed towards the walls of the Carlin Bay ruins, where shadows flitted about, indicating that the garrison was indeed substantial. Peering over the walls, he noted 3 formidable towers standing tall in the city's heart, forming a triangular formation. Should they advance recklessly, a few ambushed crossbow squads stationed within those towers could easily repel hundreds of attackers. One could only wonder how formidable this stronghold had been in its prime, when all 12 towers still stood. The Tiger Ben unit, trailing behind with the trebuchets, might arrive within an hour, if a full assault were warranted. Lyn was confident in his capabilities. However, Carlin Bay was a crucial element in his strategy for the Northwest annexation. This stronghold, guarding the entrance to the north, was still in need of fortification. If it were to be destroyed today, the effort required to rebuild it in the future would be considerable. As he deliberated in his mind, a small squad of 5 cavalrymen emerged from the stone arch of Carlin Bay. The riders halted just 20 paces from Lyn's army, and to his astonishment, the leader was a striking noblewoman. The emblem emblazoned upon the chests of her accompanying riders was indeed the sigil of House Hood. "Are you not Count Lyn?" she inquired, having deduced his identity and presumably aware of his recent elevation to nobility. She must also know of his army's imminent return to the north. What motives lay behind her actions, blocking the soldiers of 2 allied families at Carlin Bay? Lyn's mind raced with questions as he fixed his gaze upon the noblewoman's bright amber eyes. "You are Lady Donella Hood?" The lady nodded in affirmation. With her confirmation, Lyn's confusion deepened further. Donella Hood, originally Donella Mandrell, was the cousin of Count Mandrell of White Harbor, who later married the Count of Hood. After her husband and son perished in the War of the 5 Kings, she became the Countess of Hood. Lyn recalled her attendance at the harvest feast hosted by Bran Stark in Winterfell. On her return journey to Hood Castle, she was captured by Ramsay Snow, who orchestrated a forced marriage and ultimately starved her to death upon seizing Hood Castle. Could it be that the rumors are unfounded? Lyn inquired, perplexed. Why has the lady not remained in Hoodwood City, but instead ventured into my territory? It was to seek Lord Mandell in White Harbor, to assist me in reclaiming Hoodwood City from the Bolton family. However, he did not acquiesce, but instead introduced me to the shores of Caring Bay, believing you could aid me in this endeavor. Oh, what led Lord Mandell to surmise that Lyn would be inclined to wade through such murky waters? The lady gazed intently at Lyn, stating earnestly, "Mandell is my cousin. He claims you were once his most loyal vassal." Upon hearing this, Lyn inwardly cursed. Loyalty, indeed. Chapter 115. Intentions. The intentions of Count Mandell of White Harbor in bringing this woman to Caring Bay were not lost on Lyn. He could detect a hint of conspiracy with but a moment's contemplation. As a newly appointed earl, he had acquired the means to extricate himself from the constraints of the White Harbor earldom. His audacious venture to seize the city of Twin Rivers and exact vengeance upon the Fry family for House Stark had significantly bolstered his prestige among the northern populace and lesser nobility. It was entirely reasonable for the Mandell family to be wary of the emergence of new power within their vicinity. Lyn could only curse silently in his heart, knowing he had indeed contemplated seizing White Harbor. Listening to the whispers of the wind across the wilderness, he silently berated Lord Eel for his cunning. This affair would not only shift the burden of Hoodwood City as plied onto his shoulders, but also serve as a means to gauge his intentions. Should he decline the lady's proposal, the stature he had garnered among the northern folk might suffer considerably. Conversely, if he acquiesced, he could merely observe the ensuing conflict, allowing the formidable Count Luke Bolton of Dreadfort to weaken him further. Contemplating these matters, Lynn scoffed aloud, quickly dismissing the thought. Had he not relocated to the north to establish dominion over it? The Boltons' expulsion of the Ironborn from Winterfell, seating his illegitimate son upon the throne of Winterfell, provided an excellent pretext for war. Even without the Lady's proposition, he would have been compelled to turn his sword northward. Yet, Lynn was not inclined to act rashly. Both Winterfell and Dreadfort lay in the heart of the north and would inevitably fall into his grasp. The most affluent cities in Westeros were port cities, and securing the eastern coast was imperative to thwart any naval incursions that might threaten the fishing village ports or the Isles of the Sisters during a military campaign. Only by doing so could he confidently extend the front lines across the entirety of the north. With this in mind, Lynn addressed the Lady of Hoodwood. I express my profound sympathy for the plight of Hoodwood City. The Boltons' involvement in the treachery against the young wolf, Robb Stark, has incited the wrath of the heavens, and the gods shall exact their vengeance. In due course, I shall unite the north to assault Dreadfort and reclaim Winterfell. You may return to White Harbor and convey my decision to Lord Mandel. Lynn spoke with righteous conviction. Lady Donalla Hoodwood exhaled in relief, bowing slightly to Lynn in gratitude. She cast a glance toward the ruins of Caring Bay and cautioned, "The soldiers of House Hoodwood shall withdraw from Caring Bay. Yet you must remain vigilant of the forces of House Locke and House Flint within the city." Lynn's demeanor grew decidedly colder. "What do you imply? Could it be that the Locke family of Old Town and the widow of House Flint harbor designs upon Caring Bay?" Lady Donalla nodded before my arrival. Both houses had dispatched troops to garrison here, seemingly intent on partitioning Caring Bay, while Lady Hoodwood had previously proclaimed her loyalty to the Mandel family as a vassal. That was mere pretense. It was the Locke family of Old Town that remained steadfastly loyal to White Harbor. Lynn was confident that without Lord Eel's endorsement, the Locke family would not dare to covet Caring Bay. Moreover, this situation involved his old adversaries, the Flints. He vividly recalled the near ambush of nearly 100 soldiers led by Harry Kane at Widow's Watch. As the winds around Caring Bay grew chillier, Lynn, with an air of nonchalance, smirked and remarked, "You may take your leave with your men, my lady. Caring Bay is a prize I have painstakingly wrested from the Iron Island's grasp, and none shall take it from me." Observing the retreating figures of the lady and her knights, Duncan whispered behind Lynn, "My lord, one should not take the lady's words at face value." Lynn nodded. "Even you have discerned this? It appears this woman has mistaken me for a fool. That little Skinner is none other than the adopted son of Ned Stark, who has toyed with Theon Greyjoy, seizing Winterfell from him and transforming the son of the Ironborn king into a peculiar wretch. How could this woman possess the audacity to escape his clutches? Did she escape amidst the chaos under the protection of the Hoodwood Knights?" Lynn found that hard to believe. He turned to Duncan, his expression unfaltering. "If she did not flee from the Bolton family, what do you think her motives are in inciting others to attack Hoodwood City?" Duncan pondered. Could it be that there lies a Bolton ambush waiting? Lynn smiled and nodded. "Remove the doubt. An ambush is the only possibility. Moreover, I can assure you that this woman has sought out more than just White Harbor and us. The Boltons intend to ensnare all northern lords who harbor enmity towards them. We have been away from the north for some time, focusing our attention on the Riverlands and King's Landing. The current situation in the north is quite intriguing," Duncan remarked, his gaze fixed upon the 30-odd cavalry emerging from the ruins of Caring Bay. The riders passed through the stone archway, pausing momentarily before heading directly along the main road towards White Harbor to the northeast. Lynn noted that Duncan appeared to be reflecting on his words. As long as he begins to think, regardless of whether he is right or wrong, it is a good habit. It demonstrates that those summoned by the system are indeed human, and Lynn was quite pleased with that. He ordered the scouts to patrol the vicinity of the ruins of Caring Bay, estimating the number of guards within the city to be around 300, predominantly crossbowmen, with fewer infantry. Their armor was complete, and the flickering fires within the city suggested they had provisions prepared. This arrangement was clearly aimed at fortifying Caring Bay. Gazing at the banners, a purple field adorned with 2 cross copper keys, and a blue field scattered with white waves topped by a pair of blue eyes on a yellow field, Lynn summoned Stone and Duncan to discuss the forthcoming strategy. The Tiger's Fury, led by Rodart, would not arrive for some time, and with darkness descending, it was likely that by the time they did, night would have fully enveloped the land. "We cannot afford to be detained here for too long. I have a foreboding that these individuals, bold enough to obstruct us, must have other plans in reserve." Duncan voiced his agreement, stating, "Then, my lord, shall we assault now?" With our cavalry strength, I believe we can capture Caring Bay even through a direct assault. It was with cavalry that I once executed a surprise attack against the Ironborn within the city. Lin shook his head, recalling how, at that time, the unexpectedness of his approach had caught the Iron Men off guard. Their focus was directed towards the southern front in anticipation of a counterattack from Azurin. He had stormed in through the northern gate, a stark contrast to the present circumstances. Even if our cavalry were to breach the city and seize Carlin Bay, we would likely suffer significant losses ourselves. What does my lord imply? Lin's gaze drifted towards the northern expanse of the main road, just as he was about to speak. His pupils suddenly constricted, and his eyes betrayed a flicker of anger and fear, twitching involuntarily. Chapter 116. The Old Tree and the Dust Crow. A multitude of archers crowded upon the city walls, their silhouettes mingling as they remained vigilant of the sights beyond the fortifications. Lin's expression grew cold as he articulated his plan. We shall charge directly across the main road outside Carlin Bay. Duncan, oblivious to the change in Lin's demeanor, paused in surprise and hesitated. But, my lord, the distance from the King's Road to the Carlin Bay walls is perilously close. A large contingent of cavalry moving simultaneously would render us mere targets for the archers, and more importantly, it would place you in jeopardy. Among the cavalry, the strongest defensive armor was the chainmail provided to the Griffin Knights, while the light cavalry of the valiant riders possessed only minimal protection against the archers. Advancing in a dense formation under the enemy's fire was indeed unwise. My lord, this seems rather reckless. Stonehoff, pondering deeply, expressed his concern. Is it? Lin narrowed his eyes, a hint of menace in his demeanor. The cavalry would be braving a hail of arrows, charging across the field. Was that not a risk in itself? Lin had always been cautious, reluctant to place himself in excessively perilous situations. Ever since he realized that the divine beings of this world seemed to be watching him, he had refrained from employing the system's capabilities to provoke the world's rules too brazenly. Conversely, since the assassination attempt, he had meticulously concealed himself among his most loyal troops, never daring to venture forth alone. Yet, would such caution deter their surveillance? No. He lifted his gaze towards the end of the northern road, where withered vines entwined upon ancient trees, the desolate cry of a crow echoing in the twilight sky. Lin could swear that if that crow were not the three-eyed kind, its name would surely be reversed. Compared to the watchers who sought to capture the old gods, what was a mere risk? Stonehoff, instruct your valiant riders to sheathe their swords and prepare their crossbows, providing cover for the royal guard to pass through Carlin Bay's gates. Do you see that great tree in the distance? Duncan, I require you to reach it at all costs and shoot down that crow. Pursue it to the ends of the earth if you must. It cannot escape this time. Lin struggled to suppress the fury welling within him. Yet the icy determination in his voice resonated with his two subordinates. They exchanged knowing glances, silently preparing for action. Sir Johnlock was the nephew of the Earl of Old City, Orlock. Following the demise of the Earl's son, Donalock, he emerged as the favored heir to the title. It was he who first proposed the joint plan with the Flint family to seize Carlin Bay. Since Lin's elimination of the Fury Eye clan, the reverberations in the north had been felt most acutely by the Locke family of Old City, a neighboring town to the fishing village port. In just over 10 days, numerous noble families from the north had traversed through Old City, arriving at the fishing village port, all eager to meet Lin, including many unaligned knights seeking refuge. Old City, once the largest settlement along the coast of the Biting Bay, now faced the looming prospect of being overshadowed by Lin's territorial expansion. As an old family that valued legacy, the Locke family was determined to prevent any new power from rising along the Biting Bay coast, viewing it as the onset of their decline. Sir John Locke's suggestion to seize Carlin Bay was regarded by the Earl of Old City as a masterstroke. Carlin Bay, an ancient city, though now in ruins, boasted a strategically advantageous location, having long been under the control of the Zurin's Lade family, whose impoverished kin had tirelessly sought to restore it. Yet the Locke family, having governed Old City for generations and benefiting from the economic influence of White Harbor, had amassed considerable wealth. They believed that by taking advantage of Carlin Bay's vulnerability, they could transform it into a formidable stronghold akin to Twin River City with decades of strategic planning. In due time, collecting tolls would suffice to restore the Locke family to prominence. As for Carlin Bay being seized from the Iron Men by Lin, John Locke remained unfazed. Despite Lin's rising reputation among the lesser nobles and common folk of the north, he had simultaneously offended many powerful aristocrats. The head of the dreaded Bolton family, Lord Roose Bolton, upon returning from the Riverlands with an army of thousands of flayers, promptly declared enmity towards Lin. The Iron Islanders harbored deep-seated grievances against him as well. and though they resided on the western coast, their influence had already seeped into the north. Furthermore, they had received word of Lynn's unhappy entanglement with the Flint family, another stronghold on the eastern coast. Lord Manderley of White Harbor had also expressed doubts regarding the sudden rise of Lynn. Thus, the Earl of Locke grew increasingly convinced that Lynn would inevitably falter under the combined might of the many noble families of the north. Suppressing the new elite was hardly a novel endeavor on the continent of Westeros. Lynn might find refuge in the Riverlands, but returning to the north was tantamount to courting death. What did his noble title matter when he had offended half of the great houses of the north? This time, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. John Locke gazed at the cavalry outside the walls and remarked softly to a knight from the Flint family, his words laced with sarcasm and envy. The father of Sir Flint was none other than the usurper of the title of Earl of Widow's Watch, Derry Flint. He chuckled lightly in response. This fellow is filled with ambition. After seizing the garrison of Ramsgate from our Flint family vassals and refusing to return it, our fathers have already led 2 campaigns against Ramsgate, both of which were unsuccessful. I hear they boast a cavalry force of nearly 200 and a competent garrison. Rest assured, we shall keep Lynn's forces at bay at Carlin Bay for several days. Lord Manderley's army is en route to besiege his keep, and then we shall strike from 2 fronts. Any garrison at Ramsgate will have no choice but to surrender under such a pincer assault. His stronghold was merely a dilapidated fishing village, and now he dares to recruit artisans to transform it into a grand city. Should that port town be established, the trade of White Harbor would surely shift to his realm. That so-called Earl Lynn, despite his soaring reputation, is, in truth, universally despised. Sir Locke speaks wisely. Sir Flint concurred. As the two reveled in their mutual delight, the sound of warning bells echoed from the city walls. A soldier from the Locke family rushed into the watchtower. My lord, the cavalry outside seems poised to sweep through the gates, heading northward. John Locke abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "What are you still hesitating for? Go summon the archers on the city walls. The moment those cavalrymen are spotted passing beneath, instruct them to unleash their arrows. Spare not a single rider." Chapter 117, The Raven. In the desolate expanse outside Carlin Bay, a fierce wind howled, sending clouds of dust and gravel swirling into the sky. The yellow sands engulfed the land, which had been bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, now rendering it a hauntingly dusky panorama. Such peculiar weather was a rarity indeed. Having not donned armor for quite some time, Lynn encased himself in his ancestral knight's armor, which enveloped him entirely, leaving only his pair of obsidian eyes exposed. In truth, there was no need for such caution, as he was well guarded by layers of the royal guard surrounding him. Once clad in armor, Lynn found his field of vision constricted. He struggled to turn his neck, casting his gaze towards the ruins of the Carlin Bay wall to the right front of the main road. More heads began to appear over the battlements. It seemed the enemy had discerned their intent, though this was hardly surprising. Hundreds of cavalrymen, having paused for a brief respite as per the established plan, were now poised for their final preparations. The onus was heavy on Sherfu, as his light cavalry needed to withstand the enemy's fire while executing a relentless harrying of the archers stationed atop the battlements. The gallant cavalry was divided into 4 squads, each setting forth in tandem with a contingent of the Griffin Guard. Lynn withdrew his gaze. The swirling sands might slightly hinder the enemy archer's accuracy, which was a welcome piece of news. He positioned himself within the second wave of the charge, a request made by his subordinates, as the initial wave would gauge the enemy's archery prowess and firepower, allowing subsequent riders to make more informed preparations. The front cavalry began to accelerate, their hooves striking the sandy ground of the wasteland, quickly gathering pace and stirring the dark mud beneath the thin layer of sand. While the warhorses struggled to match the speed of the gale, the swirling sands provided a stark contrast to their galloping motion. In mere moments, they surged forward, covering a distance of 50 meters as if entering a full-speed charge. The first column of the valiant cavalry set forth. Following the lead of the first column of the Griffin Guard, Sherfu, positioned on the right flank of the Griffin Guard, bellowed commands. The cavalry swiftly entered the range of the archers on the Carlin Bay wall, and a rain of arrows began to pour forth from above. Duncan led the initial contingent of the guard in a fierce charge. The sound of thundering hooves resonated around him, echoing like thunder in his ears. Accompanying this were the sharp twangs of arrows slicing through the air, yet none of it distracted the towering figure of Duncan, whose gaze remained fixed on a gnarled tree ahead. With a bow slung across his back, he was determined that archery was a knight's essential discipline. Lynn had tasked him with shooting down the cawing crows perched upon the skeletal branches, and thus his focus was solely on the crows. The light cavalry, synchronized with the guard, swiftly formed a line as they entered the enemy's range, breaking from the first column to dart diagonally towards the base of the wall. The sound of bowstrings resonated in the air, echoing a relentless rhythm. The armored knights of the guard found themselves besieged by a flurry of arrows, momentarily stalling the archers on the wall, just as they peered over the battlements, unprepared to shoot again. The cavalry led by Duncan rushed past in a swift and decisive charge. The archers of House Locke and House Flint were struck with a wave of dread. Those cavalrymen moved too swiftly. Any subsequent volley of arrows would yield minimal impact. Having just arrived at the wall, John Locke and Sir Fitlin witnessed the scattered bodies of 5 or 6 fallen cavalrymen, and upon glimpsing the quickly retreating silhouettes of 40 to 50 riders, they erupted in rage. Cursing vehemently atop the wall, Lynn's warhorse began to stride forward, its hooves thumping a few times before it joined the ranks of the cavalry, gradually accelerating. The charge was imminent, and Lynn withdrew his gaze, peering intently through the slits of his helmet. At this moment, contemplation was futile. Fortunately, the sound of the thundering hooves around him helped the cavalry focus their attention. Lynn's concentration was riveted on the front, where his formation differed from the cavalry that had charged before. The front and back remained in pairs, yet the center had shifted to a trio formation. To his right, 2 knights of the guard flanked him closely, their towering forms obscuring his view entirely. However, should an arrow fly from the right, it would likely be intercepted by their robust bodies. After galloping for a stretch, the warhorse gathered speed. A whistling sound filled Lynn's ears. It was Sherfu, leading the second column of light cavalry, breaking away from the formation to harass the enemy archers atop the wall. Lynn's expression remained stoic. Remarkably, he felt no trace of anxiety. His senses sharpened, clarity flooded his mind. Judging by the sounds of arrows slicing through the air, he deduced that this volley would be dense, yet this would be their sole opportunity for such a coordinated shot. The next would be thwarted by the mounted archers of the cavalry. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless arrows cut through the air, followed by the thud of arrows striking the ground. When a cavalryman was hit, a dull thud echoed, yet the rapid charge continued unabated. Even if a warhorse were struck, it would only emit a cry and forge ahead for a distance. Gradually, the warhorse slowed its pace. Lynn's vision, once blurred and chaotic as if on a roller coaster, began to clarify. The rhythmic sound of hooves became distinct, contrasting sharply with the earlier cacophony. After a considerable pause, the warhorse finally came to a halt. As Lynn lifted his head, he realized he was slightly dizzy, unable to discern directions. The exhilaration of the charge was overwhelming. While Lynn galloped on his steed, he had not experienced such a visceral thrill. He took a moment to catch his breath and noticed 2 riders galloping towards him, one of whom clutched an arrow with a chainmail wrist, the arrow's tip having pierced through the body of a crow, now lifeless in his grasp. "My lord, this is the crow slain by Lord Duncan." The crow lay as a corpse. Lynn's cold gaze fell upon the third eye on the dead crow's forehead. A crimson orb. Could this be the fabled 3-eyed crow, now lifeless? His expression betrayed a hint of confusion. Yet as he turned to the gnarled tree ahead, he witnessed another black crow screech and take flight, vanishing into the swirling yellow sands. Lynn felt astonished, turning back to see that the crow in the rider's grasp had, unbeknownst to him, already decayed, rendering its original form unrecognizable. Chapter 118, The Chessboard. A cavalry troop of 30 from House Hood made its way along the coastline of Bite Bay, arriving at the outskirts of White Harbor. While it was expected that Lady Hood would lead the cavalry, the reality was otherwise. Concealed among the ranks, the illegitimate son of Lord Luz, recently acknowledged and bestowed with the surname Bolton, young Ramsay Bolton, lifted the hood of his cloak, his gaze fixated on the distant White Harbor, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. "My lady, you have performed admirably. You promised me freedom upon reaching White Harbor." Young Ramsay Bolton fell silent, his eyes lingering on the visage of Donella Manderley. Gradually, that malevolent grin expanded like ripples in water. "My lady, you wish for me to release you? Have you forgotten that I saved your life? You were on the brink of starvation in Hood Castle, having even resorted to consuming one of your own fingers. It was I who granted you a morsel of bread, and now you fail to show gratitude? This is a betrayal." The wicked man's words filled Donella with dread. Was it not he, the very embodiment of a demon, who had nearly led her death? Had not Lord Luz, fleeing back to the north from the terrible keep due to the fall of Twin Rivers, stumbled upon this scene, deeming her life still of worth? She would have surely perished in abject misery by now. Young Ramsay Bolton's smile faded, his eyes surveying the enchanting figure of the woman before him, her bright eyes sparkling with a captivating allure that rendered her increasingly intoxicating with each glance. Understanding the intricacies of a woman's heart, Ramsay gazed towards the towering gates of White Harbor ahead. You need only persuade Lord Manderley to send forth his forces from White Harbor. Regardless of whether he can capture the fishing village port, I shall return Hood to you. The Bolton family rules the North, and, as the sole son of my father, your devotion to the future Lord of the North cannot possibly lead to your detriment. Donella Manderley trembled, her complexion paling. She uttered in a voice tinged with hysteria. Your ambition was never for Carlin Bay, was it? You covet White Harbor. The ancient Locke family, as well as the widow's Flint family, have all fallen victim to your machinations. Is the army of Lord Luz already marching south? Young Ramsay Bolton grinned wickedly, relishing the astonishment that his schemes evoked in others. He took pleasure in such malevolent amusement. My lady may soon refer to my father as the Duke of Terrible Keep, or the Ward of the North. There is no rush for Carlin Bay. Once White Harbor falls, a mere ruin shall be within my grasp. Donella Manderley's expression turned despondent. Indeed, the Bolton family had betrayed House Stark of Winterfell for the Lannisters. Now is their opportune moment to seize control of the North and claim the title of Ward. Ramsay Bolton suppressed his smile and urged his steed towards the heart of White Harbor. Come along, my lady. The wind carried the man's urging voice, causing Donella to shudder. Observing the cavalry outside Carlin Bay, aside from a single scout tasked with escorting the Tiger Company, the rest formed into 4 columns, all traversing the King's Road outside Carlin Bay, gathering to the north. On the walls, Ser Yoralok and Ser Flint wore expressions so grim they could squeeze water from stone. Meanwhile, Lynn, now officially on the northern segment of the King's Road, bore a similarly troubled countenance. A 3-eyed raven had perished, only for another to appear. Was this mere sleight of hand? Duncan rode up beside Lynn, eyeing the raven in the dusky sky, and then glancing at one perched before Lynn, posing his inquiry. Lynn shook his head. It is not that, but I believe it no longer matters. He surveyed the assembled royal guard, the Lion Knights, and the cavalry of the Valiant Company. A profound sense of foreboding enveloped him, as if he were ensnared in a colossal chess game, possibly even a pivotal piece within it. His forces now occupied both ends of Carlin Bay. The original plan to return home through White Harbor and Old Town now appeared anything but straightforward. His territory, the fishing village port, lay to the right of White Harbor and Old Town, while his army had become fragmented to the left. Upon reflection, the peculiarities became apparent. The fishing village port was now surrounded on 3 sides by foes: Old Town to the west, White Harbor to the northwest, and Widow's Watch on the eastern coast, all seemingly intent on obstructing his return to the north. If it were merely their ambitions targeting him, Lynn would not be overly concerned. However, the involvement of a northern city under Bolton control, coupled with Lady Hood's participation in this tumult, warranted deeper contemplation. Such a cunning and intricate scheme could only be orchestrated by one with a godlike perspective. Lynn raised his head to gaze at the sky. The black ravens circled, surveying the earth below. After a moment of contemplation, Lynn spoke with grave resolve. Shiv, leave your light cavalry stationed on the northern side of Carlin Bay. When Rodart's forces commence their assault, you shall be responsible for their interception. At once, my lord. Shiv replied before inquiring. And where do you intend to go, my lord? Lynn's penetrating gaze turned northeast. White Harbor is the fulcrum of all these events. Since they wish to ensnare us south of Carlin Bay, I shall venture north to see for myself. Gritting his teeth, Lynn commanded Duncan, send word. We march towards White Harbor. At once, my lord. In the night, a vast army surged forth from the eastern gates of White Harbor, galloping eastward. That direction led to the newly risen nobility of the north, the Rothschild family. Towards the fishing village port, Count Manderley had dispatched an elite unit from White Harbor, preparing for a nocturnal raid on the fishing village port fortress. News from the Ravens of the Riverlands, coupled with the persuasive counsel of his cousin Donella Manderley, solidified his determination to strike at Lynn. Surrounding Twin Rivers, grain had been loaded onto dozens of carts, transported from the docks of Jengs to Lynn's territory. This information was enough to entice the Manderley family. However, unbeknownst to the Manderley family of White Harbor, at the very moment their forces departed through the eastern gate, a raven took flight from White Harbor, soaring into the dense woods 30 miles north of the city, downstream of the White Blade River. Within the thicket, in a makeshift military encampment, a commotion erupted as a soldier seized the raven that had landed upon the enclosure, retrieved the letter from its foot, and hurriedly delivered it to the central command tent. Inside the tent, Lord Luz sat at the center, a map of the north spread before him. To be fair, according to his original plan, the forces of Terrible Keep should not have descended upon White Harbor so swiftly, for the Manderley family's loyalty to House Stark was not as sincere as it appeared. He could have convinced the Manderley family to submit to him after being formally named the Duke of Terrible Keep in King's Landing and granted the title of Ward of the North. Yet, the rising new nobility of the eastern coast, the Rothschild family, was en route back to the north, leaving him with little choice. Seizing the initiative is always preferable to the alliance formed between the Mandlers of White Harbor and the Fishermen of Lynn. The attendant placed the note before Earl Bolton's desk. Roose Bolton adjusted his posture, gradually unfolding the letter, and as his gaze swept over the words inscribed upon the parchment, a flicker of delight graced his brow. He rose to his feet and called out to those outside, "Sound the order, the entire army shall break camp." Chapter 119. The Frenzied Surge of Troops, Part 1. Lynn had never been a man prone to anger, yet today he found himself particularly irritable. Above him, a raven circled incessantly, trailing after his loyal, nightly retinue. Was that a raven? It resembled an eagle. Lynn had never witnessed such a magnificent creature soaring so high for so long. However, the raven would not remain audacious for long, for the last vestiges of sunlight had vanished entirely, not due to its setting, but rather shrouded by the encroaching storm clouds. To the west, clouds loomed like stone mountains, welcoming the descent of the sun, which disappeared into the clouds, a phenomenon known as the clouds embracing the sunset. These clouds were either cumulonimbus or nimbostratus, a situation brought forth by a high-altitude, low-pressure system. After a thunderous clap akin to a celestial hammer, the rain cascaded down like beads from a broken string, quickly merging into a deafening roar, as if the sky had been rent asunder, pouring forth a deluge upon the earth. The tempest raged fiercely, with torrential raindrops pummeling down, and Lynn, mounted upon his steed, felt as though his armor was being assaulted by countless beads, producing a rhythmic patter. He surveyed his surroundings, relieved to see that the accursed raven could no longer withstand the storm and had vanished from sky. Lynn exhaled a sigh of relief and commanded the cavalry of the Eagle Lion Guard to halt their advance. The thoroughfare was deserted save for Lynn's forces. With only 5 miles remaining to White Harbor, he dispatched scouts to assess the situation outside the city, then dispersed his cavalry. One group would circle back to the territory of Fishermen Harbor, while another would venture north of White Harbor, leaving the remainder to maintain vigilance. At this moment, Lynn was drenched, rainwater soaking him to the skin, even causing droplets to enter his mouth as he spoke. Duncan drew close to Lynn, comprehending the orders, and nodded emphatically. He rode around the Eagle Lion Guard, maintaining their double-line formation as they halted, before raising his voice to issue commands. 2 teams. Proceed to scout the south and north of White Harbor. You 5 cavalry units. Return directly to Fisherman Harbor to inform Commander Harry Kane and the Old Scholar Hill to secure the castle and guard the territory gates. As per the Lord's command, the rest shall disperse and remain vigilant within a mile radius. The torrential rain drenched everything in its path, and soon even Duncan's voice was drowned out. Lynn was left with only the incessant sound of the rain and the patter of raindrops striking the leaves of nearby shrubs. Amid the downpour, Lynn dismounted and, after a moment of contemplation, summoned the system. Ding. Welcome, host, to the troop summoning system. Current available points, 440, 601. Current experience points, 4, 571, 911, 000, 000. As the rain intensified, Lynn understood that the more ferocious the storm, the sooner it would cease. Seizing this opportunity, he recognized the necessity of preparing for the impending conflict. Contemplating the imbalance of provisions and soldiers would only serve to complicate future strategies. The 3-eyed raven monitored him, and should it witness him summon troops once more, it would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate him. It might even hasten the arrival of winter, potentially allowing the White Walkers to breach the gates. Lynn harbored an unsettling notion that this fantastical world, governed by the whims of the gods, was merely a tool for divine manipulation over mankind. Otherwise, why would the old gods and their devoted 3-eyed raven, thousands of years later, coincide with the sudden emergence of winter and the White Walkers? After the cavalry of the guard dispersed and received their orders, Lynn, after deep reflection, felt an unexpected surge of anger. 3-eyed raven, this time I shall strike hard. If you dare unleash the White Walkers, destroying the unprepared lands of Westeros, you shall find that even if you inhabit Bran Stark, you cannot control the 7 kingdoms. As for me, I could simply cross the narrow sea and seek fortune in Essos. With this thought, Lynn immersed himself fully into the troop summoning system. System exchange for troop types, melee units, axe and spear infantry, 5 points, flail infantry, 5 points, sword and shield infantry, 8 points, glaive infantry, 10 points, heavy infantry, 20 points, ranged units, archers, 5 points, crossbowmen, 8 points, longbowmen, 10 points, cavalry units, Light cavalry, 5 points. Skirmishers, 8 points. Heavy cavalry, 20 points. These are the exchange points for fully equipped armor. Observing the summoning options, Lin contemplated that this time he might need to summon a full complement of troops for the battle against the north. The torrential rain could obscure the Raven surveillance, but it would surely find another method next time. Perhaps there would be no next time. Lin pondered how the three-eyed Raven would react upon discovering a vast army at his side once the storm had passed. What thoughts would the gods harbor? The Night King had been sealed away for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, precisely because of his ability to summon troops. Would he be seen as the second Night King? Moreover, the soldiers he summoned were real human beings, unlike the mindless corpses corrupted by the White Walkers. Perhaps his threat level would surpass that of the Night King. Nevertheless, it was always prudent to prepare meticulously. Considering the current food reserves in his territory and the slight possibility of an abrupt winter, Lin concluded that quality of troops mattered more than quantity. He had a Tiger Legion in the neck of Karstark, and presently his cavalry was primarily composed of skirmishers and light cavalry. Regardless, for the sake of shoring up weaknesses, it was imperative to summon higher-tier troops. If they were costly, so be it. Better to invest now than to face starvation amid an overwhelming increase in troop numbers. The downpour struck Lin's face, and as lightning illuminated the night sky, it cast a devilish charm upon his youthful and handsome visage. With a flash of white light, the darkness of the night was momentarily pierced before succumbing once again to the inky blackness. Amid the thunderous clamor, Lin finally made his decision. Heavy cavalry cost 20 points per unit, summoning 3,000 knights, deducting 60,000 points. Heavy infantry cost 20 points each, summoning 5,000 men, deducting 100,000 points. The light cavalry of the Valorous Legion, augmenting their original 180 with an additional 2,000 riders, deducting 14,560 points. The Eagle Lion Guard, originally consisting of 275 knights, has been bolstered by an additional 3,000 cavalry, resulting in a deduction of 27,250 points. The reorganization of the army's infantry and archers has led to the establishment of the Tiger Ben Corps, currently comprising 350 infantry and 300 archers. Having witnessed the siege of Twin River City, Lin has resolved not to increase the number of standard infantry soldiers. The existing heavy infantry of 5,000, supplemented by 350 mixed infantry, should suffice for most battles. In the northern territories of the elevated terrain, cavalry and archers are the foremost priorities. Although crossbowmen possess slightly greater power than archers, their limited range due to flat shooting makes them significantly constrained by battlefield conditions. After much contemplation, Lin has decided to summon only the Archer Corps this time, to compensate for the archers' reduced power and shooting distance. He reluctantly opts to invest additional points to directly exchange for longbowmen. With ample points at his disposal, he is not deterred by this expenditure. Chapter 120. The Frenzied Summoning of Troops, Part 2. Each longbowman costs 10 points, and he exchanges for 5,000, deducting a total of 50,000 points. The exchange is confirmed. Following this lavish expenditure, a melodious notification sound resonates in Lin's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. The troop summoning system has successfully completed the exchange. Please wait a moment. Host panel information. Current available points. 1, 888, 791. Current experience points. 4, 571, 911, 000. Troop soldiers are currently being summoned. Standing on the rain-soaked King S Avenue, as he turns onto the wild paths leading to White Harbor City, Lin feels a sense of elation after spending over 200,000 points. The rain falling upon his face is neither painful nor irritating, but rather refreshing. A vivid flash of lightning rends the dark skies. Crack! Thunder rumbles. The piercing sound of thunder reverberates, instilling a sense of dread akin to the end of days in the souls of the living. The booming thunder sends tremors through the earth, while the torrential rain falls like the lamentations of myriad souls. The splashes of raindrops upon the ground echo the groans of humanity, as if they were prostrate before the heavens, awaiting their final verdict. Another blinding flash of lightning illuminates the previously dark wilderness before Lin, revealing the silhouettes of Legion soldiers, their fearless faces aglow in the white light. Before him stands his legion. Over 7,000 cavalry emerge, as if descended from the heavens amidst the flickering lightning, followed by the imposing figures of heavily armored infantry and the upright forms of longbowmen, as straight as lances. Nearly 20,000 mixed soldiers stand silently before Lin. like phantoms or clay figures in the wilderness, filling the vast expanse almost to capacity. When the summoning concludes, Lin can barely discern the multitude of dark silhouettes of his legion, which unite in a resounding salute. Thousands kneel on one knee, their hands striking their armor in unison, as they chant in harmony. Knight Corps, Infantry Corps, Archer Corps, salute to the Master. The thundering roar cascades like a tidal wave, reverberating across the wilderness, drowning out the sound of rain and thunder, as if all beasts and birds are stirred to flight. In the darkness, the rain cascading upon Lin's face feels akin to the warm tears rolling down his cheeks. In this moment, Lin's body quakes with a surge of courage that seems to challenge the very gods. Meanwhile, within the confines of the fishing village fortress, heavy rain drenches the newly paved streets, and the meticulously dug drainage channels fail to contain the deluge. The new and old residents have grown familiar with one another, and as they gaze out at the torrential rain, everyone inside busies themselves with roasting potatoes. These potatoes, procured from Essos at the behest of the Lord, were initially intended as seeds for the newly cultivated fields on the Sister Isles. However, due to the substantial quantity purchased in one go, the surplus potatoes were sold at cost to the local inhabitants of the fishing village. Herrick Kane has been consuming these roasted potatoes to the point of near excess, finding that everything else pales in comparison to their exquisite flavor. Sprinkled with fine salt and sea pepper, they are the most delectable food in the world. Yet, even the finest fare can become tiresome with overindulgence, and the side effects are beginning to manifest, such as frequent trips to the lavatory. As Herrick squats in the newly refurbished lavatory, just as he prepares to rise and pull up his trousers, he hears hurried footsteps splashing through the water outside. Someone knocks urgently on the door, exclaiming, "Captain Kane, trouble is brewing." Startled, Herrick's expression shifts, yet he remains composed as he barks back. "What are you panicking about, rookie? What has happened?" There's a throng of soldiers outside the city, seemingly preparing to attack our fortress. Taken aback, Herrick bursts through the lavatory door, his face contorted with disbelief. What? In stark contrast to the congestion and chaos within King's Landing, the fishing village fortress stands as a tranquil haven. Sandor Clegane, the Hound, sits on the stone steps beneath the eaves of the Lord's residence, watching the rain cascade from the roof above into the drainage channel at his feet. His soul, long marred by the ravages of war and slaughter, feels as if it has been cleansed. After finishing one roasted potato, he reaches for another from the plate beside him. Suddenly, he hears the sound of chains scraping against the stone floor. The Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, tugs at the chain at his feet and, dissatisfied, addresses the former family swordsman. "Hound, give me one, I'm hungry." Without lifting his head, the Hound thinks to himself that he would be a fool to part with the last roasted potato of the evening, as he would have to wait until the following noon for another. Accompanying Lin's cavalry, he has been escorting Jaime to the fishing village for several days, and the locals' potato fare has him utterly captivated. As the Hound gently peels away the skin of the potato, revealing its golden, delectable flesh, he's about to take a bite when a series of resounding bell tolls echo from outside. Following this, a sharp, elongated horn sounds from the city gate. The continuous blare of the horn is unusual. Suddenly alert, the Hound springs to his feet. The rain can indeed muffle sound, but if the force behind the bellows and horn is sufficient, it is of no concern. Assessing the direction of the noise, he tosses the potato behind him into Jaime Lannister's cage and strides boldly into the pouring rain. In quick succession, a dozen or so men dressed as servants of the Lord, wielding war knives and makeshift spears, burst from the side courtyard, rushing into the downpour towards the direction of the horn's call. Jaime's cage is positioned by the entrance of the side courtyard, and as he observes the men dashing into the rain, a flicker of surprise crosses his face. He calls out to the last of the group, an older man who appears to be the cook of the Lord household. "What are you all up to?" The elder, casting a disdainful glance at Jaime, retorts, "What would a prisoner know? That prolonged horn signifies an attack on the fishing village fortress. What do you think we're going to do?" Jaime stands momentarily stunned. Someone is attacking the fishing village? He still could not comprehend. Even so, what could those commoners of yours possibly do? There was no sight of anyone conscripting able-bodied men. James hesitated to inquire, just to watch the spectacle. The old steward, upon hearing this, was infuriated and could no longer be bothered with the fool caged within. No wonder the Lord had captured him. He was a brainless simpleton. The regicide James cast a glance at the aged steward and departed without a backward glance, seemingly still bearing a blade intended for slaughtering livestock at his waist, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. He shuddered violently. However, had he known that the scene unfolding within the Lord's estate was mirrored in every corner of the fishing village, occurring at the doorsteps of every humble abode. He might have felt differently. A young woman, gazing at a figure disappearing into the rain-soaked streets, softly lamented, "My dear, I am with child. If the walls cannot be held, do not return." A fierce woman shoved her husband out of their home, thrusting a harpoon into his hands. Slamming the door shut with a fierce shout, "Defend the Lord's castle. The bounty posted by the Lord was 50 silver bucks. If you do not go, do not expect to enter our home again." An elderly woman caressed her resolute son, saying, "Go, my child. Without our Lord, we refugees would not have survived this far. We must be grateful and protect our Lord's domain." In a small northern town, due to the emergence of an extraordinary lord, the population had doubled. 500 households had now burgeoned. Outside the walls stood a formidable force of 1,000 soldiers from White Harbor, while within the city were nearly 200 guards and a gathering throng of 1,000 fishermen ready for conscription. On a night when the heavens seemed to weep, the fishing village castle was destined for a sleepless night. Chapter 121, Coincidence. No matter how reluctant one might be to march in the rain, it was unrealistic and impossible to expect the heavens to heed your will and disperse the downpour. Lynn thought this, and so did the terrifying Count Rustbottom. Thus, two vast legions, each numbering in the tens of thousands, marched towards a common destination, one from the south, the other from the north. Their encounter was destined. As if orchestrated by some grand war exercise, all events aligned with uncanny precision. As darkness enveloped the land, and the lightning and thunder began to wane, the rain too gradually subsided. At both ends of White Harbor, two of the northern realm's most formidable legions converged like fiery serpents. The scouts of White Harbor were not foolish. Residents dwelling outside the city continuously gathered at the two gates, beseeching the soldiers within to open the gates. The scouts gathered intelligence from these residents and deduced a terrifying truth. War was imminent. White Harbor was to become the epicenter of conflict. The news swiftly reached the Earl of White Harbor. Earl Wyman Mandler, his short hair, now a stark gray, appeared even more pallid. He was a portly man of around 60, usually jovial, yet now seemed devoid of the courage to speak. He gazed at the Lord of White Harbor, silently seated upon the high platform. His vassals, knights, and commanders assembled in the war council chamber remained mute. No one wished to speak, for none possessed a viable strategy. He had received word that the terrifying Count Rustbottom was advancing southward, poised to besiege White Harbor, intent on seizing its vulnerable defenses. Meanwhile, Lynn, the burgeoning noble stirring storms in the Riverlands, was also leading his forces straight towards White Harbor from the direction of Carlin Bay. No one knew the size of his army, but the residents outside claimed that the southern host was vast, a seemingly endless column lost in the darkness of night. The thunder of their steeds could be distinctly heard from miles away. How he had traversed Carlin Bay and amassed such a force was a mystery. No one present sought to delve into it. Sir Marlon Mandler, Wyman's cousin and commander of the White Harbor garrison, donned a silver helm adorned with black gold. His greaves and armors intricately designed to resemble the undulating leaves of seaweed. The elbow guards depicted the head of a merfolk king, crowned with a mother-of-pearl diadem, his beard crafted from black jade and emerald. His own beard was a shade of gray reminiscent of a winter sea. Sir Marlon cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "We should send a messenger to engage with both armies, to ascertain their intentions." "Intentions? My Lord Marlon, it is evident to even the dimmest intellect that we are here to jointly assault White Harbor," retorted Sir Wylis Mandler, the heir of White Harbor, with discontent. Sir Marlon Mandler scoffed. "Rustbottom and Lynn are not allies. He was repelled by Lynn from the Riverlands when he returned to the north. There is no possibility of a coalition. Then who can explain their synchronized advance upon White Harbor? Perhaps it is mere coincidence?" "Coincidence? Is it mere happenstance that you dispatch troops to assault Lynn's stronghold as well? Have we truly reached a point where we bicker over such trivial matters?" Wyman Mandler slammed the table in frustration. "Silence," he thundered. His scholar, Sion, cast a furtive glance at the enraged Earl upon the dais. "Rustbottom would not march south without reason. This is the only explanation. Following your orders to attack the fishing village port, his forces now approach the city. This is certainly not a coincidence. Someone pieced it together. That harlot, Donera Mandler, fled under the cover of night." Wyman's pale blue eyes fixated on a scholar, a glimmer of hope igniting within them. The scholar's implication was that Lynn was not coming to assault White Harbor. Rather, he was returning to his territory and must pass through White Harbor. Sion had identified the crux of the matter. Is he merely returning to his lands? Wyman Mandler pondered deeply. Yet, should he return to the stronghold, he will discover that our forces are besieging it. The Earl of White Harbor slowly raised his head, his visage a mask of bitterness. Perhaps his lands are currently being ravaged. Sioran spoke cautiously, but Lyn is still unaware of all this. Utilizing his army to help us withstand Rustbottom's forces is our only recourse. Sir Marlon Mandler's eyes brightened at this notion. As a commander of the White Harbor garrison, he understood that even though the city's walls were formidable, they could not withstand the onslaught of Rustbottom's tens of thousands. 3,000 defenders against a well-prepared host of skinning men, while simultaneously guarding against Lyn's army lurking to the south, rendered the battle unwinnable. In the hall, everyone contemplated Sioran's words. The idea of unleashing griffins upon the skinning men seemed enticing. Finally, Mandler inquired, "But Lyn is now a count, and according to protocol, he is no longer my vassal. Perhaps he will refuse my summons." Upon hearing this, Sioran's mustache quivered, and the others in the hall averted their gazes. Has the corpulent count lost his wits today? Perhaps having allowed molten iron to seep into his brain, resulting in a rusted intellect, that he dares to broach the subjects of vassals and summons at such a critical juncture? When you made the decision to deploy the forces of White Harbor against another stronghold, did the implications of such a choice not cross your mind? Fortunately, Count Wayman Mandler quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. After clearing his throat, he decisively declared, "Very well. Dispatch cavalry to recall the White Harbor forces stationed at Fisherman's Port, directing them to reinforce the city of White Harbor. Should Lyn's stronghold at Fisherman's Port have already succumbed to assault, let us ensure that our troops do not massacre the innocent civilians there. Send a messenger to negotiate with Lyn's army, indicating that I intend to betroth my daughter, Vela Mandler, to him, in hopes that he may assist White Harbor in its hour of need." The assembly responded promptly, "Yes, my lord. With many adversaries, one need not fear the bites of lice or mosquitoes. In the fields, particularly just after a heavy downpour, mosquitoes swarm the open terrain. Lyn's forces ignited torches, marching through the night, inevitably attracting more of these pests. While a few mosquito bites might only cause fleeting irritation, a dagger plunged into one's back results in far graver consequences. Lyn's warhorse stood alongside the army as cavalrymen passed by, followed by a regiment of 5,000 heavily armored infantry and 5,000 archers arrayed in perfect formation. Lyn was acutely aware that his territory was under siege by a certain family, as the system had triggered a side quest. Side quest: repel the invaders of the territory. Reward: random point redemption card. Chapter 122, Urgent March. Realizing the implications of the triggered side quest, Lyn's expression darkened to an almost palpable intensity. He summoned Duncan and said in a low voice, "Immediately send a detachment of light cavalry from outside White Harbor to take a circuitous route to Fisherman's Port and provide reinforcement." A look of astonishment crossed Duncan's face. "My lord, is there trouble in the territory?" A fleeting chill passed through Lyn, and he nodded. Following the departure of a light cavalry unit of 300 men, Lyn gazed toward the flickering lights of White Harbor, barely visible at the edge of the rain curtain. A tremendous storm appeared to be brewing within that grand city. He slowly issued orders to the messenger cavalry. "Command the army to accelerate. Let the cavalry break away from the infantry ranks and assemble outside the western city gate of White Harbor and deploy several light cavalry units for reconnaissance. Thoroughly investigate the conditions within 5 miles surrounding White Harbor and report back." "Understood, my lord." The messenger cavalry swiftly dispersed from Lyn's side, steeds galloping across the plains alongside the army, relaying Lyn's newly issued commands. "My lord commands the entire army to march swiftly, cavalry to disengage. Assemble outside the southern gate of White Harbor." As the orders were given, a cacophony of sounds echoed across the wilds as the cavalry split from the front ranks, with the light cavalry leading the charge into the darkness. After the light cavalry sped away, the heavy cavalry's steeds increased their pace, their previously dull march now resonating with a thunderous rhythm. The 5,000 armored knights surged forth like demonic warriors emerging from the night. Lyn rode alongside the Eagle Line Guard, following the heavy cavalry's footsteps as they advanced steadily. Time is of the essence. Although the distance was merely a few miles, the galloping heavy cavalry, guided by the light cavalry, traversed the night for nearly half an hour before finally spotting a colossal city with towering walls before them. Panic-stricken civilians scrambled to the sides as the thundering hooves and the clattering of armor echoed in the night, revealing the imposing presence of the approaching cavalry. All gave way to this formidable, fully armed force, with civilians rushing toward the safety of the city. Yet, a squadron of White Harbor cavalry galloped forth from the gates. Upon reaching the western gate, the White Harbor cavalry were taken aback at the sight of the orderly and flag-waving armored legion outside. In the ranks, 2 light cavalry units approached the White Harbor cavalry, Without waiting for inquiries, the White Harbor cavalry spoke first. "We come bearing a letter from Count Mandler, to be personally delivered to your lord, Count Lynn. Might we inquire where he currently resides?" The light cavalry quickly assessed the situation, then led the White Harbor cavalry back down the road they had come. Before long, the messenger from White Harbor arrived before Lynn. Upon receiving the letter and unfolding it, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. "Oh, the Bolton army has already arrived at the northern gate of White Harbor? The Mandler family seeks my assistance in overcoming the siege?" "Indeed, my Lord Lynn," the messenger replied with a bow. "Lord Mandler also intends to offer his daughter, Miss Vela Mandler, in marriage to you." Lynn raised an eyebrow. This custom of forming alliances through marriage had unexpectedly turned its gaze toward him. He pondered briefly, wondering if White Harbor was prepared to welcome his army into the city. If so, defending White Harbor should not pose a significant problem. The messenger hesitated, saying, "My lord, Lord Mandler does not intend to open the gates for your army. He desires you to confront the Bolton family head-on." Lynn smirked, tossing the letter back to the knightly messenger. "Do you take me for a fool? If the Bolton family intends to assault White Harbor, I shall simply camp outside and wait for them to strike." The messenger, sensing the gravity of his words, quickly added, "That is not my intention, my lord. Furthermore, Lord Mandler has prepared a reward of 5,000 gold dragons for your troops, along with all necessary supplies during the war." Did they truly expect Lynn's forces to fight for them without compensation? Were these terms negotiable? The messenger's expression darkened as he looked at Lynn, uncertain how to proceed. Lynn, however, raised a hand, nonchalantly saying, "Speak, what is the utmost sincerity Lord Mandler can offer?" The negotiation was now firmly in Lynn's control. The messenger gritted his teeth and quietly replied, "Lord Mandler's final offer is 10,000 gold dragons in addition to comprehensive political support for your aspirations to secure the North. Support for his ambition to safeguard the North." Such a title of vassalage was indeed a tempting proposition. Was this a test? Or had his ambitions truly become known to those from the North? Nevertheless, it was a considerable offer, especially the public declaration of support for Lynn's claim to the North. When had the Mandler family become so audacious? Lynn felt a stirring of interest, though uncertainty lingered. As Lynn conversed with the White Harbor messenger, Count Mandler stood atop the western city wall of White Harbor. The heavy and light cavalry outside brandished torches, their disciplined and solemn formation signaling that they were a fearsome army, akin to beasts of hell. I am beginning to believe that Lynn truly intends to breach Twin River City and execute the Foleys. Good heavens, how has he amassed such a force? His territory lies right beneath our noses, yet we know almost nothing about him, Mandler murmured, his plump lips trembling slightly. The words of Count Mandalore plunged Sir Marlon Mandalore, the commander of the White Harbor garrison, into deep contemplation. Could it be that the forces were borrowed from the Westlands? No, such a notion seemed implausible. Despite the abundance of Lannister troops, the threat posed by Stannis had not yet been entirely vanquished. It was inconceivable that he would delegate his army to Lynn, nor was there any justification for such an act. The Boltons had been the Lannisters' initial choice in the North. Marlon fell silent. Count Mandalore exhaled and inquired, "Do you think Lynn harbors ambitions regarding the lordship of the North?" Sir Marlon Mandalore sighed. "Only the gods can discern that. Yet the truth remains evident. The cavalry outside the city appears no less formidable than the Vale's knights, and it seems there are still numerous troops yet to arrive. He indeed possesses the strength to contend with the Boltons." "Indeed, only the gods," Count Mandalore echoed absently, suddenly overwhelmed by a buzzing in his head, as his relaxed muscles betrayed him with involuntary twitches. Soon, cold sweat trickled down his forehead like a meandering brook. He forced himself to regain composure, murmuring, "It cannot be. It cannot be." Chapter 123, The Agreement. To stabilize the Mandalore family, Lynn resolved to acquiesce to the terms proposed by White Harbor. Just as he witnessed the messenger cavalry from White Harbor fade into the inky darkness of the night, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from ahead. "My lord, the scouts have returned." Following a flurry of hoofbeats, a reconnaissance cavalry unit reined in before Lynn, and the squad leader dismounted, kneeling on one knee. "My lord, a large legion has been detected to the north of White Harbor. The numbers are difficult to ascertain, but it is estimated to be no fewer than 10,000. The army is divided into 3 divisions, advancing in coordination, with the center seemingly establishing camp on a hillside a league from White Harbor." Lynn nodded, recognizing that it was the Boltons' flayed men. "Continue to scout and report back every half hour." "As you command, my lord." The scout bowed in acknowledgement, remounted, and turned away. Duncan interjected, "My lord, shall we assist White Harbor in attacking the Bolton forces?" Lynn gazed up at the darkened sky. "No," he replied solemnly. We shall vanquish the Bolton family ourselves. The flayed men, capable of gathering such a multitude to march south, must have conscripted numerous able-bodied men from Hwood. Since they are launching a full-scale assault, we shall crush them outside White Harbor. If we secure victory in this battle, the North may well enjoy a respite from conflict for the foreseeable future. Countless stars twinkled like luminous pearls scattered across the night sky, gleaming with a silvery radiance. The appearance of stars following a heavy rainfall was most unusual. Harry Kane stood upon the wooden palisade of the fishing village's castle, observing the gathering forces under the starlight. His expression chillingly grim. The army from White Harbor, once the superior city to this fishing village, now sought to assault the lands of his vassals. A bitter irony indeed. Outside, White Harbor soldiers continued to rally, with the cavalry beginning to shout outside the fortifications. Open the gates, or we shall breach them and slaughter the city. Hurry, open the gates. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Harry Kane disregarded their taunts. Anyone with sense would not capitulate merely due to a few threats. The fortifications had recently been heightened considerably. Even against overwhelming numbers, they would not easily breach the walls. Assessing the enemy's size, Harry Kane turned to one of his attendants and asked, "Have all the armor and weapons transported from the Riverlands been distributed?" The attendant, a newly recruited soldier who had barely trained for 2 months, gazed nervously at the army outside, his throat tightening. Harry Kane gave him a firm shove to bring him back to reality. "Commander, 500 suits of armor and weapons have been issued according to your instructions. Prioritize for the stoutest of the common folk." These were merely novices, having undergone only rudimentary training, and it was natural for them to feel anxious. Harry Kane furrowed his brow, refraining from admonishing him. It was only through experiencing true combat that they would truly mature. If the new recruits were apprehensive, the civilians, rallied merely by fervor, would likely prove even more fragile. They must not allow the enemy to breach the city. Harry Kane understood that once the enemy entered the castle, these men would lack the courage to confront the White Harbor soldiers in direct combat. He ordered the gates to be barricaded with wooden carts and debris, instructing his men to gather all the oil within the city and transport it to the walls. Archers were to take position in the watchtowers, where visibility was better. Harry Kane incessantly issued commands, recalling how the troops at Widow's Watch had been arranged similarly during the attack by the Flint family. If given the choice, he would have preferred to be a pure archer. His marksmanship was exceptional, yet commanding troops in battle always felt somewhat foreign to him. This was the greatest distinction between him and Rodard, who presently commanded the Tiger's Claw Legion. Use oil on the eastern gate, but refrain from using it on the other walls. I will defend the northern wall for you. I despise fire. A voice interrupted Harry Kane's thoughts, prompting him to turn around. A towering knight, muscular and taut with sinew, stood a few steps behind him. The right side of his face was gaunt, featuring sharp cheekbones and thick brows over gray eyes. His hooked nose and dark, fine hair fell to one side, as the other half of his face was devoid of hair. The left side was a grotesque sight. His ear had been largely burned away, leaving only a hole. While his eyes remained intact, they were surrounded by large, twisted scars, and his smooth black skin was as tough as leather, marked by pockmarks and depressions, with crimson fissures emerging when stretched. The charred portion of his chin revealed glimpses of bone. The hound, clad in heavy plate armor, ascended the castle walls, having finished speaking, and shouldered his hefty knight's sword as he strode towards the northern wall. Harry Kane recognized him. He was the knight who had escorted the regicide Jaime back at the behest of a lord. After completing his task, this fellow had not departed from the fishing village, but had remained at the lord's manor, enjoying free meals and drinks, reportedly awaiting Lord Lynn's return to personally receive his reward. This was a man of considerable strength, a conclusion Harry Kane had drawn upon first encountering him. Having someone willing to share the burden of defending a section of the wall was fortuitous, and Harry Kane did not refuse. He turned to a few seasoned cavalrymen on guard and commanded, "You lot, organize 100 commoners to assist him at the northern wall." Before long, the walls of the fishing village were teeming with people. The watchtowers at each corner were fully manned by archers. The starry sky winked down, observing the earth below. The army of White Harbor had officially gathered, and they had prepared short ladders for the impending assault on the castle. The White Harbor knights outside ceased their vitriolic outcries upon discovering that the civilian soldiers behind the walls retaliated with even more vehement insults. Their shouts were laced with mockery and laughter. Harry Kane narrowed his eyes slightly as the enemy began to extinguish their torches, relying solely on the starlight for guidance. Soon, even the shouts for orders from outside the city began to diminish. This served as a signal for the impending assault. Harry Kane remained focused, squinting intently at the area beyond the city walls. In the distance, beyond the sand dunes, a multitude of dark figures began to emerge. A veritable swarm of shadowy forms surged toward the fortifications, occasionally glinting with the reflective shimmer of polished armor under the moonlight. They were coming. Harry Kane spoke in a low voice, his hand already resting on his quiver, while his sword was positioned conveniently for a quick draw. Everyone, maintain your positions. Do not scatter. Understood, the others replied, then fell silent, their breaths held. Chapter 124, The Defense Battle. Listening to the rustling sounds from outside, all but Harry Kane and the archers in the watchtower buried their heads behind the battlements. Archers, knock your arrows, prepare. The cacophony from outside grew louder as the enemy drew nearer. Harry Kane's commanding voice resonated through the still air of the fishing village's walls. All the defenders held their breath. Ignite! Loose! The fire-filled iron barrels blazed with flickering flames as arrows bound with cloth plunged into the fire. Draw, ignite! Release! The archers expertly maneuvered their bows, unleashing a barrage of projectiles toward the encroaching enemy. As the fire arrows cut through the night sky, illuminating the silhouettes on the sand dunes beyond, the archers' visibility improved significantly. With clearer sight lines, their accuracy in subsequent shots increased dramatically. The howls of the struck echoed from outside, while inside, the atmosphere was charged with the frantic barking of dogs. Dog Egg crouched behind the battlement, alongside his comrades responsible for the defense of the eastern wall. As a survivor of the ambush at the Iron Islands merchant fleet battle, he had been left behind to guard the stronghold at the fishing village port. At that moment, the battlements were crowded with people huddled close to the wall. Dog Egg urged everyone to emulate his position, for the enemy's arrows were approaching. The barrage upon the walls would only cease once the enemy's siege infantry managed to scale the fortifications. Dog Egg's intuition proved accurate. After the archers atop the walls began firing, it took only a moment before the enemy's archers responded in kind. The assailants were well prepared. A contingent of 200 archers, scattered across the territory of the fishing village, commenced a concentrated assault on the defenders atop the walls. The whistling of arrows cleaved through the air incessantly. Most arrows sailed over the walls, striking the rooftops within the city. The flaming arrows ignited several thatched cottages, casting a fiery glow that illuminated the entire fortress. The women inside the city took refuge, clutching buckets of water, waiting for the volley of arrows to pass before rushing out to assist in extinguishing the flames. Those who aided the defenders could earn a reward of 20 silver deer. This was an easy sum to acquire, requiring only the relentless task of fetching water or transporting the wounded from the foot of the walls. Soon, a ladder was propped against the parapet beside Dog Egg, and he slowly turned his gaze to survey the militia encircling him, awaiting his next command. Many among them donned armor and ordinary short swords acquired from Harry Kane. Their attire varied greatly, predominantly comprising mismatched pieces of armor from the soldiers of Twin River City, as the craftsmen had yet to refurbish these armaments, resulting in a motley assembly. One fellow, lacking a helmet, had instead donned a broken clay pot atop his head. Another, a lean man without a skirt of armor, had hung a water basin from his waist, claiming he intended to marry a woman from the marsh after the conflict. Thus he could not afford to be injured. Despite the chaos, their understanding of the importance of protection was commendable. Dog Egg retracted his gaze with satisfaction. Clad neatly in chainmail, he lay prone against the wall, his ear pressed against the battlement, allowing him to discern the height to which the enemy was climbing. From other sections of the wall, the sounds of combat began to echo, yet here, the enemy seemed less agile than those assaulting the main front, scaling the walls with deliberate slowness. The siege infantry crept upward cautiously. Once their archers ceased their barrage upon the walls, these attackers suddenly accelerated. The ladder affixed to the battlement began to tremble violently. Dog Egg sprang to his feet. "Now, strike!" he shouted. The others rose in unison, echoing his call, "Strike!" The militia hurled prepared stones and rolling logs over the parapets, followed by the sounds of impacts from outside. There was no time to celebrate. A few White Harbor infantrymen, having narrowly evaded disaster, had already surged onto the battlements, delivering a sudden slash to a startled militiaman. Blood gushed forth. "Arm yourselves. Defend. Stay calm and dispatch them. Leave the bodies on the walls to serve as projectiles for the next wave of defense. Maintain formation and avoid friendly fire." Dog Egg raised his broadsword, jogging to assist a panicked militia member while shouting reminders. Though they had never truly experienced the chaos of battle, the presence of a steadfast leader spurred them to follow his directives. They occupied a significant strategic advantage. For every enemy that ascended the ladder, they were met with harpoons, chipped one-handed swords, and an assortment of makeshift weapons. The defenses were not overly strained in areas where the assault intensity was relatively weak. The fiercest fighting occurred at the city gate, where the enemy was most elite, their shield bearers deflecting much of the barrage of stones and logs. The enemy soon began to flood the walls from the ladders, not in small groups of 10, but in waves of dozens, stacking upon one another in a relentless surge. Harry Kane had stationed a substantial portion of the 200-strong garrison here, while freshly recruited local soldiers, having undergone training at the hands of the Three Sisters pirates, stood ready to fill in as needed. Oil became the most effective defensive resource. Buckets of oil were poured down, ignited by the archers in the watchtower, creating a roaring inferno below. The cries of anguish echoed throughout the fortifications. The stench of blood and smoke permeated the air, enveloping the castle gates in a nauseating haze. Positioned on the eastern coastline, with abundant sandy beaches, reinforcement from White Harbor began transporting sand from the shore, where each flaming soldier dove into prepared sand pits, frantically smothering the flames, engulfing them. Beneath the charred city walls lay a multitude of lifeless bodies. Amidst the tense warfare, Harry Kane was unable to focus on archery, instead relentlessly urging the defending soldiers to fend off the enemy. He gestured towards the battering ram at the entrance, shielded by soldiers, as it relentlessly struck the great door. The oil had been poured at the gate. There was no longer a need for it here. The new recruits, lost in thought, needed to hurry and take their positions. The injured soldiers merely needed to be transported to the foot of the walls, where the women within the city would carry them to the infirmary. As Harry Kane felt the weight of defending the city pressing upon him, outside, the Knight Mandrell, commanding the siege, was experiencing an even greater surge of anxiety. The knight stared vacantly at the city walls, his eyes bloodshot and glazed, utterly fatigued, while his steed remained restless and full of energy, pacing anxiously on the sandy dunes. What should have been a swift victory was met with an unexpectedly fierce defense. The commander of the White Harbor Knights was bewildered. Those soldiers who charged the walls were even more perplexed, questioning why this small fishing village boasted such a formidable garrison. The defenders, evidently untrained in military tactics, hurled a variety of weapons at them as they climbed the walls. Chapter 125, Establishing Camp. Despite the heavy armor worn by many White Harbor soldiers, it was no match for the brutal assault they faced. The excruciating pain and overwhelming discomfort left them bewildered, often caught in a cycle of agony as one wound followed another. Ultimately, in their confusion, they fell prey to the defenders. Among the defenders was a diminutive figure, clad in an apron, who utilized his short stature to his advantage, wielding a large spoon to strike at the groins of the advancing enemies. Such shameless tactics, targeting the lower regions, were unprecedented for the White Harbor soldiers. As the new wave of oil was accurately poured upon the crowd at the wooden gates, the battle, which had raged for an hour, drew to a close. The enemy sounded the retreat. "Look, they're withdrawing," someone shouted. A wave of joyous laughter erupted from the battlements. Harry Kane observed the scene outside the walls, as the enemy, like a receding tide, withdrew. He noticed the militiamen peering over the parapets, shouting curses at the retreating foes. Enraged, he bellowed, "Damn it! Do not stick your heads out. Lower them. Bury your heads behind the battlements." A few nearby militiamen hesitated, questioning whether they should not celebrate their victory. "Down!" Harry Kane continued to roar. "The enemy's arrows are coming. How many heads do you have?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the night air filled the atmosphere. As the enemy archers covered the retreat, they refrained from using incendiary arrows. Their projectiles, hidden by the cloak of darkness, rained down upon the battlements like unseen daggers. Thud, thud, thud. Some overjoyed militiamen, caught up in their celebration, soon realized their peril. Several heads that had dared to peek over the parapets were pierced by a flurry of arrows. Just moments before, they had been laughing in triumph. Now, crimson stained the corners of their mouths. "Down! Down! Archers, shoot at their archers!" As the enemy archers provided cover for their infantry to retreat to safety, the siege officially concluded. The veterans, bearing scars from battle, demonstrated the harsh realities of defending a city to the new recruits, while the militiamen, with their courage and folly, illustrated that war is far more terrifying than one can imagine. On the battlefield, one misstep could cost one's life. As the sounds of laughter and celebration faded, a profound silence enveloped the walls. Each soldier began to tend to their wounds, silently preparing for the next wave of defense. Lynn rode up to the gates of White Harbor, where his cavalry had already formed ranks, awaiting the arrival of the infantry and archers. Once the troops were fully assembled, Lynn's forces were complete. White Harbor, one of the 5 great cities of Westeros and the largest in the north, boasted formidable gray stone walls. The ramparts were equipped with ballistae, fire crossbows, and crossbowmen standing guard. As a port city, it was a true urban settlement, not merely a castle. The city was divided into inner and outer harbors, separated by a breakwater. The outer harbor was constricted by a massive gray-green rock that rose 50 feet from the sea, blocking access to the outer harbor. The inner harbor, the city's heart, relied on the walls for protection and was supported on the other side by a wolf's den. A stone wall, 30 feet high and nearly a mile long, was constructed on the breakwater, with a tower every 100 meters. The inner harbor alone could accommodate over 20 warships, while the outer harbor was even larger. Access to the port was controlled by the Seal Gate, which opened and closed like a giant embracing the bustling inner harbor. When closed, it resembled a giant cradling the brilliant pearl of the inner harbor. As the largest settlement north of the Neck, the city was said to have a population nearing 100,000. Venefeva approached. Suburban residents would flock to this giant city, rendering it overcrowded. What on earth had the Bolton family brought with them? Could such a fortified city truly be conquered by a mere 20,000 skin changers? Lynn gazed skeptically at the imposing structures atop the city walls, doubting the efficacy of catapults against such thick fortifications. Moreover, the larger the city, the more free knights and mercenaries it housed. Lynn estimated that the visible garrison consisted of 3,000 to 4,000 troops, not including the navy, but in a time of crisis, the mobilizable force would likely be a far more daunting number. Duncan, seemingly oblivious to Lynn's doubts, gazed with admiration. This is a fortress worthy of your grandeur. Lynn rolled his eyes, observing the towering arrow towers atop the walls, shaking his head as he remarked, "Only upon witnessing the fortitude of this city do I believe that it can only be besieged, not assaulted." Duncan argued, "As long as you bring the catapults, no fortress, however strong, can withstand days of relentless assault." Lynn agreed with this viewpoint, confident that his own army would have no trouble. But how many catapults could the skin changers prepare for their southern advance? If the skin changers dared to march south, they must have some form of assurance. Lynn did not linger long outside the western gate, waiting for the promised supply wagons from within White Harbor to arrive. Once the army retreated to a slope outside the western gate and began to establish their camp, the skin changer scouts had already been observing Lynn's forces from a distance. Having sneaked in for reconnaissance several times, Lynn had no intention of allowing his army to be regarded as fools by the enemy's scouts. Establishing camp was essential. Only when the skin changer army commenced their assault would he prepare to move his troops to the northern gate. Engaging an army of 10,000 was never a simple endeavor. It is not merely a brawl. Dragging oneself into the enemy's encampment with reckless abandon is a foolhardy endeavor, one that no army could adequately sustain. Large military camps are typically established within sparse woodlands, where underbrush ensnares cavalry, and by casually digging trenches, one can effectively neutralize mounted troops. Should you believe that merely deploying more infantry will suffice, I regret to inform you that you are mistaken. A complete army, upon setting camp, will meticulously arrange caltrops and stakes, and any attempt to breach their defenses will come at a considerable cost. The Bolton family stands as one of the oldest clans in the north, and their skinning men cavalry is unparalleled in the northern military prowess. Lynn surmised that, should a battle ensue, the adversary would be more inclined towards a direct confrontation on the open fields. Indeed, this was the very sentiment held by Lucius Bolton, as scouts relayed the news of Lynn's forces arriving outside White Harbor. A flicker of astonishment and skepticism crossed Lucius's face. Lynn's army had traversed the waters of Castle Carlin, and its numbers had swelled considerably since the time of River Run. Initially, the Earl of Bolton suspected this might be mere bluster. But upon receiving multiple reports from scouts confirming the veracity of the situation, he fell into deep contemplation. His thoughts were not on the origins of Lynn's army, but rather on strategizing to secure victory in this impending conflict. Chapter 126, Sir Wylus. Lynn's meteoric rise was astonishing. Upon returning to the north, he had promptly dispatched inquiries regarding Lynn's lineage, and upon learning that he hailed from an obscure fishing village, Lucius was left speechless for an extended period. There must be a powerful family backing this young scion of House Rothschild, he concluded. A family substantial enough. Perhaps one from the south that had eluded his attention, or even from the distant lands beyond the narrow sea. Lucius Bolton was not daunted by Lynn's so-called heavy cavalry and infantry. He held unwavering confidence in his skinning men brigade, for the battlefield was never merely a matter of visible strength. Regardless, retreat was not an option this time. With Lynn's rapid expansion of power, failing to eliminate this thorn would likely spell disaster for him. After careful consideration, the Earl of Dreadfort, Lucius Bolton, began to inscribe a letter on the parchment before him. A pivotal figure concealed within White Harbor would be his greatest asset in the forthcoming assault. Soon, a raven took flight under the cover of night, making its way to the Lord S. Manor in River Run, to a secluded estate belonging to Sir Wylis Manderley, the heir of White Harbor. Sir Wylis was the eldest son of Lord Wyman Manderley. He was corpulent, bald, and sported a grand beard, characterized by a demeanor both taciturn and courteous. Sir Wylis had previously led the forces of White Harbor to join Robb Stark's army. When the Northern Alliance disbanded, he found himself under the command of Lucius Bolton. Following Robb's defeat, his mission to assist at the Green Fork was abruptly halted, and he retreated with the Northern forces back to River Run. Having participated alongside Lucius in the treachery that ensnared Robb Stark and numerous Northern nobles at the infamous Red Wedding, he managed to escape through the western gate of River Run, returning to the north before the Iron Islands forces. Recently, Wylis had been plagued by dreams of the Stark family's vengeful spirits seeking retribution. Once a robust man with a balding head and a grand beard, he now appeared as despondent as a vagabond. He recalled Lucius's parting words when they separated in the north. If your father were to live, aspiring to become the next Lord of White Harbor would be a mere folly. Gripping the raven's note in his hand, the dim light of the room cast shadows across his face, causing his beard to twitch slightly, before a grimace momentarily overtook him. Lya Welf, a voluptuous woman with a round, rosy face and golden hair, settled herself in a chair by the window, the inky darkness of the night enveloping the scene outside. You will soon become the master of this city, my husband, will you not? Has your patience been entirely squandered in the Riverlands? I swore an oath to Bolton that I would swiftly attain the lordship of White Harbor and pledge fealty to him. Yet now my father has listened to the learned man's words and intends to publicly support Lynn Rothschild in the name of White Harbor. That man's father was once merely a knight, bowing before me in deference, and now he demands that I bow to his son? Wylis frowned and attempted to counsel. That was a vow made under duress. It holds no weight. At his words, Wylis fell into silence. However, Lya discerned everything from the look in her husband's eyes. Your oath is but an excuse. You have lost your patience, and now yearn to become the new Earl of White Harbor, do you not? Wylis sighed heavily. I witnessed with my own eyes how Robb Stark was humiliated and executed. I was terrified, my heart racing to my throat. That was Stark, the Lord of the North. He reiterated, that was Stark, meeting such a grim fate before those powerful figures from the south. Lya's voice quivered. Such actions will bring the wrath of the gods upon you. Silence. What nonsense is this? The title of Earl of White Harbor rightfully belongs to me. I am merely reclaiming what is mine. Wylis struck his wife across the face. Afterward, he gazed deeply at her tear-streaked visage. You should rest now. Just ensure our 2 daughters are safe. At the naval encampment of White Harbor, knights began to assemble their naval soldiers. Most of them were Wylis's men. The garrison within the city had been largely dispatched to the northern gate of White Harbor, and the number of patrolling soldiers within the city had significantly diminished. 30 knights, along with their retainers, awaited in the stables at the White Harbor docks, half of whom were directly affiliated with the Manderley naval contingent, while the other half comprised free knights and mercenaries that Sir Wylis had gradually recruited. The number of soldiers here exceeded 200, not a large force, but sufficient for an assault on the Lord's manor. Sir Wylis would ensure the gates of the manor were open for them, as internal betrayals were often the most successful. To facilitate identification during the night, these soldiers had crimson ribbons tied around the cuffs of their armor. Upon arriving at the stables, Sir Wylis observed as everyone silently rose from the hay. Shall we counsel the Earl, or shall we proceed to detain him? A knight whispered to Sir Wylis. Sir Wylis approached, opening the stall behind him, revealing a magnificent white stallion named White Duke. Since returning to White Harbor, it had been a considerable time since Wylis had last mounted White Duke. It was atop this very steed that he had made his promise to Lucius Bolton. A servant draped the light blue saddle of House Manderley over White Duke and held the reins for Sir Wylis. Once he was mounted, the servant presented him with a spear. Take this, knight. Sir Wylis mounted his warhorse and unsheathed a short sword from his waist, presenting it to the man before him. Your lordship, the Count, is not one to concede defeat easily. He will fight to the death. Use this blade to send him to the 7 gods. Sir Wylis was unwilling to deceive his subordinates, even with a gilded lie. I permit you to do so by dawn tomorrow. I shall be the new Count of White Harbor, and I possess the authority to allow this. Having spoken, he grasped the reins with his left hand and urged his steed away from the stable. On the walls of Fisherman's Port, Harry Kane, his face a mask of fury, shouted to the hound, You will remain by my side. The oil is depleted. If you wish to continue aiding in the city's defense, come to my side. The hound, Sandor Clegane, who had been perched behind the battlements, propped himself up with his sword and slowly rose. Like Harry Kane, he towered over 6 feet tall. Sandor met Harry Kane's gaze, revealing a grim smile filled with crooked teeth. Is it because I severed those men as heads? They were mere residents of the territory. You have no right to execute them. Chapter 127. The Plump Shadow. Sandor Clegane shrugged with a cold chuckle. The northern wall I oversee is fortified beyond measure, and it is precisely because I eliminated a few cowards who dared not advance that it stands so strong. Cowards do not belong on a battlefield. Harry Kane's anger surged anew as he reiterated, I have stated they are not soldiers, merely residents aiding in defense. Sandor's tone remained obstinate. In the midst of battle, there are only soldiers. Harry Kane was about to retort further when a mournful horn echoed from outside the city. The enemy's second wave of attack was imminent, and Harry Kane had to return to the wall, facing the primary assault to organize his troops for defense. He glared at the Hound, warning, if you continue to butcher the militia, should I survive, I will personally take you down. The Hound seized a roasted potato from Militia Man, biting into it with ferocity, and spat as he watched Harry Kane and his retinue depart. Addressing the man he had robbed, he snapped, what are you staring at? The enemy is about to advance. If you do not wish for me to sever your head, you had best show more bravery than before. Just as the Hound finished his menacing admonishment, a plump shadow swept overhead, leaving him momentarily stunned. The morning in White Harbor was eerily silent. The cries of battle that had erupted from the Lord's mansion the previous night had plunged the entire city into shock. When the vassals of House Mandrell gathered in the council chamber the next day, they found that the figure seated upon the dais had shifted from Count Manwy Mandrell to Sir Wyllis. Everyone understood what had transpired the night before. Sir Wyllis surveyed the uncertain faces of the assembly and declared, I, Wyllis Mandrell, am now your new Count of White Harbor. Outside the northern gate of White Harbor, a sprawling camp extended for miles, home to an army of 15,000 skinchangers. Lus Bolton was rallying the troops he had seized from Hordwood to prepare for deployment. The weather was splendid. The heavy rains of the previous night had cleared the sky, revealing a sapphire blue expanse. Such weather was ideal for a grand battle. Lus emerged from his tent feeling invigorated, as his army busily readied their horses and formed ranks. In contrast to the fervor of the skinchangers' camp, Lyn's forces appeared more orderly. Lyn had not slept well the previous night. White Harbor had supplied him with outdated military provisions, and his tent had developed a significant tear, allowing the cold wind to seep in, making it unbearably frigid. Eventually, he had fled his tent, seeking refuge in a haystack, where he found the open air provided more warmth than his drafty shelter. As the sun ascended in the sky, a raucous crow cawed overhead. The earth began to warm, and Lyn's previously cold heart felt a renewed warmth. In the latter part of the night, a notification from the system arrived. The territory had not been breached. Perhaps the enemy had been vanquished or retreated. In any case, the secondary mission had been completed, delivering good news. Lyn's anxiety finally subsided. Though he remained uncertain of who had designs on his territory, he surmised it was likely one of the two prominent families of White Harbor or Old Town, as only they possessed such power in the southeastern coastal regions of the north. Despite the shabby tents provided by White Harbor, the food supplies were generous. Perhaps out of fear that Lyn's troops would be unable to sustain themselves and thus perform poorly when confronting the besieging skinchangers. Among the provisions were not only hard bread, but also a considerable amount of fish and meat. However, with his army nearing 20,000 in number, these supplies would only suffice for a day or two. As Lyn chewed a piece of hard bread slathered with butter, he turned to his messenger and inquired, when is the next batch of scouts due back at camp? Lyn's messengers were all handpicked from the light cavalry, numbering 12, selected for their agility and vocal prowess. The messenger was an indispensable tool for any commander leading an army. At that moment, a voice distinctively recognizable with a quacking tone stepped forward, stating, My lord, the latest scouts were dispatched in the dimming light. We can expect reports shortly. Just as Lyn prepared to respond, a courier rushed into the camp. My lord, the Count of White Harbor has sent another supply of provisions. When did that miserly eel become so generous? Lyn clapped his hands, instructing that the White Harbor soldiers escorting the supplies be admitted into the camp. Lyn's temporary encampment was hastily erected without time to prepare proper barriers or a gate. Merely digging 3 shallow trenches in front of the main camp, each 50 meters apart. The trenches were not deep, but they would serve to impede a sudden enemy cavalry charge during a night assault. The earth excavated from the trenches was piled into mounds, providing soldiers a means to crouch behind the earthen barriers with their shields raised, thus creating makeshift cover against arrows. The White Harbor Cavalry, tasked with transporting the supplies, scrutinized the layout of Lin's encampment. Upon reaching Lin, the knight bowed and remarked, "My lord, your camp is uniquely arranged." Lin smiled at him, but did not respond directly. Instead, he queried, "You were not the one who escorted the supplies last night, were you? Does White Harbor possess multiple quartermasters?" The young knight, clad in shining steel armor adorned with a vibrant crest, appeared weary, his sunken eyes revealing a lack of sleep from the previous night. He was taken aback by Lin's unexpected question. His gaze was steely and his lips pressed tightly together, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Lin glanced at the man before him. An unmistakable scent of blood clung to him, rendering it impossible for him to be merely a quartermaster counting military supplies in a warehouse. "Who are you?" Lin inquired once more. "The esteemed Count Mandler refers to me as Stinky Feet, my lord." The knight's tightly sealed lips gradually parted. "Then why did Lord Mandler send you to deliver provisions? What has become of that old man from yesterday?" "The venerable quartermaster is unwell today, my lord, and entrusted me with the task of transporting these supplies to you." Stinky Feet Knight explained. Lin observed the supply wagons as they navigated the thoroughfare carved through the ravine, entering the heart of the camp. Suddenly, he erupted into hearty laughter. "I surmise he must be avoiding me due to the tattered tent he provided yesterday, fearing I might seek retribution. Am I correct?" The knight joined in the laughter, but as Lin's mirth faded, so too did the knight's smile. This dull-witted knight truly failed to comprehend why the Mandler family would dispatch such a fellow. Chapter 128, The Defensive Battle. "Knight, do you have any further matters to discuss?" Lin inquired of the knight, known as Stinky Feet. "Yes, my lord." Stinky Feet raised his gaze to meet Lin before bowing his head. "Lord Mandler has instructed that your troops remain encamped in place. Should the Skinner's army not assault White Harbor, but instead march towards you, he will dispatch White Harbor's cavalry to provide flank support." Lin raised an eyebrow, his expression cold. The nearby ox, discerning the growing impatience of his lord, grew weary of allowing this man to continue speaking. Whenever this fellow lied, his eyelids would betray him with involuntary blinks. Ox thought that even he, when lying, could restrain such movements. Lina Liman Saident. The quartermaster from White Harbor yesterday had not been an old man at all, but rather a middle-aged man with a stubbly face. Could this fellow not even recall the appearance of his superior officer? Lina Nismirkid inwardly. Alarm bells ringing in his mind. Once the provisions had been fully unloaded, Stinky Feet hastily departed with his supply convoy. Suddenly, the tall Duncan emerged from behind Lin, shaking off the mud from his feet. "I have inspected the supplies, and all is well, save for the horse feed, which has been tainted with purple stem amaranth. Horses can utilize their sense of smell to seek out nutrients they lack and can discern toxic plants or grasses in pastures, thus rarely ingesting poisonous vegetation. However, if poisonous plants are mixed into their feed, the situation becomes dire. Should humans inhale the pollen of purple stem amaranth, they may suffer from coughing, sneezing, nausea, vomiting, and in severe cases, fainting or death. Livestock that inadvertently consumes purple stem amaranth or inhales its pollen can experience diarrhea, asthma, and nasal ulcerations. Though such symptoms may not be immediately fatal, they could prove lethal for knights on the battlefield. It appears that the leadership of White Harbor has been foolishly incompetent. Lord Eel has always been a shrewd businessman, and even if he intends to deceive us, he would execute his plans with utmost caution. Nevertheless, this presents an opportunity. Instruct the cavalry to cover their mouths and noses while feeding the horses, and ensure the purple stem amaranth is sorted out and burned." Lin chuckled lightly before leading Duncan and several newly appointed captains back to the tent. This will be a brief meeting. Lin opened the discussion within the tent. "The Skinner's army has begun to mobilize. It is evident they are advancing towards us. The people of White Harbor have turned traitor and are contemplating poisoning our horses." The newly appointed captain of the heavy cavalry, a man as robust as a tower, strode forward from among the captains into the center of the tent, declaring, "My lord, why not take the initiative and charge directly into their camp? The heavy cavalry will lead the assault. We will not falter in battle." Lin regarded him with a sidelong glance. "Your name is Stam, is it not? Your courage is commendable. However, there is no need for such haste. Are not the people of White Harbor preparing to dispatch their cavalry to assist us? Let's await their arrival." The captain of the longbowmen, a fellow named Jimenez, stepped forward. "My lord, should we take the offensive, our archers will teach them the meaning of a counterattack." "Kiru," the captain of the heavy infantry clad in thick plate armor and a steel helmet, echoed his agreement. "The heavy infantry fears no foe. The Skinner's heavy cavalry shall not pose a threat to us. Lin En smiled at his enthusiastic subordinates. Their eagerness was a promising sign. Based on his understanding of the current army, defeating the Skinners' forces on the open battlefield would pose no challenge. However, since the army had arrived at White Harbor, Lin En's ambitions extended beyond merely the Skinners' forces. Were the people of White Harbor indeed sending troops to assist him? Then the more, the better. Having calmed his subordinates' fervor for battle, Lin En resolved to turn the situation to his advantage, establishing this upcoming confrontation as a defensive counteroffensive. Once the succinct meeting concluded, Lin En, accompanied by Ox and Slim Monkey, commenced an inspection around the camp. The temporary defenses erected yesterday were far too hasty. The trenches needed to be deepened. And while the encampments could be omitted, the arrow towers must be constructed without delay. The arrow towers would not only enhance the archers' coverage against attacking enemies, but could also serve as lookout points in times of readiness. It would not do to have the light cavalry endlessly meandering about the camp. The heavy cavalry and light cavalry were stationed on either side of the main camp, positioned in the most open terrain. Should the main camp come under attack, the cavalry could launch flanking maneuvers from either side. Phil, in the dirt. You fool. Digging a pit right at the entrance of our own cavalry camp. Have you lost your mind? Lin En reprimanded. There is no need for trenches here. They should be dug in the main camp's defensive area. Construct more lookout towers. We do not require the archers' assistance. Just assign a few men to keep watch day and night. This land is elevated. Any wind rustling the grass will be easily visible. Our heavy cavalry is not to be trifled with. Who would dare to be the first to assault our encampment? With Stam's commanding shout, wooden lookout towers began to rise around the cavalry camp. The soft earth kicked up dust as the foundations were inadequately secured, and the newly erected towers wobbled precariously. Several heavy cavalrymen, driving a dozen warhorses, passed before the lookout tower, following Lin En's orders to hide the steeds within the dense forest behind the camp. As the cavalrymen observed the collapsing wooden beams that threatened to fall upon them, they hurriedly urged their mounts away from the perilous area. The warhorses bolted for several dozen meters before halting. A leading cavalry squadron commander shouted at his comrades, who were in the process of shedding their armor for simple linen garments. For heaven's sake, can you not move the soft earth aside first? It doesn't matter how deep the pit looks. It's all soft soil. If I'm assigned to stand watch tonight, your reckless construction of these lookout towers will be my undoing. The cavalry squad leader responsible for the construction cast aside the heavy lance he had been using to pry the earth. He shouted at the cavalrymen on horseback ahead. Are you from the 5th Squad? All you do is ride forward and keep your eyes fixed ahead, oblivious to the need for vigilance. If you enter a battlefield like that, you might as well be a corpse. If you manage to escape this time, consider yourself fortunate. Damn it. The watchtowers our squad is tasked with building have all been personally inspected by me. Among the heavy cavalry, ours is the most robustly constructed. As the commotion escalated, Lin chose to ignore it. These soldiers were seasoned warriors in the art of combat, yet they lacked experience in logistics. With a few constructions across various geological terrains, they would soon adapt to the challenges of setting up camp in a battlefield. Lin's unit composition did not include logistics troops. Hence, these soldiers would have to develop those skills through first-hand experience. The longbow camp had been organized meticulously by Jimenez, who was selecting the optimal locations for arrow towers based on shooting distances. The towers were not densely packed, but their spacing was deliberate, allowing for overlapping coverage between every 2 towers. Lin mused that if the cavalry camp was not completed in a timely manner, he would consider sending Jimenez over to lend hand. Jilu's heavy infantry were stationed in the central camp, which would become the most concentrated area of conflict should the enemy choose to attack. The terrain was open and flat, making it conducive to enemy assaults. Perhaps it would be here that Lin would confront his first large-scale battle. He dared not underestimate the situation. After all, defensive warfare was the most suitable strategy for novices to learn, serving as a crucible to test the meticulousness of a commander's mind. When Jilu noticed Lin approaching, he whispered, "My lord, what if the enemy doesn't attack while we are constructing such extensive defensive facilities?" Lin was taken aback. This was indeed a critical question that struck at the heart of the matter. Did you come up with this question yourself? Jilu scratched his head and shook it no. It was suggested by D. Braun, a squad leader under my command. I pondered it for a while and realized it seemed valid. Just as you arrived, I asked. Lin gestured towards a massive pit being excavated outside the camp, now covered with wild grass, and asked Jilu, "Do you know what that is?" Jilu nodded. "You mentioned it before, my lord. That's the horse burial pit, where we fill the earth for the fallen steeds." Lin replied, "If our horses are all buried in that pit due to severe symptoms of distress, and we are short on supplies, preparing to withdraw, do you think the skinning men will refrain from launching an invasion?" Jilu's eyes widened in alarm. "My lord, our horses." Lin waved his hand dismissively. "Their scouts won't dare approach too closely. As long as it appears to be the case, that will suffice." With a gentle pat on Jilu's shoulder and a subtle smile, Lin departed amidst a throng of guards. Chapter 129. The Battle of the Ruins of Carlin Bay. Lin inspected the fortification of the camp outside White Harbor. Meanwhile, at the ruins of Carlin Bay, Rodart was devising a strategy to enable the Tiger Legion soldiers to seize the city without damaging the fortifications. The Tiger Legion was currently restructured to comprise 750 men, including 350 infantry, featuring the most formidable sword and shield warriors, alongside 300 mixed archers. Additionally, they had 30 siege catapults transported from the riverlands. Atop the ruins' walls, Sir John Locke and Sir Flint surveyed the throngs of figures outside the city and the 30 imposing siege catapults, their expressions fluctuating between ashen and pale. In truth, the Tiger Legion had arrived outside Twin River City the previous night, but the sudden downpour had dissuaded Rodart from launching an impetuous assault. Moreover, after the long journey, his soldiers needed rest and recuperation. The next morning, without wasting a moment, Rodart quickly prepared a simple meal at the makeshift camp and set his forces in motion to assault the city. A group of messengers left behind by Lin conveyed his directives: do not damage the defenses of Carlin Bay, and resolve the conflict swiftly. While these two requirements were not inherently difficult, accomplishing them simultaneously proved to be a significant challenge. With siege weaponry at their disposal, breaching a city defended by just over 200 men would be effortless, ensuring a quick resolution. However, refraining from damaging the fortifications meant that the catapults could not be employed recklessly. Faced with this dilemma, Rodart contemplated a singular option: a forceful attack. Yet commanding such an assault required finesse. He gazed at the formidable walls of Carlin Bay, cursing their excessive thickness. Fortunately, the long-neglected ruins bore numerous unsealed defensive gaps. There was no need to breach the walls. One could simply enter through those collapsed sections. This realization alleviated some of the pressures associated with the siege. The sword and shield warriors had proven their prowess in the siege at Twin River City, and over 100 of them would serve as the primary assault force. Launching a frontal attack from the main gate where Carlin Bay intersected with King's Avenue, drawing enemy fire, the 300 mixed archers could theoretically provide suppressive fire against the walls. But Rodart recognized that this tactic would not be suitable for this battle. A significant portion of the mixed archers belonged to the crossbowmen, whose bolts prioritized armor penetration over range due to the short, stout quarrels they employed. The crossbows, constructed with a roller mechanism, while less sensitive, utilized levers, winches, and gear-assisted mechanisms for loading, which limited their effective firing range against the walls. To maximize the effectiveness of these crossbowmen, Rodart ultimately decided to employ 5 catapults to deliver concentrated fire against the already damaged right gate of Carlin Bay, coordinating the pike soldiers with the crossbowmen for a rapid assault. Once inside the city, the efficacy of the crossbowmen in urban warfare would be considerably magnified. Rodart finalized his battle plan. Archers would collaborate with sword and shield warriors for the frontal assault, while the pike soldiers and crossbowmen would swiftly penetrate the city through the right breach, shielded by the catapults. Within the city, the archers of the Old City were positioned on the front wall of the defenses, with soldiers from the Flint family responsible for the main gate's defense. The remaining forces were stationed in an open area outside an abandoned monastery, serving as a transit point between the main gate and the right breach. The archers in the open area would need to concentrate their fire on the enemy as the Tiger Legion, led by Rodart, advanced. The longsword warriors of the Old City would guard the right breach. This was the final defensive arrangement made by Sir John Locke and Sir Flint in response to the movements of the Tiger Legion outside the city. As for the mere dozen cavalrymen brought forth by the two families within the city, they were ordered to withdraw to the left gate, remaining on standby at all times. For, to the north of Carlin Bay, Sherfu and his valiant cavalry were watching with keen eyes. Such a small-scale conflict lacked any grand proclamations or rhetoric. The battle commenced with swiftness. A throng of sword and shield soldiers charged the slopes of Carlin Bay, while arrows rained down from the walls and within the city, cascading outward. The sword and shield soldiers, having endured the deluge of arrows from the Iron Islands at Twin River City, found the scattered projectiles to be mere trifles. As long as they maintained a tight formation, they could effectively negate the majority of the incoming arrows. As the lines surged up the slope, nearing the gaping, collapsed gates of Carlin Bay, the enemy archers seemed to sense an encroaching dread. Their rate of fire quickened, arrows thudding incessantly against steel shields with a relentless cacophony. The archers of the Tiger Brigade soon followed suit up the slope, retaliating against the archers of House Locke upon the battlements. The Tiger Brigade felt a sudden alleviation of pressure, and some sword-and-shield soldiers surreptitiously peered through the gaps in their shield formations. The sounds of arrows striking steel shields diminished, indicating that the enemy's melee forces likely awaited them just ahead. The oak-shielded soldiers of House Flint stood in a line at the foot of the gate's slope, poised for the impending clash with the sword-and-shield troops. Their elongated spears rested upon the oak shields, the shafts secured within the shield's grooves, ensuring precision for their thrusts. Upon realizing the enemy lay in ambush just over the slope, the sword-and-shield soldiers began to accelerate their advance. Even while charging up the incline, they exhibited the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain. In the narrow confines of battle, it is the brave who prevail. When the sword-and-shield soldiers could no longer sense the presence of arrows, they raised their shields overhead, their steps quickening. The glinting, ice-like spears were poised against them. No sword-and-shield soldier would contemplate the might of the spear as war approached. They heaved heavy breaths, roaring in fury as they charged into the fray at the last moment. Sword-and-shield brigade, kill. Shield in their left hand to deflect the enemy's spears, and the one-handed sword angled in their right, ready to thrust forward through any openings upon impact. Block, thrust. These simple actions were repeated incessantly. Before the ruins of the gates of Carlin Bay, a chilling chorus of battle cries erupted. Blood splattered high, drenching the ancient stone floors and walls of this time-honored fortress. Gritting their teeth, they steeled their bodies. The squad leaders of the sword-and-shield soldiers began to shout rallying cries as both sides pressed against each other's lines. At this moment, the commands served to bolster the morale of their allies. Mind blocks, maintain formation, and push forward. Thrust. The combat among the shielded soldiers was rife with brutality and bloodshed, each simple exchange accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being pierced. The one-handed swords wielded by the sword-and-shield soldiers were far more suited for close-range armor penetration than the spears. Each thrust of the one-handed sword easily pierced through the enemy's leather or chainmail, the blade's sharp edge slicing through armor and into flesh. They would then twist with force. Each enemy that fell to the one-handed sword often met a gruesome demise. Such deaths, accompanied by excruciating pain, elicited harrowing wails that sent shivers down the spines of the guards stationed at the right gate. However, there was no time for fear, for the enemy before them began to press forward as well. Chapter 130, The Standoff. The archers of House Locke and House Flint quickly converged to the right side, where chaos reigned in the middle, rendering the crossbowmen ineffective. The spear and crossbow soldiers of the Tiger Brigade advanced to the edge of the right gap and then halted. Raise your spears. The spear soldiers held their weapons aloft, striking a pose of readiness. The spear shafts rested against the ground, coiled like springs ready to unleash. Just as the archers hastening to the city for reinforcements marveled at the enemy's apparent timidity, why they had halted and formed ranks instead of pressing forward. Two swiftly propelled stones struck their formation. 5 trebuchets began to hurl stones toward the right gap of the ruins. The archers, having only just arrived, suffered unfortunate hits. The incomplete formation meant heavy casualties. One Flint crossbowman was struck in the face by a flying stone, shattering his skull like a crushed watermelon, while a companion nearby fared little better, a sharp shard merely grazing his cheek, but severing half of his face in an instant. Others were hit in the abdomen and chest, their chainmail offering little protection. The armor buckled inward, ripping through their innards. Limbs and remnants were scattered, as stone projectiles rained down upon the crowd, battering the crumbling walls. Cries of agony and tremors converged, their sounds oscillating between piercing shrieks and heavy thuds. The soldiers tasked with defending the right gap experienced a ringing in their ears, for even those who were not struck were not spared from the reverberations of such assaults. The walls were battered, sending dust flying. The debris mingled with blood and flesh, swirling in a confined space. The Tiger Brigade, stationed at a distance to support with trebuchets, found their squad leader of the 4th team cursing vehemently. Stop! Stop! Cease fire! I said only to shoot twice. Why are you still loading the trebuchets? Our comrades are charging now, and if you keep firing, you'll hit your own. The spear soldiers of the Tiger Brigade surged forward as the trebuchets began to roar, with the crossbowmen closely following in their wake. Yet, when they charged through the right gap of Carlin Bay, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The enemy was not the anticipated formation waiting in readiness. Instead, they encountered a disarray of limbless and maimed figures, fear etched upon their faces as they writhed in agony upon the ground. One enemy, seemingly struck by a splintered stone from the wall, lay incapacitated with a grotesque fracture in his arm, writhing in torment. The crossbowman of the Tiger Brigade, displaying compassion, swiftly ended his suffering with a single arrow. The captain of the spear soldiers counted the injured or deceased on the ground, approximately 15 or 16 in total. They swiftly resolved the situation of the wounded. The spear soldiers and crossbowmen then dispersed into teams of 10, venturing inward to search the city of Carlin Bay. Surely, there were more foes lurking. Their whereabouts remained a mystery. These audacious individuals dared to seize the stronghold claimed by their lord. None were to be allowed to escape. They would hunt down the remaining enemies, leaving no survivors. The commander of the Tiger Bend Regiment, the captain of the spearmen, issued his orders and led a dozen spearmen and an equal number of crossbowmen to circumvent an abandoned pool garden within the city. They traversed an aged structure resembling an old church, encircling the main gate of Carlin Bay. This was the primary assault direction for the sword and shield soldiers, and the sounds of battle continued to echo incessantly. John Locke felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he mounted his steed, accompanied by the remnants of his family's old soldiers, barely 20 in number. Since the onset of the war, John Locke had not caught a glimpse of Sir Flint. Initially, he presumed that Sir Flint was stationed at the defenses. However, one of his attendants informed him that a small cavalry unit of 5 had exited through the northern gate of Carlin Bay, seemingly including the young scion of the Flint family, Sir Flint himself. Observing the situation from the city walls, John Locke realized that holding the city was futile. He hastened with his retinue to the makeshift stable near the northern gate. Upon arrival, John Locke's heart sank as he cursed vehemently. Out of the original 10 war horses in the stable, 6 were missing. Drawing a deep breath, he raised his arm and struck the wooden post of the stable's awning in frustration. The Flint family is worthless. My lord, we should retreat, someone urged. John Locke, maintaining a stern demeanor, commanded, let us go. The rest follow me as we break through the northern gate. Despite the soldiers of House Locke knowing that even the northern gate would likely be beset by cavalry, as hundreds had previously charged forth from the King's Road outside the walls of Carlin Bay, they had no other choice. The enemies in the other 2 directions were even more numerous. The sight of those sword and shield soldiers, along with the crossbowmen, was enough to instill dread. The situation was peculiar. John Locke led his gathered 30 soldiers, including 3 knights, out through the northern gate, fleeing northward along the hills outside the city. Not a soul was in sight. Contrary to his expectations, there were no intercepting cavalry ahead, nor did any pursuers emerge from behind. John Locke, with growing trepidation, continued onward. Beyond the hill lay the vast plains of the north, where he might find a chance to escape should pursuers appear. This was a glimmer of good news, and he released a slow breath of relief. Hurry up, you lot are so scattered. What use are you to me? The war horses began to ascend the slope, and John Locke turned to glance back at the demoralized old city soldiers, venting his frustrations with a torrent of curses. Carlin Bay was not as formidable as he had imagined. Before it was fully constructed, it was merely a larger ruin, and John Locke felt a pang of regret. Why had he proposed to jointly occupy the ruins of Carlin Bay with the Flint family? He began to recollect. It seemed it was Lady Donna of House Mandrell, who had married into House Horwood, who had persuaded him. Yes, there was a knight he recognized, though his name eluded him. He merely felt the familiarity. A bit like the illegitimate son of House Bolton, though he couldn't be certain. That wretched hound left us here while she fled alone. As John Locke cursed, he raised his head, and his horse steadily climbed the slope, soon reaching its summit. Just as he was about to urge his soldiers to quicken their pace once more, he noticed something rolling down from the mountaintop. The object began its descent slowly, and as John Locke focused, his heart raced and his pupils constricted. This was not merely an object. It was the tumbling forms of several corpses. One of the bodies was clad in light cavalry armor, adorned with a blue background and scattered white waves, topped with a yellow field and a pair of blue-eyed designs, the emblem of the widow's gaze of the Flint family. John Locke gasped sharply. Who did this? As he pondered, a shadow fell over his sunlit cheek. He looked up abruptly to find a line of a dozen mounted soldiers at the peak of the hill, blocking his path just 10 steps ahead. Stone, riding at the forefront, surveyed the 4 war horses and the cluster of old city soldiers below, grinning as he remarked, At last, my wait was not in vain. Here comes another batch of fools to their doom. With that, Stone drew his knightly sword, its blade still stained with undried blood, droplets splattering onto the dry hay beneath in the sunlight, reflecting a deep crimson hue akin to morning dew. Cavalry! Stone raised his sword high. Kill! 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 The cavalry, aligned in formation, sprang into action at the command. With a swift tug of the reins, the horses plunged downward like the wind. The enemy was sprawled across the gentle slope. As more gathered, the incline seemed to narrow. Most were confined to a small area, and upon witnessing the galloping cavalry overhead, The old city soldiers fell into a panic, attempting to scatter to the sides. To cluster together would render them mere targets. The first to confront the oncoming cavalry were John Locke and his 3 attendant knights. Though they drew their weapons at once, they found no room to maneuver upon the slope, and it was too late to turn and flee. Faced with the swift advance of the cavalry, they had no choice but to brace for battle. The war horses neighed as the cavalry swept past the hilltop, charging down. With a simple thrust of their lances, the cavalry executed their deadly maneuver. The 4 fools across from them didn't even need to halt their mounts to engage. Stone's steed stood at the hilltop, watching as his cavalry brushed past the 4 knights of House Locke. Moments later, the saddles of the 4 steeds were vacant. The lances bore the weight of the slain, and the light cavalry continued their descent, splitting into an encircling formation as they approached the Locke soldiers, now 50 meters away. The cavalry, executing the maneuver they had rehearsed countless times in their minds, swiftly formed a V shape. The collision began, and the disintegrating enemy was first struck by the lances of the cavalry on either side. Immediately, 6 or 7 men were pierced through the chest, their bodies lifted by the inertia of the cavalry's charge, only to be thrown into the air before crashing to the ground and rolling down the slope. Some of the fallen, still clinging to life, soon erupted in screams as the war horses trampled over them. After the initial charge, less than 20% of the figures remained standing on the hillside, while a sea of corpses began to cascade down, following the initial bodies of the slain Flint cavalry that had rolled down earlier. This resembles the process of threshing millet, where the grain is skillfully rolled into an oval shape and subsequently cascades down the hillside in layers, thus conserving considerable manpower. The light cavalry of the cavalry regiment reined in their steeds at the base of the hill. The cavalrymen began to turn their war horses around, as a renewed charge was evidently out of the question. The enemy occupied the heights above, while they remained below. Consequently, upon redirecting their mounts, they stood still, poised. The cavalry secured their long spears into the grooves at the sides of their horses, retrieving their short bows from behind. The final round of slaughter commenced. Sherfu reached into his mouth, curling his fingers as he let out a whistle. Wind, wind, wind. It swept across the ridge, leaving no survivors on the slope before him. Chapter 131. The Hidden Abilities of the Foolish Bull. Harry Kane began organizing the militia to remove the corpses of both enemies and allies from the city walls. The bodies were arranged neatly along the base of the inner walls, lined up in rows. A count of the deceased was conducted, with the bodies of fallen militia handed over to the venerable Scholar Hill for post-battle compensation. The families within the city would come to claim the remains of their loved ones and receive a reward. The battle concluded in the latter half of the night. Most of the corpses lay at the foot of the city walls, some crushed, others shot by crossbow bolts, and many bore gruesome gashes, their flesh a horrific sight. From early morning, Harry Kane had been tallying how many souls had departed this world during that grim night. Meanwhile, the hunting dog's gaze remained fixated on the decayed corpses below the city wall. On one body of a White Harbor soldier, claw marks were still visible, those of a lion, having penetrated deep into his abdomen, dragging out his entrails. Some bodies bore no visible wounds, yet their skulls were pierced with deep gashes, their eye sockets hollow and devoid of sight. The hunting dog slowly shifted its gaze to the top of the watchtower, where the instigator of last night's carnage stood. Its keen eyes surveyed the area below as though patrolling its territory. The 1,000-strong White Harbor Army, after the initial wave of attacks, was repelled by this winged, beak-bearing beast. The hunting dog envisioned the scene from the previous night. In the darkness, a plump creature with a pair of massive, powerful wings continuously swooped down from the heavens, transforming into a harbinger of death. With its robust claws, it effortlessly tore through enemy armor, extracting their innards. Its sharp beak gouged out the eyes of foes and punctured their skulls. Look no further. That is the Lord's tamed beast, the Griffin Golden Boar, Harry Kane remarked to the hunting dog Sandor Clegane. Sandor was aware of the Lynn family's claim to the Griffin lineage. Numerous Griffin banners were visible throughout the city, and Harry Kane appeared to wear a Griffin emblem. The hunting dog, upon hearing this, twitched his mouth and inquired, "Is its name truly Golden Boar? Be careful when lifting. His arms have fallen off. And you do not intend to pick them up? And what are those over there? Are you simply leaving those repulsive entrails on the wall?" He instructed to have them placed in baskets for burial later. After calling out to a few militia members in the distance, he turned back to Sandor with a shrug. The Golden Boar was quite adorable before it learned to fly. Sandor Clegane's gaze remained fixed on the griffin atop the watchtower, unable to imagine what this creature could have looked like in its youthful, endearing form. In truth, the Golden Boar was still quite young. From the summoned cub to its current imposing adult form, Only a few months had passed. However, Harry Kane had little concept of growth. To him, a creature was deemed a cub when small and an adult when fully grown. The Golden Boar had achieved a significant feat last night, repelling the enemies of White Harbor. The hunting dog was a formidable warrior, or rather, a knight. As a former Ironwood Sentinel, he had always believed he feared no enemy, regardless of their form. Yet, that griffin atop the watchtower had truly frightened him. The mightier the individual, the more they felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from such formidable beasts. The griffin banner of Fish Village Castle fluttered in the sea breeze. The sharp gaze of the Golden Boar turned towards the east, sensing the presence of its master, Lynn. Lynn was tearing up a letter. As the paper crumbled, he spoke to the slender monkey beside him. Go to White Harbor and see who currently holds power there. I've received 3 letters today stating that food supplies are scarce and cannot be sent over. Yet how can my scouts observe their supply troops delivering goods to the Skinners' camp? Such carelessness. Do they think so little of me? My warhorses have been feigning burial for several batches now. Why have they yet to attack? I can hardly wait any longer. Go into the city and seek an opportunity to create an incident. It would be best if some of the vassals of White Harbor grew discontent with the current leadership of the Mandrick family. There is no sense of urgency. How can that be? Listening to his lord's incessant chatter, the slender monkey sensed that his master was growing impatient. The scouts had delivered the latest intelligence. Lynn, seated in the central camp, slammed his palm heavily against his thigh. What? The Skinners have advanced only 2 miles towards us and have begun camping on the hillside opposite? Fury ignited within him. They had put on a brave face, yet that rascal Lustborton seemed to be comfortably settled. Seeing the foolish bull, GoT dozing at the entrance of the camp, Lynn slapped him on the head. This fellow had grown so bored as to fall asleep. It seemed he needed a task. Lynn glanced at him, noticing that the bronze giant axe from the Fry estate in Twin River was absent from his side. GoT, where's your axe? GoT rubbed his head and replied, My lord, with so many around, who can pass through now? It's bound to rust. There was a hint of bitterness in his tone. Lynn bent down. Since your weapon is rusting, I shall find someone else to handle the killing. At this, GoT sprang to his feet, his eyes shining as if he were ready to devour someone. My lord, are we sending someone out to slay the enemy? Lynn nodded yes. Let us dispatch the Skinner scouts outside. They've been loitering about for far too long. GoT grinned widely, like a bashful maiden, and chuckled, My lord, allow me to go. GoT assure you that within 3 miles, not a single Skinner cavalryman will be seen again. Lynn stepped back a couple of paces. Seeing a burly man asking to fight was unsettling. Where's your bronze axe? He watched GoT seemingly perform a magic trick as he drew his long, hefty bronze axe from the weapon rack at the camp entrance. Lynn exhaled, realizing that this was merely a fleeting whim of the system soldiers. The act of discarding their weapons was unlikely to transpire in reality. The clumsy ox mounted his steed and led the reconnaissance cavalry out of the camp. Returning in just 2 hours, Lynn detected a strong scent of blood emanating from Ox, whose body was smeared with crimson stains. He tossed a bulging sack before Lynn and, dismounting, planted the handle of his massive axe into the ground. Kneeling on one knee, he saluted and reported, My lord. The 3 patrol squad from the Bolton family have been entirely dispatched. 2 managed to flee at a distance, and we suffered the loss of 4 scouts. With a gesture, he signaled 2 soldiers who carefully placed a heavy, noisy sack at Lynn's feet. Lynn kicked the sack aside, and soon a dozen severed heads tumbled out. Excellent. We shall continue tomorrow. Lynn praised, surprised at how adept the elite gladiators were at handling the work of scouts. Chapter 132. The North Shall Never Forget. Beneath the night sky, the stars shimmered quietly. Lynn raised his gaze to behold a brilliant crimson blaze igniting in the distant city walls. The rapid spread of the flames indicated a formidable fire. What has the thin monkey set ablaze to stain the skies of White Harbor in such an orange hue? Observing that the inferno raged on well into the night without being extinguished, Lynn muttered to himself before retreating into his tent. The people of White Harbor would soon grow impatient. If the fighting did not commence soon, they would struggle to discern who their true enemies were. He hoped for a restful night, wishing for a similar fortune come morning. Upon waking, Lynn noticed the absence of Ox, realizing that the fellow had once again taken the scouts out for hunting. Yesterday, he had procured quite a bounty, enough to construct a low wall from the amassed heads. Lynn ascended a high watchtower, the tallest structure in the main camp, specifically built for him to observe the battlefield and command operations. The tower was fortified with thick wooden planks on all sides, leaving only a few circular openings for archers to shoot through. As Lynn began his observations, he spotted Ox and his scout cavalry racing towards him, silhouetted against the rising sun. The sight of the fiery red banner of the Skinners trailing behind them confirmed that Ox had encountered formidable resistance, forcing the hunters to retreat back to the camp. Soon, a frail figure appeared in the distance, galloping at a similar frantic pace, seemingly fleeing for dear life. Notably, behind this slender figure was a cavalry squad bearing blue-green banners in pursuit. As the figure drew nearer, Lynn quickly recognized the familiar silhouette. It was Sterling, the elite assassin dispatched the previous night to undertake a mission in White Harbor. Fortunately, these two hapless souls seemed adept at evasion. As they reached the perimeter of the camp's longbowmen's alert zone before their pursuers could intercept them, the enemy was halted by a barrage of arrows shot from the watchtower. Their reins pulled tight. Lynn noted that the two groups of pursuing cavalry merely halted, showing no inclination to retreat. Frowning in contemplation, he observed further, but detected no abnormalities. Soon, Ox and Sterling returned to the camp, seeking an audience beneath the watchtower. Why do you both flee with such similar postures? Lynn descended from the tower, arms crossed, a playful smile gracing his face. Ox chuckled foolishly, while Sterling's face flushed with embarrassment. Now, tell me, how did you end up in such a disheveled state? The Skinners have broken camp. The forces of White Harbor have emerged, they exclaimed in unison. Outside White Harbor, apart from a few small hills, there lay an expansive plain devoid of cover. As the scouts returned to the camp, Lynn quickly realized that both the Skinners and the forces of White Harbor were advancing upon his encampment. Faced with this collusion of two treacherous families, Lynn's patience was wearing thin. Since they had arrived, it was imperative to ensure that the enemy had no avenue for retreat. The encampment of 10,000 to 20,000 troops lay on the hillside to Lynn's left, their departure startling birds within a considerable radius. This battle would serve as a test for Lynn's army, as well as a formidable trial for him personally. Victory would merely solidify his claim to the title of King of the North, while annihilation was necessary to bring the North fully under his dominion. With the Skinners resolutely committed to their assault, Lynn steeled himself, preparing to repay them with a grand surprise. Under Lynn's strict orders, the troops diligently took their positions, each unit required to adhere to the pre-designated defensive zones. Light cavalry departed the camp, maneuvering to draw the enemy's attention towards the flanks, while heavy cavalry concealed themselves within the dense forest, preparing 5,000 warhorses for battle. Reports of the military situation flooded into the central camp like falling snowflakes. Based on the collated information, Lynn diligently conducted his final assessments. A hurried footfall echoed outside the tent. "My lord, a messenger from White Harbor requests an audience." Lynn lifted his head. With war imminent, he found such formalities unnecessary. Let him enter. The visitor was Sir Wendell Mandrell, the second son of Count Wyman Mandrell, who had also participated in the blood wedding, yet lived to tell the tale. Evidently spared by the Fry family due to his elder brother, Sir Wylas Mandrell's involvement in orchestrating the event alongside Lusbolton. Lynn regarded the round-faced, balding man with a bushy beard. It was said that he held great regard for his honor, though Lynn saw little evidence of it. Lynn spoke first. "Sir Wendell Mandrell, I hear that White Harbor is now under the stewardship of your brother, Sir Wylas. In just a few days, your father has stepped down from his titles of both Count and Lord. I can only imagine the tales that must accompany such a turn of events." Wendell, meeting Lynn's gaze, avoided the topic and retorted gruffly, "Count Lynn, last night, someone set fire to the armory and granary in White Harbor, and our cavalry pursued the arsonist, only to see him escape into your camp." Lynn turned to Sterling, who stood nearby. "Monkey, have you heard anything about an arsonist entering the camp this morning?" The thin assassin's expression remained icy. "My lord, I have heard nothing of the sort. Your camp is as fortified as a citadel. Not even a mosquito could penetrate it." Lynn nodded, swatting a mosquito that dared to bite his hand, and addressed Wendell earnestly. "Sir, you have heard correctly. It seems there may be a misunderstanding." The clumsy performance of Lynn and his servant was likely to provoke someone who held a strong sense of honor. Wendell's face reddened, his fists clenched tightly, glaring at Lynn. "My lord, the loss of honor can also lead to the loss of life." Lynn nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, to accompany a lord to a wedding, only to witness the lord's demise, such a person was unworthy of honor." Sir Wendell Mandler's face twisted in resentment upon hearing those words. A silent scream caught in his throat as his heart ached with unbearable pain, his body involuntarily convulsing, his complexion darkening to a shade reminiscent of someone grasping his throat. After a moment, he fixed his gaze on Lynn and spoke slowly. "So, does it mean that the esteemed Count does not anticipate the forces of White Harbor aiding you in repelling the Bolton army?" Lin regarded him with suspicion. Your father, Manwë, personally dispatched a messenger just days ago, beseeching my assistance to fend off the Bolton army and lift the siege of White Harbor. How has it suddenly turned into your claim that you are aiding me against the Skinning Men? Could it be that these notions are imparted to you by your fratricidal brother? He who murdered your father to ascend to power and become the Lord must indeed feel a sense of great glory, does he not? Wendell, enraged by Lin's continuous mocking remarks, felt as if he might spit blood. He stammered, at a loss for words. His brother, Wireless Manler, had tasked him with embedding 1,000 spearmen from White Harbor into Lin's camp, poised to ambush Lin's rear once the battle commenced. Wendell had meticulously devised his negotiation strategy beforehand, intending to leverage last night's arson to compel Lin into displaying a semblance of guilt, after which he would exhibit the necessary magnanimity and seamlessly integrate his troops. However, it appeared that Lin had already seen through all of it and was aware of the alliance forged between the Manler family and the Bolton family. A wave of helplessness surged within Wendell. He yearned to flee this place, yet Lin had no intention of letting him off the hook. Rising from the central position of the tent, Lin's lips curled into a cold smirk as he sternly declared, to ambush an enemy poised for battle is one matter, but to strike from behind against an army that is already engaged is another entirely. You know precisely what you intend to do. Lin's harsh interrogation left Wendell flustered. Lin produced an artifact from the late Lord of Winterfell, Robb Stark, a bronze token, and tossed it before Wendell. You dare speak to me of honor? Bolton himself ruthlessly slayed Robb Stark, and your Manler family is complicit in that atrocity. I assure you, if the forces of White Harbor do not adhere to our agreement and ambush the Bolton troops during the conflict, I shall ensure that the people of White Harbor understand what it means to invoke the North's eternal memory. Now, vacate my presence at once. Chapter 133, The Great Battle of White Harbor, Part 1. After Edo Manler departed the main camp, Lin also exited the tent, ascending the steps to the Arrow Tower. He furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth, surveying the visible conditions beyond the camp, silently estimating the enemy's troop formations and approximate composition. The Bolton family from the north initially commanded a mere 67,000 soldiers. The current assembly of 15,000 troops owed a significant portion of its formation to the bastard Roose Bolton. The diminutive skinning man, James Bolton, during Roose Bolton's campaign southward with Robb, had successively vanquished the iron-born forces of the Greyjoys, captured Winterfell, and secured the formidable Hoare Castle with cunning, all without shedding blood. The Bolton family amassed its current force through extensive plundering and conscription in their northern stronghold. Lin recalled that this diminutive skinning man had, in the original narrative, annihilated the iron-born forces along the northern coast, completely obliterating Stannis Baratheon's remaining forces and nearly decimating Jon Snow's Night's Watch. Viewed in this light, the diminutive skinning man was indeed a figure of considerable military acumen. Though the Bolton army exuded an imposing presence, Lin's own legion was even more formidable. His forces comprised 5,000 heavy infantry, 5,000 archers, 5,000 heavy cavalry, and 3,000 light cavalry. On paper, his might far surpassed that of the skinning men. Nonetheless, Lin intended to decisively keep the Bolton forces at bay outside the walls of White Harbor, a task that transcended mere numerical superiority. Both Hoare Castle and Winterfell were bastions of formidable defense, and with the three-eyed raven fixated upon him, the timing of winter's arrival remained uncertain. Lin's endeavor to unify the North could not afford a moment's delay. Should he triumph, yet the Bolton family escape, he would be compelled to lead his forces northward, which would inevitably prolong his campaign in the north for months, if not half a year. Such delays would adversely impact his subsequent logistics and coinage across the north. When the long night descends and the White Walkers come knocking, without sufficient gold or resources, he would be ill-prepared to confront them. Unlike Daenerys in Essos, who boasts the protection of 3 fearsome dragons and stands unflinching before the Night King's icy dragon, Lin's situation was far more precarious. Preparing to conduct another round of inspections across several legion camps, he recognized the heavy cavalry must be thoroughly prepared to intercept the enemy. The light cavalry had already readied themselves on the periphery. Lin's singular directive for the light cavalry was to relentlessly pursue the retreating enemy once the Bolton forces were defeated, ensuring that Roose Bolton and his men would not escape northward across the banks of the White Knife River. Cutting off the last vestige of the Boltons' chance to regroup in the north was the paramount significance of this battle. Descending from the Arrow Tower, a hulking figure silently obstructed his path. "What is it?" Lin inquired. The figure, known as Hangu, raised his head thoughtfully. "My lord, Your words in the tent earlier seemed to have genuinely unsettled the man named Edel Mandler. As Lynn continued walking, he responded, "What leads you to believe that?" Observing the Lord's passage, Hango followed, his voice deep and resonant. As he approached the camp, he was keenly observing our heavy infantry and the archers atop the watchtowers. Yet you did not instruct him to steer clear of the camp's affairs. I surmise this was your deliberate intention. Indeed, Lynn paused and turned slowly back. I am no mere butcher. If I can turn enemies into allies, why not? There will come a time when others, as astute as he, will willingly yield to me in the north. We are no longer in the fishing village territory. In the future, those within the tents will not solely consist of individuals like you and the lean one. Guff Tavaro was momentarily taken aback, filled with disdain for those who did not fully pledge their loyalty to the Lord. The sky shifted from clarity to a tumult of clouds, the billowing clouds resembling flocks of sheep driven by the wind. A gust of wind stirred up dust, sweeping into Lynn's camp from the distance. Upon concluding his inspection, Lynn returned to the central military encampment. Gazing across the vast expanse, he discerned a faint black line writhing in the distance. The heavy cavalry of the Bolton family began to advance slowly. The pace of their advance was languid, yet the black line swiftly materialized within his line of sight. That line gradually transformed from a distant blur into long iron spears, ultimately coalescing into a well-ordered formation of robust steeds and lances. Is it finally time to commence? Wireless Mandler mused, a faint, composed smile gracing his lips as he tightened his belt. Sir Marlon Mandler stood closely beside him, the cousin of Earl Wyman, the commander of the White Harbor garrison, now filled with wariness toward this fratricide nephew. A man who would slay his own father for the sake of power would undoubtedly dare to commit even more heinous acts. For instance, at this very moment, as the newly appointed Lord of White Harbor, he astonishingly chooses to be absent from the city, leading the entirety of White Harbor's cavalry into an exodus. The scene of Lynn's legion, clad in splendid armor and exhibiting strict discipline, as they lined up outside the western gates of White Harbor, left a lasting impression on Sir Marlon Mandrell atop the battlements. Could such a formidable army truly be so easily vanquished? Adding some purple-flowered weeds to the fodder of Lynn's cavalry and naively believing that they had lost their horsemen, while witnessing the engineers dig pits for the horses in their encampment. Although Marlon presently fails to observe the heavy cavalry of Lynn's legion standing in formation outside the city, there exists an undeniable fact. To the north, behind Bolton, lies a contingent of light cavalry. Should Lynn's army suffer significant losses due to their steeds consuming poisonous flora, it would be prudent to allocate the light cavalry's mounts for the heavy cavalry's use, rather than burdening the heavy cavalry with cumbersome armor and transforming them into infantry. This is simply common sense. Regrettably, while Varys displays his cunning, his military acumen pales in comparison to that of his brother, Edel Mandrell. Reflecting on Edel, Marlon turned his gaze, searching for his silhouette within the ranks of cavalry, but found none. Since Edel had departed to Lynn's camp on a mission that proved fruitless, he had not been seen again. A sense of unease crept over Marlon, yet he redirected his attention back to the main battlefield. A deep horn sounded from within Bolton's ranks, signaling the impending assault. The imposing figure of Jillu, clad in heavy plate armor, fixated his gaze ahead. The heavy cavalry of the Skinners began to accelerate. In the distance, the dark line transformed into a phalanx of sharp iron lances, glinting with a menacing brilliance under the morning sun. Jillu's contingent of heavily armored infantry was divided into 3 circular formations of 1,500 men each, comprised of a mix of sword-wielding shield-bearers and spearmen. With 500 pure shield-bearers, Jillu positioned himself centrally among the 3 formations, arranged in a triangular layout with 100 meters between them. This formation allowed simultaneous support in 3 directions. As the crimson Skinner's banner of the Bolton family became distinctly visible, the shield-bearers raised their shields, positioning them protectively in front of themselves. The towering, elongated shields, nearly 1.5 meters high, were meticulously aligned to create an impenetrable wall, while the rear ranks of spearmen raised their hefty, sharp lances above. The formation transformed into a formidable hedgehog defense. Brace yourselves. Prepare for defense, Jillu bellowed as the Bolton heavy cavalry surged within 200 paces. As his command echoed through the wind, the sounds of weapons being drawn, labored breaths, and the clanking of metal armor resonated, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust and the thunderous rhythm of galloping hooves, surging towards the encampment. Chapter 134. The Great Battle of White Harbor, Part 2. The Bolton family, descendants of ancient progenitors, boasts a lineage that can be traced back to the heroic epic. Their family crest features a red Skinner on a pink background. At this moment, their heavy cavalry, guided by the red banner of the Skinners, coalesced into a formidable tide of ironclad warriors, charging forth in a crescent formation at full speed. The rewards for Luce Bolton's military achievements promised to be unprecedentedly bountiful. Those who felled 10 of Lynn's forces on the battlefield would be bestowed the title of squire, while slaying 20 would afford the opportunity to receive the noble title of knight from the Bolton family. Before them stood the 3 defensive matrices formed by Lynn's heavily armored infantry, and in the eyes of the Skinners' cavalry shimmered a fervent light. At a distance of 300 paces, the heavy cavalry drew down the iron visors of their helmets, revealing only narrow slits for their eyes, providing some protection against potential arrows from the enemy. When their line of sight was sufficient to ascertain their targets, a broad field of vision was rendered unnecessary. 1,500 heavy cavalry, all clad in formidable plate armor, truly embodied the essence of heavy cavalry, the very backbone of the Bolton family's ambitions for the North. Each horse and rider was equipped with resilient armor, renowned for their formidable impact and exceptional defense. The sharp and weighty armor, combined with the lances produced by the Bolton family, constituted their greatest assurance when charging against the steadfast shield formations. As the heavy cavalry approached within 200 paces of the encampment, their steeds surged forward, accelerating to a fearsome velocity. At this moment, the heavy lances were fully extended, transforming them into a mobile, razor-sharp wall. Without shields, the lances possessed the capability to rend through plate armor at full gallop. Within Lynn's central encampment, 5,000 archers, with 1,000 distributed across various arrow towers, stood in neat 2-row formations, positioned 20 paces behind the heavy infantry before a deep trench. "First row, down," commanded the archery corps leader, Jimenez, as the archers swiftly arranged themselves into crouched and standing lines. "Draw." The air was filled with the taut sound of bowstrings being drawn back, not only the strings of their bows but also the tension in their nerves. At this moment, the archers maintained a poised stance, awaiting the true signal to shoot, which would be conveyed through the horn from the central encampment. Upon the arrow tower of the central camp stood the fully armed Griffin Guard Knights, along with a dozen ready officers and a cadre of hornblowers. Lynn refrained from allowing the archers to shoot immediately, as long-range arrows would fail to inflict substantial damage upon the heavy cavalry. His obsidian eyes widened in focus, intently observing the battlefield ahead, his breath quickening. The landscape before him was filled with cavalry, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, their armor and weapons reflecting dazzling rays, emerging from the gray dust stirred by their galloping steeds. Following closely behind the heavy cavalry of the Skinners were various infantry units, their speed impressive, exuding a palpable momentum. The sight of nearly 10,000 troops charging across the battlefield was indeed a stirring spectacle. These were the very forces the archery corps needed to intercept. At this moment, as the main contingent of the Skinners surged forward, they were suddenly engulfed in a shadow. Above them, powerful crossbow bolts, launched from massive crossbow machines, whizzed rapidly overhead. 100 crossbows, supported by sturdy frameworks, began to unleash heavy armor-piercing bolts into the rear ranks of the Skinners. The front ends are equipped with 2 sets of torsion springs, each propelling a draw arm. At the terminus of these arms lies the bowstring, with a net pouch for projectiles positioned centrally, forming a formidable crossbow with immense power. A well-performing crossbow can launch a bolt weighing 30 kilograms to nearly 400 meters. As the heavy cavalry of the Bolton family loomed 100 paces away from the Lannister Heavy Infantry Regiment, Gendry noticed an unusual phenomenon in the sky. With a stern countenance, he bellowed with all his might amidst the nearly deafening sound of approaching hooves. "Raise your shields. Defend against the crossbow bolts." The troops in the center of the heavy infantry formation promptly raised their shields, sealing the last gap in their hedgehog formation. The large bolts ascended high before plummeting downwards, resembling a multitude of meteors cascading from the heavens. The sound of bolts striking the shields above Gendry resonated, akin to the thundering impact of hailstones against a leather tent. Yet these massive bolts posed a threat 100-fold greater than mere hail. Should there be even the slightest imperfection in the shield wall, the heavy bolts would find an opportunity to penetrate through the gaps, targeting the heads of the soldiers in the heart of the formation. Under the rapid descent of these crossbow bolts, even the sturdiest plate helmet offered no protection. A chilling wail echoed nearby. Perfection was an unattainable standard on the battlefield. The dense and heavy crossbow bolts found a minute crack in the shield wall and swiftly exploited it. Soldiers among the heavy infantry fell, shrieking in agony as the sharp, Hefty bolts pierced through their skulls and firmly embedded themselves into the earth. Crimson liquid dripped from the icy, sharp arrows, swiftly seeping into the ground beneath the heavy soldiers, where more blood quickly pooled into a crimson mire. Nevertheless, the soldiers quickly patched the breach, choosing to ignore the fallen comrades, as the imminent cavalry charge was the challenge that demanded their utmost focus. Grip your shields, grip your spears, prepare to charge. The squad leaders of the heavy infantry began to shout hoarsely as shadows loomed ahead. 50 paces, 20 paces, charge! The clash commenced. The resounding thuds of impact echoed at the forefront of the battlefield. Maintain formation. Hold steady. The roars of command and the soldiers' cries reverberated through the air. As the dull thuds sounded at the battlefield's forefront, Lannister, observing the unfolding situation from the Arrow Tower, felt his pupils constrict. After a brief flutter of his eyelids, a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. The formation showed no signs of faltering. The heavy infantry regiment upheld their reputation, resisting the full force of the cavalry charge. The wooden lances of the enemy were forcefully held at bay by the heavy shield bearers, producing a cacophony of snapping wood. The horses of the skinning men collided as if striking a solid concrete wall. The defensive formation of the heavy infantry remained almost entirely intact, save for a few minor breaches. Lannister scrutinized the battlefield. Although they withstood the initial wave of the heavy cavalry, the enemy's massed infantry were now advancing. With a composed expression, Lannister began issuing commands. Sound the horn. Order the longbowmen to unleash their volleys. A short, sharp blast of the horn echoed through Lannister's camp. Without hesitation, the longbowmen atop the watchtower pulled their strings, initiating a fierce barrage against the advancing enemy's central formation. The arrows they unleashed would guide the subsequent main contingent of archers towards the enemy's core. The sweet sound of taut bowstrings filled the air, and the sky darkened momentarily. Sunlight was obscured by the dense volley of arrows. Countless feathered projectiles soared high, tracing graceful arcs before plummeting rapidly. A bolton shield bearer moved his wooden shield from in front of him to above his head, but an arrow had already embedded itself deeply into the wood. The bolt quivered as it settled into the shield. Just as he felt a moment of relief, another wave of arrows pierced the air, intensifying and blanketing the area above him. This merciless deluge of arrows enveloped him, a despairing rain of death. He lifted his gaze, halting his steps, mouth agape as he beheld the innumerable arrows cascading down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud! The oak shield could not fully conceal his form. The shield bearer fell, his gaze growing dim, swiftly succumbing to the embrace of death. Ready! Fire! The longbow corps at the front line continuously drew and released their arrows in perfect synchrony, each volley sowing despair among the enemy ranks. The advancing mass of nearly 10,000 skinning men suffered a devastating blow. The longbowmen's range surpassed that of ordinary crossbowmen, inflicting significant distress upon the enemy. They could only hope that their own crossbowmen would hasten to their designated positions to mount an effective counterattack. Moreover, the longbowmen atop the watchtower specifically targeted those Bolton soldiers armed with crossbows. If they could merely delay the enemy infantry for a moment, preventing their immediate reinforcements, the heavy infantry could deal with the enemy cavalry, thus allowing Lannister's heavy cavalry to dominate the battlefield. The heavy cavalry, the true protagonists of this battle, had been temporarily reorganized into 5 regiments of 1,000 riders each. Order Stam to lead the 1st Regiment of Heavy Cavalry to launch a frontal counterattack. Encircle the enemy heavy cavalry. 2nd and 3rd Heavy Cavalry Regiments immediately flank from the sides. The messenger, tasked with conveying my intentions more precisely, must ensure that no enemy crossbowmen breach our lines. This command should also be relayed to Jimenez, instructing the longbowmen to coordinate appropriately. At once, my lord. A messenger bowed and set off, while Lannister, maintaining his composure, continued to issue subsequent battle directives. Command the 4th Regiment of Heavy Cavalry to launch an attack against the right flank of the White Harbor Cavalry. The 5th Regiment stands ready. After a moment of contemplation, Lannister added, additionally, deploy a scouting party to notify the light cavalry on the northern flank to prepare for a dispersive intercept of the retreating forces. As the messenger relayed Lannister's latest orders, the morale within the ranks surged to unprecedented heights, for these commands heralded their impending victory in this battle. The Lord's confidence swiftly permeated throughout the entire army. The soldiers of White Harbor, dispatched by House Manderley, were currently advancing towards the east in pursuit of the skinning men. Sir Marlon Mandrell, the commander of the White Harbor garrison, stood atop a slight rise, accompanied by the warhorse of Willis Mandrell. At this moment, his eyelids flickered incessantly, a reflection of the tension coursing through him. The distance was too great to discern the precise situation at the forefront of the battlefield. All he knew was that the brutal cavalry of the Skinner had first breached the vast encampment of Lynn. The cacophony of battle cries and roars emanated from that direction, a chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. One undeniable truth was that the Skinner's heavy cavalry had not immediately shattered Lynn's front lines. Instead, a fierce melee ensued at the battle's edge, where both sides were locked in a deadly embrace. This was an ominous sign. A gust of wind swept in from afar, scattering dust upon Marlon Mandrell's head. Following the sound, he turned to witness a phalanx of dark figures emerging from the flanks of the eastern woods, with some charging directly at the Skinner's main force. Others advanced steadily to the sides of the battlefield, while another contingent appeared to be heading in their direction. It was Lynn's armored cavalry, each unit comprising hundreds, if not thousands, of riders, their lances poised threateningly and their armor glinting ominously. At this juncture, Willis Mandrell, the new Lord of White Harbor, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Lynn's horses had not been buried. Everything was part of Lynn's cunning scheme. The sudden emergence of the heavy cavalry from the woods sent shockwaves through both the Skinners and the White Harbor forces, instilling a palpable fear. Those were the armored horsemen. Lynn's heavy cavalry had been lurking in the forest. Startled, Willis Mandrell felt the weight of his own tongue as he hastily leaned to one side, shifting his bulk in the saddle to prevent his corpulent form from tumbling off. He hunched behind the shields of the two knightly attendants beside him, as if that could somehow shield him from the gaze of the advancing heavy cavalry. Marlon Mandrell observed the armored horsemen accelerating from the thicket. He shouted to the White Harbor garrison to prepare for defense, as that cavalry was charging towards them. The thunderous sound of heavy hooves pounding the earth signaled the approach of formidable opponents. If they did not quickly form a defensive line and position the spearmen forward, those heavily armored riders would trample the White Harbor soldiers into a bloody pulp. Willis Mandrell's pupils dilated, his voice trembling. "We must leave this place at once. Where are our cavalry? We need them to advance and intercept." Marlon Mandrell found himself perplexed. The White Harbor cavalry, under the command of Sir Wendell Mandrell, had vanished. Without cavalry to engage the enemy, they had no choice but to form a defensive formation, or else they would face a grim fate when the heavy cavalry descended upon them. "Get us out of here. I must escape," Willis Mandrell shouted, his voice quaking. As he pulled on the reins to redirect his steed, the White Duke, stumbling backward towards the elevated rise. His legs felt weak, barely able to grip the horse's flank. When he heard the relentless pounding of hundreds of heavy hooves behind him, the distant rumble of thunder grew into a deafening roar, signaling that the heavy cavalry had begun their full charge. Hastily, he squeezed his legs against the horse's sides, and the steed, shaking its head and snorting, galloped furiously towards White Harbor. Outside the city lay a veritable slaughterhouse, and he had no desire to become one of the victims. All he sought was refuge within the city walls to escape this calamity. Why was Lynn's army so formidable? Could this truly be the army of the North? As he rode, he cast a glance back at the unfolding chaos. Not far away, Lynn's armored cavalry had begun to sweep through the disarrayed ranks of the Skinner forces, who were already ravaged by a hail of arrows. The 2nd and 3rd battalions of heavily armored cavalry surged forth like two intertwined torrents, sweeping across the battlefield with an unmatched ferocity. The cavalry surged forward, tearing through the Skinner ranks, leaving devastation in their wake. In his desperate flight, Willis Mandrell felt despair creeping in, while Lustborton trembled in fear alongside him. The main forces had suffered grievous losses even before engaging the enemy directly, having been decimated by the recent barrage of arrows. Observing Lynn's heavy cavalry dominate the battlefield, Lustborton seethed with anger, cursing the very lineage of Willis Mandrell. His clenched fist, strained from the tension, cracked audibly. With a fierce countenance, he raised his gleaming sword high and, addressing the remaining 500 guardsmen, bellowed in their ancestral tongue, "My blade yet shines. Follow me to battle." In response to his rallying cry, the remaining armored cavalry echoed his battle shout, though their voices were soon drowned by the thunderous cadence of galloping hooves. Despite their fervent cries, the battle cries had become mere mantras for self-encouragement. The 2nd Battalion of Heavy Cavalry, having just halted from their prior charge, began to regroup at the battlefield's periphery. "Form ranks. Charge with lances," they called, and soon they charged boldly towards the remaining guardsmen of the Bolton clan. As the war horses thundered forward, both sides found themselves with no avenue of retreat. The clash of heavy cavalry commenced, the air filled with the sounds of colliding steeds and the sickening crunch of bones breaking, as well as the anguished screams of horses. The battlefield was soon engulfed in chaos. Cavalry encounters often descended into brutal melee. As the two forces collided, riders maneuvered to penetrate each other's lines, engaging in close combat with nearby foes. At this moment, the riders' control over their steeds and their prowess with weapons would determine the outcome of the skirmish. However, when two heavy cavalry units flanked a single heavy cavalry unit, the outcome became all but inevitable. Amidst the resounding clamor of clashing steel, a contingent of White Harbor cavalry seized an opportunity, carving a bloody path through the tumultuous battlefield and crashing into the now decelerating Bolton guardsmen. Blood splattered, and limbs flew through the air. When the commanders faced such a dire fate, regardless of the number of subordinates they commanded, the belief in victory would swiftly evaporate. Little Skinner stood atop the walls of White Harbor, gazing at the horrific scene beyond the city gates, his complexion pale. Behind him, several attendant knights surrounded Sir Wendell Mandrell, sunlight glinting off his round face, where two thick, brown mustaches subtly twitched. He exhaled a deep sigh as the heavily armored cavalry clashed head-on, neither side yielding. The most tragic victims were, in fact, the steeds. Following the violent thrusts of lances wielded by both sides, the inevitable collision of horse skulls ensued. The war horses of the heavy cavalry donned specially crafted protective armor over their skulls. Yet, at such high speeds, they could only emit a desperate whinny before collapsing to the ground. A fractured skull was the least of their misfortunes for many horses. Instinctively tilting their heads during the impact, suffered catastrophic twists that contorted their necks at unnatural angles. Naturally, the heavy cavalry riders fared little better. Their armor was robust. Yet the cumbersome lances, if not angled correctly, often resulted in enemies being sent flying rather than being fatally impaled. When a heavily armored knight, burdened by the weight of his gear, toppled from his steed, he resembled a turtle turned on its back, incapable of rising. In the chaotic melee of cavalry combat, losing one's horse often foreshadowed imminent death. Amidst the turmoil, Lusborton was struck by a lance. Fortunately, the thick steel plates of his abdominal armor absorbed much of the blow, allowing him to tumble from his mount. Although several knights of House Borton, quick to react, rushed to his side, the heavy warhorse he rode fell with a thunderous crash, pinning one of his legs beneath it. A glance at his toes revealed the grim truth. The leg had been grotesquely twisted by the tremendous force. "Damn it! Protect me!" Lusborton cried out, feeling an excruciating pain as his pinned thigh quivered uncontrollably, his mouth agape in a cacophony of desperate wails. When the heavily armored knights could no longer push forward, mired in the quagmire of battle, they lost their most threatening edge. Seizing the opportunity, the riders from White Harbor entered the fray. These cavalrymen were not of the heavy variety, yet they wielded formidable polearms, known for their exceptional armor-piercing capabilities. The polearm, an elongated spear, was a weapon of ancient heavy cavalry, renowned for its penetrating power in chaotic skirmishes. Due to the high production costs, it was a weapon wielded by only a select few nobles, with possession signifying status. The Manderley family of White Harbor commanded a mere 300 cavalry, all equipped with these polearms, an ostentatious display of wealth. The sharp polearms pierced through the gaps in the armor of the Borton knights, striking their throats or puncturing the less fortified areas of their backs, plunging into the innards of the heavy cavalrymen. When withdrawn, they left gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth, like a crimson fountain of flesh. One knight of House Borton fiercely shielded the fallen Lusborton, but a polearm pierced through his back. Fortunately, the location of the wound was not fatal. Reacting swiftly, he swung a heavy iron hammer backward, the weapon transforming into a dark gust of wind as it connected with the forehead of a White Harbor rider, shattering the skull in an instant. With the relentless protection of his fellow knights, Lusborton was assisted onto an unmounted warhorse. Witnessing the battlefield devolve into a one-sided slaughter, he discarded his long sword and gripped the saddle-less pommel with both hands. Under the desperate cover of his retinue, he fled toward the northern hills with the scant remaining 20 riders. In that moment, his ambitions for glory evaporated. All he desired was to return to his fortress in the north and resume his role as the lord of the terrible keep. In a bid for survival, he lay prostrate on horseback, urged onward by the protective knights of House Borton, heedlessly trampling over his own soldiers in their mad dash for safety. But what did it matter? Survival was all that mattered now. The agile knights of House Borton carried him away from the fray, finally escaping the tumult. Yet, both the forces of House Borton and the peasant militia he had conscripted from Howd were now fleeing in the same direction. The knights crested a rise, ensuring that the nearest enemies were still hundreds of meters away before they began to shed their cumbersome armor. To the north, The light cavalry regiment of Lynn was hunting down the retreating forces, since the knights of House Borton had hastily withdrawn with Lustborton in lighter gear toward the northeast. The number of light cavalrymen tasked with pursuing the fleeing forces from a northern gate of White Harbor steadily increased. Morale had shattered, and the soldiers of House Borton could only succumb to the whims of Lynn's light cavalry. No one possessed the courage to raise their swords against the approaching foes. All hoped to evade the onslaught of the light cavalry, and instead sought to escape via the waterways of the shining Blade River. Downstream at the river's mouth were several small vessels belonging to House Borton, tasked with transporting supplies. Old Skins and his knights harbored similar intentions. Lustborton, stripped of his armor by his attendants, lay on the horse, his broken left leg causing him unbearable agony, moaning and grimacing throughout the journey. From the battlefield behind, a low, resonant horn sounded, prompting Lustborton to strain his neck to survey the chaotic scene, his heart heavy with sorrow. The army of Lynn commenced a full-scale assault. The longbowmen, led by the heavily armored infantry, formed a straight line, advancing from west to east, ruthlessly trampling all in their path. In such a formation, any small faction of enemies daring to resist faced merciless obliteration. The heavy cavalry continued to gallop across the field, sweeping up the flailing skinners like headless flies beneath their hooves. Once the enemy had been thoroughly purged from the battlefield, the area transformed into a graveyard. A mass burial site strewn with weapons, remains, and warhorses across the vast expanse of land. Lynn descended from the watchtower, with so few enemies remaining on the battlefield. The Skinners were in disarray, fleeing northward in a panic. Have any members of House Borton been captured? Lynn inquired as he stepped down the wooden steps, glancing at the few silent messengers. Their task was to gather precise intelligence from various corners of the battlefield. Reports of the annihilation of the first wave of heavy cavalry from House Borton, the destruction of the enemy's rear artillery by the 3rd Cavalry Battalion, and the complete rout of the White Harbor defenders by the 4th Heavy Cavalry, including the execution of Sir Marlon Manderley, commander of the garrison, had all been swiftly collected and relayed by these soldiers. After posing his questions, one armored soldier knelt and replied, "My lord, there is no news as of yet. However, the Royal Guards of House Borton are currently locked in fierce combat with my 2nd Heavy Cavalry Regiment. A contingent of White Harbor riders is assisting us in their annihilation, and we expect news shortly." Lynn nodded in response. To the stout and simple-minded Gulf Taver, he commanded, "Gulf, take a detachment of scouts to assess the situation. Seek out any sign of Lustborton. If he is not found, proceed to the Light Cavalry Regiment and, following my orders, dispatch a light cavalry team to search for Lustborton, particularly in the direction of the shining Blade River. I shall not fail you, my lord." The simple-minded bull responded with a quick acknowledgement and swiftly departed. Lynn summoned the messenger officer to relay orders to the various divisions. Except for the squads engaged in the execution of extermination missions and the pursuit of fleeing enemies, all other forces were to be reorganized and assembled. We shall advance our troops to the gates of White Harbor City. Chapter 137. Entering the city, the resounding and melodious call of the horn echoed through the air. Outside White Harbor City, a desolate scene unfolded. Crows soared overhead, cawing ominously. After the Eagle Lion Legion assembled its 10,000 troops, they began their slow march toward the western gate of White Harbor City. Sir Wendell Mandler gazed at the swirling dust, watching the valiant Legion, having endured a fierce battle, approach with unyielding spirit. Leaning against the city wall, he pondered deeply. The winter wolves have sunk, while the eagle lions rise. With such a legion at Lynn's command, the unification of the northern territories is inevitable. The disheveled Ramsbottom, with his restless eyes, recalled how the Mandler family's ancestors had brought wealth from the river bend to establish this new city named White Harbor at the mouth of the Blade River. Could they simply relinquish it? If Lynn were to discover that the White Harbor Army had recently launched a surprise attack on a stronghold, he would surely ensure the Mandler family's extinction. Wendell's brow curved slightly as he spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. "You need not intimidate me. That was the decision of my father and elder brother. As the sole representative of the Mandler family, I am Wendell Mandler." He continued, "I did not expect you to be so audacious, still daring to remain in White Harbor City. However, as you have witnessed, your Ramsbottom army is no match for the Eagle Lion Legion." After a brief silence, Ramsbottom replied, "Do you truly not care about Lynn's vengeance upon your Mandler family? Fear is of no consequence when one is a lamb led to slaughter," Wendell retorted with a sneer. "But is that not the very reason you still dare to remain in White Harbor City? You witnessed my choice. The White Harbor Cavalry ultimately charged forth, aiding Lynn's heavy cavalry in delivering a crushing blow to your father's royal guard. By the way, I must descend to the city gates to welcome the new king of the north. Will you accompany me? Ramsbottom tucked his hands within his sleeves, his gaze fixed upon the expanse beyond the city walls. No, I shall proceed to King's Landing in the name of the new Earl of the Ramsbottom family. My father, having fled north, is destined to meet his demise, while there remains a glimmer of hope to the south. Ah, and should the Mandler family, as you wish, ultimately be relegated to Hothwood, Lady Daenerys will deliver all that remains of my Ramsbottom family's legacy in the north. At this moment, the grand gates of the western city open wide. The remaining few hundred guards within the city surged forth, forming a welcoming line under Wendell Mandler's leadership. The white mermaid banner, bearing a black trident, curled beneath the cold wind, unable to unfurl. The cellist and drummer energetically performed a triumphant melody. A strikingly beautiful woman, clad in vibrant red, danced gracefully in a welcoming array, a beauty mark gracing her lips, moving like a delicate swan. As Lin Un's army approached, merely 50 paces from the city gates, Wendell Mandler, escorted by a detachment of White Harbor Knights, stepped forward. The new patriarch of the Mandler family dismounted and earnestly knelt before Lin Un. A knight behind him presented a silver tray, upon which lay a document bearing the Mandler family seal. Wendell glanced at the signature before slowly raising his gaze to Lin Un, stating, "The Mandler family submits to you." However, as he began to recite, he abruptly fell silent. Lin Un urged his steed forward, taking 2 measured steps, thus positioning Wendell from directly in front of him to his side, thereby circumventing the oath. Lin Un turned his face, casting a scrutinizing gaze downward upon the bald, bearded knight, lost in contemplation. This sudden shift rendered the previously lively atmosphere outside the city rather solemn, as the White Harbor soldiers exchanged anxious glances, their expressions betraying a palpable trepidation. Wendell Mandler felt a twinge of anxiety, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. Despite his advanced age and the noble composure honed through years of experience, the oppressive scrutiny he faced rendered the maintenance of the required reverence increasingly arduous. Lin Un, observing Wendell's back, glanced at the pompous display at the gates and mused, a gesture of submission. Had your cavalry appeared on the battlefield sooner, ambushing the Ramsbottom rear flank, it would have been far more effective than this ostentatious display of musicians and beauty. Wendell lowered his head once more, pleading for the Earl's understanding. The bond between lord and vassal is predicated upon protection and being protected, with mutual rights and obligations. Once established, neither party can dissolve the relationship arbitrarily. Lin Un was not yet inclined to accept the Mandler family's vow of fealty, for White Harbor was destined to belong to no one but himself. Lin Un's steed circled around the kneeling figure of Wendell Mandler. His gaze fell upon a White Harbor squire holding a tray, upon which lay a parchment sealed with the Mandler family crest. Lin Un inquired, "What of your fratricidal brother?" Wendell replied, "Willis is a disgrace to our Mandler family. He has betrayed our lineage, my father, and you, my lord. He is currently imprisoned in the Old Keep's Wolf's Den." Lin Un squinted, a smile creeping across his face as he pointed at Wendell Mandler. So this urgent plea for submission, displayed before the myriad citizens of White Harbor, what does it signify? Are you concerned that I might slaughter the entire Mandler clan, or perhaps even imprison you in the Wolf's Den? Sweat cascaded down Wendell's bald head. Observing the new patriarch of the Mandler family, Lin Un's steed reared, letting out a sharp neigh. This fellow possesses a strong will to survive, indeed. Lin Un remarked coolly. Let's proceed into the city. As Lin Un's steed brushed past him, Wendell's breath grew heavy, his chest rising and falling as he bowed his head, wiping the sweat from his face with his sleeve. After a moment, he finally rose to his feet. The Eagle Lion Legion marched proudly into White Harbor City, a significant economic stronghold of the North. The townsfolk, witnessing the spectacle, opened their windows and doors, gathering to observe. A legion freshly emerged from the brutal battlefield advanced with synchronized steps. The clinking of their armor harmonized with the heavy footfalls of the heavily armored infantry on the cobblestones, combined with the unmistakable scent of blood, sent waves of profound shock through the citizens of this port city, which had not known war for centuries. Accompanied by the vibrant Eagle Lion banner at the forefront, the army gradually entered the inner harbor of White Harbor City. In the vast central square, the Eagle Lion Legion began to form ranks and assign garrison duties. The 1st Battalion of the Heavy Infantry Regiment, Teams 1 and 2 took charge of the northern defenses. Teams 3 and 4 managed the southern defenses, while the 2nd Battalion of the Heavy Infantry Regiment, Teams 1 and 2, oversaw the eastern defenses. The 2nd Battalion of the Heavy Infantry Regiment, along with the 3rd and 4th Squads, has assumed control of the western city defense zone. The 3rd and 4th Battalions of the Heavy Infantry Regiment have taken over the military encampment at White Harbor, and after a period of rest, will rotate with the 1st and 2nd Battalions. The 5th Battalion of the Heavy Infantry Regiment is tasked with overseeing the water defenses of White Harbor, arranging their own shifts as needed. Commander Jimenez of the Longbow Brigade is also organizing his archers to collaborate with the Heavy Infantry Regiment in assuming defense responsibilities. The Eagle Line Guards are currently conducting a thorough search of the Lord's mansion in White Harbor, ensuring that the Lord can move in as swiftly as possible. My lord, how shall we manage the original garrison stationed in White Harbor? After entering White Harbor, Duncan accepted the title of Deputy Commander of the Eagle Line Legion, and he is required to take full responsibility for the forthcoming garrison rotations and logistics. Lynn observed the troops dispersing in rows across the square. Until the people of White Harbor exhibit genuine loyalty, those soldiers must not roam freely. Let them all remain stationed at the old fortress of Wolf's Den, he declared. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "You will implement this according to the list I previously provided. Begin the search throughout White Harbor and have Edelman collaborate with you. I shall take a bath and ensure the resting soldiers are well prepared. This afternoon, I intend to restore the rightful spirit of the North to this feeble, great city." Duncan hesitated, "But my lord, you have previously refused Sir Edelman's oath of fealty." Lynn replied slowly, "If he wishes to become my vassal, it will depend on his actions." The cavalry of White Harbor was too late to act. Such behavior is overly speculative, suggesting he had reasons to hesitate until the outcome was clear. He continued, "I will have the Thin Monkey investigate to uncover any secrets he might be concealing from us. Dispatch someone to retrieve Sir Willis Mandler from Wolf's Den prison for questioning." "As you command, my lord." As he watched Duncan's retreating figure, Lynn stood on the cobblestone steps of the opulent mansion in White Harbor, pondering for a moment before turning to enter the grand estate behind him. Chapter 138, The Second Assassination. The bull, feeling increasingly agitated, waved his arms while mounted to disperse the encroaching dust. Leading a scouting party northward, he found the surroundings teeming with fleeing enemies. Yet he could not catch a glimpse of that old rascal, Luz Bolton. He shouted to the light cavalry up ahead, who were decimating a group of retreating foes. "Ignore those routed soldiers. Split into 2 groups and circle around. No matter how many heads you sever, it won't equal one of old Bolton's." Luz Bolton, in a desperate bid for survival, had managed to organize the fleeing soldiers to block his escape route, causing the bull to encounter waves of desperate soldiers each time he closed in. It was absurd that, in such a dire situation, they still chose to sacrifice themselves for the Bolton family. He could not fathom their reasoning. Curse that old Skinner. If he runs for another hour, he'll reach the mouth of the White Blade River. I lack naval forces, and once the enemy enters the river, it will be too late for him to escape north by boat. Split our forces and circumvent them. Remove your armor and prepare your bows and crossbows. We must reach the mouth of the White Blade River with utmost haste. The downstream crossing of the White Blade River is merely a mile north of White Harbor. This river originates from the isolated mountain north of the terrible fortress, flows through White Harbor, and ultimately empties into the Bay of Biting. Luz Bolton slumped upon his horse, the jarring ride causing discomfort to his inner thighs and abdomen. However, upon spotting a ship quietly docked at the riverbank, a smile finally graced his face. The losses he incurred paled in comparison to what he was about to gain. He believed he was on the verge of securing his life. A knight from the Bolton family dismounted swiftly, cautiously assisting the Earl of Terrible Fortress, Luz Bolton, down from his steed. Bolton grimaced as the pressure on his injured leg sent jolts of pain through him, gritting his teeth as he muttered a curse. Supporting his wounded thigh, he instructed the family knight behind him, "Send a few more riders to gather the fleeing soldiers. I have a strong feeling those damned light cavalry might still pursue us." No sooner had he spoken than an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon Bolton, and he longed for a quiet place to spend his remaining days, which he considered a great blessing from the gods. Yet, this unnerving tranquility was hardly a good omen. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Why is no one responding?" One knight trembled as he spoke, "My lord the Earl." The old Skinner raised his head, shifting his gaze from his thigh to the rear. His knights were now slowly drawing their swords, adopting a pose indicative of impending battle. A look of confusion washed over Bolton's face. He stared unblinkingly at his knights, then followed their gaze forward. A frail figure stood on the supply ship before him, waving a peculiar flag, and curiously, the figure wore an expression of smug satisfaction. Bolton's expression shifted to one of incredulity as he recognized the flag. It appeared to be the Eagle Line banner of Lyn's army. Although the flag was small and the details of the embroidery, be it an eagle or a lion, were unclear, it was impossible. He had fled northward without pause. How could Lin's banner possibly be here? Yet, why did his knights appear so apprehensive in the presence of this lone figure? They were the most loyal and valiant knights of the Bolton family. Could it be? 100 thoughts flashed through Bolton's mind, and an unsettling feeling surged within him. He dare not believe it. Just as he was about to shift his position to survey the surroundings, he heard the thin monkey's cheerful voice ringing out. My lord instructed me before the battle that if I wished to learn the art of skinning from the skinner, I should lie in wait at the mouth of the White Blade River after the battle began. He was certainly not mistaken. As soon as the thin monkey's words fell, figures emerged from behind the surrounding trees. A dense throng of shadows encircled everyone at the crossing, numbering no less than 100, each brandishing a crossbow with bolts already drawn and fingers resting on the triggers. This is impossible. This cannot be. How could Lin possibly anticipate this before the battle had even begun? Bolton roared, and his knights, enraged, seized their swords, ready to leap onto the ship to slay the thin monkey before them. In quick succession, the air was pierced by the sound of bolts whistling through the air, and the knights of the Bolton family, without even taking a step forward, were struck down, their bodies falling like so many hedgehogs. The thin monkey scoffed, lightly leaping onto the riverbank. He approached the pile of corpses sprawled across the dry grass, kicking over Bolton's lifeless body to gaze upon his face, which was contorted in a final expression of unwillingness to die, and commanded, sever his head and take it back. Just as he finished issuing his orders, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. The bull, GoT, arrived at the river mouth, glaring furiously at Sterling and cursing, "Damn monkey." Meanwhile, Lin reclined in a hot bath, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This battle was proving to be quite effortless. From the outset, he had foreseen that victory would belong to him. The soldiers of the Bolton family were simply too weak, with scarcely a handful capable of true combat, unless this grand battle transpires beneath the walls of White Harbor, relying on the formidable crossbows stationed atop its fortifications to execute a flawless ambush. Lin perceives almost no possibility of success for Roose Bolton. It is quite perplexing to him from where he draws such confidence, believing that a coalition with the forces of White Harbor could lead to his demise on the battlefield. Lin dried his damp palms with a woolen cloth and reached for a parchment inscribed with names and family crests that lay atop a low tea table beside the warm water basin. The North requires transformation, and such change must commence with a brutal reckoning, particularly against traitors. The Stark lineage has been steadily crumbling due to betrayal. The Tully family's foster son, Peter Baelish, betrayed his adoptive sister Catelyn Stark, culminating in the death of the North's guardian, Ned Stark. The Bolton family betrayed the Starks, directly leading to the death of King Robb Stark of the North. Theon Greyjoy, as Ned's ward, brought forth the Ironborn Raiders to lay waste to Winterfell, the ancestral seat of House Stark. Since the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister betrayed the mad King Aerys, slaying the last of the Targaryen line as a member of the Kingsguard, it appears the entire continent has descended into chaos. This is not merely a Game of Thrones. It is a tragic saga woven with threads of betrayal and bloodshed. These individuals may be astute in matters of intrigue, yet why does no one focus on the imminent return of the White Walkers? Lin pondered in exasperation. He was unsure of the ultimate aim of the three-eyed raven, utilizing Bran's corporeal form to dominate Westeros. For a being devoid of humanity would never regard mortals as true subjects. Three-eyed raven, what is the purpose of orchestrating such a grand game? Culminating in your ascent to the Iron Throne? Lin mused softly. He recalled everything he knew, his mind sharpening with clarity. The reason the three-eyed raven guided Bran on such a long journey to find him was to transfer his consciousness, or rather his essence, into Bran. For the raven understood that the Night King was growing ever more powerful, and the children of the forest and their sacred groves could not withstand him. The White Walkers were born from the failures of the children of the forest in their battles against the First Men, indicating that the First Men are, in a sense, half of the ancestors of the current inhabitants of Westeros. The three-eyed raven and the children of the forest are allies, not guardians of humanity. On the contrary, he harbors a profound hatred for humankind. If this conjecture holds true, then humanity's mortal enemy seeks to ascend the Iron Throne to rule over them. What kind of tragedy would unfold upon Westeros then? Lin could not ascertain, but once the three-eyed raven resorted to violence against him, the situation became increasingly murky. Surely, it cannot be that he believes Lin would obstruct the grand endeavor of halting the invasion of the White Walkers. I am a genuine human. While he is merely a green seer of the children of the forest, if he truly wished to eradicate the threat of the White Walkers to this realm, he would not attempt to assassinate me, for I embody humanity, and he He is a child of the forest, and when he possessed Bran, he accomplished nothing but manipulating the hearts of men, utilizing the surviving heirs of House Stark, ultimately leveraging Bran, now the rightful Stark heir, to ascend the Iron Throne. Lyn whispered continuously. Bran is the second son of House Stark. His father Ned is deceased, and his elder brother Robb has also met his end. The three-eyed raven had orchestrated Bran's fall, severing his legs and controlling a portion of his soul while he lay unconscious. Could it be that the deaths of Ned and Robb were mere pieces in this grand game? Lyn shuddered, the depth of this scheme chilling to the bone. Rubbing his face in frustration, Lyn sighed inwardly. It seems he is simply too fatigued. The tension that had been building within him dissipated in the warmth of the bath, leading him to entertain these chaotic thoughts. Shaking his head, he offered a bitter smile as he cast the parchment aside, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, slowly crouching down to submerge his head in the warm water. He sought to regain his clarity. However, just as Lyn submerged, his body shot up from the basin in a sudden jolt. Simultaneously, a bizarre figure formed from the water emerged, a humanoid water creature wielding a pitch-black dagger, which it thrust toward Lyn's head amidst the splashing water. Lyn rolled out of the warm pool, just in time, the dagger following closely behind him. The blade, edge upward, seemed poised to slice at Lyn's jaw, but as the dagger neared its mark, the water creature's feet had already left the surface of the water, leaping forth. In an instant, its humanoid form transformed into a puddle, splattering to the ground. The warm water that had once constituted the creature cascaded down, drenching the ground by Lyn's feet. Lyn lay on the ground, a look of sheer terror on his face as he beheld this surreal spectacle. His nerves taut to their breaking point. Is this sorcery? Chapter 139. Establishing Authority and Purging. As a resident of White Harbor, the largest settlement north of the Neck, Lyn had witnessed his fair share of tumultuous events over the years. Yet the sight of dozens of severed heads hanging from the city walls for the first time instilled a sense of unease within him. This place had formerly been a site for the heads of lowly criminals, but now it bore the visages of would-be nobles, a sight that sent chills down his spine. Clinging to the hope that eliminating a few wretched souls might alleviate his burdensome worries was unrealistic and improbable. Regardless, when Lyn donned his heavy armor and arrived at the foot of the city walls, gazing upon the heads impaled on pikes, the feelings of frustration and confusion continued to linger. Lyn remained uncertain about the identity of the assailant behind the attempted murder in the bath. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his determination to discover the truth. At this moment, he was no longer the minor lord of the fishing village. He possessed both the time and the resources to engage these individuals in a game. Perhaps Lyn's youthful visage led some to believe he lacked the resolve to enact further bloodshed. Scholar Seomore of White Harbor approached Lyn's carriage, earnestly beseeching him with a sincere expression. As a scholar of White Harbor, he professed his commitment to assist Lyn in governing the settlement effectively. His sole plea was for Lyn not to resort to indiscriminate slaughter, for such actions would leave a profoundly negative impression of him in the hearts of White Harbor citizens. Lyn understood that in the realm of political machinations, scholars, much like the Night's Watch, were a mysterious and unique breed. Scholars were meticulously trained at the Citadel of Old Town, possessing specialized knowledge in various fields. Upon becoming scholars, they were assigned to serve as advisors, physicians, or tutors to lords across the realm, and theoretically, scholars were not beholden to any lord. Should a former lord be overthrown, they would simply serve the new master. Scholars, much like the Night's Watch, were seemingly forbidden from marrying or procreating, thereby relinquishing any claims to inheritance, dedicating their lives solely to the pursuit of knowledge. However, Seomore remained unaware that Lyn held no regard for such rigid conventions. Lyn had little faith in the integrity of those who fancied themselves above ordinary men. He recalled the Maester of King's Landing, who, in a bid to gain favor with the Lannisters, had saved the gravely injured and near-death Gregor Clegane, transforming the mountain into a grotesque mockery of life and death. Simultaneously, he orchestrated the catastrophic explosion at the great Cathedral of King's Landing, usurping Varys' position to become Cersei's new Master of Whispers, shamelessly serving the cruel Cersei. It appears that these scholars are unbound by any constraints of power. Without such restrictions, they are inherently untrustworthy. Lyn is reluctant to place untrustworthy individuals in such pivotal positions. Seated in his carriage, Lyn smiled at the portly figure outside, adorned with golden curls and a flushed visage. He refrained from addressing him by his scholarly title. The man, known as Qyburn, looked momentarily taken aback before bowing his head in response. My lord. Lyn lowered his voice, a chill emanating from within the carriage. The cleansing of the vassals of White Harbor is merely the first step. I do not intend to spare even the Manderley family. Regardless of whether you are a scholar of the Citadel or of House Manderley, you will not serve under me, Lynn. Do you comprehend? Duncan has always been decisive in his actions. A knight may embody kindness, yet he will not hesitate to act with merciless resolve. The notion of loyalty to his lord has long been ingrained in his very bones. Now, after yet another assassination attempt on Lynn, he is reminded of that incident at Fisherman's Port, stirring a deep sense of guilt within him. With a stern countenance, he observed as soldiers dragged men from a minor family of White Harbor into the streets, routinely interrogating them. Are there any sorcerers in the city? Have mercy. We have heard nothing. The soldiers, unfazed by their pleas, seized the trembling, weeping individuals and marched them toward the execution grounds. Since hearing Lynn's proclamation, Scholar Qyburn hastily departed his residence, gathering his belongings in preparation to flee. Fortunately, he had no family ties in the city. As he passed through the central square of White Harbor, he paused to gaze from a distance at the execution site. The Eaton family, formerly the knightly vassals of House Manderley, now knelt at the site, their heads severed by an executioner's blade. This was madness. Qyburn was certain that even if House Bolton were to seize White Harbor, they would not cleanse it to such an extent. With a sigh, he began to turn away when he noticed a disheveled figure being dragged to the execution grounds. It was Sir Wylis Manderley, who had only held the title of Count of White Harbor for a single day. Qyburn halted, convinced that Lynn intended merely to establish authority by claiming the heads of some lesser nobles, never truly targeting the genuine aristocracy. At most, he would send Wylis Manderley to King's Landing or imprison him indefinitely. However, he was mistaken. Duncan, with a gaze as unyielding as stone, regarded Wylis Manderley with neither joy nor sorrow, devoid of compassion or hatred. When Duncan repeated his inquiry, Wylis's eyes flickered with venomous resentment. Sorcery. Let sorcery claim Lynn's wretched life. Grant me immortality, drowned god. Duncan shifted his attention to a nearby carriage before promptly returning his gaze to Wylis Manderley's feeble form. With a swift motion, he drew his knightly sword, which emitted a low hum, and in an instant, a glimmer of cold light sliced through the air. Wylis Manderley's head fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock until the very end. Soon, other captured noble families began to be released. Yet Lynn's bloodshed was far from over. Duncan personally led 100 soldiers in a fervent sweep around the outer harbor of White Harbor. Anyone suspected of worshipping the drowned god was apprehended. Lynn's carriage followed Duncan's lead, escorted by the royal guard as it made its way to the outer harbor. At that moment, Lynn cast a dark glance at the anxious commoners outside, his expression laden with concern. In the brief span of an hour, Duncan had captured no fewer than 80 devotees of the drowned god, a deity revered by pirates. How had their influence seeped so deeply into White Harbor? It was nothing short of miraculous that the Manderley family's reign had not yet been toppled. The captured individuals were bound to the flood control levee at the harbor, forming a straight line of humanity. Among them were shop assistants, restaurant cooks, car drivers, servants of the affluent, and even some ship merchants. Judging by their identities, it was evident that White Harbor had already become a stronghold for the drowned god. My lord, what shall we do now? Duncan hesitated, for these were merely commoners. Based on their accounts, it seemed that the city's adherents to the drowned god numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. Lynn had heard that the followers of the drowned god constructed idols for their deity beneath the sea in hopes of receiving blessings. Rubbing his temples, Lynn felt a tightness in his forehead. With a sigh, he addressed the tall Duncan outside. No need to apprehend more individuals. See if you can extract the locations of the drowned god's acolytes in White Harbor. Since we have captured these individuals, even if they are unfortunate, we must ascertain the location of the drowned god's nearby underwater idols. Then we shall bring them to the inner harbor and allow the worshippers of the drowned god in White Harbor to witness what becomes of those entangled in the assassination attempt against me. Duncan nodded and promptly ordered his subordinates to comply. As the sun dipped in the west, casting a crimson hue upon the waters of White Harbor, the main thoroughfare of the harbor was soon stained with blood. A single rope tethered to a warhorse was sufficient to drag away a corpse. Dozens of bodies were pulled from the outer harbor to the walls of the inner harbor. The once pristine streets connecting the inner and outer harbors now resembled a scene washed in blood. As night descended, Lynn sat in his carriage, slowly returning to his estate, while White Harbor, both within and without, lay eerily silent. Chapter 140, Expulsion. In the days that followed, while investigating the drowned god's sorceress assassins, Lynn remained active. News arrived from his old territory, Fisherman's Port, confirming that the forces of White Harbor had recently attempted an assault on Fisherman's Port Castle. Fortunately, the residents of Fisherman's Port alongside the Golden Pigs and Lions, had aided the garrison at a critical moment, successfully repelling the enemy. Upon receiving this news, Lynn became even more resolute in his determination to expel House Manderley from White Harbor. The mere act of attacking his own territory warranted the execution of Wylis Manderley and the expulsion of the Manderley family, a measure he deemed entirely justifiable. Lynn was elated to learn that the Golden Pig had grown rapidly, now possessing the skills of flight and hunting. He promptly penned a letter inviting Old Scholar Hill and the Golden Pig to relocate to White Harbor. The expansion and cultivation of Fisherman's Port and the Sister Islands were now on the right track, to be overseen by the housekeeper, Danny. Thus, Old Steward Alfred and Scholar Hill, accompanied by a contingent of light cavalry, successfully arrived at White Harbor 3 days later. As the Golden Pig soared across the sky, gliding over the towering walls of White Harbor and entering the city, the entire harbor erupted in excitement. At that moment, the Golden Pig stood proudly atop the great tower in the central square of White Harbor, its sharp gaze surveying the astonished crowd below. Lynn was thoroughly pleased with the Golden Pig's ostentatious display, as long as it remained atop the tower for a day. The legendary tales of the Griffin would swiftly be woven into the fabric of local folklore, spreading from person to person. This is a good thing, and Lynn has no intention of preventing it. He caught sight of Sandor Clegane, the Hound, personally seated atop a cart, pulling the prison wagon that held the regicide. Jamie, you haven't left? Lynn expressed some astonishment at the Hound's loyalty. No, I have no intention of leaving, for I have found a new master, the Hound replied, his disfigured visage set in a serious expression. Lynn gazed at him in disbelief. Do you wish to pledge your allegiance to me? A sense of pride swelled within Lynn. It seemed his charisma was not insignificant after all. However, the Hound quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion of loyalty to Lynn. He pointed towards the towering structure above, where the Golden Boar was being worshipped by the citizens of White Harbor. No, I shall forever remain loyal to it. It shall be my king from this day forth. Lynn's expression darkened, rendered speechless, yet observing the Hound's sincere demeanor, he realized this man was likely speaking the truth. It was akin to a new breed of humanity, evoking memories of a time when some revered dragons and others demons, with some only venerating power superior to their own, regardless of its nature. When the severed head of the old flayer was brought back to White Harbor by the thin monkey and the simple cow, the populace was certain that the North would belong to the Rothschild family, and this place would become the new capital of the North. As night descended, Lynn Rothschild, the sole member of the Rothschild family, was in the Lord's residence, meeting the new heir of the former ruling Manderley family of White Harbor. He raised his goblet and smiled at Wendell Manderley. Are you certain you wish to move to Housewood? Wendell, as the first heir of the Manderley family, had naturally inherited the title of Count, which was only fitting. In recent days, he had witnessed the brutal methods of Lynn's bloody purge, having seen his fratricide brother, Wylis Manderley, beheaded by Lynn's knightly retainer. He had also witnessed the true griffin depicted on the Rothschild family's banner, soaring majestically over White Harbor, revered by thousands. Now, the new Count Manderley spoke sincerely. Indeed, Lady Donella Manderley is my cousin, and I believe moving there would be a wise choice. The Manderley family has committed many errors, and thankfully the forces of the White Harbor Army did not inflict any actual damage to your fishing village fortress. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to take my own life in atonement. Lynn had exerted considerable effort to eradicate the Manderley family completely, extinguishing any thoughts of future threats. There could be no further killings. The Manderley family was at most opportunistic, while the true culprits were the Bolton family. Ultimately, he aspired to rule the North, not to annihilate it. Very well, let us spare them, Lynn decided. He stood and raised a toast to the new Count Manderley, concluding, Then, Count Manderley, remember to attend the Northern Vassal Assembly I shall host at the end of October in White Harbor, where I will invite all vassals of the North to submit their oaths of fealty. Of course, Lord Rothschild. That night, the Manderley family's caravan gradually departed from the White Harbor, which their ancestors had founded, quietly heading northward. The caravan traveled along the White Blade River for 50 or 60 miles, soon reaching the territory of Housewood. The heart of the North was far safer than White Harbor, with only a few cawing crows overhead rather than a soaring lion. The Manderleys traveled with ease and security, accompanied by a cavalry unit bearing the Griffin banner, escorting them northward. Lynn's conquest of White Harbor and the beheading of significant northern nobles reverberated throughout the North. The tale of the terror of House Bolton's Count Lewin, whose head was hung on display, and the demise of 2 counts of House Manderley, driven from White Harbor to Housewood, spread swiftly across Westeros. In a short span, the deaths of 3 northern counts satisfied the gossiping hearts of many. Following the Stark family, the story of a new de facto ruler of the North, embellished by bards, circulated throughout the realm. Lin's Griffin and the name of the Griffin Legion began to resonate with profound impact among the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Simultaneously, in White Harbor, Lin received letters arriving like snowflakes from various corners. Old Steward Alfred sat at the desk, observing Lin, who lounged lazily on a chair draped with a woolen blanket. He lowered his gaze to the letters, speaking in a soft tone. "My lord, the Mormont family has sent a letter of fealty, commending you for your vengeance on behalf of House Stark and the twins, expressing their profound admiration and praise for you. However, they also hope you will continue to govern the North from Winterfell, believing this will aid in unifying Northern power." Lin, upon hearing this, tossed a sour berry into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully and smiled noncommittally. Chapter 141. The move has begun. Whose foolish idea was this? White Harbor's advantageous geographical position is far superior to that wretched place of Winterfell. Alfred glanced at the signature on the letter. "It is from Miss Lina Mormont, my lord." Lin nodded. Indeed, the young bear lady was taking charge. However, the Mormont family seemed content to live their meager lives on the barren Bear Island, a fate he did not wish to share. Nonetheless, Lin looked forward to meeting this young lady of the Bear Clan at the upcoming vassal assembly. Alfred continued to read aloud several letters of fealty from notable northern families. Among them was the Amber family, whose territory lay in Last Hearth, whose head, Lord John Amber, and chief heir, young John, had both perished during the Red Wedding. The Amber family, in sending their letter of fealty, expressed gratitude for Lin's actions and the twins, acknowledging it as a form of vengeance for their fallen lord, and sent a box of gifts as a token of respect. Last Hearth, being the northernmost castle in the Seven Kingdoms, would serve as a supply station for Lin's army as they advanced against the Wildlings and White Walkers. Lin was pleased with the Amber family submission. With both heirs lost during the Red Wedding, the current heir appeared to be a mere child. Since the child was so considerate, Lin had little to say. After a moment's thought, Lin instructed reply to express condolences for the late lord of the Amber family, and return their gifts in double. As soon as Lin finished speaking, Old Steward Alfred and Scholar Hill exchanged glances, speechless. Lin shot them a glare, demanding, "What do you mean by this?" "My lord, they sent dragon glass, which we do not possess." Lin was taken aback. Dragon glass, commonly known as such. The scholars of the Citadel prefer to refer to it by its academic name, obsidian. Weapons forged from obsidian were sharper than steel, but bore the significant downside of being brittle. In the Valyrian tongue, it is referred to as frozen fire. This weapon serves as the archenemy of the White Walkers. Formidable as they may be, they are reduced to mere ash upon contact. However, it proves ineffective against the lesser whites. In essence, it is a marvel of a weapon. When someone presented an ancestral dragon crystal to Lin, he found himself unable to reciprocate. After some contemplation, he instructed, "Let us send some weapons seized from White Harbor, for I have heard that they are frequently attacked by wildlings circumventing the wall from Seal Bay. May these provisions aid them." Scholar Old Hill smiled faintly, appreciating the lord's thoughtful gesture. "You praise my lord, truly wise." Lin accepted the old scholar's flattery with a smile, continuing to listen to the subsequent letters of submission. The territories belonged to the Seawan family of Seawan Castle, the Leswell family of Creekland, and the Glover family of Deepwood Mott, located northwest of Winterfell. Lin was not well acquainted with these families and held no strong impression of them. Thus it was only natural for him to express gratitude in his reply and invite them to the vassal assembly at the end of October. However, upon hearing that the Tohar family from Tohar Keep had personally dispatched an envoy, Lin was taken aback. "Isn't Tohar Keep occupied by the Iron Islanders?" "Indeed, my lord. Their envoy seeks your assistance in reclaiming the castle for his family. The letter of submission mentions that should you choose to intervene, the Tohar family and the residents of Tohar Keep shall pledge their loyalty to you for generations, until the sun extinguishes." Lin, adept at dealing with the Ironborn pirates, was quite willing to send them back to the sea, especially given the influence of the drowned god over White Harbor. Without hesitation, he instructed Old Hill, who was responsible for drafting the response, have Duncan arrange this. A contingent of light cavalry should suffice. The place is likely already ravaged, leaving behind few pirates. "As you command, my lord." Old Hill, positioned nearby, took up his quill to record Lin's orders. Sir Alfred continued reading the letters. Upon hearing that the Reed family of Greywater Watch unexpectedly submitted a letter of allegiance, expressing their desire to remain loyal to the new Lord of the North, Lin raised an eyebrow in surprise, followed by a slight chuckle. The Reed family regarded Greywater Watch as their own domain, although they claimed fealty to the North. Expecting these marsh folk to pay taxes seemed a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, Lin held little interest in the marshy lands of Greywater Watch. As long as they did not obstruct the North's path to the south, all would be well. As Alfred continued to read about several prominent families, Lynn grew less interested. The Karstark family, claiming to be a branch of House Stark of Winterfell, had seized the castle following the Boltons' defeat, presenting themselves as the new Starks and asserting their rightful claim to rule the North. Lynn scoffed at this. Surely, the Karstarks had lost their wits to provoke him with such a letter. One could only wonder if their courage had outstripped their sense. Lynn half sat up, squinting with indignation. Summoned Stone to return from Carlin Bay. We must send men to guard Winterfell and Terror's Keep. These scoundrels truly think they can take advantage of us. My lord, the Old Town's Locke family, along with the widow's Flint family, have also sent letters seeking reconciliation. How shall we proceed? Lynn pondered for a moment, recalling the alluring countess and the boorish sword maiden, Vayne. He deemed it appropriate to spare the Locke family this time, requiring them to pay some recompense. Since they sought to seize his Carlin Bay for reconstruction, it was clear they were well off. As for the Flint family, Old Hill drafted a response stating that the current Earl of Flint must release the former Lady Flint and relinquish the rights to Widow's Watch. Otherwise, in 3 days, the naval forces of White Harbor shall lay siege to Widow's Watch. Having already extended an invitation for all the noble families of the North to attend the vassal assembly he was hosting, Lynn had thus conveyed a gesture of goodwill towards the North. If reason and etiquette failed to resonate with certain families, Lynn would not hesitate to disregard them. Any family that refused to comply would face dire consequences. He would eliminate them one by one. After all, he had already vanquished the largest predator of the North, House Bolton. Who among them would dare to challenge him? The Eagle Lion Legion had ample time for such confrontations. Letters poured forth from White Harbor. Lynn sat at his desk, stroking the golden pig, robust and regal like a full-grown lion. He mused to himself, I have made my move. Let the lords of the North come forth as they will. The golden pig seemed to empathize, comfortably resting on the ground and nudging Lynn's hand with its fluffy neck. Its appearance deceptively gentle, yet its keen eyes sparkled with defiance. Chapter 142, Governance. Much of the North's land is unsuitable for cultivation. The closer one approaches the northern territories, the more barren the soil becomes due to the frigid climate. Thus, the challenge of utilizing the southern lands of the North became the foremost issue in Lynn's agricultural plan. The newly cultivated Sisters Islands had become his experimental fields. The potatoes acquired from Essos had been planted on the Sisters Islands for approximately 70 days. The early maturing varieties had begun to flower, and with the cessation of growth above ground, the tubers swelled rapidly, accumulating nutrients until they reached maturity, the fruiting stage. White Harbor had established a direct shipping route to the Sisters Islands, allowing for a one-day journey. The early harvest results of the potatoes on the Sisters Islands were remarkable, yielding approximately 800 to 1,000 pounds per acre. This was merely the yield from the immature potato fields. Upon receiving this news, Lynn wore a smile for several days. The benevolent lord, known for his non-violent disposition, spent his idle hours strolling through White Harbor with his guards, exploring the income and output of agriculture, animal husbandry, and fisheries. Compared to the Riverlands, the estates in the North were relatively sparse. Following Lynn's formidable measures in White Harbor during his visits to the surrounding estates, every knightly family greeted him with warm smiles, eager not to offend this new lord of the North. Sir Enrique, I hear your estate boasts the largest arable land around White Harbor. You should cultivate potatoes. What? You don't know what a potato is? Good heavens. Bring a sack of potatoes from the cart. We shall have roasted potatoes for lunch today. Sir Pollard, your lands lie at the mouth of the White Blade River, where the soil is particularly fertile for potatoes. Raising sheep, there would be a waste. You can procure sheep from Dorne, where they are both plump and inexpensive. The direct shipping route from White Harbor to Dorne is now operational, so fear not. Within a month, a steady supply of fat sheep will arrive in the North. What? Your family only knows how to graze? No worries. I will have Scholar Hill provide you with the necessary manpower. I have plenty of experienced farmers on the Sisters Islands who can teach you hands-on. Let be settled then. We shall have roasted potatoes for dinner, and I shall treat you. Sir Caesar, I hear your family controls the slave trade in White Harbor. Do not sweat. I have no intention of seizing your family's business. I merely wish to inform you that henceforth, slaves may enter but not exit. This lord is in urgent need of labor to develop agriculture. In the future, when you procure slaves in Essos, you shall grant them their freedom upon their arrival in White Harbor. The North has no need for slaves, but rather requires additional laborers, transforming them into citizens of the North. I shall ensure that you do not incur losses, offering you a profit of 10%. However, I will not tolerate the presence of black individuals. Yes, you may attempt to refuse, but I would be more than willing to arrange for others to accept. Lin's recent schedule has been quite full, visiting neighboring landowners and the noble vassals within the city. Governance matters are invariably tedious and monotonous. Upon returning to his estate, Lin held in his hand the command signed by the venerable Master Hill, crafted as per his specifications. He began inscribing orders upon it, ultimately sealing and issuing it. With a satisfied smile, he waved the small wooden tablet before him, declaring, from now on, this command, bearing my signature and seal, shall represent the supreme will of me, Lin Rothschild, throughout the North. Those who dare to contravene it shall be deemed traitors. Next, he proceeded to discuss the issuance of administrative orders. Lin took his place on the elevated platform, while Master Hill and Alfred began recording and offering suggestions. The first order of business was the agricultural reform meeting. With no bureaucrats present, this gathering was effectively a one-man show for Lin, aiming to swiftly secure adequate food reserved for the impending war against the southern lands of Westeros, as well as to prepare for the forthcoming conflicts against the wildlings and White Walkers of the Wall. Lin understood the necessity of adopting a rational and ruthless approach to administrative matters. The initial directive, issued from White Harbor, was swiftly disseminated throughout the southern north. Lin's decree, regarding the expansion of agricultural production and living reforms in the north, requiring the cooperation of all nobles. First and foremost, the widespread adoption of iron farming tools had significantly advanced agricultural productivity, leading to a substantial increase in crop yields. Moreover, Lin's conscription system provided armor and weaponry for the soldiers. He decided to assign the local blacksmiths in White Harbor the task of forging agricultural tools, mandating that 80% of their monthly production be dedicated to crafting implements for farming and fishing. In order to cultivate new lands and restore old ones, Lin devised two cultivation systems based on the usage of land in the north, drawing inspiration from the medieval European agricultural practices. One system involved a continuous cropping and fallowing approach, allowing a plot of land to lie fallow for extended periods after several years of cultivation. This method was primarily implemented in scattered mountainous settlements. The other system involved resting a plot of land for 1 year within a 2 or 3 year cycle, commonly referred to as the two-field or three-field system, mainly practiced in the plains and hilly areas. This new agricultural system marked an undeniable improvement over the past exploitative and extensive farming methods. Nevertheless, it embodied a certain backwardness, as it prevented optimal utilization of existing arable land. However, this was a necessary compromise, given the North's arid terrain, where even the southernmost lands could not yield more than 23% of the productivity found in the riverlands. Lin added, while we are at it, let us also build more way stations and establish wells during the reclamation. Master Hill promptly noted this in his ledger. My lord, the current cost of agricultural tools is quite steep, and the geology of the north is rather hard. The efficiency of ordinary tools for reclamation is minimal. Lin pondered for a moment. While the north's lands were indeed barren, the southern regions met the requisite standards for cultivation. Given the inefficiency of the tools, it was imperative to update the farmers' plowing methods and equipment. How about introducing heavy plows? The soil conditions hindered the North's farmers from achieving meticulous cultivation during plowing. They typically employed light plows to create a cross-hatch pattern, loosening only the surface layer of soil, which prevented the roots from adequately extending and maximizing soil fertility. The heavy plow, equipped with wheels to control plowing depth, features a vertical plow head that turns the soil over. This implement not only secures the seeds but also aerates the soil, allowing moisture to concentrate at the roots for better absorption. While the heavy plow is an excellent tool for tilling clay and forested lands, its acquisition demands significant funding, and utilizing it necessitates a larger team of draft animals, typically several mules, to pull a single heavy plow. Master Hill paused his writing, reflecting for a moment before stating, My lord, this is indeed a powerful tool for reclamation, but it comes at a higher cost, and ordinary farmers cannot afford it. Only the landowners seem capable of equipping themselves. Indeed, Lin replied, yet even light plows typically require 2 or more draft animals. We could temporarily promote cooperative farming. Master Hill grasped the implication and continued, once the land is cleared, what types of crops would you suggest for sowing, my lord? Chapter 143, Crucial Intelligence. In medieval Europe, the primary crops consisted of various grains, including wheat, barley, rye, and oats. Wheat and rye are highly nutritious and easily threshed, whole milled, and baked into palatable bread. However, they grow slowly and can only be sown in the previous autumn to be harvested in July or August of the following year. These crops do not flourish in impoverished soils, making them vulnerable to frost during harsh winters. Lin did not hesitate to exclude these crops from the North's agricultural production. With potatoes serving as the staple, Lin planned to rely on trade with the Riverlands and the southern Dornish lands to adequately fill this void. After some contemplation, he decided, let us prioritize potatoes, with barley, rye, oats, and sandy soil vegetables as supplementary crops. Additionally, we shall vigorously promote livestock farming in the northern regions, producing cheese from milk and raising chickens, enabling the barren north to achieve self-sufficiency rapidly. The windmills and watermills of the Riverlands can also be extensively applied in White Harbor and the surrounding areas of the bountiful Carlin Bay, thus liberating human labor. As night fell, the North's agricultural reform meeting, which commenced after dinner and continued until the early hours of the following morning, finally concluded. Under Lin's guidance and supervision, the southern North prepared to embark on a grand agricultural production reform. Meanwhile, the substantial wealth acquired from the plunder in White Harbor clinked and clattered as it slipped through the folds of Lin's trousers. Consequently, Lin issued another decree, temporarily suspending conscription in the north and requiring only cash and grain tribute from the vassals, raising the vassal tax to 20% of their income, while reducing the peasant tax in White Harbor, the fishing village, and the Three Sisters Islands to 10%. However, it is Lin's consistent modus operandi to reward after reprimanding. While increasing the vassal tax, he also announced the recruitment of a cadre of administrative officers from the vassal families to manage the impending bureaucratic complexities in the north. This decree would also catalyze a significant reshuffling of power among the northern families, and those who proved genuinely loyal to Lin would naturally receive preferential treatment. What? Reports from the Dreadfort indicate that the Bolton family possesses a mere 20 gold dragons within their stronghold. Turn the Dreadfort upside down. The Boltons' resources cannot possibly dwindle to such an extent. Lin bellowed in the council chamber, his fury palpable. A shadowy figure stealthily appeared at the entrance of the council hall, peering anxiously into the chamber while occasionally rubbing his hands in a furtive manner. The gatekeeper of the bumbling oaf chuckled heartily. If you dare to display such a twisted grin at me once more, I shall twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot. The oaf, being observed by the returning traveler Ali Baba, broke into a cold sweat. Ali Baba chuckled awkwardly, then let me in to see my lord. The oaf firmly rejected, no. My lord is engaged in an important meeting. The traveler Ali Baba blinked, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his eyes as he gazed at the determined oaf. I come bearing vital intelligence and exceedingly bountiful spoils, and I shall also request supplies needed for my next journey, including a swordsman as strong and valiant as yourself. The oaf, Gufu Ta, heavily pushed open the doors to the meeting hall. Once the Northern Suppression Army reaches the north, I hope the Stark family does not surrender. They must pay for their foolishness. Bang! Oaf, are you seeking death? You better have something urgent. A thunderous roar echoed from the meeting hall, emanating from Lin. The oaf turned crimson, clad in armor that gleamed like a royal guard. Scratching his head under the ire-filled gaze of Lin, he bowed and said, My lord, the traveler Ali Baba has brought important intelligence. Lin paused, his gaze shifting to the entrance. Ali Baba, stooping, swiftly entered from the outside, hastening to the front of the dais, bowing respectfully as he delivered his greetings. Ali Baba, at your service, my magnificent lord, protector of the north, the count, the son of the gods, the harbinger of fortune for the northern folk, the savior of all beings on the continent of Westeros, and the guardian of the realm of ice and fire. Lin's expression gradually softened. Recalling the surprise the traveler had previously bestowed upon him, he realized he had not been sufficiently cordial, allowing a smile to grace his lips. Ali Baba, you have returned. In that case, we shall conclude today's meeting. Proceed as previously summarized. The mining operations at the Ramsgate gold mine have been ongoing for some time. Given the insecurity of maritime routes, dispatch the Holy Knights stationed at the gold mine to deliver the items I require to White Harbor promptly. Old Scholar Hill Duncan nodded in acknowledgement before rising to take his leave. The hall was left with Lin, the aged steward Alfred, the oaf, and the humble-faced Ali Baba. Lin stood, addressing Ali Baba. You must be weary from your travels. You appear gaunt. Pray, tell me, what treasures of gold mine maps have you brought back this time? Ali Baba's lips twitched, forcing a strained smile. My benevolent lord, the gods. Lin interrupted, his anticipation growing. He wished to hear the crux of the matter. Ahem, there are no gold mines. The oaf grinned mischievously, while even the steward Alfred shook his head in exasperation. Lin sighed, realizing that one must not be too greedy. He slowly seated himself, stating calmly, Then enlighten us with the intelligence you have gathered. Ali Baba bowed, my lord. I witnessed with my own eyes in Astapor of Essos that the Targaryen descendant indeed possesses 3 dragons. Lynn nodded. This was hardly newsworthy. Did that woman not take a legion of Unsullied from the slave trading center in Astapor? Ali Baba's mouth fell agape in astonishment. By the gods, how do you know everything? Lynn chuckled. Astapor is renowned for its Unsullied. The slaves from that city are selected at a young age by their masters, who choose the most agile and robust boys for rigorous military training. It is said that the training process is exceptionally brutal, rife with bloodshed and violence, and their emotions are ruthlessly suppressed. They are often castrated, with their vital organs entirely removed. Over time, these slaves are transformed into formidable war machines. This is a vast army with combat prowess comparable to system soldiers, a fact well understood by Lynn. With a calm demeanor, Lynn inquired, "Do you possess any other useful intelligence? If this is all, your compensation for the next journey will be halved." Ali Baba's face paled. "My lord, the urgency of my return to Westeros is due to my discovery of the whereabouts of a 4th dragon, or perhaps a 4th dragon egg." Ali Baba appeared anxious, fearing that this lord truly knew everything, making his journey a fruitless endeavor. However, the traveler's wrinkled visage soon relaxed. Lynn abruptly stood. A smile radiated from deep within his dark eyes, spreading like smoke from his gaze to his brows and corners of his eyes, swiftly blooming into a crescent at the corners of his lips. "Traveler, you have not disappointed me." Chapter 144, Dragon Egg Scales. The smile at the corners of Lynn's mouth quickly vanished, his expression turning grave. "You say the dragon egg is in Westeros?" Ali Baba spoke with fervor. "Indeed, my lord. Nestled in a valley blanketed in ice and shimmering with azure light lies a dragon egg the size of a barrel, its surface encrusted with pale, golden scales, radiating an extraordinary glow." Lynn was aware that the remaining dragon eggs on the continent, including the 3 acquired by Daenerys in Essos, were all birthed by dragons eons ago. Since the last dragon rider of House Targaryen succumbed to the corruption of the Dark God, not only had all dragons perished, but no one had inherited the magic of dragon riding, rendering these dragon eggs mere fossils. Daenerys was the first to possess the blood of the Targaryens in millennia, awakening the power to call forth dragons, allowing the true dragons to soar once more. Listening to Ali Baba's account, Lynn's expression turned peculiar. "From whom did you hear this news?" "A Shadowbinder." "Shadowbinder?" "Their origins remain shrouded in mystery. However, the Red Priestess Melisandre hails from Ashai, near the Shadowlands, and Shadowbinders utilize shadows to wield magic for their own ends. Thus, they likely originate from Ashai. Among the many practitioners of mysticism active in Ashai, the most nefarious are undoubtedly the Shadowbinders, who obscure their faces with lacquered masks. They dare to venture alone from Ashai into the shadowy lands upstream of the Ash River. Nevertheless, this is not the crux of the matter. The focus is on the dragon eggs birthed by dragons eons ago, which initially accumulated in Ashai, that distant and mystical place. However, the location described by Ali Baba was clearly beyond the wall in the north. Lynn asked, "How can you ascertain that this information is indeed credible?" Ali Baba smiled, deftly drawing forth a flat stone from his voluminous sleeve. The stone, a pale gray, bore the unmistakable marks of antiquity, its age evident to the eye. Lynn furrowed his brow. "A fossil? You wouldn't dare suggest that you possess knowledge of archaeology, would you?" "No," the venerable traveler replied, the creases on his face easing as a smile illuminated his eyes. He flipped the flat fossil to reveal its other side, raising a high. "My lord, behold what this is." Lynn focused intently. The stone, now inverted and held aloft in the brightly lit council chamber, shimmered with delicate golden scales, interwoven with sinuous black lines, intricately etched within. Lynn suddenly grasped the implication, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this a map?" "Indeed," Ali Baba inclined slightly, "my astute master. This is a map inscribed upon the scales of a dragon egg, and from this scale, we can infer that it is indeed a golden dragon's egg." "What? A golden dragon?" The stout Gafuto and the elderly steward Alfred, upon hearing this, could not suppress their heightened breaths, their gazes fixed eagerly upon the scale fossil in Ali Baba's hand. Lynn endeavored to quell his excitement, knowing that the old traveler had the ability to authenticate treasure maps. He was almost certain of the veracity of this dragon scale map. Rising to his feet, ambition gleamed in his eyes. "Gather an army at once. I shall personally march north." Lynn's forces began to mobilize densely. Following the great battle of White Harbor, he still commanded an army of over 16,000, which began to be assigned garrison duties across White Harbor, Fisherman's Port, and the Sister Isles, all interconnected by waterways. Lynn disbanded the entirety of the naval forces stationed at White Harbor, assigning Rooney the man united to garrison White Harbor, while recruiting a new batch of sailors for regular patrols across the 3 locations. After reorganizing the Tiger Bend Corps, the Army's composition reached 8,000 men, who were divided into 8 mixed Tiger Bend battalions responsible for the defense of Lin's 3 territories. The 7th and 8th battalions were transformed into a field corps. The 7th Battalion of the Tiger Bend Corps was assigned to Sherfu, who now held the title of commander of the Northern Expeditionary Army, also serving as the cavalry commander of the Elite Cavalry Corps. They commenced a comprehensive sweep against the families in the north that harbored dissatisfaction towards Lin and refused to submit. The 1st and 2nd Battalions of the Tiger Bend Corps remained stationed at White Harbor, commanded by the former heavy infantry commander, Giroux, who took charge of the White Harbor garrison. The 3rd and 4th Battalions were stationed at the Sister Isles and Fisherman's Port Castle, assisting in local production expansion, led by a young commander, De Bruyne, who had been promoted from the original heavy infantry regiment. The 5th and 6th Battalions, after a brief respite, were to be taken by Lin to the nearest city to the northern wall, the Last Hearth, to establish a secondary line of defense in case the Night's Watch was breached by wildlings. The tall Duncan was currently organizing an expeditionary force composed of heavy cavalry from the Knights Templar, light cavalry from the Elite Cavalry Corps, and the mixed 8th Field Battalion of the Tiger Bend Corps. This would be a sufficiently elite unit, numbering around 3,000 men. The mission was straightforward: to escort Lin safely to the lands beyond the wall, facilitating his inevitable acquisition of the Golden Dragon Egg. In his study, Lin summoned his 2 most capable advisors in matters of state, the venerable Scholar Hill and the old Steward Alfred. As the army mobilized, the issue of food scarcity became apparent. The provisions pillaged from the Riverlands were barely sufficient to sustain the now vast army. And with Lin's northern advance and Sherfu's impending purges of the northern families, the logistics were becoming increasingly tenuous. Lin wore a frown as he sat at an ancient table and chair in his study. Alfred, out of respect for Scholar Hill, refrained from speaking first. Although Scholar Hill was unaware of the Lord's intentions regarding the wall, he understood that some matters did not require his knowledge. My lord, the supply of grain in the north is indeed somewhat strained. However, with this season's impending potato harvest from the Sister Isles and the opening of trade routes over the Dorne Sea, it is not insurmountable to sustain ourselves temporarily through purchases. Since you have entrusted the wealth accrued from White Harbor to your subordinates for managing the territory's expenditures, I assure you, with these 3,600 golden dragons at our disposal, I will not allow the residents of the territory or your soldiers to suffer from hunger or cold. Lin nodded. You speak well. Funds must be utilized wisely. There is no need to be overly frugal regarding financial matters. Not only should we procure ample grain to meet current needs, but we must also prepare for the future. Upon hearing this, Scholar Hill felt a pang of concern. It implied that his lord would soon command an even larger army than before. Despite his inner turmoil, the old scholar resolutely declared, "Rest assured, my lord, I understand the importance of land reclamation and agricultural reform. When necessary, I will ensure your stationed troops cooperate with me, and I will not disappoint you." Observing the gravity etched upon Scholar Hill's weathered face, Lin placed a hand upon his slightly stooped shoulder, filled with gratitude. For a scholar well-versed in governance, encountering a proactive and ambitious lord like Lin was, indeed, a fortunate challenge. As Scholar Hill reflected on this, he gazed at his own aged, mottled hands and sighed, wishing that Lord Lin had been freed from his previous afflictions earlier. For how splendid it would have been for him to govern the Rothschild family. Chapter 145, The Heist. A regiment of cavalry, impeccably arranged in formation, stealthily entered White Harbor through the eastern gate. The cavalry was accompanied by a convoy of horse-drawn wagons, each pulled by teams of 3 horses. There were a total of 7 wagons, spaced evenly among 7 squads, each comprising over 10 cavalrymen. Even from a distance, casual passers-by could easily discern the precious nature of the goods concealed beneath the tightly secured tarpaulins of the wagons, thanks to the meticulous escort. Observant individuals could further notice the deep ruts left in the ground by the passage of the convoy, hinting at even greater mysteries. The cavalry had arrived from the northeastern coast's Ram Gate. This was Lin's 1st Cavalry Regiment, though it did not match the current scale of the 1st Battalion. It bore witness to Lin's inaugural journey through the Riverlands, where on that desolate afternoon in Lannister territory, they fought valiantly and rescued Arya, the faceless man Jaqen, and a number of new recruits from the Night's Watch. This was the Knights Templar led by Lovren. As the formation quietly approached a hidden estate in White Harbor under the cover of night, a figure clad in noble attire emerged from the rear courtyard of the estate. Lovren quickly spotted Lin's figure. He dismounted and knelt respectfully in salute. "Commander of the Knights Templar, I greet you, my lord. Lynn approached with a smile, placing a hand on Lovren's robust shoulder. You have performed admirably. However, from now on, you shall assume the prestigious role of the Grand Commander of the Knights Templar, with a heavy cavalry regiment integrated into your ranks. Lovren, his expression as calm as a still pond, yet imbued with profound respect, remarked, "It is an honor, my lord." Linen nodded, his gaze drifting past Lovren to the several wagons sandwiched between the cavalry. Noticing Linen's attention shift to the wagons, Lovren gestured to his subordinates, and the cavalry swiftly organized themselves, leading the way out of the alley. At the rear entrance of the Lord's manor, only 3 or 4 individuals remained. Lovren then spoke. "My lord, this is the entirety of the gold bars recently mined and smelted, totaling 3 tons. 3 tons of gold bars." Although Linen had anticipated this, a fervent glow ignited in his eyes upon hearing the news. 3 tons equals 3 million grams. A single gold dragon weighs approximately 20 grams. Linen calculated that this amounts to the raw material for 150,000 gold dragons. Even if one were to directly convert the gold bars, excluding the 20 system interest, it still equates to 120,000 gold dragons worth of points laid before him. How many points does 120,000 gold dragons translate to? He could not recall, his mind dulled by the overwhelming influx of gold bars. Hanchnew, ever loyal, remained by Linen's side, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed the Lord's eyes gleaming with a hunger akin to that of a predator. Hanchnew recalled the last time Linen bore such an expression. It was in the treasure cellar of the Folii family in Twin River City. How splendid it is to have a gold mine. With 2 million points so tantalizingly close, Linen was consumed by an irrepressible desire to recharge. Calm down. No food. No need to calm down. I must recharge. At worst, I could directly purchase a true dragon hatchling with a value of 990,000 points, which grants the true dragon bloodline. Linen found himself embroiled in an internal struggle. A sudden voice pierced the tranquil night at the back alley of the White Harbor Lord's estate, shattering the silence. It turned out the treasures had indeed been delivered here. A group of figures clad in black burlap garments leaped down from the rooftops above, numbering around a dozen, displaying commendable agility. Observing the group that had materialized opposite the wagons, merely 10 paces away, Linen furrowed his brow, the darkness revealing the murderous intent in his obsidian eyes. A man, seemingly the leader of the group, stepped forward, disregarding Lovren's unsheathed sword and Hanchnew's furious glare. His gaze shifted to Linen, who appeared innocuous. "Which noble house do you hail from, my lord?" The man wore asymmetrical leather boots and burlap tunics, his short-sleeved shirt seemingly impervious to the frigid northern night. He removed a Scottish hat from his head, revealing a bald and gleaming dome. Linen's lips curled into a pleased smile. "You recognize me as a noble, yet you dare to stand so brazenly before me? Ha! My brothers simply wish to share in the spoils. It's just a meal after all. What is there to fear?" Linen nodded. "Ah, so you're bandits. Indeed, in these times, securing sustenance is paramount. However, you appear rather travel-worn. It seems you've been at this for quite some time. I find it curious why your brothers would choose to strike within the city rather than the wilderness." The bald man shook his hat, as if enjoying the cool breeze on his smooth scalp, and chuckled. "Noble lord, you yist. The tracks left by the carts are as deep as trenches. Surely, my brothers are not the only ones eyeing this cargo. I believe there are others lurking about. No one wishes to risk their lives against a 100-strong band of mercenaries. Hence the city is far safer than the wilds." "Mercenaries?" Linen pieced together the implications. "Oh, so many have their sights set on my goods? Do you know what lies within the wagons?" "Ha!" The bald man squinted and shook his head, licking his lips. "I do not know, which is why I am curious. Regardless of what it is, we shall take only 20%. Moreover, I could even persuade the other factions to withdraw. Is your group powerful in the north?" At this moment, a woman behind the bald man spoke with pride. "We are from the Flagless Brotherhood. There are few in the 7 kingdoms who have not heard of us." Linen blinked in surprise. "The Flagless Brotherhood? These fellows truly possess audacity. The leader of the Flagless Brotherhood, the red-robed monk, behaves like a docile cat in my presence. How could I have been unaware of their influence in the north?" Meanwhile, the bald leader of the Flagless Brotherhood drew a short sword from his waist and sliced through the oilcloth covering one of the wagons before Linen. Lovren, poised to advance with his knightly sword, was subtly halted by Lin's gaze. The bald man then swiftly slapped his own bald head, grinning broadly with exaggerated delight. "Today, I must be under the protection of the King of Light. By the gods, this is a fortune." He then gestured emphatically to the woman who had spoken earlier. Beckoning her closer, he ripped open her clothing, thrusting his hand in her collar, groping her excitedly, and exclaimed, "Sasha, you are about to become the woman of a lord. Do you know that? Oh, and I know you are a priestess of the drowning god. I shall offer a basket of gold at the altar of the drowning god on your behalf. Hey, that noble lad, why do you no longer smile? Just a moment ago, you appeared quite pleased. Now your gaze seems to harbor murderous intent." Linen nodded seriously. "Did you not just say you would only take 20%? It appears that no longer holds true." The bald man erupted into laughter. "It is gold. Of course we shall take it all. These nobles are nothing but fools." He glanced at Lovren, who stood hesitant not far away with his sword raised, then at the imposing Hanchnu, who was bound by Linus' authority and merely stared wide-eyed. Finally, he surveyed the members of the Brotherhood behind him, who were all laughing in unison. Stepping forward, he disdainfully leaned closer to Linen, who appeared delicate and pale. Assuming he understood the thoughts of these nobles, he pointed to his neck and said, "If you wish to kill, allow me to teach you how. Just stab here, and blood will spurt forth, a fate from which even the gods cannot save. What are you hiding from? Steady your sword. Aim it, Sasha. Look at these useless fools." Chapter 146. Could this be a dream? Stab here? Just pierce the neck and blood will gush forth. Indeed, it seems so. Linen grasped the short sword the bald man had thrust into his hands, his face marred by the crimson stains from the neck of the man before him. The narrow alleyway was swept by a cold draft, yet Linen's smile radiated brightly. As the night deepened, an unexpected brightness burst forth. Countless torches illuminated the rooftops at the alley's entrance. The light cast an eerie glow upon the faces of the black-clad figures, twisted by fury and fear. A multitude of bowmen, numbering around 110, suddenly surged forth from the street corner within the alleyway, their arrows glinting ominously with a lethal darkness that instilled terror. Lin abruptly withdrew his short sword from the neck of the aged man, blood gushing forth in a crimson torrent from the severed throat of the brazen bald man. The blood sprayed out, and with wide, astonished eyes, he fell backward, lifeless. Drenched in blood at his temples, Lin's gaze swept over the nervous band of robbers who had unsheathed their weapons. Finally, his attention settled upon the incredulous face of a woman clad in black garb, standing before the carriage. Lin addressed the disheveled woman. "I believe I just heard you proclaim yourself a priestess of the drowning god?" The woman seemed to grasp at a final lifeline, her terrified expression tinged with a glimmer of hope. "Yes, my lord, I am indeed a priestess of the drowning god." "Do you wield sorcery?" She hesitated. "I have only recently joined the missionaries, but I know of someone who understands the sorcery of the drowning god." Lin chuckled at her words, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. "That is splendid. You may live for the time being." "What?" A sudden tension filled the air as the sound of taut bowstrings resonated, followed by a flurry of arrows slicing through the quiet night. The members of the Brotherhood of Thieves behind the woman fell as if struck down by an unseen hand. Cries of anguish and curses erupted, only to be silenced in an instant. A one-armed man, clutching a short spear, managed to evade death by taking cover among the bodies of his fallen companions. Just as he struggled to push aside the corpse that pinned him down, Lovren's imposing figure blocked his path. The knight's sword descended, its chilling edge cleaving through the air, severing the man's skull in two. "My lord, all the bandits outside the alley have been dispatched. There were 3 groups, totaling 38 men," reported the slender figure known as Monkey, emerging silently from the shadows. "Good, dispose of the bodies. I do not wish for a cadre of corpses to mar my good spirits today. And take this woman with you. Perhaps she can divulge some information regarding the previous assassination attempt." The slender monkey, Sterling, quickly understood the implication. "This woman is connected to the sorceress of the drowning god?" He nodded and swiftly approached the dazed woman, delivering a decisive blow to her neck, rendering her unconscious. He then hoisted the disheveled woman, her garments clinging precariously, and vanished back into the darkness. Lin's enthusiasm was momentarily dampened by the foolish thieves who had unwittingly stumbled into his embrace. Once the ambush of archers had cleared the alleyway of the deceased, Lin's focus returned to the 7 carriages. "Lovren, you may take your leave and rest. Penga will stand guard at the alley's mouth." Lin issued his command. Lovren sheathed his knight's sword, bowed respectfully, and mounted his steed, riding out from the alley. The torchlight atop the alleyway began to flicker and fade, while the mottled moonlight ascended into the night sky. As Lin gradually unveiled the tarpaulins covering the carriages, the gentle, crystalline white moonlight transformed into a dazzling golden brilliance. Lin paced slowly between the 7 carriages, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "It's filled. Ding. Welcome, host. To the Explosion Troop System. Host panel information. Current available points. 1, 888, 791. Current experience points, 4, 571, 911, 100, 000. Current system level, level 6. Host confirms recharge. Please wait while processing. Congratulations, host, your recharge of 1,200,000 points has been completed. Current available points, 13, 888, 791. Current experience points, 165, 719, 111, 000. Current system level, origin of all things. Lin gently closed his eyes, relishing the delightful sounds of the system's upgrades. Upon confirming the successful recharge of 1,200,000 points, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the subsequent elevation of the system level caused him to snap his eyes wide open. What in the world? ISNT the system level 7? Why is it the origin of all things? He hastily immersed himself in examining the system panel. Lin erupted in a torrent of curses. Where the hell did my troop exchange options go? No melee units. No ranged units. No cavalry units. What on earth is happening? His mind was a flurry of questions when another system upgrade sound echoed. Congratulations, host. You have officially crossed the threshold of the novice system. Due to exceeding 1 million points, the origin of all things option has been autonomously activated and all low-tier exchange options have been cleared. If this causes any adverse effects to the host, the system expresses deep regret. Regret my foot. I can no longer exchange for heavy cavalry or heavy infantry. Are they considered low-tier units as well? Beneath the moonlight, Lin cursed to the heavens. Nevertheless, the system's voice remained unaffected by Lin's emotional upheaval, continuing its announcements. Note 1. Upon the activation of the origin of all things system level, the host will be forcibly drawn into the divine war of the ice and fire world. Note 2. The host's substantial actions in the explosion troop system have drawn the attention of the gods. Note 3. In light of the above, the host must complete the next mainline task within 3 days. The subsequent mainline task will be available immediately upon the completion of the current task. This mainline task will commence from the moment the host activates the origin of all things level, and the next mainline task must be completed within 10 days. The host must complete the next mainline task within 3 days. What was my last mainline task again? It was to declare war on Junlin. Damn, this is a death sentence. The next mainline task will begin from the moment the host activates the origin of all things level, and the countdown for the next mainline task begins immediately? Doesn't that mean I haven't even accepted the next mainline task, and time is already ticking down? 10 days? I don't even know what the next task is. I refuse. Regrettably, the host's refusal is invalid. Lin's eyes widened in shock. The system seemed to have begun to comprehend his words. System, give me back my gold bars. I no longer wish to recharge. I did not want to enter the origin of all things. I only want my troop summoning system. Detected insulting language. First warning. 3 warnings will result in humane annihilation. What? Sigh. System, what are the consequences if I choose not to complete the mainline task? Are you dissatisfied with the arrangements of this system? Yes. Detected insulting language. Second warning. No, what? Detected insulting language. Third warning. Farewell. Lin abruptly awoke from his slumber. A wave of delight washing over him as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly accessed the military expansion system. Current available points, 13, 888, 791. Current experience points, 165, 719, 111. Current system level, 7. Above the system panel, a line of striking red text flickered ominously. System notification. The host is informed that upon reaching level 8, a new system module, the origin of all things, will be activated. With a sigh of relief, Lin realized that everything he had just experienced was merely a dream. Chapter 147, a momentous epic. A single dream was not enough to disconcert Lin. However, the potential for a self-correcting mechanism within the system, as suggested by the dream, piqued his vigilance. The more he pondered this, the more convinced he became of the necessity to initiate an unprecedented reclamation campaign in the north, preparing to extract sustenance from the barren mountains. Regardless of the enigmatic implications of the so-called origin of all things upon the next system upgrade, Lin resolved to stockpile ample provisions and unleash a surge of formidable troops before the system's evolution, ensuring he was well prepared for any eventuality. Lin's expeditionary force comprised 3,000 men, accompanied by 2 mixed independent battalions stationed at the final Hearth City, totaling 5,000 soldiers transporting 30 horse-drawn wagons laden with supplies, setting forth from White Harbor City in grand procession. Wherever the army traversed, the bandits of the north fell silent. Following the banks of the White Blade River northward, one could observe the hills, once thick with underbrush, gradually becoming bare. Shrubs were felled, and soil was excavated. Occasionally, farmers, guiding mules and oxen while wielding plows, diligently tilled the land amidst the hills. Numerous pastures near river mouths had been rendered stark, indicative of the soil being turned. Lyn issued a resolute decree. All nobles in the north who pledged allegiance to him were to allow their farmers to cultivate the wastelands without obstruction. While lords retained a right to summon farmers within their domains for labor, they were forbidden from impeding farmers' efforts to cultivate their own plots of land. The land remained the domain of the noble lords, who possessed the authority to withhold territory from the farmers. It was a simple matter. The Bolton family, the Stark family, and other rebellious factions in the north would exchange territories with the southern landowners in equal measure. These lands belonged to Lyn, and he intended to share them with the farmers, provided they worked the fields for him. The Bolton family, a prominent clan, held vast estates. With Lyn's assurances, the enthusiasm of the northern populace for reclamation surged. One landowner, having defied the orders from White Harbor by unlawfully detaining farmers within his domain and forbidding them from additional cultivation, also refused to engage in the land exchange with Lyn. The following day, this landowner was publicly executed by a contingent of White Harbor's light cavalry, his corpse displayed at the entrance of his estate. The lords of the north understood that land exchange was Lyn's non-negotiable bottom line. The fervor of the farmers for cultivation reached unprecedented heights. Although much of the land in the north was exceedingly barren, the farmers expressed immense joy, undeterred by the attempts of the lords to thwart their early morning and late-night labors. Once a farmer acquired land, it became a vital lifeline. Even if it yielded only wild vegetables and could not sustain wheat, they cherished it dearly. Traditionally, land belonged solely to the lords, and only with the lord's permission could a farmer possess a small parcel. Now, however, the paradigm had shifted. For every 10 acres reclaimed, one would belong to the farmer's family. Such a groundbreaking policy was unprecedented. Who would dare to choose and pick? While the fertile lands of the south were visible, those fields had always belonged exclusively to the nobility. The mountains were strewn with stones. No matter, they could be excavated and the soil could be transported. No water atop the mountains? A simple solution: dig a large reservoir at the summit. If the rains were plentiful the following year, it would soon fill. The notion that only the wealthy could till the land was a fallacy. Even a person could harness a plow. Even the most inhospitable soil, when sown with care, would eventually yield a harvest. Lyn rested his chin upon his hands, gazing sorrowfully from the window of a meticulously crafted wagon at the farmers energetically laboring on the opposing hillside, where the banner of the Lion Eagle fluttered. The farmers' fervor would momentarily wane until they watched the northern army recede from view, at which point they would redouble their efforts, striving to compensate for their earlier idleness. Though the continent of Westeros did not employ the slavery system found across the narrow sea in Essos, it was predominantly governed by feudal lords who wielded significant power over the farmers within their domains, while they did not overtly possess the power of life and death. This was merely because they were more invested in exploiting the fruits of the farmers' labor for their own benefit. Most farmers were required to toil in the fields for the lords residing in castles or manors, and they often had to serve the lords during hunts. Moreover, it was crucial to understand that wild beasts, forest timber, and fish from rivers all belonged to the lords, and harvesting or fishing without permission was strictly prohibited. So, what was the life of an ordinary farmer like? In 2 simple words: hard labor. In slightly more complex terms, toil throughout the 4 seasons. Farmers worked tirelessly year-round, tilling fields, planting beans, herding sheep, and tending to cattle. Yet, they remained perpetually underfed and inadequately clothed, not due to a lack of effort, but because the land was privately owned, with the vast majority of it monopolized by the lords. Most farmers had no rights to cultivate the land. Thus, the farmers of Westeros at this moment resembled serfs bound to their lords. They worked the lords' fields, often inheriting only a minuscule plot from their ancestors. However, as time passed, they found their holdings continually diminished, either usurped by powerful lords or sold off due to poverty. Farmers without cultivation rights became mere long-term, low-wage laborers for the lords. If not farming, what else could one do in the village? Serving as the lord's representative was the most favorable option. Yet this role typically went to the lord's relatives or friends, leaving farmers without such connections. There were also artisans, blacksmiths and herders, for instance, whose skills were in high demand. Yet such trades were not easily learned. Mastering a craft often required years of apprenticeship, and these apprenticeships were synonymous with hard labor, with domestic tasks relegated to the apprentice. The apprentice slept in pigsties, endured hunger, and had no certainty of when they would learn the craft, reliant solely on the whims of their master. However, Even aspiring to become an apprentice was no simple task. It required the father to plead and offer gifts to secure a position. Lin's army halted at the entrance of a small village adjacent to a manor outside of Holdwood Castle, where a child skillfully sorted through the scattered beans on the ground. Beans were placed in a winnowing basket, and a little boy would shake the basket vigorously each time, swiftly sorting out the jumping, vibrantly colored beans. With each rotten bean he extracted from the basket, the smile on his face grew brighter. Once all the rotten beans had been collected, he carefully packed them into a burlap sack. Stumbling, he hurried back to the village, proud of his day's harvest. The good beans were to be turned over to the Lord, while the rotten ones would serve as sustenance for his family. Lin leaned against the window of the cart, gazing for quite some time until his eyes began to blur. He then shouted at the stout ox riding on a tall horse outside, cursing loudly, "You wretched creature! I asked you to bring me more provisions, yet you filled the carts with nothing but potatoes. Out of 30 carts, more than half are filled with potatoes. How can you consume so many without suffering from the consequences? Today, we rest outside this village, allowing those laboring farmers inside to help us consume some. Consider it my benevolence. What are you staring at? I am aware it is not yet dark. I know its city lies just a few miles away. However, I have no desire to reside in the new estate of the Mandrell family, nor do I wish to eat potatoes or chew on their mutton. After such a bumpy journey, consuming something so pungent would surely upset my stomach. We shall rest here. My charcoal stove is no longer warm, and I intend to warm myself by the fire here, departing early tomorrow. In 2 days, we should nearly reach the final destination of Hearth City." Chapter 148. Roasting Potatoes. Roasting potatoes in the wild may seem simple, yet it requires a certain finesse. They cannot be placed directly over the fire, or they risk being burned to a crisp, wasting a good meal. Firstly, selecting an appropriate roasting spot is paramount. A robust figure stood atop a small mound, using a stick to dig a large hole, ensuring it was open both vertically and horizontally. Then, he carefully selected uniform clods of earth or stones, stacking them layer by layer around the hole's mouth, akin to building with blocks. Ultimately, this formed the semblance of a large cooking platform. It is rather difficult to fathom that the individual who devised such a method for roasting potatoes is a burly man with a fearsome visage. Lin observed as the hound led several disarmed soldiers in constructing a makeshift potato oven. It struck him as somewhat surreal. Could this truly be Sandor Clegane, the infamous former Kingsguard of the Seven Kingdoms? Gazing at the man's mud-streaked face, one could almost mistake him for a peasant farmer, especially when stripped of his heavy armor. Meanwhile, the king to whom this man had recently pledged his loyalty was at that very moment nestled at Lin's feet, enjoying gentle caresses. Every time the hound witnessed Lin treating the griffin-like beast, the golden boar, as one would a kitten, he turned away, seemingly unable to bear witnessing such affection towards his king, even if Lin was the master of his sovereign. A few sacks of potatoes were soon cast into the stone-constructed earthen oven, which was then sealed with stones. The soldiers gathered nearby twigs and dry grass for kindling, igniting a fierce blaze within the makeshift oven. Lin shouted a warning. "Before you ignite the fire, ensure all surrounding dry materials are cleared away, or we risk igniting a wildfire." The soldiers acknowledged his command, using shovels to cover the entrance with earth, sealing it tightly. Now, they simply had to await the potatoes to bask in the warmth, allowing the delectable flavors to develop gradually. "Have the villagers all come out?" the hound inquired, gesturing toward the small mound at the village entrance where the villagers were huddled. Lin frowned, questioning why they had not approached. "My lord, they feel too filthy and fear they may taint your food, so they prefer to wait behind the hill," he replied. This was not merely a concern for contamination. These cautious farmers had returned from the fields, covered in dirt, likely anxious about appearing before the lofty nobleman. Lin felt a pang of sorrow for a moment, but chose not to concern himself with them. As the potatoes roasted, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, crisp and inviting. Lin noticed heads peeking out from behind the mound, curious about what delectable offerings the generous nobleman had in store that could produce such a mouth-watering fragrance. The hound retrieved a potato, freshly unearthed from the oven, and presented it to Lin, asserting that only the master should partake of the first morsel. Lin looked at the warm, tender potato wrapped in leaves, gently peeling away its skin. Soon, the wildest flavors of the fields danced upon his tongue. Of course, not every member of the hound's army indulged in potatoes. Aside from the sentinels on watch, each small encampment had its own smoke rising from cooking fires. The soldiers' rations varied widely, including oatmeal, dried fish, a small amount of ham, and even some onions. As for dry bread, beef, mutton, and beer, they were also present in their supply wagons, luxuries seldom enjoyed by the soldiers. The figures behind the mound began to stir restlessly, lured by the temptation of food. No one was immune to its allure. Sandor Clegane clutched his potato, devouring it greedily. He was the one who had rushed to start the fire, his urgency apparent. Despite the rumors of his fear of flames and psychological trauma associated with fire, Lin had failed to notice this. In truth, it was merely an inner fear, one that could be momentarily overshadowed by other matters, such as a fervent anticipation for delicious food. Before Lin had even finished one roasted potato, the hound had already swallowed two and was poised to attack the last potato of the evening. The little boy who had been seen earlier at the village entrance, sorting beans, now stared intently at the golden, fluffy potato in Lin's hand, saliva dripping down his chin. The soldiers of the guard gathered all the cooked potatoes from the oven, then refilled the remaining sack. The flames continued to crackle beneath the earthen oven. Lin placed the remaining half on a nearby rock, clapping his hands as he stood. I no longer wish to eat. Have the cavalry of the 4th Expeditionary Regiment bring me some dried fish. I can already smell the aroma of their roasted fish from their camp. And bring that little boy who is peeking from behind the hill, drooling. When the hesitant boy finally approached Lin, uncertainty etched on his face. Lin pointed to the remaining half of the potato on the stone. I have eaten. Do you wish to have it? The boy swallowed hard, glancing back at the hill as if seeking counsel, but no head dared to emerge from behind it. Lacking resolution, he succumbed to the call of his hunger. He nodded vigorously. Half a potato was quickly devoured, and a hint of color returned to the boy's gaunt face. Lin inquired, what do you usually eat? The boy clutched the last morsel of potato flesh, stammering, bean porridge, gooseberries. The bean porridge must refer to the mush made from the rotten beans boiled in water, akin to a bean gruel. Gooseberries are a type of wild vegetable. The poor child's complexion was a sickly yellow, his hair as parched and brittle as straw, indicating a severe lack of nourishment. Lin inquired further, do you not hunt or fish? The White Blade River is not far from here. The boy replied, we do hunt and fish, but we can only have the soup. The meat is reserved for the Lord household. Lin nodded in understanding and remarked, soon, the land reform will reach this area, and before long, you will possess your own fields and food that belongs to you, just like the food you hold in your hands. The boy, though partially comprehending, was nonetheless captivated by the notion of having food that truly belonged to him. At that moment, the second batch of potatoes roasted in the earth pit was ready, exuding an irresistible aroma. Lin took a piece of dried fish brought by the clumsy ox and handed it to the boy, smiling as he patted the child's head. Go now. Call a few villagers over to gather the potatoes from the pit. If they cannot carry all this food, the rewards will be halved. Finally, the moment they had been anticipating arrived. The boy hurriedly dashed back, his legs pumping with excitement. This was the territory of Woodford Castle, and the villagers were perplexed by the banners raised by Lin's army. Those sent to collect the cooked potatoes appeared alarmed, bowing from a distance upon seeing Lin, waiting anxiously for his nod of approval, or until he turned away completely, before daring to plunge their rough, calloused hands into the scalding earth pit to retrieve the potatoes. Their hands seemed immune to the heat, without needing leaves to wrap them, or even the iron spade placed conveniently before them. They swiftly scooped up a warm potato with one hand and stuffed it into the makeshift pouch of their tunics with the other. As the villagers filled their arms with the steaming potatoes, preparing to return over the hill, they bowed their heads once more towards Lin, who stood with his back turned, seemingly admiring the distant mountains, before departing at a measured pace. The army's camp was several hundred meters away in the woods. The open space at the village entrance served merely as a place to cook and prepare food. Observing the successful feast and the soldiers well-fed and content, Lin had no intention of lingering. As he took the first bite of mashed potato, the griffin, a golden boar, flew into the mountains to hunt for its own food. Lin cast one last glance at the village gate, dappled in the hues of the setting sun, and turned to his guard, commanding, leave a sack of potatoes. Inform the army to rest immediately, and we shall break camp at dawn. Chapter 149, Spring Awakening. Lin's army traversed the main road outside Woodford Castle, opting not to enter the town, which now belonged to the Mandler family. At this moment, Sir Wendell Mandler stood atop the tallest tower in the castle, where a bronze bell hung, gazing at the long line of troops stretching beyond the walls. Suddenly, he felt a familiar twinge of fear that had lingered in his heart since his time in White Harbor. Wendell Mandler fretted. Has Lin come to search for the treasures left behind by the Bolton family at Terra Fortress? Just a few dozen miles north of Woodford Castle lay Terra Fortress, now the stronghold of Lin's valiant cavalry commander, Sir Stone. Wendell's cousin, the enchanting Donna Lamander, whom Lin had met at Carlin Bay, possessed a face as fair as snow, with deep-set eyes and graceful brows, exuding an aura of elegance. She too was uncertain of the true purpose behind the army bearing the Griffin banner coming to the north. There were no formidable foes left in the north. It was said that the Stark family had taken Winterfell, causing discontent for the new northern king, yet the two parties were not of the same caliber. Lynn had no need to abandon the fragrant warmth of White Harbor to endure the cold of the north. In truth, Lynn's army was not en route to Terra Fortress. With its imposing walls and serrated battlements, despite its intriguing location near a volcanic crater. On the third day, the troops crossed the tumultuous White Blade River, entering the King's Road leading to Winterfell. Not far ahead lay the boundary between the northern plains and the Wolf Woods. The terrain began to rise steeply, with rocky slopes resembling claws. At the lower slopes, trees such as pines, hawthorns, and cedars flourished, but higher up, the land lay barren, jutting sharply into the cloudy sky. A sudden cawing of crows broke the silence, as a multitude of them soared overhead, riding the sunlight and darting past the skeletal trees, vanishing in an instant. The robust figure of the Golden Boar led the way for the army atop the ridge. Birds scattered as it passed, and the boar playfully swatted at them with its claws while flapping its wings, capturing the fleeing birds with a mischievous glee. Dust flew beneath its feet as it caught a few hawks, standing proudly atop the ridge. The sun hung high above the pines, large and vibrant, as the woods and hills stretched endlessly before them, fading into the horizon. That is my griffin. You may hold it in reverence, but do not dare to aspire to be the second human to conquer it. Lynn, cradling a steaming warm stove, watched as the hounds outside gazed longingly at the Golden Boar frolicking on the ridge. As the master of the griffin, Lynn issued a warning. The hound's sulky reply indicated that the king was unconquerable, yet you are fortunate. Lynn smirked at this, sealing the cold wind outside the carriage curtain. The bumpy road was perfect for a brief respite. He listened to the gentle sigh of the wind through the leaves, the chattering of squirrels, and even the sound of pine cones rolling to the ground. A multitude of vibrant scents encircled him like a song, celebrating the beauty of the verdant world. Lynn awoke from his midday slumber in the swaying carriage. Soon, the noble lord's luxurious carriage resonated with a playful tune. In the mountains, one could see vines entwining trees. How rare it is to witness trees entwined with vines. If the green vine does not entwine the tree, it is a wasted spring. Lynn's unique singing style was utterly captivating. The tall Duncan led the way ahead of Lynn's carriage, and upon hearing the melody, he grandly cracked his whip, urging his warhorse ahead of the line for a closer inspection. The hounds momentarily halted, as if they had wandered off to graze or relieve themselves beside the road. The clumsy ox scratched his head in confusion, while the slender monkey leaned in and whispered, "My lord is in the throes of spring. Go scout around for women." The clumsy ox gasped in shock. Is the lord seeking to take the lord's wife? The slender monkey clicked his tongue. That's about the gist of it. The clumsy ox gazed mournfully down the shaded path. Are there even any women in this dense forest? It will be hard to find even a sow. This is a predicament. Oh, the lord's tune has changed. Really? Let me hear. The slender monkey urged his warhorse to match the pace of the carriage, and indeed, the melody rang out. Who has brought forth the tales of love and strife, with a heart burdened by cares, only to carve out legends in the tumult of life. In a world where the threads of fate are woven with the blood of adversaries, one cannot help but ponder whether such actions contradict the very essence of divine order. Alas, the lamentation lingers, a poignant melody that resonates with unfulfilled desires, as one fears the passage of time, merely existing in hopes of future judgment. The lyrics, devoid of the vibrancy of spring, intertwine with the chilling atmosphere of the forest, casting an unusual brilliance. Though the rendition may lack refinement, it is resoundingly steadfast, a beacon of light, akin to lightning piercing the night sky, cleaving through the pervasive mists of the realm. The slender figure of the monkey was lost in thought. We turned to behold a visage of icy indifference within the carriage, graced by a smile laden with significance. "My lord," the monkey stammered, "what enchanting tune do you sing? It has ensnared my senses." Just as Lin was about to scold, the distant sound of hoofbeats reached his ears. A scout, tasked with leading the way, galloped forth, stirring up a cloud of dust, and approached Lin's carriage to report. "My lord, ahead lies a troop of 10 or so cavalrymen amidst the dense woods. Their banners suggest they belong to a ranger unit of the Night's Watch." Lin shot a piercing glance at the monkey. The Night's Watch, grappling with the mounting pressures from the wildlings, would surely have no inclination to abandon their post south of the wall. After a moment's contemplation, Lin instructed Sterling, "Accompany the scout to ascertain whether these individuals are deserters from the wall. As the current guardian of the North, Lin En deemed it imperative to uphold certain policies from Winterfell's past, particularly the apprehension of those who, unable to endure the monotonous and frigid existence under the Night's Watch, had chosen to rebel. The rationale behind maintaining this tradition is clear. The Night's Watch serves as the first line of defense against the wildlings and the White Walkers. And if that force falters, the entire north would tremble. The army halted at the entrance of the Wolf Woods. Lin En retrieved his water flask. But the earthy taste proved unbearable, prompting him to toss it to the simple-minded bull and seek solace in a nearby crystal-clear mountain stream, sipping gently to soothe his throat. Not long after, the monkey returned on horseback. It bears the Night's Watch's banner, yet these are not Night's Watchmen. They claim to be from Bear Island. Chapter 152. The First Encounter with the Bear Maiden. From Bear Island, yet adorned with the sigil of the Night's Watch. What could this signify? Allons entendez. The distant sound of galloping hooves heralded the arrival of a cavalry unit, approximately 10 strong. The royal guard swiftly intercepted the newcomers, among whom was a rider holding aloft the banner of the Night's Watch. Upon seeing the obstruction, the riders dismounted. A girl of about 10, clad in leather armor and draped in a black bear fur cloak, approached with measured steps. Despite her fitted armor, she exuded an air of grace. As Lin En beheld the girl's elegant demeanor, a thought struck him. Under the watchful gaze of the royal guard, she stepped forward, her lips parting as she inquired, "Are you Lord Lin En Rothschild?" Although her countenance bore the innocence of youth, her tone was both natural and gentle. Standing by the stream, Lin En dried his damp hands on his woolen cloak and replied with a smile, "I presume you are Lionel Mormont of House Mormont?" A playful smile graced her lips, laced with undeniable pride and a hint of shyness. "Indeed, I am Lionel Mormont," she affirmed, her expression shifting to one of solemnity as she bowed deeply. "I thank you for avenging my mother and sister by executing the phrase. Your kindness and chivalry will forever be remembered by House Mormont." Lin En regarded the young matriarch of Bear Island, impressed by her composure and eloquence, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Lionel Mormont, in turn, gazed at Lin En with astonishment. He was not the imposing figure she had envisioned as the Northwest ruler. Her eyes, clear as crystal, reflected an unclouded spirit, having previously submitted a letter of fealty. Their relationship resembled that of lord and vassal. Thus, Lin En's acceptance of her respect was not taken as an imposition. Observing Lionel Mormont's decisive and graceful greeting, Lin En expressed his admiration with a gentle smile. "May I inquire why you find yourself here?" This is the entrance to the Wolf Woods along King S Road, a central area of the north, while Bear Island is situated far to the northwest. With a playful wink, Lion countered, "And what brings you here, my lord? Why does your army traverse the north to this place?" Lin En chuckled heartily, not concealing his mirth. "I intend to journey to the wall." "Have you received a message from Lord Commander George Mormont? Has the old bear sent you a missive?" Lin En mused, shaking his head in contemplation. "I have not received such news." "Surely, you do not intend to venture to the wall as well?" Lionel Mormont laughed lightly and boldly proclaimed, "My lord, may I join you?" Lin En paused, then burst into laughter, thumping his chest. "Who could deny being a good man? Let us set forth together." As Lin En prepared to return to his carriage, Lionel Mormont questioned, "My lord, did you truly not receive a distress signal from Castle Black?" Lin En lifted the windbreak curtain of the carriage, glancing back at the sprawling army. "Though I have not received any cries for help. The timing of your arrival is fortuitous. Would you care to join me in the carriage for a discussion?" The young bear maiden, Lionel Mormont, looked on in surprise as she gracefully stepped into the carriage, her posture straight and poised, the corners of her youthful face curling into a delicate smile. As the army commenced its march, the monkey, riding alongside the simple-minded bull, remarked, "Did you hear that?" Ever since that woman entered the carriage, my lord's laughter has not ceased. The bull glanced at the tightly covered windows of the carriage, bewildered. Indeed, my lord was clearly discussing serious matters with her, mentioning the wall, food supplies, wildlings, and other grave issues. What could possibly be amusing about that? The monkey observed the bull, realizing that the moniker bestowed upon him by their lord was indeed fitting. The crux of the conversation was irrelevant. What mattered was the company in which it was held. Serious discussions would typically be reserved for the learned maester or the steward, where the lord exuded authority. Laughter would be an anomaly, and to refrain from cursing would be a stroke of good fortune. Sterling would wager his head on that. With thoughts straying, the monkey cast a sympathetic glance at the bull, before riding off to engage Lord Duncan in conversation. Inside the spacious carriage, Lin En offered a warm flask of wine to the bear maiden. "Take a sip to soothe your throat. You mentioned that the Lord Commander George Mormont personally led a delegation beyond the wall to negotiate with the wildlings. thus dispatching rangers to seek assistance from the northern lords? Indeed, my uncle Jorah Mormont departed the wall for the lands beyond, leaving Castle Black vulnerable. He fears for his safety, knowing the wall may face grave peril should misfortune befall him. Lyn pondered for a moment before nodding and said, "Do not fret excessively. I intend to station a garrison at the last hearth for the long term. Moreover, my forces will not rely on the meager supplies of the Night's Watch for battle. I have my own logistics system in place. From the mouth of the White Harbor and the White Knife River, provisions can be delivered directly to the Long Lake in the Wolfwood, and then transported to the Long Lake via the strongholds established at the Last Hearth Castle. The Last Hearth is fortified by the Last River, which traverses the northern continent, making it a strategic military bastion that can be both offensive and defensive. Even if calamity were to befall the wall, I can erect a second line of defense for the north. The wall has always been the domain of the Night's Watch for millennia. They do not pertain to the affairs of the north. Thus, my army shall not join the Night's Watch, nor will I compel the people of the north to guard the wall. I will defend the north by my own means. Of course, until my rather dire predictions come to fruition, it is only fitting to provide the Night's Watch with assistance to the best of my ability." Upon hearing this, Lady Lyanna felt a sense of reassurance. She took a hearty swig from Lyn's wineskin to calm her nerves and set it beside her. "There are certain confidential matters concerning your plans that you need not disclose to me. Although the Mormont family is currently loyal to you, our population on Bear Island has dwindled following the last campaign of House Stark to the south. I am of little assistance to you. My visit to the wall is merely to lend a meager hand before the wildlings assault it, but these contributions are but a drop in the ocean. The Night's Watch has sent out calls for aid to the Seven Kingdoms, yet the response has been scant. While I am unaware of why my uncle has not sent you a message, I trust that with your plans, outposts, ample provisions, and such a formidable army, the wildlings shall not ravage the north so easily." Lyn shook his head. "You misunderstand. My preparations are not solely for the wildlings." Lyanna's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a soft sigh, and she took another large gulp of wine. It seemed the Lord was inclined to believe the Night's Watch's claims regarding the awakening of the others. As the haunting howls of wolves echoed through the frigid forest outside the carriage, Lyn mused to himself that he did not merely believe, he was convinced. However, since leading his troops into the Riverlands to rescue Arya, it appeared that events had accelerated. The hurried defeat of Robb Stark had led to the Red Wedding occurring months earlier than anticipated. Now, as he ventured into the biting cold of the north, he pondered whether the timeline here would also be advanced or completely altered. One thing was certain: Lady Lyanna Mormont, niece of the Night's Watch commander, had not been involved in providing aid to the wall in the original narrative, yet now she was here. This marked the beginning of change. It seemed that his butterfly wings fluttering in the Riverlands had indeed set off a chain reaction affecting the wall in the north. Chapter 151. Ultimately Still a Girl. Lady Lyanna and Lyn chatted amiably in the carriage for quite some time before donning their somewhat tattered bear pelts and returning to their Mormont cavalry. Orders were dispatched to hasten the march. There would be no camping tonight. They would traverse the Wolfwood directly, arriving at the Last Hearth for a well-deserved rest by dawn. Lyn's voice boomed from the carriage. Upon hearing this, the stout man cracked his whip against the flank of the great steed, and the warhorse neighed before dashing ahead. As the horse galloped, the stout man bellowed, "The Lord commands. All forces increase speed. No camping. We must reach the Last Hearth by dawn." The mixed expeditionary force, upon receiving the command, hastily retrieved warm cloaks and torches from their supply wagons. The night in the Wolfwood would be frigid, and they had prepared adequately for the cold. The soldiers were hardy men, accustomed to hardship. As dusk fell and the sun's warmth was absent, the already chilly Wolfwood became even more bitterly cold. When the expeditionary force ignited their torches, the faces of all present were reinvigorated with warmth. The King's Road gradually transformed into a narrow forest path, a serpentine line of flames weaving through the dense foliage of the Wolfwood, advancing steadily northward. By the following morning, as the sun ascended, the army arrived at the Last Hearth. The road within the Wolfwood was treacherous, and Lyn's carriage stumbled twice over fallen trees in the darkness. Consequently, the pace of the army was impeded. Upon arrival, the troops rested for the morning near the newly gifted territory adjacent to the Last River. After lunch, Lyn graciously declined the generous hospitality of House Amber, leaving behind 2,000 soldiers from the reorganized Tiger Company's 5th and 6th regiments, along with 10 supply-laden wagons. They set forth once more on their arduous journey. The Amber family would assist the soldiers of the Tiger Company in establishing a defensive line at the Last River. This military encampment was situated in a makeshift ruin of a village by the river's crossing. If all went well, this ruin would be transformed into a military stronghold by the time Lyn returned. Shortly after passing the last hearth, they entered the newly gifted territory. The new lands referred to the stretch of land south of Brandon's gifts, extending 25 leagues. This land had previously been bestowed upon the Night's Watch by Queen Alysanne Targaryen and her husband, Jaehaerys I. This effectively doubled the territory of the Night's Watch south of the Wall. Where the Night's Watch had survived on meager support from the Seven Kingdoms and the harshness of this vast, icy expanse. At this point, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. Green was gradually supplanted by a blanket of white snow, and the frigid climate caused the ground to freeze, making the carriage prone to slipping. The cold made the griffin-like beasts, the golden pigs, reluctant to soar, instead ambling alongside Lynn's carriage. Lady Lyanna and her companions had already noticed the golden pigs in the wolfwood, which had astonished them for quite some time. Even the composed and decisive little bear lady could not suppress a flicker of terror upon first encountering the golden pigs. Her cherry lips remained agape in astonishment for a prolonged moment. The griffin-like creature soared overhead, unable to discern much scent in the biting wind. Nor could it hear the howls of prey. Its tail hung low, wings folded against the gusts, as it trudged along. Gradually, the path ahead became blanketed in snow, dotted with hills and rugged slopes, where enormous pines and oaks with golden leaves stood tall, and swift streams sparkled with frost. Throughout Lynn's northern journey, he observed several deciduous trees. Their bark was pale as bone, with deep red leaves resembling a multitude of bloodied hands, some of which bore faces carved into their trunks, occasionally dripping sap that stained their eyes crimson. When the sap fell, it appeared as though the trees wept blood, especially as the army entered the newly gifted lands. Clusters of fish-leaf trees mingled among the pines, countless in number, which greatly unsettled Lynn. As the northern winds rose, long icicles cascaded like banners from the towering peaks. The forest of the new lands was shrouded in desolation. It seemed to do not favor those vibrant trees. Since entering the new lands, riding on horseback, the piercing northern wind had stung his face painfully. The little face of the bear girl, Lyanna, was similarly affected, as the biting wind rendered her cheeks as rosy as a bright apple. Lynn, unable to bear the sight, extended another invitation for Lyanna to join him inside the carriage to warm herself by the charcoal stove. Upon hearing Lyanna's soft inquiry, Lynn lowered the window curtain, shifting his gaze to the opposite side. The bear girl's black bearskin cloak, meant for warmth, seemed less effective than anticipated at this moment. She huddled within the tattered cloak, shedding the pride befitting a clan leader, revealing the fragile image of a little girl. Lynn observed her with keen interest, prompting Lyanna to realize the situation and adjust her posture, striving to appear more composed. Lynn smiled faintly, suggesting that she simply call him Lynn, and remarked that she seemed ill-prepared for the journey to the Wall of Despair. The cold here was truly frightening, and the temperature continued to plummet. Soon, the night would guarantee a drop below freezing, and when the biting wind rose, the chill would pierce through even the warmest of bearskin cloaks. Lyanna seemed to recall something, her expression suddenly darkening as she hesitantly whispered, "We have brought the warmest clothes, but unfortunately, it is still not quite enough." Lynn suppressed his smile, retrieving a sheepskin coat from beneath the carriage seat and offering it to Lyanna. "If you do not mind, you might try wearing my spare garment." Grateful, Lyanna cast a glance at Lynn. Perhaps sensing his kindness and sincerity, she took the coat without hesitation and donned it right before him. As she dressed, she inquired, "You still haven't answered my questions about those trees." Lynn replied calmly, "Oh, those are fishbeam trees. You should be familiar with them." Lyanna nodded, "Yes. We have one in my family's sacred grove." "Exactly," Lynn continued. "My next objective is to attempt to fell all these detestable fishbeam trees. Burning them is also an option. In any case, I wish to no longer see them. They are not merely things. They are trees." Lyanna corrected him. I know, they're not just things." Ah, clever Lyanna immediately grasped the underlying metaphor in Lynn's tone and suddenly burst into laughter. The little girl had a low threshold for humor. Her animated laughter and charming smile resembled that of a neighbor's child. After a hearty laugh, Lyanna gradually caught her breath and instinctively straightened her posture. Children from impoverished backgrounds grow up quickly, and the Bear Clan's young girl, forced to mature early, had learned to instinctively restrain herself, attempting to conceal the innocence and romance that should belong to her age. As the bear girl Lyanna emerged from her moment of levity, she became aware of someone watching her. She looked up abruptly to find Lynn holding a wine pouch warmed by the stove as a hand warmer, his large front teeth gleaming in a broad smile. Slightly flustered, Lyanna, disregarding Lynn's noble status, shot him a playful glare and retorted, "Surely you can't be serious?" Lynn, locking his gaze with hers, managed a smile from his strikingly handsome face. What I say to you is truer than gold. Whether it was merely Lyanna's perception, Lynn's words always seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Unable to endure the peculiar atmosphere within the carriage, the Bear Clan's young leader, Lyanna Mormont, felt her cheeks flush. She flung open the carriage door, disregarding the deep snow by the roadside, and sprang out. Chapter 152, Arrival at Black Castle. As they ventured further north, the farmhouses became increasingly sparse, eventually leading to desolation. After yet another tent was pitched, horses were tended, and a fire was lit for warmth. The imposing silhouette of the Wall of Despair came into view from a distance. From 10 miles away, the gray-blue line stretching across the northern horizon seemed to declare, "This is the edge of the world. This is the most colossal structure I have ever seen," exclaimed Lyanna, the bear girl. Lynn scoffed, "I've seen walls far more magnificent than this." Lyanna dismissed him. Nonsense. Lynn, uninterested in further explanation, remained silent. By noon the next day, having departed from White Harbor, they had been marching for about 10 days. The expeditionary forces finally reached the outskirts of the Black Castle at the foot of the wall. As the sun broke through the clouds, Lynn turned away from the sunlight, lifting his gaze to the wall, watching as its stone surface shimmered with a crystalline blue hue. Countless generations of wind and sand had left their marks on the walls, resembling a thin film covering, giving them a grayish appearance on dreary days. But under the bright sunlight, the wall sparkled as if imbued with life, akin to a breathtaking blue and white precipice splitting the sky. "We have arrived, my lord," came the voice of the stout man-hound. Lynn peered out of the carriage, surveying the disarray of frost-covered structures before him. It was hard for him to believe that this was the legendary Black Castle. There were no walls, no gates, merely a haphazard construction nestled against the icy barrier of the Wall of Despair. Before him lay a modest clearing, resembling a makeshift training ground. Behind it, wooden towers and stone edifices appeared as if strewn about like toys in the snow. The ancient fortress of the Night's Watch was far less impressive than the Twin Rivers or White Harbor, hardly qualifying as a proper castle. The most critical flaw was its lack of walls, rendering it vulnerable to attacks from the east, west, and south. The Night's Watch's sole concern lay to the north, where the Wall of Despair loomed tall. Chief Advisor Maester Aemon Targaryen and the Black Castle's commander, Alazar Thorne, had been awaiting them amidst the frigid winds for quite some time. The Chief Advisor of the Night's Watch, Maester Aemon, was an elderly scholar with the blood of dragon kings. In his youth, he had come to the Wall to serve the Night's Watch, wishing to avoid the disputes of succession. Maester Aemon was both aged and robust, with white hair yet a vigorous demeanor, hardly resembling a man nearing a century. He was the first to greet them, Lord Lynn Rothschild, and the little lady from House Mormont. "Welcome to your arrival. You have greatly enhanced the presence of Black Castle." Lynn smiled and nodded, signaling that there was no need for excessive formalities. He deeply admired the old scholar-esque commitment to the ancient and sacred mission that led him to join the Night's Watch. Lyanna also returned the gesture to Maester Aemon. "Thank you for your kind words, Maester Aemon. I wonder how the situation beyond the wall is faring, and which families have received the Night's Watch's raven messages and have come to Black Castle." Maester Aemon sighed with a wry smile. "Commander Gior has taken 300 men of the Night's Watch to speak with Mance. We received word from your uncle Gior's raven a fortnight ago that Mance Raider has gathered an army of 100,000 wildlings at the Frostfangs. It is said that this year, the lands beyond the wall are suffering from severe famine, and rumors of cannibalism among the wildlings have begun to circulate. Should the situation deteriorate, the wildlings may challenge the wall, and this place will undoubtedly become a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Military control along the wall has already commenced in recent days." Surprised, the bear girl Lyanna exclaimed, "Has my uncle Gior Mormont not sent any messages back recently?" Master Aemon shook his head gravely and remarked, "Jaime has led the troops to the Ancestral Peak, a defensive point ensnared on the crucial path at Mance Raider. As for the situation beyond the wall, we remain utterly in the dark." The instructor of the Black Castle, Alazar Thorne, sneered, "Master Aemon has released all the ravens of the Black Castle, and the Night's Watch sent out a plea for aid 10 days ago to the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, you are still the first guests of the Black Castle." With a confident demeanor, he continued, "Now, counting the new recruits Yoren has gathered from King's Landing, we barely have 300 men to defend. Were it not for our insufficient supplies, with these 300 men and the wall, which stands like an insurmountable chasm, even without assistance from the Seven Kingdoms, no matter how many wildlings there are, they cannot surmount the wall. 300 men defending against 100,000 wildlings. This confidence, seemingly born of madness, was nevertheless rooted in the Night's Watch's unwavering faith in the impregnable defenses of the wall. Lynn pondered and cautioned. It is indeed no easy feat for the wildlings to breach the wall, but if they were to approach by sea, the outcome could be uncertain. Alisar shook his head resolutely. Carter Pike is stationed at Eastwatch. There are too many wildlings for them to enter the north by sea. Upon hearing this, Lynn frowned and chose to remain silent. At that moment, Master Eamon interjected, "May I inquire as to the purpose of your grand army's presence here, Lord Lynn?" Little Bear Lady Lyanna turned her curious gaze towards Lynn as well. Throughout their journey, Lynn had kept the purpose of his visit to the wall shrouded in mystery. Now that they had arrived at the Black Castle, it remained to be seen whether Lynn would reveal his intentions. She knew that Lynn had not received the Night's Watch's distress signal before departing, indicating that he must have another motive for his journey. Feeling the weight of their inquisitive stares, Lynn exhaled softly and smiled at Master Eamon. "I intend to venture beyond the wall." Master Eamon sighed in response. "The lands beyond the wall are fraught with chaos and peril. It would be wise for you to abandon any thoughts of continuing northward." Alisar Thorn echoed this warning, stating that the dangers beyond the wall were far more dire than the temperate north, where the wildlings could easily rend you apart, regardless of the size of your forces. Moreover, in the pitch darkness of night, even more terrifying creatures might emerge, far more fearsome than the wildlings. Lynn was momentarily taken aback by the description of the north as temperate, but then he smiled, thinking that compared to this place and the lands beyond, the north was indeed as warm as spring. "You must be referring to the blue-eyed White Walkers, right? I have encountered them before and even slain one with my own hands." Lynn spoke earnestly, yet the three men regarded him as boasting. Even Lyanna stared at him with wide blue eyes, filled with skepticism. Alisar Thorn stated earnestly, "Lord Lynn, the blue-eyed creatures we speak of are not mere beggars with blue irises. They are monsters with glowing blue eyes that possess a formidable aggression." Chapter 153, The Little Bear Lady's Speculation. Lynn's expression remained impassive as he shrugged, indicating that the White Walkers were nothing to fear. To Lynn, they were as trivial as sheep. Master Eamon and Alisar exchanged silent glances. Before the army of White Walkers amassed, Lynn felt no trepidation towards the blue-eyed creatures. The King's Guard had equipped themselves with 100 Valyrian steel blades exchanged in White Harbor. Even if the Night King himself were to join the fray, he would likely tremble before such formidable armament. Realizing that idle talk with the Night's Watch was futile, Lynn attempted to present a more practical proposal. Drawing the Valyrian dagger from his waist, he declared solemnly, "In the name of the Rothschild family and White Harbor, I seek the assistance of the Night's Watch. Allowing my army to rest at Black Castle for one night. Tomorrow morning, I request that you open the passage through the wall. In return, I shall offer a portion of my supplies as recompense." It was evident that Lynn had underestimated the rigidity of the Night's Watch. Alisar Thorn shook his head once more, stating, "That is not permissible. The Night's Watch has no authority to cross the wall northward. No one has ever broken this rule for thousands of years." Master Eamon firmly opposed Lynn's intentions, deeming his actions reckless, akin to seeking a snow-covered grave. Outside, 100,000 wildlings may already be en route to the wall, and those elusive, nearly indestructible White Walkers had awakened. Now was not the time to venture beyond the wall. Even the commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont, who was well-versed in the dangers beyond, had sought Master Eamon to prepare his last words before leading his men away from the wall. Both Night's Watch commanders resolutely rejected Lynn's proposal. Even though they were in dire need of supplies, they would not relent. Little Bear Lady Lyanna gazed silently at Lynn, sharing his sentiment that departing the wall for the lands beyond was indeed a mad endeavor. Lynn was resolute in his quest for the golden dragon egg, a venture he deemed essential. Dragons would prove to be the most potent weapon against the army of the White Walkers, for no matter how strong the soldiers became, those who fell would inevitably rise again as foes. Lynn could not afford to indulge in pleasantries with the obstinate members of the Night's Watch, nor could he convey his foreboding thoughts about how terrifying the resurrection of the wildling corpses would be once the White Walkers took control. With negotiations at an impasse, he exchanged a knowing glance with Duncan and turned to lead his army into the Black Castle to set up camp. Alisar Thorn, visibly agitated, remarked, "I told you this man would be a significant trouble. It was wise of you not to send him a message, Master Eamon." The new recruits Lord Yoren painstakingly gathered from King's Landing are becoming increasingly difficult to manage, and that is due to the bad habits they acquired under his command. The 300 men of the Night's Watch could not prevent Lynn from taking up residence, nor did they have any justification to do so. After the encampment for the expedition force of 3,000 was established, the sun had set, and the relentless march had drained the last remnants of energy from soldiers. They barely had time to eat before collapsing into sleep. After establishing the order of vigilance, the camp fell into a profound silence. The wind sweeping over the snow, blanketing the wall, and the sound of falling snowflakes resonated distinctly within the Black Castle. Lin found it impossible to sleep. Even though his body was utterly fatigued, his eyes remained wide open, the flickering candlelight casting shadows across his face. The actual conditions were worse than he had anticipated. Despite the Night's Watch having made some defensive preparations, they were far from comprehensive. Should a large number of wildlings attempt to infiltrate the north from Eastwatch, it would spell disaster. Lin could not ascertain if the wildlings would continue to send only a small contingent to stealthily cross the wall by sea to ambush the Black Castle. But the nonchalant attitude of the Night's Watch indicated a dangerous underestimation of the wall's effectiveness as a barrier. This was a troubling sign. Lin's insomnia was not solely due to concern for the Night's Watch. He had another important task to undertake. A well-equipped squad of 200 had quietly gathered outside the tents, awaiting his command. "My lord, everyone is assembled." Duncan entered the tent, reporting with a sense of urgency. Lin, pulled from his reverie, gazed through the crevices of the tent at the twinkling stars outside. Nodding slightly, "We may begin." At Black Castle, a spontaneous coup d'etat was brewing from within, spearheaded by Lin, who had just arrived at Black Castle for the first time. After witnessing the grandeur and fortitude of the wall, Lin promptly revised his initial plans. The notion of establishing a defense line at the mouth of the river or transforming the last hearth into a military stronghold seemed utterly futile. If an enemy could breach such a formidable bastion as the wall, then erecting additional defenses would offer no respite. The great gates of Westeros must fall under his dominion. Lin had no desire to expel the Night's Watch, yet the guardianship of the wall and the control of its passages must rest with him. Discussions regarding the eradication of the White Walkers could wait. The Night's Watch, inheritors of sacred duty, had vigilantly guarded this line for millennia, earning admiration. However, times had changed. The Night's Watch struggled to recruit, drawing only thieves, bandits, and rapists seeking to evade punishment. With such a meager contingent safeguarding the north, Lin felt an unsettling unease. Thus, he resolved to make his voice heard from atop the wall. Duncan exited, and soon another familiar figure entered the tent. "Hey, Lyanna, what brings you here at this hour?" Lin exclaimed, astonished. The bear woman wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. "My lord Lin, I can join you if you require assistance." Lin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "So you've discerned my intentions?" Lyanna Mormont, accustomed to a moment of silence, turned away, pacing thoughtfully for 2 steps before pivoting with unwavering resolve to declare, "You surely disdain the Night's Watch for their weakness. I share your sentiment. Those criminals possess no sense of honor and are unworthy of being the North's bulwark." Lin was left utterly speechless. While he hadn't explicitly thought so, it seemed to align with his actions. Shaking his head in bemusement, Lin admitted, "Well, you do have a point. I intend to lead my army beyond the wall. I cannot place my trust in the Night's Watch here. Thus the gates must remain under my control." Lyanna, hands clasped behind her back, resumed her dignified posture, her gaze fixed intently on Lin. "I can aid you, but you must take me along this time. I have yet to witness what lies beyond the wall, and I have not even heard tales of it." Chapter 154, Taking Black Castle. The wall stood nearly 700 feet high, towering 3 times over the highest tower of the fortress it sheltered. Its width was ample enough to accommodate 12 fully armored knights riding side by side. Massive crossbows and monstrous trebuchets defended the battlements, surveying the hurried movements of beasts below as insignificant as ants. Lin ascended the lift at Black Castle to the summit of the wall, facing the nascent sun, gazing at the vast expanse above and the earth beneath, as if this were the sole tangible existence in the world. This colossal edifice, older than the 7 kingdoms, would now resonate with Lin's voice from its pinnacle. "My lord, it is indeed quite high," the clumsy bull exclaimed, his fear of heights evident as he peered over the edge, feeling dizzy. The immense weight of the thick ice pressing down upon him felt as though the wall might collapse and bury him. Lin, gazing into the distance, replied gravely, "Even the sturdiest wall will one day fall." Duncan, gripping his sword at his waist, lamented from the side, "My lord, is that truly the case?" Lin turned with a smile. "What? Do you doubt me?" Duncan shook his head. "It is precisely because I believe in you, my lord, that standing on this colossal wall feels so surreal." Lyanna's eyes reflected a tumult of emotions as she inquired, "Is there truly a way to destroy the wall?" Lin nodded. He was aware of 2 methods capable of bringing down the wall. The first involved the legendary Winter Horn, wielded by the ancient king beyond the wall, Jorman, said to awaken giants from the earth. Blowing it would cause the wall to crumble. Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, had gathered the free folk at Frostfangs in search of Jormung's tomb and the Winterhorn, having reportedly excavated dozens of ancient graves in pursuit of it. The second method lay in the Night King's powers. If he were to successfully resurrect dragons through the abilities of a Night King, he could unleash the icy flames of the dragons to nullify the magic of the children of the forest upon the wall, resulting in a catastrophic collapse of this icy structure. Lynn's expression was grave, and the countenances of those present reflected their unease. They understood that if the wall were to fall, the entire world would inevitably follow suit. At this moment, the captured members of the Night's Watch were brought before Lynn. In truth, the surprise raid the previous night had proceeded exceedingly well. The Night's Watch, caught off guard by the sudden assault of the Lion and Eagle Legion, had offered little resistance. Only the stern commander, Elysir Thorn, had rallied a group of seasoned veterans, steadfast in their doubts regarding the Night's Watch's faith, to mount a relatively effective counterattack at the lift. However, this resistance was merely a fleeting flicker of defiance. As Maester Aemon passed by Lynn, he cast a pitying glance and remarked, "My lord, you may believe you possess the strongest natural fortress in the world, yet you remain unaware that your recklessness will burden you for a lifetime." Lynn offered no response, casting a disdainful look at the elder. Did he not recognize the feeble combat capabilities of the Night's Watch? If Lynn were to take command of the wall, yet still be unable to avert disaster, then no one could save it. Commander Elysir Thorn, bound and accompanied by a group of captured black-clad Night's Watch soldiers, approached. He spat at Lynn's feet, his voice dripping with malice. "Lynn, you shall pay for your decisions. The lands beyond the wall will become your grave, and those within the wall will rejoice in your demise. And you, Mormont girl, how dare you turn your back on your own kin when your commander returns? He shall not let your betrayal go unpunished." Lynn dismissed him with indifference, while Lionel Mormont chose to ignore his tirade entirely. The guards overseeing the captives shoved the defiant man forward, warning that further insubordination would result in the application of whips. Although being cursed by a captive seemed inconsequential, Lynn found it too satisfying. Thus, he drew his Valyrian dagger from his waist and menacingly questioned the clumsy bull beside him. "Did you not say last night that you had shattered this loathsome man's teeth? Why is he still able to curse so vehemently?" The clumsy bull, eyes wide at the glinting blade, turned pale, realizing the sharpness of the dagger in Lynn's hand. He stammered, "Do you truly intend to break them? Last night, my vision was obscured, and in a fit of rage, I struck him twice. Upon seeing his mouth smeared with blood, I ceased my assault. Do you possess a more effective method to silence the boastful? Nonetheless, you claim to have shattered his jaw, yet I did not witness it. Instead, your face bears a mottled hue of blue and purple, and a significant lump has arisen at the nape of your neck, indicative of a bruise. Come here. Allow me to make a small incision to release the congealed blood. After all, in this frigid climate, the risk of infection is minimal." "No." Your eyes glint with a murderous intent. "You must be displeased with my inability to defeat that fellow last night. As for the bloodletting, I shall refrain from troubling you with that. If your hand trembles, it would spell disaster for me. Better to let the slender monkey handle this task. His steady hand is adept with a small knife. It was he who dealt a severe stab to that man as posterior last night, narrowly avoiding any damage to the bone." In a rare moment of wisdom, Lynn unsheathed his dagger and spared the fool. He turned his gaze toward the distant figure of the Night Watch captain, Elysir Thorn. "Indeed, I had not noticed earlier, but there was indeed a hole in the back of that fellow's trousers, and he was covering it with one hand, as if he had truly been stabbed." The slender monkey demonstrated commendable skill, extracting a small skinning knife from his sleeve, and with a deft motion, made a precise incision, allowing the congealed blood to escape from the bruise on the bull's neck. The scene of bloodletting resembled a deflating balloon. The incision was small, yet the blood spurted high, causing the bull to panic and attempt to press his fingers against the wound while fearfully calling for help to staunch the flow. Lynn observed the slender monkey's craftsmanship with a look of approval. Such a tiny aperture, and yet the blood surged forth. The wound situated at the back of the bull's neck, rendering him oblivious to the source of his plight, only aware of the blood gushing from his neck. The sound of the blood splattering against the back of his head was quite alarming. However, it is understandable. The slender monkey had never bested the gladiator-born bull in their previous encounters, and he was now seeking to redeem himself. The she-bear, on the other hand, found such morbid amusement distasteful, her brow furrowed, her expression darkening to an almost fearsome degree. The slender monkey soon noticed the she-bear as sharp, cutting gaze and her exceedingly domineering expression. Not wishing to provoke this lordly woman, whom everyone seemed to admire, he quickly darted behind Duncan for cover. The bull, finally incensed, gazed at the retreating figure of Alicia Thorne, the Night Watch captain who was destined for temporary confinement in the dungeons of the Black Castle, and charged forward with a roar. This man had, during their previous confrontation, ambushed him near the lift, landing a solid blow. Had it not been for the slender monkey's assistance, the Lord's grand plans could have been thwarted. The bull rushed towards the perplexed Night Watch captives, confronting the astonished Alicia Thorne. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his fist and struck at Thorne's eye socket. The sounds of violence soon echoed from afar. The initial screams were loud, but gradually weakened, and Lin En felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him as he stood there, murmuring his approval. He paid no heed to the she-bear's reproachful glare. Gazing towards the icy expanse beyond the castle, he composed himself and instructed, Duncan, arrange for a garrison of 500 to remain here. The rest prepare for our march north beyond the wall. Chapter 155, Felling Trees. Within the easily conquered Black Castle, Lin En's soldiers unearthed a rudimentary map of the lands beyond the wall. The map was simplistic, merely marking a few easily identifiable locations. To the left of the Great Wall lay White Tree Village, and to the right was the Forest of Ghost Shadows. Traveling northwest from White Tree Village, one would encounter Castle Cast, followed by the ancestral peaks of the ancestors, the First River, and the Echoing Gorge, which led into the Frostbite Mountains. Lin En produced the golden dragon scales presented by the traveler Alibaba and compared them with the map. Excellent, this is indeed the route. At the end of the Echoing Gorge, nestled within the Frostbite Mountains, lies the concealed lair of the dragon eggs. Lin En rolled up the map and tucked it into a sheepskin pouch. The troops outside had assembled, and a travel light. The soldiers could only drag along a few essential personal items, leaving the bulk of their supplies within the castle, taking only 8 carts of provisions. Lin En could no longer indulge in the luxury of a cart. Donning his snowproof leather armor with a plush lining and draping himself in a woolen cloak would suffice. Should there be no camping site in the wilderness, wrapping himself within the thick, oversized woolen cloak would allow him to endure the night. The she-bear, Lyanna, was similarly equipped. She brought only a single attendant, an elderly man with a white beard who appeared to be a distant relative. Lin En had never seen him speak. Uncle Reckmore Mormont, who bore injuries and was mute, had fought alongside the former Stark to protect Eddard during the War of Usurpers. He was a loyal and trusted Mormont warrior. Lyanna Mormont tiptoed to make final adjustments on her steed, a modest chestnut warhorse, and when she noticed Lin En regarding the old man beside her, she spoke up. Lin En shrugged and said nothing, watching as Lyanna was helped onto her horse by the old man. He then mounted his own steed and shouted to the assembled army. Onward! The Grand Army began to move steadily into an underground tunnel within the Black Castle. The soldiers remaining at the Black Castle took over the defensive watch of this perilous section of the wall, and upon hearing the orders from below, began to slowly turn a massive wooden wheel embedded in the castle wall. This was the sole means of opening the tunnel door leading to the lands beyond the wall. 7 or 8 men pushed the enormous wheel in unison, causing the iron chains affixed to the door below to rise gradually, while simultaneously pulling open the heavy iron gate weighing several tons at the tunnel's entrance. Inside the tunnel, torches along the walls were ignited by the soldiers passing through. The meticulously designed tunnel included murder holes and iron barriers to impede passage. Any enemy attempting to breach from outside would find it exceedingly challenging. As they emerged from the dim tunnel, the howling northern wind struck their faces, and Lin En promptly relayed the marching route to the vanguard. The column did not hesitate outside the castle, but advanced directly along the predetermined path. Traveling northwest from the Great Wall, they passed through at least 3 small villages abandoned by the free folk, and as midday approached, they arrived at a larger village featuring a massive fishbeam tree. To the northwest of the village, several small hills provided slight cover from the biting winds. The cold breeze eased somewhat. The houses within the village lay in ruin, long uninhabited. The remaining 4 structures, built of stone around a sheep pen and well, were unplastered, their roofs overgrown with grass, and their windows covered with tattered furs. Dominating the center was a somewhat larger house crowned by an enormous, grotesque fishbeam tree. The tree was blanketed in snow, its pale branches and dark red leaves evoking a sense of dread due to the ghastly face carved into its trunk, its exaggerated features and gaping maw wide enough to swallow an entire sheep. This must be White Tree Village. Now it was midday. This place would serve well for resting and warming up. Lin En cast a disdainful glance at the fishbeam tree. Lin commanded the army to take a temporary respite and then turned to Han Yo, instructing him to gather a few soldiers to fell that tree. Why such a course of action? Lyanna, still cradled by the old warrior of the Bear Clan, watched as Han Yo prepared to chop down the tree and hurriedly inquired. Although Lyanna was not a devout follower of the old gods, her ancestors had been practitioners of their faith, and Lynn's directive to cut down the tree left her somewhat unsettled. Lynn shrugged, stating, "I have made it clear that my next objective is to attempt to fell or burn down all these detestable weirwood trees. I'm currently exerting effort toward that goal." With that, he turned and entered a stone house where soldiers had already begun to kindle a fire. As Lynn settled beside the crackling hearth, relishing a moment of warmth, he was suddenly jolted by a gust of cold wind that swept in as the door opened. A soldier rushed into the stone abode, exclaiming, "My lord, the old man from House Mormont and Chief Guftavo's guard are about to come to blows." Lynn opened his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then asked Lyanna beside him, "Is your old retainer a staunch devotee of the old gods?" Lyanna nodded and warned lightly, "If you wish to rule the north effectively, it would be prudent not to damage the weirwood. This will provoke the ire of the descendants of the new people." The weirwood is referred to as the heart tree. It holds great sanctity for the followers of the old gods, who pray, vow, and bind marriages before it, believing that such acts receive the old gods' witness. With the encroachment of the Undulls bringing the faith of the Seven, the weirwood has come to symbolize the old gods and has been ruthlessly hewn and burned almost to extinction south of the neck. However, many of these trees still stand in the north and beyond. Lynn lazily rose to his feet, recognizing that Lyanna had no intention of intervening on his behalf with her retainer. This matter was one he would have to address himself. "Oh, old man of House Mormont, do you believe I am felling your sacred tree?" "I understand, but first, let go of Hanyo. His neck is still bleeding." "Yes, let us speak civilly, Hanyo. Why are you still dazed?" "Tell the brothers to continue chopping." "Hey, good sir, do not glare at me. I am not chopping down your heart tree. Those trees reside deep within the sacred grove. Have you ever seen anyone pray, vow, or bind a marriage in the wilds? This is desolate land. There are no heart trees here, only the rot-resistant, high-quality weirwood, excellent for crafting furniture, and it serves well for firewood too. It is said that those who followed Eddard Stark in the War of the Usurper should have seen a shield-shaped table made of weirwood in the conference room of the Kingsguard in King's Landing. Correct? That table is crafted from weirwood. The Arias throne is also made from weirwood. Weirwood can be used to construct houses, such as the Black Gate of Winterfell and the rafters of Arenal. Out of respect for the old soldier, Lynn patiently and earnestly persuaded him until the immense weirwood in the village center came crashing down with the cooperative efforts of Han Yo and his men. Only then did he clap his hands, disregarding the bewildered expression of the old retainer from House Mormont, tightening his sheepskin cloak as he turned to return to the stone house for warmth. Just as he pivoted, he caught sight of Lyanna, arms akimbo, glaring at him with gritted teeth, her expression one of palpable displeasure at Lynn's earlier fabrications. Chapter 156, The Ancestor's Fist Peak. Having felled the weirwood and sated, Lynn collected his spirits and resumed the journey. The army traversed a small lake to the north of the village, proceeding along a snow-covered path with measured steps. The subsequent 2 days were marked by the monotony of marching, an endless expanse of white scenery that easily induced aesthetic fatigue, during which they passed several dilapidated ancestral villages, devoid of any human presence. On the 3rd day, the expedition entered a forest, and the world around them was finally infused with color. The phantom woods at the edge revealed dense underbrush and towering trees. Occasionally, they spotted a few wild beasts silently skirting the army's flank. According to the map, this was where the Castor family, who had sacrificed their son to the White Walkers, had their fortress, but Lynn's scouts found no such castle nearby. Perhaps the map was inaccurate, or the fortress lay hidden in a secret corner. Lynn saw no need to send men to search. The White Walker Legion had already been nurtured and would soon seek retribution against these sacrificers. The army continued along the northern edge of the Phantom Woods for the better part of the day, eventually coming upon a hill that abruptly rose to the northwest of the forest. The hill was flanked by steep slopes to the west and north, while the east sloped gently, providing an excellent vantage point for commanding from the summit. The peak, exposed to the biting winds, was visible from several miles away. Atop the steep, rocky summit was encircled by a wall of gray stones, rising to chest height. A stream flowed at the foot of the hill. Observing this peak from afar, resembling a giant's clenched fist, Lynn mused that this must be the fabled ancestor's fist peak. Sitting astride his mount, Lynn's expression grew more serious. From here, they were entering the territory of the White Walkers beyond the wall. The guard unit, equipped with Valyrian steel weapons, closely flanked Lynn, who prudently ensured that he remained as concealed as possible within the protection of the soldiers. The cursed snow began to fall once more, drifting intermittently, characteristic of the snow beyond the wall. Lin gestured for the army to halt temporarily, instructing the scout, take a few men and investigate the situation. The scout nodded, whistled to gather a team of 5 fully armed sentinels, and made their way up the slope. The steep hill was covered in a layer of frost, making footing precarious. A few soldiers hastened up a slightly smaller path on the east side, using both hands and feet. Long swords and crossbows were kept close at hand for swift access in case of confrontation. And this scout team was also equipped with a small oak horn to signal for help or alarm in emergencies. The scout led the way, his steps light and agile, barely making a sound as he leaped over the wall. The sentinel was not lacking in agility, vaulting over the low stone wall with grace. As the group stealthily approached the entrance of the stone cottage, the lean monkey hesitated no longer. He sprang upright from his crouched position and delivered a powerful kick, forcefully flinging the wooden door open. Simultaneously, he drew his weapon from his waist and charged inside. Bang! The door swung wide, and the biting cold wind rushed in, swirling with shadows as it filled the room. Instantly, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted, followed by the unmistakable sound of metal being drawn and several curses. Damn it! Is it the Night's Watch? This was neither the Night's Watch nor wildlings. How had these men appeared beyond the wall? Jon Snow. Could this be your trap? Regardless, brother, let us eliminate this lot first. The lean monkey surveyed the 5 or 6 figures inside, calmly retrieving a loaded crossbow from his left side. With the crossbow in his left hand and a one-handed sword in his right, a cold smirk graced his lips. Who do you intend to kill? Would you like to taste the sting of a bolt? The lean monkey and 5 sentinels, a total of 6 crossbows, were aimed directly at Jon Snow and the 5 towering wildlings, one of whom appeared to be a woman. The wildlings, understanding the lethal threat posed by the gleaming bolts aimed at them, displayed palpable tension. Their grips on their weapons tightened, whether they wielded a mace or a hammer. A man clad in black leather armor, with flowing black curls, raised his hand to halt the wildling leader, signaling, Tormund, let us remain calm. They might be new recruits from the Night's Watch. I can inquire about the situation. The situation was clearly under control, and the lean monkey spoke nonchalantly. Lower your weapons first, then we can remain calm. The wildlings, upon hearing this, tightened their grips even further. The lean monkey was unconcerned, gesturing for his companions to pull the triggers. Jon Snow stepped forward, and when he saw the lean monkey, seemingly indifferent to whether he was a wildling or a member of the Night's Watch, aiming a cocked crossbow at him, he raised his hands high and halted his advance, shouting, wait, I'm a steward of Lord Commander Jeor Mormont. Which Night's Watch contingent are you from? Jon Snow's words incited discontent among the wildlings. The wildling woman, her expression icy, scoffed from a short distance behind. Jon, having personally killed the Shadow Tower's second-in-command, the one-handed Colin. Do you still believe you can call yourself a member of the Night's Watch? Jon Snow's brow furrowed in frustration, turning to her with a grave tone, Ygritte. I am aiding you. Pale face, who asked for your help? Get out of my way. I'm going to slay these fellows. A burly, bald wildling bellowed, swinging a massive axe as he charged at one of the sentinels. Whoosh! The sound of the crossbow string being drawn echoed, and a sharp bolt soared through the air. Striking true, the bald wildling staggered forward, the bolt embedded in his forehead, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed, lifeless. The sound of the axe hitting the ground reverberated, striking terror into the hearts of the remaining wildlings. Jon Snow whipped his head around, incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at the lean monkey, who was leisurely loading another bolt. You killed him? The lean monkey shrugged, finishing the loading process and raising his weapon once more, a grin spreading across his face. I warned you. Disarm and remain calm. Jon Snow's expression grew increasingly serious. Who exactly are you, Night's Watch? Chapter 157. Jon Snow. In the Game of Thrones, all protagonists boast notably noble lineage. Young Wolf Robb is the heir to Winterfell. Tyrion and Jaime's father is Tywin Lannister of Casterly Rock, Warden of the West. Daenerys' father was the former king. It could be said that one must be a duke's heir to even pretend to be a protagonist. Only Jon Snow is different. Although he is essentially the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, a descendant of Aegon the Conqueror and the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, this fact remains unknown to others. To the world, he is merely the illegitimate son of House Stark, a bastard without lands or claims to inheritance. The world may love its mother, but he does not even know who his mother is. While Robb was meticulously groomed as the heir among the Stark siblings, Sansa was lost in dreams of becoming queen, and Bran aspired to be a great knight. Jon chose the path of the Night's Watch, only to discover the harsh realities of Castle Black. The environment was unforgivingly cold, and once one swore the oath to the Night's Watch, there could be no marriage or offspring, no legacy. Escape was not an option. Life in such a place was devoid of glamour, with a clear end in sight. To make matters worse, the Night's Watch was comprised of the dregs of society, those guilty of theft, murder, and arson. These individuals, unrefined and coarse, filled their speech with vulgarities. For one who had grown up in a castle, the disparity and disappointment were palpable. It was not until he encountered the first woman of his life, a wildling he should have despised, full of crude language, Ygritte, that Jon Snow felt a flicker of meaning in his existence. The lean monkey and his sentinel squad brought 4 bound wildlings, along with the Night's Watchman smitten with the wildling woman, from the summit of the first men's finger to the foot of the mountain. Ygritte's expression was chillingly severe, colder than the snow beyond the wall. Beside her was Jon Snow, her first man. Yet, she couldn't believe she had fallen for this man, who had just claimed to be a member of the Night's Watch. Jon Snow whispered to the wildling woman, Ygritte, I only wish to save you. Ygritte cast him a disdainful glance. Save me? Your Night's Watch brothers are currently binding me, intending to present me to their superior. You can now ask that crossbowman to release me. Jon Snow retorted, I told you, he is not a member of the Night's Watch. I have never seen him before. Ygritte snorted derisively, preparing to retort, but they had already reached the temporary camp of the expedition force at the foot of the mountain, and she fell silent. Lyn stood by the fire, warming his hands. The lean monkey shoved the prisoners forward, presenting them to Lyn. My lord, we captured these individuals at the first men's finger. That man in black appears to be a member of the Night's Watch. Lyn turned, pacing beside the fire, scrutinizing the group a mere 10 steps away. 3 tall, burly wildlings, a strikingly attractive wildling woman, and a Night's Watchman mixed among them. This combination piqued his interest. Of course, Lyanna Mormont was equally intrigued, her eyes fixed on the wildlings with a curious gaze. Lyn's attention roamed over each face, gradually savoring the peculiar charm of the assembly. Have they emerged from the wildling host of the king beyond the wall? No one responded. Lyn smacked his dry lips and softly inquired, Night's Watchman, do you have nothing to say? A member of the Night's Watch has appeared among a wildling reconnaissance party? Jon Snow habitually furrowed his brow into a pronounced frown, contemplating for a moment as his gaze fell upon the numerous soldiers gathered around the campfire. He retorted, You are not members of the Night's Watch. What are you doing beyond the wall? Lyn interjected, On what grounds do you assume we are not Night's Watchmen? Because the Night's Watch is impoverished, yet you are well armed. He replied. Lyn nodded nonchalantly, about to speak when Lyanna, intrigued by their discourse, turned her attention to the cloaked figure of Jon Snow among the captives, her eyes sparkling with recognition. Are you Jon Snow of Winterfell? Upon being recognized, Jon felt a wave of despair wash over him. However, when he noticed Lyanna scrutinizing him intently by the firelight, he instinctively straightened his posture. That was once the case, but no longer. Lyn had already deduced that the man before him was the Stark family's illegitimate son, Jon Snow, and he also recognized the tall red-haired wildling beside him as Ygritte, the woman who had ensnared Jon's heart, nearly leading him to forsake his vows to the Night's Watch. Yet, Lyn refrained from voicing his thoughts, adopting a tone of feigned surprise. So, it is the Stark bastard Jon Snow. What brings a Night's Watchman to be captured alongside wildlings? Are you not aware that the wildling army is gathering to assault the wall? Jon was puzzled by Lyn's comment regarding bastard. His brow remained furrowed in confusion. Lyanna, however, grew curious and solemnly inquired, Jon, could you explain what is happening? Jon recognized the bear insignia on Lyanna's leather breastplate, identical to that worn by the Night's Watch commander, Jeor Mormont. This girl belonged to House Mormont, an ancient family once fiercely loyal to House Stark. Now, members of House Mormont stood alongside this unfamiliar man beyond the wall. More importantly, they were accompanied by a formidable force that was not part of the Night's Watch. Jon's mind was in disarray. At that moment, the wildling Ygritte interjected. Little sister, he is not the Jon Snow of Winterfell. He is now the free man, Snow. Lyanna retorted angrily. You foul wildling harlot. Who are you calling little sister? Ygritte countered. I see you two are a descendant of the first man. Our ancestors were kin. If I'm a foul wildling harlot, then you're a foul wildling wench. The two proud women began to exchange heated insults, while Lyn chuckled, showing no inclination to intervene. Jon raised his hands, bound by ropes, gesturing to Lyn. I am a member of the Night's Watch. Might you untie me? Lyn, knowing that this man was sent to infiltrate the wildling ranks to gather intelligence on their army, perceived no immediate threat and nodded toward the thin man. Once the ropes were severed, Jon quickly moved to separate the bickering women. After enduring a spat from both ladies, the quarrel between them subsided. Jon Snow approached Lyn, observing his noble attire, and slightly bowed his head in greeting. Might I inquire which house you hail from, my lord? Lyn smiled but offered no reply. as revealing his position as the new ruler of the North, having supplanted House Stark, would likely elude Jon's understanding and appear as mockery. Since Jon was now a member of the Night's Watch, Lynn chose not to delve into the disputes within the wall. Pulling Jon aside, he whispered, "Where's the wildling army of the king beyond the wall? I intend to visit Frostfangs. Will I encounter them on my journey?" Chapter 158, In a Moment of Thought. Jon regarded Lynn for a long moment. "It is evident you are also a man of the North. Is that not so? But to which house do you belong? Is this army yours?" Lynn pondered for a moment. "The troops at my side are not someone else's, are they? As for being a man of the North, indeed. I once accompanied my father, Lord Rothschild, to a harvest feast. However, as you're a bastard, it is understandable that you do not recognize me. Naturally. I have no recollection of your visage, either. Do you not believe me? If you doubt, you may summon Lyanna. She can attest to my words." Lyanna, having been eavesdropping, rolled her eyes and approached, saying to Lynn, when that wildling wench was hurling insults, "You did not come to my defense to demonstrate how a noble differs from these filthy wildlings." The small bear girl shot Lynn a glare and, with a haughty toss of her head, walked away. Ever since she had held her own against Ygritte in their verbal sparring, her pride had swelled. Observing her strut away like a victorious rooster, Lynn turned to Jon Snow. "Why did you remain indifferent when she was berating that wildling girl?" Jon was momentarily taken aback. He pondered for a while, realizing that despite his affection for Ygritte, he had not altered his superficial perceptions of wildlings. It was simply that in expressing his feelings for Ygritte, he had subconsciously detached her wildling identity. Watching Jon lapse into silence, Lynn pointed out the crux of the matter. "Do not dwell on it. She will not forsake her identity as a free woman to elope with you. However, I am curious. Would you abandon your vows to the Night's Watch to live a life of freedom with her?" Jon was struck with a sense of dread. Gazing at Lynn as if he were a deity, Lynn shrugged, conveying an air of knowing, as if nothing were peculiar. "Jon Snow, I will ask you one last time. If your heart still belongs to the Night's Watch, please tell me where your little group intends to go and the movements of the King Beyond the Wall's army." Jon fell silent once more, turning his gaze toward Ygritte, who was watching him intently, and the wildling leader Tormund, who held him in high regard. Lynn understood everything, patting Jon on the shoulder. The Night's Watch forbids marriage and love, yet betraying the Night's Watch to follow wildlings contradicts his oath, placing him in a quandary. Lynn moved to the campfire, propping himself against a hefty supply pack before settling down under a massive tree beside the fire. Hound and soldiers dragged several captive wildlings to the fire. Then, without hesitation, taught these uncouth wildlings how to greet a great noble with the haft of their axes. The heavy iron rods struck against their shins as the soldiers pressed their heads down, forcing them to kneel. Ygritte knelt as well, casting a scathing glare at the hound who struck her leg, then directing her icy gaze toward Jon Snow, who had his back turned. Lynn took a warm mug of ale from the thin man, looking at the wildlings. "Speak. Where do you hail from, and where are you bound?" The leader of the wildling group, a man with a lion's mane of reddish-brown hair and adorned with a heavy golden armband inscribed with runes, clad in black ringmail, regarded Lynn with a look of bemusement as he savored his warm drink. "I am Tormund, a subordinate of Mance, the king beyond the wall. My party was merely wandering about when your soldiers ambushed us, resulting in the death of one of my men. That is the crux of the matter. The infamous wildling King Mance cannot intimidate Lynn. Ah, Tormund, you claim to be Mance's follower, yet I have gathered intelligence that he is mustering the wildling army. Why do you find yourself so close to the wall at this moment?" Tormund slowly raised his head, his forehead illuminated by the firelight. "It is quite simple, for we are preparing to cross." His gaze fixed intently on Lynn, he spoke as the ropes binding his hands, unbeknownst to anyone, had been quietly severed by a hidden skinning knife concealed within his sleeve. With his hands liberated, he lunged towards Lynn, who stood merely 6 or 7 steps away. Tormund, tall and robust, closed the distance in an instant, just as his thick beard and the corners of his mouth revealed a flash of gleaming white teeth. Poised to seize Lynn, a dazzling silver crossbow, glinting ominously, was pressed firmly against his shining forehead. Lynn grasped a rapid-firing arbalest, modified from crossbow, and regarded Tormund with a disdainful smirk, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. Should Tormund dare to make another move, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger, sending this wildling, who still dared to retaliate in his dire straits, to his demise. Tormund felt his throat constrict as he met Lynn's sinister smile, acutely aware that his feeble schemes had been thoroughly discerned by this nobleman of the North. Lynn remained unfazed, while Tormund's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. Retreat was for cowards, and the wildlings allowed no room for such weakness. A lesson instilled in him since childhood, which he had also imparted to his 4 children. Yet, life and death hung in the balance, and Tormund still felt a flicker of hesitation. He remained motionless, but the hulking axe of a nearby brute made the decision for him, crashing heavily into Tormund's abdomen and sending him sprawling. As he collapsed to the ground, he clutched his painfully throbbing belly, struggling to suppress his labored breaths, a nerve at the back of his head taut to the breaking point, with even his temples pulsing with a pinprick pain. Several of Lin's attendants began to pummel the reckless wildling, and once they had thoroughly softened his bones, they dragged him back to Lin like a mangy dog. You are indeed a commendable warrior, but alas, you seem lacking in intellect. Given your recent actions, you have forfeited any value in answering my inquiries, Lin declared, gazing down at the battered Tormund sprawled on the ground. He then raised the arbalest to Tormund's head. Wait, allow me to divulge the information you seek. Coward. Ygritte's furious voice directed at Jon Snow, her teeth grit in anger. You swore you were no longer a crow. You pledged allegiance to the wildlings, never to reveal Mance's whereabouts. We shall triumph in this war. Ygritte, Jon replied in a hushed tone, Mance cannot win this war. He can endure, but you know nothing, Jon Snow. You have never witnessed the free folk in battle. How do the free folk wage war? Like heroes or like demons? Do you truly believe your wildlings can contend with this nobleman's army? You fight for glory with reckless courage. You are brave, yet war demands discipline and superior weaponry. Without these, you will achieve naught. Mance will ultimately falter like the former king beyond the wall, and when he does, you will perish, each and every one of you. I do not wish to see your death, Ygritte. Jon advanced, roaring at the struggling Ygritte. Chapter 159, Is this the path to darkness? Ygritte appeared exceedingly enraged. You speak of all of us. Spittle nearly flew from her mouth as she continued. You too. You are no longer a crow, Jon Snow. You once swore that you were mine, so I hope you are not deceiving me, otherwise. Yes, of course you are mine, Jon interrupted loudly, pushing her against the trunk of a nearby tree, and there, under the witness of the bonfire, they fervently kissed, their lips pressed tightly together. The small bear woman looked on in astonishment at the unexpected scene, finally understanding why that stark bastard, Jon Snow, mingled among the wildlings. He is a night's watchman, Lyanna lamented. Lin heard Lyanna, who stood by a large tree, brandishing a short, elegant sword, seemingly ready to assist him in a moment of peril. Lin furrowed his brow and jested. Little one, best turn away, this is not for your eyes. Enraged, Lyanna shot a glare at the oblivious Lin. As she sheathed her sword, she retorted, I understand everything. Lin scoffed, you understand nothing. The two finally separated, their faces tinged with a blush. Lin was quite displeased with this public display of affection, grumbling, Snow, tell me now, where's Mance's army? Snow initially looked down at Ygritte, his voice barely audible. You are mine. All mortals must die, but first one must live well. He then turned his gaze to Lin. Mance has completed gathering the wildling army of Frostfangs and is moving towards the wall. My band of wildlings intends to cross the wall and flank the wall before Commander Gior returns to Castle Black. Venturing to Frostfangs now would be perilous. Wildling raiding parties are scattered throughout the lands. I advise you to return to the wall post-haste, for Mance's army may arrive at the foot of the wall within a fortnight. Lin frowned, realizing that entering the Frostfangs at this moment would likely lead to an encounter with the gathering wildling host. However, retreating back to the wall to await an uncertain attack from the wildlings would strain his supplies. More importantly, Lin feared the wildling king. They were daring to assault the wall out of desperation against the White Walkers. How much manpower were they truly willing to expend fighting him in the lands beyond? Lin pondered the pros and cons. Across from him, Jon Snow spoke again. According to our agreement, you may release these individuals now. Lin lifted his head, dismissing the notion. Do we ever have an agreement? Or do you think that this meager intelligence is sufficient to barter for these wildlings? You. Lin lowered the arbalest he had been holding, his arm weary from the strain. He glanced at the nearly incapacitated Tormund, sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, and pondered aloud. However, I may spare his life for the moment. Take these individuals into custody. This time, I do not wish to see anyone escape their bindings. If we encounter the wildling army, they could serve as leverage in negotiations, should the king beyond a wall, Mance, indeed treat his subordinates, as the tale suggests. The thin monkey and several soldiers of the guard followed Lin's orders, thoroughly searching the captives, leaving no detail overlooked, confiscating every knife that could sever their bonds and tossing them into the snow beneath the trees. The captives, now bound together like a string of candied hawthorns, were led away, while the expeditionary soldiers began to extinguish the bonfire and assemble the troop. Ygritte found herself bound like a mother's ownsie, and as she passed by Jon, She lifted the corners of her mouth in a smirk and remarked, "My noble friend, you shall never comprehend the terrifying ferocity of a wildling's combat. Should you come to regret your choices, I assure you, I shall harbor no sympathy." The quick-witted wildling deliberately bared her crooked teeth while speaking, as if to intimidate Jon. Did she truly believe that such a fierce display would prove effective? Jon shook his head, dismissing her antics as childish. However, when he noticed that Jon Snow seemed intent on following along with the group, he disapprovingly gestured for him to stop. "Have you truly become so besotted that you have forgotten your identity as a Night's Watchman? That woman takes immense pride in her status as a free folk. I guarantee she would never wed a crow. I am letting you off lightly because you are a Night's Watchman, and, as such, you must immediately relay information regarding Mance's army to Castle Black beyond the wall, rather than squander time at my side." At Jon's words, Ygritte halted in her tracks, her expression momentarily blank. Then, exhaling deeply, he made his decision. "I am now Jon Snow of the Wildlings, not the bastard of Winterfell, nor crow." The term crow was a moniker used by the Wildlings to refer to the Night's Watchmen, who garbed themselves in black, earning the title due to the misfortune associated with their presence. When Jon uttered the term, he instinctively sensed that there was some truth to it. "You are indeed a wildling at heart," he pondered, a wave of melancholy washing over him as he absently opened and closed his hand around the hilt of his sword. How would the Stark family and the inhabitants of Winterfell react if they learned of his current thoughts? What if Commander Mormont and his brothers of the Night's Watch, including Sam, were to discover his intention to forsake his vows? He hoped they would not, yet, regardless, having chosen this path, there would be no turning back. Jon observed with astonishment as Ygritte resolutely approached him, a sense of confusion enveloping him as he gazed into the world around him. "This is bad," he mused. "I've pushed too far. The protagonist is on the verge of becoming a wildling." Yet what did it matter? In this world, it was destined that everyone but himself would be a mere supporting character, and if there were a main character, it would only be the female lead. Heh. Jon thought wickedly, only to turn around and find Lyanna wearing a cold expression, regarding him with suspicion. Jon glared at the Bear Clan girl, who claimed to know everything. "What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? Tell your mute squire to hurry up. What kind of people are these? Sleeping in the snow like that?" The expeditionary army continued its march, albeit with a slight adjustment to their route. It was best to avoid an encounter with the wildlings of Frostfangs, thereby sidestepping unnecessary troubles. The plan was to first exit the shadowy Ghostwood Forest and proceed westward along the eastern bank of the Milk River. However, it was now modified to directly traverse through Ghostwood Forest, heading straight north from the confluence of the Milk River and the Hornwood River, before veering westward upon reaching the Windwhisper Gorge. For 2 more days, the army marched through Ghostwood Forest, the journey uneventful. They did encounter a pack of hunting wolves, numbering 200 or 300. The famished forest wolves were quite ferocious, but with a sprinkle of pepper, the roasted meat proved delectable. Jon's well-equipped army displayed a disciplined and proficient manner, even when hunting wild wolves, leaving the wildlings, who had spent their lives in the wilderness, dumbfounded. As Jon savored the tough, flavorful wolf meat, he silently praised the mute squire of House Mormont. The old man seemed to possess a unique talent for grilling, as the wolf meat was seasoned just right, tender and delicious. Observing the wildling leader sprawled in the snow, attempting to warm himself by the campfire, Jon spoke softly. "Your name is Tormund, is it not? You would do well not to glare at me. My squire has quite a temper. If you find the swelling on your face insufficient, I can assure you it will worsen." He acknowledged that Tormund had not eaten in 2 days, but continued. "You appear to have decent constitution. I suspect you could last a few more days. When will you agree to my proposal for the wildling throne? You can eat once you comply. I've seen countless wildlings frozen to death along the way, all because they were idle. With so many wolves in the forest, the meat is palatable, yet you seem to disdain your current living conditions. If you wish to go south of the wall, we can discuss it. My influence in the north is significant." "You doubt me?" he challenged. "Wolves are indeed tasty, but wildlings cannot contend with a pack of wolves. TSK. That only reveals your ineptitude. Just wait. My army has grown fond of wolf meat, to the point that they've abandoned their beloved potatoes. The 5th Supply Unit from the 4th Expeditionary Corps has already been dispatched to locate the wolves' den, insisting we must procure a wolf king to feast upon. If you wish to sample the wolf king's flesh, you must agree to my terms. I am benevolent enough to offer you a wolf leg."